Legend has it that when ordinary people awaken their beast-taming talents, they only need to press their hands against the crystal until it glows to succeed. But after 130 million attempts over 3 years, I still couldn't produce even the slightest change. Just as the entire school began to suspect I was some kind of monster incapable of awakening talents like a normal person, the awakening crystal I was using suddenly shattered. Immediately afterward, an awe-inspiring dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, and a golden divine dragon spanning tens of thousands of meters emerged from the clouds. This terrifying divine might and phenomenon instantly illuminated the entire capital. Witnessing this, the 3 top-tier academies of Huaxia and even the Sacred Dragon Academy rushed to extend invitations to me. Even Ruyan, who had ignored me for 3 years, suddenly confessed her feelings. Yet when they offered resources and treasures, I refused them all, demanding only vast sums of money. The reason? I had activated a god-tier rental system where spending money could grant me talents. Whether it was beast-taming aptitudes, divine beast bloodlines, or even god-tier skills, everything was available for rent. To rent the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon bloodline for a single day at the price of 10 million, I had to sell off all my parents' possessions just to scrape together enough funds. If one fails to pay another 10 million to continue the lease after a day, the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon talent will vanish completely, and all the glory of the so-called peerless prodigy will dissipate without a trace. At this moment, in the capital's examination grounds, countless young students had gathered. Suddenly, a radiant icy light pierced the sky. Examinee Ruyan had awakened the S-grade talent, Frost Heart. As the announcement echoed, the entire venue erupted in excitement. It was actually the S-grade beast-taming talent, Frost Heart. Legend said that beastmasters who awaken Frostheart were born with the innate Frost Saint body, capable of accelerating the growth of any ice-type beast by dozens of times. Countless students gasped in awe and envy. As the icy radiance scattered, a majestic six-tailed ice fox descended from the heavens. To everyone's astonishment, the fox spoke in human tongue, saying slowly, "My master sent me to ask if you would be willing to become her disciple." Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she agreed immediately. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This six-tailed icefox in the sky was none other than the primary contracted beast of a beast-taming titan, capable of freezing an entire city with a single casual strike. Even though Ruyan's family was one of the capital's 4 great clans, they would never let her miss such an invitation from a beast-taming titan. Next, Li Luo. As the examiner's voice echoed throughout the assessment hall, Ruyan was slightly surprised. After all, I had once been her shameless pursuer. Could he have followed her here? Li Luo had failed to awaken any beast-taming talent 3 times in a row. Wasn't this just pure? How dare he participate in the recruitment assessment of the 3 top academies? Amidst the murmurs, my expression remained unchanged as I stepped onto the testing platform and placed my hand on the talent stone. However, 2 seconds passed, and the stone showed no reaction whatsoever. Li Luo, no talent detected. You may step down. The examiner's eyes were filled with disappointment. Just then, several beams of light shot into the sky from the horizon. Xiang Zhenghao, S-rank talent Blazing Heart, Sun Yufeng, S-rank talent Deep Sea Torrent, Lin Wanqiu, S-rank talent Source of Life. As the other examiners announced their results, these 3 prodigies of beast taming stepped down from their respective platforms. In contrast, I seemed even more insignificant. Li Luo, hurry up and leave. Stop embarrassing yourself. You can't even awaken a beast-taming talent, yet you dream of joining the 3 top academies? Delusional. Countless gazes seemed to form an overwhelming pressure, but in response, I merely smiled calmly. Are S-rank talents really that impressive? As the words left my mouth, a shattering sound rang out incessantly. The examiner's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "The awakening stone has shattered." Above the heavens, a dragon's roar resounded across the entire capital, and a golden divine dragon, spanning tens of thousands of meters, emerged from the clouds. Is this a talent manifestation? The six-tailed icefox trembled uncontrollably, utterly stunned. Only the legendary SSS-Rank beast-taming talent can trigger such a phenomenon. This is the legendary SSS-Rank talent Ancestral Dragon. Upon hearing this, the entire assessment hall erupted in an uproar. How could this be possible? It has been at least several decades since the last SSS tier talent appeared in Xia country. Anyone who awakens an SSS tier talent will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of beast taming. Countless gazes that had been filled with mockery instantly transformed into awe. Above the sky, Ruyan's eyes flickered with disbelief. He actually possessed the legendary SSS tier talent. Awakening an A tier talent alone made one an undisputed genius, while an S tier talent could be called a prodigy. As for SS tier talents, only one would emerge in the vast Xia country every few years. Ruyan simply couldn't believe that the person who once pursued her had now completely surpassed her in beast-taming talent. At this moment, even she began to waver. Should she give him a chance to pursue her again? The eyes of the 2 S-tier prodigies below the stage also turned incredibly complex. These S-tier talents, who should have been shining brilliantly, were now utterly overshadowed by the radiance of an SSS tier talent. On the testing platform, I stood tall and unyielding, with my SSS grade ancestral dragon talent. Am I qualified to join the 3 top-tier academies? Immediately after, under countless astonished gazes, a crimson fire dragon wreathed in flames descended slowly. Atop its head stood an elderly man with white hair and beard. Since you've awakened the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, I will naturally apply for a special scholarship of 3 billion for you. Not only that, but the many precious resources of the True Dragon Academy, as well as pure-blooded young dragons, will be made available to you first. The terms were undeniably enticing. Insane. That's a full 3 billion, and even priority access to pure-blooded young dragons. You must understand, even at the True Dragon Academy, pure-blooded juvenile dragons are exceedingly rare. Neither the students nor the examiners had time to react. In the sky above, a divine bird wreathed in violet flames and a majestic azure beast riding the divine wind suddenly descended. Our Phoenix Academy will add another 3 billion in scholarship funds to invite you. Hearing this, the crowd trembled in awe. It seemed the 3 top-tier academies were truly vying for supremacy. As Nan Shuang's words faded, the violet flame divine bird and the crimson fire dragon in the sky locked horns in fierce opposition. Since the True Dragon Academy and Phoenix Academy are here, how could our Qilin Academy be left out? A roguishly handsome middle-aged man atop the azure beast declared loudly, our Qilin Academy is willing to offer a special scholarship of 8 billion. And naturally, all other conditions will match. Yet, despite such temptations, my expression remained utterly calm because the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent I had displayed lasted only a single day, and through the divine rental system, the cost to rent it for a day was a staggering 100 million. Compared to that, this amount was far from enough. It wasn't until the 3 academies raised their offers to 10 billion each that I finally gave it some thought. This was likely the highest they could go. Just as I was about to make my decision, an icy, disdainful snort echoed through the air. At the sound, the heads of the 3 academies all stiffened. In the sky, a 1,000-meter-long azure dragon exuded an aura of boundless primordial might, instantly cowing the 3 divine beasts into trembling submission. Atop the dragon's head stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman whose cold gaze swept over Nan Shuang and Su Fenglin, silencing them instantly. Then, her voice as frosty as winter, she spoke, might I, the first dragon tamer of Xia, be worthy to take you as my disciple? The first dragon tamer of Xia, Xia Fei, actually wanted to take Li Luo as her disciple. She is not only the strongest dragon tamer in Xia Kingdom but also one of the magnates with the most abundant treasure resources, leaving countless students in awe. I slightly raised my head and gazed at the sky. There stood an aloof yet breathtakingly beautiful woman. In the world of beast taming, strength reigns supreme. Having such a wealthy and powerful mentor would not only ensure smooth sailing but also ward off many assassination attempts. Most crucially, the system I awakened is a rental system that prioritizes money over life. Requiring constant expenditure, the 10 billion scholarship might not even suffice. By becoming Xia Fei's disciple, even a casual gift of treasures would be beyond valuation. In that instant, my decision was made. Li Luo pays respects to master. Without hesitation, I immediately performed the formal apprenticeship ceremony. High above in the sky, Xia Fei stood atop the head of her azure dragon, the corners of her lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile. Luo, since you've acknowledged me as your master, it's only fitting to grant you a gift. She casually retrieved an item. This dragon tamer crystal is for you. After you contract with a juvenile dragon, this crystal will elevate its bloodline by an entire tier. Leroy hurriedly thanked him. The moment. He could be ecstatic. More than that, I'm incredibly glad I made the choice. This cool beauty master. Undoubtedly generous to a fault. The dragon crystal? On the back of the violet flame divine bird, Nan Frost's eyes were incomparably stunned as she murmured, precious resources worth at least 1 billion dasha coins, just given away out of hand? What an exaggeration of the precious resources amassed by the first Imperial Dragon Master. Su Fenglin's eyes flashed with a touch of complexity as he sighed. This Imperial Dragon Crystal, even for the many Imperial Beast Giant, has no small effect. Surprisingly, it was given to a junior so lightly. It seems that concubine Xia is incredibly favorably disposed towards this disciple of Li Luo. How do you compete with that? Nan Frost sighed and said, the first Imperial Dragon Master, personally accepting a disciple. This SSS grade talent ancestral dragon is destined to join the True Dragon Academy. Ahem. Lu Tianqi straightened his back and said with a straight face, Dean Nan, Principal Su, this dean has remembered today's matter. After March, in the great competition of the schools, I will definitely let all the deans know what is the power of SSS grade talent. Shame on you. Old Buzz. Nan Frost and Su Fenglin, who simply couldn't hold back, cursed out in anger. On the contrary, Lu Tianqi was all red-faced as he said, "TSK, you guys can only show off your mouths." Nanfrost and Su Fenglin glanced at each other, and they were all clueless. Among the crowd, Su Qingshue's eyes became extremely complicated. 10 billion scholarships, and even more so, worshipping the summer concubine, a random piece of meat and greet gift is worth more than 1 billion dasha coins. Not to mention, Li Luo's own awakened talent, or SSS grade ancestral dragon. Su Qingxue was incomparably disturbed, secretly saying, for the next 4 years, all of them are going to be located in the same academy with such a supreme demon, competing with each other? The six-tailed ice fox's imperial beastmaster was affiliated with the True Dragon School. Just thinking that the next 4 years would be under Li Luo's light, Su Qingxue couldn't help but feel helpless. "Qingxue, you don't have to be presumptuous," the six-tailed ice fox slowly said. "Your master's father is only in between compared to concubine Xia. You will also be able to get a first-class scholarship at the True Dragon Academy, totaling 500 million amount. As long as you work hard, you may not be much worse than Li Luo." Su Qingxue was speechless for a while. Six-tailed ice fox, speak with your conscience. Can you believe this? Not to mention, Li Luo was awarded a special scholarship. The amount is even a full $10 billion. First-class scholarships, totaling only 500 million. How do you argue? Not only Su Qingxue, but several other S-class celestial pride, such as Xiang Zhanghao, Sun Yufeng, and Lin Eveningqiu, could not help but look sad. Even if they chose other academies, the pressure they endured was not in the least bit diminished. Anyway, being in the same era as a supreme demon with SSS grade talent, doomed to be a sadness. Admission tests for the 3 top academies. It will last for 3 days in total. On the first day alone, there were thousands of geniuses who had awakened their B-rank and A-rank sentinel beast talents and chose one of the 3 top academies. As for S-rank talents, there are just as many. There were a dozen in all. However, the appearance of any S-class heavenly pride wouldn't be able to cause any more shocks. After all, this enrollment test had already seen the appearance of an SSS-rank supreme demon. SSS-rank talent, ancestral dragon. Enough to suppress a world. The many heavenly prides were all dimmed. To this, Leroy simply had no time to pay attention anymore. He had already followed his beautiful master teacher and headed directly to the True Dragon Academy, applying for enrollment as fast as he could and becoming a new student of the True Dragon Academy. True Dragon Academy, Principal's Office. Leroy. Lu Tianqi's old face smiled as he said, "Extraordinary scholarships, totaling $10 billion. It was distributed in 4 installments. First year, $1 billion. Year 2, $2 billion. Third year, $3 billion. Fourth year, $4 billion. The $1 billion scholarship for the first year has been released to your account." Li Luo checked a bit and realized that the account balance had, indeed, become 1 billion. The SSS grade Imperial Beast Talent Ancestral Dragon, the price for leasing it for 1 day, is $10 million. 1 billion dasha coins, although a lot, can only be leased for 100 days. Li Luo took a deep breath and secretly said, "It seems that there are other methods to earn money from. Of course, the best method is still to coax the heart of the beautiful master teacher. At that time, casually rewarding some treasures should be enough." Many thoughts flashed by. In the middle of Leroy's mind. Gradually, a series of programs were developed. Lore. Concubine Xia was incomparably clear and cold as she said, "As you awakened the SSS grade talent Ancestral Dragon, you naturally need to contract a young dragon. I've already selected 3 dragon cubs for you, so you can choose one of them to contract." Leroy couldn't help but be staggered. Even in the True Dragon School, dragon cubs are incomparably precious, and can be called the foundation of the True Dragon School. Ordinary S-grade talent prides, or even SS-grade talent demons, who wanted to contract a young dragon, would have to prioritize the wishes of the young dragon, and even more so, they would never be able to pick one. On the contrary, Concubine Xia directly picked 3 dragon cubs and let Li Luo choose at will. Such treatment, just ask who else. Lu Tianqi wanted to say something, but there was nothing he could do at all. He could only sigh quietly and said, "Li Luo, the 3 young dragons that your master chose, I'm afraid that they are the 3 young dragons with the strongest bloodline in the academy, so you have to choose them well and cultivate them properly." "Dean Lu, please don't worry yet." Li Luo took a deep breath and couldn't help but reveal a look of incomparable anticipation. Any young dragon could be the purest dragon bloodline, claiming to be a pure-blood dragon race. Ordinary mixed-blooded dragon beasts, and even some sub-dragon species, were nothing compared to pure-blooded dragons. And look! Concubine Xia's slender hand waved lightly. Wow! 3 young dragons with different forms emerged at once. Chapter 4, The Desolate Dragon Clan. Bloodline returning to the ancestor? Li Luo's eyes immediately lit up. He swept away one by one. The first young dragon, with a reddish hue all over its body, red wings on its back, and fiery flames burning in its eyes, was the extremely representative red inferno dragon among the elemental dragons. The second young dragon, with a body of extreme pitch black color, black dragon wings that were incomparably hideous, and dragon eyes that flashed with the color of darkness, was actually a dark demon dragon. The third young dragon is even more incomparably special. The whole is pale in color, the dragon body is sinuous and coiled, but does not emit the slightest dragon power, just pieces of pale dragon scales, as if a work of art, incomparably exquisite. Red Inferno Dragon, Dark Demon Dragon, these are the true Dragon Academy, the highest quality young dragons. Lu Tianqi stroked his beard and smiled, but his eyes could not hide the color of meat pain, and then thought that it was for Li Luo, this SSS-level absolute demon contract, and could not help but soothe down. When Lu Tianqi saw the last pale young dragon, but steeply widened his eyes, shocked, Xiafei, you. How will this desolate dragon cub, let Li Luo choose? The Red Inferno Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon, they are all giant dragon species, their bloodlines are extremely honorable, as long as they are cultivated step by step, the adult will be at the monarch level, and can be called a party of dragon kings. On the contrary, the dragon blood in the body of the desolate dragon is just barely at the bottom of the flying dragon species. Even as an adult, it would at most be at the lord level. If we let Li Luo contract the desolate dragon, we'll be harming him instead. A few words. Lu Tianqi was incredibly bitter. Red Inferno Dragon, Dark Devil Dragon, Desolate Dragon. Leroy pondered briefly. The realm of the imperial beasts is divided into Awakening, Transcendent, Commander, Lord, Monarch, Overlord, Holy Spirit, and Emperor. The bloodlines of the Red Inferno Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon were all at the monarch level. Once an adult, it is a party of dragon kings, easily capable of commanding tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. On the contrary, the Desolate Dragon was going to be quite a bit different. Even as an adult, they are only lord level. Compared to the Red Inferno Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon, there was a large realm difference. If the status in the dragon family, Aragon is just a flying dragon species. The Red Inferno Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon, but a more honorable species of giant dragon. Such a gap, the difference between the heavens and the abyss. Anyone knows how to choose. Leroy, however, was in deep thought. Consort Xia must have some deeper meaning when she listed the Desolate Dragon cubs alongside the Red Inferno Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon. The Desolate Dragon clan, in ancient times, was once incomparably glorious. Concubine Xia said indifferently, Dean Lu, don't forget that the Cthulhu Desolate Dragon that I have contracted is none other than the leftover seed of the Desolate Dragon clan. Arachnosaurus. Lu Tianqi was momentarily speechless, his expression was incomparably complex as he sighed. The era of the Desolate Dragon has long since faded away. This Desolate Dragon cub is only the most unusual bloodline in the Desolate Dragon clan, how can it be comparable to your Song Tian Desolate Dragon? Di Lu, Li Luo is my disciple, I have my own plans. Concubine Xia blandly said, what's more, it's up to Li Luo himself to choose in the end. The words fell. Concubine Xia's cool eyes quietly fell on Li Luo's body. Master. Li Luo raised his head slightly and slowly said, I choose to contract the Desolate Dragon. Leroy, you. Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and sighed, you are really confused. Sincerely. The Desolate Dragon clan, known for their melee combat, is known as the strongest physique. Even, once ruled over the ancient age of desolation. Yet. The Desolate Dragon clan, long gone, near extinction. Your choice to contract a draconic dragon cub is purely a waste of your SSS-Rank talent. Lu Tianqi couldn't help but pound his chest. The gaze that looked at Li Luo was filled with hatred. Neither Concubine Xia nor Li Luo paid any attention to Lu Tianqi. The summer concubine, needless to say, would have had her own considerations. As for Leroy? More than that, I don't care. A dragon bloodline? Is it strong? In the middle of the system mall. But there are countless emperor dragon species, and even divine dragon bloodlines, available for lease. Principal Lu, that's not true. Li Luo shook his head slightly and laughed softly. Since the Desolate Dragon clan was once so strong, and their battle power is even more extreme, I'll never go wrong if I contract this Desolate Dragon cub. After all, I have awakened the most heaven-defying SSS grade talent among the dragon talents, the ancestral dragon. Hey! Lu Tianqi sighed. He knew it by heart. Whether it was Princess Xia or Li Luo, all have their own considerations. By no means can he sway it. Luor, since you've made a decision, go ahead and conclude the contract. A trace of imperceptible smirk flashed through concubine Xia's cool eyes. The eyes that looked at Li Luo became more and more pleased. Good. Leroy nodded gently. He walked straight up. A trace of a deep, ancient aura quietly emanated out. Exactly the SSS grade talent. Ancestral dragon. Roar. Just a whiff of breath leaking out. The Red Inferno Dragon, the Dark Demon Dragon, and the Desolate Dragon. These three young dragons, all unable to calm, have issued a low dragon roar. Dragon eyes are dense with incomparable desire color. It was as if concluding a contract with Li Luo was the greatest chance in this life. Roar! Roar! The Red Inferno Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon looked at each other. All could see the hostility in the dragon's eyes. In the Red Inferno Dragon and Dark Demon Dragon's opinion, their bloodline potential was unknown how many times higher than the Desolate Dragon. For Li Luo to choose the contracted initial favored beast, he would definitely choose between the Red Inferno Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon. Next moment. The dragon eyes of the Red Inferno Dragon and the Dark Demon Dragon, however, couldn't help but flash with a stunned, dumbfounded look. Little Aragon. Li Luo half crouched down and said softly, "Are you willing to make a contract with me?" Roar! The Draconic Dragon's dragon eyes were filled with bewilderment. Despite being extremely eager, the Draconic Dragon knew that it simply couldn't compete with the Red Inferno Dragon or the Dark Demon Dragon. The bloodline of the Draconic Dragon had caused it to suffer a lot of humility among the many young dragons. I don't know how long he was in a daze, but it dawned on the Arakanese dragon that this was not a dream. The youth in front of him, who exuded an incomparably deep and ancient aura, as if the dragon's patriarch had descended, was actually going to conclude a royal beast contract with it. Roar! Roar! The Desolate Dragon continuously roared lowly and nodded repeatedly. You won't regret your choice. Leroy let out a light laugh. Spin. He pointed a finger. The moment it touched the Desolate Dragon's brow, an extremely close connection was quietly concluded. The moment. This young Desolate Dragon had become Li Luo's initial favored beast. The moment the deed was successful. Boom! Roar! An incomparably majestic aura burst out crazily from within the body of the small Desolate Dragon. This is... Lu Tianqi's mind couldn't help but tremble violently, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world, and shockingly said, "Bloodline ancestor return?" Indeed. Concubine Xia's eyes flickered as she said, "SSS grade talent, ancestral dragon. It is known as the originator of dragons, the source of all dragon bloodlines. Once a contract is made with the Desolate Dragon, there will be a great possibility that the Desolate Dragon's bloodline will undergo a rejuvenation, transforming into the most ancient and powerful bloodline in the Desolate Ancient Era." Is that what you expected, Princess Xia? Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and sighed, worthy of being the first dragon master's knowledge of the dragon race, it crowns an era. Actually, I'm not absolutely sure. Xia Fei gently shook her head and said, "SSS grade talent ancestral dragon, looking at the history of the human race, only in the ancient period was it born once, casting the history of the human race, the most powerful one giant, Dragon Zun. Since the Dragon Zun, there has only been a lineage of dragon masters. This young dragon of the Desolate Dragon, having concluded a contract with Luor, will surely be nurtured by the SSS grade talent ancestral dragon, and even if its bloodline returns to its ancestor, it will not be surprising. Just..." Xia Fei's eyes flickered slightly, but her cool eyes could not hide the shock in the depths as she slowly said, "I also didn't expect that the bloodline of this Desolate Dragon cub would have returned to such a degree. The bloodline it returns to is clearly the blood of an imperial dragon second only to a divine dragon, that Song Tian Desolate Dragon." The words fell. Lu Tianqi's expression immediately became incomparably shocked. Emperor Dragon Seed, Song Tian Desolate Dragon? Lu Tianqi's body could not help but vibrate violently, trembling voice, "Song Tian Desolate Dragon's bloodline is not long extinct. Looking at the worlds, only you, concubine Xia, have contracted at Song Tian Desolate Dragon." Suddenly, Lu Tianqi seemed to have thought of a certain possibility. His heart and mind trembled even more as he stammered. Could it be that this draconic dragon cub is that Song Tian draconic dragon that you contracted, the heir left behind outside? Chapter 5, Sacred Dragon is happy to be a mom. Do you still lack a son? The words just fell. Lu Tianqi only felt chills all over his body. Roar! A wisp of a pale dragon's shadow, accompanied by a long dragon's roar, emerged in an instant. Lu Tianqi. This pale dragon silhouette, directly spitting out human words, was actually a crisp young girl's voice, dense with annoyance, said, "Are you itching your skin? How dare you make such a rumor? This seed is still in its formative years, will there be an heir left behind?" Lu Tianqi fell silent. The cold sweat that kept spilling out directly soaked his shirt. This shadow of a pale dragon in front of him was precisely the pale sky desolate dragon with the most heaven-defying battle prowess amongst the dragons contracted by concubine Xia. With the terrifying strength of the Song Tian desolate dragon, I don't know how many veteran dragon masters, as well as some extremely powerful hegemonic dragons and sacred dragons, all submitted to the dragon's might, and even more so, allowing Xia Fei to lay claim to the position of the first dragon master. Lu Tianqi had thought that the Song Tian desolate dragon that consort Xia had contracted was so powerful that it would definitely choose to give birth to an heir. Need to know. Dragons are inherently lustful. But how could he have imagined that the Song Tian desolate dragon was still in its growth stage and seemed to be a fledgling dragon? The Song Tian desolate dragon in its mature stage suppresses the lineage of Xia's imperial dragon masters and oppresses many sacred dragons. If it reaches its adult stage, how terrifying will it be? Lu Tianqi couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, but his eyes couldn't help but fall onto the juvenile desolate dragon that Li Luo had contracted, secretly saying, the desolate dragon that Li Luo had contracted has similarly awakened the Song Tian desolate dragon's bloodline. Once it grows up, it may not be inferior to Princess Xia by much. It was as if he could see the scene where the true dragon school was sitting on two of the strongest dragon masters, strongly suppressing the Kirin school and Phoenix school. Sanyu sacred dragon, please also forgive me. Lu Tianqi didn't dare to provoke the Songtian desolate dragon, and hurriedly said, I also said it unintentionally, so please don't take it to heart, Sangyu sacred dragon. Humph. The celestial desolate dragon snorted coldly. Lu Tianqi's character was actually clear to her, and she was simply too lazy to care. Concubine Xia looked slightly condensed and said, Sangyu, do you remember, 3 years ago? You mean, 3 years ago, the Dragon Realm battle? Sangyu, the pale sky draconic dragon's eyes flickered and said, in that battle, we faced dozens of incredibly powerful saint dragons in the Dragon Realm, and the battle resulted in the realm breaking and dragon blood pouring into the sky. Remember the battle. The dragon might of the celestial desolate dragon couldn't help but spread out. The desolate blood in the dragon's body seemed dense with endless battle intent. The draconic dragon clan, by nature, was born to fight. As an emperor dragon species amongst the draconic dragons, the battle intent in the Song Tian draconic dragon's bloodline was more than enough to pour the heavens. Exactly. Concubine Xia revealed a color of reminiscence and said coolly, that battle was extremely difficult. More than 10 saint dragons fell in the dragon realm. Even you were seriously injured and on the verge of death. The blood of countless desolate dragons spilled into the sky and splashed down on the earth. Concubine Xia, are you saying that the bloodline of this desolate dragon cub came from 3 years ago, during the battle of the dragon realm? The Song Tian desolate dragon's eyes trembled slightly as he shook his head. That's not right. Even if you happen to have obtained my dragon blood, if you don't have the recognition of my will, you won't be able to awaken your bloodline at all. Sangyu, you need to know. Concubine Xia said coolly, in the world of imperial beasts, there are never absolutes. Even your emperor dragon bloodline originates from the legendary ancestral dragon, and is one of the endless derivations of the ancestral dragon bloodline. If we use the SSS grade talent ancestral dragon, we can completely make the emperor dragon bloodline forcibly awaken. Strictly speaking, the desolate dragon cub that Li Luo contracted is indeed a descendant of your bloodline. A speech that makes sense. Sangyu, the celestial desolate dragon, was completely silent. It would have been difficult for pure-blooded dragons to give birth to an heir amongst themselves. As long as one awakens a pure-blood lineage, they are considered each other's kin, or even relatives. If the emperor dragon bloodline in the desolate dragon's body is indeed from the Sangyu, then the little desolate dragon can be considered a descendant of the Sangyu. I don't know how long it took for Sangyu to wake up as if from a dream. No. The Tsong Heavenly Desolate Dragon was incomparably desperate as it said, as a Tsong Heavenly Desolate Dragon, my lifespan exceeds 10,000 years. And only more than a decade has passed since I was born. I don't want any bloodline descendants. Ahem. Seeing this, Leroy couldn't help but cough lightly. Between the flow of ideas, a hint of confusion flowed through the little arachnid dragon. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and call Mom. Li Luo's intention was full of hatred. He was the only one who knew that there had never been any Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon's bloodline within the body of the little Desolate Dragon. With the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, even though it could cause the bloodline to return to its ancestor, it was by no means a quick fix. The fact that the little Desolate Dragon would awaken the bloodline of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon was entirely due to Li Luo directly leasing this Emperor Dragon Seed bloodline through the Super God leasing system. As for the reason? Naturally, it's with the real Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, As a growing Imperial Dragon species, it was even the ace Imperial Dragon of the first Imperial Dragon Master, Princess Xia. Leroy didn't even dare to think about it. Just how many precious treasures were there in Songyu, that Song Heavenly Desolate Dragon's small vault? Even if only a small amount flowed out, it would be enough to increase the strength of the little Desolate Dragon by 100 or 1,000 times. Not to mention, the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon bloodline that Li Luo had leased for the little Desolate Dragon was a real value Imperial Dragon species, and every day, 5 million Dasha coins had to be deducted. The little Desolate Dragon sensed Li Luo's thoughts through the Imperial Beast contract, and instantly revealed a look of enlightenment, and in the dragon's eyes that looked at the Tsongya's shadow, a flash of tears unexpectedly flashed. Roar! Mom! The little desert dragon moved out. Lu Tianqi. Princess Xia. Kang? Songyu's mind directly collapsed. Don't you yell yet, let me slow down. Songyu took a deep breath, and I don't know how much mental construction he did before he hooked up an ugly expression and said, "Little fellow, the bloodline in your body does indeed originate from me. But you should know that you were not born by me personally, and you only acquired a sliver of my bloodline by fluke." She tried desperately to explain. "Oh Mom, don't you want me?" The pale-colored dragon eyes of the little Desolate Dragon became even more obvious with tears. Leroy couldn't help but be a little surprised. This little barren dragon even has the potential of a movie star? The children are teachable. Song Yu. Xiaofei's tone had taken on a hint of sternness, saying, "Don't you forget, this Desolate Dragon cub not only has awakened your bloodline, it is the only one of your kind in the world, the only one of your kind." A few words. It's like an enlightenment. Song Yu's dragon's eyes suddenly became clear. I, Song Yu, have a kindred spirit too? Song Yu's tone trembled slightly, her mood complicated to the extreme. As the only Tsong Tian draconic dragon in this world, it is even more different from the other dragon clans of the draconic dragon clan, not as if it were a giant lizard's evil dragon body, but a sinuous dragon body full of beauty. Even after concluding a contract with the summer concubine, Song Yu's heart was always lonely. The moment. A deep-seated sense of loneliness, but it's melting away. Wow. In the Imperial Beast's phalanx, a pale dragon emerged. The light flashed. Surprisingly, it took the form of a bright young girl. Little guy. In Songyu's beautiful eyes, a touch flashed and she said softly, "From now on, you are my Songyu's only clan member." Ho aha, Mom. The little desert dragon kept nodding. Kang was silent for a while. In the end, it was acquiesced to. She pondered for a while, and took out a blood-colored stone, which looked incomparably ancient, but made the bloodline of the little barren dragon constantly tremble for it, giving birth to an ineffable longing. You are still in the early stages of bloodline awakening, and with the realm of the awakening level, you are simply unable to carry the complete Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon bloodline. Therefore, your life form has not changed. Songyu's face was filled with seriousness as she said, "This is a dragon blood source stone that contains the purest origin dragon power, enough for you to cultivate to the monarch level and truly accommodate the bloodline of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon." Holy! Lu Tianqi's pupils shook dramatically, and he trembled. Surprisingly, even the dragon blood source stone has been taken out? Just this one dragon blood source stone alone was worth over 2 billion. The dragon blood source stone, used to raise the realm, was only the most basic effect. I'm afraid that this dragon blood source stone alone can create a top-grade giant dragon species. Lu Tianqi's mood became extremely complicated. He really wanted to ask a question. Sacred Dragon of the Canyon Moon. Do you still lack a son? Chapter 6 Giving True Name. Song Xing. Oh thanks Mom. The little desert dragon took the dragon blood source stone. The dragon's eyes were joyful. Song Yu's pretty face couldn't help but be colored with a hint of softness. She grew accustomed to it. Vaguely enjoyable. Elder Song Yu. Li Luo made a bow and said, "I'll take the place of the little desolate dragon and thank Senior for the bestowal." No need for words. Song Yu shook her head slightly, and feigned a trace of sophistication on her childishly bright face, and hummed, "This little guy, but I'm the only one of my kind in the world, and it's even more of the same bloodline, so I won't treat it poorly?" On the contrary, you have to cultivate it properly, never waste the only two Tsong Tian draconic dragon's blood in the world. I know that later in life. Li Luo nodded and said, Senior Tsong Yu, Senior Tsong Yu, Senior Tsong Yu has another request. You say. Song Yu casually said. Please, Elder Tsong Yu, give a name to the little desolate dragon. Li Luo seriously said, after thinking about it, I'm afraid that under the heavens, only Senior Tsong Yu is qualified to bestow a true name on the little desolate dragon. The other side. Lu Tianqi had long been dumbstruck. Holy, this son is really talented. Lu Tianqi was incomparably alarmed, secretly saying, letting the Tsong Yu sacred dragon bestow a name? I racked my brain and couldn't come up with this kind of means to curry favor. You kid, you also want to progress too damn much. He clearly saw that Song Yu's expression, from initial surprise, gradually became pleasantly surprised. You kid, you're very on the ball. Song Yu kept patting Li Luo's shoulder and laughed, since you've asked for it, I'll oblige. The little one's bloodline, it's in the same vein as mine. Then give the name Pale Star. Song Yu's words. It seemed to overflow with endless joy. The words fell. The void. The word Songqing is like a dragon and a snake. Quietly condensed. It instantly disappeared into the heart of the little desert dragon's brow. Leroy was not surprised. After he leased the Tsong Tian desolate dragon bloodline, he naturally acquired a lot of information about this clan. In the Tsong Tian dragons, the female dragon is Tsong and the male dragon is Tsong. The name of the Pale Star. It was even more derived from the sacred dragon of the Kang Moon. This true name alone carries with it a certain incredible greatness. Sure. With little Tsong Xing's current realm, he was still unable to mobilize this true name. Leroy, you kid is really lucky. Lu Tianqi sighed, the true name given by the Tsong Yu sacred dragon himself. Once little Tsong Xing breaks through to the monarch level, he will be able to forcibly suppress the hegemony level with this true name alone. Thank you, Elder Tsong Yu. Leroy saluted. He was in a good mood, too. The true name of the dragon clan was meant to contain incredible power. Not to mention, this true name, or a holy dragon, was personally bestowed. If he encountered an unbeatable opponent in the future, he could completely rely on the power of his true name to strongly suppress his opponent. It really can't. With the connection of the true name, one could also summon the Tsong Yu holy dragon to descend. Why say thank you? Song Yu lightly grunted, as the Shaotsong Star's dragon master, and even more so as the personal disciple of Sister Xiaofei, you are naturally my direct descendant as well. I, Song Yu, as the strongest dragon clan in the Summer Kingdom, can't be petty. This spatial spirit crystal is enough to allow you to cultivate to the monarch level, consider it a meet and greet gift. She was extremely generous. A transparent crystal emerged from the void. $1 billion worth of space spirit crystals, just a meet and greet gift? Lu Tianqi had a complicated mood and secretly said, the meet and greet gift from concubine Xia, the imperial dragon crystal is worth 1 billion. Together with the space spirit crystal bestowed by the Tsong Yu sacred dragon, and the dragon blood source stone, it's worth over 4 billion. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the eyes of concubine Xia and Tsong Yu were all converging. The moment. Lu Tianqi's scalp went numb. Xiaofei and Tsong Yu, but all of them gave a meet and greet gift. As the dean of the True Dragon Academy, how could Lu Tianqi be spared? The key is, Xiaofei and Tsong Yu's meet and greet gifts were all too exaggerated in value. It can easily be $1 billion or $2 billion. If the value of the meet and greet gift was too low, Lu Tianqi wouldn't be able to give it away at all. Dean Lu. Li Luo's face was filled with respect as he said, in the True Dragon Academy, the student will have to be indebted to Dean Lu for taking care of him. Lu Tianqi. He trembled and pointed at Li Luo, mumbling for a moment but unable to utter a word of refusal. Eventually, Lu Tianqi trembled as he took out a treasure. This is a high-grade imperial beast artifact called the Dragon King's Horn, which increases the strength, defense, and speed of the dragon raised by 100% at stages below the monarch level. Lu Tianqi's voice, which was still vaguely trembling, seemed to be meaty to the extreme as he said, "This high-grade Imperial Beast artifact, worth over 300 million, is enough for you guys to use it at the monarch level, so let's say it's a meet and greet gift I'm giving you guys." "Thank you, Dean Lu." Li Luo solemnly took it and said, "Dean Lu's generosity, the student bears it in mind. Please rest assured, Dean Lu, in the great competition of the schools in March, the student will definitely make the name of the True Dragon School resound throughout the entire Xia Kingdom." Words. Lu Tianqi couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but look at Li Luo a few more times, revealing a strong look of appreciation and relief. "With your words, I'm relieved." Lu Tianqi stroked his beard and smiled. Leroy nodded with a smile as well. An old man and a young man, looking at each other. It's all in the words. Lu Tianqi as the dean of the True Dragon Academy, Li Luo didn't think that the other party would treat him unconditionally just like Xia Fei and Song Yu. High-grade Imperial weapon, Dragon King's Horn. The value is indeed extremely high. It's worth it for Leroy to throw his weight around. Roar. Little Pale Star's eyes were full of adoration. Worthy of an Imperial Dragon Master. Bottom line. Let Dean Lu throw away $300 million. It was awesome. Ahem. Leroy coughed lightly. Pale Star's adoring eyes were making him a little uncomfortable. Okay. Xiafei's cool, beautiful eyes vaguely carried a hint of laughter as she said, "Luor, you now have 1 billion scholarships, you've also contracted little Song Xing, and you have the Imperial Dragon Crystal, Space Spirit Crystal, and Dragon Blood Source Stone, the 3 greatest treasures. Before the Monarch level, it's already a straight path. In terms of cultivation, you must not slack off either. Understand?" "Yes, Master." Leroy nodded repeatedly. He quickly offered his farewells. With Leroy leaving, Princess Xia. Lu Tianqi sighed. Although Li Luo has awakened the SSS-grade ancestral dragon talent, his realm, in the end, is only at the awakening level, and he's still at the beginning of the path of the Imperial Beast. The 3 greatest treasures, even the Imperial Beast giant would be moved by them. With his realm being so low, would it be possible to pull up the seedlings to help them grow? "Dean Lu, Li Luo is my personal disciple, so I don't need to trouble you." Concubine Xia's eyes sank into a deep gaze as she slowly said, "Once, I awakened my SS-grade Imperial Beast talent, but I don't know how many sufferings and tribulations I endured to get to this point. Li Luo is my only personal disciple, how could I let him follow my old path? Those trials and tribulations, I alone will bear the burden of experiencing them, that's all." Hey! Lu Tianqi's many thoughts finally turned into a long sigh. He knew it naturally. How much has this cool and stunningly beautiful woman carried for the name of the first Imperial Dragon Master? Li Luo is not only Princess Xia's personal disciple, but also a medium for her to make up for the many regrets she once had. Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and secretly said, "For Li Luo, I'm afraid that Concubine Xia is willing to give a lot. I only hope that Li Luo won't disappoint Concubine Xia." Chapter 7, Dragon God Meditation Method. Desolate Dragon God Body. True Dragon Academy. Bedroom 101. SSS grade talent, the treatment is just different. Li Luo surveyed the dormitory and laughed. A single villa serves as the dormitory, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters, encompassing a swimming pool, a stadium, and even more than a dozen robots to serve. Free from all chores, you can focus on cultivation. Roar! Pale Star was also excited. Such a privileged environment, it's unthinkable. Start practicing. Leroy's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately closed his eyes and composed himself. The basic meditation idea quietly operates. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Luo's eyebrows, however, could not help but wrinkle. Meditation efficiency, too slow. He was extremely upset. The practice of the Beast Master is called meditation. Basic meditation thoughts, naturally, were the most common meditation thoughts and had the most general effects. The win is mild. If you want to increase the speed of meditation, you have to choose a higher level meditation, such as the intermediate level meditation, Dragon Meditation, or the high level meditation, Bearing Dragon Meditation, or even the super level meditation, Holy Dragon Meditation. However, the higher the meditative thoughts, the more difficult it would be to successfully cultivate them. Even if Li Luo had rented the SSS grade talent Ancestral Dragon, it would take several days to master the high level meditation method. Superlative meditation? Just exchanging it from the book depository would cost tens of millions of dasha coins. If you want to cultivate it, you will have to pay for several months. Intermediate? High order? Superior? Leroy couldn't help but shake his head. It's too low. System. Liluo immediately said, I want to rent the Divine Meditation Method, Dragon God Meditation Method. Least successful. Dragon God Meditation Method, a divine level meditation method, least under the condition of SSS level dragon talent, which can increase the speed of meditation by 365 times. The price is 10 million per day. The system alert came. Boom. Deep in Leroy's mind. The shadow of an incomparably magnificent dragon god quietly condensed. Just by contemplating the shadow of this dragon god, the speed of meditation could be increased by 365 times, and there were many more incredible effects. One day of me practicing the dragon god meditation method is equivalent to 1 year of practicing the basic meditation method. Liluo took a deep breath and secretly said, this shadow of the dragon god, the cost of appearing for 1 day is 10 million dasha coins, never waste a single second. Despite the overwhelming urgency. Leroy, however, did not mess up. System, lease me the divine skill Desolate Dragon Divine Body. Least successful. Desolate Dragon God Body, God level skill, passive existence for 1 day, can enhance twice the strength, defense, speed, and permanent existence. Once actively released, on top of that, strength, defense, and speed will all skyrocket 100 times. The price is 10 million per day. Roar. With the Desolate Dragon Divine Body empowered. Little Song Xing's dragon eyes steeply became incomparably shocked and ecstatic. It could clearly perceive that strength, defense, and speed were skyrocketing at an incredible rate. If Little Pale Star is willing, it can also directly explode 100 times its strength, defense, and speed. Ho ho ho! Little Song Xing looked at Li Luo, his dragon eyes full of adoration and gratitude. It naturally understands. Whether it was the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon's bloodline or the incredible Desolate Dragon God Body, it all came from Li Luo's bestowal. SSS Great Ancestral Dragon Talent, Bloodline of the Emperor Dragon Seed, Divine Meditation Skills, Divine Skills. Li Luo took a deep breath and secretly said, my daily rental cost now reaches a staggering 35 million dasha coins. 1 billion dasha coins wouldn't even be enough for a month. Must improve my strength as soon as possible to make more money. According to the system. With a 1-year lease, you can own it forever. Oh, I only have enough money to rent for a month right now. A full year's lease? That's too far. Leroy shook his head for a moment. Despite the pressure, he has no regrets. The SSS Great Ancestral Dragon Talent gave him the status of a supreme heavenly pride, as well as potential. The Dragon God Meditation Method allowed his cultivation speed to skyrocket, 1 day could be worth a year. The Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon Bloodline, as well as the Desolate Dragon God Body, were enough to give Little Tsong Xing an incomparably terrifying potential, as well as incredible battle power. Especially the divine level skill, Desolate Dragon Divine Body. Even more so with the Little Pale Star, it was an unbelievable fit. Dragon's Pale Star. Attributes, Arakanese, Dragon. Realm, Awakening Third Order. Bloodline, Imperial Tsungtian Desolate Dragon 100%. Skills. 1. Desolate Power High Ranking Skill, boosts strength by 10 times. 2. Dragon Scale High Ranking Skill, boosts defense by 10 times. 3. Extreme Speed High Ranking Skill, boosting speed by 10 times. For Desolate Ancient Domain Super Rank Skill, releasing endless Desolate Ancient Power, constructing a domain, which can suppress the enemy. Located in the Draconic Domain, strength, defense and speed can be increased by 10 times. 5. Desolate Dragon Divine Body Divine Level Skill, every day can improve 1 times the basic strength, basic defense, basic speed, permanently enhance the bottom. Actively releasing Desolate Dragon Divine Body can induce endless ancient divine power, base strength, defense, and speed, skyrocketing 100 times. Little Cthulhu Star's attribute panel, through the Imperial Beast contract, slowly surfaced. The Desolate Dragon Clan, known for their melee combat, is extremely domineering. Li Luo took a deep breath and secretly said, the 3 major high rank skills, after actively releasing them, strength, defense, and speed can all be increased by 10 times. If the super rank skill Desolate Ancient Domain is stacked on top of it, the amplitude of strength, defense, and speed can reach 20 times. If you unleash a divine level skill, Desolate Dragon Divine Body? That's 2,000 times. Such a horrible amplitude. Little pale star swung out with a claw. A mountain peak, I'm afraid, will crumble. However, once the desolate dragon divine body is actively released, the divine power contained within will dissipate, and there will be no more passive boosts to strength, defense, or speed. Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, this divine level skill is incomparably terrifying in its power, yet it should be used with caution. Many thoughts flashed by. Only then did he start practicing in earnest. Dragon God Meditation Method. Li Luo began to visualize the dragon god and kept consuming the bottom of the space spirit crystal. In the depths of the mind. An imperial beast space that was expanding. The expansion of space is yet to come. Li Luo was surprised to find that at the core of the imperial beast space, countless dragon god source powers were continuously converging. Without realizing it. Surprisingly, it converged into a small pool. Dragonizing pool. Leroy's eyes vibrated. He instantly realized the name of this pool. The legendary Dragon Transformation Pool is one of the many wonders of the Dragon Realm. Along with the Dragon Transformation Pool, there is also the Dragon Xin Mountain, the Meteor Dragon River, and the Dragon Ascension Gate. Li Luo's eyes lit up and he secretly said, Dragon Transformation Pool can make all dragons, bloodline purified. Dragon Suppressing Mountain can suppress divine dragons. The Meteor Dragon River and the Dragon Gate. As long as I keep practicing the Dragon God meditation thoughts, I may be able to gather the many wonders of the Dragon Realm, and even make my Imperial Beast space comparable to the real Dragon Realm. The moment. Leroy couldn't help but have endless ambitions. The Dragon Realm. The ancestral land of all dragons. An unknown number of sacred dragons, and even emperor dragons, resided in the Dragon Realm. If Li Luo's Imperial Beast space was comparable to the real Dragon Realm, he would definitely be able to ascend to the absolute top of this world and look down on the heavens. Chapter 8 Constructing the Dragon Transformation Pool. Breaking through the 10th stage of awakening. 3 days. A wobble. Bedroom 101. Dragon Transformation Pool, become. Leroy's thoughts sank in. In the space of the Imperial Beast. An ancestral dragon silhouette that snaked its way. It eventually fell into the core of the Imperial Beast space and completely melted into the Dragon Transformation Pool. 3 days of bitter cultivation, finally the Dragon Transformation Pool, completely stabilized. Li Luo couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise as he secretly said, in this way, the Dragon Transformation Pool will be able to produce Dragon Transformation liquid unceasingly. 1 drop of Dragon Transformation liquid is worth over 1 million. And my Imperial Beast space can produce a drop of Dragon Transformation liquid every day. It's worthy of being a divine level meditation idea, it's truly heaven-defying. In the future, when the realm rises up, it will definitely be able to produce more Dragon Transformation liquid, and even achieve self-sufficiency, and directly use the proceeds from the Dragon Transformation Pool to buy out the Dragon God meditation method. Leroy was extremely pleased. He couldn't help but look forward to it. A Dragon Transformation Pool was so heaven-defying. The many wonders of the Dragon World, Jinlong Mountain, Meteor Dragon River, Climbing Dragon Gate. And how amazing will it be? Awakening Level 10th Order. Leroy sensed carefully. After 3 days of hard training, it is equivalent to 3 years for a regular person. If he didn't have to condense the Dragon Transformation Pool, Li Luo would have long since broken through the Transcendent level. Even so, Li Luo had also reached the limit of the Awakening level. The area of the SSS grade Imperial Beast space was 100 times more than its counterpart. It's 10,000 square meters. Roar. A dragon's roar came. Little Song Xing Zora, too, was skyrocketing. The bloodline continued to purify, and the strength, defense, and speed were all insanely increasing. Realm breakthrough. Awakening level 10th order. Through the Imperial Beast contract, countless feedback came pouring in. Click. Click. Li Luo's body was constantly emitting explosive sounds. What a terrifying power. Leroy's eyes trembled. Through the contractual connection, the Imperial Beastmaster can obtain many physical feedbacks from the body of the favored beast. Among them, S-Rank talent for 50% feedback. SS level talent for 70% feedback. If SSS level, get 100% feedback even more. Also, there's also a certain chance that you can share the skills of a contracted Imperial Beast. Unfortunately, Pale Star's breakthrough to Awakening rank 10 did not allow me to successfully share my skills. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head, but he wasn't discouraged in the slightest, secretly saying, the probability of a small realm breakthrough in sharing skills is, after all, too low. If little Song Xing breaks through to the transcendent level, perhaps he will be able to trigger skill sharing. Ho ho ho! There was a low growl from Pale Star. There's no rush to break through the transcendent level. Li Luo stroked little Song Xing's head and laughed. Rumor has it that in many realms, there is the extreme realm, which can raise the base to the limit and even comprehend new racial skills. With our talents, we can completely pursue the awakening level extreme realm. Howl. Pale Star crooked his dragon's head. The dragon's eyes sparkled. Extreme realm? Exactly. Li Luo laughed out softly and said, Elder Songya's battle prowess is known to be unrivaled at the same level. On the way to growing up, there were at least several realms that reached the legendary extreme realm. You also possess the bloodline of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, and you even possess the divine great skill Desolate Dragon Divine Body. If you don't pursue the extreme realm, wouldn't it be a waste? Ho ho ho! Pale Star nodded repeatedly. It moved. It seems that rushing to break through the realm isn't so good. True Dragon Academy. As the 3 days passed, the enrollment conference finally came to a close. Many geniuses and prides, according to their respective choices, were officially enrolled. The moment. The True Dragon Academy was bustling with activity. Have you heard? This term of freshmen, but there are 3 SS grade talented demons who have chosen the True Dragon Academy, Phoenix Academy, and Kirin Academy respectively. SS-Rank talent, my ass. Don't you guys know? The True Dragon Academy's freshmen this term are the strongest of all time. SS-Rank, is that such an exaggeration? One must know that the Imperial Beast talent, too, is not set in stone. I've heard that several seniors in the senior year have upgraded their S-Rank talents to SS-Rank. This class of freshmen, even if they have SS-Rank talents, they're not considered the strongest, are they? What do you know? This freshman class, there is a peerless demon with SSS-Rank talent. In front of an SSS-Rank talent, no matter if you are born with it, or if it is an elevated SS-Rank talent, you can only be strongly suppressed. Holy, SSS grade talent? Isn't it said that only in a few decades will the Summer Kingdom give birth to a peerless demon with SSS rank talent? The last time an SSS grade talent was born, it was only 10 years ago. That SSS class peerless demon is now a general in the military department, leading many imperial beasts and fighting against countless extraterrestrial alien races. If there really is SSS grade talent, I'm afraid that the new students of this session of the True Dragon Academy, no matter what S-grade Heavenly Pride or SS grade demons they are, will all be suppressed. That's not necessarily true. I heard that one SSS peerless demon, before the freshman examination, had not even contracted the initial Imperial Beast yet. On the contrary, other S-ranked prides and even SS-ranked demons have long since reached the 10th stage of the awakening level, or even broken through to the transcendent level, and contracted the second Imperial Beast. Realm suppression? It's commonplace for people to do so. If that SSS grade absolute demon doesn't know how to restrain and bide his time, I'm afraid he'll have to suffer. Countless arguments flew across the room. Bedroom 101. Quite a few new students, converging here. According to the conventions of the True Dragon Academy, those with the highest talent amongst the freshmen will be placed in the 101 dormitory. If there are no exceptions, that SSS grade talent absolute demon lives here. Many new students, looking expectant and exhilarated, wanted to get to see that peerless demon. SSS class demon? An S-ranked Heavenly Pride said disdainfully, even if the ceiling is higher, it can't be called the number 1 freshman, can it? Before officially enrolling in school, the initial Imperial Beasts weren't even contracted. In just 3 days, how strong can he be? I'm afraid he's still practicing basic meditation, right? At most, he's just broken through the second stage of the awakening class. Kazitsong, you've only cultivated to the awakening 10th rank by practicing for half a year more and mastering a high-grade meditation method. If you give that SSS rank the same amount of time as you, I'm afraid you can be easily crushed. Another S-class pride, Kai Chungyu, said in a cold voice, SSS class talent can be called an absolute demon. Once they grow up, they are the pillars of the Xia Kingdom. You, Kazitsong, are only an S-rank talent. Who gave you the guts to speak so presumptuously? Kai Chungyu, are you provoking me? Kazitsong coldly said, I heard that you have awakened the S-rank talent Skycloud Dragon Shadow and also contracted a young dragon of the flying dragon species? I would like to see if the Dragon Master lineage is still strong. Then it's a fight. Kai Chengyu took a step forward and said, "My generation of Imperial Dragon Masters, what is there to fear?" Kozitsong and Kai Chengyu, confronting each other with warlike intent. Many of the new students were excited. Kozitsong, Kai Chengyu, are both S-class heavenly prides, but also from the big families in Kyoto, with deep roots. It is said that Kozitsong, Kai Chengyu, can be half a year in advance of training, which is enrolled in the True Dragon School. Kozitsong's realm has long since reached the 10th awakening rank. On the contrary, Kai Chengyu is only at the 8th awakening level. He's still unafraid even when challenged at a higher level. It's truly worthy of the Dragon Master lineage. No wonder Kai Chengyu would defend that SSS rank. Who knows, as the first Imperial Dragon Master, concubine Xia personally accepted that SSS rank as her disciple. That SSS rank is an absolute demon, and can be called the holy son of the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters. Kozitsong and Kai Chengyu, against each other. The battle intent kept entangling, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. What a hoot! An easy voice washed away the wariness. Squeak! Villa 101, the door opens. A handsome young man walked, his gait extremely casual but heavy as a mountain, stepping out one footprint after another, raising his head and saying, "I heard that someone questioned my identity as the #1 freshman?" Indifferent eyes, constantly flowing. Slowly dropping. "It's you?" Leroy gazed at Kozitsong. Kozitsong was stiff, only feeling that Li Luo's eyes, which were like an ancient desolate dragon, emanated a monstrous icy battle intent, and seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that fell down, causing Kozitsong's will to be constantly slashed, and the pain was excruciating. Chapter 9, Song Xing vs. Dark Bone Serpent. Strong suppression. He is Li Luo? That peerless demon who has awakened his SSS grade talent? What a terrifying oppression of will. It's like a holy dragon with drooping eyes. It's more than that. Li Luo's power, it seems, is also extremely strong. Wherever he walks, he can still leave footprints. I'm afraid that the young dragon he contracted with got a great breakthrough before he fed back his physique, and it was too late to adapt. Kozitsong must have regretted it. Regardless of Li Luo's strength, whether or not he can beat him. It's also never wise to offend a supreme demon like this. If Kozitsong can defeat Li Luo, it would be a direct way to make a name for himself. Many freshmen, all whispering. Leroy. Kozitsong's face turned pale as he forced himself to say, "No matter how strong your talent is, you have not yet cashed in after all. Do you dare to fight me?" He looked straight at Leroy, waiting for the other man to respond. Kozitsong also had his own considerations. The Cole family. It has always been at odds with the Royal Dragon Master's lineage. A few years ago, the head of the Ku family, Kozitsong's grandfather, lost miserably to Princess Xia. The Imperial Beast space shattered, completely reduced to a waste. This matter was extremely secretive, and only the many Imperial Beast giants, as well as the direct lineage of the Ku clan, knew about it. Kozitsong is one of the heirs of the Ku family. If he could defeat concubine Xiao's personal disciple, he would surely be able to gain a greater voice in the Ku family. Kozitsong also knew that if he was given SSS grade talent and enough time to grow, he would definitely not have any chance of winning. Only now, while Li Luo had just contracted the initial Imperial Dragon and his realm was still low, did he have enough chances to win? Definitely yes. Kozitsong looked nervous. "You want to challenge me?" Li Luo lightly laughed, his eyes swept Kozitsong, blandly said, "You also deserve it?" You can hear a pin drop. Many new students, looking at each other. It seems that this battle is inevitable. With the rules of the True Dragon Academy, if there is any provocation or abuse, you can directly fight. Li Luo's tone is so arrogant. If he is defeated by Kozitsong, it will be a disgrace. Historically, not every SSS class peerless demon has been defeated. But without exception, they all chose to keep a low profile before their wings were full. To be as arrogant and cocky as Li Luo is unique. Kozitsong's expression instantly became incredibly irritated. Boom! A summoning spell formation that quietly coalesced. From within the spell formation, a pitch-black bone serpent was drilled out, emitting an extremely cold and dark aura. That's a dark bone serpent, necromancy, darkness, dual attribute undead life. Once it reaches adulthood, it's at least Lord level. Awakening the 10th rank dark bone serpent, coupled with Kozitsong's awakened S-rank talent dark spirit, even if he meets a transcendent level, he still has the power to fight. Li Luo is bound to suffer a backlash for insulting a heavenly pride like this. Many of the new students were in awe and emotion. The dark bone serpent of the 10th rank of awakening was already called the first echelon amongst this class of freshmen in the True Dragon Academy. Li Luo, if you insult me like this, even if I beat you to death, no one can stand up for you. Kazitsong spoke out coldly. You seem very confident, but you're overlooking one thing. Li Luo shook his head and lost his smile, saying, the gap between a true demon and a mediocre talent is like a heavenly abyss. What you have achieved in a year of hard cultivation, I only need to cultivate for one day to completely surpass you. Wow! The Imperial Beast's phalanx quietly surfaced. A pale young dragon, snaking out of the spell. You actually contracted the desolate dragon? Kozitson's expression was slightly stunned, then he laughed out loud and said, it seems that you are not valued by that first dragon master either. The desolate dragon that you contracted is only similar to the dark bone snake that I contracted. If you had contracted the red inferno dragon and the dark demon dragon, which are adult as a monarch-grade dragon species, I would still be afraid of you for a few minutes. But you've contracted the desolate dragon on your own, which is nothing more than a flying dragon species. With the same lord-level potential, how are you going to challenge over the level? The corners of Ku Zitsong's mouth grinned. Couldn't stop laughing at all. You're very vocal. Li Luo frowned slightly and said coldly, Song Xing, settle it. Roar. Little Cthulhu Star was incredibly excited and let out a high-pitched dragon roar. The initial sparring match made Little Song Xing's battle intent inspired to the extreme. Draconic power, dragon scale, extreme speed. The turnaround was unleashed. Little Cthulhu's strength, defense, and speed were directly increased by 10 times. Even the aura, it skyrocketed. Hiss. The dark bone snake kept spitting out snake letters. Pitch-black white bone-cast body, constantly twisting and coming, diffused bursts of pitch-black mist, seems to be able to erode everything, passing through the road, or stained with pitch-black color, has been corroded. Dark bone serpent's racial skill, pitch-black erosion. A freshman exclaimed, this is a middle-ranked skill, extremely powerful. To this, Leroy ignored it. Intermediate skills? The desolate force, dragon scale, and extreme speed that Little Song Xing had performed were all high-level racial techniques. There are even super-rank skills that have yet to be performed. A dark bone serpent is not worthy of allowing Little Song Xing to use a super-rank skill. Leroy's eyes were cold. When the dark bone serpent and the desolate dragon were about to collide. Stupid as hell. Kazitsong sneered coldly and said, how dare he not add the Imperial Beast talent? What arrogance and stupidity. He doesn't hide it anymore. S-class talent. Dark spirit. Transient enchantment. The power of death and darkness in the dark bone snake's body directly skyrocketed. In the face of the dark bone serpent's terrifying attack, Little Cthulhu Star, however, merely raised his dragon claw. Jab. The blackness eroded and was torn right through. The pale dragon's claws were unstoppable. It had actually directly torn apart the dark bone snake's pitch-black snake bone. No, it can't be. Kazitsong's face was pale, and he watched as the dark bone snake's body was directly torn apart, and the tail even snapped open, and the entire body was split into two by the pale dragon claws, directly. If it wasn't for the existence of the Imperial Beast contract, I'm afraid that the dark bone snake would have fallen long ago. The dark bone snake is defeated? Surprisingly, it couldn't even withstand a single blow? Li Luo awakened an SSS-Rank talent, but he didn't enchant it at all. On the contrary, Zitsong, with the S-rank talent Dark Spirit enchanted with Dark Bone Serpent, was still killed in seconds. That one desolate dragon cub, just what kind of bloodline is it, and its battle power is so terrifying? Just now, I sense that it seems that both Li Luo and the desolate dragon cub's realms have reached the 10th stage of awakening. Could it be that, as Li Luo said, the difference between a demon and a mediocre talent is like an abyss in the sky? One day of Li Luo's cultivation can be worth 1 year of Ku Zitsong's cultivation? SSS grade talent is only in legends. Today, I realize what an absolute demon is. Many of the new students present were incomparably marveled and shocked. I, defeated? Kazitsong lost his mind. When he raised his head, he found Li Luo's eyes, which didn't linger at all. It was as if Kurt's sun could not even get into the eyes. Not far. A stunningly beautiful young girl with ice crystals flashing in her beautiful eyes. Only 3 days have passed, and he's actually reached the 10th stage of awakening, the contracted desolate dragon cub, and his battle power is still so terrifying? Su Qingxue pursed her thin lips, slightly annoyed, and whispered, Li Luo, aren't you going to pursue me? Why haven't you come yet? Could it be that you can't see me anymore after awakening your SSS grade talent? Chapter 10, Su Qingxue wants to confess? You don't deserve to pursue Li Luo. Su Qingxue's mood could be described as extremely complicated. She has a distinguished family, beautiful face, but also awakened the S-class royal beast talent, can be said to have all the beauty of the world, never lack of suitors around, but to anyone, are not false color. Leroy, too, is one of them. Su Qingxue originally thought that after awakening the SSS grade talent Ancestral Dragon, Li Luo would definitely regain his confidence, and once again pluck up the courage to pursue himself. The pursuit of an SSS grade absolute demon, even Su Qingxue would find it hard to refuse. After 3 days of waiting, Su Qingxue did not receive any news from Li Luo, and immediately became a bit anxious. So, she personally came to the 101 dormitory, but witnessed that Li Luo's realm reached the 10th stage of awakening, and with the contracted pet beast Pale Star, he strongly defeated the scene of the dark bone snake. Su Qingxue's eyes constantly flickered. Li Luo's figure, however, kept walking away. Leroy. Su Qingxue finally couldn't hold back and said, stop right there. Li Luo frowned slightly, and then he stopped in his tracks. For Su Qingxue, he naturally recognized him. Li Luo was once still Su Qingxue's suitor, and had once publicly confessed his love. The one who pursued Su Qingxue was the predecessor. When Leroy crossed over, he had long been rejected for a long time. Li Luo didn't have any feelings for Su Qingxue at all. In terms of talent, the S-rank talent, Icy Cold Heart, was just average. On looks, the beautiful master, concubine Xia, is cool and absolutely beautiful, and her charm is unrivaled. In terms of strength, Su Qingxue had just broken through to the transcendent level, and her realm hadn't even been stabilized yet. With little Song Xing's strength, it might not be impossible to win the battle. The bottom line is, it had only been 3 days since Li Luo had cultivated. On the contrary, what about Su Qingxue? Practicing at least half a year in advance. How big is the difference? Su Qingxue couldn't help but tremble a little when she noticed Li Luo's eyes. She vaguely had a feeling that deep within that pair of clear eyes seemed to seal an incomparably magnificent dragon god, ready to descend into the world at any moment. Only a hint of qi is leaked and it's so terrifying? Li Luo must have cultivated a super-order meditation method. Su Qingxue's heart trembled as she secretly said, only a super-order meditation can cultivate the soul of a royal beast master, to be so powerful. She had a vague realization. No wonder. When facing Li Luo, Kazitsong's performance was so unbearable. Just a hint of qi made her feel her heart tremble. How terrifying would it be if the soul pressure was in full force? Immediately, Su Qingxue was even more shocked. Super-order meditation. It would take an extremely long time just to cultivate the initiation. With Su Qingxue's family history and talent, she had only been initiated into a high-level meditation method, yet she had already been praised by her master as possessing extraordinary enlightenment. As for the super-order meditation idea, she couldn't even think about it. No wonder Li Luo's realm has risen so quickly. If it's the super-rank meditation method, combined with the SSS-Rank talent Ancestral Dragon, and the precious treasures gifted by concubine Xia, it would make sense. Su Qingxue's mood couldn't help but be a little sour. When she first rejected Li Luo, she could be considered extremely arrogant. Nowadays. And yet she had to admit it. With the passage of time, she would soon be surpassed by Li Luo and left far behind. Classmate, what's the matter with you? Li Luo's expression was slightly puzzled and detached. Su Qingxue wanted to say something. She would have questioned why she didn't come after her. When she met Leroy's slightly detached gaze, it was something she simply couldn't say. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. Leroy nodded slightly. With Leroy gone, Su Qingxue's silhouette seemed to be tinted with a hint of depression. The scene. Undoubtedly evocative. The many new students present had long been dumbstruck. Holy. Su Qingxue wouldn't be trying to confess to Li Luo, right? I admit that Li Luo's talent, his strength, is indeed very strong. But, Su Qingxue is our true Dragon Academy, one of the 3 goddesses of this freshman class.
Goddess Su wants to confess to Li Luo? I'm heartbroken.
Lust for words, lust for words. This is clearly a love affair. Many of the freshmen were completely dumbfounded. They really didn't expect to see such a passionate scene after witnessing Li Luo's strong defeat of Kazitsong. It was simply not worth the trip.
Ha! Su Qingxue listened to the murmurs. She was also dumbfounded. Wasn't it Leroy who pursued her? How did it turn into Su Qingxue wanting to publicly confess with Li Luo? It's outrageous.
In Su Qingxue's heart, she couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness welling up.
It dawned on her that no matter how she explained it, she feared no one would believe it. With Li Luo's natural ability and talent, it was undoubtedly human nature to make Su Qingxue's heart fall in love with him. If Li Luo pursues Su Qingxue? Pursuing S-Rank with SSS-Rank talent? Does that make sense?
Li Luo's strong defeat of Kazijin, which attracted the freshmen of the True Dragon Academy, one of the three major goddesses, Su Qingxue, who wanted to confess her love for him, quickly spread among the freshmen.
Have you heard?
That SSS-Rank talent absolute demon Li Luo, in just 3 days, has cultivated to the 10th stage of awakening. Not only that, the desolate dragon that he contracted has an incomparable battle prowess, strongly crushing Kazitsong's dark bone serpent. In that battle, Li Luo's valor was mesmerizing. It even led Su Qingxue, Goddess Su, to take the initiative to confess. However, Li Luo's attitude was extremely distant, making Goddess Su shy away. Hey, this section of unrequited love, in the end, to end without a disease. Li Luo once threatened that there is a world of difference between a demon and a mediocre talent. One day of Li Luo's cultivation can be worth a year of mediocrity. TSK, Kazitsong acted arrogantly and cockily, trying to use Li Luo as a stepping stone, but he was directly trampled under his feet, and was directly ruined. Countless arguments converged. Su Qingxue walked on the school road and couldn't help but clench her silver teeth, secretly annoyed. Obviously Li Luo confessed first, how did it turn into my unrequited love? Su Qingxue took a deep breath, all a bit aggravated, secretly saying, I just want to give Li Luo a chance to pursue me. There are so many thoughts, there are no words for them. Rumors must be dispelled. Su Qingxue's eyes gradually became firm. You're Su Qingxue? On the school road, a black-skirted woman walked head-on. She had an extremely seductive face, extremely hot body, not at all like an 18-year-old girl. What's wrong? Su Qingxue frowned slightly. To introduce myself, I'm Jiang Yao, with a royal beast talent of S-Rank Phantom Heart. The black-skirted seductive woman, Jiang Yao, with an amused smile, said, I heard that you are in love with Li Luo? Su Qingxue, with your strength, I'm afraid you're still unable to own Li Luo, right? What do you mean? Su Qingxue vaguely felt bad and said in surprise, are you Jiang Yao, who is the same S-class talent among this class of freshmen? She suddenly realized that the black-skirted seductive woman in front of her was none other than Jiang Yao, who was on par with Su Qingxue among the freshmen of the True Dragon Academy. Regardless of family, looks, or talent. All of them are not inferior to each other. I told you. Jiang Yao shook her head slightly and said, with your strength, you are not qualified to pursue Li Luo. The words fell. Boom! An imperial beast formation was quietly opened. Chapter 11 A Supreme Demon, Falling Down? Shocking explosion. 2 of the 3 great goddesses, Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao, actually fought in order to pursue Li Luo. Holy! Is this the charm of an absolute demon? Why have I only awakened AB rank talent? I also want to awaken an SSS rank talent and become a supreme demon to attract the hearts of beauties. For a moment, Li Luo's name resounded through the True Dragon School. Leroy walked along, his mind filled with questions. Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao actually fought? Li Luo pondered briefly, and began to check out what had happened in the Academy Forum, and found that the battle between Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao could be described as a fight to the death. Jiang Yao, S-rank talent Phantom Heart? Li Luo investigated a little, and was instantly shocked, cursing, holy, this is to use me as a furnace pot, refining my talent origin. This Jiang Yao is simply a devilish woman with bad intentions. S-rank Imperial Beast talent. Phantom Heart. It was an extremely special dark system talent. This talent corresponds to the demonic race, the charmed demons. It's well known. The Chimera clan feeds on desire. Jiang Yao awakened the S-class talent Phantom Heart. If Li Luo really and Jiang Yao together, and what happened?
I'm afraid that the SSS class talent origin, all to be sucked away part. With the SSS grade talent as the nutrient, Jiang Yao's S grade talent Phantom Heart might really be able to transform to SS grade. Demonis! Li Luo was shocked for a moment and said, however, it seems like there's no need for me to worry about anything. After all, my SSS grade talent, Ancestral Dragon, was only leased for 1 day. Even if all of the SSS grade talent origins are sucked away, I'll recover after leasing it for another day. One thought to this. Li Luo's eyes, however, brightened steeply. It was as if he had found a bug in the system. Yes. If I possessed the means to extract the origin of my talent, I could completely profit from it. If it were a regular person, it would be extremely difficult to recover when the talent origin is extracted. I don't have those worries, just rent again. Many thoughts flashed by. Li Luo's eyes, however, were getting brighter and brighter. The True Dragon School's collection of books is all-encompassing. Li Luo's eyes flickered as he secretly said, among the hidden books, there must be a method to extract the talent origin. True Dragon Academy. Book Depository. You're Leroy? An old man's eyes lowered, vaguely transmitting a strand of astonishment, saying, with SSS grade Imperial Beast talent, your authority in the True Dragon Academy is second only to the Dean. There are 9 floors in the book depository. The first 3 floors are miscellaneous books on various deeds. Starting from the 4th level, they correspond to the beginner, middle, high, and super levels, the 4 major levels. With your authority, you can travel up to the 7th floor. The words fell. This old man then narrowed his eyes and seemed to have transformed into an ancient statue. Yes, Elder. Li Luo respectfully arched his hand. Before heading to the book depository, he had naturally investigated. The old man in front of me, titled Martyr Saint, was the administrator of the True Dragon Academy's book depository, and also an incomparably ancient and powerful dragon master, who had once gone deep into the demon realm and killed countless demons. Countless years have passed, this Lai Sage Sr., his lifespan will end, dying, but with the supreme secret method, sealed the breath of life, only to be in the True Dragon School, and even the Xia Kingdom crisis, the extreme sublimity, to protect the great Xia. It's too. No one in the large True Dragon Academy did not treat the old man with respect. The 7th level, corresponding to the Super Order method. Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, let's hope that the extraction of talent origin can be involved among the Super Order laws. He once again bowed to the old man. Spin. Straight to the depths of the book depository. Climb step by step. Soon arrived at the 7th floor. Super rank skill, Draconic Domain? Learning condition for the Draconic Dragon Clan? After a quick check, Li Luo quickly found a familiar skill. It was none other than Little Cthulhu Star's super rank skill, Desolate Ancient Domain. However, even if the other Desolate Dragon Clan will learn the Desolate Ancient Domain, there won't be much room for growth. Li Luo shook his head slightly and secretly said, unless this skill is completely integrated into the bloodline, it can only be completely sublimated with the elevation of the realm and bloodline. The 4 major skills that Little Song Xing had realized, Desolate Power, Dragon Scale, Extreme Speed, and Desolate Ancient Domain, all belong to the category of racial skills. As Little Song Xing continued to fuse the bloodline of the Song Tian Desolate Dragon, these 4 major skills would also continue to sublimate and ascend to become even stronger. If it is a skill learned later in life, there is no such treatment. The upper limit is obvious unless it is incorporated into the bloodline. For Leroy. Higher? Super? Wait until he leases the Divine Dragon bloodline to Little Song Xing in the future. Doomed. Found it. Li Luo kept searching and finally his eyes lit up and said, Super Order Secret Technique, Origin Cutting. This Super Order secret method can only cut through one's own talent origin and cannot be applied to others. The cut talent origin can be carried by a treasure pearl of the corresponding attribute. This secret method seems to have been created jointly by many old ancestors whose lifespans were approaching in order to keep the family legacy alive, just to keep their descendants' talent for beast robbing from going green. As for the price, it's not too expensive, just 5,000 dasha coins. Leroy took a deep breath. He immediately decided to purchase this Super Order Mystic Technique. Go! Book Depository, 1st floor. He actually traded for that secret method. The old man's eyes were cloudy as he watched Li Luo leave. Wow! A wisp of invisible intent stirred steeply. Boom! Master! Lu Tianqi appeared instantly and hastily saluted respectfully, saying, I wonder what I was summoned for. This term's freshman from the True Dragon Academy, but there is an SSS grade absolute demon? The old man's voice was extremely dry and hoarse. Yes. Lu Tianqi wore a joyful expression on his face as he said, Master has also noticed him? This son is named Li Luo. Not only has he awakened the SSS grade talent Ancestral Dragon, the contracted Draconic Dragon Cub has even returned to the Tsong Tian Draconic Dragon's bloodline. With an SSS grade talent, combined with the bloodline of the Emperor Dragon Seed, he will surely restore the glory of the Imperial Dragon Master lineage. Humph. The old man snorted coldly and said, Since you know that this son is the hope of the Royal Dragon Master lineage, why don't you protect the way for him attentively? Do you really want to anger the old man to death? Ha! Lu Tianqi was dumbfounded, stammered, and said, Li Luo worshipped Princess Xia and has been practicing in the dormitory. Did you know that he just exchanged for a super-ranked secret technique called origin cutting? The old man's tone was huffy as he said, This super-order secret technique can only cut through one's own talent origin. Oh, Lu Tianqi, you really impressed the old man. Do you really want to stand by and watch an SSS-class peerless demon fall? What? Lu Tianqi's eyes widened abruptly. Chapter 12 Leasing God-level secret techniques, enlightenment against the heavens. Boom! Above the vault of heaven. A red-colored inflammatory dragon steeply smashed through space. This is a big deal. Lu Tianqi revealed an anxious expression and said, We must inform concubine Xia as soon as possible. As the first Dragon Master, concubine Xia's residence was extremely secluded, located in a separate secret realm. Lu Tianqi was the dean of the True Dragon Academy, and could enter any secret realm in an extremely urgent situation. At this point, it was this authority that he used. A secret place surrounded by clouds. The pale-colored palace stretched for 10,000 meters. In the middle of the main hall, a figure that was cold and absolutely beautiful to the extreme, was slightly furrowing her eyebrows, endless pure white dragon breath flowing, as if she was a dragoness from the 9 heavens, unrivaled. Forced metamorphosis to SSS level with SS level talent. Concubine Xia murmured softly, Can't you do it after all? The talent of the imperial beasts is by no means set in stone. It is still possible to improve through cultivation. Only. With S-rank talent, ascending to SS rank, a number of them would be born in any era. But if it's SS, upgraded to SSS? On the subject of difficulty, it soars at least 10,000 times. Even though concubine Xia was gifted, she was still unable to do anything. Sister Xia. The silhouette of the Tsangyu sacred dragon slowly surfaced and advised, How difficult is it to metamorphose to SSS rank with SS rank talent? Looking at the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the human race, it has only happened a handful of times. But no one who achieves this feat is a son of the age. Our strength is already at the top of the Xia kingdom, so why are we in such a hurry? A trace of heartache flashed through the depths of Songyu's dragon eyes. Since concluding the contract with Xia Fei, Songyu had never seen Xia Fei slack off in the slightest. The world only knows. Princess Xia rises all the way to the top and pushes across the world. Eventually, strongly topped the first Imperial Dragon Division. But no one looks deeper. How much hardship and suffering Princess Xia went through in the process. Suddenly, roar! A dragon's roar resounded. The red-colored inflammatory dragon suddenly descended. Shasta. Xia Fei then appeared high in the sky. Princess Xia. Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Li Luo is afraid that something is going to happen. Boom! A pale dragon's breath that was terrifying to the extreme lingered above the sky, dispersing all the clouds and fog, and the heavens were cleared. It was as if a godless dragon was about to descend with dragon fury at any moment, exterminating everything in the world. Such a terrifying might only lasted for a split second before it had already converged. Dean Lu. Xia Fei regained her composure, as if the turmoil just now was just an illusion, and said in a clear and cold voice, in Li Luo's body, What exactly happened? Bedroom 101. In the living room. Even with SSS rank talent, if you want to learn a super ranked method, you have to give at least half a month's time. If it's SS rank? Or S rank talent? To learn a super ranked method, it would take at least several months, if not several years of painstaking cultivation. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, It's only been 3 days since I cultivated. The rental fee alone is over $100 million. Half a month? I can't afford to spend it. But it doesn't seem to be any harder for me to learn a super order method. One thought to this. Leroy couldn't help but hook a smile. System, give me the lease of the god-tier secret technique Enlightenment against the heavens. Lease successful. Enlightenment against the heavens, a divine-grade secret method that can raise enlightenment to the against the heavens level, and any secret method, battle technique, or meditation method can be learned in an instant. Price, 10 million per day. For unusual heavenly pride, and even demons. To practice any kind of meditation method or secret method, one must be incredibly careful. Leroy was different. Cultivate super-ordered methods with heaven-defying enlightenment. Liluo's eyes light up slightly, secretly said, I am afraid that can be accomplished in a moment. At the moment of successful leasing, Liluo had a feeling that the super-order method talent cutting seemed to have become extremely transparent, without a trace of secret. You begin practicing the super-ranked secret method, talent cutting. Introductory, minor, major, perfect. You've thoroughly learned the super-ranked secret method talent cutting. In an instant. Countless information that poured into Liluo's mind. As Liluo finished digesting it thoroughly, the enlightenment, which could be described as heaven-defying level, gradually subsided. It seems that the divine-grade secret method gnosis against the heavens is not without limits. Leasing for only 1 day, the enlightenment origin formed is only enough to allow me to enroll in a single super-ranked secret method. Liluo pondered briefly and secretly said, however, it's enough. To exchange 10 million dasha coins for the quick success of the super-ranked method is undoubtedly a big profit. All he had to do was think. The SSS-ranked ancestral dragon talent located in the mind would be split in part. Dragon Blast. Liluo took out a crystal core. It was a dragon crystal of a monarch-class dragon. However, the origin power contained within it had long since been absorbed, leaving only an empty shell. This dragon crystal, which does not contain the slightest bit of origin power, is extremely suitable as a container for the origin of talent. One thought to this. Leroy didn't hesitate any longer. He carefully stared at the system panel and realized that the SSS-grade ancestral dragon talent, the lease time was only in the last half hour. Endless ideas, transformed into a sharp blade. Click. The origin of the talent, cut straight through. Ouch. Extreme pain. Liluo clenched his teeth but was unwilling to waste it, controlling the split talent origin and integrating it into the dragon crystal. It's done. Liluo was sweating profusely and couldn't hide his weakness, but he couldn't help but reveal an incomparably delighted smile. Above the vault of heaven. Concubine Xia and Lu Tianqi, standing in the air. How difficult is it to cultivate a super-order mystic technique? Concubine Xia said coolly, even if Luo redeemed the talent cutting, she wouldn't be able to cultivate it in a short period of time. Rather, it's me who's concerned. Lu Tianqi was a bit ashamed. Lu Tianqi, you've been the dean of the True Dragon Academy for so many years, why are you still so startled? The Tsangyu Sacred Dragon emerged and scoffed, with SSS-Rank talent, even if you want to cultivate a super-ranked secret method, it would take at least half a month. Not to mention, it's still just an introduction. If you want to reach perfection and easily be able to cut through the SSS-Rank talent origin, it would take at least a few years. Song Yu. Concubine Xia stopped it with a look and said, Dean Lu is also concerned. If we really let Luor cultivate this secret method and cause irreversible consequences, that would be a really big deal. Got it. Song Yu nodded her head obediently. When facing Concubine Xia, Song Yu was not as arrogant and domineering. Go. Concubine Xia said in a clear and cold manner. In the living room. Li Luo's face, incomparably pale, seemed to be weak to the extreme. The moment he saw Concubine Xia, in the depths of Li Luo's eyes, he couldn't help but flash through a flash of consternation. Master, what brings you here? Li Luo quickly adjusted his state and let out a long sigh, saying, can't hide it after all? Lore, you. Xia Fei's eyes flickered, no longer able to maintain a cool appearance, her line of sight fell to the table 3 crystal cores emitting the ultimate dragon origin, but also incomparably moved, trembling, you've already cut the talent origin? Chapter 13 Fallen Demon? Mythic Great Origin. Master. Li Luo's eyes trembled slightly, and he whispered, I was born an orphan, and the only time I felt a trace of affection was when I was by your side. To me, you are like my sister. You've been so good to me, and I have nothing to show for it. These 3 gifted dragon crystals might be able to help Master Teacher a bit. Li Luo hooked up a reluctant smile, his face seemed even paler, and the sincerity in his eyes was even more so that Xia Fei felt incomparable heartache. Luo, why are you here? Xiafei's slender hand, slightly trembling, lightly caressed Li Luo's hair. Her cool eyes, a trace of clear tears trickled down, saying, "Since I took you as my disciple, I don't ask for any reward. As long as you grow up peacefully, I'll be satisfied." The master can think so, but I can't have peace of mind. Li Luo bitterly smiled and shook his head, holding up the 3 dragon crystals on the table, saying, "These 3 gifted dragon crystals, please accept them, master." Concubine Xia hugged Li Luo in her arms, and a fresh and light fragrance flooded Li Luo's nostrils. The incomparably warm, soft embrace, even more so, made Li Luo clearly feel Xiafei's caring feelings. Concubine Xia did not go to pick up those 3 talent dragon crystals, even though she detected an unparalleled attraction from the 3 talent dragon crystals, but she restrained it raw with her strong willpower. Li Luo purchased the super order method talent cutting. I'm afraid that it is to cut their own talent origin, hoping to use this to help Xiafei to complete the metamorphosis of the talent origin. Silly boy. Xiafei's mood, complex and incomparable, whispered, "These 3 dragon crystals, even though they contain SSS grade talent origin, they are not enough to make my SS grade talent complete a qualitative change. But for you, it is damage that can never be repaired. Why are you suffering? It's fine, I can continue cutting the talent origin until Master Teacher's SS grade talent completely metamorphoses into SSS grade." Leroy grinned. That smile, incomparably sunny, seemed to dispel all the hardships and sufferings that Concubine Xia had suffered over the past 10 years. "Luo, I will never allow you to cut the talent origin again." Xiafei's tone was characterized by unquestionable determination as she said, "More than that, the talent origin that you have damaged, no matter what the cost, I will definitely help you make up for it." Mastermind. Leroy was about to say something. Steep. His complexion changed slightly. This. Xiafei's eyes shook dramatically, a clear and cold heart and soul, completely sunk to the bottom, trembling. "Luo, your talent origin. How is this possible? The SSS grade ancestral dragon talent that you awakened has dissipated?" She could hardly believe her perception. Looking into Leroy's eyes. It's full of heartache and self-loathing. If only she had paid more attention to Leroy's moods and supervised more harshly. Perhaps. This is a tragedy that would not have happened. How can it be? Lu Tianqi dropped down, revealing an incomparably shaken expression, as if his worldview was being turned upside down, saying, in just 1 day's time, he learned a top-secret method. What kind of terrifying enlightenment is this? He was utterly shocked. Such a heaven-defying enlightenment is unheard of. When Lu Tianqi saw that Li Luo's body no longer had a trace of talent origin breath, but also his body was stiff, as if it had turned into a piece of dead wood that had burned, and his old eyes were filled with tears as he said, "The demon that is destined to suppress the times, is it really going to fall?" Before his deanship, he was more of a teacher. Seeing the fall of a supreme demon, it was even more so that Lu Tianqi felt incomparably sad. A super-ordered method, learned in a day? Xiafei suddenly came to a clear understanding, and the eyes that looked at Li Luo were even more filled with regret and self-blame. If she had known, cared for Leroy, a little more deeply, she might have come sooner and thus prevented this from happening. Concubine Xia was incomparably aware of what kind of terrifying enlightenment it was to learn a super-ranked method in a day. With such a heaven-defying enlightenment, even if one only awakens an F-rank talent, one can still rise step by step and push across the world. If you add SSS level talent, it's more of a king bomb. Luo, I will definitely make your SSS grade ancestral dragon talent awaken again. The summer concubine spoke out firmly. Master, Dean. Li Luo looked at Concubine Xia and Lu Tianqi with a touching look in his eyes, but he shook his head and said, "You guys actually don't need to worry." "How do you keep us from worrying?" Lu Tianqi was incomparably pained, saying, "The SSS grade talent you awakened has completely dissipated. From now on, your Royal Beastmaster realm is going to stay at the awakening grade 10th step forever." "Wait, your realm has already reached the 10th awakening level? It's only been 3 days." He was completely dumbfounded. Comes with the territory. Undoubtedly more drastically painful. 3 short days. From awakening level 1, it was raised to awakening level 10. What kind of concept is that? Looking at the history of the human race, it was also unparalleled. "I'm really fine." Leroy shook his head. He looked at Concubine Xia and Lu Tianqi and was also extremely moved. The moment. Leroy is profoundly aware. He seems to be playing big. When he initially decided to purchase talent cutting, His original intention was to cut down the talent and turn it into talent dragon crystals, gifting it to his master teacher, concubine Xia, to use it to enhance the talent of the imperial beasts, and by the way, angrily brushing a wave of the goodwill of his beautiful master teacher. As long as the goodwill of the beautiful master teacher came up, why worry about not having enough money for renting god-level skills and heaven-defying bloodlines? Pity. Plans can't catch up with change. Xia Fei and Lu Tianqi unexpectedly descended directly. There is no way around it. Leroy had to spike his acting out. He sensed something was wrong. How could the always cool master be so sentimental? That line of clear tears is in no way false. The increase in favorability is too easy, isn't it? Leroy, however, does not know. Loneliness had never been a companion in Princess Xia's upbringing. No one was like Li Luo. Even if he sacrificed himself, he still wanted to return the favor. That moment. Li Luo had undoubtedly touched, deep down, the softest place in Xia Fei's heart. As for the SSS-Rank talent dissipating, it was purely a matter of leasing time that happened to arrive. A series of coincidences. It made Leroy's scalp go a little numb. Good thing too. Li Luo took a deep breath and secretly said, brushing a wave of master's favor, no loss. Many thoughts flashed. He realized abruptly that he couldn't keep up the act. System, lease me the SSS grade Imperial Beast talent, Ancestral Dragon. Boom. A wisp of ancient greatness rose. How is this possible? Lu Tianqi was shocked. The SSS-Rank talent that had completely dissipated has revived once again? The origin is extremely intact, with no trace of cutting. Lore, you. Princess Xia pursed her thin lips. What was in front of her eyes was also beyond her knowledge. What did you think of, Princess Xia? Lu Tianqi gazed at Li Luo, and while he was incomparably shocked, he was filled with incomparable excitement. There's only one possibility. Xia Fei took a deep breath. Even with her cool nature, she was unable to maintain her calmness and said, in Luo's body, I'm afraid that there's a talent origin that's higher than the SSS grade talent, even higher. Yes too. No matter how Luo cuts the origin, it will still be replenished. A speech that makes sense. Above the SSS level. Lu Tianqi's eyes, constantly lit up, excitedly said, could it be the legendary mythical level? Master, Dean. Li Luo seemed to have made some sort of determination and said sincerely, now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you. Within my body, there is indeed a mythical grade talent origin hidden. It's only because of the existence of the SSS grade talent Ancestral Dragon that I can't truly awaken. I cut the SSS grade talent origin to constantly stimulate the mythic grade talent in the hope of having it completely awakened. This is my biggest secret, and please keep it a secret for me. Li Luo's expression was incomparably solemn. Chapter 14. In order to make my master invincible, I have good intentions. A few words. Leroy has long been deep in thought. The grades of the Imperial Beast talent are categorized into Fekbas, SSS grades, and Mythic grades. Mythic talent, Vapid. Only located in legend. Countless archaeologists and historians, who have searched diligently, are unable to affirm whether this grade of talent is real or not. Even concubine Xia and Lu Qiming were only speculating and did not dare to be truly convinced. The only one who knows is Leroy. Mythic talent. It definitely exists. In the system mall, there are many mythic talents that are available for rent. However, rental prices, are through the roof. Leasing it for just 1 day will cost $1 billion. A year of leasing would be $365 billion. It was a full 100 times more than the SSS grade talent. As long as I have enough money, I can completely rent a mythic grade talent for a long period of time. So, it's not a lie for me to say that I have a mythic grade talent origin hidden within me. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, the most crucial thing is that if I don't say this, and I still want to cut the talent origin and make talent dragon crystals in the future, Master Qinglang will definitely not agree, and even more so, he won't accept it. Beautiful Master's strength is not yet invincible in the world, and without even SSS rank talent, how can he protect the way for me in the future? In order to make my master invincible, I had good intentions. Leroy sighed for a moment. I don't know. Concubine Xia and Lu Tianqi, hearing Li Luo's words, were shocked to the core. Leroy. Lu Tianqi was so excited that his beard was trembling as he said, do you really have the origin of mythic grade talent in your body? Come here quickly, let me probe for you. Dean Lu, you don't have to waste your efforts. Concubine Xia was also shocked, but was much calmer, saying, a mythic grade talent origin, which can only be possessed by a person who has been favored by the heavens, how could it be detected? Ha, too. Lu Tianqi smiled sarcastically. The way he looked at Li Luo was getting more and more excited. In that case, it all makes sense. Lu Tianqi sighed out, said, 3 days, breakthrough awakening 10th order, with superb enlightenment, 1 day to master the super order law, talent origin cutting, but it is instantly make up for. Only a mythic grade talent can be so heaven-defying. Even without truly awakening, just showing a hint of might is enough to subvert all common sense. He was completely enlightened. Original. Li Luo's true talent level was not SSS rank. Rather, mythical. Lore. Concubine Xia's eyes sank as she said, the matter of the mythic talent origin lurking within your body must not be easily told to others. Master, I know. Li Luo seriously said, this is my biggest secret, and I have only informed my master, as well as Dean Lu. Princess Xia, I absolutely keep my mouth shut. Lu Tianqi hurriedly said, mythic level talent is related to the rise of the Xia kingdom, and even the human race. I will never let others know about it. I believe you. Princess Xia didn't say anything. She still believed in Dean Lu. Master. Li Luo's eyes flashed slightly as he cupped the 3 talent dragon crystals, revealing a sunny smile and said, these 3 talent dragon crystals, can master accept them, right? This. Concubine Xia revealed a hint of hesitation. How would she like to take it? These 3 talent dragon crystals could have been made by cutting the SSS-Rank talent origin of the beloved disciple before they were finally crafted. Whether or not Li Luo's SSS grade talent origin could recover on its own. The pain that burrows through the heart on the way to cutting is anything but fake. Consort Xia, just take it. Lu Tianqi sighed and said, these 3 gifted dragon crystals represent Li Luo's respect and love for you, how can you live up to them? The bottom line is, these 3 gifted dragon crystals, the only way for you to use them is to not fail Li Luo's intentions. Your Sentinel Beast talent has been stuck at SS rank for who knows how long. If you can metamorphose to an SSS rank talent, you'll also be able to better defend Leroy's path, won't you? A statement that makes sense. Xia Fei's eyes couldn't help but waver. Master, please still accept it. Li Luo sincerely said. Good. Xia Fei took a deep breath, gently caressing Li Luo's hair, her eyes penetrating with heartache, touched, and softly said, then Master will take it. Master, I dare to ask. Li Luo leapt out and said, how many such talent dragon crystals, at least, would it take to make Master Teacher's SS grade talent origin metamorphose to SSS grade? Luor, I didn't want to accept the talent origin. You cut, but since it concerns the recovery of the mythic grade talent, I can't be more pretentious. Xia Fei's eyes sank, said, the cutting of talent origin, and then bearing, there must be a great loss. These 3 talent dragon crystals, the SSS grade talent origin carried, is still less than 1%. Yes too. I'm afraid it will take 100 talent dragon crystals to make my SS rank talent metamorphose to SSS rank. Concubine Xia couldn't help but reveal an extremely complicated look. Making a gifted dragon crystal was already extremely painful. Not to mention making 100 of them? In the place of a normal person, just making 10 gifted dragon crystals would require the origin to dry up and completely fall into ruin. Leroy was different. With mythic level talent as support, one could continuously create talented dragon crystals. However, the pain in it was unmitigated. How could Princess Xia not be heartbroken? Words. Li Luo, however, revealed a smile and said, just 100 pieces? Master, please don't worry, I will definitely make your SS grade talent successfully metamorphose. Concubine Xia, you've taken in a good disciple. Lu Tianqi's eyes trembled and transformed into a long sigh. Dean Lu. Li Luo laughed out softly and said, wait until Master Teacher's SS grade talent metamorphoses into an SSS grade. If my mythic grade talent has not yet awakened. At that time, the talent dragon crystals that I have refined can be handed over to Dean Lu. Fruity? Lu Tianqi instantly became excited and said, I can't compare to Concubine Xia, who has only awakened an S-rank talent, and is just a hair's breadth away from being able to metamorphose. If I can get a talent dragon crystal, I might really be able to metamorphose into SS rank. The moment. Lu Tianqi was incomparably fortunate. There was no choice to be stingy when the meeting gift was first bestowed. A high-grade imperial weapon worth 300 million in exchange for Li Luo's goodwill was beyond worth it. Of course, Lu Tianqi was also clear that even though he was only a hair's breadth away from being able to metamorphose to an SS-grade talent, he would never be able to obtain a talent dragon crystal, and he can only wait until concubine Xia's SS-grade talent had truly metamorphosed into an SSS grade before he could obtain that hint of opportunity. Lore. Concubine Xia thought for a moment and said, "You have given your master such a generous gift, and your master can't show nothing. You have contracted the little pale star, you must lack a dragon's nest. How about I just give you a nest of overlord dragons?" The words fell. Hegemonic dragon's nest? Lu Tianqi's eyes shook dramatically as he said in shock, "To the dragon race, the dragon's nest is called the second origin. A dragon king's nest is worth over $1 billion. If it's a hegemonic dragon's nest, the value is even closer to 10 billion. Within the overlord dragon's nest, it is even more certain to contain the inheritance of an overlord dragon. Living in it for a long period of time will not only speed up your growth, but also give you a chance to comprehend the overlord's dragon's racial skills." Lu Tianqi was completely shocked. He never thought about it. When concubine Xia made her move, it was such a big deal. Chapter 15 Hegemonic Dragon Nest, Breaking the Extreme Realm with Battle. Overlord Dragon Nest? Leroy was shocked in his heart. A dragon nest, for any dragon race, was an extremely important object. Normally, the dragon race would gather many treasures to build their own dragon nest, nurturing it with their own origin breath, almost indistinguishable from each other. Li Luo had also planned to purchase some low-ranked treasures and allow little Song Xing to construct a dragon's nest before completely perfecting the foundation. With little Celandine Star's realm, even if a dragon nest was constructed, it would only be the lowest awakening level dragon nest, but it would continue to raise its grade as little Celandine Star continued to nurture and add many treasures, along with the elevation of its realm. If one were to experience a battle of life and death, little Song Xing could even summon the dragon nest to descend, thus suppressing the enemy, and the origin power that was normally consumed would also feed back, making little Song Xing's battle reserves even more robust. Li Luo also didn't expect that before he had the chance to have little Song Xing construct a dragon nest, concubine Xia was going to gift a dragon nest, or an overlord-level dragon nest. Wow! In concubine Xia's hands, a pure white miniature palace quietly emerged. This dragon nest was created by Tsang Yu at the overlord level. Concubine Xia spoke softly, saying, "Containing many of Tsang Yu's draconic dragon origin and inscribed with many racial skills, it is most suitable for little Song Xing." Song Yu and Song Xing, despite coming from the same clan. However, how vast and great is the bloodline of the Tsangtian Desolate Dragon? There are an unknown number of racial skills inscribed in the bloodline. If little Song Xing can comprehend some racial skills unique to Tsang Yu from this, it will definitely be of great benefit. The words fell. Concubine Xia took the miniature palace and handed it to Li Luo. "Li Luo, I'm afraid that this dragon nest, if it were to be fully unfolded, would stretch for 10,000 meters. Lu Tianqi's face was filled with sighs as he said, "Concubine Xia should have set up a spell formation, and it is only as your realm rises that this dragon nest will continue to be unsealed, and ultimately transform into a true overlord dragon nest. At that time, with this hegemonic dragon nest alone, I'm afraid that some of the giant dwarf existences will be extremely scornful of you." "Thank you, master." Leroy took it immediately. He was also extremely pleased in his heart. This hegemonic dragon's nest was worth close to $10 billion. For little Song Xing, who was of the same Song Tian Desolate Dragon bloodline, the value was even more unspeakable. The only thing that made Li Luo feel regretful was that any of the many treasures bestowed by concubine Xia were necessities, and there was almost no possibility of selling them. If he lacked funds in the future, it would be impossible for him to sell these supreme treasures. The only thing that can be sold is the Dragon King's Horn bestowed by Dean Lu. Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, "High-grade imperial weapon, Dragon King's Horn. This imperial weapon, the effect is also very strong. Strength, defense, speed, all can be increased by double, extremely suitable for little Song Xing. Before having a stronger imperial weapon, it can't be sold easily." He couldn't help but be troubled. "And yet, I can't help but indulge. This blissful affliction, Leroy hated to have more of it." Wow! Li Luo's mind moved slightly. Put the overlord dragon's nest directly away. In the midst of the imperial beast space. Boom! Miniature white palaces that landed steeply. As it landed, it continued to unseal itself, transforming into a small palace a few meters tall, just enough to hold little Song Xing, with countless secret stories and dragon seals flowing and dispersing, scrambling to integrate into little Song Xing's body. The ceremony of recognizing the master is completed in an instant. Roar! Roar! Pale Star was thrilled beyond belief. This dragon nest palace was the true meaning of the little Song Star's nest. Located in the dragon's nest, little Cthulhu Star's growth rate could be increased by at least another 10 times. Together with the nurturing of the SSS great ancestral dragon talent, even though the growth cycle of the dragon race was extremely long, it would be shortened infinitely. Pale Star had a vague feeling. It could break through the transcendent level at any time. It was only forcefully suppressed by little Pale Star. Compared to the realm breakthrough, little Song Xing was more eager for the extreme realm mentioned by Li Luo. Master. Li Luo pondered briefly and inquired, I have questions that I want to ask. You say. Concubine Xia's eyes were light and soft, and there was no longer a trace of coldness. Rumor has it that between the many realms, there are all extreme realms in existence. Li Luo looked serious and said, the extreme realm of awakening level, how can I reach it? Extreme realm? Lu Tianqi couldn't help but be stunned and couldn't help but say, has the little desolate dragon that you contracted also reached the 10th stage of awakening? You actually want to pursue the extreme realm? The words fell. Lu Tianqi let out a bitter smile. With little Song Xing's bloodline, coupled with Li Luo's nurturing, it wasn't surprising for the realm to break through the 10th stage of awakening. As for the extreme realm? If Li Luo didn't pursue the extreme realm, wouldn't it be a waste of talent? Luor, breaking through the extreme realm is extremely difficult. Concubine Xia pondered and said, even Song Yu has only reached the extreme realm and the awakening level, transcendent level, and the commander level, among the 3 major realms. Please also ask the master for clarification. Leroy insisted. He was extremely clear that whether or not one had reached the extreme realm could make a world of difference in terms of battle power at the same level. Li Luo awakened the system, a variety of conditions can be said to be unique, naturally, the small pale star, cultivated to the extreme. Arriving at the extreme realm, the potential of the bloodline must be stimulated. Concubine Xia weighed her words and said, the bloodline of the Tsungtian desolate dragon is born to fight. If you want Song Xing to reach the extreme realm, you naturally have to be in the midst of battles and constantly break through the limits. Besides, the Tsungtian desolate dragon never fear the strong. You have to keep on conquering, you can't bully the weak, you can only challenge them over and over. Only in this way can the little Song Star truly reach the extreme realm. A few words. A random sentence is something that countless Imperial Dragon Masters who are struggling to find. More than that, Xia Fei did not know how much hardship and suffering she had gone through before she finally summarized it. The moment. Princess Xia, however, had no reservations. Not only Li Luo, but also Lu Tianqi, felt that he had benefited a lot. The Pole Realm? Lu Tianqi laughed bitterly, unfortunately, even if I know about the path to the extreme realm, it's impossible for me to arrive. Crossing the line. Li Luo revealed a dawning look and then said, it doesn't seem to be that difficult. With little Song Xing's strength, crossing over to challenge the transcendent level would not be a problem at all. Not to mention, Li Luo, as a royal beast master, was also able to give the contracted royal beasts SSS-Rank royal beast talents. The so-called extreme realm is actually a kind of development for the bloodline. Concubine Xia summarized, with the bloodline of the Tsungtian desolate dragon, it will arrive at the extreme realm at most 3 times. When little Song Xing breaks through the lord level, there will be no need to pursue the extreme realm. Thank you, master, for clearing up the confusion. Leroy nodded. Every word of Princess Xia's was golden. Instead, he had his own considerations. 3 times the pole realm? When little Song Xing breaks through the lord level, he would definitely have long ago given little Song Xing a lease on the legendary divine dragon bloodline. With the divine dragon's bloodline, I'm afraid that in any realm, one could arrive at the extreme realm. Break the extreme realm with battle. Lu Tianqi staggered for a moment and sighed. It seems that all the freshmen in this session of the True Dragon Academy are going to suffer. Chapter 16, Song Yu Inheritance, Desolate Dragon Battle Technique. All matters are concluded. Xia Fei and Lu Tianqi left one after another. Roar! Roar! Pale Star appeared in the living room. The way it looked at Li Luo was simply worshipful to the extreme. When it comes to acting, Leroy is simply at the top of his game. Compared to Li Luo, little Song Xing still had too much to learn. It may not all be acting. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a long sigh, and softly said, Shifu is indeed extremely good to me, so how can I be ungrateful? In the future, if we ascend to the top of the Imperial Beast Jedi, we must also bless Master Teacher with eternal peace. Ho ho ho! Pale Star nodded with extreme approval. The eyes that looked at Li Luo became even more adoring. Not bad for you, Sentinel. I can't believe I even fooled myself. Is this the height of deception? Don't interrupt. Leroy was filled with helplessness. He's telling the truth. Why don't you believe it? Right. Li Luo thought briefly and solemnly said, if you want to break through Awakening, Transcendent, and Commander, the extreme realms of these three realms, you have to cross the level of challenge. Before that, but may not be in such a hurry. After all, you just got this Overlord's nest, and have yet to obtain the inheritance in it. Howl. Pale Star cocked her head. A legacy? And you continue to refine the Overlord Dragon Nest. Li Luo seriously said, the inheritance in it, from the Tsangyu Holy Dragon. Must not have any rejection for you. So saying, he couldn't help but look forward to it as well. The Tsangyu Sacred Dragon, considered the strongest dragon clan in the Xia Kingdom. Li Luo was also unable to know what racial skills the Tsangyu Holy Dragon would bestow upon little Tsang Xing, with the inheritance it left behind in the Overlord Dragon's nest. Roar! Little Pale Star looked confused. Spin. It began to deeply refine the Overlord Dragon Nest. Due to the existence of the sealing spell formation, this Overlord Dragon's Nest, little Tsang Xing could only refine a very small portion of it, yet it was enough to touch the edge of Tsang Yu's inheritance. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly. Boom! Pale Star only felt a rumble in his head. The shadow of a pale dragon emanating endless majesty surfaced in little Tsang Xing's mind. This is... Li Luo's eyes lit up slightly, secretly saying, the inheritance of the Tsangyu Sacred Dragon, directly triggered. With Li Luo's perspective, he could clearly perceive that from within the Overlord Dragon's nest, an extremely pure bloodline power emerged, surging straight into little Tsang Xing's body, with no lag on the way, and fusing it in its entirety. Your contracted Desolate Dragon, Pale Star, fuses the power of bloodline inheritance to comprehend the high-level racial skill Desolate Dragon Battle Technique. Draconic Dragon Battle Technique, high-ranking skill, Dragon Claws, Dragon Hooves, Dragon Tail, Dragon Horns. All parts of the body of the Draconic Dragon can be used as weapons to perform extremely subtle battle techniques. The system alert came. Desolate Dragon Battle Technique? Li Luo's heart was startled, then turned into delight, secretly saying, surprisingly, it's a high-level skill that allows little Tsang Xing to use any part of the dragon's body as a weapon in battle. This high-level skill is undoubtedly a great remedy for little Tsang Xing's lack of combat experience. How could he not be surprised? Little Tsang Xing, as a Desolate Dragon clan, was invincible in melee combat, and his dragon body had reached an extremely terrifying strength, but there was a shortcoming that existed, which was that his combat experience was too weak. After all, I'm afraid that since its birth, little Cthulhu Star had only fought against the Dark Bone Serpent once, or with absolute strength, directly crushing and defeating it. If you meet an opponent with insufficient strength, you can crush them again with absolute strength. But if it's an enemy of equal or even greater strength? The threatening nature of the small Pale Star would be infinitely reduced. High-ranked racial technique, Desolate Dragon Battle Technique. Undoubtedly makes up for this shortcoming perfectly. Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and secretly said, from now on, little Tsang Xing is no longer a reckless man who only knows how to utilize brute force. The many combat techniques have increased little Tsang Xing's combat power, at least several times. Roar! Little Pale Star gradually regained consciousness. After mastering the Desolate Dragon battle method, little Tsang Xing's control of the dragon body is undoubtedly a higher level, many battle skills, in the mind constantly flowing, but also greatly enhanced the confidence of little Tsang Xing, simply cannot wait to start the conquest. True Dragon Academy versus the battlefield. Have you heard? Li Luo has released the news that if you pay 1 million daxia coins, you can challenge him. If you can defeat him, not only will you pay back the 1 million, but you'll also get another 3 million. Holy! Is Li Luo crazy? There are hidden tigers and dragons among the freshmen of the True Dragon Academy. Even if he's strong, Li Luo is only at the 10th awakening level. If a transcendent level comes to challenge him, he will definitely lose. Awakening an SSS-Rank talent, so what? In the early stages of the journey of the Imperial Beast, there can't be too many advantages to go against the heavens. This 1 million, lousy directly handed over. If I can defeat Li Luo, not only can I directly obtain 3 million, but I can also make a name for myself in the 3 great universities, why not? The news that Li Luo had set up a ring in the sparring ground to welcome all the new students swept through the entire True Dragon Academy like a gale. Countless freshmen, all of them got the news. Li Luo actually set up a ring?
Jiang Yao casually sat on the villa's sofa, her long legs wrapped in black silk, as if 2 pythons were entangled together, exuding an extremely seductive aura. The incomparably enchanting face even revealed a hint of an amused smile. Leroy, you are destined to be in my pocket. Perhaps, I can also go forward to challenge some. If I can charm you in the midst of the sparring match.
Maybe, you are going to fall directly under my Jiang Yao's skirt. Of course, you are different. Other men, at most as my Jiang Yao's valet, licking dog. While you, but really can be in bed, serving me it. One thought to this. Jiang Yao was instantly agitated. She awakened the S-class talent Phantom Heart. Her character is also extremely unrestrained, like a demoness, but she thinks highly of herself. In addition to Li Luo, such as the SSS-class talent of a supreme demon, cannot enter the eyes of Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao couldn't help but wrap her legs tightly in excitement when she thought of the scene when she was entangled, when the S-rank talent, Phantom's Heart, was strongly transformed into an SS-rank talent under the nourishment of the SSS-ranked ancestral dragon. Su Qingxue, don't you like Li Luo? Jiang Yao revealed a smile like that of a demoness and said softly, when I take Li Luo down completely, I will even let you know clearly that Li Luo is by no means something you can get your hands on. Dormitory 109. A ring battle? Su Qingxue's eyebrows were slightly knitted, but between the flow of her beautiful eyes, she made up her mind. Don't you all think that I don't deserve Leroy? Su Qingxue lightly bit her silver teeth, said, as long as I will defeat Li Luo. All rumors must not break. Z. A pure white fox that leapt onto Su Qingxue's shoulder. King's blood purebred. Extreme cold ice fox. Once it comes of age, it's monarch level. Li Luo, even if you are strong, your realm is only awakening 10th rank. The desolate dragon you contracted is only a flying dragon species. Su Qingxue's eyes flashed slightly as she secretly said, and the extremely cold ice fox that I contracted is a true monarch level bloodline, and it has even broken through to the transcendent first order. The victory has been won. All rumors, stop here. Su Qingxue slowly stood up, surrounded by countless ice crystals, together with the long skirt that resembled an ice curtain. It was like a goddess of the icy sky and snowy country, with an unreal beauty. Chapter 17, Challenging SSS Class Demons. All line up for me. Walk by, don't miss it. The chance to challenge an SSS Class Absolute Demon is only available once. Just pay 1 million dasha coins for the challenge. First come, first served. True Dragon Academy, in the middle of the battlefield. A loudspeaker, constantly broadcasting and yelling. Leroy set up a set of tables and chairs and kept collecting and recording money. Lu Xianfei? Transfer received. Here's your number plate, number 18, so hold on to it. Registration is complete, you may go to the line. Leroy waved his hand and said, next. Lu Xianfei, holding the 18th license plate, couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. That's it? Lu Xianfei couldn't help but say, but I gave $1 million for the entry fee. Is $1 million a lot? Li Luo raised his eyebrows and said, who among the challengers here hasn't transferred $1 million? Alright, don't get in the way here, the other students still have to come and register. Lu Xianfei still wanted to say something, but was pushed away by the other students eagerly. Holy, 18? Lu Xianfei was speechless for a while. Doesn't it mean that just the enrollment fee alone earned more than $10 million? Why isn't Lousy an SSS grade talent? This is more than $10 million. I've at least awakened an A-rank talent, and my scholarship totaled only 30 million. At this point, the sparring ground can be crowded. Many of the freshmen whose realms had reached the 10th stage of the awakening level, and whose Imperial Beast talent was at the A rank or above, had personally come over to enroll, seeking only a chance to challenge them. The mere fact that he lost to a SSS class Absolute Demon was enough to brag about for the rest of his life. Not to mention, who dares to say, definitely lose? Who isn't a genius in the True Dragon Academy? Below the same level. What's the fear of a fight? Not to mention, the freshmen who had signed up for the challenge, and not a small portion of them, had broken through to the transcendent level. Suppressing with the realm could be considered a win. Holy! Dong Chang has actually come?
I've heard that not only has Dong Chang awakened the S-rank talent raging amazement, but his realm has even broken through to the transcendent grade first stage. Dong Chang, Suji, Ji Yong. None of them are among the freshmen, ranked at the top of the heavenly pride, all broke through the transcendent level.
Li Luo really played a big game. How great is the gap between awakening level and transcendent level?
It's even more insurmountable when you're the same heavenly pride and demon. I can already see the gesture of Li Luo's defeat.
AI, none of the SSS grade absolute demons in the history of the human race were invincible.
I guess Li Luo was going to become the absolute demon with the most defeats in history.
Many of the freshmen, they couldn't help but sigh. Awakening level, transcendental level. How to cross the big realm difference? Leroy.
Dong Chang stood aloof and slowly said, I originally didn't intend to use my realm to oppress people, but you're too arrogant and cocky to dare to set up a ring.
Even if you have awakened an SSS-Rank talent, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Finished?
Li Luo looked up slightly and said, Dong Chang, number 20.
Alright, go line up. Don't get in the way of me earning money.
Others sign up for the challenge.
The words fell. Dong Chang was stunned. He stared tightly at Li Luo, his voice gradually turning cold as he said in a deep voice, Li Luo, you will be trampled under the feet of the hall above the ring.
You will pay a heavy price for your contempt at this moment.
I told you to get out of the way. Are you deaf?
Leroy looked up suddenly. A pair of eyes that seemed to be tinted with a wisp of pallor.
The moment.
Dong Chang's body stiffened, as if he was looking directly at a holy dragon, and the invisible pressure almost crushed Dong Chang's soul, completely. When Dong Chang came back to his senses, he was drenched in cold sweat.
What a terrifying soul pressure. Dong Chang took a deep breath, his heart and mind trembling as he secretly said, what kind of grade of meditation thoughts has he cultivated? A high-order meditation method? Or super rank? Nope. Even if it's a super rank meditation idea, it can't be this terrifying. Steep. Dong Chang thought of a possibility. Could it be above the super rank?
This guess, once again, made Dong Chang cold sweat.
No harm done.
Dong Chang quickly calmed down and secretly said, regardless of the grade of meditation, it can only enhance the speed of meditation and strengthen the soul's underlying increase for combat, which is extremely limited. With a transcendent level, against an awakening level, it would have been a huge advantage. Even the meditation method above the super ranks can't cross a realm and cross over. Dong Chang was firm in his confidence, but he didn't dare to provoke any further and slowly backed away.
Suji? Number 21. Xiyang? Number 22. Alright, get in line and get out of the way. Leroy kept registering.
When he raised his head again, but met a pair of delicate eyes, seems dense with invisible charm, to the soul of the opposite sex, are completely melted. If it was any other awakening level, just this look alone would be enough to make it fall. Nay, Li Luo practiced the Dragon God meditation method, and his soul strength was comparable to that of a young divine dragon, so he was not affected at all.
Name. Jiang Yao.
Jiang Yao pursed her lips.
She sized up Leroy up close and was instantly more satisfied. It's quite handsome. Jiang Yao said secretly. Well, go pay your enrollment fee.
Li Luo casually said, this is your number plate, number 48.
The words fell. Li Luo waved his hand and said, next. With such an attitude, Jiang Yao couldn't help but be stunned. Don't you have anything to say to me? Jiang Yao blinked and said, I'm openly going to pursue you. So what? Li Luo was full of doubts and said, big sister, I have to agree if you pursue me? Besides, it's the registration for the ring battle now, please don't affect other people's registration, okay? Big sister? Jiang Yao was completely dumbfounded. She had never imagined that such a title would fall to her. Next. Leroy didn't pay the slightest attention. Jiang Yao? It's just a siren. Although Li Luo didn't care about the talent origin, he wouldn't have any good feelings towards a woman like Jiang Yao who had designs on him. Su Qingxue? Well, your number plate is 52. Leroy handed over a number plate. For Su Qingxue's arrival. He did not show anything special. I don't know. The many freshmen present had long since exploded. Holy! Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue arriving one after another? These two goddesses, they are both Li Luo's suitors. Tisk, is this a shift in tactics to subjugate Li Luo with strength? It may not be. Maybe Li Luo will show absolute battle power to conquer these two absolutely beautiful deities. However, the probability is very low is all. After all, Zhang Yao and Su Qingshue's realms are at the transcendent level. Many new students, all of them were excited. Okay. Li Luo glanced around, and after a full minute of no one signing up, he immediately stood up and said, the sign-up session, for now, is over. If there is still someone who wants to challenge, they can wait for the end of the challenge from the students who signed up, and then mount the ring. Of course, $1 million in fees, essential. The words fell. Leroy slowly got onto the opposite platform. He glanced at the enrollment book. There were 52 challengers in all. Entry fees, totaling $52 million. Leroy secretly lamented. Pity. Such a tactic can be used only once. In the future, when others knew his strength, they wouldn't pay to get abused. Please welcome the first challenger, Tong Liang. Chapter 18, Strength? Speed? The strength of little Song Xing. On the sparring stage. A phalanx, quietly rising. The spell is called Immortality. As the name suggests. As long as it is located in the phalanx. No matter how severe the injury, it will not kill you. Also, there is also a layer of spells on the sparring platform called Healing. The only time the healing spell will open is when the sparring match is over, healing all injuries to the favored beasts sparring on the field, as well as to the Imperial Beastmaster. Immortality, Healing. These two types of spell formations are extremely costly. For the students of the True Dragon Academy, it was one of the infrastructures that were used to accumulate experience in sparring. It was commonplace for the students of the True Dragon Academy to fight and kill each other on opposing battlefields. The battle between Li Luo and Kazitsong, which took place outside the confrontation, was instead a small probability. Leroy. Tong Liang ascended to the sparring stage, his eyes tinged with longing as he said, as long as I defeat you, my Tong Liang's name will leave a colorful mark in the True Dragon Academy's school history. In this battle, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Yes? Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, Tong Liang, if you want to remain famous in history, losing under me will have the same effect. What do you mean? Tong Liang was slightly stunned. In the future, I will definitely stand at the top. Li Luo looked casual and laughed, the enemy who lost to me will leave his name. This statement was made. Tong Liang immediately turned red. Chow. Tong Liang said angrily, you're also too capable of pretending. Many of the freshmen watching the battle were also completely dumbfounded. I can't stand it. Tong Liang, him for me. If you can't win, I'll wait for the meeting. Quite a few sound bites, no end of them. To this. Leroy, however, was bashful. In his opinion, the many challengers present, it was merely a stepping stone for little Song Xing to ascend to the extreme realm. Boom! Tong Liang didn't hesitate anymore. Immediately summoned the Imperial Beast. It was a rhinoceros made out of what seemed like rock. Mixed race king's blood. Rock giant rhinoceros. This rocky giant rhinoceros possessed the bloodline of the monarch-level ferocious beast, the heavenly rock-mad rhinoceros. Once it comes of age, it's lord level. The rock giant rhinoceros was in its juvenile stage, with a realm of awakening level 10th stage, but it was emitting an extremely thick and heavy aura, and between every move, the entire sparring platform seemed to be trembling slightly. Rock giant rhinoceros. Tong Liang took a deep breath and said, give it to me. He didn't care if Li Luo had summoned a pet beast or not. Theory. As long as both Imperial Beast Masters mount the sparring platform. And the battle has begun. You're in too much of a hurry. Li Luo shook his head slightly and said, Song Xing, smash it. Roar. A long dragon's roar suddenly resounded. The pale juvenile desolate dragon, snaking out from the royal beast's formation, straightly met the rock giant rhinoceros that rushed horizontally, and the pale dragon claw suddenly raised, seemingly to positively harden the rock giant rhinoceros's unicorn horn. To actually fight the rock giant rhinoceros head-on? Tong Liang laughed out coldly and said, rock giant rhinoceros, the power of a frontal charge can shatter mountains and rocks. Even though the desolate dragon clan is known for its melee combat, it has eventually fallen. Moreover, the desolate dragon that you contracted is only a flying dragon species, How can it compete with my rock giant rhinoceros? It was as if Tong Liang could see the scene where the pale youngster was directly knocked away by the rocky giant rhinoceros, seriously injured and on the verge of death. Despite being extremely confident, Tong Liang did not have the slightest bit of arrogance, and with the fastest speed possible, he added the A-rank talent giant strength to the body of the rock rhinoceros. With the addition of the Imperial Beast talent, the power of the rock giant rhinoceros instantly skyrocketed several times. You seem very confident. Li Luo leisurely voiced out, saying, unfortunately, the strength of the rock giant rhinoceros is just too small. Bang! The rock giant rhinoceros directly charged up. A rhinoceros horn that seems to smash through boulders. In the face of such a huge force, little Song Xing, however, only stretched out his dragon's claw. Next moment, the movements of the rock giant rhinoceros suddenly stopped. Only to see the pale young dragon, with the dragon claw clutching the rhino horn, hard to press the rock giant rhinoceros in place, no matter how the rock giant rhinoceros struggles, but also simply cannot move, inch by inch. How is this possible? Tong Liang was completely dumbfounded. What he was most proud of was the terrifyingly huge strength of the rock giant rhinoceros. But the scene in front of him was a heavy blow. That pale white young dragon, with only one dragon claw, made the rock giant rhinoceros unable to break free at all, so it was evident that the strength of the pale white young dragon was at least 10 times that of the rock giant rhinoceros. Need to know. Tong Liang had added the A-rank talent giant power. On the contrary, Leroy. From the beginning to the end, the Imperial Beast talent was never utilized. Wouldn't that mean? Tong Liang took a deep breath and said in shock, the power of this desolate dragon is at least dozens of times that of a rock giant rhinoceros? Okay. Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, you can go down now. Boom! The words just fell. Only to see little Song Xing directly clutching the rhino horn of the rock giant rhinoceros. It was actually born to lift the rock giant rhinoceros's heavy body weighing up to 10 tons, directly lifting it up upside down and smashing it heavily on the ground. Wow! Endless emerald green breath that rose up. Healing spells, open automatically. Countless healing energies surged into the body of the rock giant rhinoceros. This meant that in the judgment of the battlefield, the rock giant rhinoceros had lost. If not located on the opposite side of the battlefield, but in the outside world. Such a strike would be enough to cause the rock giant rhinoceros to completely perish. Defeated? Tong Liang was extremely unwilling, but he could only accept the truth. As the healing ended, Tong Liang put the rock giant rhinoceros away and left the sparring stage straight away. Next, Sun Hao. The words fell. Sun Hao went straight up to the sparring stage. He stared closely at little Song Xing, but he couldn't help but be shocked, secretly saying, this one draconic dragon is by no means an unusual flying dragon species bloodline, perhaps it's a king's blood megalodon species. Such a terrifying power is definitely not something a flying dragon species can possess. Despite being incredibly heartbroken, Sun Hao didn't have much to worry about. Li Luo, I admit that the desolate dragon you contracted is extremely powerful. Sun Hao's demeanor was self-satisfied as he said, but the golden spirit mouse that I contracted is an agile imperial beast. Even if you're as strong as you are, you definitely won't be able to keep up with the golden spirit mouse's speed. Wow! The summoning spell opens. A hamster with a brilliant gold-colored body appeared on the sparring stage. You're pretty confident, too. Leroy lost his smile and said, let's get started then. Watch this. Sun Hao confidently said, the speed of the golden spirit mouse is at least dozens of times that of the rock giant rhinoceros. Wait, what's going on? Before Sun Hao's words left his mouth, he was steeply staring. It's as if you're witnessing, with your own eyes, the most incredible thing in the world. On the sparring stage, the golden spirit mouse transformed into a golden rainbow light, flickering into a residual shadow, and there was even a golden sharp sword, flowing in the air, ready to give little Song Xing a fatal blow. To this, Little Pale Star's response, however, was extremely simple. It slowly extended its dragon claws. Trance shakes. The golden spirit mouse was then clutched in the palm of his hand. With little Song Xing's slight force, the golden spirit mouse was pinched flat and kneaded round, as if it was a decompression toy, making little Song Xing quite a bit in love with it. On the contrary, the golden spirit mouse was constantly spraying blood, and its eyes were in a complete trance, as if it had suffered inhuman torture, completely losing the light of its eyes. Chapter 19, Did I allow you to abstain? Demons cannot be humiliated. With the emerald green light spilling down, The Golden Spirit Mouse's injuries were all recovered. The opening of the healing spell formation also represented the defeat of the Golden Spirit Mouse. No! Sun Hao wailed. He simply couldn't understand it. He could be considered extremely proud of the Golden Spirit Mouse's strength. Speed, in particular, was unbeatable at the awakening level. Being at the same awakening level 10th rank, Sun Hao had thought that there would be at least a race, if not a dragon fight, between the Golden Spirit Mouse and the Desolate Dragon. The sight in front of him was the one that destroyed Sun Hao's confidence, completely. In terms of speed, even though the Golden Spirit Mouse had boosted its speed to the extreme, it was unable to dodge little Songxing's casual grasp. In terms of power? Under the kneading of the little pale star, the Golden Spirit Mouse was simply unable to resist and was directly killed in seconds. Rock Giant Rhinoceros and Golden Spirit Mouse, who specialize in strength and speed respectively, and are even enchanted with the A-rank Royal Beast talent, but are directly suppressed by Li Luo's contracted Desolate Dragon in the area they're most skilled in. The Desolate Dragon clan, hasn't it long since fallen? The Draconic Dragon cub that Li Luo contracted is not outstanding when it comes to bloodline, it's just a flying dragon species, and it's only Lord level as an adult. Whether it's strength or speed, it has reached the limit of the awakening level. There's no doubt that the Desolate Dragon that Li Luo has contracted is, I'm afraid, hard to compete with at the awakening level. The whole room was shocked. None of the students present were geniuses. Eyesight is naturally not bad. Many students easily peeked out how terrifying little Songxing's power, speed, really was. Many of the students who had signed up for the program had their expressions changed drastically. Their realm are awakening level 10th order, for their own strength, undoubtedly extremely confident at the moment but cannot help but falter. Rock Giant Rhinoceros, Golden Spirit Mouse. There wasn't much certainty that they could win the battle. On the contrary, little Celandine Star was directly crushed. I'm afraid it wouldn't have ended much better if they had been on the field. Next, Su Lixing. A clear voice resounded through the entire battlefield. I abstain. Su Liqing clutched the number 3 card in his hand, as if holding a hot potato, and hastily threw it to the ground, saying bitterly, the Wind Demon Leopard that I contracted is also known for its speed. In terms of strength, it may not be much stronger than the Golden Spirit Mouse. I don't want the Wind Demon Leopard to suffer such treatment. The words fell. Su Liqing immediately turned around, ready to leave. A lot of students, they were sighing. Su Liqing's decision was undoubtedly extremely sensible. It would be better to just abstain than to let the contracted favored beast, on the battlefield, suffer such abuse. Suddenly. Did I give you permission to abstain? Li Luo's eyes were slightly cold as he said, when you challenged me, you were ambitious to trample me under your feet. When you learn that you are unbeatable, retreat immediately. Dare not wield the blade against the stronger, but only the heart. Such a coward deserves to stay in my True Dragon Academy? A word that is deafening. Many of the students were completely baffled. They may not have not considered abstaining at the time of the challenge. But they never expected that Li Luo would not allow his opponent to forfeit at all. What do you want? Su Liqing took a deep breath and said, could it be that, even though I know I'm not going to be defeated, I still want to fight? On the battlefield, immortality, healing, duel spells. With such guarantees, you don't even dare to fight. If the Xia Kingdom is in danger in the future, what will you do? Li Luo's tone was icy cold as he said, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get on the field and fight immediately. What if I refuse? Su Liqing's eyes, too, gradually filled with coldness. He had awakened the A-rank talent gale, so naturally he had his pride, and wouldn't give in easily? Yes? Li Luo's expression gradually became calm. When everyone thought that Leroy was going to settle down with it and not pursue the matter any further, he just took one step and actually left the range of the confrontation. You can refuse to fight. Li Luo spoke indifferently and said, and I will choose to fight you outside the confrontation. The whole room was in an uproar. Why is that? We are all students of the True Dragon Academy, Su Liqing is just refusing to fight, why should Li Luo be bitter? Su Lixing has already conceded defeat, why is Li Luo insisting on a battle? Surprised, puzzled, questioned. All sorts of emotions, outside of the confrontation, continued to condense. Leroy didn't explain too much. Little Songxing was going to use the battle to fight in order to break through the extreme realm. Would he allow a waiver? Su Liqing, I advise you that it's best to fight. Su Qingxue slowly said, you should know that. Demons cannot be humiliated. Since you have fantasized about trampling an SSS-Rank absolute demon, you will never be able to back out easily. Exactly. Jiang Yao let out a light laugh and said, Sister Su and I, we both dared to challenge with the determination of being rubbed on the ground by Li Luo and dying of lust. Jiang Yao. Su Qingshua's face reddened with anger and said angrily, if you want to rub it in, go rub it in yourself, don't involve me. TCH, in a hurry? Jiang Yao smiled wryly. Many new students, all of them were dumbfounded. These two goddesses among the freshmen, this is a jealousy fight for Li Luo? Simply enviable. It seems that this battle cannot be avoided. Su Liqing's brow furrowed, and he quickly made a choice, stepping back onto the opposite side of the battlefield. A battle off the opposite side of the field? He wouldn't dare. If he missed, the wind demon leopard was in danger of falling. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the wind demon leopard was summoned. It was a half-man tall pitch-black panther with a streamlined body, and the breeze swept through the fur of the wind demon panther, but it was unable to leave any traces. Leroy. Su Liqing said in a deep voice, in this battle, I will do my best. Yes? Li Luo's eyes were indifferent. Su Liqing's complexion, however, changed abruptly. How come the Arachnosaurus is gone? Su Liqing kept looking around, trying to find the location of the little song star, but was unable to find it at all. When he reacted, he realized that the figure of the wind demon leopard, too, had disappeared without a trace. Bang! A loud bang came. Su Liqing hurriedly turned his head, but saw that at the edge of the opposing battlefield's spell formation, the pale-colored desolate dragon, with its claws covered in fine dragon scales, ruthlessly pressed down on the wind demon leopard's neck, and with extremely terrifying strength, slammed the wind demon leopard into the ground viciously. Dark blood, constantly spraying. The wind demon panther's expression was filled with confusion and pain. Only little Song Xing lifted the wind demon leopard's body high and slammed it hard onto Su Liqing's body. The already fragile body of the Imperial Beast Master was simply unable to withstand such a powerful impact, and immediately several ribs were broken, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Wow! Emerald green light spilled out. Healing spell, open. This meant that the wind demon leopard had been defeated and could not fight again. Next. Li Luo stood on the opposing battlefield and said coldly, since you've decided to challenge, then use all your means to trample me under your feet. Only then will you be able to make me look high and mighty. If you abstain, avoid battle, or shy away from battle, the True Dragon Academy only raises true dragons. Cowards, not worthy to be ranked alongside me. Chapter 20, Heavenly Pride May Contend for Life. The Kings descended. A peerless demon who had awakened an SSS grade talent, spoke such arrogant and cocky words, yet the freshmen present didn't feel the slightest sense of incongruity, as if it was supposed to be like this. By all means, step on you? Dong Chang was interested and said, simply. Wild to the extreme. However, I like it.an SSS grade absolute demon should have such a vigor. Unfortunately, your realm, after all, is a bit too low. Even if you reign supreme at the awakening level, what should you do when facing the transcendent level? The True Dragon Academy, which only raises true dragons. Suji lightly laughed and shook his head, saying, even though you are a true dragon, you are still just a young dragon, incomparably fragile. When you're weak and don't know how to hide your fronts, you'll die young. Oh, alongside you? Shi Yong raised his eyebrows and said, I have awakened the S-Class talent Battleheart. If I can trample an SSS-Class Heavenly Pride under my feet, I may not be unable to touch the threshold of the SS-Class. Li Luo's aura undoubtedly shocked most of the freshmen present, but it was simply useless against Dong Chang, Su Ji, and Shi Yong, the three best of the freshmen. Genius can still be suppressed. Tianjia. None are high-minded. It's more about swinging your blade at the sky. The talent of the Imperial Beasts is never set in stone. Theory. Any S-Class Pride had a chance to become an SS-Class Demon, and there was even an extremely tiny chance of metamorphosing into an SSS-Class Supreme Demon. For that small chance, there are many heavenly prides that can fight for their lives to the heavens. Countless celestial pride, dreaming of SSS grade talent. But he has awakened at the very initial stage. Su Qingshua's eyes, tainted with a trace of complexity, secretly said, however, I will never resign myself to fate either. Even though the probability is extremely low, but in the end, Shen Kuan has not yet been determined. So dominant. So handsome. Jiang Yao's eyes shone brightly as she secretly said, I can't wait to be rubbed by you. Humph, it would be even better if I could use this to morph my SS grade talent. There were many heavenly prides, each with their own thoughts. Leroy, however, was on the opposite side of the battlefield and started a fight. A dozen or so challengers in a row, all failed miserably. Crazy. Same awakening 10th rank, why is the gap so wide? Li Luo didn't even have the SSS grade Sentinel Beast talent, Enchanted. SSS grade talent, Ancestral Dragon. Ranked in the top 3 of the talent list, how mysterious and powerful is it? It may not necessarily be necessary to actively use it. Perhaps, the moment the Desolate Dragon was contracted, the effect of the SSS-ranked Ancestral Dragon was already taking effect. Otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense for a Draconic Dragon Cub to possess such a powerful battle power. SSS grade talent, is it really that powerful? Many of the defeated freshmen were wailing. Next, Dong Chang. Li Luo's voice rang out on the opposite side of the battlefield. Roar! Little Song Xing's dragon eyes gazed at the man in the crowd, whose aura was like lava, and his dragon eyes flashed with extremely fiery battle intent. These awakening 10th ranked favored beasts, even if they were enchanted with B rank, or even a ranked Imperial Beast talent, were not at all a match for Little Song Xing, and were simply unable to make the battle blood in Little Song Xing's body burn extremely. The only way to stimulate the Tsong heavenly battle blood of the Little Tsong star was to fight against someone stronger. Dong Cheng's realm had reached the transcendent level, and he had even awakened the S-rank talent Raging Amazement, as well as contracted a transcendent level Red Flame Wolf King, causing the Tsong heavenly battle blood of the Little Tsong star to quietly boil. It's finally Dong Cheng's turn. S-rank talent Raging Flame. Realm, transcendent level. Red Flame Wolf King, an adult is a monarch. In terms of strength, the 19 challengers in front of us combined are no match for Dong Cheng. TSK, how great is the gap between the transcendent and awakened levels? The transcendent level, having awakened the transcendent, can perfectly harness the extremely terrifying attribute power, and the destructive power is extremely terrifying. Li Luo is destined to pay the price for his arrogance and hubris. Even if he is an SSS grade absolute demon, so what? A heavenly pride, suppressed by realm. An absolute demon will also have to drink hate. Many of the freshmen were holding their fire. And they all realized it. This challenge was totally pawned. With Li Luo's strength, he didn't give them, the awakening level freshmen, even a single chance to win. The favoritism is not even allowed to be waived. It can only be hard and up for a fight. It ended up being abused a bit and ended badly. Many new students were looking forward to the moment when Li Luo was defeated in battle. Roar! Above the vault of heaven. A giant wolf whose body was burning with pitch-black demonic amazement slowly descended. On the back of this terrifying demonic wolf, an old man stroked his beard and laughed, Chenger, when you fight Li Luo, don't degrade the name of my Wolf King. Master can watch the battle as much as he wants. Dong Cheng was extremely confident, saying, a supreme demon that has yet to grow up is ultimately just a young dragon, how can it match the might of the Wolf King? Boom! 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 Several terrifying auras descended one after another. In terms of depth, it was not inferior to the old man named Wolf King. Is that the War King? The Tree King? The Fox King? Surprisingly, even the Phantom King is here? Surprisingly, there are 5 Imperial Beast Giants who personally descended to watch the battle? Wolf King, isn't that Dong Cheng's master teacher? War King, that's Qi Yang's master. The Tree King has also long since taken on Su Ji as his disciple. As for the Fox King and Phantom King, they've even taken on Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao as disciples respectively. It seems that these several giant jade beings are extremely curious about Li Luo's true battle prowess. Many new students, all of them had their hearts and minds shaken. Wolf King, Battle King, Tree King, Fox King, Phantom King. In the True Dragon Academy, the status is comparable to the Vice Dean, second only to Lu Tanchi, but also in the entire Summer Country, has a great reputation. If it wasn't for a supreme demon who was going to fight their disciple, these 5 giants, categorically, would not descend. Worthy of being a disciple of concubine Xia, his will is firm, his eyes are resolute, and he is even dense with battle intent, as if he were a juvenile true dragon ready to take off into the 4 wilds at any time. The Fox King, a gentlewoman, couldn't help but sigh out. Yaoer, you have a good eye. Phantom King's temperament, much more bewitching than even Jiang Yao, covered her mouth and laughed, saying, such a little handsome boy, but also awakened the SSS grade talent. Master, I am a little moved, want to take it as a forbidden domain. Master. Jiang Yao pouted out. All right. The Phantom King smiled sweetly and said, how could I steal a man from you, master? She quickly withdrew her eyes. The bare neck, however, was colored with a trace of cold sweat. Concubine Xia, you're really protective. The Phantom King cursed in his heart for a while. I just casually flirted with a sentence, and you're going to use your dragon's might to suppress me? If you want to watch the battle, why don't you just show up? Seemingly calm, you actually care about this disciple too much, right? Phantom King, extremely young, but also in Xiafei, in the same era, but always be suppressed, never won. Until the last 10 years, Xiafei's realm, even more soaring, will Phantom King completely left behind, simply cannot glimpse the back, which makes the Phantom King's heart full of unwillingness. Princess Xia. I am inferior to you. But if my disciple defeats your beloved disciple, or even takes your beloved disciple under his skirt, what are you going to do? The Phantom King hummed softly, and a pair of long, well-proportioned legs, both of which couldn't help but merge together as she secretly said, just thinking about it, I can't help but be excited by your unwilling, annoyed look. Chapter 21 Passive Type Talent? Desolate Dragon vs. Red Flame Wolf King. What a terrifying woman. Leroy couldn't help but shiver. But anyone who can be sealed as a king, when it comes to battle power, none of them are at the top of the monarch level. With the strength of the Phantom King, with just one look, he could make the living beings of a city sink into the charm and completely fall under his skirt. Pity. Above the dome of the sky, emerald green vines continued to tangle, and a green-haired woman, with vines as her dress and an incomparably natural aura, couldn't help but let out a sigh. This green-haired woman was the King of Trees. The Tree King, specializing in the plant department, was one of the branches of the Imperial Beast Master, the Imperial Plant Master. The Imperial Beast Master, there exist many branches, such as the Imperial Dragon Master, the Imperial Plant Master, the Imperial Weapon Master, and the Imperial Devil Master. Among them, the Imperial Dragon Master's same-level battle power is undoubtedly the most terrifying. But if we are talking about control and suppression, the Imperial Plantsmith, among the many branch professions, was also the strongest. If on the battlefield, a powerful Imperial Plant Master could definitely control the entire battlefield easily. Oh. The Battle King was a rugged man who laughed. Tree King, what is your high opinion? I guess you all found out, right? The Tree King gently shook his head and sighed. From start to finish, Li Luo did not enchant the SSS grade Imperial Beast talent. In addition, the Desolate Dragon Cub that Li Luo contracted should only have the bloodline potential of the Lord level, but the strength that the Desolate Dragon has displayed is far beyond this bloodline level. What the Tree King means is that Li Luo's SSS grade talent, Ancestral Dragon, is not a combat type talent that is actively enchanted, but a talent that passively exists to enhance the bloodline. Underneath his rough exterior, the War King was extremely perceptive and said in surprise, passive type talents, however, are even rarer than active type talents. Unfortunately, passive type talents usually have weak battle power. With only an awakening level bloodline enhancement, how can it support Li Luo and accomplish the feat of crossing the level of challenge? It seems that I am not the only one who has such an opinion. The Wolf King smiled as he stroked his beard and said, in this battle, Li Luo will definitely lose. TSK, I didn't think that my Wolf King's disciple would have a chance to defeat Princess Xia's disciple. Rounding up, I, the Wolf King, am considered to be above concubine Xia. The words fell. The Wolf King's complexion, however, changed slightly, and seemed to be strangled by an invisible force, choking his neck and sweating coldly. Holy! The Wolf King cursed in his heart, concubine Xia, how dare you spy in secret? Hoof! The Phantom King glanced over his eyes, gloating. The Wolf King couldn't help but look at him angrily. He can finally know. I'm afraid that the Phantom King had just been suppressed by the dragon's might. The Phantom King and the Wolf King looked at each other and soon fell silent as well. Schadenfreude? The Phantom King and the Wolf King, for their own strength, were extremely confident. Xiafei just released a wisp of dragon power, and completely suppressed the two Seal Kings. The difference in strength was so great, and on the contrary, Xiafei was still so young, people were more angry than people. Being strong doesn't mean being religious. The Wolf King's eyes sank, secretly saying, with Dongcheng's strength, suppressing Li Luo will undoubtedly be a breeze. At this point, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Dongcheng walked slowly, the summoning spell formation opened, and a giant wolf with a body that burned with crimson flames and exuded the pressure of a king, 2 meters tall, stepped out from the spell formation. Pureblood Monarch Bloodline. Transcendent Class First Order. Red Flame Wolf King. The aura that was emitted alone was extremely terrifying, as if it was a born king. This is the Red Flame Wolf King? The Red Flame Wolf clan, as long as they reach adulthood, they are at the lord level, and can be considered an extremely powerful clan. It takes tens of thousands of Red Flame Wolves to give birth to a Red Flame Wolf King, destined to rule the Red Flame Wolf clan. Dongcheng has contracted the Red Flame Wolf King, and in the future, he will thoroughly cultivate the Red Flame Wolf King, and he can even travel to the wilderness and subjugate the Red Flame Wolf clan. At that time, the Red Flame Wolf King, commanding tens of thousands of Red Flame Wolves, who can match him? Worthy of being a pureblood monarch bloodline, this sense of oppression is simply terrifying. Off the field. Many of the new students were in an uproar. The appearance of this Red Flame Wolf King undoubtedly made the freshmen present feel a great sense of oppression. Leroy. Dongcheng was determined to win and said, "It's not too late for you to admit defeat." In my dictionary, there is never the word admit defeat. Li Luo shook his head blandly. You're too arrogant. The SSS class absolute demons in history were not as arrogant as you are at the awakening class stage. Dongcheng snorted coldly and said, not to mention, I'm afraid that the SSS-Rank talent you've awakened, Ancestral Dragon, can't be actively enchanted at all, can it? A passive Imperial Beast talent must be supported by a sufficient realm in order to bring out its true power. Your realm, after all, is still too low. Huh, passive type talent? Leroy was non-committal. He naturally heard the conversation between the kings. There are many divisions in the talent of the Imperial Beasts. Active, passive, is the most basic categorization. Among them, active talents are, without a doubt, the most common. Over 90% of the students in the True Dragon Academy are actively gifted, including Dongcheng's S-rank talent Raging Amazement, which was also active. The SSS-rank talent Ancestral Dragon, encompassing everything, is the origin of all dragon talents, and can more easily evolve many S-rank and even SS-rank dragon talents. Active? Passive? It's impossible to summarize. Li Luo was naturally extremely clear about his own talent. He hadn't enchanted the SSS-ranked Ancestral Dragon talent for the same simple reason. With Pale Star's strength, why did he need to add his talent? Even against Dongcheng. Li Luo also didn't think that it was necessary for him to enchant the SSS-grade Ancestral Dragon talent. Roar! Little Song Xing met the kingly pressure released by the Red Flame Wolf King, but he was not crushed at all. Instead, he inspired an even stronger battle intent, as if it was about to coalesce into substance. How is this possible? Dongcheng's eyes shook dramatically as he said, the Red Flame Wolf King possesses the qualification of a king, and was born with a mastery of the high-level skill deterrence, which allows it to forcibly suppress opponents. The disparity in realm and bloodline will amplify the effect of deterrence. The desolate dragon that you contracted is only at the 10th stage of the awakening realm, and its bloodline is only lord level. Even with the SSS-ranked gifted Ancestral Dragon, the strength of the Desolate Dragon's bloodline wouldn't be much higher than that of the Red Flame Wolf King, and at most, it would be at the 10th rank of the Monarch. High-ranked skill, deterrence. How could it not be effective? Dongcheng was completely shocked. More than anything, he felt a twinge of bad luck. Of the many high-level skills, deterrence, too, is extremely rare. If it was not systematically learned and taught, the only way to comprehend it from the bloodline would be to have the qualifications of a king. Dragons, too, exist as deterrent techniques. The name is Dragonwick. The grade is Superlative. It was usually the adult dragons that were able to cast Dragon Might. Dongcheng never thought that the Red Flame Wolf King's deterrence, always invincible and unfavorable, but on the Arakanese dragon, cannot play the slightest effect, but also on the contrary, inspired the Arakanese dragon's will to fight. Vaguely there is also a tendency to break through the pressure of the threat. High-ranking skills? Monarch bloodline? You think is strong? Li Luo smiled blandly and said, Dongcheng, you might as well take a good look at what true suppression is. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. Boom! An invisible fluctuation spread wildly throughout the entire confrontation. Little Song Xing took a step out, his body enveloped in pure white dragon breath, as if he was a draconic ancient dragon, ruling the draconic ancient domain, and the Red Flame Wolf King's mighty pressure was actually completely suppressed. Chapter 22 Super Grade Domain Technique. Dongcheng was defeated. Super Grade Domain Technique Desolate Ancient Domain. In an instant, descend. The endless pale dragon's breath enveloped the entire battlefield, appearing incomparably hazy, but reflecting the little Song Xing located therein as if it were a dragon of wild battle, with its pale battle intent rising up to the sky, almost coalescing into substance. For little Cthulhu Star, the previously defeated opponents of the same level were not challenging at all. The only way to make little Song Xing feel a hint of oppression was to cross the level of challenge. Roar! The dragon's roar of overriding wariness was heard. Every time little Song Xing took a step, the sense of oppression from the desolate ancient realm got even better. The Red Flame Wolf King's kingly majesty could only retreat under the pressure of the domain, as if a defeated king was shrinking his territory. What is this? Dongcheng's complexion changed completely, almost unable to believe his eyes, his tone filled with a trembling undertone as he trembled. Color, domain technique? This statement was made. The whole room was shocked. Domain technique? How is this possible? Any kind of domain technique, in terms of rank, can be super rank. Even if it's a pure monarch bloodline, it can only pass down high-rank skills from within the bloodline. At the awakening level, it comprehends super rank skills. Could it be that the bloodline of this draconic dragon has already been elevated to the overlord level under the SSS-Rank ancestral dragon talent? Is this an SSS-Rank talent? It's actually able to forcibly raise a lord-level bloodline to overlord level. Doesn't it mean that as long as this desolate dragon reaches adulthood, it will definitely be a hegemony-grade giant beast existence? It's more than that. Passive type talent, the higher the realm, the more incredible it becomes. When Li Luo becomes a hegemonic beast royalist, this desolate dragon might be able to possess the bloodline of a holy dragon. Many new students, their eyes were filled with shock. Overlord class bloodline. How powerful. In the wilderness area, any overlord-level ferocious beast can command 1,000 miles of territory, and I don't know how many monarchs and lords, all of them are subjugated. Even if they face the Xia Kingdom, as long as they don't take the initiative to invade, the Xia Kingdom won't pay too much attention. No one would have expected that the desolate dragon that Li Luo had contracted would be able to use a super-ranked domain technique, with his overlord-level bloodline revealing itself. Need to know. Even if one was an S-class heavenly pride, contracting a royal beast cub with a pure monarch-level bloodline would already be the top of the line. For example, the Red Flame Wolf King that Dongcheng had contracted was a pure monarch-level bloodline, and adults could reach monarch-level first stage, which was considered the bottom of the list among monarch-level bloodlines, yet it was also incredibly precious, with a market price calculated in hundreds of millions. The Phantom Demon contracted by Jiang Yao and the extremely cold Ice Fox contracted by Su Qingxue were also like this, perhaps with a higher bloodline, and never with too much of a gap. At most, they would be of the second or third rank of the monarch class. Only a demon with SS grade talent could contract a favored beast cub with a monarch grade 7th rank, or even a monarch grade 10th rank bloodline at the awakening grade stage. Monarch level 10th step? Compared to a true overlord level bloodline, it was also a world away. Overlord level bloodline? Super rank domain techniques? So what? Dongcheng clenched his teeth, trying his best to resist the oppression of the desolate ancient realm, and said unwillingly, the difference between great realms, how can it be crossed so easily? Boom! An incomparably blazing flame rose up in the pale field, reflecting almost the entire battlefield as if it were a furnace. The Red Flame Wolf King, which was located among them, obtained the support of the S-class talent Angry Amazing, and the blazing flames enveloping his body instantly soared, turning into a red rainbow light and charging towards little Song Xing. Transcendent level, already able to wield transcendent power. Dongcheng spoke out coldly, saying, the desolate dragon you contracted, the realm is ultimately only awakening 10th order. Transcendent level rage amazing, how are you going to withstand it? The moment. It was as if Dongcheng could see the scene of the desolate dragon being directly burned to near death in the monstrous amazing rage. If they were outside the battlefield, they would lose the protection of the immortality formation. I'm afraid I'm going to be burned directly to ashes. When the monstrous angry amazement blasted down, the little celandine star was located in the middle of it and was completely submerged. Li Luo will lose after all. An absolute realm gap, even a super-ranked domain technique cannot completely suppress it. That desolate dragon. Speed, strength, are all impeccable. Unfortunately, the power of transcendence is too powerful, not to mention the most blazing and violent of the many elemental attributes, the angry amazing. The desolate dragon that Li Luo has contracted is undoubtedly very powerful in battle, and it's easy to challenge him over the levels. Nay, he's facing Dongcheng, an S-class heavenly pride whose realm is completely overridden. Many of the new students sighed. Transcendent level, awakening level, the biggest gap lies in the transcendent power. What seems like a difference of one order is a world of difference. Once it broke through the transcendent level, the energy within the Imperial Beast's body would undergo a drastic change, increasing its power by at least 100 times. Li Luo, your defeat in this battle at my hands will leave a colorful mark in the future records of the Summer Country's history. On Dongchang's face, a touch of smugness flashed, saying, "You don't have to lose your head because of this, after all. I'm stronger than you at this time, and I'll always be above you in the future. Defeat at my hands, you can be proud of yourself." It was as if he could see that after defeating Li Luo in this battle, he would gain fame, obtain more resources tilted by the Xia Kingdom, and even break the shackles of his talent, metamorphose his SS grade talent, and be completely among the ranks of the demons, and be forever above Li Luo. Such a fantastic start. Just think about it. Dongchang was just thrilled. However, Dongchang's excitement didn't last long at all. Next moment. Boom! In the midst of the blaze. A boom that suddenly exploded. A pale trajectory that completely penetrated the crimson blaze. When Dongcheng came back to his senses, it was his pupils that shrunk. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. Little Songxing with a dragon claw, deadly choke Red Flame Wolf King's neck, under the surroundings of pale dragon breath. Surprisingly, most of the raging amazement isolated, even though some of the raging amazement infiltrated, but even Little Songxing's dragon scales could not be burned through. On the contrary, the Red Flame Wolf King was continuously spraying blood. Not only was his neck pinched, but his body had several more bone-deep dragon claw marks. Only to see that between the Little Songxing's sinuous body twisting, the pale white dragon tail suddenly flung, ruthlessly flinging itself onto the Red Flame Wolf King's head, blasting the Red Flame Wolf King fiercely flying, and thumping down on the edge of the battlefield. Wow! Emerald green light that rises. As if it were a silent proclamation. The Red Flame Wolf King. Lost? Someone in the crowd murmured out. A stone has been thrown to the winds. Incredible clamor. That desolate dragon, how could it be so strong? The Red Flame Wolf King, with the S-class talent Raging Amazement, has long since gone all out. Monstrous Raging Amazement blasted down, how terrifying is the power. On the contrary, the desolate dragon still seems to be unharmed? An S-ranked heavenly pride, fighting across a large realm, unexpectedly lost. Strength, speed, defense, without any shortcomings, but also in charge of the super-ranked domain techniques. The desolate dragon contracted by Li Luo, just how strong is it? In the midst of many shocked gazes. I, defeated? Dongchang was lost in thought for a while, extremely despondent. Chapter 23, The Shock of the Kings. The Factions of the True Dragon School. Next, Su Ji. Li Luo didn't even look at Dongchang much. The Red Flame Wolf King's battle power was undoubtedly extremely strong. Unfortunately, the only high-level skill the Red Flame Wolf King had mastered, deterrence, was completely restrained by Little Songxing. The greater the gap between realms and bloodlines, the suppressive effect of deterrence, the stronger it would be. The Red Flame Wolf King was undoubtedly suppressing Little Songxing in terms of realm. However, the Red Flame Wolf King's bloodline was nothing compared to Little Songxing. Overlord-level bloodline? Little Songxing's bloodline was an Emperor Dragon species. The Emperor Dragon seed, destined to be an emperor, would not be intimidated? It's two. There was no suspense at all for Little Songxing to defeat the Red Flame Wolf King. Wolf King, your favored disciple, seems to have lost. The Phantom King was full of derision and said, suppressing with a great realm, Dongchang still lost so easily. TSK, at your level, you still want to override the summer concubine? Cut the crap. The Wolf King's face flushed red and he also felt extremely humiliated as he said, Dongchang was restrained. Who would have thought that the desolate dragon that Li Luo contracted would possess an overlord-level bloodline? If I am right. The Tree King's eye sank, saying, the desolate dragon that Li Luo contracted should possess a trace of the Tsong Tian desolate dragon's bloodline. The domain technique released by the desolate dragon should be the Tsong Tian desolate dragon clan, an exclusive desolate ancient domain. Xia Fei. Is she crazy? The Phantom King's eyes trembled violently as he said, she's in the critical period of breaking through the realm, and she's even willing to allow Songyu to split a trace of her full bloodline and bestow it on that desolate dragon cub? Concubine Xia is still too spoiled for this only disciple. The Tree King let out a sigh. She, like the Phantom King, is in the same era as the summer concubine, but she can't even look at her back, but she knows what price the summer concubine has paid in order to become stronger. Li Luo's luck, it's not too good. The Phantom King sighed, with Princess Xia's character, in the future, she may continue to split the bloodline. With the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon talent, maybe the Desolate Dragon Cub can really have a complete Song Tian Desolate Dragon bloodline. Song Tian Desolate Dragon bloodline? The Wolf King couldn't help but be dumbfounded, saying, that's the legendary Imperial Dragon Seed bloodline. With SSS Grade talent, coupled with the Emperor Dragon Seed bloodline. In the future, when Li Luo grows up, I'm afraid that the Imperial Dragon Master lineage will really dominate the Xia Kingdom. The kings looked at each other and were silent. The many king sealers present in the room themselves represented the true dragon school, and even the various factions of the Xia Kingdom. For example, the Wolf King and the Fox King represented the most traditional lineage of Imperial Beast Masters. The King of Trees, representing the lineage of the Imperial Planters. Battle King, representing the Imperial Weapon Master lineage. The Phantom King, moreover, is a controversial Imperial magician. The true dragon school, originally, was dominated by the Imperial Dragon Master. If the Imperial Dragon Master's lineage became stronger, the other factions would definitely be in a more difficult position. Above the vault of heaven. A hidden void. Sister Xia, they seem to have misunderstood? Song Yu poked out her dragon head and said suspiciously, when did I bestow Song Xing with a bloodline? It was purely by chance that little Song Xing completely awakened that Song Tian Desolate Dragon's bloodline under the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon talent. Song Yu, am I spoiling Luor too much? Concubine Xia was still cold and absolutely beautiful, and seemed to be somewhat touched. Why should I care about others? Song Yu snorted coldly and said, would they know how understanding Li Luo is? In order to repay, he even went so far as to cut his talent origin. No matter how well we treat Li Luo, it's not enough. Xia Fei pursed her lips slightly, but she couldn't help but think of the incomparably weak, yet bravado pale face after Li Luo cut the talent origin. Her heart was as if it was being strangled, almost unable to breathe, and her clear and cold beautiful eyes were filled with the color of heartache. Yeah. Concubine Xia softly said, no matter how we treat Luor, there is no need for others to comment. As long as Luor grows up smoothly, the burden on my shoulders will be able to be lifted to do what I've always wanted to do. Sister Xia, you mean? Song Yu's eyes were anxious as she hurriedly said, Sister Xia, you must think well. Want to really go deep into the dragon realm, and even set foot in the dragon court. Unless we break through the Emperor level, and your Imperial Beast talent metamorphoses into the SSS level, you are doomed to 9 deaths in 1 life. Don't worry, I have my own considerations. Xia Fei pacified, heaven sent Luor to me, but also gave me the hope of metamorphosing my SSS grade talent. How can I fail? Not to mention, Lori is in a rapid growth spurt. If we don't go deeper into the dragon realm, or even the dragon court, and seize many of the dragon race's greatest treasures. How to build the strongest foundation for Luor? A few words. It made Song Yu unable to help but be moved as well. Sister Xia. Song Yu's dragon eyes, looking toward the opposing battlefield, said, do you think? Those 5 heavenly prides can really make the little Song Stars Song heavenly battle intent coalesce and break through the extreme realm? Not enough. Concubine Xia gently shook her head and said, I don't know how Luor was cultivated, little Song Xing's battle power at the awakening level is clearly much stronger than even you were at first. I'm afraid that this has something to do with the SSS-ranked ancestral dragon talent, or even the mythic ranked talent origin within Luor's body. The sense of oppression given to little Song Xing by those 5 S-class celestials is simply not enough. What then? Song Yu couldn't help but worry. This freshman class, isn't there another SS-class demon? Xia Fei said softly, just in time, I also want to know. Luor's limit, where exactly? Dong Chang, you can go down now. Suji walked up to the opposing battlefield and said to Dong Chang, you have been defeated. With Dong Chang losing his mind, he went off the stage. Suji couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and shook his head, Li Luo, I didn't expect that you would be so strong. Even, I have begun to regret coming to challenge you. Abstaining is not allowed. Leroy let out a soft laugh. After thoroughly defeating Dong Qingji, Li Luo had already gained the recognition of many S-class celestials and no longer thought that a large realm gap would be enough to securely defeat him. I wasn't going to abstain. Suji shook his head and said, Dong Cheng's defeat is also within common sense. If I'm not mistaken, the desolate dragon that you contracted should have possessed a hegemony-level bloodline under the effect of the SSS-grade ancestral dragon talent, right? The only high-level skill deterrence that the Red Flame Wolf King has mastered should have minimal effect on the desolate dragon. Leroy was non-committal. He naturally wouldn't say outright that Little Song Xing's bloodline was an Emperor Dragon Seed bloodline. Just kidding. The Emperor Dragon Seed bloodline was the bottom card. I'm not like Dong Chang. Suji revealed a smile and said, the purple poison vine that I contracted comprehends the high-level skill poison lock. If I expected well, the desolate dragon that you contracted, if I'm not mistaken, your contracted desolate dragon should take the pure melee route, right? The purple poison vine is best at control. How much of the dragon's melee advantage can be utilized? You're quite frank. Li Luo lost his smile and shook his head, saying, however, whether we can win or not, we still have to fight to know. Suji didn't say much. As the Imperial Beast's phalanx opened, a vine with a dark purple color was rooted directly on the confrontation. Pureblood Monarch Breed. Transcendent Class First Order. Purple Poison Ivy. Chapter 24, If you can't grasp it, let me be the master. Little Song Xing, go all out. Leroy gave the order. Suji was still honest, and he would naturally give enough respect. Roar. Little Song Xing couldn't help but let out a dragon's roar filled with excitement. Department of Botany. It has never been warred yet. Full power? Suji couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He naturally noticed that Li Luo's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest because of the appearance of the purple poisonous vine, and the eyes of that desolate dragon did not have the slightest bit of fear or worry in them, but instead, they were filled with overriding battle intent. Suji steeply came to his senses. I'm afraid. In the duel against Dong Chang, Leroy was still far from using his full strength. Suji carefully recalled, only to realize abruptly. The strength, speed, and defense of that desolate dragon were all impeccable, and no matter what kind of opponent it was fighting, there seemed to be no limit to it, and it won by absolute suppression. Purple Poison Ivy. Suji took a deep breath. S-rank talent, Absolute Poison. Suddenly, it was added. Leroy, be careful. Suji slowly said, my awakened S-rank talent, Absolute Poison, can raise the toxicity of the purple poison vine to an unbelievable level. Your desolate dragon, which is one major realm lower than the purple poisonous vine, if it is tainted with a trace of venom, I'm afraid it will have to drink. No harm done. Li Luo lost his smile and shook his head, saying, you should not be careless. Little Song Xing's strength, but it is very strong. Roar. The speed of the little pale star suddenly skyrocketed. Next moment, this pale white young dragon had already scurried close to the purple poison vine. Head on melee? Suji's eyes sank, saying, it seems that you are very confident. Wow. The many vines of the purple poison vine suddenly danced about. Seemingly drawing on countless nutrients, the vines of the purple poison vine instantly skyrocketed, transforming into a dozen meters long and arm thick, and there was vaguely venom, secreting and flowing from the spikes of the dark purple vines. If it was in the natural world, this purple poisonous vine, I don't know how many powerful ferocious beasts it would prey on, just a trace of venom could make a powerful ferocious beast completely fall prey. Purple poison vine, the plant department of the monarch level bloodline. Even has the plant department, the most skillful in the cross-level challenge of the poison department. Enhanced by the S-rank talent Absolute Poison. If the poison resistance is not high, the unusual commander level ferocious beasts all have to be poisoned. The most terrifying thing is that, as a plant system or a vine species, purple poison vines, many vines are best at binding and controlling. Li Luo contract's desolate dragon, which is best at melee combat, happens to be restrained. As long as there's just a trace of venom, that arachnid dragon cub will continue to weaken and eventually fall into a defenseless prey. Poison system plus plant system. The purple poison vine of Suji's contract has too much of an advantage in the awakening, transcendent, and commander realms, the three major realms. Many of the new students were talking and sighing. Even though Li Luo had strongly defeated Dong Chang, as well as the Red Flame Wolf King, they didn't think that Li Luo could continue his winning streak and defeat Suji as well. In terms of battle power, Suji was far superior to Dong Chang. Of course, if Suji fought Dong Chang, he might not win. After all, the Red Flame Wolf King was a pure fire system. For the plant system, it was extremely restrained. Tree King, do you have confidence in Suji? The Battle King smiled brightly. Sushi's character is already extremely calm, even he does not dare to say outright that there is a certainty of victory. How can I conclude that? The Tree King shook his head for a while, but he turned his words around and said, however, with the purple poison vine's toxin advantage, once there is a venom infiltration, the desolate dragon of Li Luo's pact will have almost no chance of flipping over. What if it's impenetrable? The Phantom King leapt forward and said, the dragon race, by nature, has a powerful body. The desolate dragon clan is even the best of them. That desolate dragon cub's defense has not seen its limit yet. Even if it was the Red Flame Wolf King, bombarding it with an amazing rage, it wouldn't be able to leave much of a mark on the draconic dragon's dragon scales. If the venom is unable to penetrate, Suji may not lose. The Tree King slowly said, vines are originally good at binding and strangling. The draconic dragon clan, which specializes in melee combat, is ultimately too bulky. Suji, if you were to face Dong Chang and Shi Yong, I'm afraid that neither of them could win. The Fox King shook his head and said, Dong Chang contracted the fire-type Red Flame Wolf King. As for Qi Yong, he is even a royal weapon master, contracted an ancient sword that can cut through all vines and is more immune to most toxins. However, if he were to face off against Li Luo, it would be a perfect restraint. This iceberg-like woman, always silent, at this time but also expressed his views, a pair of icy beautiful eyes, it is difficult to hide the color of regret. On the opposite side of the battlefield. Bang! 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 Countless venom, bursting. It turned into a poisonous fog that filled the air. Pale Star, hold your breath. Li Luo immediately said, release the desolate ancient domain. He wasn't the least bit worried about the poisonous mist. With the desolate ancient realm, it was completely able to isolate the poisonous mist. Getting to the bottom of it. Purple Poison Vine releases Poison Mist, which is a middle-rank skill. On the contrary, the desolate ancient domain was a super-ranked domain technique. It really didn't work? Suji laughed bitterly, after all, we can only fight it head-on. The words fell. The purple poison vine seemed to have been instructed. Many dark purple vines were shooting towards little Tsongxing. This. Suji's complexion, at once, changed. Only to see little Tsongxing's pale white dragon body, between the constant meandering, so fast that it was surprisingly fast that there were only remnants of shadows, weaving between the entanglement and strangulation of a large number of dark purple vines. Jab! Prickle! Little Tsongxing's dragon claw swung rapidly. The incomparably sharp claws unexpectedly cut a dark purple vine, instantly. A large number of broken dark purple vines continued to fall to the ground. The purple poisonous vine seemed to have sensed the pain, and its winding and twisting movements were slightly stagnant. What speed! The Fox King's beautiful eyes could not help but be slightly stunned. Complex, we have been discussing the defense power of the desolate dragon. Not knowing that the speed of this desolate dragon cub, surprisingly, is also so terrifying. Such speed, it is simply not an awakening level that can be possessed. More than that. The Battle King's eyes sank and he was shocked. The claw technique of that young desolate dragon is extremely refined, as if it has gone through 1,000 hammers. However, how would a young desolate dragon have the time to exercise its claw technique? There is only one possibility: this young desolate dragon pup has comprehended the high-level skill of the desolate dragon clan, the desolate dragon battle technique. So that explains it. The Phantom King's eyes flickered in surprise, with the desolate dragon battle technique, completely unifying the extreme strength, speed, and defense of the desolate dragon. Any part of the dragon's body can be used as a weapon. The dragon claws in particular are incredibly sharp and can even cut through the vines of the purple poison vine. The more she looked at Li Luo, the more she felt moved, almost unable to hold back and steal a man from her own disciple. Jiang Yao, you may not be able to grasp a man like Li Luo. The Phantom King hooked up a flirtatious smile and said darkly, how about letting the teacher come? Such a thought just rose. The Phantom King then felt an unspeakable sense of crisis. Holy! The Phantom King couldn't help but be dumbfounded, secretly saying, concubine Xia, I just think about it and I have a sense of life and death crisis? If I really make a move against Li Luo, I'm afraid you're not going to personally come down and imprison and subdue me, right? Chapter 25, Little Tsongxing's Strength. Su Qingxu's Complex. Suji is going to lose. The Tree King couldn't help but sigh and said softly, we all underestimated the strength of that arachnid dragon. I can already deduce that arachnid dragon cub's skill system. For high-level skills, desolate power, dragon scale, extreme speed, and desolate dragon battle technique. Super Ranked Domain Technique, Desolate Ancient Domain. When it comes to melee compatibility, it is undoubtedly far beyond the awakening level. Many transcendent levels, too, are far inferior. The Tree King, who was already incomparably erudite and had an extremely deep study of the Desolate Dragon clan, quickly deduced little Songxing's skill system and couldn't help but be alarmed by it. She vaguely understood that the many skills acquired from the bloodline of the Desolate Dragon Cub that Li Luo had contracted was going to strengthen the melee compatibility to the extreme. Especially strength, speed, and defense, these three basic attributes were far beyond the awakening level. But the Tree King's emerald green eyes were still filled with disbelief. In the Tree King's opinion, even if little Songxing was at full battle strength, the strength and speed he displayed was too terrifying, simply beyond common sense. And she didn't know it. Outside of the skill system of the Draconic Dragon clan, Li Luo also leased the divine level skill Desolate Dragon Divine Body for little Songxing. With each passing day, little Songxing's base strength, base speed, and base defense would double. Several days had passed since the little Songstar was under the enchantment of the Desolate Dragon God Body. That is to say, even though they were of the same Song Tian Desolate Dragon bloodline, little Songxing's strength, speed, and defense were several times that of his class. If you add the Desolate Power, Extreme Speed, Dragon Scale, and even the Desolate Ancient Realm, Little Pale Star's strength, speed, and defense, the most basic three-dimensional attributes, would instantly skyrocket by hundreds of times. Little Songxing is a pure-blooded Emperor Dragon species bloodline Song Tian Desolate Dragon. The dragon body is already extremely powerful, and at awakening rank 10, it's comparable to a transcendent rank. Li Luo's eyes flickered as he secretly said, if it were to skyrocket 100 times more. Unusual commander-class dragons wouldn't be able to match little Songxing in terms of strength, speed, and defense, the three attributes. He looked to the battlefield. Little Songxing and Purple Poisonous Vine were in a constant battle. There were constantly dark purple vines that were directly cut by little Songxing and fell to the ground. On the contrary, the Purple Poisonous Vine has given up the strategy of binding and strangling. With little Songxing's speed, it is simply impossible to catch up, not to mention entanglement, and can only be used positively to dark purple vines, as if it were a whip, positively lashing down. From time to time, there were dark purple vines that lashed at little Songxing's dragon tail and claws, but they were unable to break through the pale white dragon scales at all, let alone inject venom. Su Ji's expression was filled with bitterness. Strength, speed, defense, all flawless. In terms of technique, it is surprisingly extremely subtle as well, bringing the advantages of strength, speed, and defense into complete play. It's even suppressed by a domain, causing the purple poison vine to be restricted in every way. Su Ji's mood was incomparably complicated as he sighed. Is this the SSS grade talent of a supreme demon? I didn't expect that the gap would be so great. Nevertheless, Su Ji didn't intend to admit defeat either. He still commanded the purple poison vine, locking little Songxing's dragon claws tightly, hoping to break the defense of the dragon scales with multiple strikes, thus releasing the toxin, and still have a chance of winning. However, until the dark purple vines of the purple poisonous vine, all broken on the ground, the vitality of the purple poisonous vine continues to fade, the healing spell formation are automatically opened, the small Songxing's dragon scales, there are only purple traces, but it is not broken at all. I lost. Su Ji smiled bitterly and said, worthy of being an SSS grade absolute demon, I have benefited a lot from this battle and no longer dare to be proud of myself. The vastness of the blue star, how many demons are there? S-class heavenly pride, after all, has no qualifications to be proud of itself. This battle, it's wonderful. Li Luo revealed a smile, walked straight to Su Ji's body, patted Su Ji's shoulder, and said, you've earned my respect. Thanks a lot. Su Ji was quite flattered. He was aware that Li Luo's terrifying potential had long since begun to emerge. The strength displayed by just one draconic dragon cub was incredible enough. Not to mention, Li Luo himself was still an SSS-ranked absolute demon. In the future, Li Luo was destined to take off, leaving many S-class prides behind completely, naturally including Su Ji. Having the honor of acquiring the respect of such a supreme demon would be enough for Su Ji to be proud of in a few decades. Surprisingly, even Su Ji was defeated? The battle power of that desolate dragon cub is simply too terrifying. The purple poisonous vine of the monarch seed can't even break the dragon scales of a draconic dragon cub. Is this really awakening level? Many of the new students were somewhat numb. With the defeat of the two S-class celestials, it was Li Luo's terrifying strength that was first seen. The many freshmen who had previously lost the battle had even more mixed feelings. No wonder we lost so easily. I'm afraid Li Luo didn't even use a tenth of his strength, right? The battle power of that desolate dragon is simply not something that can be measured at the awakening level. Under the same level, how can we be opponents? Let's not even talk about being on the same level. I have a feeling that I'm afraid the strength of that desolate dragon cub is comparable to the transcendent mortal 10th rank. Many of the freshmen who had not yet taken the field but had already paid the $1 million challenge fee were in a mood that was even more difficult to describe. Paying $1 million just to get on the field and get abused, simply. Even the S-rank heavenly pride, suppressed by a great realm, cannot win. How are we, the awakening level 10th rank, and only awakened a rank talent, or even be rank talent, an opponent? I'm done asking for a refund now, just don't put me on. Tisk, TSK, nice try. Not only will you not refund your money, you won't even be allowed to abstain. The crowd. Zhang Yao's eyes, which were already filled with the color of fascination, were flattering and at the same time, even more somewhat moist. Too handsome. Zhang Yao murmured for a while, saying, such a powerful demon, only I, Zhang Yao, can have one. Thinking so, she couldn't help but cast her eyes to the side, towards Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was silent. She simply couldn't understand that Zhang Yao was hostile towards her. When Su Qingxue looked at the field, her eyes, which were as beautiful as frost, were filled with complex colors. His strength, how is he so strong? Su Qingxue pursed her lips, secretly said, I also signed up, not allowed to abstain at all. Could it be that I also have to go on the field and fight with Li Luo? Before signing up, Su Qingxue was so confident that she thought she could easily defeat Li Luo, brightly dispelling rumors and declaring that Li Luo was not worthy of her at all. Today, she was uncertain. In terms of strength, Su Qingxue thought to herself that she was quite a bit stronger than Dong Cheng and Su Ji, both. But if it was a different position and Su Qingxue was allowed to face off against Dong Cheng and Su Ji, Su Qingxue didn't think that she would be able to win so easily as Li Luo did. Zhang Yao, aren't you worried? Su Qingxue couldn't help but say. Worried about what? Zhang Yao's eyes, bright and shining. With your strength, you shouldn't be Li Luo's opponent, right? By the time Li Luo defeats all the challengers, you'll have to go on stage as well. Su Qingxue was puzzled. Aren't you worried that Li Luo will defeat you strongly, leaving you with no face? I'm not worried. Li Luo and I, made for each other, whether I conquer him or he conquers me, I can accept it. Zhang Yao's face was full of righteousness as she said, I was kind of looking forward to Li Luo rubbing me on the ground. Like a supreme demon like Li Luo, he should be so domineering. Chapter 26 Human Weapon Unity? Still can't do it? You're really crazy. Su Qingxue didn't want to talk. She looked at Zhang Yao and felt more and more. A demon master, that's scary. Among the many sub-professions, the Imperial Demon Master was the most special, only contracting with demons, and with concepts that differed from the norm. Zhang Yao, for example, belonged to the lineage of Imperial Demon Masters. Zhang Yao's family, the Zhang family, was also a royal demon family. Growing up in the Imperial Demon family, and having detected the S-class talent origin Phantom Heart since she was a child, Zhang Yao was destined to contract a variety of different phantoms, and she even grew up with her own contracted phantom. So much so, that many of Zhang Yao's viewpoints also coincided with the Phantom Demon clan, as well. In the Phantom clan, the stronger one is, the more mates they can have, and only the strong can ask the weak to abstain from sex for themselves. You have no idea. Zhang Yao didn't care in the slightest and said, Su Qingxue, you'd better think about how you're going to fight Li Luo when it's your turn. No need for you to care. Su Qingxue was poked and prodded, and immediately looked slightly cold, no longer chatting with Zhang Yao, and turned to look at the opposing battlefield. At this point, Kaiyan has ascended to the opposite side of the battlefield. Do you think that Qi Yong can win? Zhang Yao suddenly said. It's hard. Su Qingxue shook her head and said, Qi Yong contracted an ancient sword called Jedi Battle Ancient Sword. As a lineage of Imperial Artifact Masters, Qi Yong awakened the S-class talent Battle Heart, and is more than capable of wielding a flying sword, and even a human weapon in one. If Qi Yong's opponent is a Transcendent Mortal 5th Order, or even a Transcendent Mortal 6th Order beast, I'm sure Qi Yong will be able to win. But his opponent is Li Luo, and that unreasonably strong Desolate Dragon. Li Luo's chances of winning are much higher than Qi Yong's. Su Qingxue gave an analysis that was justified. You're quite pertinent. Zhang Yao nodded, I think so too. The same S-class heavenly pride, and even more so, they all came from families. Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao's insights were quite extensive. With the strength displayed by Li Luo, it was almost impossible for an ordinary S-class heavenly pride to defeat. It's two. Whether it was Jiang Yao or Su Qingxue, they were all very unfavorable towards Qi Yong. Many of the new students sniffed as if they had seen a ghost. Holy! Isn't Su Qingxue an iceberg goddess? Surprisingly, she's so favorable towards Li Luo? Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue actually reached a consensus to support Li Luo at all? We're agreeing now, we won't be working together later, right? I chow ah. Li Luo, you're guilty. How dare you tune my goddess like this? Many of the freshmen who had crushes on Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue had only one feeling at the moment, that the sky was falling. Su Qingxue sniffed and became even more silent. She was speechless. How come it's getting worse before she even clarifies? On the opposite side of the battlefield, the phalanx opens. An ancient flying sword shot out. S-rank talent, Battle Heart. Suddenly, it was added. Qi Yong didn't say a word, but he was doing his best. The speed of the Jedi Battle Ancient Sword was suddenly raised to the extreme, and it even exuded an extremely violent battle intent, vaguely dividing itself from Little Song Xing, not losing the wind in the slightest. Roar! Little Song Xing became more and more exuberant, a dragon's roar resounded, and his sinuous dragon body transformed into a pale stream of light remnants, suddenly chasing towards the Jia Battle Ancient Sword. Surprisingly, he was going to compete with the flying sword in terms of speed. Many new students, all of them were completely dumbfounded. The Imperial Weapon Masters, especially the Imperial Flying Swords, were all the best in terms of speed. Normally speaking, an unusual Imperial Beast Master, against an Imperial Weapon Master who was wielding a flying sword, would only be able to take a beating in place, or directly attack the Imperial Weapon Master himself, in order to attack and defend in a different shape. Like Little Celandine Star, directly racing with flying swords, it simply refreshed the cognition of many new students. Only to see the Jedi War Ancient Sword continuously shooting, but it was simply unable to shake off Little Song Xing. Instead, it was brought closer and closer by Little Song Xing, and it suddenly reversed its direction in the air and shot towards Little Song Xing. Seeing the hunt, Little Cthulhu Star raised his dragon claws to meet it. Bang! A boom came. The Jedi Battle Ancient Sword was constantly trembling, but it could only leave a shallow trace on Little Song Xing's dragon claw before it was directly shaken by Little Song Xing's terrifying force and flew backwards. How is that possible? Qi Yong's pupils shrunk up, filled with disbelief. The Jedi Battle Ancient Sword, best at speed, as well as destructive power. At this moment, Qi Yong could only see the Jedi Ancient Sword being caught up by that desolate dragon, and under the clinical counterattack, it only left a shallow scar. Phew! Qi Yong took a deep breath and secretly said, "The Qianquan has not yet been determined, I still have a chance." With his S-rank talent Battle Heart, Qi Yong would never be easily discouraged in battle. But when he regrouped and wanted to establish a roundabout tactic, he abruptly widened his eyes and looked at the juvenile desolate dragon in mid-air, which had unexpectedly clutched the hilt of the absolute battle ancient sword with its pale-colored dragon claws. The Jedi Battle Ancient Sword kept struggling, but it couldn't break free at all. Instead, it was constantly wielded by that desolate dragon, completely out of control, with a hidden tendency to be tamed. Such a sight! It almost made Qi Yong's heart for war break for it. Ah! Kion let out a low growl. The Jedi Battle Ancient Sword suddenly disappeared without a trace. Next moment, it had appeared in Qi Yong's hands. Oh? Secret spells? Leroy was interested. The Imperial Artifact Masters were the lineage that relied the most on secret techniques. Li Luo quickly surmised that Qi Yong should have practiced a secret method that allowed the Jia Battle Ancient Sword to instantly change its position and appear in his hand, thus protecting himself. This is a middle-ranked secret technique, Returning Sword. Qi Yong's face was full of complexity and sighed. My original intention of cultivating the Returning Sword mystic method was to protect myself. I just didn't expect that I would have to use it to protect the Jedi Ancient Sword. He can be extremely helpless. If he didn't perform the Returning Sword mysterious technique to forcefully recall the Jedi War Ancient Sword, I'm afraid that the Jedi War Ancient Sword would really be tamed by that desolate dragon, and would be reduced to being that desolate dragon's accessory sword. Qi Yong was holding the Jedi Ancient Battle Sword, but the aura on his body was climbing up, and his battle intent was completely condensed into substance, shrouding himself in the Jedi Ancient Battle Sword, completely. A human weapon? Leroy was amazed. The so-called unity of man and weapon is actually the sympathy of intention. This realm, if cultivated to the extreme, could even merge with the imperial weapon and form a resonance. Shi Yong's human sword unity was only preliminarily attained, yet it was already slightly resonant, thus allowing the aura, the battle intent, to materialize, and the strength to be at least doubled. Even if the human swords are united, I don't have the certainty of victory. Shi Yong couldn't help but shake his head, but his eyes were extremely determined, saying, "But I must fight, even if I fight until my blood runs dry, I must not take half a step back. Otherwise, my heart for battle will surely be dusty." "Then it's a battle." Leroy laughed aloud. For Chi Yong, he was quite appreciative. Roar! The little song star was even more exuberant. From Chi Yong's body, it vaguely glimpsed a trace of hope of arriving at the extreme realm, but it was invisible and untouchable, which made the little song star itch more and more. Whoa, whoa, whoa! In the realm of the ancient deserts, endless pale-colored dragon breath, under the resonance of little Song Xing's battle intent, converged crazily. In the blink of an eye, it unexpectedly transformed into a pale dragon's claw, which was controlled by little Song Xing, and slapped down fiercely towards Chi Yong. War! Chi Yong took a deep breath and lifted the Jedi battle ancient sword in his hand, and it was a sword chop. Boom! A roar came from it. The entire sparring ground was constantly trembling from the collision of sword intent and dragon breath. Healing light, quietly spilling out. Split the difference! Someone exclaimed in shock. When the sword intent, the dragon's breath, completely dissipated. Chi Yong was holding the Jia battle ancient sword, but he was lying on the ground, bathed in healing light, his face full of unwillingness. Still can't do it? Chi Yong was incomparably bitter as he said, "Is the gap between S-Rank and SSS-Rank really so great that even if it's separated by a large realm, even if I have mastered the human weapon unity, I simply can't overcome it?" Chapter 27, Why are you rewarding her? Chi Yong also lost. That desolate dragon, it seems to have made a breakthrough on the spot, and its use of the desolate ancient realm is even better. Suppressed by the power of the domain, Chi Yong's defeat was not unjust. Chi Yong has mastered the unity of human weapons, and in the path of the Imperial Weapon Master, he can be considered to have reached the top. In terms of strength, he is even superior to Dong Chang and Su Ji. Unfortunately, Chi Yong's opponent is an SSS class peerless demon. Many new students, all of them sighing and lamenting. As Chi Yong executed the human weapon unity, many of the freshmen gave birth to a flash of longing, wanting to witness, with Chi Yong's overwhelming stance of human weapon unity, defeating Li Luo forcefully. But their expectations, after all, were dashed. Li Luo defeated Chi Yong, still without using much strength. Undoubtedly, it was an indication that the gap between Chi Yong and Li Luo was still extremely large. Battle King, congratulations, you've taken in a good seedling. The Wolf King was filled with red light as he said, just at the transcendent level, he has mastered the human weapon unity, the future is promising. When Dong Chang was initially defeated, the Wolf King couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground, only feeling extremely humiliated. But after the disciples of the Tree King and the Battle King also fell one after another, the Wolf King was instantly balanced. Anyway, everyone's disciples had lost, and no one was nobler than anyone else, and the Wolf King's mood, which could be described as up and down, was instantly better. The Wolf King sort of figured it out. It's not that he's too religious. Rather, this son, Li Luo, is too heaven-defying. Look at this horrible strength. Are you sure it's awakening level? Even if you face the transcendent mortal 10th order, you can still fight, right? Not necessarily. The War King sighed for a while and said, after the defeat in this battle, if Chi Yong can walk out from the shadow, perhaps the heart of the battle can be more clear. But if he cannot walk out, from now on, the heart of the battle is covered with dust, I am afraid that the achievement is limited. You're worried. The Wolf King pointed at the opposing battlefield and cursed, look at that Li Luo, how strong he has become. It is said that only 5 days have passed since Li Luo contracted the initial imperial beast. How much of a bullseye does that disciple of yours have to be in order to have his heart of battle clouded because he lost to such a supreme demon? He lost to Leroy, is that a shame? Tisk, TSK, War King, when you were young, didn't you also lose to Concubine Xia? Have you ever had your heart of war clouded? Li Luo, Concubine Xia, such terrifying demons, unusual heavenly pride, I'm afraid I can't even look at their backs. The words fell. The Battle King's face, at once, changed, and said angrily, Wolf King, sometimes I really want to tear your mouth apart. Seconded. The Phantom King coldly said. Aha! The Fox King nodded. I'm for it. the Tree King said blandly. When the Wolf King heard this, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. He almost forgot. Among the kings present, the Wolf King's seniority could be considered the oldest. But the other 4 Seal Kings, the Fox King, the Phantom King, the Battle King, and the Tree King, were all in the same era as the Summer Concubine, and they had even lost to the Summer Concubine. The Wolf King made this statement. Offended 4 Seal Kings at the same time. The words of the partial Wolf King were still extremely pertinent. After all, the 4 Seal Kings present had also been difficult to look at their backs since their defeat to Concubine Xia. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the quick sword. You guys lost to Concubine Xia, so be it. Your disciples, I'm afraid you'll lose to Concubine Xia's disciples as well. The Wolf King burst into a fit of bellyaching, but he didn't dare to say anything else at all. On the opposite side of the battlefield. With Chi Yon's defeat, many new students, too, began to take the field one after another. The 3 transcendent S-class Celestial Pride were no match for Li Luo. How could the many unusual freshmen resist Li Luo? With little Songxing's absolute strength, there was no need to even exert the desolate ancient realm to achieve victory after victory. Winning more than 20 matches in a row, little Songxing's Tsang heavenly battle intent was also becoming more and more condensed. Next, Jiang Yao. Li Luo suddenly said. It's finally my turn? Jiang Yao's eyes brightened slightly as she said, Li Luo, rub me quickly. 3 question marks floated above Leroy's head. What's the word for tiger and wolf? He. Jiang Yao smiled cheekily and said, Li Luo, if I win, can you be my boyfriend? Are you sure? You can win? Leroy wondered out loud. He had also investigated about Jiang Yao's strength. The battle between Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue could be said to have been a battle of exhaustion and underhandedness, and there were no secrets left for a long time. Li Luo thought to himself that with the battle power displayed by little Songxing, Jiang Yao's chances of winning should be extremely low. How do you know if you don't try? Jiang Yao's eyes lit up as she said, correspondingly, if I lose, you can also make an equivalent request to me. Whether it's to let me be your girlfriend or to let me serve you in bed, it's all possible. The words fell. Su Qingxue, who was under the field, had her eyes changed. That's your real intention, isn't it? Jiang Yao, you're so green tea. You're not even trying to win. Leroy, you mustn't agree to her. She's a chimera, but she's going to suck you dry. Su Qingxue's heart, many emotions surging, hate to pull Jiang Yao down, but do not dare to make any move, for fear of being misunderstood again. The more they describe, the darker they become. That's a good plan you've got there. Leroy sneered. Wouldn't he know Jiang Yao's intention? Sleeping with me? A night of springtime, even the SSS grade talent origin, was going to be sucked partially. Even though for Li Luo, the SSS grade talent origin could be refreshed every day. But he still had to give the beautiful master teacher, to make the gifted dragon bead. How can you discount it for nothing? Just think about it. Jiang Yao's words seemed to bring with them a trace of invisible charm, extremely tugging at the heartstrings. Many of the freshmen who had heard the words were on the verge of losing control as their blood rushed up, their faces flushed red, and they floated around, not knowing how many times their thoughts had tumbled around, and they were on the verge of losing control as they looked at Jiang Yao. To this, Li Luo's expression, however, remained as usual. He had practiced the dragon god's meditation method, and there was a dragon god suppressing him in his mind, so Jiang Yao's S-rank talent, charming demon's heart, even though it exuded intangible charm, could not shake the dragon god's might at all. That's okay too. Li Luo's words changed, saying, if you lose, you'll be my maid for a few years, wear a maid outfit every day, do my laundry and cooking, and rub my legs and shoulders, how about that? Why are you rewarding her? Su Qingxue's eyes widened, her face full of incredulity. If she hadn't forced restraint, she would have questioned out loud. Really? Jiang Yao was full of surprise and said, isn't it a beautiful thing to be a personal maid first and then rise to the top as a madam? I kind of regret it. Leroy was speechless for a while. He can't help but be a little skeptical. Did you lead the wolf into the house? Already said yes. Jiang Yao smiled and said, Li Luo, I don't think you want to break your contract to an Imperial Demon Master, do you? Don't worry, if I dare to say it, I won't break the contract. Li Luo shrugged his shoulders and said, I naturally know the rules of the Imperial Demon Master, as well as the demons. The line of Imperial Demon Masters, following the rules of the Demon Clan, held promises and contracts in the highest regard. If Li Luo were to breach the contract, he could be said to have offended the entire lineage of imperial demon masters. In contrast, if Zhang Yao loses and becomes Li Luo's maid, she must also be loyal without any betrayal, or else she will be turned away by the royal demon master lineage, and even the entire demon world. Chapter 28, Demon Contract. Li Luo vs Zhang Yao. The demon clan, incomparably evil and brutal, but extremely focused on contracts. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, whenever the contract is completed, the demon clan, and even the imperial demon master, will be able to obtain the gift of the demon realms will from the contract. In the vast demon realm, only a very few demonic races, such as the fallen angel clan and the cunning demons, don't care about contracts at all, yet they can't get the demon realm's favor. The phantom clan is not included in this. Leroy had his own considerations. Zhang Yao, from the royal demon family, the Zhang family. The Zhang family was one of the three major business families in the Summer Kingdom. With the credibility of the imperial demon master, it instead allowed the Zhang family, in the business field, to flourish. If Li Luo wanted to lease even more heaven-defying bloodlines, more powerful god-level skills, or even lease myth-level imperial beast talents, he would have to acquire more money, preferably to build a complete business empire. It would definitely be much more convenient to get on the Zhang family's warship and obtain the Zhang family's investment. A mythic grade talent, a one-day lease costs 1 billion dasha coins. Li Luo pondered slightly and secretly said, we can't keep letting the beautiful master explode gold coins, right? First Dragon Master, even if there are more supreme treasures, there will be a day when they run out. The deed is done. Zhang Yao smiled cheekily and said, if I win, you will be my boyfriend. Of course, you have to do all the things that a boyfriend has to do, without fail, to the best of your ability. If you win, I'll be your little maid for 5 years, doing your laundry and cooking, and rubbing your legs and shoulders. Of course, if you want me to serve you in bed, that's also in the maid's scope of business. Along Zhang Yao's lips, a seductive smile flashed. I don't know how many freshmen feel heartbroken. No. In the crowd, Xiao Chunan pounded his chest and wailed, Zhang Yao, you've been secretly in love with you for 3 years, don't be like this. You wait a little longer, I will definitely give you happiness. Dude, stop crying now. Lu Shangfei patted Xiao Chunan's shoulder and said bitterly, you can't grasp a girl like Zhang Yao. You shut up. Xiao Chunan's face was filled with pain as he said, I'm more worthy of Zhang Yao than Li Luo. Do I have to be blunt? Lu Shangfei was full of black lines and said, what have you just been beaten by Li Luo? Can't catch a single move, how can you compete? If you're really capable, you'll spend another $1 million to enroll and go fight Li Luo. If you win, let Li Luo let you have Zhang Yao. But do you dare? Lu Shangfei's words were like a sharp knife that stabbed into Xiao Chunan's heart. When Xiao Chunan recalled that, at the time of the battle just now, that desolate dragon's battle-ready stance had easily suppressed Xiao Chunan's contracted pure yang chicken without even a hint of resistance, he was instantly abashed, and simply could not give birth to the desire to fight again. Chunan Lu Shangfei said bitterly, you have awakened the A-rank talent pure yang. As long as you keep your body of pure yang for 30 years, you can metamorphose into the S-rank talent pure fiery yang yan. Why should you think about falling in love? Take my advice, don't even think about it. What kind of girl won't you have when you become an S-class heavenly pride? A few words completely broke Xiao Chunan's psychological defense. Fei. Xiao Chunan violently hugged Lu Shangfei and said excitedly, I'll listen to you. Aha! Lu Shangfei nodded in relief. The two were so brotherly that the freshmen around them all hastened to stay away from each other. The terms, nothing wrong with them. Leroy nodded, then let's begin. Invisible. There seemed to be the light of a lofty eye, slowly dropping down. That's an acknowledgement from the demonic realm that the pact is established. Upon breach of contract, the will of the demonic realm is turned against them and they are marked. Any demon clan, as well as sentinel, who puts to death a backstabber will be rewarded by the demon realm. It's too. Many demonic races would even hope that the other party would break the contract and then kill them, thus obtaining a reward. Despite the rewards of defeat. The penalties of defeat, I am also very neutral. Zhang Yao said softly, however, compared to being your little maid, I still want you to be my forbidden domain. So, in this battle, I will go all out. Zhang Yao's eyes were extremely determined. Wow. In the summoning spell. A chimera girl wearing loose vestments and holding a pitch-black staff with a slender and soft physique, but only 15 or 16 years old, quietly appeared from the spell formation. The Phantom Demon Clan, there are many branches. Jiang Yao said softly, the chimera I contracted, named Mia, is a spellcaster of the Chimera clan, and can cast spiritual magic. Roar! When Pale Star saw the chimera Mia, her desire to fight intensified. In Mia's body, little Song Xing felt no small threat, more difficult to deal with than the Red Flame Wolf King, the Purple Poison Vine, and the Jedi Ancient Sword. Pureblood Monarch level bloodline. Phantom Spirit Mage. The realm is Transcendent Class Second Order. Of course, the threat felt by little Cthulhu Star did not come from the realm, but out of pure restraint. The three-dimensional attributes of little Celandine, strength, speed, and defense, can all be greatly increased, but the spiritual attribute is not included. Despite the defense attribute, which also includes spiritual defense, however, little Cairn Star's Dragon Soul is one of the short boards. Mia, a chimera specializing in spiritual magic, is undoubtedly a great restraint for Pale Star. Sure enough, I expected it. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up as she said, the Desolate Dragon Clan only cultivates the dragon body, not the dragon soul. The Desolate Dragon you contracted seems to be no exception. She couldn't help but feel elated. In this battle, she really seemed to have a chance of winning. It was as if Jiang Yao could see the scenario where little Song Xing became the vassal of the phantom demon Mia's law robe, and after Li Luo's defeat, he was forced to become his own forbidden vassal, and even if he was reluctant, he could only serve himself. Just thinking about it, Jiang Yao felt incomparably excited. A pair of long and slender legs, couldn't help but close up, eyes full of charm, filled with a soft luster. It looks like it has to get real. Leroy shook his head helplessly. He, for real, it's better to keep it to serve me. Jiang Yao smiled triumphantly. Wow. S-rank talent, Phantom Heart. The transient enchantment. She seemed to be relaxed, in fact, not slacking off at all, and immediately had to let the phantom demon, Mia, cast mental charm magic, so that the little Song Xing's mind was lost. Roar! Little Song Xing's dragon eyes, at once, became blank and even flashed a peachy color. With such a look, it was clear that he was charmed. Jiang Yao was incomparably pleased with herself and was about to say something, but then she saw Li Luo's demeanor, still incomparably casual, not seeing the slightest sense of crisis. She was at a loss. The draconic dragons were all charmed and simply couldn't help themselves. What makes Leroy still so blasé? Little Song Xing's Dragon Soul, indeed, is a short board. At least, at the awakening level stage, it has not been able to make up for the short board. Li Luo laughed out softly and said, but you don't think that I, as a royal beast master of the little Songstar, really don't have any countermeasures, do you? What do you mean? Jiang Yao's eyes were stunned. Bang! A crisp ringing sound suddenly came out. Jiang Yao turned her eyes to look, but she saw Phantom Demon Mia, her face full of pain, and the pitch-black staff in her hand even fell to the ground. Is this suffering a backlash? Jiang Yao's eyes widened with disbelief as she said in a trembling voice, if you want to make Mia suffer a backlash, unless the dragon soul power of that desolate dragon is several times better than Mia's. How powerful is Mia's mental power as a spirit caster of the Phantom Clan? Better than several times. How is this possible? Jiang Yao was completely shocked. Nothing is impossible. Leroy was extremely casual. Little Song Xing's dragon soul was far less powerful than his dragon body. How could he not know? But he didn't care at all. After all, Li Luo had practiced the Dragon God meditation method. As long as a portion of his spiritual power was separated and added to little Song Xing's body, he would be unknown how many times better than Phantom Mia. Short board? Li Luo lightly laughed and shook his head, saying, if we let the favored beasts fight alone, what else do we need a royal beast master for? Chapter 29 Being a Maid, Questioning the Master? On the opposing battlefield. Phantom Demon Mia, delicate face, pale, without a trace of blood, a pair of dark as ink eyes, is also completely into a state of disorientation. Spiritual backlash, not trivial. Even for the Phantom Demon Clan, a slight carelessness could result in the complete dissolution of the demonic soul in a spiritual backlash. Mia. Jiang Yao gulped lightly. She still wasn't going to give up. Just as you said. Jiang Yao looked determined and said, if we let the favored beasts fight alone, the Imperial Beast Master will be useless. Are you going to take the mental backlash, along with that chimera? Li Luo revealed an interested look and laughed lightly, I'm afraid. You may not be able to withstand it. Jiang Yao didn't answer again. As a transcendent-level Imperial Demon Master who had also contracted a spiritual phantom demon, Jiang Yao herself had also cultivated a high-level meditation method with spiritual attributes, and would never fear any existence of the same level at the spiritual level. As Jiang Yao's spiritual power poured in, helping to bear nearly half of the phantom demon Mia's spiritual backlash, the phantom demon Mia's eyes gradually regained a trace of clarity. Effective! Jiang Yao looked delighted. The next moment, Jiang Yao's expression, however, suddenly froze. It was as if he had seen some incredible sight. Jiang Yao's delicate body was trembling slightly. Roar! In Jiang Yao's mind, a dragon's roar that seemed to come from the ancient times boomed out. Jiang Yao sensed in her mind the incomparably magnificent golden ancient dragon, the sinuous and boundless dragon body. Even though it was located in Jiang Yao's mind, she was simply unable to peek at the full picture. Even a piece of the dragon scale seemed to be able to suppress her realm. What on earth is this? Jiang Yao's soul, it was trembling madly. In the midst of extreme fear, Jiang Yao was suddenly seeing that a golden dragon god snaking its way, filled with an endlessly majestic golden dragon head, that pair of golden dragon eyes, slowly casting down its eyes. Outside, Jiang Yao's eyes were mesmerized. Dragon god. She murmured out, swirling around and going limp. Wow. Healing light sprinkles down. Jiang Yao, defeated in battle. Roar. Little Cthulhu Star slowly regained consciousness, but her heart was palpitating. The worship in its eyes as it looked at Li Luo grew stronger. If it wasn't for the support of the Beast Master, it wouldn't have been able to resist the mental suppression of the Chimera Mia. Originally, after dozens of battles, under the soundness, little Song Xing's mentality was vaguely inflated, thinking that he was invincible. At this moment, in little Song Xing's heart, there was no longer a trace of arrogance. Then the dragon soul, the emergence of the incomparable great dragon god. Little Pale Star's current strength was still too far off. Phew! Jiang Yao's eyes regained their clarity when she remembered in her mind that magnificent golden dragon god, but she couldn't help but feel palpitations and chills for it. You have indeed cultivated a meditation method above the super rank. Jiang Yao was extremely shocked and said, above the super rank. Holy rank? Could it be the legendary emperor rank? She stared at Leroy as if seeking an answer. Jiang Yao had also been cultivating for a long time before she had mastered a high-level meditation technique. The Super Order Meditation Method has almost no possibility of mastering it until it breaks through the Lord level. As for above the Super rank, any Holy Order meditation is the most overwhelming means of a great saint of the heavenly warp. The Emperor's Order? Even in her dreams, Jiang Yao didn't dare to wish for it. And she didn't know it. The Dragon God meditation method that Li Luo cultivates is not a holy rank, much less an emperor rank, but a legendary god-level meditation method. Actually, with Jiang Yao's family lineage, acquiring a super-ranked meditation discipline was still easy. Just how difficult was the cultivation of super-order meditation? With a transcendent-level realm, it was impossible to cultivate. She didn't even dare to think about how powerful Li Luo's enlightenment was, to what extent, in order to cultivate a meditation method that was above the super rank. Jiang Yao, you've crossed the line. Li Luo looked indifferent and said, you're just a maid, when did you become qualified to question your master? The words fell. Jiang Yao's complexion was slightly stunned, becoming extremely complicated, but she also adapted extremely quickly, and immediately made a graceful obeisance, softly saying, Master, please spare Jiang Yao. Ahem. Leroy was filled with helplessness. How did he feel that Jiang Yao seemed to be enjoying herself a bit when she called him master? Am I rewarding her? Leroy steeply realized the blind spot and said, it's not going to give her a good time, is it? Master. Jiang Yao blinked her beautiful eyes and said, shall I move into your house tonight? How about clothing? Short maid skirts, white silk, and cat ears? This statement was made. The many freshmen who had gathered around blew up. Crazy. Goddess Jiang Yao's maid outfit with white silk and cat ears? Just thinking about the seductive posture of Goddess Jiang Yao's maid, white silk, and cat ears on board, I almost went there. Li Luo, you deserve to die. Why is it that you can have Goddess Jiang Yao as your little maid? Why can't I take her place? A lone man and a woman, sharing a room. Or a master and a maid? What kind of play is this? True Dragon Academy freshman, one of the three major goddesses, taken down so quickly, or actively given for nothing. I don't even dare to think about how much Li Luo must enjoy himself under the service of goddess Jiang Yao. Rubbish, don't even dare to think about it. Oh, I dared to think it. Many new students, a wail. Many girls, however, were giving Jiang Yao a hostile look. A SSS class absolute demon, still so handsome, strength is also so strong, if can become Li Luo's girlfriend, future achievements will certainly not be low, but was Jiang Yao first? Su Qingxue, in particular, clenched her pink circle, itching to slam her fist into Jiang Yao's pretty face. She couldn't help but secretly regret that if she hadn't refused in the first place, now Li Luo's girlfriend must be her, right? You decide for yourself. Leroy sniffed and was quite a bit overwhelmed. If it was mental charm, with the Dragon God meditation method, he could easily resist it. Jiang Yao's seduction at the moment, however, did not come from any ability, but from her own beauty and her means of holding men. Even Leroy could hardly ignore it. He. Jiang Yao smiled in delight and said, "It seems that to my master, I'm not without any charm at all." No big deal. Li Luo didn't have the heart to say, "Go back and kneel on the rubbing board for me." Got it. Jiang Yao didn't care at all, and after putting the little chimera away, she quickly left the confrontation. Jiang Yao even gave a meaningful look when she passed Su Qingxue. Damn it! Su Qingxue was dying of anger, cursing lowly, "Stinky green tea, just know how to give for nothing. What do you care?" Jiang Yao snorted lightly and said, "When I take down my master, you'll be a pathetic defeated dog." For nothing? Even if you give it for nothing, the master doesn't even want it. I give for nothing? Su Qingxue became furious and said, "Just wait and see how I defeat Li Luo." The words just fell. And she regretted it. With the strength shown by Leroy, she didn't seem to have much of a chance of winning either. At this point, Li Luo, however, revealed an interested expression and cast his gaze down. Next, Su Qingxue. Chapter 30, Jiang Yao will win. Su Qingxue's bet. In this ring battle, there were a total of 52 challengers. Su Qingxue ranked 52nd and last. Hearing Li Luo's voice, Su Qingxue's petite body, however, trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and finally made her way up. "Fox King, this disciple of yours. Doesn't he seem to have much battle intent, ah?" The Phantom King was slightly derisive as he said, "It seems that Su Qingxue also realizes that she is by no means Li Luo's opponent. Better than your disciple, defeated and reduced to a maid." The Fox King's tone was icy cold and seemed to have ice crystals coalescing, already huffing and puffing as he said, "The lineage of Imperial Demon Masters, after all, is hardly a grand hall of fame." Yes? The Phantom King didn't care at all and sneered, "That disciple of mine, at least he can afford to lose. But compared to your royal beast master lineage, he can't afford to hold it, can't put it down. I heard that Su Qingxue had long rejected Li Luo, now that Li Luo has awakened his SSS grade talent, he's coming after him backwards, is this a regret? Fox King, when you were young, you used to be close friends with Xia Fei, why did you break up? Oh, later Xia Fei ascended to the first Imperial Dragon Master, why did you freeze yourself for several years? It's all in the same vein." The Phantom King's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into the Fox King's heart, causing her to no longer be able to maintain her ice-cold mentality. "Phantom King, you seek death." The Fox King's eyes were incredibly cold. "You guys settle down." The Tree King helplessly spoke out, saying, "Jiang Yao, willing to gamble, is beyond reproach." As for Su Qingxue, she did not shy away from the battle either. As for the past, why mention it again? This is over. Among all the sealed kings, the prestige of the Tree King was, undoubtedly, the highest. The Tree King mediated from it, and the Phantom King and the Fox King each gave a cold snort and inclined their heads. "Jiang Yao, you're really tactful." The Phantom King looked downwards and secretly grunted, "Near the water, you get the moon first? Become a maid first, then a master mother. What a good calculation." She clenched her silver teeth. Leroy. She was equally greedy. The Phantom King knew very well that with Li Luo's natural talent, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long to reach the monarch level in the future. That is to say, Li Luo's position would soon be comparable to that of a sealed king. If Li Luo was given some more time, many Imperial Beast giant beasts would have looked sideways. If he hadn't been concerned about concubine Xia, King Phantom would have done it long ago. Jiang Yao raised her eyes slightly. In the depths of his eyes, but a cold smile flashed. "Master? Do you think I don't know what's on your mind?" Jiang Yao secretly grunted, if you want to steal a man from me, don't even think about it. She naturally detected the Phantom King's strange eyes. On the surface, she did not show any emotion, but in her heart, she had already been alerted. The lineage of Imperial Demon Masters, especially the Phantom King and Jiang Yao, were all of the lineage of contracted phantom demons, and it was extremely normal for them to compete with each other for excellent mates. How could Jiang Yao not be on guard against her master? Oof, when I'm raw and metamorphosed into a SS-class demon, who can still compete with me? Jiang Yao secretly thought, I just don't believe it, I'm such a beautiful girl taking the initiative to give it away for nothing, can he hold back? As for Su Qingxue? TSK will only be endowed, and once rejected Li Luo, what qualifications do you have to compete with me? I'm going to win in the end. Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with determination. For Su Qingxue, who had once rejected Li Luo, Jiang Yao had long known about it. Instead, she avoided talking about it, biting out that Su Qingxue was going to take the initiative to pursue Li Luo, which was both disturbing Su Qingxue's mindset as well as righting the ship for Li Luo. Just kidding. The man she, Jiang Yao, had identified as the man who had once pursued Su Qingxue and been rejected? Jiang Yao could only be a maid now. Su Qingxue, is she worthy of rejecting Li Luo? Su Qingxue, you have no idea how powerful Li Luo is. Jiang Yao's eyes sank as she secretly said, even if it's an S-class heavenly pride, it's simply impossible to make him use his full strength. As for you, threatening to defeat Li Luo, but you are destined to be rubbed hard. On the opposite side of the battlefield. Summoning spell, open. A clean white fox, whose body resembled ice crystals condensed and filled with icy beauty, stepped out from the summoning spell formation. Pureblood monarch level bloodline. Transcendent class second order. Extreme cold ice fox. Leroy. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said, this battle, if I win. I only have one request, you have to help me clarify the rumors. Rumors? Li Luo frowned slightly, steeply remembering, and said indistinctly, you mean, the thing where you took the initiative to pursue me? Aha! Su Qingxue clenched her pink fists. Just thinking about it made her stomach turn. Why? It was clearly Leroy who pursued her and was rejected. How come it's the other way around? Just because Su Qingxue is an S-rank talent and Li Luo is an SSS-rank talent, do you all agree that I'm not good enough for Li Luo? Could be. Li Luo nodded with a light smile and said, but what if you lose? I lost? Su Qingxue looked slightly stunned and said, isn't it right for you to help me clarify? You're overthinking it. Li Luo raised an eyebrow and said, if you lose, you have to publicly state that it was not a rumor. How? You. Su Qingxue's willow eyebrows went up, almost burning with anger, but she met Li Luo's bland look and finally could only take a deep breath and said, okay, I agree. If the battle is lost, the rumors will be confirmed. Even if you jump into the Yellow River, you can't wash it away. What's the point of blatantly admitting it? But if you win, you can clear the rumors and make a solid profit. The many words were all isolated by the desolate ancient realm and could not be transmitted at all. In fact, even if it got out, Leroy wouldn't care. Once pursued Su Qingxue? Perhaps Su Qingxue would be proud of this, but Li Luo would never care. Let's get started then. Leroy casually voiced out. Phew. Phew. The wind and snow came down in a flash. With the enhancement of the S-rank talent Ice Spirit Coldheart, the extreme cold ice fox's control over ice and snow had undoubtedly improved in an extremely remarkable way. With a single thought, he summoned a sky full of wind and snow. High-ranking skill, Blizzard. Change of scenery? Li Luo lightly laughed and shook his head, saying, is it too much of a stretch to fight against the draconic domain with a blizzard? Su Qingxue did not say anything, but just kept adding Ice Spirit Coldheart, continuously outputting ice-cold source power, allowing the extremely cold ice fox to have almost an unending source of frosty cold energy, and instantly disappeared into the wind and snow. You're so naive. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head and said, located in the middle of the domain, do you think the concealment of the extreme cold ice fox is really useful? Roar. The dragon's roar, resounding. Little Cong Xing's dragon eyes were extremely clear. Between the flow of his eyes, he even locked the extremely cold ice fox firmly in place. Is this a domain technique? Su Qingxue's complexion, completely changed, shocked, located in the field, there is nothing to hide? It took her a moment to realize just how ridiculous the tactics she had developed were. As long as it was located in the desolate ancient realm, any concealment or hiding would be ineffective, and would not be able to escape the desolate dragon's perception at all. Chapter 31. Invitation to Battle SS-Rank Demon. Extremely cold ice fox, controlling the power of ice and snow, but its main body is extremely fragile. Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, "If you are unable to conceal yourself, the extreme cold ice fox can be unbearable in front of little Songxing." Boom! The pale-colored young dragon suddenly snaked out and rushed within the sky of wind and snow, using its pale dragon breath to isolate itself from the frost. Next moment, little Songxing had already appeared in front of the extremely cold ice fox. The sharp claws that condensed the pale dragon's breath fiercely clutched the extremely cold ice fox. Click, click, click. Countless ice crystals coalesced. The pale-colored young dragon was frozen in an instant. Who? Su Qingxue kept gasping for breath. She had overloaded her S-class talent Ice Spirit Coldheart, allowing the extreme cold ice fox to gather the might of the blizzard and completely freeze the pale-colored young dragon, which had undoubtedly exhausted all of her strength as well as that of the extreme cold ice fox. At this moment, Su Qingxue and the extremely cold ice fox were all weak to the extreme. With slightly hopeful eyes, he looked into the middle of the battle. The extremely cold ice fox struggled to stand up, poking out from the dragon's claws, and even climbed up onto the head of the pale-colored young dragon, and under its bouncing, it seemed to be announcing the arrival of victory. Winning? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. She looked around the battlefield, but found no healing light spilling out. A heart of ice, gradually sinking to the bottom. Click, click, click. The sound of crumbling and cracking exploded one after another. Roar! Pale Star stretched out, cozy and comfortable, as if she had just taken a cold shower. Between the flow of the dragon's eyes, he stared tightly at the extremely cold ice fox in front of him, standing at the tip of his nose. A pale-colored dragon's beard, like a phantom snake, bound the extremely cold ice fox, and between the constant contraction, it even issued a sound as if the solid ice was shattering with a clicking sound. The extreme cold ice fox's expression appeared to be extremely painful. As a pure law system, the extreme cold ice fox gave up the strength of its body, thus exchanging it for the extreme control of ice and snow, but it also left behind a great shortcoming. So much so, the dragon whisker with the weakest force on little Songxing could give the extreme cold ice fox the most deadly threat. Click! Click! The aura of the extreme cold ice fox continued to decline. Wow! The emerald green light sprinkled down suddenly. Lost? Su Qingxue's expression looked incomparably complicated. She first looked at the extremely cold ice fox with heartache until the extremely cold ice fox's injuries had completely recovered, and only then did she raise her indistinctly icy face and said, "I will honor my promise." Li Luo casually shrugged his shoulders. The bet with Su Qingxue was just a casual remark, not caring at all. Spin. Li Luo's brows, however, were tightly furrowed. Howl. Little Pale Star cocked her head in confusion. It had clearly been through a fierce battle. Why is it that the awakening level of the extreme realm has not been able to break through? Still not enough? Li Luo's expression sank. In fact, he had expected it. In this ring battle, there were a total of 52 challengers, of which the only ones that could truly bring some pressure to little Songxing were Dongchang, Suji, Qiyong, Zhang Yao, and Su Qingxue, the 5 S-class Celestial Pride. However, these 5 S-class Celestial Pride were simply unable to give little Songxing a true sense of crisis, and the gap in strength was, after all, still too great. Getting to the bottom of it. Little Pale Star's strength was still too strong. Even S-class Celestial Pride could not pose a threat. What to do? Li Luo frowned tightly and said, "Could it be that we still have to wait until the sophomore and junior veterans return to school before we can challenge them?" He could clearly sense that little Songxing's Tsong heavenly battle intent was just a hair's breadth away from condensing into substance. But it was the final dying kick that completely blocked little Songxing from the extreme realm. Anyone else want to challenge? Li Luo took a step out and looked around at the freshmen present on the sidelines, clearing his voice. He couldn't help but look forward to another freshman coming to challenge him. The only response he waited for was silence. Many new students, whether they were B-grade talents, A-grade geniuses, or S-grade prides, looked at each other in silence. Li Luo, you've already proved yourself. Dongchang, Suji, Qiyong, and even Zhang Yao and Su Qingxue all lost to you. Who will fight you again? S-class pride Louis' face slowly stepped out and said in a deep voice, "In terms of strength, you can even be called the #1 freshman in the True Dragon Academy. Who would be so ungrateful to continue challenging you?" In terms of strength, Louis Fei was not inferior to Dong Cheng and Su Ji, and originally intended to challenge them as well, but after witnessing Li Luo's crushing sparring matches one after another, this completely dispelled the idea. The strength of that juvenile dragon, I do not know how many times better than Louis Vuitton contracted black water python, who would be so stupid to take the initiative to pay 1 million dasha coins, go up to be abused, face lost. Yes? Li Luo seemed to smile and said, I'm the #1 freshman now? Naturally. Louis Fei said in a deep voice, many S-class prides have been crushed and defeated. With such a powerful strength, if you're not the #1 freshman, who can claim to be #1? But how come I heard that among the new students of the True Dragon Academy this time, there is also a demon with SS grade talent? Li Luo's tone gradually became cold and said, I only defeated many S-ranked heavenly pride, but that SS-ranked demon and I have never faced off. Freshman #1, how can you make a decision so hastily? Naturally, he could detect that this Louis Fei's words were filled with cudgels. Freshman first? With such a reputation, Leroy didn't care at all. If you think it's hasty, you might as well fight against that SS-ranked demon in a duel. Louis Fei's complexion moved slightly, and he also stopped making gestures. His tone was full of provocative meaning, saying, could it be that you don't dare? Many freshmen, too, detected the smell of gunpowder. Louis Fly, you are despicable. Zhang Yao laughed coldly, you don't dare to fight, so you're going to lead the woe to the east? TSK, sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight, how insidious. There was a moment of silence from Louis Fly. Zhang Yao's words were undoubtedly a complete revelation of his intentions, leaving him with no way to refute them. Louis Fei, since you want to lead the battle, I'll give you the chance. Li Luo's eyes sank and he said in a cold voice, I will wait here for half an hour to invite that SS-rank demon to battle. After half an hour, if that SS-grade demon doesn't come, I won't stay for a second longer. Leroy, you'd better think carefully. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said, that SS-class demon, it is said that he has awakened the SS-class talent Heavenly Serpent, and he has even broken through the Transcendent class a long time ago, and now he is already at the Transcendent 6th order. In terms of strength, I don't know how many times better than an S-class Heavenly Pride. Even you don't have the slightest chance of winning against that SS-class demon. A word of caution, a word of reason. Su Qingxue wasn't sure why she had to speak out to persuade her. Perhaps, she just didn't want to see Li Luo, who had easily defeated herself, lose miserably to another of her peers. Transcendent 6th order? Li Luo pondered briefly, but revealed a smile and said, just right. Only an opponent with such a powerful strength can completely inspire the Desolate Dragon's celestial battle intent, allowing the Desolate Dragon to truly arrive at the extreme realm of the awakening level. Chapter 32 A Supreme Demon, more than capable of becoming an emperor. Crazy. Li Luo actually really wants to challenge that SS-grade demon. An SS-ranked talent with a realm of the Transcendent 6th order. I can't even imagine how strong that SS-ranked demon is. Li Luo's mindset is so inflated. If he were to develop peacefully, with the advantage of his SSS-rank talent, sooner or later he would be able to surpass that SS-rank demon. But he has to cross a large realm at the awakening level stage to battle that SS-rank demon, isn't this crazy? The Pole Realm? Extreme Realm. Li Luo is actually going to let that juvenile Desolate Dragon pursue the awakening level Extreme Realm. No wonder Li Luo is going through all the trouble of setting up this ring battle. This is to make the contracted Desolate Dragon Cubs arrive at the Extreme Realm in a fierce sparring match. The whole room was in an uproar. The Pole Realm? Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes looked incomparably complicated. She naturally knew about the Extreme Realm, which was recorded in many ancient books. Of the many realms, the difficulty of breaking through the Extreme Realm at the awakening level was the highest. At the awakening level, the strength of the many imperial beasts was actually similar, and it was naturally more difficult to break through the Extreme Realm. When the realm is raised, the skill system, extraordinary attributes, and high-level secret methods are all formed. Many S-class prides, and even SS-class demons, will begin to pursue the Extreme Realm. Even so, historically, there were only a handful of people who could truly cultivate their favored beasts to the Extreme Realm. The difficulty involved, naturally, needs no explanation. Su Qingxue thought to herself, she has been the daughter of heaven, the contract of the extreme cold ice fox, bloodline is also extremely superior, but never had the luxury of hope, can be the extreme cold ice fox, cultivated to the legendary Extreme Realm. On the contrary, Li Luo was trying to cultivate the juvenile Desolate Dragon, at the awakening level, to the extreme. What kind of spirit is this? Su Qingxue didn't know how to describe it, she even felt whimsical. However, she suddenly thought of the terrifying strength of that juvenile desolate dragon, but she couldn't help but fall silent. Such a powerful desolate dragon, battle power beyond the awakening level, do not know how many times, if all cannot reach the extreme realm. Of the awakening level of the extreme realm, who else can arrive? Perhaps, Li Luo doesn't care about the so-called victory or defeat at all, and just wants to sublimate the desolate dragon's bloodline extremely well in a sparring match of the highest intensity. Su Qingxue laughed bitterly in her heart, secretly saying, and while I am still blinded by victory and defeat, I am ignoring the essence of a royal beast master, which is the cultivation of the favored beasts. If one is unable to cultivate a favored beast to the extreme, what is the significance of the existence of a royal beast master? Many thoughts collide. Su Qingxue's eyes were steeply clearer. She looked towards the extremely cold icefox in her arms and secretly made up her mind. One day, I will also train you to the extreme realm. When Su Qingxue raised her head, the eyes that looked at Li Luo had been colored with appreciation. No. Jian Yao's eyes were strange, secretly saying, she's sick, isn't she? She couldn't understand. Su Qingxue's eyes, how did they suddenly change? The original Su Qingxue, who was still hostile to Li Luo, suddenly became appreciative and respectful. Where's your high and mighty? It's not like he's been beaten into submission, is it? Jian Yao was secretly worried, she won't really want to compete with me for Li Luo, right? She couldn't help but sigh. Leroy, too much of a steal. Jian Yao didn't even get it, but he had to defend himself against many competitors. Just thinking about it is exhausting. Li Luo, you are destined to pay the price for your arrogance and thus. Louis Fei said in a cold voice, that SS-class demon is much more powerful than you. In this battle, you will definitely lose. Are you mistaken about something? Li Luo raised his eyebrows, his expression extremely strange. What do you mean? Louis Fei was slightly stunned. Regardless of whether I win or lose this battle, it's not for a defeated dog like you, who hides behind others and only snarls and barks, to say anything. Li Luo's eyes gradually became cold and indifferent as he stepped out. Louis Fei met Li Luo's eyes, as if facing an ancient divine dragon, only to feel soul-stealing and unspeakable fear surging to his heart. His body was plunged into rigidity, unable to move at all. He could only watch, as Li Luo stood in front of his body, with a palm that had distinct bone knots, ruthlessly choking Louis Fei's neck and lifting him up mercilessly. Louis Fei, these petty tactics of yours only show your stupidity and ignorance. Li Luo spoke out coldly, saying, in the imperial beast world, strength is honored. My strength is enough to completely crush you. With my position, even if I were to suppress you here, I wouldn't have to suffer much punishment. Before you play tricks, you might as well weigh the position you are in. Jumper. Get lost. Louis Fei turned red. I don't know if I'm choking or ashamed. It wasn't until Li Luo gave a cold shout and threw him out ruthlessly that Louis Fei rolled and crawled as if he was a lost dog, fleeing without looking back. Master, you are so handsome. Jiang Yao's eyes brightened. Many of the new students who were onlookers, however, couldn't help but mutter. They finally realized something. Li Luo, awakening the SSS Great Imperial Beast talent, among the ranks of the absolute demons, as long as he grows up, he is destined to become the pillar of the Xia Kingdom. How high is his status? If an ordinary S-class heavenly pride offended Li Luo, even if they were to be subdued, they wouldn't have to pay much. In the world of imperial beasts, strength is ultimately honored. The potential of an S-class heavenly pride, upon ascending to the monarch level, was pretty much exhausted. SS-class demon with a chance to become a saint. SSS? More than that, I can become an emperor. A great emperor can set a country on fire. Would the higher echelons of the Xia Kingdom blame an SSS grade absolute demon for the death of an S grade heavenly pride? An S-class heavenly pride, fighting to the heavens? Dongcheng's expression, complex to the extreme, whispered, these heavenly pride, put everything together, but also extremely slim SSS grade talent. Li Luo from the very beginning, has This statement was made. Many S-class celestial pride, including Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue, could not help but fall silent. The gap in imperial beast talent was incomparably obvious at this moment. Hidden in the void. Leroy's character is so right up my alley. Song Yu was pleasantly surprised. For these sinister villains, they should be directly suppressed. TSK, if Li Luo really suppressed that Louis Fei, I'll definitely have to personally step in and do injustice. Princess Xia didn't say anything. As the first Imperial Dragon Masters, Xiafei and Songyu, they didn't know how many killings they had experienced. An S-class heavenly pride, what can it be? Even if it was a Holy Spirit level Imperial Beast Master, concubine Xia had personally subdued it. Leroy made the right choice. Concubine Xia said softly, his current realm is still too low after all. Many of the higher echelons of the Xia kingdom are secretly examining it. If he shows too much killing nature, I'm afraid he will be rejected by a portion of the moderate faction. Leroy's behavior right now is just right. In the midst of the main war, yet not indiscriminately. The choice of a ring battle also takes into account the existence of the immortality formation and the healing formation. In the future, if Li Luo truly steps into the top echelons of the Xia kingdom, whether he becomes a party general or a feudal official, I'm afraid he'll be able to handle it with ease. An analysis that made Song Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Is Leroy really that good? Song Yu exulted, in the future, when he is in charge of the Xia kingdom, it wouldn't be too much for me to mix up the position of the divine dragon of the Jin kingdom, would it? If you want to become a divine dragon of Jinhua, first completely refine your bloodline and achieve the emperor realm. Princess Xia shook her head helplessly. Don't you blow me off. Song Yu said helplessly, by the way, isn't Li Luo going to fight that SS-Rank demon? What if that SS-class demon doesn't come? He'll come. Princess Xia was slightly bemused. Why? Kang blinked. I told his master. Concubine Xia, still cold and absolutely beautiful, said, that old fellow wouldn't dare to refuse. Chapter 33, Snake Saint Disciple. Dark Night Winged Serpent. In a secret realm. Ancient palaces that stretched endlessly. Bud Yo. An old man with a white beard and hair, located on the throne of the main hall, was sad inside, saying, bad luck. That killing star, how come he sent me a summons? Let that little disciple of mine go and fight her only disciple? That disciple of concubine Xia, contracting the initial imperial beasts, it's only been 5 days in total, right? In terms of realm, it's only awakening rank 10. But my little disciple, he's now at the transcendent mortal 6th order. How great is the gap? This old man, a Holy Spirit level royal beast master, had once broken into a great reputation, killing all the foreign races and honoring them as snake saints. However, he was extremely terrified and trembling when he was confronted with Consort Xia's summons. As for the reason, it is actually quite simple. Snake Saint once traveled to the dragon realm, but was hunted by many holy dragons, and the many holy snakes in the contract, in order to protect Snake Saint, have fallen, and were divided and eaten by many holy dragons. At this time, Xiafei was the one who descended, killing many saint dragons and spilling blood into the sky. If it wasn't for Princess Xia, the Snake Saint would have fallen long ago. By the way, the Serpent Saint should be grateful. But he was many holy dragons, beat the Imperial Beast Space Broken, but also witnessed many holy dragons. Was Xiafei a person to break down? So under the contrast, the Snake Saint of the Holy Heart, all for the dust. The Snake Saint was incomparably terrified of the summer concubine, and almost always responded to her requests. The huge Xia kingdom, the giants and saints located at the very top. For concubine Xia, this first imperial dragon master, 2 attitudes existed. If one had not witnessed, with their own eyes, the incomparable terrifying battle power of the Xiafei, as well as the insanity engraved in their bones, one would almost always be mesmerized by the Xiafei's near-perfect appearance, and thus lose their sense of awe. But if you've seen it, the summer concubine's posture on the battlefield. No exceptions. All of them are chilled. No. The Snake Saint could not help but speculate, secretly saying, I seem to have no room for refusal. The only thing to look deeper into is this battle, whether to lose or win. Taking on the 10th rank of the Awakening class against the 6th rank of the Transcendent class? Concubine Xia, this is to give her disciple the heart of invincibility. I got it. In this battle, we must let Princess Xia's disciple win, and no traces must be seen yet. The cloudy eyes of the Snake Saint brightened abruptly. He's come to his senses. Outside the palace. Master. A handsome young man, respectfully saluted. He was the only demon who had awakened the SS Grade Royal Beast talent among the True Dragon Academy's current class of freshmen, Yen Duan. Yen Duan, you're here. A smile couldn't help but hang on the Snake Saint's face. He had a long lifespan, and during his seclusion in the True Dragon Academy, he had even accepted many disciples. In the last 100 years, the disciple that pleased him the most was none other than Yen Duan. Whenever the Snake Saint saw Yen Duan, he would recall the incomparable spiritedness of his youth. "What has Master called me here for?" Yen Duan looked respectful and said, "If there is nothing else, I will go back to cultivate first. That super-ranked meditative discipline, I'm only one step away from the door, I'll be able to get started. You come here." The Snake Saint smiled and beckoned, saying, "I have a matter for you to do." He made his intentions known in quick words. "Master, do you mean that you want me to fight against that Li Luo, and also secretly let in water and lose to him without showing any traces?" Yen Duan's brows could not help but wrinkle deeply. "Right." The Snake Saint nodded in satisfaction. "Master, with all due respect." Yen Shen took a deep breath, but his eyes were filled with determination as he said, "I cannot agree to your request. Regardless of the reason, since that Li Luo has positively invited me to battle, I will naturally do my best to defeat him." "Hey! You kid, why don't you get the hang of it?" The Snake Saint sighed helplessly and said, "Do you know that Li Luo has awakened the SSS grade talent ancestral dragon and is destined to be above you in the future, and even achieve the status of a great emperor? If you lose to him now, it's considered a good karma, it's the best of both worlds." "SSS-Rank talent ancestral dragon?" Yen Duan looked slightly stunned, but remained firm, saying, "Even if it's SSS-Rank, so what? I was born with SS-Rank talent, so I may not have no chance to metamorphose to SSS-Rank." "You still don't get it." The Snake Saint sighed deeply and long, saying, "Li Luo's master, but that first dragon master, concubine Xia." "Master, there's no need to say anymore." Yen Duan firmly shook his head and said, "No matter what, there's no way I'll intentionally lose. Since Li Luo took the initiative to challenge me, I will use all my strength to defeat him completely." The words fell. Yen Duan slightly arched his hand and immediately turned to leave. "Hey!" The Snake Saint sighed, his expression becoming incredibly complicated. He looked at Yen Duan's back as if he saw his younger self. "Yen Duan, you still don't understand." In the eyes of the Snake Saint, a hint of bitterness flashed through, and he whispered, "Even if you are a demon, there is still a gap. When I was young, I was also as sharp as you. Until I became a saint, I was invincible. It wasn't until I met concubine Xia that I realized how big the gap is between demons. That Li Luo can't even be measured in terms of a demon, that's a true supreme demon, an existence destined to be called an emperor. Where do you get offended?" The Serpent Saint couldn't help but lament. A Holy Spirit level royal beast master, but his sharpness was dissipated, as if he was a helpless old man. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Li Luo was resting his eyes, actually practicing the Dragon God meditation thoughts. The cost of renting the Dragon God meditation program for one day is 10 million daxia coins. As long as there was free time, Li Luo would take the initiative to cultivate without wasting a single moment. Boom! A roar suddenly resounded. Leroy raised his head and looked high into the sky. A giant snake with a black body and wings on its back descended from the sky. "Leroy." Yen Duan rode the pitch-black winged serpent and said coldly, "I'm here to answer the battle." Respectfully. Li Luo didn't care about Yen Duan's attitude. He couldn't help but look at the pitch-black winged serpent, only to feel an extremely strong sense of oppression emanating from the pitch-black winged serpent's body. So strong. Li Luo couldn't help but marvel, saying, "Pureblood top monarch level bloodline. Transcendent mortal grade 6th order, Dark Knight winged serpent. Worthy of being an SS class demon, it's really strong." Just from the scent, he judged that the strength of this Dark Knight winged serpent was extraordinary. Roar! Little Pale Star couldn't help but let out a dragon's roar. From the Dark Knight winged serpent's body, it likewise felt extremely threatening, and even had a moment of retreat, but was forcibly suppressed by Little Tsong Xing with his Tsong heavenly battle intent. Little Pale Star's emotions were steeply agitated. Only such a powerful opponent could make the Tsong heavenly battle intent completely coalesce into substance. "I can't believe it's really here." Su Qingxue couldn't help but sigh, saying, "Dark Knight winged serpent, its battle power is comparable to that of a dragon race of the same level. With the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent added to it, I don't know how much the battle power will skyrocket. An ordinary commander-level ferocious beast would have to drink in front of the Dark Knight winged serpent. The desolate dragon that Li Luo contracted is only awakening rank 10 after all. With such a huge gap, what chance of victory is there to speak of?" Su Qingxue's analysis was justified. After seeing the Dark Knight winged serpent, no one would think that little Tsong Xing still had the slightest chance of winning. Chapter 34 SSS Grade Ancestral Dragon Talent, Enhanced. Li Luo was going to lose. The Tree King's voice was soft, yet extremely certain. A transcendent mortal 6th order darkness winged serpent can battle a commander level. If you add the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent, a commander 3rd rank can also fight. The Battle King sighed out, saying, the draconic dragon that Li Luo contracted is indeed very strong, completely exceeding the realm of the awakening level, yet it will surely have its limits. Yen Duan, as well as the Dark Night Winged Serpent, are the mountains that Li Luo will never be able to surpass when he is at the awakening level. There may not be no chance of winning. The Fox King suddenly said, if that juvenile desolate dragon, in a sparring match, makes a breakthrough to the extreme realm on the spot, it may not be without a fighting chance. It's too remote. The Phantom King shook his head and said, taking a step back, even if we do make a breakthrough on the spot, with the awakening level extreme realm, we would not be able to counteract the Dark Night Winged Serpent. The gap in strength is indeed too great, it's like the difference between the heavens and the earth. I agree with the Phantom King. The Wolf King nodded, this battle is destined to be a one-sided crushing. Oh, Li Luo is still young, experiencing some failures is not a good thing. The Seal Kings looked at each other and sort of reached a consensus. Master, that's a transcendent level 6th stage darkness winged serpent, are you sure you want to fight one of them? Zhang Yao's tone, there was some slight trembling. Her proud chimera Mia was completely suppressed by the Dark Night Winged Serpent regardless of her realm and bloodline, and she couldn't even muster the will to fight the moment she saw the Dark Night Winged Serpent. Zhang Yao couldn't imagine that Li Luo would have to fight such a powerful Dark Night Winged Serpent head-on at the awakening level. The odds are close to none. Why not? Leroy let out a light laugh. He naturally detected Little Song Xing's battle intent. Li Luo even knew that Little Song Xing had a moment where he wanted to retreat and scurry away, but he was hardened and suppressed. Fear, when facing a strong enemy, is instinctive. Li Luo gently caressed the head of the young desolate dragon and softly said, only by facing fear head-on, overcoming it, and struggling between life and death can we sublimate our battle spirit. You're only a hair's breadth away from the extreme realm. This battle will be the final piece of the puzzle for your ascent to the extreme realm. A few words that completely ignited Little Song Xing's battle intent. Roar! Little Song Xing roared low with incomparable recklessness, and his battle intent gathered high in the sky, setting off the young desolate dragon as if it were a battle dragon that seemed to be conquering the 4 seas. You fought me, so you wanted to break through the extreme realm? In Yen Duan's eyes, a flash of realization flashed, and he indifferently said, at the awakening level stage, you are presumptuously attempting to ascend to the extreme realm. I don't know if you are arrogant or confident. However, if you presume to use me as a stepping stone to help your contracted desolate dragon ascend to the extreme realm, then you've made a complete mistake. In this battle, I will not hold back in the slightest. I will use my strongest stance to completely suppress you, completely shattering your extravagant hope of the extreme realm and turning it into a dream. Yen Duan slowly fell. He stood on the opposing field, presenting an opposing position to Li Luo, the Dark Night Winged Serpent snaking and circling in the air, its pitch-black aura spreading, seemingly to turn into a black cloud, turning the opposing field into eternal night. Great! Leroy smiled freely and said, I look forward to your best efforts. What? Yen Duan was slightly stunned. It was only when he actually stepped into the confrontation that he vaguely realized something was wrong. Leroy's performance seemed very different from what he had imagined. He was actually expecting that he was going all out? Does Li Luo really not know how terrifying his true strength is? I've fought 52 battles before you. Li Luo laughed loudly and said, a battle, the battle spirit of Little Song Xing, elevated to the extreme, but lacks the ultimate sublimation. Neither I, nor the arachnid dragon I contracted, have had their fun. I hope you won't let me down. A speech that was incomparably arrogant and cocky. The freshmen present, however, were reticent. They had all fought against Li Luo, yet they also knew profoundly that Li Luo had never used his true strength. Ridiculous. Yen Duan snorted coldly. In his opinion, Leroy is simply crazy. With the realm of an awakening level, it was surprising that he was still able to mouth off in the face of the Dark Night Winged Serpent. It's not crazy, what else could it be? Cut the crap. Yen Duan spoke out coldly. SS-Rank talent, Heavenly Serpent. Suddenly, it was added. Boom! The Dark-Winged Serpent's aura suddenly skyrocketed by more than 10 times. It was like an ancient serpent of the heavens, and the pitch-black mist dispersed, turning the entire battlefield into night. Crap! Yen Duan actually directly enchanted the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent. S-grade talent can make the strength of the Imperial Beast increase by 5 times. SS-grade talent, however, can make the battle power of the Imperial Beast directly increase by 10 times. The battle power of the Dark Knight Winged Serpent was already far superior to the Desolate Dragon. Now, it's even increased by as much as 10 times more. Li Luo is destined to be instantly suppressed. Many new students, all of them sighed. Judging from the scent, there was a huge gap between the Dark Knight Winged Serpent and the Desolate Dragon. Many freshmen even thought that the Dark Knight Winged Serpent would be able to kill the Arachnid Dragon in seconds just by spitting out a mouthful of breath. Leroy. Yen Dust said coldly, "I've investigated you. SSS-Rank talent, Ancestral Dragon, seems to be a passive type talent? If you grew up and fought me, I would still be a bit wary. But you're at the awakening level and you don't know the heights of heaven. How dare you challenge me? It's simply stupid." Many of the new students were beyond sorry. As Yen Dust said, the disadvantage of passive talents early on is just too great. If Li Luo's talent of the Imperial Beast can be actively added, perhaps the situation can still be reversed. Yes? Li Luo looked indifferent and laughed lightly. "When did I say that the SSS grade talent Ancestral Dragon that I have awakened is a passive type talent?" The whole room was in an uproar. What? Li Luo's SSS grade Ancestral Dragon talent, isn't it passive? Yes, it's true that Leroy never responded positively, it was just wishful thinking on our part. If the SSS grade Ancestral Dragon talent is not a passive type talent, how can the battle power of that Desolate Dragon be explained? Have you guys forgotten? Li Luo's master, but that first Imperial Dragon Master, Concubine Xia. Rumor has it that Concubine Xia has contracted at Song Tian Desolate Dragon, which is the legendary Emperor Dragon Seed. If the Song Tian Desolate Dragon is willing to pay the price, it can completely bestow the Emperor Dragon Seed bloodline directly. Bestowing a bloodline? In that case, it makes sense. Many new students, all of them felt their hearts tremble. They can't even imagine it. SS rank talent, the power is so terrifying. If it's an SSS rank talent, it's actively enchanted. And how anticlimactic will it be? You watch. Leroy's eyes sank. Boom! Above the vault of heaven, an incomparably magnificent ancestral dragon silhouette that snaked for dozens of miles suddenly condensed. Next moment, this ancestral dragon shadow descended from the sky. Roar! The dragon roars and resounds. Little Song Xing rose up into the air and met the falling ancestral dragon shadow, surprisingly fusing into one. SSS rank talent, Ancestral Dragon. In an instant, the enchantment. Chapter 35 Ancestral Dragon will descends. Yen Duan was defeated. The SSS grade Ancestral Dragon talent that Li Luo has awakened can actually be actively enchanted. Heavens! Such a magnificent Ancestral Dragon's shadow, thoroughly integrated into that young Desolate Dragon's body. I wonder to what extent the young Desolate Dragon's strength will be raised. With the SSS rank talent, Ancestral Dragon, versus the SS rank talent, Heavenly Serpent. This battle is destined to go down in history. A new student, all of them tilted their heads as if they were on a pilgrimage. SSS rank talent? Yen Duan clenched his fists, only to feel an incomparably huge pressure that suddenly pressed down. A wave of clarity arose from his trance. As long as he overcame this pressure, his chances of metamorphosing into an SS grade Heavenly Serpent in the future, and metamorphosing into an SSS grade talent, would be greatly increased. But if it is impossible to overcome? Yen Dust in this life will only be able to look up to Li Luo's back, endless chase, but destined to fall short, can only watch each other more and more distant, and ultimately even distant back cannot be seen. Hiss! Hiss! The Dark Knight Winged Serpent seemed to have sensed Yen Duan's intention, and the pitch-black source power converged on top of the pitch-black fleshy wings, and its speed soared to the extreme as it shot towards the juvenile Desolate Dragon, which had fused with the Ancestral Dragon's silhouette, in mid-air. Melee? Li Luo laughed out softly and said, "It seems that the Darkness Winged Serpent you contracted is also the best at melee combat." He could easily tell that the body of the Darkness Winged Serpent was comparable to that of a dragon race of the same level, or even stronger. Such a powerful body, together with the extreme dark system source power, erosion, disruption, in close combat, can be said to be unbeatable. Boom! Behind little Song Xing's back, an illusory ancestral dragon's shadow emerged, a pair of pale white dragon eyes that seemed to be tinted with a hint of brilliant gold and seemed to be dense with endless stars. Desolate ancient realm, open. A pale-colored dragon's breath was no longer fighting on its own, but under little Song Xing's intention, it was like a loyal soldier that was easily mobilized. Wow! Endless dragon breath suddenly condensed. A pale-colored lance floated in the sky above the little pale star. What a terrifying control! Su Qingxue was shocked in her heart and couldn't help but say, is this really an awakening level? On the back of that young arachnid dragon, an ancestral dragon silhouette has surfaced. I'm afraid that one of the effects of the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent is to make the legendary ancestral dragon will descend. Zhang Yao's voice couldn't help but tremble slightly as she said, the legendary ancestral dragon is the originator of all dragons, creating the dragon race. There are even rumors that the entire dragon realm was created by the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon, who is in charge of the power of creation, controls a little bit of dragon's breath, as if it were instinctive. Ancestral dragon descending? Yen Duan's eyes sank as he said, no matter how superb your skills are, in front of absolute strength, it's all in vain. Hiss. Hiss. The darkness-winged serpent hissed continuously, a pair of pitch-black fleshy wings that seemed to have transformed into pitch-black steel, wanting to completely slice up the young arachnid dragon with absolute speed. Swish. Suddenly. Only a pale-colored lance was seen, instantly shooting out. Jab. The snake body of the dark night-winged serpent was directly pierced through. Swish. 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 5 pale-colored spears in a row shot out one after another. 5 more blood-stained holes instantly appeared on the body of the dark night-winged serpent. How is this possible? Yen Duan's expression instantly changed. Before he had time to react, he was the one whose pupils shrunk as he saw that in the skies above the confrontation, the juvenile desolate dragon had already bullied its way up, and was actually entangled with the dark night-winged serpent. As an arachnid dragon, you're actually going to compete in melee combat and strangulation with the dark night-winged serpent, which is a snake clan. Yen Chen's eyes were slightly cold as he said, even if it's as hard as a dragon's bone, it will be entangled and twisted into pieces. The words were not yet spoken. Yen Duan's complexion, however, changed drastically once again. No! Yen Duan seemed to have seen the most incredible thing in the world, his face filled with disbelief. Click! Click! A bone-cracking sound was heard. Hiss! Hiss! The dark night-winged serpent continuously roared lowly, appearing to be in extreme pain. The pitch-black snake body, under the entanglement and strangulation of the juvenile desolate dragon, surprisingly presented an extremely twisted posture. The snake bones, which were even harder than steel, were broken inch by inch, and even pierced through the snake flesh, dripping with blood, extremely miserable. Roar! The juvenile desolate dragon rose into the air. The pale-colored dragon tail instantly swept across. The dark-winged serpent smashed down uncontrollably. Wow! Healing light, quietly spilling out. Dark-winged serpent, defeated. You can hear a pin drop. Next moment. The whole room was in an uproar. Holy! Dark-winged serpent, defeated? This is the power of the SSS grade talent? Simply terrifying as hell. Summoning the will of the ancestral dragon to descend, such a terrifying ability, heaven-defying to the extreme. The Dark Night-winged serpent, enchanted with the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent, with a battle power comparable to a Commander grade 3rd order, was strongly defeated by an awakening grade 10th order Desolate Dragon. No wonder an SSS-Rank talent is known as an absolute demon, unrivaled in the world. With such a terrifying ability, if it can grow, I'm afraid that all races will be emboldened by it. Not all SSS grade talents have such heaven-defying might. It must be known that the talent that Li Luo awakened, Ancestral Dragon, is an existence that can rank in the top 3, or even contend for first place, even amongst the many SSS-ranked talents. Countless freshmen, all boiling over. The outcome of this battle was completely out of everyone's expectations. But if you think about it, it seems justified. After all, Li Luo was the one who took the initiative to enchant the SSS-ranked talent, Ancestral Dragon. Summoning the will of the Ancestral Dragon was like a descending blow. What is the use of a mere difference in great realms? So cool. Zhang Yao's eyes lit up. A pair of slender legs could not help but quietly rubbing together, itching to immediately warm the bed for Li Luo. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Zhang Yao wouldn't have been able to believe that the talent awakened by a royal beast master could possess such a terrifying effect. It simply subverted all common sense. Is this an SSS rank talent? The corners of Su Qingshue's mouth couldn't help but be colored with a trace of bitterness. Such a terrifying ability was by no means something that any kind of skill, as well as a secret method, could contend with. I, defeated? Yen Duan's complexion was extremely trance-like. He still couldn't believe it. This battle, it's over too soon. Yen Duan didn't even have time to react before the darkness-winged serpent was defeated. Roar! Little Pale Star let out a low roar. Endless battle intent suddenly turned into substance. The aura of the Little Pale Star, too, was invisibly and radically changing. Yen Duan's expression, at once, became even more complicated as he laughed bitterly. In this battle, not only did I lose miserably, but I also became Li Luo's stepping stone. Oh, Awakening level Extreme Realm? When I was at the Awakening level, I didn't even dare to hope for the Extreme Realm, but Li Luo is different. It turns out that the gap between Li Luo and I was doomed a long time ago. Chapter 36, The Shock of the Kings. Ascending to the Extreme Realm. Yen Duan, at the age of 17, he awakened the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent, contracted the top monarch species Dark Night Winged Serpent, and was even valued by the Serpent Saint, accepting him as his personal disciple, and it wasn't until he reached the age of 18 that he formally joined the True Dragon Academy, which could be described as a true demon. All the way. Yen Duan has never been defeated. This battle, however, he had lost extremely miserably. It was even reduced to a stepping stone, helping little Tsongxing successfully condense the Tsong heavenly battle intent, arriving at the extreme realm of the awakening level. Regarding the extreme realm, Yen Duan had long known about it. With the Dark Nightwing Serpent's monarch level bloodline, it could only ascend to the extreme realm once. As long as one would have the opportunity to arrive at the extreme realm before reaching full adulthood. Yen Dust's plan for the Dark Night Winged Serpent was to have the Dark Night Winged Serpent arrive at the Extreme Realm at the Lord stage, and then break through to the Monarch level, obtaining the Monarch's enthronement from the Xia Kingdom, and ranking amongst the giant jaguars. It's 2. At the Awakening level stage, Yen Duan didn't pause at all and broke through to the Transcendent level at the fastest speed possible. Such a line of growth is certainly perfect. At this moment, Yen Duan couldn't help but be skeptical. If I cultivate the Dark Night Winged Serpent to the extreme level at the Awakening level stage, and then break through to the Transcendent level, Yen Duan was extremely unwilling. However, when he recalled, when the ancestral dragons will descended, the juvenile desolate dragon, with its nearly unrivaled might, any more unwillingness could only be turned into a sigh. A realization dawned on him. Ancestral dragon. Even among the many SSS talents, it was a top 3 existence. Li Luo used his SSS-grade Ancestral Dragon talent to enchant and summon the Ancestral Dragon will to descend. Even if the Dark Winged Serpent reached the Extreme Realm, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be an opponent. Yen Duan, unexpectedly defeated. The Tree King's emerald green eyes were filled with complex colors as he sighed. The SSS-grade Ancestral Dragon talent is so heaven-defying that it can summon the will of an Ancestral Dragon to descend. It seems that we have all misunderstood. The SSS-grade Ancestral Dragon talent is not a passive type talent at all, but an extremely powerful active type talent. But if it's an active talent, how can we explain the fact that the Desolate Dragon contracted by Li Luo possessed extremely powerful battle strength when he hadn't yet enchanted his talent? The Battle King frowned and said hesitantly that Desolate Dragon Cub, in the True Dragon Academy's favored beast garden, has lived for a period of time, and it is clearly a lord-level potential. Nowadays, it seems that the bloodline level of that Desolate Dragon Cub might be able to reach the 10th stage of the Overlord level. How else can it be explained? The Wolf King snorted and said, Li Luo's master is that first dragon master. Wanting to raise the bloodline level of a favored beast for Li Luo, isn't that simple? The War King couldn't help but be silent. Pity. The Phantom King sighed that Yen Dust, with his superb talent and awakening of the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent, is destined to become a side of the Imperial Beast Giants, and even become a saint. In this battle, Yen Duan's defeat at Li Luo's hands was destined to cast a shadow. I'm afraid that he will never be able to catch up with Li Luo's footsteps again, and can only look at Li Luo's back from afar. Doesn't that stand to reason? The Wolf King stroked his beard and shook his head. Yen Dust, how can you compare it to Li Luo? In terms of talent, Yen Dust is an SS-grade Heavenly Serpent, but Li Luo is an SSS-grade talent, Ancestral Dragon. In terms of Imperial Beasts, that Draconic Dragon Cub must have a bloodline that is at the Overlord level. The Dark Night Winged Serpent? It's only a Monarch 10th rank. The most crucial thing is that the Desolate Dragon Cub that Li Luo contracted arrived at the Extreme Realm at the Awakening level stage. One step forward, one step back. This term's freshmen, if they don't have any special encounters, they're destined to be left behind by Li Luo. An analysis that makes sense. The extreme realm, how hard is it? The War King's eyes flickered slightly and sighed. Isn't it because the Imperial beasts that we contracted have arrived at the extreme realm once before that we were able to seal the king and be among the ranks of the giant? With Li Luo's, as well as Desolate Dragon's natural talent, he would never arrive at the extreme realm only once. Stacking the extreme realms over and over again, Li Luo's battle power at the same level is destined to reach an unbelievable level. I'm afraid that a second Xia concubine is really going to appear in the Royal Dragon Master lineage. All the sealed kings looked at each other in dismay. They all individually represented one side of the True Dragon School's faction. In the True Dragon Academy, the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters was already in a state of infinite expansion due to the presence of Princess Xia. If Li Luo were to ascend to the top again, I'm afraid that the entire True Dragon School would be left without any other factions to survive. No matter what, the many new students of this session of the True Dragon Academy have completely lost their qualifications to compete with Li Luo. The Tree King's eyes sank, and he said softly, maybe Li Luo will catch up with the sophomore, or even junior's progress in a short period of time. You said. The Phantom King seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, 3 days later, the inheritance secret realm will open. With Li Luo's natural talent, what level of inheritance will he obtain? This statement was made. The kings, all of them, were silent. The inheritance mystery realm was the foundation of the True Dragon School. Any new student had the opportunity to enter the inheritance mystery realm and obtain a piece of the inheritance. However, any freshman who obtained the inheritance would receive a large amount of resources tilted in the next several years of academy time, and would directly soar into the sky. In the secret realm of inheritance, there are the inheritances of saints and even several great emperors. The Battle King took a deep breath and said, however, those several great emperors are not from the True Dragon School, much less the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters. Even if Li Luo had awakened the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon talent, at most, he would only be able to obtain the inheritance of a party of Holy Spirit Great Imperial Dragon Masters. So be it, and so be it enough. The Tree King said softly, only a few of the previous freshmen, even SS-class demons, acquired a Holy Spirit class inheritance. The fact that Li Luo can steadily obtain a Holy Spirit level inheritance is enough to prove his heavenly talent. The inheritance mystery realm was the foundation of the True Dragon School. There are extremely high requirements when it comes to choosing an inheritor. Even if one was an SSS-Rank talent, in order to obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance, one had to be a good enough fit. Li Luo awakened the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon talent. It is reasonable that he can obtain a Great Emperor's inheritance. Unfortunately, the line of Imperial Dragon Masters, there have been thousands of years, and there is no birth of a Great Emperor. If it wasn't for Princess Xia's sudden appearance, the True Dragon School would still be at the bottom of the 3 top schools. But even concubine Xia hadn't ascended to the Imperial realm. That arachnid dragon. The Fox King suddenly said, it seems that the breakthrough is complete. The many Seal Kings could not help but cast their gazes when they heard this. At the awakening level stage, one breaks through the extreme realm. The Battle King revealed a look of emotion as he said, that juvenile Desolate Dragon can at least comprehend 1 super rank skill from its bloodline. If it's lucky enough, it can even comprehend 2 super rank skills. What a terrifying battle power an awakening level Desolate Dragon would possess if it could comprehend 3 super ranked skills. Roar! Little Pale Star let out a dragon's roar. Endless battle intent condensed into substance and eventually converged and fell. Your contracted Imperial Beast, the Desolate Dragon, arrives at the extreme realm for the first time. Its bloodline fusion increases to 30%, and it comprehends the super ranked skill Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. Celestial Dragon Battle Intent, super rank skill, Battle Intent. With the ultimate Heavenly Battle Intent, transform into a Celestial Dragon and enhance your body. Strength, defense, and speed are all increased by 10 times. When you turn on Dragon's Battle Spirit, every attack will have a deterrent effect. The system beep came. Leroy's eyes lit up slightly. This tie system, it's kinda sweet. Super rank skill, Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. Li Luo took a deep breath, but his mood was extremely excited, secretly saying, strength, defense, and speed, once again increased by 10 times. In terms of the degree of increase, it's no less than the Desolate Ancient Domain. Your contracted Imperial Beast, Desolate Dragon, inspires the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon bloodline in your body, and the 3 high-ranking skills, Desolate Force, Dragon Scale, Extreme Speed, are transformed into super-ranking skills, Desolate Body, Reverse Scale, Extreme Shadow. metamorphosed into the super rank skills Desolate Body, Reverse Scale, and Extreme Shadow. The system beep, once again, came. Chapter 37 Breakthrough, Transcendent Rank. Desolate Body, Transcendent Rank Skill, with the extreme power of the Desolate Ancient Force, enchanting oneself, allowing one's power to skyrocket by 20 times. It can trigger the Mega Transformation effect, where the size of the body skyrockets by 10 times, and the strength attribute skyrockets to 30 times. Reverse Scale, a super order skill that uses the ultimate draconic force to add on top of the dragon scale, allowing one's defensive attributes to soar 20 times. It can trigger the Reverse Reaction effect, which increases the defense attribute to 30 times, and absorbs and stores all damage for counterattack. Extreme Shadow, a super rank skill, using the extreme power of the draconic force to enhance one's body, allowing one's speed attribute to skyrocket by 20 times. The Dragon Shadow effect can be triggered, increasing the speed attribute to 30 times, and can split into several dragon shadows to confuse the enemy. Desolate Body, Adverse Scale, and Extreme Shadow. The 3 high-ranking skills, all metamorphosed to super rank. As for the power, it was unknown how many times it had skyrocketed. The 3 major super rank skills, under the limit state, are all 30x attribute boosts. Li Luo's eyes shook dramatically, incomparably ecstatic, secretly saying, under the limit state, the size of the little Cthulhu star will skyrocket 10 times, and is more capable of absorbing and storing damage, and dividing into many dragon shadows. He couldn't help but feel. Not bad for a super rank skill. It's unbelievable that it's so powerful. After breaking through the extreme realm, little Cthulhu star has mastered 5 super rank skills. Li Luo was excited in his heart and secretly said, once he does his best, just strength, speed, and defense, the 3 basic attributes, are going to instantly skyrocket 50 times. What exaggeration! With little Song Xing's current strength, if he fights with the Dark Knight Winged Serpent again, there's no need for me to add the SSS grade Ancestral Dragon talent, and with his own battle power, he'll be enough to suppress the Dark Knight Winged Serpent easily. However, the consumption of Transcendent Rank skills is not trivial. Unless one breaks through the Transcendent Rank, little Song Xing's extreme battle power simply won't last. To this, Leroy said it didn't matter. Little Pale Star's realm reached the limit of the awakening level. With such a deep foundation, one could break through to the transcendent level at any time. Roar! Pale Star's eyes glowed. Breaking through the transcendental level? It has been impatient for a long time. There's no rush. Leroy laughed softly, let's go back first. Ho ho ho! Pale Star nodded repeatedly. Many S-ranked heavenly prides and even an SS-ranked demon all lost to Li Luo. Dong Cheng's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at Li Luo's back as he left straight away, only to feel that back, which seemed to be getting higher and higher and gradually becoming blurred. His mood was even more complicated to the extreme as he whispered, among the freshmen of this session of the True Dragon Academy, Li Luo has already deservedly become the number 1. A few words. It made the expressions of many S-class celestials, all of them, become incomparably complicated. Dormitory 101. In the villa's living room. Master. Jiang Yao was wearing a maid outfit that outlined a fiery figure that bulged, and underneath the short skirt was a pair of long, slender, well-proportioned legs wrapped in white knee-high socks that seemed to be somewhat reflective under the bright lights. Her voice was soft and charming, her charming bones were heavenly, and she had a seductive temperament. Together with the maid in white silk, it was enough to make any man crazy for it. Where are your cat ears? Leroy sat on the couch and crossed his legs comfortably. Not the slightest bit moved by Jiang Yao's temptation. Eh? Jiang Yao blinked and said, I thought Master didn't like it, so I only prepared the maid outfit and the white silk. If Master strongly requests it, I can also be Master's kit. No. Tisk, TSK, deceiving your master is an added offense. Li Luo snorted and said, why don't you hurry up and kneel down? Ha? Jiang Yao was dumbfounded. She simply couldn't understand it. Leroy. It seems like oil and salt are not in the air. What, no pleasure? Li Luo coldly snorted, since you don't listen, what's the point of being a maid? Wouldn't it be better to just break the contract and wait for the Devil Realm's will to spit on you? I kneel. Jiang Yao pursed her lips, Ying knelt on the carpet and whispered, Master, do you like Jiang Yao being humble like this? Question marks couldn't help but appear on Leroy's head. He's shocked. Originally, he just wanted to suppress Jiang Yao, but he didn't expect her to be oil and salt at all. All right. Leroy didn't have the heart to say, get up. He, I knew it, Master couldn't spare it. Jiang Yao smiled cheekily and immediately stood up, taking the initiative to walk over. The small, slender hands landed on Leroy's shoulders and thighs. Maid duties, 4-1. Pounding legs and rubbing shoulders. A wisp of aroma that flooded the nose. It's not a strong aroma, but rather light, with a hint of seduction that makes you want to go crazy. Well, the force is okay. Leroy didn't move and commented, there's still room for improvement. Aha! Jiang Yao nodded repeatedly. She was half squatting next to her and was rubbing Li Luo's leg, her maid's skirt slowly slipping down as if she would be naked at any moment, yet retained in the safe realm, just revealing a slender, white thigh. She couldn't help but look up triumphantly, surely such a girlishly heartfelt gesture would charm her master? Aha, not bad force. Li Luo was old and honorable, a gentleman of honor, sitting still, not stepping into the maiden's trap in the slightest. Leroy, just pretend. Jiang Yao was indignant in her heart and couldn't help but be furious, secretly saying, I don't believe it, with my charisma, I can still not hold you? What an initiative! Li Luo couldn't help but feel emotional and secretly said, Jiang Yao, I admit that you are very beautiful and seductive. Unfortunately, in my heart, there is only the beautiful master teacher. Talent origin, but it's all to be used to make talent dragon crystals. You want to sacrifice yourself to capture the essence? TSK, wait for another 3 months. He wasn't the least bit impressed. Between concubine Xia and Jiang Yao, he still carries himself well. Okay, you go down. Leroy waved his hand casually. Yes, master. Jiang Yao was helpless, but she could only obey and left the villa's living room. Devil's pact. She wouldn't dare disobey. Maid. Leroy revealed a hint of a smile. In the 101 dormitory, living, there are robots in charge. By the way, there is no need for a maid. Leroy, however, has considerations. At the True Dragon Academy, it was fine. In the future, when he leaves the academy, he will still be alone. As a human race as supreme demon, how can Li Luo be so rowdy? 9 dragons pulling the cart, the phoenix in the air, and the unicorn following. Maids served and guards accompanied them. With specs like that, it's just barely adequate. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. Li Luo kept conceptualizing and couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction, secretly saying, what pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and hiding his strength is pure bull. Collecting up many thoughts, Li Luo then put his mind and sank straight into the royal beast space. In the Imperial Beast Space, Little Songxing was located in the center of the Imperial Beast Space, next to it was the Dragon Transformation Pool. There were only a few drops of Dragon Transformation liquid, but it was diffusing extremely pure Dragon System source power, constantly nourishing Little Songxing's body and Dragon soul. The Dragon Transformation liquid is the greatest treasure of the Dragon realm. 1 drop, and it's worth millions. The amount of Dragon Transformation liquid in the Dragon Transformation Pool was still too small. Li Luo would not use it for the time being so as not to affect the foundation of the Imperial Beast Space. But the Dragon Pool, as one of the wonders of the Dragon realm, how high was its position? At the time of condensing the Dragon Transformation liquid, the pure Dragon's source force emanated out, and after Little Songxing absorbed it, it would even gain great benefits. Little Songxing's realm has reached the extreme realm of the awakening level. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, I can also start breaking through the transcendent level. Realm breakthroughs, too, are very delicate. Generally speaking, the realm of a favored beast could not exceed that of an imperial beast master by too much, and it was especially undesirable to exceed it by a large realm. Between the beast master and the favored beast, they were even more complementary and fed back to each other. Little Songxing's arrival at the extreme realm also gave Li Luo's imperial beast space great feedback. Breaking through the transcendent level was close at hand. The Dragon God meditation method quietly operated. The space of the imperial beast expanding. In an instant, the breakthrough. This? Li Luo's eyes shook dramatically. As the imperial beast space continued to expand and reach the boundaries of the transcendent level. Located not far from Hualong Pond, a mountain range that rises out of the ground. This is Zhenlong Mountain. Li Luo's mind trembled and said, what a terrifying power of suppression. He was beyond shocked. This mountain range contained an incomparably terrifying power of suppression that seemed to suppress the stars of the heavens, to suppress all dragon races within it, and completely establish the majesty of the dragon realm. Among the legends, that one dragon suppressor mountain located in the dragon realm suppressed an imperial dragon. Li Luo had a feeling that with a single thought, he could mobilize the suppressive power of the dragon-suppressing mountain and directly suppress a transcendent 10th-ranked ferocious beast. If it was located in the Imperial Beast space, even a commander-level ferocious beast would be directly sealed and imprisoned by this dragon-suppressing mountain. Chapter 38, Dragon Transformation Pool, Dragon Suppressing Mountain. Skill Seal. After breaking through the transcendent level, the dragon-suppressing mountain was derived from. In addition, the production capacity of the dragon transforming pool, it seems, has also been boosted, from the original 1 drop of dragon transforming liquid per day, to 2 drops of dragon transforming liquid per day. Li Luo's eyes couldn't help but light up. The suppressive power of the dragon suppressing mountain was certainly powerful. But the dragon transformation liquid derived from the dragon transformation pool, the value of each drop could be over 1,000,000 daxia coins. Li Luo could already think of the sight of the dragon transformation pool overflowing with dragon transformation liquid in the future. 2 drops of dragon transformation liquid a day, daily income, stable over 2,000,000 daxia coins. Just thinking about it is full of security. After breaking through the transcendent level, the area of the Imperial Beast space directly skyrocketed 10 times to 100,000 square meters. Li Luo took a deep breath and secretly said, the unusual transcendent level first order Imperial Beast space is at most 1,000 square meters. I am 100 times more. It is said that after the realm reaches the monarch level, the Imperial Beast space can be externally released as a regular means for Imperial Beast masters. If I break through the monarch level, just the descent of the royal beast space with 100 times the area and over 10,000 times the volume would be enough to suppress all monarch levels, right? Not to mention, my Imperial Beast space, which is also equivalent to a miniature dragon realm, possesses 2 miniature dragon realm wonders in the form of the dragon transformation pool and the dragon suppression mountain. Li Luo's heart was filled with anticipation. Transcendental class. His mind moved. An invisible force emerged. What is transcendence? Once they arrived at the transcendent level, even Imperial Beast masters who were extremely fragile themselves could directly mobilize the power of the origin of the Imperial Beast space. Li Luo's Imperial Beast space was a pure dragon system. He was naturally able to easily mobilize a large amount of dragon's source power. Take the dragon's source power and add it to your body. Li Luo revealed a smile and secretly said, together with my physique, with the feedback from the little Songstar, I am many times more powerful than any pureblood young dragon of the same level. Even if I don't allow little Song Xing to fight, my battle power at the transcendent level stage seems to be nearly invincible? He had carefully estimated. As a royal beast master, after putting aside his favored beasts, Li Luo's battle power alone was also equivalent to a top-tier monarch species transcendent first stage. Once the power of the dragon transformation pool and the dragon suppression mountain are mobilized, Leroy's battle power will be increased again. The dragon transformation pool and the dragon suppression mountain, these 2 incomparably magnificent wonders in the dragon realm, even if they were still in their infancy, were gradually revealing their true power. The suppressive power of Zhenlong Mountain was needless to say. The dragon transformation pool, moreover, could allow Li Luo to, briefly, transform into a half-dragon form. Even the power of the dragon transformation pool, no matter what kind of living creature it was attached to, would cause the other party to briefly possess an extremely high level of dragon bloodline, and their battle power would subsequently skyrocket. Whether it's the dragon transforming pool or the dragon suppressing mountain, in terms of power, it's at least equivalent to a holy rank mystic law. Satisfied to the core, Li Luo secretly said, as my realm rises, I will be able to utilize the power of the dragon transforming pool and dragon suppressing mountain even more, and it might be comparable to an emperor-level secret technique. Roar! Roar! Little Pale Star kept roaring low. It couldn't wait and wanted to break through to the transcendent level. Then break through. Leroy revealed a hint of a smile. Roar! Little Song Xing received Li Luo's permission and no longer suppressed his realm. Boom! The aura of the pale-colored young dragon continued to skyrocket. I don't know how deep the depths were, but in the instant of the breakthrough, all of them were transformed into realms. Transcendent Class First Order. Transcendent Class Second Order. Transcendent Class Third Order. Finalizing. Transcendent Level 5th Order. The little Songstar's heritage, which is already incomparably deep, has even arrived at the extreme realm of the awakening level, refining 30% of the Tsong Heavenly Desolate Dragon's bloodline. Li Luo was incomparably delighted, secretly saying, once he made a breakthrough, little Song Xing unexpectedly crossed many realms and directly arrived at the 5th stage of the Transcendent class. With the breakthrough of the little Song Xing realm, Li Luo, through the Imperial Beast contract, also obtained an extremely exaggerated physical feedback, strength, defense, speed. I don't know how many times it skyrocketed. Wait. Leroy's eyes lit up. He could clearly perceive that it was located on top of Jinlong Mountain. A strand of branding quietly concluded. This skill brand, it seems to be Desolate Ancient Domain. In Li Luo's heart, clarity flashed. Spin. It's not just Jinlong Mountain. Li Luo shocked out, saying, above the dragon transformation pool, there seems to be skill branding concluded as well. This is Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. The Imperial Beast you contracted, Draconic Dragon, breaks through the Transcendent level, and you gain contractual feedback, comprehending the super rank skill Draconic Domain Celestial Dragon Battle Intent. The system beep came quietly. Leroy was steeped in clarity. A dragon world wonder that can brand a skill? For an unusual Imperial Beast Master, if he wants to obtain the skills of his favored beast from the contract feedback, he must depend on his luck, commonly known as depending on his fate. Li Luo was in a good mood, secretly saying, but I have a channel to obtain skill feedback steadily. What an advantage is this? It was as if he could already see the many Dragon Realm wonders in the future, branded with all the skills of little Song Xing. A beast master with a weak ontology? This common sense will be completely shattered. Dragon's Pale Star. Attributes, Arakanese, Dragon. Realm, Transcendental 5th Order. Bloodline, Imperial Cthulhu Dragons 30% 100%. Skill. Higher levels, 1, Draconic Dragon Warfare. Super rank, 1, Desolate Body 2, Reverse Scale 3, Extreme Shadow 4, Desolate Ancient Domain 5, Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. Divine, 1, Desolate Dragon Divine Body. Leroy took a brief look. Little Celandine Star's attribute panel was undoubtedly extremely luxurious. The realm is the 5th order of transcendence. The bloodline of the celestial Desolate Dragon had also been refined by 30%. Once it is 100% refined, it goes from elite status, straight to permanent. As for the skill panel, it was even more exaggerated and incomparable, sitting on 5 super rank skills, Desolate Body, Reverse Scale, Extreme Shadow, Desolate Ancient Domain, and Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent. The divine great skill Desolate Dragon God Body is even more needless to say. Of the many skills, the only one that remained at a high level was the Desolate Dragon Battle Technique. The Desolate Dragon Battle Technique, from Song Yu's inheritance, is still some distance away from being completely integrated into the bloodline. Li Luo couldn't help but ponder, secretly saying, once the Desolate Dragon Battle Technique is thoroughly integrated into little Song Xing's bloodline, I'm afraid that it will also metamorphose into a super rank skill. He couldn't help but look forward to it. All skills, as much as possible, are super ranked. What kind of exaggeration? Keep practicing. Leroy didn't slack off in the slightest. He continued to run the Dragon God meditation method and immersed himself in cultivation. The Dragon God meditation program, leased for one day, is $10 million. He couldn't afford to waste it. Evening. In the living room. Master. Jiang Yao was wearing a maid's dress and an apron, and while being dainty, she also had a sense of homeliness. She was serving aromatic dishes when she saw Li Luo walk out from the bedroom, as if she was a virtuous little wife, preparing the tableware Li Luo needed for the meal. Oh? Leroy couldn't help but be amazed, saying, "You can still cook?" Mandatory for maids. Jiang Yao smiled and said, "I'm satisfied when I can wash and cook for my master every day. Of course, if I can warm the bed and serve him, that would be even better." Ha? Li Luo shrugged his shoulders and said, "What's the point of warming the bed in the middle of summer? As for serving the bed, look at your performance." Aha! Jiang Yao's eyes glowed. "See how you're doing? There's drama." Li Luo, however, was slandering in his heart. The so-called look at your performance, the ultimate judgment, is still not his call? At the end of the meal, Li Luo couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Yao's handiwork, which was surprisingly good. He was unaware of it. With the means of an Imperial Demon Master, it was entirely possible to invade dreams and memories. Jiang Yao is to spend a lot of money, invited a star hotel chef, directly by the star chef, there are memories of cooking. It's safe to say Jiang Yao had gone to great lengths to be a qualified maid. After the wine and dinner, Jiang Yao glanced at Li Luo and said timidly, "Master, you've broken through the transcendent level?" She'd been dying to ask. Li Luo's aura had, indeed, changed drastically. The only way to explain it was a breakthrough in the realm. Yes. Leroy let out a light laugh. The realm after the breakthrough is no longer hidden. All are revealed. Transcendent Third Order. Jiang Yao's pair of charming eyes, steeply widened, almost unable to believe her perception, trembled and said, "Master, in less than a day's time, you actually broke through to the transcendent mortal third stage?" She felt overwhelmed. Jiang Yao, as an S-class heavenly pride, had broken through to the transcendent level for a month now, yet she had only broken through to the second stage of the transcendent level. On the contrary, Li Luo only spent 1 day to break through from awakening level 10th step to transcendent level 3rd step. What a terrifying cultivation speed! She couldn't help but reminisce. Li Luo seemed to have once said that a true supreme demon, cultivating for a day, could be worth a year of mediocrity. I've become a mediocrity? Jiang Yao was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 39 True Dragon Ranking. SS Great Demon, Ji Ning. Jiang Yao, the heavenly daughter of the Jiang family, one of the 3 major business families in the Summer Kingdom. At the age of 17, she awakened her S-class talent, the Phantom Heart, contracting the Chimera Mia in less than a year. Jiang Yao then broke through from the awakening grade 1st stage to the transcendent grade 2nd stage. Many elders of the Jiang family, none of them praised it, hailing it as the pearl of the Jiang family. Jiang Yao had always thought that she was considered to be extremely outstanding amongst the S-class celestial pride. But she didn't expect that Li Luo's speed of realm advancement was exaggerated to such an extent that a day of cultivation could be worth a year for a genius. No. Jiang Yao took a deep breath and secretly said, "Li Luo cultivated for half a day and only managed to raise 3 rank orders. Whereas if I cultivate for a year, I'll be able to raise 10 rank orders, and even have a chance to break through as a commander-class Imperial Beastmaster. No matter how demonic Li Luo is, 1 day of cultivation is only equivalent to half a year for me. I, Jiang Yao, am by no means mediocre." One thought to this. Jiang Yao's mood, at once, calmed down somewhat. She tried to remind herself not to compare herself to Leroy, absolutely breaking her heart. Jiang Yao seemed to think of something and asked, "Master, has the juvenile desolate dragon you contracted also broken through the transcendent level?" What's wrong?" Leroy was a little puzzled. "Master, do you know the True Dragon list?" Jiang Yao spoke slowly, explaining, "The True Dragon ranking is a list in the True Dragon Academy that was jointly formulated by the school's senior management. Only students of the True Dragon Academy, who have contracted Imperial Beasts, can be on the True Dragon ranking. The Desolate Dragon Cub contracted by the Master arrived at the Extreme Realm at the Awakening level. Now, it has even broken through to the Transcendent level. Once you show your strength, you might be able to make it to the True Dragon ranking. Even if you are ranked in the 1000th place, you will still receive a considerable reward." Jiang Yao couldn't help but lament. Past freshmen, even if a year had passed, they might not be able to make their contracted Imperial Beasts ascend the True Dragon ranking. On the contrary, Li Luo, who had contracted the initial Imperial Beast, had only been less than a week, and was actually about to point his sword at the True Dragon ranking. What kind of horrible natural talent is this? Oh. Li Luo immediately became interested and said, "Quickly show me the list." "Yes, Master." Jiang Yao nodded slightly and quickly retrieved a list of information, handing it over to Li Luo, saying, "This list brings together the 1000 Imperial Beasts with the strongest battle power in the True Dragon Academy, from the 4th to the 3rd year of college. As for the freshmen, no one has been on the list yet. Master might be able to be the first." Leroy couldn't help but show a look of interest. True Dragon Academy, as one of the 3 top-tier academies, the most outstanding students among them would never have low achievements in the future. It's safe to say, a full third of the Imperial Beastmasters at the top of the vast Xia Kingdom came from the True Dragon School. The thousands of students of the True Dragon Academy had contracted Imperial Beasts, at least tens of thousands of them. Top 1000? The gold content of this goes without saying. True Dragon List. 1. Celestial Green Vine Dragon Realm, Lord 10th Order belongs to Ji Ning. 2. Psychedelic Fox Dragon Realm, Lord 10th Order belongs to Ji Ning. 3. Aqua Eagle Dragon Realm, Lord 10th Order belongs to Ji Ning. 4. Sang Jian Queen Realm, Lord 10th Order belongs to Lu Tianfeng. 5. Female Ghost in Red Realm, Lord 10th Order belongs to Su Yui. 10. Cunning Devil Dragon Realm, Lord 7th Order belongs to Ji Ning. 100. Black Thunder Serpent Realm, Lord 3rd Order belongs to Wen Fenghua. 500. Underworld Elephant Realm, Commander 10th Order belongs to Fan Xin. 1000, Berserk Thunder Lion Realm, Commander 3rd Order belongs to Nangong Dai. On the True Dragon list, a full 1000 powerful favored beasts were recorded, as well as the names of the royal beast masters they belong to. Li Luo roughly browsed through the list and found that the favored beasts that could make it to the True Dragon list were at least of the monarch species. Even the Berserk Thunder Lion, which was ranked 1000th, was of the pureblood monarch bloodline, and its realm had even reached the 3rd rank of commander. Such a powerful strength was far beyond the reach of even the Dark Knight Winged Serpent that Yen Duan had contracted. After all, the strength of the Dark Knight Winged Serpent was only comparable to the 1st rank of the commander class. With the addition of the SS class talent Heavenly Serpent, it could only be comparable to the 3rd rank of the commander class. However, there was also a gap between the 3rd rank of the commander class. The Berserk Thunder Lion was a monarch-level bloodline, and against a fierce beast of the same level with a commander-level bloodline, it could be a match for 100. Not to mention, the standard of the True Dragon ranking excludes the enhancement of the Beast Master and directly calculates the battle power of the favored beast itself, so the increase of the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent naturally can't be counted. The True Dragon ranking, the top 3 ranks, are actually all attributed to the same Imperial Beast Master? Li Luo couldn't help but be amazed, saying, "This Jining, what kind of god is she?" The top 3 on the True Dragon list, the Sky Green Vine Dragon, the Psychedelic Fox Dragon, and the Aqua Eagle Dragon, all belong to Jining, and he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye to them. "Master, you finally found it." Jiang Yao let out a light laugh and said, "This Jining is the number 1 demon of the True Dragon Academy before the master enrolled. It is said that Jining has awakened the SS grade talent Dragon Vein, which can grant a dragon bloodline to all pet beasts under contract. The Celestial Green Vine Dragon, the Psychedelic Fox Dragon, and the Aqua Eagle Dragon were not dragon races initially. It was under the influence of the SS grade talent Dragon Vein that they were endowed with a pure dragon bloodline, evolving into a brand new type of dragon race." With a few words, Jiang Yao's eyes, too, couldn't help but flash with longing. Before she enrolled in the True Dragon Academy, she had already held Jining in immense esteem, seeing it as the goal she was striving for. After actually enrolling in school and seeing the True Dragon ranking, Jiang Yao realized how huge the gap between the heavenly pride and the demons was. More than that, Jiang Yao once again said, "The top 100 favored beasts on the True Dragon ranking all come from the seniors and sisters of today's senior year. Jining is different, she occupies the top 3 of the True Dragon ranking, but she's only a junior this year. That is, Jining's age, a year younger than the other seniors and sisters who are on the list, is occupying the top 3 seats on the True Dragon list. Even the Cunning Demon Dragon, the 10th on the True Dragon list, was the 4th favored beast contracted by senior sister Jining after she broke through to the Lord level, and it was only because the cultivation time was still very short that it didn't make it to the 4th seed on the True Dragon list. A lot of information about Jining continued to be passed out. Leroy's mind, too, couldn't help but be surprised. This Jining, definitely worthy of the name of demon. SS-Rank talent, Dragon Vein? Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, "I'm afraid, this is the true passive type talent, isn't it?" "Yes." Jiang Yao nodded her head and said, "At the awakening level, senior sister Jining was very ordinary. But as her realm rises, the power of the passive type talent only gradually reveals itself. As long as it's a royal beast contracted by school sister Jining, no matter how ordinary the initial bloodline is, once it's nourished with the dragon vein, it will continue to metamorphose and evolve, possessing an incredible battle power. Many gigantic existences have made predictions. I'm afraid that senior sister Jining, it won't be long before she breaks through to the monarch level." Jiang Yao's eyes brightened. She looked at Li Luo, attempting to see shock and horror in the other party's eyes. But she was quickly disappointed. Li Luo's expression was just a little bit of admiration and more excitement. True Dragon Academy, it really does have crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Countless geniuses and celestial pride converge, and there are even demons across the board, like the carp that crosses the river. That's the only thing that's interesting. Wouldn't it be boring if there were only 3 or 2 big cats?" Li Luo's body was constantly bursting with battle intent. This. Jiang Yao only felt that it became difficult to breathe, a pair of charming eyes, filled with horror, shocked, such a terrifying battle intent, yet it comes from a weak Imperial Beastmaster. There is only one possibility. The juvenile Desolate Dragon broke through the Transcendent level, and there was even skill feedback? Even Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy. Skill feedback is exclusive to the ultimate demon. Historically, many awaken SSS class talent of the Supreme Demon after the achievement of the Great Emperor by virtue of the SSS class talent, as well as the feedback of the many powerful skills. Their own battle power was even stronger than the contracted Imperial beasts. The only way. It took a great human emperor to suppress an era. Even if it's an SSS grade talent, the probability of obtaining skill feedback is extremely low. Jiang Yao couldn't help but take a deep breath and secretly said, judging from the battle intent released, the skill that juvenile desolate dragon fed back to Li Luo is at least a high-ranked, or even a super-ranked skill. Realization dawned on her. In the True Dragon Academy, Li Luo's natural talent was the absolute number one. Why should Leroy be shocked and appalled at the power of others? No matter how strong the opponents were, they would sooner or later be surpassed by Li Luo one by one. The ones who should really be worried should be the seniors and sisters at the top of the True Dragon ranking, right? Jiang Yao took a deep breath, but could not help but look forward to it, secretly saying, many unrivaled geniuses and prides, if they are surpassed by a freshman, I do not know what kind of look they will have. I'm afraid that would really be infuriated? Chapter 40, Xiafei's Heartache, Heavenly Heart Snow Lotus. Li Luo silently memorized the names on the True Dragon list in his heart and shared them with little Song Xing through the connection of the Imperial Beast contract. Roar! Little Song Xing's battle spirit was overpowering. It couldn't wait for the True Dragon list, the many powerful Imperial Beasts, to battle and win. Both Li Luo and little Song Xing were extremely ambitious. True Dragon list? Being on the top of the list, whether it was a favored beast or the royal beastmaster to whom it belonged, it was just a stepping stone to be surpassed sooner or later. The many favored beasts have a list. Do the students of the True Dragon Academy have a list ranking? Li Luo said with interest. No. Jiang Yao gently shook her head and said, 3 months from now, there will be a grand competition for all the schools. At that time, within the True Dragon School, there will also be a great competition of the schools, and the rankings will only appear after the competition is over. Leroy quickly came to a realization. Any Imperial Beast Master possessed a variety of cards that could increase the battle power of their favored beasts, so it was naturally difficult to determine the rankings. The only way to find out is to fight. The 3 top academies, every year, would hold a great competition between the schools. In the previous year's great competition of the schools, the strongest senior veterans had long since graduated. Last year's rankings, naturally, cannot be counted. After some small talk, Jiang Yao seemed to have been stimulated, and came to her room to begin her grueling cultivation. Leroy is no exception. Practiced until morning. The realm of the Transcendent 3 Realms was thoroughly stabilized. Instantaneous breakthrough, Transcendent 4th Order. SSS grade Ancestral Dragon talent, only 1 last hour until the end of the lease. Li Luo's eyes sank, secretly saying, it's time to start cutting the talent origin and condensing the talent dragon crystal. Ever since the production of the gifted dragon crystal was exposed, Princess Xia had contracted all the raw materials and provided a large number of vacant monarch-class dragon crystal cores, which did not require Li Luo to go out and purchase them specifically. With the execution of the super order secret technique, talented cutting, fine beads of sweat could not help but appear on Li Luo's forehead. Ah! The cutting of the talent essence was undoubtedly extremely painful. Even Li Luo couldn't help but turn pale and let out a pained whimper. However, he didn't retreat in the slightest, and the movement of cutting the talent origin didn't stop in the slightest. After breaking through the transcendent level, I can actually cut more talent origins. Li Luo's eyes, steeply lit up, surfaced with delight and whispered, when I was at the awakening level, I could only cut 30% of my talent origin and craft 3 talent dragon crystals. After breaking through the transcendent level, I was actually able to directly cut 50% of my talent origin and craft 5 talent dragon crystals. A total of 100 talent dragon crystals are needed for Master Teacher to metamorphose his SSS grade talent. At the original speed, it would take me at least a month or so to make it. Now it's different. It only takes 20 days to make 100 gifted dragon crystals. How could Leroy not be elated? The sooner the beauty master's strength, the sooner he gets a boost. His background, too, is bigger. Once concubine Xia breaks through to become an emperor. In the vast country of Xia, Li Luo is the emperor's son. One word, who dares not obey? But Li Luo's face, filled with the color of hidden pain, cursed lowly, cutting 50% of the talent origin at once is also too damn painful. Nevertheless, Li Luo's movements, however, did not stop in the slightest. 1, 2. a full 5 gifted dragon crystals, neatly arranged on the table. Hidden in the void. Leroy, it's too much of a fight too. Song Yu's dragon eyes vaguely flashed with a color of intolerance. When she looked at concubine Xia, she realized that her coolness was long gone. Concubine Xia pursed the edge of her lips tightly, and her absolutely beautiful face was filled with the color of heartache. Let any man, are crazy for the soft delicate body, are slightly trembling, slender jade hand clenched, and absorption completed the gift of dragon crystal. Sister Summer. Song Yu was moved by this. I kind of regret it. Concubine Xia said softly, I shouldn't have pinned my hopes of breaking through to a great emperor on Luor. He, after all, is still a child, and should have been able to suppress an era as a supreme demon. Even if I don't become an emperor, he will become one sooner or later. What qualifications do I have to put Luor through such pain for the sake of my own breakthrough to greatness? In the future, when Luor remembers today, I wonder if she will resent me. Concubine Xia's expression was incomparably complicated. Sister Xia. Song Yu said in a low voice, you don't have to feel guilty. Li Luo, but he possesses a mythical grade talent origin. If he doesn't cut the SSS grade talent origin, the latent myth grade talent may never awaken. To Leroy, this is by no means an ordeal, but a necessary path to becoming a strong man. You don't want, Leroy, to retrace your steps from where you came. That's just too bitter. All we can do is to defend his path and provide him with all the resources necessary for him to grow into a strong man. If you don't let him cut the talent origin and make the talent dragon crystal, that would be harming him. Song Yu's words made the Xiafei's emotions gradually calm down. There were many truths that Princess Xia naturally knew. But she secretly peeped and witnessed Li Luo cutting the talent origin, the actual pain, as if a sharp knife, on the heart of the Xiafei, to carry out the lingering torture. Go. Concubine Xia said softly. Next moment. The void shattered. Concubine Xia was cold and absolutely beautiful, as if she was a goddess from the 9 heavens, descending from the sky. Master, master. Li Luo hurriedly wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, grinned up the corner of his mouth, revealing a sunny smile, hiding the pain, the fatigue, deeply, and said, You're here at the right time, I've just crafted 5 gifted dragon crystals, and I'm just about to send them off to my master. Lore. Xiafei looked at Li Luo's pale face, the color of heartache in her eyes could no longer be concealed, lightly trembled, and stretched out her delicate hand, gently wiped the beads of sweat for Li Luo, stroked across his resolute face, whispered, Thank you. Nothing. Li Luo grinned and said, I was going to cut the talent origin, making the talent dragon crystal was just in passing. As long as I can help my master and repay his kindness, then I'll be satisfied. Luor, you don't have to cut the talent origin so often. Might as well turn cutting once a day into once a month. Concubine Xia pursed her lips along tightly and said softly, It's only a few years, I can afford to wait. Master. Li Luo said with a straight face, I want to awaken the mythic rank talent as soon as possible. Moreover, I also hope that Master can metamorphose the SSS-Rank talent as soon as possible and break through to become a great emperor. At that time, I will be an imperial dragon emperor, the only disciple. Just thinking about it, I can't help but be excited. He stared tightly at Concubine Xia's absolutely beautiful face, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Leroy naturally knew that. The summer concubine was true to him. A piece of advice, and for his sake. After all, the pain of the cut of the talent is not something that can be endured by anyone. Leroy, however, had his own considerations. SSS rated ancestral dragon talent, least for 1 day. It could be 10 million daxia dollars. How can Leroy sleep if he can't make the best use of what he has? The system is woolly, for sure. Besides, in the vast blue star, becoming a great emperor was considered standing at the top of the heap. As long as Concubine Xia did not become a great emperor, Li Luo did not feel safe. Li Luo didn't want to offend the great emperor's children in the future and attract the great emperor's personal visit, but consort Xia couldn't protect him. Since you're so determined, I won't try to persuade you too much. Concubine Xia sighed softly and said, Only, if you can't bear it, you can be sure to say so. In addition, I will also gather some supreme treasures that clear the mind and condense the spirit, to alleviate the pain of cutting the talent for you. Ahem, master, that's not necessary. Li Luo hurriedly said, cutting the talent origin is actually okay. There is absolutely no need to waste such a supreme treasure. He had wanted to say that instead of gifting heart-clearing treasures that were of little use, it would be better to just gift some strength-enhancing supreme treasures. Talent cutting, though incredibly painful, was nothing to Leroy. After all, he had cultivated the dragon god meditation thoughts, and his soul's ability to withstand it was simply at a heaven-defying level. Li Luo, I know you're thinking about Sister Xia. Sang Yu poked out the dragon head and said smugly, but you have to know that your master is the #1 dragon master, and I don't know how many supreme treasures he has accumulated. Some of the treasures of clearing the mind and condensing the spirit in the district, as long as you are willing to search for them, I don't know how many there are, you don't have to feel heartbroken. Well, this heavenly heart snow lotus, you can use it first. Concubine Xia took out a white snow lotus that emitted an extremely fresh fragrance and said softly, you can just take it directly, it should alleviate a lot. Heavenly heart snow lotus? Li Luo was instantly startled and hurriedly said, Master, you mustn't. How is he not shocked? This heavenly heart snow lotus was considered to be the first sequence even amongst the super rank resources. Many hegemonic level imperial beast masters, when breaking through to the saint level, if they could take a heavenly heart snow lotus, the probability of a successful breakthrough would be increased by at least 10%. The market price of the Tianqin snow lotus, a whopping $8 billion. And, at a price. If the heavenly heart snow lotus was used as the main ingredient and refined into an elixir, it could even allow several S-class monarchs to break through into overlord-class royal beast masters. Li Luo really didn't expect that concubine Xia would be so willing to give a heavenly heart snow lotus to herself. I'm so convinced. In Li Luo's heart, countless emotions tumbled, secretly saying, the first imperial dragon master, is he really that rich? I've made over $50 million from all my hard work, and it's still not as much as a fraction of what the master has casually gifted me. Chapter 41, 3 Emperors' Inheritance, Amazing, Vine, and Demon. There's no need to say more. Concubine Xia pursed her lips along her lips and firmly said, I only regret that I didn't give you the heavenly heart snow lotus earlier. The heavenly heart snow lotus is a strategic resource. Princess Xia, as the owner, was not at liberty to decide on the attribution. After all, concubine Xia's identity was that of the first imperial dragon master, the leader of the imperial dragon master lineage. Such a precious heavenly heart snow lotus, which was enough to create several hegemonic level imperial beast masters, was only used to alleviate the pain? It can be a waste. However, in order to alleviate the pain of cutting the talent origin, it was not like unusual treasures could be effective, and it had to be at least a super rank resource. Concubine Xia hesitated a little, but still took out the heavenly heart snow lotus. As for the lineage of imperial dragon masters, the many veteran imperial dragon masters, the invisible pressure given? She will take it on herself. When concubine Xia was so insistent, Li Luo simply couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to accept the heavenly heart snow lotus. And he wasn't going to use it. Just kidding. $8 billion worth of supreme treasure for pain relief? The pain. I can still stand it. Leroy was fuming in his heart. He decided to use the heavenly heart snow lotus as a backup stash of funds. In the future, when there is a shortage of funds, the heavenly heart snow lotus will be sent to auction. With the effects of the heavenly heart snow lotus, it might be able to be auctioned off for tens of billions of heavenly dollars. Li Luo took the heavenly heart snow lotus and put it away properly. Lore. Princess Xia wanted to speak. She naturally could see that Li Luo's thoughts. He obviously did not intend to use the Tianqin snow lotus. Sister Xia. Sang Yu's voice, which entered Princess Xia's mind, said, Li Luo has his own plans, so you don't have to interfere too much. If he is truly unable to withstand the pain, he will use the heavenly heart snow lotus himself. Aha! Princess Xia responded. Hey! If those old things knew that you gave the heavenly heart snow lotus to Li Luo just to alleviate some of the pain, they might be furious. Sang Yu sighed out. Tianqin snow lotus is my search from the northern snow country, this is my private property, how can I allow others to comment on it? Princess Xia was incomparably cool. Of course you're fine. But what about Li Luo? Sang Yu was helpless for a while and said, those old guys, they wanted to ask for a flower petal so that Ji Ning could break through to the monarch level as soon as possible, but you didn't even agree. With Li Luo's current strength, is he a match for Ji Ning? Ji Ning? That little ninny, I've seen it before. Concubine Xia shook her head indifferently and said, with her character, she won't find trouble with Li Luo. But? Sang Yu wanted to say something else. No need to say more. Xia Fei's eyes flashed a trace of coldness, said, no matter who, if you dare to bully the small with the big, secretly planning, I will liquidate myself. She naturally knew what song you meant. Li Luo's strength was still too weak after all. The true dragon ranking hadn't even ascended, and many of the seniors and sisters were stronger than Li Luo. In particular, the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters was full of geniuses. Jining, too, is just one of them. To this, Princess Xia didn't care at all. She would naturally break the rules for anyone who dared to bully the young with the big. Looking at the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters, no one has been stronger than her for a long time. I'm also concerned. Sanyu laughed slightly bitterly and said, if it was before, anyone who dared to say one more word would have been sprayed to death by a mouthful of my dragon breath. Too many eyes are watching. Concubine Xia shook her head and said, many great emperors, they are all observing. Great emperors, located at the top of the imperial beasts, symbolize supreme strength, as well as supreme power. Only the emperors can decide who will be promoted to great emperor. The only way to know is to be in the position of a summer princess. How great is this side of heaven and earth? Even if one reached the supreme sage realm, if one did not have a background, one would never want to become an emperor. In the line of dragon masters, there is not a single great emperor. If concubine Xia wanted to become an emperor, she could only collect her killing heart and pray for the recognition of other great emperors. Master. Li Luo looked serious and said, take these 5 gifted dragon crystals first. Good. Princess Xia nodded. She took the gifted dragon crystal, her eyes carrying hope once again. If I can metamorphose into an SSS grade talent with a thunderous momentum. Even the emperors can't predict when I'll break through to greatness, right? Concubine Xia secretly thought, once I become an emperor, even the emperors will no longer be able to do anything to stop me. Many thoughts flashed by. Lore. Xiafei said softly, there are still 2 days, the true dragon school's inheritance secret realm will be opened. Inheritance secret realm, there is the inheritance left behind by the successive generations of the true dragon school's powerhouses, the giant, the saints, and even the great emperor inheritance, all have the opportunity to obtain. With your natural talent, acquiring a saint-level inheritance is almost a nail in the coffin. You might even obtain the recognition of more than one saint-level inheritance. It's just that, no matter how many legacies are recognized, you can only choose one. Do you have an idea? Concubine Xia's words caused Li Luo to be slightly stunned. The secret realm of inheritance? He didn't really know. Actually, the True Dragon Academy's inheritance secret realm was not a secret to many of the descendants of the great families. Nay, Li Luo was a commoner by birth, so naturally he didn't know much about it. After Xiafei's narration, Li Luo was sort of clear. The so-called secret realm of inheritance was actually the generations of powerful people who had graduated from the True Dragon Academy and returned to the school to leave a precious inheritance. The inheritance could contain all sorts of precious treasures, powerful meditation methods, secret methods, and even favored beast eggs and even talent crystals. Leroy couldn't help but ponder. Meditation? He was sitting on the Dragon God meditation method. Even if it was a saint-level meditation idea, or even the legendary emperor-level meditation idea, he didn't need it at all. A secret spell? In the True Dragon School's book depository, there were many secret techniques recorded. With Li Luo's authority, super-rank secret methods could be learned at will, and holy-rank secret methods might not be impossible to learn. Unless it was some extremely special saint-rank secret method, or even the legendary emperor-rank secret method. Otherwise, Leroy really didn't have much interest. As for talent crystals, that's even more bull. SSS-Rank talent, Ancestral Dragon. Can diffuse all dragon talents. For example, the SS-Rank talent, Dragon Pulse. SS-Rank talent, Green Dragon Shadow. Leroy could even diffuse it easily. Of course, no matter what kind of SS-Rank talent was derived, it was actually in the realm of SSS-Ranked Ancestral Dragons, which was undoubtedly superfluous. Favored beast eggs? Leroy's eyes lit up. After he broke through the transcendent level, he naturally opened the second contract bit and could contract a second Imperial Beast. As a transcendent level Imperial Beast Master, if Li Luo wanted to break through to the commander level, he would have to fulfill multiple conditions, and unless he cultivated some specific secret techniques, he would have to contract 2 Imperial Beasts and cultivate them both to the transcendent 10th rank. It's time for me to prepare for contracting the second Imperial Beast as well. Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, if I can obtain an egg of a dragon-favored beast with an extremely high bloodline in the inheritance mystic realm, it seems to be extremely good as well. Of course, even if I can't obtain it, it doesn't matter. Imperial Dragon Seed, or even Divine Dragon Seed bloodline, I can easily lease it, and earthworms can be cultivated into true dragons. Beyond that, what Li Luo needed most was actually the many treasures, and the more the better. For money, treasure. He was never too much. Master. Li Luo was slightly puzzled. An emperor-level inheritance that I can't access? It's hard. Concubine Xia wasn't the least bit surprised as she said in a deep voice, in the inheritance mystic realm, there are a total of 3 emperor-level inheritances, each corresponding to 3 ancient great emperors. Amazing Emperor, Vine Emperor, Demon Emperor. Among them, the Amazing Emperor, who is in charge of the emperor-ranked secret technique Heavenly Flame, can refine all foreign flames. Vine Emperor contracted many vine species, such as the Ascending Vine, Thousand Star Vine, and Starry Sky Vine, and created his own emperor-level secret method planted equipment, which allows the contracted plant species to be integrated into his own body, transforming them into a piece of equipment, and skyrocketing his battle power. The Devil Emperor, after gaining the favor of the Devil Realm and leaving behind a legacy, directly rebelled against the human race and traveled to the Devil Realm, nowhere to be found. These 3 great emperors, their fit with you, are all extremely low. If you can be recognized, remember not to miss it. Of course, there's no need to feel sorry for yourself if you can't obtain the emperor rank inheritance. Princess Xia's explanation was unmistakably clear. So it is. Leroy revealed a dazed look. Amazing Emperor, Vine Emperor, and Demon Emperor. Regardless of which great emperor, all of them were powerful and renowned, and could be called legendary existences. Leroy pondered briefly. These 3 great emperors all seem to have an extremely low fit with him, making it difficult to force them. Master. Li Luo slowly said, what if it's a holy rank inheritance? Good question. Concubine Xia cast an appreciative gaze and said, sacred rank inheritance, there are also advantages and disadvantages. There are 5 topmost saint-ranked inheritances, the Dragon Saint, Ancient Saint, Heavenly Saint, Battle Saint, and Fighting Saint. Among them, Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fighting Saint, these 3 saint-level inheritances, their fit with you, are all extremely high. Dragon Saint, needless to say, is the rising lord of the royal dragon master lineage, only 1 step away from a great emperor. Unfortunately, he offended a great emperor and was crushed by a single finger during his breakthrough. The Battle Saint, who became a saint with battle, has an extremely high degree of fit with the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that when I first enrolled in school in the past, Sonya's bloodline was in a sealed state, perhaps I would have chosen the Battle Saint inheritance. Fighting Saints, seemingly similar to Battle Saints, are very different. A Battle Saint is good at fighting. A Combat Saint, however, has to fight to the death, in a life and death battle, in order to progress. If possible, I don't want you to choose the Combat Saint inheritance. After some explanation, Concubine Xia looked at Li Luo and laughed lightly. Do you have an answer? Master, I have a question. Li Luo scratched his head and said, of the many inheritances, which one has the most treasures? Chapter 42, Realm Surge. Transcendent Mortal Grade 7th Stage. Concubine Xia's clear and cold demeanor was slightly stagnant. Senior, I just asked casually. Li Luo smiled sarcastically. If we're talking about the amount of treasures, naturally it's the emperor-level inheritance that has the most treasures. A random emperor-level supreme treasure is worth an unknown amount of money. Despite not knowing the reason, Concubine Xia patiently explained, saying, below the emperor level, the inheritance with the most treasures, however, is not a saint-level inheritance, but a giant-level inheritance called the Mouse King's inheritance. The Rat King, an extremely legendary powerhouse, with a realm of only the 10th rank of the monarch level, but contracted a treasure-seeking rat with an extremely special bloodline, and I don't know how many great tombs he has excavated and how many supreme treasures he has acquired. When he left his inheritance, the Mouse King mistakenly entered the tomb of a great emperor, and was lucky enough to obtain some treasures from it, but he didn't have long to live, and in his haste to leave his inheritance, he soon fell. That one Rat King inheritance, no one has obtained it yet. So saying, Concubine Xia couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. The Mouse King inheritance, the freshmen of all classes, were all extremely eager. An emperor's tomb, even if one only acquired some inconsequential treasures, it was incomparably exaggerated. Unfortunately, the requirements of the Rat King's inheritance were extremely odd, and one must similarly contract the treasure-seeking rats and take on the great cause of tomb raiding in order to obtain the inheritance. It's too many years passed. The Mouse King's legacy had still not found a successor. Listening to Princess Xia's narration, Li Luo could only dispel his thoughts. Treasure mice? The little Song Xing he contracted was at Song Tian Desolate Dragon. It didn't meet the requirements at all. Immediately indenture a treasure-hunting mouse? Just for a giant inheritance, it wasn't worth Li Luo's time. It doesn't matter. Li Luo was indifferent in his heart and secretly said, the many holy rank inheritances, I think they won't let me down. What's more, I may not be unable to obtain the recognition of the emperor rank inheritance. Sure. Leroy has other ways as well. As long as one temporarily rents a copy of the bloodline of the treasure hunter mouse, there is naturally a chance to fool the inheritance spirit. Unless there was no chance of a great emperor's inheritance and no way to obtain a suitable holy rank inheritance, this worst-case scenario, Li Luo would only choose to obtain that copy of the Rat King's inheritance. This is done. Princess Xia quickly left. Li Luo also continued to immerse himself in cultivation. 2 days passed in a flash. Period. Li Luo once again crafted 10 gifted dragon crystals and gave them all to Princess Xia. Seeing the aura of the beautiful master teacher, it changed every day. In Li Luo's heart, he was also immensely relieved. The raising of a great imperial master is close at hand. Early in the morning, the sun rises. Li Luo was leaning on the soft sofa, Jiang Yao was serving obediently, her soft little hands kept pressing, and from time to time, she passed a few grapes to Li Luo and tenderly passed them into her mouth, which could be considered extremely cozy. Master, the inheritance mystery realm is about to open. If you don't set off, you might miss it. Jiang Yao gently reminded. She is still wearing a maid outfit, but changed into black silk, wearing a cat ear hairband on her head, in the delicate and lovely at the same time, but also both sexy and provocative, really is a no-brainer of a special thing. Let's go then. Leroy straightened his clothes and said, it's also time to leave. Then I'll change my clothes first. Jiang Yao winks. For the past few days, she had been serving as a maid, well-behaved. Even more so, he watched Li Luo's realm. Every day there was a great leap, from the initial shock, slowly became numb, more determined, must take Li Luo down. If you say that initially Jiang Yao was motivated by talent metamorphosis and wanted to fetch Li Luo's SSS grade talent origin. Now, Jiang Yao can be really moved. Especially when serving, some unintentional body touches would make Jiang Yao feel like a deer in headlights, and as an imperial demon master who was a royal phantom, she couldn't help but indulge in this feeling, almost unable to extricate herself. Just wear this one. Leroy glanced at it with a casual demeanor. Huh? Jiang Yao blinked and whispered, maid outfit, should I wear it out too? You seem to have some resentment about being a maid? Leroy smirked and said, you can stop being a maid, the demon contract can be breached at any time. No way. Jiang Yao pursed her lips. Although usually very relaxed, but Jiang Yao also only in the villa interior, through the maid outfit. Really wear to the outside world, has never had. Just the thought of being a little maid, humbly following behind Li Luo and being surrounded by countless freshmen, and even many teachers, as well as the giant Jurassic existence, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel ashamed. But Li Luo's overbearing words, and let Jiang Yao simply cannot refuse, extremely contradictory psychology, so that Jiang Yao's cheeks are slightly red, unconsciously tense legs, whispered, since the master has requested so, Jiang Yao can only comply. Who let me be the master's little maid? True Dragon Academy, Grand Hall. Thousands of new students gathered here. Many of the new students present, when it came to the talent of the imperial beasts, the worst of them was B grade, and among them, there was no shortage of geniuses with a grade talent. Even the S-class celestial pride had dozens of them. More than half of them were of civilian origin, and their realm was not high. A few were from large families, contracting initial imperial beasts early on, with realms reaching the 10th stage of the awakening level, or even the transcendent level. Shoo! High in the sky, a pitch-black colored, juvenile giant snake with 2 wings on its back came prancing into the air. That's the Dark Knight Winged Serpent. Yen Duan is here? Yen Duan hasn't appeared since the battle with Li Luo. It looks like he hasn't gotten over his defeat in that battle. As an SS-class demon, with a transcendent 6th rank, against an awakened 10th rank, he was a great loser, completely reduced to a stepping stone. Anyone else would be skeptical. Who can be blamed for this? Li Luo's strength is just too strong. The battle power of that juvenile desolate dragon was already extremely exaggerated. Not to mention, Li Luo's SSS grade ancestral dragon talent can also summon the ancestral dragon's will to descend. It's not just Yen Duan, amongst the freshmen, many S-class celestial pride, I'm afraid they're all doubting their lives, right? Being a heavenly pride, but having to be in the same class as Li Luo, they can only be left behind. On Yen Duan's shoulder, why is there a small green snake? Could it be that's Yen Chen's second imperial beast? Holy! Sky Green Luan Snake? This is a true pureblood hegemonic level bloodline. With Yen Duan's arrival, many of the new students were secretly talking about it. When the new students saw the Sky Green Luan Snake on Yen Duan's shoulder, they couldn't help but marvel out even more. The Heavenly Green Luan Snake was an extremely famous overlord class bloodline. Unfortunately, the realm of the Sky Green Luan Snake, only awakening 10th order. If the realm and the Dark Knight Winged Serpent are equal, that battle Li Luo may not be able to win. Dong Chang sighed out. As an S-ranked heavenly pride, Dong Chang must also admit that Yen Duan, as a demon, was indeed far too powerful than an S-ranked heavenly pride. Take the Sky Green Luan Snake as an example of a hegemonic level bloodline. In the place of Dong Chang, it would have been impossible to conclude the contract. Such a high level of bloodline would definitely create an irresistible oppression on Dong Chang's imperial beast space, thus affecting the advancement. SS grade talent, the advantage is still too great. Dong Chang shook his head, however, compared to Li Luo's SSS grade talent, it's still far inferior. Rumor has it that in SSS grade imperial beast space, the area alone is 100 times more than in SS grade, and even imperial beast cubs with Holy Spirit grade bloodlines, or even Emperor grade bloodlines, can be easily contracted. The crowd. A grim, disdainful look flashed across Louis Fei's face. Yen dust? It's just trash. If I can awaken my SS rank talent, I will definitely suppress Li Luo completely. This inheritance secret realm, if I can obtain that one inheritance and acquire a talent crystal stone, SS level talent, I may not be unable to metamorphose out. At that time, it may not be impossible to fight Li Luo head on. Louis Fei recalled the humiliation of being suppressed by Li Luo on that day, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Li Luo didn't even let the juvenile desolate dragon make a move, and just by virtue of his own terrifying physique, he backhandedly suppressed Louis Fei. In the circle of S-class celestial pride, Louis Fei couldn't raise his head at all. Louis Fei's eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger as he secretly said, Li Luo is an SSS grade talent that can obtain 100% feedback from contracted imperial beasts. Even if I am in a higher realm, how can I fight against him? Whenever he remembers, Li Luo choked his neck, a pair of eyes like a holy dragon, overflowing with killing intent. Louis Vuitton handbags, he feels an incomparable chill. He clearly knew that Li Luo really dared to kill him. Before possessing absolute strength, one should never have a head-on conflict with Li Luo again. Louis Fei secretly made up his mind. When he raised his head, it was to see a handsome figure that slowly walked into the venue. The whole room was silent. Li Luo, his realm. This, how is it possible? As if he had lost all his strength, Louis Fei almost collapsed to the ground, a look of despair in his eyes. It's so quiet. Li Luo walked step by step, the aura belonging to the transcendent level, without the slightest concealment, continuously diffused out. Transcendent level. 7th order? Su Qingshua's pair of beautiful eyes steeply widened as she said in a trembling voice, it's only been 3 days, not only did you break through the transcendent rank, but you also directly reached the 7th stage of the transcendent rank. Chapter 43 Who gave me a goddess, tempered like this? Many new students could not help but look at each other. In an instant, clamor. Crazy. 3 days ago, Li Luo's realm was still the awakening rank 10th stage. After 3 days, it actually broke through to the transcendent rank 7th stage? How on earth did he cultivate? How is it possible for him to have such heaven-defying progress? Even if one possesses more supreme treasures, the advancement of the realm has to be gradual. Unless, the meditation method he cultivates is extremely high and practiced to the point of great completion, or even perfection. Super Order Meditation? Holy Order? Or the legendary Emperor Order Meditation? Countless new students, all of them were shocked beyond belief. Transcendental Grade 7th Order. Yen Duan looked over, only to feel his eyes go black. On the realm. 3 days ago, Yen Duan was 7 steps higher than Li Luo. How long has it been? Li Luo's realm was actually above Yen Duan. After losing to Li Luo, I started to get angry and cultivate like crazy. But 3 days is too short, it's hard to raise even one rank. Yen Duan only felt that the sky had collapsed, and his expression was a bit dumbfounded as he secretly said, but who would have thought that Li Luo had only used 3 days to break through from the awakening level 10th step to the transcendent level 7th step? Such a terrifying breakthrough speed. Unheard of. Master, they all seemed shocked. Jiang Yao was dressed in a maid's outfit and followed beside her obediently, her pretty face slightly flushed as if she was a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, Jiang Yao seemed to have matured a bit and was more flirtatious. Human nature. Leroy smiled casually. For his own realm, why would he need to hide it? As a supreme demon, isn't it only right to usher in the world's shock and admiration? Rather you. Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly and said, why have you been quietly running the S-Rank talent Phantom Heart? Jiang Yao's movements could be considered extremely stealthy, even the SS grade talent Yen Duan would have trouble detecting it, but it could not escape Li Luo's perception at all. A girl's caution, master, don't pursue it. Jiang Yao blinked and pouted. A deer in the headlights in her mind, afraid of being recognized. Yes? Leroy didn't look deeper. The crowd. Maid outfit of Jiang Yao goddess. Abominable Li Luo, to my goddess tuned into what kind? Xiao Chunan covered his chest, filled with pain, and said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. When I maintain my virginity for 30 years and metamorphose my S-class talent, I will make Li Luo pay the price. Dude, you should just stop. Lu Xiangfei was filled with a helpless look as he said, Li Luo's current realm is already at the 7th stage of the transcendent level. Do you understand or not, what kind of concept is this? 3 days to break through 7 ranks. By the time you metamorphose your S-rank talent, you won't even be able to see Li Luo's back. Oh, when you're 30? Your goddess Jiang Yao, I'm afraid she would have become a young woman long ago. Lu Xiangfei's words caused Xiao Chuanan's expression to become even more painful. No. You lie. Xiao Chunan said angrily, my goddess Jiang Yao, how could she turn into a young woman? What's yours? Lu Xiangfei snorted, didn't you realize? That mature flavor on Jiang Yao's body. Let me tell you, Jiang Yao has been staying in Li Luo's villa for 3 days now. That mature flavor, what does it mean, aren't you clear about it? You mean. Xiao Chunan was struck by lightning and retreated several steps, his face filled with an unacceptable color as he said in a trembling voice, they've already kissed? Countless question marks flashed across Lu Xiangfei's mind. What kissing? I'm afraid, it's been slept with for a long time. Lu Xiangfei sneered, the goddess you can't let go of, others have put in. Still don't get it? The words fell. Xiao Chunan was completely dumbfounded. Xiangfei, I'm in so much pain. Xiao Chunan said in pain. It's okay. Lu Xiangfei hugged Xiao Chunan and comforted him, when you metamorphose your S-class talent, you'll definitely be able to have a better one. Others, no matter how good they are not her after all. Xiao Chunan was in tears. Not only Xiao Chunan and Lu Xiangfei, many of the new students had also noticed the changes in Jiang Yao and were so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe. Goddess Jiang Yao, 3 days ago, although she was incomparably charming, as if she was a seductive phantom, there was still a hint of innocence, obviously still a virgin. Now, it's pure flirtation, as if being nourished. Li Luo, you deserve to die. Just thinking about the maid-dressed goddess Jiang Yao, being desecrated by Li Luo for 3 consecutive days, makes me want to cry. I'm afraid that not only the maid outfit, what rabbit girl, which, nurse, is afraid to play one. Countless boys, all pounding their chests. Some of the girls, however, couldn't help but hate it. Leroy, to be taken down? Jiang Yao, you deserve to die. Why not me? I can wear a maid's outfit too. There were many arguments that came into the ears. Leroy was a little confused. He. Jiang Yao blinked and whispered, Master, I didn't do anything, it's all their blind guesses. There's no defense. Li Luo was extremely helpless. And yet he couldn't muster much anger. For Jiang Yao, she was also misunderstood and could not be cleared up. Of course, as a contracted Chimera Imperial magician, Jiang Yao didn't care about the so-called rumors. Jiang Yao, you really gave it? Su Qingshua's words, which entered Jiang Yao's mind, exasperatedly said, can't you love yourself a little? How long has it only been? How can you guys be so oligarchic? That kind of thing. Should definitely be left for the wedding night, before you can do it. Su Qingxue, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for now. Jiang Yao hooked a smug smile and transmitted her voice, didn't you reject Li Luo? Why are you in a hurry now? TSK, what wedding night, there's nothing that I, Jiang Yao, want that I can't get. Words. Su Qingxue could barely suppress her anger. She couldn't help but think of the incomparably intimate gestures of Li Luo and Jiang Yao, and felt a pang of heartache. No! Su Qingshue's eyes suddenly brightened as she transmitted, Jiang Yao, you're lying. What? Jiang Yao had a moment of weakness, but she did not budge, saying, Su Qingxue, you're not so furious that you're not willing to accept reality, are you? You don't have to disturb me. Su Qingxue calmed down and said, you pursued Li Luo for no other reason than to fetch the SSS grade talent origin. But your aura and realm haven't changed much, so you obviously didn't succeed in fetching it. Jiang Yao looked slightly stunned. She didn't expect Su Qingshue's perception to be so sharp. Looks like I guessed it. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Tisk, TSK, dang Jiang Yao goddess, 3 days have passed, so active in offering herself, but can't even take it? It's simply laughable. Su Qingxue, shut up. Jiang Yao immediately broke her defense and said angrily, what do you know? Master and I, we are slowly cultivating our feelings. Sooner or later, one day, I will make my master willingly give himself to me. Ha! Su Qingxue mocked, how humble, Jiang Yao. Better than you, right? Jiang Yao sneered, Su Qingxue, you once rejected Li Luo, and now you regret it. Unfortunately, Li Luo has long since looked at you. Jiang Yao, I'm going to rip your mouth off. Su Qingxue also broke defense. Let's see if you have the skills. Jiang Yao didn't budge an inch. Two stunningly beautiful young girls, glaring angrily at each other. What are you two gabbing about? Leroy was filled with doubt. He naturally detected that the two women, Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue, had their swords drawn. It's all right, master. Jiang Yao smiled and held Li Luo's arm, whispering, I'm just teaching a defeated dog a lesson, snarling and barking. It's so much fun. Jiang Yao. Su Qingshue's fists hardened. She couldn't help but look at Leroy, but she couldn't help but be silent. Compared to Jiang Yao, she, Su Qingxue, seemed to be more of an irrelevant person. At least, Jiang Yao was still Li Luo's exclusive little maid. On the contrary, Su Qingxue, who once refused Li Luo, is now regretting. That in Li Luo's eyes, she must be like a joke, right? Such a scene, falling in the eyes of many freshmen, was another heartbreak. Jiang Yao, Su Qingxue, these two goddesses, they're fighting over Li Luo again. Su Qingxue also responded long after she lost to Li Luo, believing that Li Luo's strength and talent were worthy of her formal pursuit. I originally thought that Su Qingshue's pursuit of Li Luo was a blackmail. Now, Su Qingxue are responding, but also jealousy, is undoubtedly a complete situational AI, it's normal for a peerless demon to embrace people left and right, even if they are. But why is it Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao, these two absolutely beautiful deities? Chapter 44, Secret Realm of Inheritance, Open. True Dragon Academy, this session of new students, there were thousands of people. Among them, Jiang Yao, Su Qingxue, and Xia Hanlin were known as the three newborn goddesses. These three goddesses, not only were they stunningly beautiful, but they were also three S-class celestials. Who would have thought that two of the three goddesses, Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue, would be so enamored with Li Luo that they would fight over the sword? He's Leroy? In the crowd, a young girl with stunning beauty, slightly blinking, a pair of peach blossom eyes, emerald green pupils, filled with natural flavor, emerald green hair slightly flicked, revealing a pair of pointed glistening white ears. Xia Hanlin, awakened the S-class talent elf heart, is a hybrid of human and elf, and has even contracted an elf of royal bloodline. Quite a number of giant jacks existed, all of them held Xia Hanlin in the highest esteem, believing that Xia Hanlin's future achievements amongst the freshmen of this term could at least rank in the top 10. The reason is simple. As an elf hybrid, Xia Hanlin's own battle power was not to be underestimated. The king's blood elf that she had contracted, specializing in the auxiliary department, could enchant many aura techniques, thus enhancing Xia Hanlin's battle power. As an imperial beast master, Xia Hanlin's battle power was not weak at all, and was even extremely overpowered. After all, Xia Hanlin's mother was that tree king. As for her father, he was even an elven royal, a true overlord-level bloodline. Even with elven aesthetics, it's considered handsome. Xia Hanlin pursed her lips, but she couldn't help but feel sorry for herself and sighed. Unfortunately, the royal dragon master lineage has always been at odds with the elf clan. Especially that first imperial dragon master, Xia Fei, was the one who once killed a holy spirit of the elf clan. Not to mention pursuing it, even befriending it, I would have to endure great pressure from the elves. Otherwise, I'd really want to get involved in such a lively scene. Xia Hanlin quickly withdrew her gaze. As a hybrid child, her goal of entering the True Dragon Academy was undoubtedly clearer, which was to utilize the True Dragon Academy, with its many unique resources, to continuously become stronger. The secret realm of inheritance was one of them. The Vine Emperor's legacy. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but daydream, but quickly dismissed the thought. The inheritance of a great emperor, would it be tolerated for an S-class heavenly pride to spy on it? Wood Saint, Grass Saint, Spirit Saint. Xia Hanlin secretly said, these 3 saint grade inheritances are my goal. As long as I get one of them, I'll have a chance to metamorphose into an SS grade talent during my 4 years at the True Dragon Academy. Jiang Yao. Li Luo casually voiced out, saying, the secret realm of inheritance is open, do you have a desired inheritance? Yes, Master. Jiang Yao's eyes brightened slightly as she said, in the royal demon master lineage, the strongest inheritance is undoubtedly the demon emperor inheritance. However, the Great Emperor inheritance, one must have SSS grade talent to have a chance of obtaining it, so I definitely have no hope. Of the many holy rank inheritances, the Phantom Saint, Soul Saint, and Lust Saint. These 3 holy rank inheritances, their fit with me, are all extremely high. However, the holy rank inheritance is very difficult for S-class celestials to obtain. If it's a giant king's inheritance? For example, the Spirit King, the Grudge King, and the Dark King. I have some certainty that I can gain recognition. A statement that was not hidden in the slightest. Jiang Yao knows that the Giant Jack inheritance that she values, and even the Holy Order inheritance. In Leroy's eyes, it wasn't the least bit special. Actually, many S-class celestial pride, acquiring a single monarch-level inheritance was already the limit. The Giant Tree grade inheritance, only those who are extremely outstanding and strongly fortunate among the S-class celestial pride will have the opportunity to obtain it. A holy order of inheritance? Even SS-class demons might not be recognized. Master. Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with curiosity as she whispered, do you have a desired inheritance? That depends on how many inheritances, in total, choose me. Li Luo casually laughed. Jiang Yao was slightly stunned and then sighed. For an SSS-Rank Jedi demon. Once one enters the inheritance mystery realm, it is truly as if one is going home. In the history of the True Dragon Academy, any SSS grade talent of a supreme demon, in the secret realm of inheritance, were many holy ranked inheritances, competing for recognition. With SSS grade talent, even acquiring an emperor grade inheritance is not at all excessive. Jiang Yao's eyes flickered, but she couldn't help but sigh, secretly saying, unfortunately, in the inheritance mystery realm, none of the 3 great emperor inheritances fit with Li Luo. As a peerless demon with SSS grade talent, yet he could only obtain a holy rank inheritance, one couldn't help but feel sorry. Between conversations. Roar. A dragon roar resounded. It was like a huge fire dragon made up of flames, falling from the sky. Principal Lu is here. A freshman exclaimed. Boom. Boom. Fresh wash. Hiss. A thunderbird that flickered with endless electricity and a bone serpent that seemed like darkness condensed descended from the sky. The 2 vice principals, too. Du Zhe and Wan Cheng. These 2 vice principals, when it comes to battle power, they are not inferior to Principal Lu. With the 3 principals personally present, it seems that the inheritance mystery realm will be opened immediately. Many new students, all of them were excited. The inheritance mystery realm was one of the strongest underpinnings of the True Dragon School. As long as one can obtain a copy of the inheritance, one can even change one's fate against the heavens. The kingdom of heaven has not yet been decided, you and I are both dark horses. Historically, there have even been B-grade talents that acquired a holy inheritance and eventually metamorphosed into SS-grade talents, completely reversing heaven and earth. I'm also a B-ranked talent, I'm not looking for a holy ranked inheritance or a gigantic inheritance, as long as I can acquire a monarch ranked inheritance, I'll be completely satisfied. I can't wait and want to step into the inheritance mystic realm. In the eyes of many new students, who were incredibly expectant. Rumble. An incomparably low rumble resounded throughout the True Dragon School. Above the vault of heaven. A secret realm that was huge to the extreme, as if it was a small world, covering the sky and descending in an instant. This is the inheritance secret realm? Yen Duan's eyes trembled as he said, rumor has it that the inheritance secret realms of the 3 top academies were all created by the eventual transformation of a great emperor's royal beast space after his fall. With such a magnificent secret realm, it's no wonder it can hold so many inheritances. Gentlemen. Lu Tianqi's expression, incomparably grave, slowly said, "The inheritance mystery realm is about to open. At that time, all the new students will be transported in it at the same time. Your performance in it will determine whether or not you will be recognized by the inheritance will. Based on your performance in the inheritance mystic realm, you will be ranked and receive many rewards of varying values." Lu Tianqi didn't say much. The process of passing on the secret realm has been released for a long time. How to obtain and choose the inheritance, that is what many new students should consider. The words fell. Lu Tianqi couldn't help but look towards the crowd, that one handsome, long figure, and couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. The royal dragon master lineage has been weak for too long after all. With Li Luo's natural talent, it is the norm for many great emperors' inheritances to compete with each other. Nay, in the lineage of imperial dragon masters, no great emperor has been born for over 1,000 years. A supreme demon, yet he can only obtain a holy rank inheritance. Even the topmost holy rank inheritance is ultimately not worthy of Li Luo's supreme talent. The crowd. Li Luo raised his head slightly and met Lu Tianqi's eyes, feeling the dense feeling of regret in them. Holy order inheritance? Li Luo shook his head and lost his smile, secretly saying, "My real goal is a great emperor's inheritance." Since talking to Princess Xia, Leroy thought deeply for a long time. Only then did he realize that he had severely underestimated the value of a great emperor's inheritance. The Mouse King, just by digging up an emperor's tomb and acquiring some insignificant supreme treasures, his value directly skyrocketed, and could even be comparable to a Holy Spirit-level imperial beastmaster. How precious would the inheritance left behind by a truly great emperor be? I'm afraid that the many supreme treasures can be piled up into mountains. As long as I can obtain a copy of the great emperor's inheritance, my resources for future cultivation will be completely taken care of. In Leroy's heart, he couldn't help but flash a flash of ambition. Li Luo, he wouldn't still be plotting for an emperor-level inheritance, would he? Lu Tianqi vaguely sensed something and felt incomparably shocked in his heart, secretly saying, "But the SSS great ancestral dragon talent that he awakened, in contrast to the amazing emperor, the vine emperor, and the demon emperor, all three of these great emperors, the fit is extremely low." Though puzzled and confused, there was no time to think deeply about it. Principal Lu. Duze arched his hand and said, "Please also open the inheritance mystery realm." Seconded. Wan Cheng nodded. Aha! Lu Tianqi glanced at it. Duze and Wan Cheng, the two vice principals, had always been in the same breath, and he had long since gotten used to it. Boom! The entire inheritance mystic realm was constantly trembling. A portal that appeared in the venue. The inheritance mystery realm, it's opened. Yen Duan's eyes shook. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took a step out and walked into the portal. Go! Louis Fei glanced at Li Luo and couldn't help but clench his fists as he whispered, "The only way I can compete with Li Luo is to obtain the inheritance and change my destiny against the heavens." Many new students, who were also excited, did not hesitate at all and stepped into them. Master. Zhang Yao was a bit impatient and said softly, "Shall we go in as well?" Good. Leroy nodded. As he looked at the spatial portal in front of him, he only felt that this portal, which could be described as solid, would definitely not be able to break it even if it was a Holy Spirit-level Imperial Beast Master. It's worthy of being a secret realm created from a great emperor's Imperial Beast space. Li Luo couldn't help but marvel, secretly saying, "A secret realm of such greatness is almost comparable to a small world, and it may even give birth to the spirit of the secret realm." What he had glimpsed was undoubtedly more. This inheritance mystery realm, if it could be upgraded, it might really be able to transform into a complete realm. It was undoubtedly a waste for such a precious secret realm to be used only to house many inheritances. But then Leroy turned his mind. Among the many inheritances, there were 3 emperor-level inheritances, as well as many saint-level inheritances. And he took it for granted. Wow! Li Luo took one step. He only felt the sky spinning. Next moment, he was in the middle of the inheritance mystery realm. Chapter 45 points ranking list opens. Blizzard Wolf, Grey Rock Python. Inheritance Secret Realm. Above a plane. Li Luo looked around and realized that Zhang Yao was no longer around. After teleporting to the secret realm, all new students will be randomly broken up and dispersed to different locations to avoid any early grouping. Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, "If you happen to run into a companion in it, that would be pure luck." Many times, luck is also a part of strength. As for temporary teaming? In the secret realm of inheritance, it was allowed to compete with each other. Who would dare to form a team if they didn't know each other well? A duel between Imperial Beastmasters could even be a better showcase of natural talent. Once in the inheritance mystic realm, being miserably eliminated by other Imperial Beastmasters could only be attributed to bad luck. With Li Luo's strength, he could completely eliminate all the new students he met along the way. But why would he do that? The three principals, as well as the many Imperial Beast Giants, could all be watching from the outside world. In the inheritance mystery realm, they could all be students of the True Dragon School, and even if they allowed each other to obtain the inheritance, they were still growing the strength of the True Dragon School. Besides, Leroy hadn't bothered to do so. From the moment he leased the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon talent, Li Luo was destined to suppress an era. Including Yen Duan, all of the freshmen in the True Dragon Academy had already been surpassed by him, so what threat was there to speak of? Of course, if someone dares to provoke, I don't mind eliminating them in passing. Leroy couldn't help but show a smile. Rumble. The many space portals that were closed. This meant that all the new students of this term of the True Dragon Academy had entered the inheritance mystery realm. Inheritance test, open. In the secret realm, there are over 100,000 awakening level beasts. Transcendent level beasts, over 10,000. There are a total of 1,000 beasts at the commander's level. Hunting and killing an A. Awakening level ferocious beast will earn 110 points, depending on the level. Hunting and killing a transcendent level beast will earn you 100 points. Hunting and killing a commander class beast will earn you 1000 points. Scoreboard, open. A voice that flooded into the minds of all the new students. Hunting ferocious beasts? Rather, it's the inheritance secret realm, a consistent tradition. Li Luo couldn't help but laugh lightly, secretly saying, the ferocious beasts of the inheritance mystic realm are all created by the origin of the mystic realm. With the power of the origin of a great emperor, it can be said that it is easy to create some low-level ferocious beasts. His mind moved slightly. Scoreboards that come to mind. The moment. The standings, where a number of names have appeared, are in constant rotation. Oh? Zhang Yao made the list? Li Luo was slightly surprised, it's even ranked 7th? 7, Zhang Yao. Points, 20. It dawned on him. I'm afraid that Zhang Yao had just teleported in and encountered a transcendent second stage ferocious beast, which she directly hunted and killed, instantly gaining 20 points. Zhang Yao, as an S-class heavenly pride, the contracted phantom demon, is also a pure-blooded monarch species, with extremely powerful battle strength. With Zhang Yao and the phantom demon's strength, even if they encountered a transcendent mortal 7th rank, they would still be able to fight. As for same-level beasts, they can even kill them in seconds. Leroy wasn't worried in the slightest. He took another look and realized that Su Qingxue was also on the list, ranking 5th with 30 points, yet he was not surprised at all. Su Qingxue's strength was not inferior to Zhang Yao's at all, and a transcendent mortal grade 3rd stage ferocious beast could naturally be hunted down easily. Ow! A wolf howl came out suddenly. Leroy glanced over. Mixed breeds transcendent class bloodline. Transcendent level 7th rank, Blast Wolf. Just teleported in and happened to encounter a fierce beast of the same level? Li Luo couldn't help but reveal a smile, secretly saying, it seems that this is a deliberate arrangement of the inheritance secret realm. Thinking about it, as a beast master, if you can't even hunt a ferocious beast of the same level, it would be too unqualified. Beast masters, contracting many favored beasts, are inherently above other races in terms of battle power. Especially ferocious beasts that didn't have much intelligence could only be easily hunted by the Imperial Beast Master. The ordinary Imperial Beast Masters are still like this. Not to mention, the genius of the True Dragon Academy? Facing a blizzard wolf of the same rank, Li Luo, however, didn't let little Song Xing go into battle. Instead, he took one step at a time and kept walking towards the blizzard wolf. Ow! The blizzard wolf kept growling lowly, but it didn't dare to come closer. From Li Luo's body, it felt an extremely terrifying pressure, as if it was about to suffer a great terror if it took one more step forward. Great wisdom! Li Luo marveled out, secretly saying, this is sensing the dragon origin power in me? Dragon system. Of the many attributes, Ben is the most powerful in battle. In the desolate ancient era, the desolate dragon clan ruled an era. In the ancient times, the ancient dragon court, suppressing the 10,000 races, was mighty. The bloodline of many ferocious beasts was deeply imprinted with the fear of the dragon race. It's 2. The blizzard wolf sensed the dragon origin power and didn't dare to act rashly at all. Perception is sharp, but unfortunately the strength is too weak. Li Luo let out a light laugh. Spin. The speed skyrocketed. Ow. The blast wolf was completely shocked. It looked around in panic, but it couldn't find, at all, any trace of Li Luo. When the blizzard wolf came back to his senses, Li Luo appeared behind him and viciously choked the back of the blizzard wolf's neck, lifting it high into the air. Click. Leroy exerted sudden force. The blizzard wolf's neck was instantly snapped. 70 points, here. Li Luo revealed a smile and secretly said, I've acquired 100% of Little Song Xing's physique feedback, and I have strength, defense, and speed that is far superior to that of a dragon race of the same level. Even if I don't use any skills, killing a same-level ferocious beast in seconds will be easy. His mind moved slightly. On the scoreboard, Leroy's name was already located in the second. As for the first place, it was naturally Yen Duan with 300 points. Efficiency is not slow. Leroy sighed. The Dark Knight winged serpent that Yen Duan had contracted to master the power of darkness was extremely fast, and the efficiency of hunting ferocious beasts, naturally, would not be bad. Interesting. Leroy laughed out softly. Wow. The Imperial Beast Phalanx, open. Roar. Roar. Little Pale Star let out a dragon's roar. It has been impatient for a long time. Go. Li Luo's demeanor was casual as he said, the reward for the first place on the scoreboard is a supreme treasure worth 1 billion dasha coins, it's not to be missed. Damn it! Xia Hanlin continuously scurried across the plains, a heavy emerald green light flickering on her body. Every time a ray of light coalesced, it was an arrow shooting out. Shoo shoo shoo. 3 arrows in a row shot out. Hiss. A giant snake with a dark gray body was continuously chasing after it, emitting a horrifying hiss, and a pair of ice-cold snake pupils flashed with a cruel luster. Bang! 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 The 3 emerald green arrows that shot at the giant snake's body were unable to leave any traces. A 3-star streak of arrows, and it couldn't even hurt it? Xia Hanlin's heart thumped. This was already her strongest attack. Surprisingly, he couldn't even inflict a single wound. If this giant snake came after her, how would she fight against it? My luck, is it that bad? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but feel bitter, secretly saying, not long after teleporting in, I actually encountered a commander-class ferocious beast. Pure blood commander-class bloodline. Commander-class 3rd order, Grey Rock Python. Xia Hanlin's realm was at the 2nd stage of the transcendent level. With her S-rank talent elf heart and the assistance of the royal elves, she had the power to fight even against the 9th rank of the transcendent class. Nay, this Grey Rock Python's realm reached the 3rd stage of the commander class. In fact, any S-class heavenly pride that encountered a commander-class ferocious beast in the inheritance mystic realm would usually have no choice but to flee. The difference in realms was just too great. As soon as it escapes the territory of the Grey Rock Python, it will stop its pursuit. Xia Hanlin clenched her silver teeth, still unwilling to give up the last shred of hope. For any new student of the True Dragon Academy, the chances in the inheritance mystery realm were irreplaceable, and she was absolutely unwilling to fall right here. Hiss. Hiss. The Grey Rock Python kept spitting out its snake letters, admiring Xia Hanlin's desperate look as she scurried away in a panic, a flash of humanized teasing in her eyes. Next moment. Click. Xia Hanlin's underneath. A huge boulder that suddenly jutted out. Under dodging. She actually tripped right over it. Seeing the Grey Rock Python constantly approaching, the might belonging to the commander-level ferocious beasts constantly diffused. Xia Hanlin's heart could not help but surge out of despair. Is it over? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Roar! An exuberant dragon roar suddenly came out. A Grey Rock Python of the 3rd rank of the commander class? A handsome young man slowly surfaced and laughed softly, it seems that I'm very lucky. Words. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but be stunned. Good luck? Little Song Xing, suppress it. Leroy casually voiced out. Roar! A young dragon with a pale body displayed extreme speed and suddenly rushed to the front of the Grey Rock Python. Chapter 46 Xia Hanlin's shock. 50 million teaming fees. Hiss. Hiss. A flash of disdain flashed across the eyes of the Grey Rock Python. At first, the Grey Rock Python was stunned. After all, the speed of the lesser Cthulhu star was just too fast. When the Grey Rock Python perceived that little Song Xing's realm was only at the 7th stage of the transcendent mortal grade, the look of disdain was even more difficult to conceal. In the world of ferocious beasts, realm, strength, was greater than everything. The realm of the Grey Rock Python was the 3rd rank of the commander. On the contrary, little Song Xing was only at the 7th stage of the transcendent mortal grade. How big is the difference? The Grey Rock Python, with its only intelligence, quickly came to the conclusion that this pale-colored young dragon, since the speed is so fast, then, in terms of strength and defense, it must be so weak as to be broken at the touch of a button. Hiss! Hiss! The Grey Rock Python hissed, and its narrow snake tail fiercely smashed down. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly resounded. Only to see little Song Xing gather the power of the desolate ancient, transforming into a pale-colored dragon claw, with pieces of dragon scales that were extremely clear and distinct, and meeting the serpentine tail of the Grey Rock Python straight on. Ka-ching! It was as if the narrow snake's tail, cast in grey rock, had snapped at the sound. Hiss! Hiss! The Grey Rock Python's eyes were filled with disbelief. Spinning around, he let out an extremely miserable hiss. Roar! Little Song Xing, however, did not give the Grey Rock Python the opportunity to counterattack at the point of death. The pale-colored dragon claw, condensed with the power of the desolate ancient, ruthlessly swept over the Grey Rock Python's head, and removed the dark grey python's head, and the foul-smelling snake blood continued to splash out, and the Grey Rock Python's vitality, but it was declining down continuously. Dead? Dead? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The scene in front of her was completely beyond her knowledge. Taking on the 7th rank of the transcendent level against the 3rd rank of the commander level. It was such an easy second. Even if Yin Duan had come, with his SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent and his Dark Knight Winged Serpent body, he would have had to fight for a long time before he could win, wouldn't he? On the contrary, this juvenile desolate dragon, however, did not rely on any Imperial Beast talent augmentation at all, and accomplished such a feat with only its own battle prowess. On the contrary, it was still so easy. Is this the extreme realm? Xia Hanlin murmured softly. Taking the awakening level, arriving at the extreme realm. The difficulty can be immense. Corresponding to this, there was also an extremely high gain, as well as a terrifying battle power that was nearly unrivaled at the same level. Xia Hanlin, however, does not know that an ordinary monarch species, even if it arrives at the extreme realm, can only fuse monarch-level bloodlines. On the contrary, Shao Sangxing is fused with 30% of the bloodline of the Emperor Dragon. Polaris. There are also gaps. 300 points, here. Li Luo couldn't help but show a hint of a smile and said, Little Song Xing, let's go. Roar. Roar. Pale Star nodded repeatedly. It looked at the Grey Rock Python's body, constantly dissipating, and could not help but feel some regret. It still wants to taste the taste of the Grey Rock Python meat. Wait. Xia Hanlin eyes to see Li Luo, Shao Sangxing, not the slightest bit of attachment to turn around, for no reason some urgency, and hastily said, Li Luo, you are also considered to have saved me, have not yet repaid you. Repayment? Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes were on Xia Hanlin, slightly flowing, but it was quite a bit of dislike, saying, no need, hunting this Grey Rock Python, I also gained 300 points, you don't have to put it on your mind. True. Xia Hanlin's face was a stunning beauty. Especially since the elfin mix adds a touch of exoticism to her. But to Leroy, it was harmless. After all, Li Luo was a good man who could sit still under Jiang Yao's seduction. Only a beautiful master teacher could occupy a place in Li Luo's heart. Moreover, how could Li Luo not see that Xia Hanlin wanted nothing more than to temporarily team up with him to fetch more points in the inheritance mystic realm? Without sufficient benefits, would he have agreed? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable when she met Li Luo's gaze. Who would dare to scrutinize her like that, given her family history? When she thought Li Luo was going to make some excessive demands, the other party just lightly refused, seemingly not looking at all, Xia Hanlin's stunning beauty. She was instantly dumbfounded. Leroy. Xia Hanlin took a deep breath, adjusted her mind, and said, in the inheritance mystic realm, there are 1,000 fierce beasts at the commander level. No freshman can be sure that they won't be eliminated. The only way is to team up. Meeting in the secret realm of inheritance is also a kind of fate. So, I'd like to team up with you, is that okay? A statement that makes sense. Oh? Aren't you afraid I'll vote you out? Li Luo revealed an interested expression and casually said, "You should know that with my strength, if I want to eliminate you, it can be considered easy." "You won't." Xia Hanlin was incomparably certain, saying, "As an SSS grade absolute demon, nowadays, your realm is even more above all your peers. You wouldn't regard any of the 1,000 or so new students in the entire True Dragon Academy as a threat, naturally including me. And would you not take the initiative to eliminate me?" This statement is also well-founded. If Li Luo really wanted to eliminate her, why would he need to go through so much trouble? Just wait in the dark and the Grey Rock Python will eliminate her by itself. You're smart. Li Luo laughed loudly and said, "But why should I team up with you? You can't even defeat a Grey Rock Python, and you can't even injure the other party. With your strength, what qualifications do you have to fight alongside me?" Such a straightforward statement, so that Xia Hanlin's pretty face, suddenly a burst of white, into an extremely embarrassing situation, favor Li Luo's words, or so pertinent, simply cannot refute. "The genre I specialize in is the support system." Xia Hanlin surged with a stubborn look and firmly said, "I can apply an aura of assistance for your juvenile desolate dragon, to enhance the juvenile desolate dragon's battle power. In this way, even if you meet a commander-level beast stronger than the Grey Rock Python, you'll be able to win the battle." Auxiliary? Leroy couldn't help but be surprised. Imperial beasts that specialized in the assist system were extremely rare. He quickly came to his senses. Xia Hanlin, as a mixed blood of the elven race, her father and mother, were all monarch level, and even hegemonic level giant jaguar existences. Contracting an auxiliary elven race was nothing at all. Department of Ancillary? It is by no means rare among the elves. What do you think? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but evoke a wisp of a smile. An auxiliary Imperial Beast Master, placed in any team, can be the absolute team core. It is even more unlikely to encounter any rejection. It was as if Xia Hanlin could see Li Luo's gesture of arrogance and warmth, begging her to team up together to battle the Inheritance Mystery Realm. Just think about it. She just couldn't help but be secretly happy. Su Qingxue can't be loved, Jiang Yao can only be a maid. But what about me? And yet, I made Li Luo take the initiative to kneel down and beg for a team. Xia Hanlin's eyes flickered as she secretly said, TSK, what's she name? An Ice Imperial Beast Master and a Spirit Imperial Demon Master, how can they be compared to my auxiliary department? Invisibly, the gap has long been pulled apart. Auxiliary? Well, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a drag. Li Luo stroked his chin, but his words changed, saying, "But, it's not enough." What? Xia Hanlin looked stunned. She thought that a hallucination had occurred. A group invitation from a support system Imperial Beast Master, and you turned it down? Admittedly, as a support system Imperial Beast Master, you can indeed benefit my battle power. Li Luo shook his head for a while and scrutinized, however, with your realm, how much can you gain? Your strength, after all, is too weak. There was one more thing he didn't say. With little Songxing's strength, even if he passed through the Inheritance Mystic Realm, it would be a breeze. What needs to be aided? The words have to add up. $30 million. Xia Hanlin clenched her silver teeth and said, "As long as you're willing to team up with me, I'll give you $30 million directly." How? Not enough. Leroy's old spirit. A ticket destined to pass the legacy mystery for the final legacy. $30 million? Far from enough. $40 million. Xia Hanlin clenched her pink fist and had to raise the price. It's still almost fun. Li Luo glanced at it and couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it was worthy of being the daughter of the Tree King, and it was really atmospheric. $50 million. Xia Hanlin's eyes were a little red. 50 million daxia coins. That's most of her savings. If she wasn't worried about being eliminated in the middle of the process and missing out on the opportunity to obtain the inheritance, wouldn't she be willing to pay the astronomical price of $50 million? On the contrary, looking at the entire Inheritance Mystery Realm, only by teaming up with Li Luo could 100% pass the Inheritance Mystery Realm, and there was also a chance to gain more points, and maybe even make some money. Deal. Leroy nodded briskly. Damn, what a way to drop money. Xia Hanlin cursed in her heart. On the surface, it was a rapprochement. Then, deal. Xia Hanlin pursed her lips and smiled, saying, happy cooperation. Chapter 47, Don't continue, there really isn't a single drop left. As an S-ranked Heavenly Pride, Xia Hanlin's scholarship amount totaled 500 million. You can only receive 100 million in the first year, and most of it is spent straight away, buying tons of precious resources of the wood system to train the contracted royal elves, as well as to improve your own strength. In addition, Xia Hanlin had to make early preparations for the contract of the second Imperial Beast. If it weren't for the fact that I've saved a lot of money since I was a kid, Xia Hanlin can't really afford to give 50 million dasha dollars. If it were in the outside world, 50 million dasha coins would be able to hire a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster to protect me. Xia Hanlin cursed, "You're a transcendent-level Imperial Beastmaster, and you're even asking for 50 million, and that's just the teaming fee?" Despite the indignation in her heart, Xia Hanlin knows that a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster cannot enter the Inheritance Secret Realm. If Li Luo put out the word that he could team up with him in the Inheritance Mystic Realm for as little as 50 million dasha coins, he would be able to team up with him in the Inheritance Mystic Realm. I'm afraid that many S-class Celestial Pride will grab their heads for it. In the Inheritance Mystic Realm, any monarch-level inheritance could be worth over $100 million. A giant troll-level inheritance? It's worth hundreds of millions at least. Saint-level inheritance? In terms of value, it's even closer to tens of billions. As for the legendary Great Emperor's legacy, it had long been impossible to measure it in terms of money. The appearance of any of the Great Emperor's inheritance was enough to make the three top academies, and even the entire Xia Kingdom, shake. As long as you team up with Li Luo, it is a proper pass, and you can at least obtain a monarch-level inheritance. Such a cost-effective deal, any S-class Heavenly Pride will not miss it. Go! Leroy casually voiced out. Where to? Xia Hanlin looked slightly stunned. Of course it's to find the Commander-class Fierce Beast. Li Luo was filled with a rightful look as he said, "By the way, you can also test whether your auxiliary ability is worth 50 million. Words. Xia Hanlin was dumbfounded. No. I'm the one who pays for it, aren't I? You still want to test me? Above the plains. The breeze is silent. An imposingly majestic savage bull grazed with unparalleled ease under the arches of hundreds of bison. Li Luo, are you sure you want to make a move on that savage bull, Commander? Xia Hanlin's voice, still incomparably melodious, but unconsciously brought on a tremor, said, "That savage bull, Commander, but Commander level 5th order ah. It's even the leader of a clan that has hundreds of transcendent mortal 10th ranked bison clans under its command. Even if you defeated the Grey Rock Python. But the realm of the Grey Rock Python is only the 3rd rank of the Commander class, and it's still solitary. Group battle, solo battle, this is a completely different concept." Xia Hanlin persuaded bitterly. She was really scared. Any transcendent mortal 10th order bison would be able to eliminate Xia Hanlin. Such bison, more than 100 of them, once running wild, are more terrifying than an army of 1,000 horses. Not to mention, there is also a Commander level 5th order Savage Bull Commander, the strength is strong to the limit. Even if Yin Duan came, he did not dare to make a mistake. A Savage Bull Commander, that's 500 points. Hundreds of transcendent mortal 10th order bison, even more than 10,000 points. Li Luo was extremely casual and said, "Aren't you impressed? This is tens of thousands of points. Even if you are only given a 10% share, it's still more than 1,000 points. Once you're eliminated, everything comes to naught." Xia Hanlin's pretty face blanched as she realized that Li Luo was not joking, but extremely serious, and she hurriedly said, "With your strength, you can completely take it slowly, why do you need to take such a risk?" "There's no need to say anymore." Li Luo said with a straight face, "Don't we still have you? An auxiliary Imperial Beast Master, as a backing, what is there to fear from the District Bison Clan?" Roar! Roar! Pale Star kept nodding. "Give me a break." Xia Hanlin could not cry, but she could only watch, as Li Luo led the juvenile desolate dragon towards the herd of hundreds of bison, without looking back. The moment. She really wanted to walk away. Eventually, she gave up. With Li Luo's character, if he didn't have enough certainty, would he have taken such a risk? Xia Hanlin was in deep thought for a while, secretly saying, "I'm afraid he's testing me. If I back out, not only will I have to quit the team, I will have to pay the $50 million as usual, so it can be considered a loss to my grandmother's house." The Grey Rock Python of the 3rd rank of the Commander grade, Li Luo can easily defeat it. A Commander rank 5 Wilderness Savage Bull may not be incapable of a fight. Taking a step back, Li Luo has awakened the SSS grade talent Ancestral Dragon, which can invoke the will of the Ancestral Dragon to descend. Once you add the SSS-Rank talent, I'm afraid that even if you face an entire bison herd, you will be able to crush them. Many thoughts flashed by. Xia Hanlin, however, did not think that Li Luo would choose to enchant the SSS grade talent. With a transcendent level realm, enchanting the SSS grade talent and invoking the Ancestral Dragon's will to descend must be extremely consuming. With 50 million daxia coins, it wasn't worth it for Li Luo. Wow! The Imperial Beast Phalanx is open. A royal elf with emerald green hair, like a 14 or 15-year-old girl, with tender green crystal vines as her dress, bare a pair of crystal-clear jade feet, walked out from the spell formation. Lucy. Xia Hanlin pursed her lips and said, "Go give that young arachnid dragon a supporting aura." Aha! Lucy, a young elf girl, is extremely introverted and nods her head gently in response. As a royal elf, or an auxiliary, the elf maiden had awakened 4 mid-rank skills, as well as 1 high-rank skill. Among them are 4 mid-level skills, namely healing, perception, shield, and acceleration. The only high-level skill, called source energy, can be converted into any attribute of the wood system source power, to provide each other, can be called rechargeable treasure. It was with Lucy's assistance that Xia Hanlin was able to use the extremely consuming 3-star continuous arrows without having to worry about exhaustion. Wow! Many halos that descend. Roar! Little Pale Star let out a delighted dragon roar. Its ability to perceive has been greatly enhanced. As for the change in speed, it is almost negligible. Woo! Lucy, the elf maiden, blinked and couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. It's okay. Xia Hanlin hurriedly consoled, the speed of that juvenile desolate dragon was already extremely fast. The increase of your acceleration on it can only be said to be better than nothing. It doesn't matter, your strongest supporting ability lies in the high-level skill, source energy. Next, let the young dragon enjoy the thrill of wielding its skills at will. Aha! Expectations were rekindled on the face of Lucy, the elf maiden. With the high-level skill, source energy, it transformed into a bright green aura and fell onto little Song Xing's body. Roar! Little Pale Star let out a surprised dragon roar. At the moment, it didn't seem to lose the slightest bit of physical strength, as well as source power, no matter how much it swung. This feeling. It's so cool. Boom! The super rank skills, Desolate Body, Reverse Scale, and Extreme Shadow, open. Roar! The dragon roars. Little Song Xing was located in the desolate ancient realm, mobilizing the infinite heavenly dragon battle intent, but he didn't care about attrition at all, as if he was a pale ancient dragon, ruthlessly charging into the wilderness savage bull's herd. Wherever it passes, all the barbarians of the wilderness are swept away. With just the burst of desolate ancient power, a transcendent mortal 10th stage wilderness savage bull was directly killed in seconds. Next moment, Little Pale Star had arrived in front of the barbarian bull commander. Roar! Super rank skill, Desolate Body. The giantized form suddenly opened. The size of the Little Pale Star suddenly skyrocketed 10 times. Barbarian bull commander's body type is already extremely large, several meters high majestic body, at this moment in the small Sangxing close to 10 meters high, more than 30 meters long in front of the huge body type, but it is like a small calf. Little Song Xing raised his dragon claw, on which infinite desolate power was gathered, and instantly slapped down fiercely. Moo! This commander class 5th ranked barbarian bull commander only had time to let out a moo before he was directly slapped into a meat cake by the dragon's claws and dissipated above the plains. Pale Star, go on. Leroy's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but marvel. An auxiliary system Imperial Beast Master, surprisingly so strong. How consuming is it for Pale Star to turn on the 5 super rank skills at the same time? Especially the Desolate Body, the overloaded operation of the giantized form, is consuming incomparably horrible. Don't go on. A weak voice sounded from behind. Xia Hanlin and the elf Lucy, all of them were pale, as if they were recovering from a serious illness and were about to fall to the ground at any moment. To be hollowed out. Xia Hanlin cried without tears and prayed, "Don't continue, there really isn't a single drop left." Chapter 48 points broken 10,000, topping the first place. Xia Hanlin's eyes looked at little Song Xing as if she was looking at some kind of flooding beast, and was actually colored with a hint of fear. She couldn't comprehend that the young draconic dragon, after only half a minute of fighting, had drained Xia Hanlin and her contracted royal elf Lucy. Need to know. The high-level skill source energy will greatly accelerate the recovery speed of source power on the way to its execution. Not to mention, Xia Hanlin also added the S-rank talent Elven Heart. She had thought that it was only a young transcendent 7th stage desolate dragon, so even if it consumed more, how much more could it be? But Xia Hanlin didn't even react before realizing that her own life source power was draining away madly at an unbelievable speed. When she looked at the contracted elf Lucy, but saw Lucy face pale, full of despair, through the contract, the gift of the connection, Xia Hanlin cannot be spared, as if the body has been hollowed out, on the spot was dumbfounded. Just this? Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, filled with disgust, and said, "It's over so soon? Are you good or not?" Xia Hanlin's breath caught and her pretty face turned red. She could barely stand it, Leroy's disgusted look, and was unable to refute it. After all, she did only last half a minute before surrendering. Who said, "I can't"? Just wait a minute, will you? Xia Hanlin said with a stiff upper lip. Okay, give a yes or no. Li Luo was filled with impatience and said, "What do you mean by wait?" He looked above the plains, where little Pale Star was constantly fighting. With the death of the barbarian bull commander, the many wilderness barbarian bulls, however, did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead inspired the wild intent in their bloodline, and were conducting an incomparably frantic, almost death-defying siege on Little Songxing. Losing the assistance of the elves, Little Songxing will not be able to wantonly squander the source power, immediately from the giantized form, return to the normal, in the many wilderness savage bulls surrounded by the attack, but also do not fall into the wind at all, flashing between the dragon claw, the dragon tail, the dragon horns. Are all turned into a killing cattle knife, constantly killing a savage bull. When it came to the efficiency of killing the wilderness savage bull, it was definitely not as easy and quick as when one recklessly squandered their source power and struck out with their full strength. Turning on the 5 super rank skills at the same time is ultimately too consuming. Li Luo frowned slightly and secretly said, "After all, it's still that Little Songxing's realm is too low. If he were at the transcendent mortal 10th order, or at the commander level, and the desolate dragon source power in his body had accumulated to the extreme, or even condensed chi and transformed into liquid, he would naturally be able to support the consumption easily. Super rank skill, how powerful is it? Even for a monarch-level ferocious beast, it was the most overwhelming means." Li Luo couldn't help but miss the fact that on the battlefield, at the end of each match, the healing spell formation would be turned on, allowing all the lives on the field to return to full strength as much as possible. If you were in the outside world, you wouldn't have this benefit. Inheritance of the secret realm, the ferocious beasts over 100,000 at any time may set off a beast tide. Li Luo also dare not let the small pale star, free to squander the dragon system source power, so as not to encounter unexpected situations, and ultimately force exhaustion. You have to think about it, if you don't add the auxiliary aura, you won't be able to share the points. Li Luo's demeanor was casual as he said, "You might as well take a look, how many points do you have now?" Upon hearing this, Xia Hanlin's expression was slightly stunned, and she hurriedly opened the scoreboard. 510 points? Xia Hanlin was instantly agitated, and her pair of stunningly beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen as she said, "I'm even ranked 3rd? On the points list, ranked 1st, you can get a supreme treasure worth $1 billion. Ranked 2nd, rewarded with $100 million. Ranked 3rd, rewarded $50 million. That is to say, as long as she maintains the 3rd position, the 50 million Dasha coins promised to Li Luo will be able to return directly to the capital. First, Leroy, 6,200 points. Second, Yen Dust, 580 points. Xia Hanlin's intention, fixed in the first place of the points list, could not help but tremble slightly in his heart. Originally ranked 1st Yen Dust, has now come to the 2nd, and Yen Dust's points are surprisingly only 1/10 of Li Luo. In the meantime, Li Luo's points were still skyrocketing. 6,300, 6,400, 6,500. On the contrary, Xia Hanlin was motionless. No. Xia Hanlin was instantly anxious and hurriedly said, "Only 70 points short, I'll be able to surpass Yen Duan and rank 2nd. The reward for being in 2nd place is 100 million Dasha coins. Just hold on a little longer and I'll net $50 million. Xia Hanlin's eyes instantly lit up. Ha! Elf girl Lucy, a pair of delicate eyes, instantly silly. Beastmaster, are you crazy? She really didn't have a drop left. Leroy. Xia Hanlin struggled to stand up, seemingly incomparably determined, her delicate cheeks, all slightly raised, said, "I'll let you see the elf clan steps." Wow. Wisps of turquoise light continued to spill out. under careful perception. Each ray of light, surprisingly, is a seed. When the seed fell to the ground, it instantly took root and sprouted, transforming into a thick turquoise vine, arching Xia Hanlin in it, and there was a constant emerald green light, surging into Xia Hanlin, as well as Lucy's body. A vine, in a very short period of time, experienced germination, growth, and adulthood, continuously contributing its life source force out. You're willing to give it up? Li Luo marveled out, saying, the high-grade spiritual plant green vine, the price of a single seed, is over 500,000 dasha coins. You used your life source power to directly catalyze 10 green vines, which can be 5 million dasha coins. As long as I hold on to second place in the standings, it's a $100 million bonus. Xia Hanlin took a deep breath and said, compared to this, what are 10 seeds of green vines? Wow. S-rank talent, elven heart. Transient enchantment. Well. The elf girl Lucy quickly began to cast the auxiliary aura to provide backup for the little pale star. Roar. Roar. Little Songxing once again loaded the backup hidden energy, couldn't help but be excited. This feeling of wanton spending was just too much. It once again resumed its giganticized form. Its size skyrocketed by 10 times, a transcendent 10th ranked wilderness savage bull, in front of the little Songxing. It was like a small mouse. Boom. Boom. Every time the dragon's claws fell, it was several wilderness savage bulls that were directly crushed into mush. Every time the dragon's tail swept across the field would be empty, and a wilderness savage bull, transformed into pure energy, dissipated without a trace. 10 times the giantized form is an incomparable increase in battle power for the lesser Cthulhu star. Li Luo secretly sighed and said, the size directly skyrocketed by 10 times, the oppressive feeling of the little Song star became too much stronger. Boom. 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 A roar that kept coming. Roar. The little pale star let out a dragon's roar. Above the plains. There was actually not a single barbaric bull in the wilderness anymore. It's finally over. Xia Hanlin's face was filled with bitterness. Around her, a vine, long since withered. Xia Hanlin and Lucy the elf were both in a weakened state. But when she looked at the scoreboard, the bitterness and weakness were all swept away. Second, Xia Hanlin, 980 points. I came second? Xia Hanlin was beyond ecstatic. When she looked at the first, she couldn't help but feel the ultimate shock. First, Leroy, 11,400 points. Xia Hanlin's voice, which was trembling slightly, said, Li Luo's points broke 10,000? Chapter 49 Yen Duan's shock. Zhang Yao and Su Qingxue teamed up. A forest. Bang. 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 The Dark Knight Winged Serpent was tangling with a white snake of the 3rd rank of the commander class, and he didn't know how many trees had collapsed from the fight before he finally hunted this white snake down. On the contrary, the Dark Knight Winged Serpent's body was also hung with many wounds, and its source power was even more depleted, looking incomparably tired. 300 points in hand. On Yen Duan's face, he couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Hiss. Hiss. Dark Knight Winged Serpent continuously hissed. Its realm was still Transcendent Mortal 6th Order, but it had crossed over and killed the Commander 3rd Order White Serpent, undoubtedly letting the Dark Knight Winged Serpent's self-confidence once again recovered to the peak. Its aura was more and more powerful, and there were signs of a breakthrough vaguely. Hunting over the level, the exertion on you, is still too much. Yen Duan mused, hunting a Commander Class 3rd Order Ferocious Beast is only 300 points, which is equivalent to hunting 3 Transcendent Mortal 10th Order Ferocious Beasts. From now on, we'll only go after Transcendent 10th ranked Ferocious Beasts. Commander rank? Regardless of whether it's 1st, 2nd, or 3rd rank, whenever we meet one, we must avoid it. This is the only way we can hold on to 1st place in the standings and always keep Leroy underneath us. Yen Dust quickly strategized. Hiss. Hiss. The Dark Winged Serpent nodded repeatedly. It is deeply empathetic. With the 6th rank of the Transcendent level, he crossed over to the 3rd rank of the Commander level. The pressure is just too much. Only with the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent can he have the power to fight. If it wasn't for the SS grade talent, the strength of the Dark Knight Winged Serpent would be equivalent to the 1st rank of the Commander grade. Go. Yen Duan let out a light laugh. He was going to hunt some Transcendent Mortal 10th Order Ferocious Beasts and try to accumulate as many points as possible. If possible, break 10,000 points. Nature is best. In the history of the Inheritance Mystic Realm, as long as one's points break through 10,000 in a day's time, one is bound to be honored by the sacred rank inheritance. Yen Duan's eyes flickered as he secretly said, as long as I can break 10,000 points, I will also definitely be able to obtain a sacred rank inheritance. The only way I can compete with Li Luo is to obtain a holy rank inheritance. Hiss. The dark-winged serpent kept up with Yen Duan's pace. It steepled. Yen Duan's footsteps, surprisingly, came to a standstill. The whole body, it was trembling lightly. How is that possible? Yen Duan couldn't help but lose his voice, his face filled with disbelief as he said in a trembling voice, Li Luo's points, it's actually broken 10,000. First, Leroy, 11,400 points. The scoreboard then surfaced in Yen Duan's mind. He had to believe that fact. How long has it been since the opening of the inheritance secret realm? Less than an hour in total, right? Yen Duan was filled with shock as he said, 11,400 points in such a short period of time. This is hunting a ferocious beast colony? Solo and group warfare. But it's a completely different concept. This was especially true at the Awakening, Transcendent, and Commander levels, the three major realms. These three great realms of imperial beasts generally did not have many means of group combat, the source power in their bodies was even thinner, and even their physical strength could not support too long of a fight, so once they were caught in the siege of the ferocious beasts' clans, it was almost a sure defeat, or even a sure death. Not to mention, in any ferocious beast group, there was a commander, or even a lord. In the Inheritance Mysterious Realm, the highest realm of ferocious beasts was the 10th step of the commander level, and there were no lord-level ferocious beasts, but a commander-level ferocious beast, leading a group of transcendent-level ferocious beasts. The threateningness was also straightening up. At the very least, with Yen Duan's strength, no matter how confident he was, he would never dare to go and single out a ferocious beast colony, only daring to hunt some solitary, singled-out ferocious beasts. Breaking 10,000 points. The corners of Yen Duan's mouth, filled with bitterness, whispered, that means Li Luo will definitely be able to obtain a holy rank inheritance? One thought to this. Yen Duan was struck with a sense of falling. Even with SS grade talent, it is not 100% possible to acquire a holy rank inheritance. On the contrary, what about Leroy? The inheritance mystic realm had only just opened, and he had directly internalized a holy rank inheritance. Sacred Order inheritance? Yen Duan's eyes, quickly regaining clarity, secretly said, with Li Luo's SSS grade talent, as long as it is slightly displayed, I'm afraid that as long as it is a holy ranked inheritance that fits with it, they would all compete with each other, wanting to let Li Luo receive the inheritance, right? Breaking 10,000 points is just icing on the cake for Li Luo. It's a pity that the first place in the points table is destined to belong to Li Luo. A supreme treasure worth 1 billion dasha coins? I'm probably disqualified to compete for it. Even if Yen Duan was as conceited as he was, he didn't dare to hope that he would still be able to continue to compete with Li Luo in the inheritance mystic realm. The last trace of fluke was completely shattered. Yes. Li Luo's battle power exceeds the 3rd rank of the commander rank at the 10th rank of the awakening rank. How far will he reach now that he has broken through to the 7th stage of the transcendent mortal grade? The Royal Dragon Master lineage was originally known for its battle prowess. Li Luo, as a supreme demon, is even the best of them. He must have enchanted the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent to accumulate 11,400 points in such a short period of time. Yen Duan quickly found a reason. The talent gap, how to fight it. He could only hope that in the future, when the SS grade royal beast talent Heavenly Serpent metamorphosed into the SSS talent Ancestral Serpent, he would be able to fight with Li Luo once more. No harm done. Yen Duan whispered, at least, I'll be able to keep my second position. When he put his mind, he swept over the scoreboard. The entire body was frozen. Second, Xia Hanlin, 980 points. Third, Yen Dust, 880 points. Xia Hanlin is second? Yen Duan was completely dumbfounded, an auxiliary royal beast master, overriding me? He naturally recognized Xia Hanlin, an elf hybrid, auxiliary lineage, daughter of the Tree King, one of the 3 goddesses of the newborns, and extremely famous. But how could Yen Duan have imagined that Xia Hanlin's points had reached 980 points, more than him? What the hell happened? Yen Duan's heart was filled with disbelief. On a mound. Master's points broke 10,000? Jiang Yao blinked and whispered, the second in line, is actually Xia Hanlin? What's so strange? Su Qingshui grunted, it's nothing more than Xia Hanlin meeting Li Luo and using her beauty as bait before she teamed up with Li Luo. With the special of the auxiliary department, a portion of the points were shared from Li Luo's battle results. How do you know that Xia Hanlin must have teamed up with her master? Jiang Yao was dissatisfied. Besides, with master's character, Xia Hanlin's little bit of beauty is still inferior to me. Even if we do team up, master is still using Xia Hanlin as a tool, or the kind that stands up and stomps. Yes? Su Qingxue still wanted to mouth a few words. But she couldn't help but think that Jiang Yao, such a great beauty, full of charm, could not take Li Luo down. Her Su Qingxue's face and charm are also no less than Jiang Yao, and she still can't make Li Luo turn back. She, Xia Hanlin, by what right? God is not fair. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh, saying, Xia Hanlin's luck, why is it so good? Why wasn't it me, who met up with the master? Why was it you, who met with me? Shut up. Su Qingxue coldly said, you can choose not to team up, I have no opinion. TSK, it wasn't you who offered to form a team? Jiang Yao sneered, alright, if we don't team up, we will only be left further and further behind. Besides, the ranking of points will also affect the acquisition of the inheritance, so I don't want to get carried away with you. Jiang Yao and Su Qingxue, two stunning beauties, met in the inheritance mystic realm, but instead of fighting, they decided to form a team after some negotiations. Compared to obtaining the inheritance, those previous disputes were nothing. But Su Qingxue leisurely sighed and said, Li Luo's strength, how could he become so powerful? You wouldn't understand. Jiang Yao's eyes looked incredibly complicated. She had seen with her own eyes that Li Luo's realm changed every day. That kind of elevation beyond common sense almost shattered Jiang Yao's demonic heart, all the way to the ground. If Jiang Yao turned to think, Li Luo how demonic, the future also belongs to her Jiang Yao's man, naturally the more demonic the better. She really cannot afford such a sense of disparity. As if she was really mediocre. Breaking through the extreme realm at the awakening level is unprecedented when looking at the entire royal dragon master lineage. Jiang Yao hummed, maybe, master's points, will have to break a new high, reaching the legendary 100,000 points. Points. Broke 100,000? When Su Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but feel her heart trembling as she said, if we can break 100,000 points, but we will definitely be able to lure the 3 great emperor-level legacies to show up. However, even if Li Luo reaches 100,000 points, it's still useless, right? None of the 3 great emperor-level inheritances are suitable, even if they all show up, it's still a futile endeavor, and it's impossible to choose Li Luo as the inheritor. Chapter 50, The Secret of the True Dragon Academy. Dragon Father's Inheritance? Great Emperor, what kind of existence? Any great emperor had suppressed an era. The 3 top-tier academies, with a total of 10 great emperor inheritances, represented the 10 great emperors that had long since fallen in the history of the Summer Kingdom. For a fallen great emperor, choosing the person to carry on his legacy was undoubtedly extremely important. If the inheritor, in his lifetime, could develop the way of the great emperor, to a realm beyond that of a great emperor, he could even resurrect this fallen great emperor, from the river of laws. Its 2. SSS Great Imperial Beast talent was just the threshold for receiving the inheritance. If the fit is not high enough to inherit the way of the great emperor, everything is meaningless. The ancestral dragon talent that Li Luo had awakened ranked in the top 3 on the talent list. So what? The lineage of dragon masters has long since fallen. The only imperial dragon emperor was a dragon father who had suppressed an era for tens of thousands of years countless years ago. But the dragon father's legacy has long since dissolved in the river of history. For countless years, the lineage of imperial dragon masters had not given birth to a great emperor. Many saints and great emperors have speculated that it is the suppression of the dragon realm that makes it possible for no one among the human race to awaken the SSS Great Dragon talent, let alone the SSS Dragon talent, which is also ranked first in the ancestral dragon. Anyway, none of the 3 great emperor inheritances of the true dragon school corresponded to the royal dragon master lineage. Even if Li Luo was excellent, he wouldn't be recognized, much less be able to obtain the great emperor's inheritance. All efforts are doomed to futility. Are we in a position to judge? Jiang Yao coldly grunted, no matter what, master will at least be able to acquire a top-tier saint rank inheritance. In the future, his achievements may not necessarily be inferior to those peerless demons who acquired the inheritance of great emperors. So what if I can't obtain the great emperor's inheritance? Countless years from now, when the master achieves Dragon Emperor royalty, he will leave behind a Dragon Emperor inheritance in the True Dragon Academy. A few words that showed Jiang Yao's intention to defend Li Luo. She could not see that others were sorry for Leroy. Oh, sorry? Li Luo's natural talent was unparalleled. In 3 days' time, from awakening rank 10, he broke through to transcendental rank 7. Look at the whole summer country, who can do that? In terms of talent, he had long since stood at the very pinnacle of the Imperial Beastmasters, so who had the right to feel sorry for him? Go! Su Qingxue didn't say any more. She soon realized it too. In terms of talent, she was only S-ranked, while Li Luo was SSS-ranked. Even though she was unable to obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance, Su Qingxue could only watch as Li Luo's strength grew stronger and stronger, leaving her completely behind. Outside, the picture of the inheritance mystery realm was displayed in the eyes of the many giants. King of trees, king of foxes, king of war, king of wolves, king of charm. Many gigantic existences were paying attention to the inheritance mystery realm. Li Luo and Xia Hanlin teamed up? He's actually going to make a move against the tribe of the wilderness savage bulls? A commander grade 7th order, more than 100 transcendent mortal grade 10th order. Once caught in a siege, even a commander grade 10th order can hardly escape death. Wait. How can the juvenile desolate dragon that Li Luo contracted be so strong? How many super rank skills of the desolate system is this enchanted with? Such a terrifying battle power that it even killed the commander grade 7th ranked barbarian bull commander in a direct second? Xia Hanlin's auxiliary ability obviously can't keep up. TSK, this is directly being drained? High-ranked spirit plant, green vine? Worthy of being an elf race. Nature affinity, the ability to catalyze plants and use them for your own use, it's called the second imperial beast talent. Xia Hanlin's auxiliary ability can only increase Li Luo's range, but it can't raise much of his battle power. That royal elf is still too juvenile. That is to say, even without Xia Hanlin's assistance, Li Luo can still forcefully sweep through an entire clan of barbarians in the wilderness with the battle power of a juvenile baron dragon? Transcendent Mortal Grade 7th Order, defeating 100 Transcendent Mortal Grade 10th Order, and a Commander Grade 7th Order Wilderness Savage Bull Leader with 1 against 100. The many Imperial Beast Giants were staggered. As the only absolute demon among the 3 top academies, Li Luo naturally received the most attention, as well as scrutiny. The moment. The many scrutinizing gazes were shattered in an instant. Such a terrifying battle power, when looking at the dozens of Inheritance Mystic Realm openings, it could be ranked first. Principal Lu, congratulations. Duze arched his hand and said, such a peerless demon, affiliated with the Royal Dragon Master lineage. Of my Xia kingdom, there was Princess Xia in the front and Li Luo in the back. It's really going to rise completely. Perhaps the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters, after thousands of years and years, will finally give birth to an Imperial Dragon Emperor once again. Wan Qing sighed out. Duze and Wan Qing, despite the fact that they and Lu Tianqi came from different factions, were all Imperial Beast Giants that belonged to the same Summer Kingdom, so naturally, they would not be too narrow-minded. The birth of an Imperial Dragon Emperor was enough to make the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters completely become one of the top factions, and to make the overall national power and chi of the Xia Kingdom skyrocket once again. 2 vice principals, fallacious. Lu Tianqi was in a good mood, but he couldn't help but sigh out, saying, unfortunately, the heritage of my Royal Dragon Master lineage is not as good as that of the many topmost factions of the Royal Beast Master, the Royal Plant Master, and the Royal Artifact Master. After all, Li Luo and the Royal Dragon Master's lineage is ultimately aggrieved, to the extent that he couldn't even prepare a great emperor's inheritance for him. Duze and Wan Qing looked at each other. The hearts all cursed. Lu Tianqi, you're so pretentious. You're happy in your heart, but you have to be humble on your lips? A pity indeed. Duze shook his head and said, Amazing Emperor, Demon Emperor, Vine Emperor, the inheritance of the 3 great emperors belongs to the Royal Beast Master, Royal Demon Master, and Royal Plant Master, the 3 major factions respectively. If the ancient times, that once oppressed the Dragon Father of the ages, there is still left behind the inheritance. With Li Luo's talent, I'm afraid that he will definitely be able to obtain the Dragon Father's inheritance, right? The Dragon Zun era is indeed the most glorious era for the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters. Wan Qing's face was filled with emotion as he said, rumor has it that the secret realm of our true Dragon Academy's inheritance was created with the fragments of the Imperial Beast space after the Dragon Father's fall, but I don't know if it's true or not. The matter is true. Lu Tianqi suddenly opened his mouth and said, the founder of the true Dragon Academy is the Dragon Father. This secret has long been sunk in the river of history, and it was only by chance that I was able to learn about it by looking through the ancient books. What? Duze was full of shocked colors, seemed to think of something, and hurriedly said, since it is the Dragonfather's royal beast space fragment, the final creation of the inheritance secret realm. Is there another possibility that Li Luo can inherit the royal beast space fragment in the Dragonfather's will legacy? The words fell. Wan Chang was also instantly startled. Dragonfather. It was a legend that suppressed the ages. Many great emperors can only be called emperors. The dragon Zun, however, is called Zun. What greatness! The inheritance secret realms of the Kirin School and Phoenix School were all built with the complete imperial beast space of a great emperor. On the contrary, the true Dragon School, just a piece of debris, was no less than a great emperor's imperial beast space, enough to show the gap. No way! Lu Tianqi sighed, the will of the Dragonfather has long since perished. How could it leave behind a legacy? How could he not hope that Li Luo would be able to obtain the Dragonfather's inheritance? Such a thought is ultimately a luxury. Pity! Wan Qing heartily lamented, saying, an astonishingly talented SSS grade absolute demon, but unable to obtain the great emperor's inheritance, is destined to have a lot more setbacks on the path of growth. In Wan Qing's mind, the cold and absolutely beautiful figure could not help but appear, and the sigh of regret in his heart could not help but intensify. Chapter 51 Li Luo's Plan. The points broke 30,000. In deep space. Sister Xia. Sang Yu couldn't help but say, is it really impossible for Li Luo to obtain the great emperor's inheritance? Aha! Concubine Xia nodded her head gently and said, the Xia kingdom's lineage of imperial dragon masters, under the suppression of the dragon court, has been in decline for an unknown amount of time, and it is difficult for even Holy Spirit level imperial dragon masters to be born, let alone great emperors. SSS grade talent, ancestral dragon. Even though it's amazingly talented, the fit with the other factions is too low, so it's impossible to impress the amazing emperor, the vine emperor, and the demon emperor, the will left behind by these three great emperors. Therefore, Li Luo's best ending in the inheritance mystic realm is to obtain a top-tier saint rank inheritance. As for the great emperor's inheritance, it's simply impossible. Even though concubine Xia was extremely pampered with Li Luo, believing that Li Luo's future achievements would definitely not be inferior to her own, she remained calm and analytical, without unrealistic fantasies. Pity! Sang Yu couldn't help but say, with Li Luo's natural talent, if he had been born 10,000 years earlier, I'm afraid that he would have attracted many imperial dragon great emperors, who would have competed to descend their inheritance. There is no need to be sorry, today's lineage of imperial dragon masters is already too much stronger than it was 10 years ago. Xia Fei Qing coldly said, moreover, Li Luo's backstage has never been the royal dragon master's lineage, but you and me. Aha! Sang Yu nodded repeatedly. As she looked at concubine Xia, her dragon eyes, which were like a bright moon, were flashing a wisp of complexity. The world only knows Xia Fei is the first imperial dragon master, but no one knows, 10 years ago, the imperial dragon master lineage has long been declined to the extreme. The True Dragon School also wants to change the name of the True Dragon word, the name exists. As an SS class demon, when Xia Fei joined the True Dragon Academy, she was unable to obtain many resources at all. Want resources? The only thing is to fight. During those years, Sang Yu accompanied Princess Xia to realize how bitter it was. Back then, we also only acquired a Holy Order Dragon royalty inheritance, yet we also made it this far. Li Luo and Song Xing, in terms of talent, are stronger than all of us, so how could they be inferior? Concubine Xia revealed some smiles and said softly, so, we just need to wait and see, as Li Luo gradually grows up. Legacy Secrets. Planes. A female hyena of the 9th rank of the commander class, with 3 male hyenas of the 6th rank of the commander class arching around her, as well as more than 200 hyenas of the 10th rank of the transcendent mortal class, were roaming around continuously. Leroy. Xia Hanlin only felt a blackness before her eyes as she hurriedly said, you're not preparing to make a move against this herd of over 200 hyenas, are you? When she looked to her side, she realized that Leroy's eyes were slightly shining brightly. Xia Hanlin only felt a wave of powerlessness. Just dealing with the Wilderness Savage Bull clan alone made Xia Hanlin's physical strength exhausted twice in a row. That feeling of her body being hollowed out was something she really didn't want to experience a third time. But when Xia Hanlin met Li Luo's eyes, the words she wanted to refuse couldn't come out no matter what. Begin. Li Luo laughed softly, you don't want either to be surpassed by Yen Duan in the standings, do you? Hey! Xia Hanlin sighed deeply, so she could only take out the green vine seed and began to catalyze the green vine. High-grade spiritual plant, green vine. Constant supply of life energy. Even so, Xia Hanlin didn't feel the slightest bit safe either. It was as if the source power in his body could be drained at any time. Roar! Pale Star was excited. This feeling of having nothing to worry about and killing with all one's might made little Song Xing's Tsong heavenly battle intent, greatly satisfied, and vaguely, it seemed as if the fusion of the Tsong heavenly desolate dragon's bloodline was about to become even higher. The extreme realm lies in accumulation. Li Luo's eyes flashed slightly and he secretly said, at the transcendent level stage, every sparring and killing will make little Tsong Xing's fusion for his bloodline become higher. As long as one experiences enough battles with enough intensity, one may not even need to reach the transcendent 10th stage to directly fuse their bloodline and arrive at the extreme realm of the transcendent level. Of course, transcendent rank 10, in arriving at the extreme realm, is certainly the least difficult. Many thoughts flashed by. Li Luo wasn't ambiguous either, and immediately gave orders to little Song Xing. Boom! Little Song Xing's speed suddenly increased to the extreme, instantly rushed into the hyena group, a transcendent mortal 10th ranked hyena, in front of little Song Xing in the 10 times giganticized state, was almost killed in pieces. Even the male hyena of the 6th rank of the commander class was simply unable to resist little Song Xing's terrifying battle power, and was successively suppressed into mincemeat by the dragon's claws. Ow! The deaths of many clans had completely enraged the hyena leader of the 9th rank of the commander class, and an incomparably terrifying aura spread across the female hyena's body, as if it was a blade, constantly cutting into little Song Xing's body, leaving a shallow trail. Roar! Little Song Xing's battle intent flourished, countless forces of the desolate ancient realm coalesced, transforming into an incomparably huge dragon claw, fiercely slapping down, but it fell through the air, releasing several narrow dragon chi, instantly cutting the hyena leader's torso into several pieces of bloody stumps. What a terrifying control! Xia Hanlin's face was full of weakness, but she was incomparably shocked and couldn't help but say, Transcendent level 7th stage, for the control of transcendent power, it reaches such a degree? She could naturally see that the dragon chi released by little Song Xing, as if it was a chopping attack, yet it did not belong to any kind of skill at all, but rather, it was little Song Xing's development of the desolate ancient realm, which led to the derivation of an offensive means. Taking the power of the desolate ancient and condensing it into a dragon claw was already a means at the commander level. What's more, unleashing a chopping attack that cuts through opponents across the air? If countless years of hard training had been spent, would it have been possible to reach such a level? Is that weird? Leroy didn't care. These days. Before Li Luo cut the talent origin, he could have directly cast the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, invoking the ancestral dragon's will to descend and attach itself to little Song Xing's body. Little Song Xing was equivalent to being in the possession of the ancestral dragon's will every day, and could temporarily experience the ancestral dragon's will, for the desolate ancient dragon force, the most extreme control. Even if you can only add 3 minutes a day, it's an extreme exaggeration. Just by immersing himself in that state, little Song Xing's control over power would continue to skyrocket, directly eliminating years of hard practice. The many super ranking skills are all derived from the power of the bloodline. Li Luo's eyes flashed slightly, and he secretly said, how to utilize this power, but it's a royal beast master, a lifelong lesson. No doubt about it. For the control of its own power, little Song Xing was completely above the many newborn favored beasts. Roar! Pale Star was excited. This was the first time it had used this move since it was researched. Surprisingly, he crossed a large realm and directly killed a fierce beast of the 9th rank of the commander class. With the death of the female hyena commander, the many hyenas of the transcendent mortal 10th stage were no match for little Song Xing and were quickly hunted down. Li Luo's points, too, had skyrocketed directly from 11,400 to 35,800. Just over 60,000 points away from 100,000. Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, as long as we reach 100,000 points, we will be able to trigger the rules of the inheritance mystery realm. The will of the 3 great emperors must show up. This is the first step of the plan. Chapter 52 The Secret Spirits Test. Small Beast Tide. A saint rank inheritance? It's ultimately too much inferior to a great emperor's inheritance. Leroy had made up his mind early. From the moment he stepped into the inheritance mystic realm, Li Luo's goal was incomparably clear. Only a great emperor's inheritance was worthy of the identity of a supreme demon. I become an absolute demon, if I don't have a great emperor's inheritance, won't I be compared to other absolute demons? Li Luo secretly thought, in the future, when you meet a SSS-level absolute demon from Xia, or even other countries, you won't be able to hold your head up. Many thoughts flashed by. Roar! The little pale star is instrumental. Go away! Leroy let out a light laugh. No more. Xia Hanlon's face was filled with the color of weakness, and her originally supple emerald green hair was a bit withered at the moment, as she feebly said, after 3 consecutive drains of source power, I can't hold on any longer. Xia Hanlon had thought that with her natural talent, plus her elven hybrid blood, and the high-grade spiritual plant green vine, assisting a transcendent level 7 young dragon would not be a piece of cake. Nowadays. She was, however, completely honest. Just asked to be spared. Not only is Xia Hanlon, the elf girl Lucy, is also extremely weak, if further assistance, even the life essence, may be slightly damaged. Leroy took a look and quickly made a judgment. Whether it was Xia Hanlon or Lucy in such a state, it was not suitable to intervene in the battle anymore. For at least a day, it was difficult to assist again, and there was even no battle power to speak of in itself. Then you rest first. Li Luo didn't care and said, 3,000 points, that should be enough. I broke 3,000 points? Xia Hanlon's eyes lit up. When she saw that on the scoreboard, she was ranked second, putting Yen Duan far behind her. She only felt her spirit shaken. She was about to force herself to do so, but she felt so overwhelmed with fatigue that she had to stop. Leroy. On Xia Hanlon's face, she couldn't help but bring on a bit of panic and said, Lucy and I have no battle power now, can you protect us first? No harm done. Li Luo casually voiced out, saying, I at least charged you 50 million dasha coins, as long as you don't intervene in the battle, I won't let you be eliminated from the game. Thanks. Xia Hanlon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really a bit worried that Li Luo would see that she had no more use for her and just give up. Li Luo's points broke 30,000. In a forest, Yen Duan's eyes were gray, as if his life had lost its direction, and he said in a lost voice, Is the gap between Li Luo and I really that big? On the scoreboard, Li Luo's position was still in the first place. The points are skyrocketing, however, and are way ahead of the pack. On the contrary, Yen Duan was still in third place, but had only just broken through 1,000 points. Xia Hanlon, who was in second place, however, had 3,170 points. Is just following a supreme demon a chance in itself? The corners of Yen Duan's mouth, filled with bitterness, shook his head and said, Even in the inheritance mystic realm, you are surprisingly so dazzling. Huh, SS Great Demon? In front of you, it's really like the radiance of a grain of rice, completely obscured by the light. As a demon, Yen Duan's heart was undoubtedly extremely arrogant. At this moment, that deep-seated condescension was shattered to pieces. Yen Dust can already think of, in the future, when the world mentioned Li Luo, I am afraid that he will also mention him, but he Yen Dust, as a backdrop to set off Li Luo's background plate, as if the difference between the stars and the white moon. Outside. The many imperial beast giant beasts were all a bit shocked. A fierce beast of the 9th rank of the commander class can't even threaten that juvenile desolate dragon? To kill the 9th rank of the commander rank in seconds with the 7th rank of the transcendent mortal rank, what kind of terrifying battle power is this? Li Luo's points, it's already broken 30,000 points. He's not really going to hit 100,000 points, is he? Why would he labor in vain? Even with 100,000 points, the 3 great emperors, forced by the rules to show up, will only go through the motions, and it is simply bound to be impossible to choose him. A single giant existence was incomparably alarmed. With regards to little Tsong Xing's battle power, even as an imperial beast giant, he couldn't see it at all. Li Luo's points has broken 30,000. Wan Qing seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, the spirit of the secret realm must have noticed him, right? The words fell. Lu Tanqi and Du Zhe, all of their complexions changed slightly. Beast tide, it's coming. Dozer spoke out in a low voice. Li Luo showed a tendency to hit 100,000 points, the spirit of the inheritance mystery realm, how could it not care? Lu Tianqi shook his head and said, with the character of the spirit of the secret realm, it will definitely increase the difficulty. According to the past trend, it will definitely set off a beast tide. Unless Li Luo gives up and chooses to hide, the beast tide in the inheritance secret realm will never rest. 100,000 awakening level ferocious beasts, tens of thousands of transcendent level ferocious beasts, and thousands of commander level ferocious beasts. With such a volume, it's already comparable to a small beast tide. Wan Qing had a complicated expression as he said, even if a town is under the impact of a beast tide of such volume, it will be destroyed with it. What's more, Li Luo is still only a transcendent level dragon master, how is he going to fight it? Xia Hanlin is no longer capable of applying a supporting aura. Duze slowly said, if Li Luo doesn't give up, the best ending would only be that the juvenile desolate dragon exhausting its strength and the beast tide resting. The worst ending would even be being eliminated out and losing the qualification to obtain the inheritance. In the secret realm of inheritance. Roar. Hiss. Ow. A head of ferocious beasts seemed to have received instructions. A pair of ferocious beast eyes looked in the direction of the plains and actually converged, running towards the plains. A freshman, all of them were stunned. What happened? The many ferocious beasts are rioting? Breaking news? In the recent dozens of sessions, there has never been a situation where the ferocious beasts have rioted. Leroy, trouble. Yen Duan gazed profoundly and said, under the beast tide, he is destined to be engulfed. Want to gain the attention of a great emperor? It's not that easy. On the hills. A ferocious beast passed by Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao, but did not pay any attention at all. This is a beast wave. Jiang Yao's expression changed slightly as she said, is Li Luo going to face the beast tide head-on? Why should he? Su Qingxue spoke in a complicated tone and said, the inheritance of the three great emperors would never choose a peerless demon with an SSS-ranked ancestral dragon talent as their inheritor. Li Luo's points, which have already broken 30,000, will surely be able to hold on to the number one spot on the scoreboard, and no one will be able to surpass it. And why should he force himself? Li Luo's behavior was beyond Su Qingxue's understanding. Perhaps. Jiang Yao whispered, even if it's just a glimmer of hope, he doesn't want to miss it, right? The plains. Leroy. Xia Hanlin's tone took on a slight tremor, said, I suddenly remembered that your points have skyrocketed so quickly, and according to the rules of the inheritance mystery realm, the second test will be opened beast tide. Only by surviving the beast tide and reaching 100,000 points at the same time can you allow the spirit of the inheritance mystic realm to awaken the inherited will of the three great emperors. 100,000 ferocious beasts, this is a small beast tide. You're only at the transcendent level, how can you fight against that? Xia Hanlin's pretty face couldn't help but be colored with panic. But when she looked at Li Luo, she didn't find that the other party had the slightest look of surprise. You would have known? Xia Hanlin couldn't help but say, that's a small beast tide. If you're not careful, you'll be eliminated. Are you really not afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Li Luo looked casual and laughed lightly, it's just a small beast tide, so just crush it directly, isn't it? Chapter 53 Skill Upgrade. Under the Holy Realm, all are ants. Small beast wave, defeat? Xia Hanlin was completely dumbfounded. How could she connect the two terms? Tides of the beast. It's a nightmare for any city. Although it is only a small beast tide, the vast majority of them are awakening level, the highest realm of the ferocious beasts, but also only the commander level 10th order. Even so, it is by no means a freshman, can be resisted. If it were not for the spirit of the secret realm, which only targets Li Luo, the entire freshmen of the inheritance mystic realm were all going to be wiped out. You are no longer able to fight, so stay by my side. Li Luo's face, with a gentle intent, smiled softly, thanks to your assistance, which allowed little Song Xing to save a lot of physical strength and source power, I have more confidence that I can fight against the beast tide. Xia Hanlin was all a bit confused. Where does Leroy's self-confidence really stem from? Although she could not understand, Xia Hanlin did not want to be eliminated, she was already powerless. Immediately the elf girl Lucy, back to the royal beast space, weakly hiding behind Li Luo, feeling the slight tremor of the earth, only to feel more and more nervous in the heart. Xia Hanlin clearly knew that the trembling of the earth stemmed from the approaching tide of beasts. Tremor, the more intense. At the edge of the plain, a faint glimpse of smoke was seen. Small beast wave. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but tense her petite body. What an oppressive feeling this is. The incomparably empty plains of the wild, surrounded from all sides, countless heads of ferocious races of beasts of all shapes and colors, any one of them, exudes an incomparably ferocious and tyrannical aura, combining with each other, seems to have formed a barrier, locking Li Luo, Song Xing, firmly in the middle of it. One of the characteristics of the beast tide. The aura condensed. The auras of countless ferocious beasts eventually fused together under the momentum of the beast tide's onslaught. The aura of 100,000 ferocious beasts condensed, in terms of might and oppressive force, it was enough to be comparable to a super rank skill. The Great Terror. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but tremble. What a powerful might. Li Luo's eyes gazed slightly, and he secretly said, in the previous world, 1,000 armies in ancient times were nowhere near as powerful as this, right? However, 100,000 armies in the previous world, placed in the Imperial Beast world, is also nothing at all. A ferocious beast of awakening level 3 would be able to crush a manticore in terms of battle power. What's more, among the beast tide, there could be tens of thousands of transcendent level ferocious beasts and thousands of commander level ferocious beasts, condensing each other's aura, which was even more terrifying than an army of 1,000. With the encirclement of the beast tide narrower and narrower, that feeling of oppression grew stronger and stronger. Xia Hanlin stood beside Li Luo and only felt dizzy, even her soul was trembling. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. Little Song Xing slowly rose up in the air, and the Tsong heavenly battle intent condensed, actually resisting the might of the beast tide. Fresh wire. The vault of heaven. A bird-like ferocious beast flew in at an extremely fast speed, almost obscuring the sky. Ow! From all directions, a walking beast-type ferocious beast kept on running. Little Song Xing was surrounded by enemies on all sides, but it inspired the infinite fighting spirit in his body, without the slightest intention of cowardice, like a young dragon descending from the 9 heavens, to break the dome of the sky. Superlative skills. Celestial battle intent. The domain of the ancient deserts. Desolate body. Reverse scale. Polar shadow. Roar. The small pale star suddenly transformed into a 10x giantized form. At this moment, under the enchantment of the 5 super rank skills, Little Cthulhu Star's strength, defense, and speed were instantly raised to 120 times their original levels. It's not enough. Leroy took a step. Roar. A dragon's roar that seemed to come from the endless desolate antiquity resounded in the inheritance mystic realm. The silhouette of the ancestral dragon, snaking above the dome of the sky. Suddenly it fell. Roar. Little Song Xing's dragon eyes instantly changed. Deep and ancient. It seems to unite all the wisdom, kindness, fraternity, ferocity, tyranny, and divinity of the world. This is ancestral dragon will. Xia Hanlin couldn't help but feel her heart tremble, but she was still worried, saying, but the SSS grade talent, ancestral dragon. Even if you can invoke the will of the ancestral dragon to descend and increase the little Song Star, you won't be able to counteract the beast tide, right? She had watched the video of Li Luo's battle against Yin Duan and analyzed the increase in the ancestral dragon's will as an enhancement of Little Song Xing's control over his own source power. But even if the skill is strong, it doesn't mean anything under the pressure of absolute numbers, does it? A beast tide formed by 100,000 ferocious beasts, even if it stood still and let Little Song Xing go to suppress it, it could exhaust Little Song Xing to death. Not to mention, these 100,000 ferocious beasts, which were all alive, would also form formations with each other, raising the threat by an unknown amount. You don't understand. Li Luo laughed out softly and said, the ancestral dragon will that you know is only what I summoned when I was at the awakening level. And I am now, already at the transcendent level. SSS grade talent, ancestral dragon, has also long had a metamorphosis. The words fell. Xia Hanlin was stunned. Awakening level? Transcendental? Isn't the effect of the Imperial Beast talent nearly constant? Even though your realm has risen, can you affect the power of the Imperial Beast talent? No. Xia Hanlin seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, constant might, that's a regular Imperial Beast talent, and including SS-Rank talents cannot escape this category. SSS grade Imperial Beast talent, but it originates from legends and cannot be measured by common sense. Could it be that the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent that Li Luo has awakened can really derive different effects depending on the realm? Many thoughts that collide. Xia Hanlin, however, couldn't help but remember. At the awakening level, the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent can invoke the ancestral dragon will to descend. What about the transcendental level? After breaking through the transcendent rank, the SSS rank talent ancestral dragon, based on ancestral dragon descent, has derived a second ability. Li Luo's face, filled with a subdued look, softly said, I call it skill upgrade. Skill upgrade? Xia Hanlin was stunned. The eyes that were constantly trembling lightly couldn't help but look into the high sky. That one pale-colored young dragon. Boom! Endless desolate power suddenly dispersed. The moment. The range of the desolate ancient domain had actually expanded tenfold. Is this the skill upgrade? Xia Hanlin couldn't help her heart trembling as she said in shock, the desolate ancient domain, it was originally a super rank skill. If it is further upgraded, wouldn't it be the Holy Order? She was irrepressibly shocked. Holy Order skills? A means that only a Holy Spirit level holy beast could imperil. A transcendent level young dragon, but it's casting a holy rank skill. What kind of horror is this? Roar! The dragon's roar resounded. Little Celandine Star was located in the desolate ancient realm, with an aura that overpowered the heavens, as if a holy dragon had descended into the world, full of holiness and compassion. A pair of pale, ancient dragon eyes seemed to have divine intent dropping down between their constant flow. As the dragon's eyes looked high into the sky. Rumble! The entire vault of heaven, it seemed, was collapsing. Wow! 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 A head of flying bird-type ferocious beasts, whether it is awakening level, transcendent level, or commander level. Meets this eye light, only to feel stiff and unable to move at all. Wow! A strand of desolate power suddenly collapsed. Countless birds of prey, falling. The entire dome of the sky was cleared. This is a saint rank domain technique? Xia Hanlan's pupils cannot help but shrink, as if seeing the most incredible sight in the world, that extreme sense of shock, still wandering in the heart, the delicate body slightly trembling, this is the power of the holy domain. Even if it's a beast tide, so what? In front of the sacred realm technique, they are all ants. Chapter 54, 180,000 points. Inheritance space. Domain technique. Ben is best at group combat. What's more, a saint rank domain technique? Under the holy realm, all are ants. Ow! Hiss! Only to see that on the northern plains, a golden-furred male lion of the 10th rank of the commander class, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura, commanded tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, and launched a fearless charge towards the juvenile desolate dragon on the dome of the sky. Rumble! Next moment. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded. Endless desolate ancient dragon force suddenly pressed down. The entire northern plains collapsed inch by inch. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, including the leading golden male lion, were instantly crushed into mush. Roar! The dragon roars again. On the western plains, an extremely large, tens of meters long pitch black bone snake, as if the eyes of the soulfire, seemed to briefly wake up, incomparably terrified, looking at the endless power of the desolate ancient, suddenly pressing down, crumbling the pitch black snake's bones inch by inch, so that the head of the pitch black bone snake, along with 20,000 ferocious beasts, was completely subdued to the end. East, south. A flaming bird whose body seemed to be composed of blazing flames, and a giant tortoise with an incomparably large body that was metaphysical in color. Under the terrifying oppressive force of the holy realm, the flames were completely extinguished, and the tortoise shells were all shattered for the sake of it. Only for a moment. At least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, all dead. In a more distant place, there were still quite a few ferocious beasts entangled, but they suddenly came to their senses. First, Leroy, 187,845 points. Second, Xia Hanlan, 3,170 points. Third, Yen Dust, 2,175 points. Scoreboard. Leroy remains in first place. But the points are an extremely exaggerated 180,000. On the contrary, the second and third Xia Hanlan and Yen Dust only had 3,000 points, as well as 2,000 points, not even a fraction of Li Luo's. Finally, I've gathered enough 100,000 points. Li Luo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, forcibly hiding his own weakness as he secretly said, with the transcendent realm, killing tens of thousands of ferocious beasts and completely disintegrating a small beast tide is still too much of a stretch after all. A saint-rank domain technique? The consumption is too terrifying. If it were not for my imperial beast space, which is hundreds of times the area and tens of thousands of times the volume of the same rank, and the fact that I have practiced the dragon god meditation thoughts, my soul strength is many times more terrifying than any dragon soul of the same rank. When it's really impossible to support little Song Xing and perform a saint-rank domain technique. Leroy lamented. But when he saw the incomparably empty plains, as well as the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts' bodies, which were slowly dissipating, he couldn't help but feel his heart and soul violently trembling, and felt deeply satisfied. A saint-rank domain technique, and it was the first time Li Luo had actually performed it in a cast. Such a terrifying might was undoubtedly far beyond Li Luo's prediction. When little Song Xing does his best, his battle power can be comparable to the 10th rank of the commander class, or even close to the lord class. Li Luo thought briefly and made a precise evaluation, secretly saying, but if it's enchanted with SSS grade ancestral dragon talent? With the enchantment of the ancestral dragon's will, casting a holy rank skill is almost comparable to a lord rank 10. I became a royal beast master, so far only a week, under the full outbreak, it is already comparable to the 10th order of the lord level. Simply anticlimactic to the extreme. Despite the surprise in his heart, Li Luo knew that he was able to achieve such an incredible degree thanks to the system's leasing function, which allowed him to possess the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent and cultivate the dragon god meditation method. The ancestral dragon talent and the dragon god meditation method, having one of them was enough to suppress an era. What's more, Leroy still has both. Outside. A single imperial beast giant, completely silent. They looked at the scene of the inheritance mystic realm and were dumbstruck. In an instant, clamor. Summoning the will of the ancestral dragon to descend, that's even if it's not enough, but it can even make that young arachnid dragon's skill move up one major rank? A super rank domain technique, directly upgraded to holy rank? When the holy realm descends, what transcendent rank and commander rank are just a bunch of ants? SSS grade talent, is it really so heaven-defying? No wonder, SSS rank talent is considered a supreme demon, and is even destined to become an emperor. With such a terrifying natural talent, what S-class heavenly pride and SS-class demons are simply not enough to look at. Even if it is an SSS grade talent, none of them will be so heaven-defying. Note that there are hundreds of SSS grade talents recorded on the talent list. Among the many SSS grade talents, the ancestral dragon talent, however, can be ranked in the top 3, and can even compete for first place, and is by no means comparable to other SSS grade talents. Hey, how long has it been since Li Luo became a dragon master and contracted the initial imperial beast? It's only been a week in total, right? In terms of battle power, it seems to have already reached the 10th rank of the Lord class? Even though it can only last for a short period of time, it's still exaggerated enough. With such a terrifying natural talent, the other freshmen, including Yen Duan, can't even hope to match it. The many giant Hierophant existences were all incomparably shocked inside out. To be able to witness the rise of a supreme demon, even for the many imperial beast giants, it was an honor. Li Luo's points has broken 100,000, and even far exceeded, reaching an extremely exaggerated 180,000. The Tree King leapt out, a pair of emerald green eyes, but they were filled with sighs of regret as he softly said, Li Luo has displayed such a heaven-defying qualification, yet he is still unable to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor. This is the most unfortunate thing. This statement was made. The many gigantic existences also recognized it. Lectern. Hey, what's the point again? Lu Tianqi's eyes trembled, but he couldn't help but sigh darkly. Such a terrifying holy realm technique, if it was saved for the great competition of the schools, it would surely shock the nation. You would have been able to obtain a top-tier holy rank inheritance, so why would you need to reveal your own bottom card like this? In Lu Tianqi's opinion, Li Luo's behavior was just too sharp. As the principal of the True Dragon Academy, Lu Tianqi was even more aware of the fact that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Li Luo was displaying his strength and cards in such a way, but he was destined to not be able to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor, and apart from obtaining more attention, as well as facing more dangers, it was simply meaningless. Even though Lu Tianqi, for Li Luo's natural talent, was also extremely shocked and amazed, he was extremely disapproving of Li Luo's actions. Such an astonishingly talented and brilliant supreme demon, why isn't it from my lineage of beastmasters? Du Zhe and Wan Sheng, glancing at each other, couldn't help but flash the same thought at the same time, almost pounding their chests, but there was nothing they could do. SSS-Rank talent, ancestral dragon. Ben belonged to the lineage of imperial dragon masters. The other factions, too, can only covet it. Principal Lu. Du Zhe leapt forward and said, if Li Luo displays such a talent, it will surely spread the word. The enemies that my Xia kingdom faces, such as the empires on the blue planet, such as the Sakura kingdom and the divine eagle kingdom. The hostile foreign races on the foreign battlefield, such as the prison race, the demon race, and even the dragon race, may all carry out assassinations against Li Luo. Please also pay attention to Principal Lu, don't let such a supreme demon die prematurely when he has yet to grow up. Some words, has long since lost the faction's opinion, extremely sincere. Principal Du, you're worrying over nothing. Wan Sheng leered, Li Luo's master, but consort Xia. At one time, concubine Xia had killed countless foreign races, and even the dragon realm didn't dare to mess with concubine Xia. Li Luo is concubine Xia's beloved disciple, how could concubine Xia ignore him? Whatever. Lu Tianqi leapt forward and said, Li Luo mustn't have any slip-ups. Especially if Li Luo is unable to obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance, his strength and realm advancement will definitely slow down. With a longer growth period, he will also encounter more dangers and has to be guarded against. Yes. Duze shook his head and said, if Li Luo could obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance, I'm afraid that cultivating all the way to the Holy Spirit level wouldn't be difficult. There's no need to worry, either, principals. Lu Tianqi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, even if Li Luo doesn't obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance, my lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters will certainly not treat him poorly. This statement was made. Duze and Wan Chang, only then were they completely relieved. They didn't want to see that an overwhelming demon that was so heaven-defying was unable to grow up smoothly, whether it was for the true dragon school, or for the entire Xia kingdom, or even the entire human race. It would be a loss that they couldn't bear. In the secret realm of inheritance. Points, 180,000? Yan Duan sat down powerlessly, completely losing his mind to fight with Li Luo, and bitterly said, how can we make up for such a huge gap? On the contrary, Li Luo's cultivation time was only a week in total, less than 7 days. Yet I've been cultivating for over a year and I'm still easily left behind by him. Could it be that I'm not a so-called demon at all in front of Li Luo, but a mediocrity? The moment. Yan Duan couldn't help but doubt his own natural talent. He looked towards the plains in the distance. The incomparably empty wilderness was filled with traces of battles, and the entire plains showed varying degrees of collapse. Even if Yan Duan was given a month's time, it would be categorically impossible for him to leave such traces. Wow. Trial stage, over. About to teleport to the inheritance space. A thought was sent into Yan Duan's mind. Chapter 55 3 SS Class Demons. Empowering the Dragon Vein? Inheritance Space. 3 young men and women with extraordinary temperaments slowly teleported. How could this opening of the inheritance space be so fast? A handsome young man, whose eyebrows were like sharp swords furrowed, said in a deep voice, according to reason, the inheritance space won't open until the many new students have gained enough experience after a day of the secret realm's opening. It's only been a few hours now, and it's even opened? Lu Tianfeng, you're really making a fuss. A delicate young girl snorted, the spirit of the secret realm controls the inheritance space, so naturally it can be opened whenever it wants. You don't understand. Lu Tianfeng's brows tightened as he said in a cold voice, the process of the inheritance mystery realm has never changed over the decades. Only 100 years ago, there was an overwhelming demon of a great emperor's stature who forcefully reached 100,000 points, which allowed the inheritance space to open early. Are you saying that this term, there is also a great emperor's talent that has reached 100,000 points? Su Yuyu was instantly shocked, saying, but how is it possible for a new student to reach 100,000 points? 3 years ago, Su Yuyi had also entered the inheritance mystery realm as a new student, but was careful, and the final points only just broke 1,000. 100,000 points? She couldn't even think about it. Don't you forget, there is a freshman in this class who has awakened the SSS grade Imperial Beast talent. Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice, in addition, there is also an SS class demon. This term, compared to the past several terms, is far too strong. You mean Leroy? Su Yuyu was shocked and uncertain, saying, but, didn't Li Luo only contract the initial Imperial Beast a week ago? Even though he has awakened SSS grade talent, I'm afraid that in such a short period of time, he wouldn't even be able to defeat a commander grade ferocious beast, right? She had naturally heard of Li Luo's name. As one of the top 3 ranked demons in the True Dragon Academy, Su Yuyu's realm had long since reached the 10th step of the Lord rank, and was expected to break through to the Monarch rank before graduation. Despite marveling at Li Luo's SSS-Rank talent, Su Yuyu wouldn't pay too much attention to it. By the time Li Luo's realm caught up, he didn't know how many years had passed. What would she care, such a junior? It may not be Leroy. Lu Tianfeng wasn't sure and said, maybe. Yan Duan? After all, Yan Dust has awakened the SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent and has been cultivating for a year. If Yan Dust has other cards, or has hidden his strength, it's possible that he could be a revelation in the inheritance mystic realm. Yan Duan? That's not right either. Su Yuyu was puzzled, what is he trying to do? None of the 3 great emperor legacies, the Amazing Emperor, the Vine Emperor, and the Demon Emperor, are compatible with him. It can't be that the snake-like imperial beast that Yan Duan contracted to play the role of a vine to get the Vine Emperor's will to recognize it, can it? The words fell. She couldn't even help but laugh. Could it be that it's really Leroy? Lu Tianfeng was extremely puzzled and said, according to your logic, Li Luo's SSS grade ancestral dragon talent is likewise unable to be recognized by the amazing emperor, Vine Emperor, or Demon Emperor's will. It doesn't make any sense for us to speculate so much. Su Yuyu bristled. Imperial Beast World, how vast is it? Everything is possible. Perhaps, there is a freshman in this term who has obtained a great chance to be in the inheritance mystic realm, and only then did he make a splash. As for Li Luo? According to the intelligence, it's only been a week since he became a dragon master, and even with SSS-Rank talent, there's absolutely no chance that he'll be able to do anything about it. I'm looking forward to it, if someone in this term of freshman can obtain the inheritance of a great emperor. In this term of the great competition of the schools, won't they be able to overpower the Phoenix School and the Qilin School? Su Yuyu couldn't help but perk up. She was originally of the nature of fearing heaven and earth, and the thought of the demons of the other two top-tier academies, facing the helplessness of a great emperor's inheritor, made her feel incredibly exhilarated. Boring. Lu Tianfeng frowned. Su Yuyi's face, impeccable, nay her nature was too jumpy and troublesome to the extreme. On the contrary, she was also a ghost master, contracted a red-clothed female ghost. Just thinking about it, Lu Tianfeng felt difficult to deal with. When he looked toward the not-too-distant place, the one who was always a quiet and indifferent young girl, his originally composed eyes couldn't help but be colored with a trace of gentleness, and he softly said, Ninger, what do you think? Su Yuyu sneered. Lu Tianfeng, you really know how to stalk ah? My Ji Ning rejected you a long time ago, and you're still rushing to stick it to me. Do you want to be shameless? To put it bluntly, don't you want Ji Ning to give the Tsang Jian queen that you contracted a dragon bloodline? In this way, the many Ant Clan soldiers created by the Tsang Jian queen will all be able to possess a dragon clan bloodline, and their battle power will have a great increase. Lu Tianfeng, if you're really capable, you should just obtain a Holy Spirit level dragon master's inheritance. Don't think about these crooked ways. Su Yuyu's undisguised words caused Lu Tianfeng's face to turn a shade of red and a shade of white, and despite being furious, he didn't want to clash with Su Yuyu head-on. If it came to group warfare, Lu Tianfeng could be considered one of the strongest in the true Dragon Academy. The contracted Tsang Jian Queen was an extremely powerful mobstream that could spawn thousands of ant soldiers, easily setting off small beast tides. Nay, the ant soldiers contracted by the Tsang Jian Queen, in front of Su Yuyi's red-clothed female ghosts, they were truly like a mole cricket, and a battle down the line. Even if they were able to win, they still suffered heavy losses. The tyrannical soldier stream's Imperial Beastmaster, every battle, could be a clash of money. It's two. Lu Tianfeng would never compete with anyone under easy. Of course, Su Yuyi's words were not incorrect. If the Tsang Jian Queen could be endowed with a dragon bloodline, it would definitely be able to spawn a large number of dragon ants. The dragon bloodline, representing extremely powerful body strength, as well as an incomparably strong self-healing ability, was an absolutely irresistible temptation for the Stormtrooper Stream Imperial Beastmaster. Dragon bloodline, for sure. Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice, but my heart for Ninger is also real. Lu Tianfeng, if you want me to endow the Tsang Jian Queen with a dragon bloodline, it's actually quite simple. As long as it's 3 billion dasha coins, that's it. Ji Ning slowly turned her head, a pair of eyes extremely clear and pure, seemingly with a dragon soul imprisoned within them, her crystal white cheeks, vaguely with white dragon scales hidden in them, blandly saying, you should also know that granting a dragon bloodline is by no means without a cost to me, and it will even damage the origin of the SS-class dragon vein talent. 3 billion dasha coins is already extremely fair. Of course, if you think it's too expensive, you can also seek out that one supreme demon among the newborns. SSS grade talent, Ancestral Dragon. Known as the originator of all dragons, it can derive all dragon talents, naturally including the SS grade talent Dragon Vein. A few words. Lu Tianfeng could only smile bitterly. 3 billion dacha dollars? The Stormtrooper Stream Imperial Beastmaster, but it's the most burnt. If he could have taken out 3 billion dasha dollars, he would have given it long ago. SSS-Rank talent, Ancestral Dragon? Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but ponder. Ji Ning's understanding of the lineage of dragon masters was definitely top of the line in the world, and he didn't know how many ancient books of dragon masters had been studied in order to be able to endow the contracted imperial beasts with the most suitable dragon bloodline. Since she said so, then the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent must be, as she said, the origin of all dragon talents, and more easily able to diffuse the dragon vein. Ji Ning, aren't you teasing him? Su Yuyu couldn't look on and helplessly said, Li Luo's realm, right now, is at most awakening level. Lu Tianfeng's Tsang Jian Queen, but it's a Lord level 10th step. By the time Li Luo can empower the dragon vein, I don't know how many years will have passed. It won't be long. Ji Ning blandly said, Li Luo's master, but it's concubine Xia. In just over 10 years, Xia Fei achieved the Holy Spirit level. Li Luo, as Xia Fei's only disciple, how could he be slow? While the three demons were talking to each other. Wow! The figure of a new student appeared in the inheritance space. Chapter 56, Surrounded by Goddesses. Ji Ning sighed. This is the inheritance space? Leroy couldn't help but show a look of interest. This was a stone cave space filled with a quaint, ancient atmosphere, but the dome was pitch black, and an obscure star was emitting a faint light on the dome. Roar! Little Pale Star followed Leroy. In the Battle of the Beast Tide, it had used up almost all of its physical strength and source power, and was almost weakened to the extreme, yet the moment it entered the inheritance space, its physical strength and source power, all of them, were recovering rapidly at an extremely unbelievable speed. It wasn't just little Song Xing, many of the new students present, including Xia Hanlin, were recovering quickly. It's worthy of being a secret realm created from a great emperor's imperial beast space. Xia Hanlin marveled, the inheritance space, moreover, is the core of the secret realm, with many incredible greatness. Other than that, if you can cultivate in the inheritance space, I'm afraid that a day can really be worth a year. So saying, she couldn't help but look at Leroy. She really suspected that Li Luo had once acquired a great emperor's inheritance and possessed a great emperor-level miniature space, and as long as he was in the middle of it to cultivate, a day could be worth a year. Otherwise, Li Luo's such a terrifying cultivation speed was truly unexplainable. Don't you look at me. Li Luo shrugged and said, a great emperor-level imperial beast space? I don't have such a supreme treasure. Such a supreme treasure, he really didn't have. However, Li Luo's own imperial beast space was equivalent to a miniature dragon realm. In terms of placements, it wouldn't necessarily be much less than a great empress-level imperial beast space. Leroy? Master. Not far away, Su Qingxue and Zhang Yao also spotted Li Luo and immediately greeted him. Originally Su Qingxue was still a little hesitant, until she saw Zhang Yao walk straight up, extremely natural to hold Li Luo's arm. Vaguely there is the intention of pampering, then a nameless fire came out, the ghost of God to follow up. Su Qingxue, Zhang Yao, and Xia Hanlin, the three goddesses among the freshmen, surrounded Li Luo with three different light aromas, as if they were snow lotus, peach blossom, and green leaves, simply refreshing. Many of the new students, soon noticing it as well, felt their hearts break. Three goddesses surrounded? Li Luo, you deserve to die. No wonder Xia Hanlin's points skyrocketed so fast, so it's because she met Li Luo. Is the elf hybrid taken down too? Li Luo, you're damn near more like a chimera than Zhang Yao. Hey, why wasn't it me who met Li Luo? In that case, I'll be able to reach second in the standings too. Brothers, I don't get it, what are you guys jealous of? Look at your double-digit points, then look at Li Luo's 180,000 points. All the freshmen combined don't have as many points as Li Luo alone, are you guys qualified to be jealous? Countless murmurs filled the entire inheritance space. Xia Hanlin stood beside Li Luo, quite a bit of a sense of urgency. After all, Su Qingxue, Zhang Yao, can be openly pursuing Li Luo. On the contrary, she was a chance encounter. On the contrary, Xia Hanlin was the one who had gotten the most out of it, and was directly on the points list, in second place. Apart from the cost of 50 million dasha coins, Xia Hanlin was also able to net a profit of 50 million dasha coins, which could be said to be a lot of money. The moment. Xia Hanlin stood beside Su Qingxue and Zhang Yao, facing the many gossips and gossip, and was quite unable to clarify her feelings. Su Qingxue's eyes were slightly strange. Vaguely, she seemed to resonate with Xia Hanlin. Is this feeling of not being able to clear up rumors finally something someone can understand? Su Qingxue was extremely emotional. Master. Zhang Yao pouted her little mouth, rather tasteless. How did you bring Xia Hanlin to second in the standings? Nothing. Happened between you guys, right? What do you say? Leroy smirked. Wrong, master. Zhang Yao panicked in her heart and hurriedly said, I shouldn't have questioned you. Between you two, surely nothing happened. Speaking of which, I have Leroy to thank for that. Xia Hanlin hurriedly said, I paid 50 million dasha coins to get Li Luo to agree to team up with me. As it turns out, these 50 million dasha coins are also absolutely worth their weight in gold. That's more Leroy's style. Su Qingxue was speechless for a while and said, he has purely and simply fallen into the eye of money, even challenging him requires a fee, let alone forming a team. However, the fact that you could be in the inheritance mystic realm and happen to meet Li Luo is indeed a reflection of good luck. Hey, how come the lucky one is not me? Jiang Yao skimmed her mouth and said, originally, I could have joined my master and fought side by side in the inheritance mystic realm, living a world of two. Instead, I met Su Qingxue, this annoying woman. If I didn't want to earn more points, I would have directly eliminated her. Jiang Yao, you can eliminate me? Su Qingxue sneered and said, don't forget, my realm is already at the transcendent mortal grade 3rd stage. You, on the other hand, are still at the transcendent mortal level 2nd stage. If not for my mercy, you would have been eliminated long ago. Don't be arrogant for a moment. When I acquire the inheritance, I'll immediately beat you down. Jiang Yao was instantly anxious. She was spoken for. When she initially encountered Su Qingxue, Jiang Yao did think of eliminating Su Qingxue from the competition, but Su Qingxue's realm, which had indeed been elevated to the 3rd stage of the transcendent mortal grade, directly opened up the gap in strength. Weak chimera. Su Qingxue was very pleased with herself and hummed out softly. Wasn't it for the sake of suppressing Jiang Yao that she had practiced so hard? As for Li Luo, she had completely lost her competitive heart. The gap was just too great. It would undoubtedly be a form of torture if she still saw Leroy as a competitor. Not far. Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yui, the 3 SS-class demons, hidden amongst the crowd without revealing their aura in the slightest, couldn't help but reveal a baffled expression as they listened to the many freshmen's comments. Is there really someone in this class of freshmen who has points that have reached 100,000 points? Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but say, didn't Li Luo? He only cultivate for 7 days, 180,000 points? What kind of demon is he to be able to cultivate for a week, and then subdue countless ferocious beasts, and even put down small beast tides, all directly? Holy, SSS-Rank talent, is it that unbelievable? Su Yui was also speechless, shocked. We have worked so hard to upgrade our S-grade talent to SS grade. But even so, compared to Li Luo, we are too inferior. The 3 SS-ranked demons, Lu Tianfeng and Su Yui, were from the same class, and were all initially S-ranked in talent, and were subsequently upgraded to SS rank after obtaining a chance. Only Jining, who started out with SS grade talent. SS level, Dragon Vein, is a passive type of talent. In the realm of low, it is comparable to the S level, so Jining in the newborn, into the inheritance of the secret realm, there is no particularly bright achievements, only after the realm continues to improve, only to finally reveal the sharpness. He's Leroy. Jining's eyes, vaguely flashing with complex colors, secretly said, a year ago, I once took the initiative to go to worship Xiafei, but even the face of Xiafei could not get to see. Li Luo, at the time of awakening his talent, Xiafei personally appeared and accepted him as a disciple. The realm is transcendent mortal grade 7th stage? Only 1 week of cultivation, and you broke through from awakening level 1st stage to transcendent mortal level 7th stage. Transcendent level 7th stage just suppressed the small beast tide and reached 180,000 points. Such a horrible cultivation speed, the same level of combat power is superb, enough to make countless Imperial Dragon Masters are unable to look at their backs. No wonder Xiafei will personally accept the apprentice. After Xiafei refused to take on a disciple, a Holy Spirit level Dragon Master stepped in to take Jining as a disciple, providing many resources, which allowed Jining's realm to rise so quickly. But she could never understand it. SS rank passive type talent, Dragon Pulse. Jining was incomparably confident that as long as she grew up, she would even be able to take over the position of Concubine Xia and become the next first Dragon Master, so why was she still unable to get into Concubine Xia's eyes? Until this moment. It was only then that Jining was truly relieved. I'm not as good as him. In Jining's eyes, a color of sigh flashed, but she quickly recovered, secretly saying, however, I have after all cultivated for 2 more years than Li Luo. As an SS rank demon, I can still have a second chance to obtain an inheritance. As long as I can obtain a top-level Saint grade inheritance, I may not be unable to go hand in hand with Li Luo and always press him. Chapter 57, Inheritance Choice opens. Imperial Serpent Ancient Sage. True Dragon Academy, thousands of students, countless heavenly pride, demons in the. Jining is also recognized as the strongest, even Lu Tianfeng are willing to bow to the wind. Just 2 years of cultivation time, from the awakening level, broke through to the 10th step of the Lord level, the distance to break through the Monarch level, only a hair's breadth away. What kind of natural talent is this? It wasn't much worse than the summer concubine back then. Quite a number of giant jackasses existed, all of them believing that Jining was the second Xia concubine, representing the chi of the royal dragon master's lineage. The moment. Jining, however, from the bottom of her heart, decided that she was inferior to Li Luo. The difference is too great. It was not the first time Ji Ning had come to the inheritance space. However, all students of the True Dragon Academy possessed at least one opportunity to enter the secret realm of inheritance and obtain the inheritance. 2 years ago, Ji Ning had entered the inheritance secret realm. That time, her performance was mediocre, even the top 10 of the scoreboard did not go in, but she showed SS grade Dragon Vein talent, obtained a holy rank inheritance, and from then on, she stepped forward, realm, strength, changing all the time, and among the thousands of students in the True Dragon Academy, she realized the top. But when Ji Ning compared to Li Luo, cultivation less than a week, broke through to the transcendental level of the 7th stage, but also suppressed the beast tide, the scoreboard topped the list, breaking 100,000 points. Even if she was strong inside, she had to admit that Li Luo's talent and qualifications were heaven-defying, and she had no idea how much more powerful than her. Lord level 10? Ji Ning had no doubt that in just a year's time, Li Luo would be able to break through to the 10th step of the Lord rank. With just 2 years' time, he would be able to break through to the Monarch level, and even have his realm override hers. I still have a chance. Ji Ning's eyes flashed with a touch of determination. Legacy secrets. Any SS class demon would have a second chance to enter the inheritance mystic realm after breaking through the Lord level. That was why Ji Ning, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yui appeared in the inheritance space, waiting to obtain the second inheritance. The first inheritance I acquired was left by a newly promoted Saint Spirit level Dragon Royal Master named Blood Dragon Saint. Although the Blood Dragon Saint was not considered strong amongst the saints, his inheritance is the most suitable for me, and it contains records of an unknown number of dragon bloodlines. Ji Ning pondered briefly and secretly said, the second inheritance, it had better be the Dragon Saint inheritance, which can also be considered one of the strongest among the holy rank inheritances. Rumor has it that the Dragon Saint, who has long since reached the extreme of the Holy Spirit level, failed to break through the Emperor realm and eventually died. If I can obtain the Dragon Saint's inheritance, in the future, when I break through to the Holy Spirit level, I may not be unable to upgrade my SS grade Dragon Vein talent to SSS grade. Many thoughts flashed by. Ji Ning's eyes slowly became firm. When she entered the inheritance space, she had already thought about it. Dragon Saint Legacy. That was her ultimate goal. Rumble. The entire inheritance space was trembling. Look. A freshman was shocked, the stars of the heavens are lit up. A rock starts 1,000 waves. The many legacies included in the inheritance space will finally begin to choose their inheritors. The stars in the sky, there are at least tens of thousands of inheritances, right? Unfortunately, you can't be greedy for more, you can only choose one. I don't ask for much, as long as a monarch level inheritance, I'll be satisfied. Hey! Most of the freshmen are actually unable to acquire an inheritance. You need at least an A rank talent to steadily acquire a monarch level inheritance. With an S rank talent, there's a high probability that you can acquire a gigantic inheritance. Even Yen Duan, as an SS class demon, isn't bound to be able to acquire a saint level inheritance. I'm curious now, Li Luo's points, reaching an incomparably astonishing 180,000, displaying such a heaven-defying qualification. How many inheritances will he be able to obtain recognition from? I'm afraid that even the topmost saint-ranked inheritance will choose Li Luo? Countless new students, shocked, lamenting, apprehensive, anticipating. An unknown number of emotions are brewing. There are even many gazes that are cast to where Li Luo is, filled with marvel, envy, and jealousy. To name a few. Heritage. Su Qingxue slightly raised her head and looked towards the star curtain high in the sky. The infinite stars lit up, and some of the stars that were filled with an icy cold aura seemed to have formed some sort of connection with Su Qingxue, allowing her to achieve a clear perception. It seems like there are 12 monarch-level inheritances and 3 giant jaguar-level inheritances that have chosen me. Jiang Yao's heart trembled slightly, but she couldn't help but regret it, saying, it's a pity that I didn't obtain the recognition of the holy rank inheritance. Humph, it's your loss that you didn't choose me. When I metamorphose into a SS rank talent and my realm breaks through to the Lord rank, I'll make another trip to the inheritance space and make you all climb high. She gave a soft grunt, extremely displeased. Eventually, Jiang Yao chose a giant inheritance, called the King of Confusion, which could charm people's hearts. Although it wasn't Jiang Yao's most desired giant inheritance, it was still extremely good, and the fit with Jiang Yao could be considered extremely high. 13 monarch-level inheritances and 5 gigantic inheritances? Su Qingxue pursed her lips and said, in the end, one can only choose one. She glanced at Jiang Yao and seemed a bit pleased with herself, infuriating Jiang Yao. Ice-type Imperial Beast Masters are already more common than Spirit-type Imperial Demon Masters. What does it mean if you acquire a few more inheritances? Jiang Yao was extremely unconvinced. Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk. Su Qingxue narrowed her eyes and laughed. Hey, it's so hard to choose. Jiang Yao. She was utterly speechless. Eventually, Su Qingxue chose a giant Deng-level inheritance called the Snow Emperor's Inheritance, which was especially good at creating icy environments, and was also extremely compatible with Su Qingxue's cultivation path. With an S-rank talent, is it finally impossible to obtain a holy rank inheritance? In Xia Hanlan's eyes, a touch of loss flashed and she sighed. 16 monarch-level inheritances, 6 giant Jurassic-level inheritances, after all, you can only choose one of them. Su Qingxue, Jiang Yao, all couldn't help but give a sideways glance, but it quickly dawned on them that Xia Hanlan, following Li Luo, could be said to be out of the limelight, and the selection of the inheritance space was based on the performance in the inheritance secret realm, as well as the inheritor's own natural talent, and Xia Hanlan, as the second on the points list, naturally had a great advantage. In the end, Xia Hanlan similarly chose a giant Jiao-level inheritance, called the Spirit Emperor Inheritance, which could imperialize the invisible spirit bodies in the natural world, thus enhancing the auxiliary ability, which could be considered extremely powerful. Boom! Above the vault of heaven, a star that quietly lit up. It was much brighter than any other star. That's the Holy Order Inheritance. Among the crowd, Shi Yang exclaimed, surprisingly, someone has gained the recognition of the Holy Rank Inheritance. Dazzling starlight, falling from the sky. Yen Dust felt something in his heart and immediately took a step out, bathing in the starlight inside. There is only one Holy Rank Inheritance that has chosen me? The inheritance of the Imperial Serpent Ancient Saint? Surprisingly, it's an ancient great saint? Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice instantly. A ray of eyes, however, couldn't help but look towards the crowd, in the direction of Lu Tianfeng. The Imperial Serpent Ancient Sage, among the saints, also had a great reputation. The reason is simple. The Imperial Serpent Ancient Sage, a Saint Spirit-level royal beast master of the Stormtrooper stream, could command endless serpentine ferocious beasts to form a legion, almost a one-man army, and could be considered the most terrifying Saint Spirit level. Yen Duan had obtained the inheritance of the Imperial Serpent Ancient Sage, and in the future, he would surely take the route of the Stormtrooper stream, so naturally, he would fight against Lu Tianfeng, who was also of the Stormtrooper stream, against each other. Chapter 58 Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, Fighting Saint. The entire audience was shocked. The Imperial Serpent Ancient Saint? Lu Tianfeng revealed an amused smile and said, Yen Duan, your realm, after all, is too low. I'll give you time to catch up. As long as you can catch up, I'll fight you myself. A few bold words, but it was hard to hide the touch of pity in the depths of Lu Tianfeng's eyes. My foolish schoolmate, after all, you still don't understand that the tyrannical soldier stream Imperial Beast Master, underneath the shiny exterior, lurks but the essence of poverty. Lu Tianfeng secretly said, this path, poverty is always with me. I hope you can still laugh after you truly become a Stormtrooper stream Royal Beast Master. In the meantime, several dazzling starlights lit up one after another. Lu Tianfeng, Su Yuyu, and Ji Ning's bodies were all covered in starlight. At this point, it took many new students to recognize these 3 SS-class demons. That's Senior Lu, Senior Su, and Senior Ji Ning. I should have thought of it, these 3 seniors and sisters, but they are all SS-grade demons, naturally they can obtain the second inheritance. Worthy of being an SS-class demon, it's true that you've gained the recognition of the Holy Rank Inheritance. Lu Tianfeng, Su Yuyu, and Ji Ning, their fame can be considered great, and is by no means limited to the True Dragon School. Even in the Kirin School and Phoenix School, they are also prestigious, and even once ascended to the battlefield of the foreign races, and killed quite a few of the foreign races' heavenly prides, and raised the fame of our human race. These 3 SS-class demons, all of them had gained the recognition of the Holy Rank Inheritance, yet no one was surprised, as if it was supposed to be like this. Ghost Saint Inheritance? Su Yuyu was pleasantly surprised, that's not bad. Insect Saint Inheritance? Lu Tianfeng's eyes lit up, and he secretly said, the Bug Saint, in the Stormtrooper stream lineage, is also extremely famous, and is by no means limited to the Ant clan, but includes the Mosquito clan, the Butterfly clan. Many bug royal beasts, all of which are capable of storming the army. After the euphoria, in Lu Tianfeng's heart, it was hard to hide the bitterness. It is well known that Lu Tianfeng cultivates a super rank secret method, and can break through the realm by contracting only one imperial beast. After all, just cultivating that Song Jie Ant Queen has exhausted all of Lu Tianfeng's resources. Now, having acquired the Insect Saint inheritance, he would have to contract the Mother Emperor bodies of many insect races and embark on the path of different kinds of insect mobs. Vaguely. It was as if Lu Tianfeng could hear the sound of wallets shattering. Stormtroop flow, strong is strong. But it is just too bitter. Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but sigh, wanting to cry. Only the Earth Dragon Ancient Sage, the Fire Dragon Ancient Sage, and the Three-Headed Dragon Sage, the three holy ranked inheritances, chose me? Jining was a little disappointed. The Earth Dragon Ancient Saint, the Fire Dragon Ancient Saint, and the Three-Headed Dragon Saint, all had one thing in common: all practiced a holy level mystic method, which could share the bloodline of the contracted dragons, thus allowing their own battle power to become extremely exaggerated, which was also the reason why Jinang was chosen. But her true goal, after all, was still that one Dragon Saint inheritance that was the most powerful among the Imperial Dragon Masters. Dragon Sage. Jining slowly raised her head, staring tightly at the sky above, that one gray star, like a holy dragon, but it was sleeping, isolated from all disturbances. Suddenly, that one star bloomed with an incomparably dazzling light. Does it mean that? A flash of hope flashed through Jining's heart. If she could obtain the Dragon Saint inheritance, no matter what other kind of inheritance, including the Earth Dragon Ancient Saint, the Fire Dragon Ancient Saint, and the Three-Headed Dragon Saint, she could do without it. Dragon Saint inheritance? A bland voice, in the inheritance space, quietly sounded. Leroy took a step. Endless starlight dazzled and gathered all eyes on the field, becoming the center of attention. In the sky above Li Luo, thousands of stars, flickering with faint light, surprisingly represented thousands of monarch-level and gigantic inheritances, and between the constant flickering, they were actually competing to try to get Li Luo to choose. Holy! Thousands of inheritances have all chosen Li Luo? I'm afraid this is the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters, all of the Monarch and Giant rank legacies, right? Is this the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon Talent, known as the origin of all dragon talents? It's inevitably too heaven-defying. Thousands of inheritances is by no means Li Luo's limit, but the limit of the Royal Dragon Master lineage. No, even the Sacred Rank inheritance, there are a dozen of them, shows Li Luo. Among them, it also includes the Dragon Saint inheritance. In addition, there are even the Battle Saint and the Combat Saint, two top-tier Saint-ranked inheritances that are on par with the Dragon Saint. What would Leroy choose? The whole room rocked. Surrounded by stars, Li Luo was in incomparably stark contrast to the other so-called S-ranked heavenly prides, which were SS-ranked demons. The Dragon Saint inheritance, did it really choose him? The corner of Jining's mouth could not hide her bitterness as she secretly said, yes, the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon Talent, the origin of all dragon talents. Theoretically, everything of the Imperial Dragon Master can't be separated from the Ancestral Dragon Talent scope. So, even if Li Luo obtains the recognition of the Imperial Dragon Master's lineage, all the inheritance, it seems to be a matter of course. She stared tightly at Li Luo, a touch of powerlessness flashed in her heart, and finally chose the inheritance of the Three-Headed Dragon Saint. This inheritance, in addition to sharing a dragon vein, can also cultivate two dragon split souls, carrying two additional dragon bloodlines, and is most suitable for Jining. But if it was compared to the Dragon Saint, the Victory Overcoming, and the Fighting Saint, the three top-tier Saint-ranked inheritances? That would be far worse. Surprisingly acquiring the recognition of so many inheritances? Su Yuyu was shocked. Li Luo, how is he going to choose? How envious. Lu Tianfeng couldn't wait to pound his chest, secretly saying, the Royal Dragon Master lineage, with top-notch battle power, if there is a legacy, it's even better all the way. How did I choose the Stormtrooper stream, this path of no return? Dragon Sage, Battle Sage, and Do Sage, they're all legacies that are second only to the Emperor level. If I can acquire the Dragon Saint inheritance, I'll be able to directly switch to the Dragon Race Stormtrooper stream, commanding endless dragons. What a sight! If I can acquire the Battle Saint inheritance, countless Ant Clan soldiers, battle intent condensed. As for the Battle Saint? It takes a deadly battle to become stronger. I'll directly let the Ant Clan soldiers kill each other, thus raising compulsion. Holy! A top-tier Saint-rank inheritance, who wouldn't covet it? Lu Tianfeng stared tightly at Li Luo, extremely eager to know what kind of choice Li Luo would make. At the same time, countless gazes were also watching in anticipation of Li Luo's move, but they were shocked to find that Li Luo's eyes, always staring at the sky dome above, didn't even bother to look at the countless stars that surrounded him. What's Leroy up to? Why doesn't he make a choice? Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fighting Saint, these three top-tier Saint-rank inheritances are still not enough to satisfy him? Above the star curtain, there are still 3 of the most massive, magnificent stars that still haven't lit up. Could it be that Li Luo is really delusional and wants to obtain the great emperor's inheritance? The freshmen present were all completely shocked by Li Luo's actions. But on second thought, they thought that Li Luo had gone through all the trouble of displaying such a terrifying battle power and reaching the point of 180,000 points, but wasn't it just to invoke the rules of the inheritance mystery realm, so that the 3 great emperor inheritances would show up? That was a great emperor's inheritance. Even if there is only a slight chance, who would give up? He really wants to seek the great emperor's inheritance. Su Qingshua's eyes flashed through a ripple, but she couldn't help but sigh, saying, unfortunately, even if it was a monarch-level or giant dragon-level inheritance from another faction, they didn't choose Li Luo. The inheritance of the 3 great emperors, but none of them are from the royal dragon master lineage, so how would they choose to entrust their inheritance to a juvenile ancestral dragon? Su Qingshua's words also spoke to the hearts of the people present. Under countless questioning, mocking eyes, Leroy, however, stood firm. Wow! Above the star curtain, the 3 stars located at the very top, which seemed to suppress countless stars, slowly ignited. Chapter 59 Devil Emperor, Vine Emperor, Amazing Emperor. Inheritance of Completeness? The first star suddenly lit up. It seemed that there was a boundless demonic aura encroaching on the earth, a supreme heavenly demon standing above the heavens, and an extremely bizarre demonic head encircling it, wanting to turn the entire Imperial Beast's world into a realm of demonic shenanigans. Kid, are you the one who awakened this seat? A voice filled with endless compulsion echoed in the inheritance space. Just one voice alone made all the people present lose their minds. The Demon Emperor. Zhang Yao's eyes, incomparably mesmerized, couldn't help but murmur out, almost turning into a frenzy as she trembled and said, Demon Emperor, the rising great emperor of the royal demon master lineage, symbolizing the ultimate of the demon path. It is said that the Devil Emperor's voice contains endless compulsion. The Devil Emperor's eyes can be transformed into the evil realm and the devil realm, a dual realm. The Demon Emperor's soul symbolizes endless sin. The body of a Demon Emperor can suppress all realms. Zhang Yao couldn't help herself, almost worshipping the boundless, pitch-black star above the dome of the sky. For any royal demon master, the Demon Emperor was almost equivalent to faith, just as the lineage of royal dragon masters, for the worship of Dragon Zun. Demon Emperor Senior. Li Luo slightly arched his hand, but he was not humble. He carefully surveyed the dark star, reflecting the shadow of the heavenly demon, but he couldn't help but ponder. The Devil Emperor's inheritance is not within my consideration. The Devil Realm was already hostile to the Summer Kingdom, not to mention, the Devil Emperor also rebelled against the human race and defected to the Devil Realm. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, if he acquires the Demon Emperor's inheritance, he will be directly bound to the Demon Emperor, and will be equivalent to the Holy Son of the Royal Demon Master lineage. Imperial Demon Saint's son? If it is the second, or even the third inheritance, I might choose the Demon Emperor's inheritance. As for now, I am only entering the inheritance space for the first time, and choosing the Demon Emperor's inheritance will undoubtedly incur countless troubles for myself. Many thoughts, constantly colliding. Li Luo's style of action, despite the indulgence, seemingly without scruples, but also based on his identity, as well as the background above, is not really 100 taboos. Moreover, Li Luo was not limited to choosing the Demon Emperor's inheritance, so he would naturally weigh the pros and cons. SSS grade talent, Ancestral Dragon? The Devil Emperors will cast his eyes and quickly peered into Li Luo's talent origin, and was a bit disappointed, shaking his head. I didn't expect that the Dragonfather's ancestral dragon talent would have reappeared in the world. Unfortunately, the ancestral dragon's talent is in no way compatible with the devil's way that this seed cultivates. TSK, kid, I advise you to give up before it's too late. Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fighting Saint, these are the 3 top-level Saint class inheritances, you can just choose one of them. In the true dragon mysterious realm, the 3 great emperor inheritances, the Demon Emperor, the Vine Emperor, and the Amazing Emperor, are all unsuitable for you. The words fell. The Devil Emperor's will, in an instant, fell into a deep sleep. Despite being interested in the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, he was only a residual will that was only responsible for delivering the inheritance. If it wasn't for the spirit of the secret realm, triggering the rules of inheritance, the Devil Emperor wills that he will not show up at all. Little devil, you're a bachelor. A warm voice, as if the rubbing of forest trees in the inheritance space, slowly echoed. Wow! A second star suddenly ignited. It was like endless vines, wrapping the heavens and transforming them into a world full of emerald green vines, full of endless vitality. A heavenly vine in this world, connecting heaven and earth. Such a scene made the crowd present, all of them, tremble. That's the Vine Emperor's core imperial plant, the Ascendant Vine. Rumor has it that the Heaven Ascending Vine connects heaven and earth. If you can pass through the Heaven Ascending Vine and travel to the sky above, you will ascend to heaven in a single step. Even a waste can instantly become a giant existence. Above the Vine of Ascension, that illusory emerald green and absolutely beautiful figure, I'm afraid it's the Vine Emperor's will. The Vine Emperor inheritance, in the lineage of imperial plant masters, it's also considered one of the strongest inheritances. The crowd. Suji's eyes, trembling violently, stared tightly at the silhouette of the ascending vine, simply longing for it to the extreme. As an imperial plant master, the main plant life that Suji had contracted was the vine lineage. In the conception of vine-type imperial planters, the most extreme vine life was the ascendant vine. When looking at the history of the imperial planters, only the Vine Emperor had cultivated the ascending vine. If I can obtain the Vine Emperor's legacy. In Suji's eyes, endless longing flashed through, and then it was completely extinguished, feeling endless bitterness as he sighed darkly, with an S-class talent, wanting to obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance? Unless, I can awaken a plant-based SSS Great Imperial Beast talent. Senior Vine Emperor. Leroy slightly saluted. For the Vine Emperor, he would have to be much more respectful. Unlike the Devil Emperor, who rebelled against the human race. Vine Emperor, but for the sake of the Xia Kingdom, he gave up everything. Among the emperors, the Vine Emperor's lifespan can be considered the longest, but at the time of his greatest splendor, he encountered the invasion of the demon realm. When the endless demon race descended upon the Summer Kingdom. The Vine Emperor used the Vine of Ascension to completely block off the demon realm's realm passage, but he was ambushed by a demon emperor and ended up dead. None of the great emperors of the realms were afraid of the Vine Emperor. The reason is simple. The ascending vine, which could easily open up the realm passage. As long as the Xia Kingdom gradually grew stronger, one day it would be possible to use the Ascension Vine to counterattack the demon realm, instead of only being able to defend it. In that battle, the Vine Emperor was extremely sublimely sublimated and strangled the Demon Emperor, but he also exhausted all of his life essence and fell completely before long. Sadly. Oh. The Vine Emperor's will was interested, sensing Li Luo's heartfelt respect, and laughed softly, I'm quite favorably disposed towards you. Unfortunately, your SSS Great Ancestral Dragon talent can't contract the hatchling of the Heaven Ascending Vine. Therefore, this inheritance, I will not hand it over to you. Despite the softness of the voice, the firmness contained in it was by no means shakeable. This statement was made. The crowd was completely shocked. What does the Vine Emperor mean? Contracting the ascending vine seedling? Could it be that the Vine Emperor's inheritance contains a seedling of the Heaven Ascending Vine? OMG. It's crazy. As long as you acquire the Vine Emperor's legacy, you can contract a Deng Tian vine? This. Holy, why haven't I awakened my SSS-ranked plant system talent? A short sentence that made countless students almost go crazy. Ascendant Vine. Plant life destined to become an emperor. It was not even close to the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon contracted by concubine Xia. There will be opportunities. Leroy smiled slightly. The fact that he looked so calm instead caused the Vine Emperor's will to be surprised. The Vine Emperor will's perception of the human heart could be described as extremely sharp, and she was slightly shocked that Li Luo actually felt from the bottom of his heart that he could obtain the Vine Emperor's inheritance as long as he was willing to do so. Boom! The third star suddenly ignited. The endless blazing fiery amazement seemed to burn the entire inheritance space, completely. If the demon star and vine star that were lit up in front are still considered stars. The fiery amazement that is lit up at this moment is transformed into a sun. Interesting kid. An incomparably cheerful laughter echoed in the inheritance space. A majestic figure wearing a red-colored robe, sitting on his knees above the amazing sun, looked at Li Luo with interest and laughed, Kid, if your second imperial beast is willing to contract a fire dragon race, I will go against the will of the main body and pick out a portion of the irrelevant inheritance and hand it over to your hands. Of course, the true core inheritance can certainly not be handed over to you. However, even if it's just some edges, it's still far better than the inheritance of some battle saint, fighting saint, or dragon saint. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Amazing Emperor Will was extremely straightforward. He looked at Li Luo, the overriding battle spirit, more and more heart, so that he seemed to see his own self once when he was a teenager, under the feeling, even willing to share a part of the inheritance, handed over to Li Luo. The words fell. The people present looked at each other in disbelief. Crazy. Part of the amazing emperor's legacy? Even if it's only a tiny portion, it's still a great emperor's inheritance. Li Luo's luck, it's so good? That's right. Li Luo's SSS grade ancestral dragon talent can be contracted as long as he is a dragon race. Among the dragon race, the fire dragon lineage, which is extremely powerful, may not be without a trace of a match with the amazing emperor inheritance. Unfortunately, after all, it's not an SSS-ranked fire talent to obtain the complete amazing emperor's inheritance. The entire inheritance space was exploding. Leroy, say yes. Su Qingxue hurriedly spoke out, saying, this is a part of the amazing emperor's inheritance. Master. Zhang Yao was also incomparably anxious. To this, Leroy just raised his hand. Elder amazing emperor. Leroy slowly stepped forward and softly said, please allow me to refuse. The amazing emperor frowned tightly, as if there were infinite fiery Amazons burning, vaguely already having a hint of sulking, and coldly said, do you know what you're missing out on? Elder has misunderstood. Li Luo shook his head and smiled, saying, the late generation is not rejecting the inheritance of the predecessor, but what the late generation wants is not a part of the amazing emperor's inheritance, but what the amazing emperor's predecessor left behind, the complete inheritance. Chapter 60, second on the talent list, SSS grade talent, source amazingness. Ha 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 ha. The amazing emperors will looked at Li Luo, almost unable to suppress a laugh. His eyes were even flashing with admiration, as well as sulky coldness, such contradictory eyes, but they were intertwined. He recognized Li Luo more and more. After all, the young amazing emperor was also so spirited, and could not wait to take all the benefits into his pocket, but he huffed at Li Luo's greed and ignorance. If it weren't for the rules of the secret realm, I wouldn't have shown myself at all. The amazing emperors will said coldly, you should know that if I didn't appreciate your character, I wouldn't even grant you part of the inheritance. You want the complete amazing emperor inheritance? On what basis? On the basis of your SSS grade ancestral dragon talent? Sincerely, the ancestral dragon talent, on the talent list, ranks in the top 3. But do you know that the SSS rank talent that I have awakened is ranked at what number? The amazing emperors will look down at Li Luo. He was still willing to give Li Luo a chance, otherwise he would never have said so much. However, as long as Li Luo's answer was slightly off, the amazing emperors would put away all good feelings, and even part of the amazing emperor's inheritance would be grudgingly bestowed. The SSS grade talent awakened by the amazing emperor senior is located at the 11th position on the talent list and is called Starfire. Li Luo's expression, still as usual, slowly said, a star's fire can start a prairie fire. This SSS grade talent can be called one of the strongest fire talents, second only to the source amazing that ranks second on the talent list. The amazing emperor's talent is almost unparalleled in the past, so latecomers naturally know about it. Starfire, compared to the ancestral dragon, so what? The amazing emperors will coldly said. Only slightly less. Li Luo was not humble and said, it's barely a match. Then how dare you say that with the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, you are going to obtain the complete inheritance of this seat, such a laughable statement? The voice of the amazing emperors will exploded like a heavenly fire, seeming to burn everything in the world to ashes. Those who were present could not help but tremble. When the amazing emperor is angry, the red earth is 1,000 miles away. Leroy, it's completely over. Lu Tianfeng was shocked. Rumor has it that when the amazing emperor was alive, in a fit of rage, he once burned a realm completely to the ground, and I don't know how many living beings perished with it. I don't know what I'm talking about. Su Yuyu sighed. How dare you be so greedy that a part of the amazing emperor's inheritance, unable to satisfy, threatens to want the complete amazing emperor's inheritance. The lineage of the imperial dragon masters, reaching out to claim the complete legacy of the amazing emperor. Leroy, it's crossed the line. Su Yuyu's gaze towards Li Luo had flashed a hint of pity. Angering the inherited will of a great emperor? What a stupidity. Need to know. With the 3 great emperors, the authority in the inheritance mystic realm. The amazing emperor could even directly deprive Li Luo of the opportunity to obtain any kind of inheritance. Leroy. Jining's eyes, slightly different, sullenly said, he shouldn't be so stupid, right? Could it be that he really has the certainty that he can convince the amazing emperor's will to obtain the complete amazing emperor's inheritance? This thought lingered in Jining's mind. The more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became. If Li Luo can really obtain the complete amazing emperor's inheritance. No! Jining's eyes, gradually clearing over, shook her head repeatedly, secretly saying, this matter is absolutely impossible. Amazing emperor, what kind of existence? SSS-Rank talent, Starfire. Ranked second among fire talents. With amazing emperor's character, would he truly place the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent in his eyes? Jining quickly firms up. SSS-Rank talent, ancestral dragon. It was absolutely impossible to impress the amazing emperor's will. Elder amazing emperor. Li Luo shook his head and smiled, saying, the late generation has never said that the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent is the late generation's reliance. The words fell. The people in the room, all of them, were in disbelief. What does that mean? SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, not reliance. What is Li Luo's real reliance when he wants to obtain the complete amazing emperor inheritance? Li Luo is completely insane. He is purely delusional and too thirsty for the amazing emperor's inheritance to suffer from hysteria. Tisk, could it be that Li Luo has also awakened a second SSS grade imperial beast talent? Just, how is this possible? Many of the freshmen, looking at Li Luo, had already taken on mockery. None of them could understand why Li Luo, who could have gotten everything they could only look up to, would be so greedy as to risk getting nothing to obtain the amazing emperor's inheritance? Obviously, you only need to be honest and choose one of the Dragon Saint, Battle Saint, and Fighting Saint, the 3 top Saint-ranked inheritances, to surpass everyone, so why do you still want to be like this? Oh? The amazing emperors will reveal a look of interest as he laughed softly. Could it be that you have also awakened a second talent for royalty beasts? TSK, you don't want to swindle me. SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, which can diffuse all dragon lineage talents, naturally including the SS grade talent of the fire dragon lineage. Only, no matter what kind of SS grade talent, it will not be able to enter the eyes of this seat. Kid. Your guts are not bad. As long as you can display any SSS ranked fire talent, even if it's the reverse flame, which is at the bottom of the list of SSS ranked fire talents, this seat will hand over the complete amazing emperor's inheritance to you. The amazing emperors will carefully sized up Li Luo, but the corner of his mouth brought a hint of mockery, saying, but if you intend to swindle me, or if you can't give me a satisfactory answer. Let alone the amazing emperor's inheritance, you can't dabble in it for a single point, and even if it's the other saintly inheritances that recognize you, you'll never want to acquire one of them. Of course, this seat will also be merciful and allow you to choose one of the many monarch and giant level inheritances. Ha ha ha, thousands of monarch and giant inheritances, you should make a good selection. A word full of mockery and bad taste. The people present looked at each other in disbelief. Dual imperial beast talents are extremely rare, not one in a million. Even if they occasionally appear, they are only awakening 2 low-grade imperial beast talents at the same time, so they can't make waves. The amazing emperor's will's request is actually for Li Luo to awaken 2 SSS grade talents at the same time? Double SSS grade talent, what kind of terrifying natural talent is this? Looking at the entire history of the human race, it has only appeared 3 times, creating the 3 most magnificent great emperor existences in the history of the human race. Li Luo awakening the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent is already a stunning talent that can suppress an era. If he also awakens a second SSS grade talent, how heaven-defying would it be? Everyone present shook their heads. Dual SSS ranked talents, near legendary. In the entire history of the human race, it had only appeared 3 times, each creating the 3 most magnificent emperors in the history of the human race. The Dragon Father, too, could only be on par with the 3 emperors. Elder amazing emperor, you underestimate me. Li Luo laughed aloud and said, the second talent that I have awakened is not some inverse flame that ranks 120th on the talent list. Rather, on the talent list, ranked second, source amazing. Boom! A strand of red-colored flame, slowly spreading. In the end, it turned into a mediocre fire. This is... The amazing emperors will stare tightly at that wisp of fire. It seemed to be plain and ordinary, but it made the amazing emperors will feel incomparably shocked, only to feel that this wisp of fire seemed to contain the origin of all the flames in the world, as if it was the beginning of all the fiery flames. Surprisingly, it's really an SSS grade talent, source amazing? The Vine Emperor's will, who had always watched, was completely shocked at this moment and lost his voice. Rumor has it that the SSS grade source amazing talent is the first flame of all the heavens, symbolizing the origin of all flames, and is the fire of civilization, the blazing fire, the icy fire, the ordinary fire, and even more so, the extraordinary divine amazing. You actually awakened the SSS grade talent, source amazing? Double SSS grade talent, ancestral dragon, source amazing. Talent list, ranked in the top 3 of the 2 SSS grade talent, how can you have at the same time? Even the Vine Emperor's will was simply unable to maintain calm. I chow. Me chow 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 chow. Li Luo actually really awakened the second SSS grade talent, or is it source amazing, whose rank is still above ancestral dragon on the talent list? On the talent rankings, the SSS rank talents that are located in the top 3 are not supposed to be high or low. But Li Luo unexpectedly possesses 2 SSS grade talents that are ranked in the top 3 at the same time. With such a terrifying qualification, I'm afraid that even suppressing countless errors would be easy. Leroy, you're hiding too deep as well. The countless students present were shocked to the core. Even if it was unbelievable, the sight in front of him, as well as the shocking words of the Vine Emperor's will, were undoubtedly the best proof. Source amazing. Surprisingly, it's source amazing. The amazing Emperor's will was almost insane as he laughed out loud. When one hears of the Tao, one can die in the evening. If the main body was alive when he could see this strand of source amazingness and glimpse the origin of the Tao of flame, would he have fallen? Unfortunately, he can't see it after all. The amazing Emperor's will's loss of temper caused the Vine Emperor's will to sigh. Of the 3 great emperors, the amazing emperor was the oldest, and the amazing emperor only ended up falling after failing to impact the emperor realm and compromising his origin. Source amazing represents the ultimate of all flames. The Vine Emperor couldn't help but shake his head, secretly saying, if the amazing emperor could have possessed a strand of source amazing when he was alive and used it to study, perhaps there would really be a hope to achieve that supreme position of emperor. Elder amazing emperor. Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and laughed lightly. I wonder if I can qualify and obtain the complete amazing emperor's inheritance. Chapter 61 Amazing Emperor Inheritance. Emperor's son? From the very beginning, Li Luo's goal was the amazing emperor inheritance. The Devil Emperor, who had once betrayed the human race, whether or not there was a hidden agenda, Li Luo did not want to touch it. As for the Vine Emperor's inheritance, just a single ascendant vine seedling was enough to dissuade it. In any other person's place, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist contracting a seedling of the heavenly ascension vine. Leroy was different. The vine of ascension? In terms of bloodline, it was equivalent to the Emperor Dragon species, and the daily rental fee was only 5 million daxia coins. In contrast, it is to undertake the karma of the Ascension Vine, will certainly be hostile to the Xia kingdom of the world's great emperors, as a thorn in the side, a thorn in the flesh, even the Xia princess may not be able to protect him. The only thing that was most appropriate was the amazing emperor's legacy. In terms of realm, the amazing emperor was also the strongest among the 3 great emperors, reaching the extreme of the emperor realm, only failing to break through to the emperor realm before eventually falling. Boy! The amazing emperor willed his heart to be greatly relieved and said freely, "You're so rampant and careless in your posture, it's really the same as when I was young. If you want the complete amazing emperor inheritance, this seat will grant it to you, so what? From now on, you are my amazing emperor, the only orthodox inheritor, and in the lineage of fire imperial beastmasters, your status is equal to that of an imperial son." A free-flowing speech, but it was a manifestation of the amazing emperor's bosom, as fiery as a flame, yet as vast as a prairie fire. "Thank you, Elder." Leroy smiled and saluted. Wow! A flash of light. The starlight of thousands of stars, including the light of the inheritance of the battle saint, the fighting saint, and the dragon saint, all dissipated without a trace. In Li Luo's body, the only thing that burned extremely brightly was a ray of starfire. "Come on, you." The amazing emperor smiled freely. He casually waved his hand, and the boundless starfire wrapped Li Luo, and the amazing emperor, together with Li Luo, disappeared without a trace. Amazing Emperor, you're so lucky to have taken in an inheritor who awakened the SSS grade talent source amazing. In the gentle eyes of the Vine Emperor's will, it was hard to hide the color of sighing as he softly said, "More than that, he has even awakened the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent." With such a heaven-defying qualification, even if he achieves Empyrean status in the future, I won't be surprised in the slightest. Perhaps, the amazing emperor can really be resurrected from the flame laws in the form of the spirit of the law's life form. Above the greats. For the emperor. Emperor Exalted One, representing the ultimate of the Tao, ruling the laws. The Dragon Father, for example, was in charge of the laws of the dragon. Any great emperor could leave their own origin brand in the laws. The Amazing Emperor, for example, was in the laws of flame, leaving behind an origin imprint, and as long as there was an emperor-level supreme being who ruled the laws of flame and was willing to pay a certain price, the Amazing Emperor could be resurrected from the laws of flame, in the form of the spirit of the laws. Hey! The Vine Emperor sighed softly. In an instant, it disappeared. The students present were all completely dumbfounded. What happened? Li Luo has actually obtained the Amazing Emperor's complete inheritance? The Amazing Emperor, who can refine endless foreign flames, has unparalleled battle power. Wouldn't Li Luo be even more invincible after acquiring the Amazing Emperor's inheritance? Oh my god! We're in the same era as Leroy, do we still have a way out? Many new students, all of whom were incomparably shocked, couldn't help but lament out loud. The Amazing Emperor's legacy. Yen Dust clenched his teeth, only feeling dizzy. He had acquired the inheritance of the Imperial Serpent Ancient Sage. He was extremely satisfied, but if he compared it to the Amazing Emperor's inheritance, what was it? This term, a great emperor inheritor, has even appeared. Lu Tianfeng's mind shook dramatically as he sighed. Luckily, I still have one last year before I can graduate. Otherwise, if Li Luo grows up, but I am undefeated, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the extreme? Ji Ning, take it easy. Su Yuyu shook her head. You are different from us. Lu Tianfeng and I only have the last year, but you still have 2 more years before you can graduate. Li Luo and you belong to the same lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters, but he has obtained the Amazing Emperor's inheritance and is destined to soar to the heavens. Once you are defeated by Li Luo during your student days, you will completely lose your qualifications to compete with him in the Dragon Master lineage. I will not lose. Ji Ning's gaze was far away, not knowing what she was thinking. Outside. The existence of many gigantic jackals could be described as shocking to the extreme. Li Luo has actually awakened a second SSS Great Imperial Beast talent, or the second highest ranked on the talent list, source amazing. The origin of all flames, source amazing. No wonder he dares to be so certain that the Amazing Emperor will bestow the complete inheritance. Any great emperor who majors in the laws of flame would definitely not be able to refuse an inheritor who has awakened the SSS Great Origin Amazing talent. Ancestral Dragon is already invincible road, plus source amazement. Such natural talent, looking at the entire history of the human race, it can also absolutely rank in the top 3, right? The Royal Dragon Master lineage, when it's really going to rise. My Xia Kingdom should rise, and the human race should rise. One after another, a giant, shook out their voices. Dual SSS rated talent. Lu Tianqi was speechless for a long time, immersed in shock, almost unable to extricate himself. Principal Lu. Duzay's expression, incomparably eager, said, Li Luo, awakening the SSS Great Origin Amazing talent, and even obtaining the Amazing Emperor's inheritance, in the lineage of Imperial Beast Masters, his status is comparable to that of an emperor's son. So saying, Duzay also hurriedly gave Wan Qing a look of eagerness. I request that Li Luo be transferred to the Royal Beast Master lineage. Wan Qing immediately bowed and solemnly said, only the lineage of Imperial Beast Masters can give Li Luo the best cultivation, without wasting the Amazing Emperor's inheritance. The 2 vice principals, at the same time, pleaded earnestly. Lu Tianqi's expression immediately became difficult. In terms of positional weight, the 2 vice principals combined were a little higher than Lu Tianqi, the head principal. Not to mention, behind Duzay and Wan Qing, was the main lineage of many factions, the Royal Beast Master lineage. Theoretically, whether it is an Imperial Dragon Division, an Imperial Devil Division, or an Imperial Weapon Division, can all just be branch factions of Imperial Beast Division. Ha! A cold humming sound resounded in the sky. This statement was made. Duzay and Wan Qing, they only felt cold sweat and tensed their bodies, as if the great terror of death was about to descend at any moment. Xia Shang. Duzay and Wan Qing, the 2 vice principals of the True Dragon School, immediately bowed respectfully. Dozer, Wan Qing. Xiafei stood in the air, her splendor was unparalleled, as if she were a dragoness descending from the 9 heavens, and coldly said, when is it your turn to be the master of this seat's disciple? Duzay and Wan Qing were under incomparably heavy pressure, even their speech seemed incomparably forced, but they did not have the slightest intention of bowing down, involving the Amazing Emperor's inheritance. The lineage of Imperial Beastmasters behind Duzay and Wan Qing would never allow them to bow down. Xia Shang, the Amazing Emperor inheritance, it involves a lot. Duzé's tone was arduous, and he sincerely said, "Please also ask the Xia sage to consider for the Xia kingdom. Please, Sage Xia, think twice." Wan Sheng bowed deeply. Chapter 62 List of 323 exotic flames. What if I say, unwilling? Xia Fei's eyes were cold and indifferent as she said, "Li Luo, is this seat's personal disciple, how to cultivate, how to allow others to comment. She has a cool temperament and it's all just on the surface." Actually, the shock in concubine Xia's heart, however, was not in the least bit less than any of the giant Zhou Jie existences present. Oh my god. Song Yu's voice, resounding in Xia Fei's mind, shocked. Li Luo has actually awakened a second SSS grade talent, or a bit of source amazement that's not even remotely inferior to the ancestral dragon. I should have thought of that. Concubine Xia shook her head and said, in Li Luo's body, but there exists a mythical grade talent origin. Mythical grade talent that can diffuse the ancestral dragon, naturally, it can diffuse the source amazing. I'm afraid, Li Luo's initial goal was the amazing emperor inheritance. Xia Fei's thoughts were extremely clear. Sister Xia, there's trouble. Li Luo has acquired the amazing emperor's inheritance. The many old undead of the royal beastmaster lineage will definitely not let it go, and will definitely want Li Luo to join the royal beastmaster lineage. Song Yu, however, panicked and said, especially the Starfire lineage, will surely regard Li Luo as an emperor's son. With the heritage of the Starfire lineage, the given price, it's definitely something that our Imperial Dragon Master lineage simply can't afford to give. There is no harm, I have never thought of binding Luo to the Royal Dragon Master's lineage. Oh, what the Royal Dragon Master's lineage has bestowed upon me, I have long since paid back. As for Li Luo, he has never gained any benefits from the Royal Dragon Master lineage. Concubine Xia said coolly, as long as the Starfire vein is willing to give enough benefits, what's the harm in letting Li Luo be an esteemed emperor's son in the Starfire vein? Yeah, oh. Song Yu came to a realization and said in surprise, Li Luo was supported by the Dragon Master and the Beast Master, two major factions at the same time. On the subject of backstage, who can compare? In this way, those potential enemies, even if they want to take a shot at Li Luo, they will have to weigh it up. Aha! Princess Xia nodded gently. A pair of cool, beautiful eyes, but a flash of bitterness. Xia Fei is very clear, with Li Luo showed double SSS grade talent, especially or Zulong, source of amazement, this kind of talent list ranked in the top 3 of the royal beast's talent. Today's Leroy is too blazingly sharp. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. It was no longer possible to protect Leroy. Becoming emperor? A flash of obsession flashed through Princess Xia's heart. If there was ever a time when the summer concubine, in regards to Emperor Chang, was just going along with the flow. At the moment, she was an obsessive mind. Is becoming an emperor the only way to protect you? Princess Xia sighed deeply. She finally realized how heaven-defying the mythic grade talent origin was. Even if he was not completely awakened, as Li Luo gradually grew up, he would display a terrifying qualification that would crown the long history. Any potential enemy would not let Li Luo grow up smoothly. Summer St. Duzé's eyes were filled with bitter implications. Even though he was the vice principal of the True Dragon Academy, he didn't have much say in front of the first Imperial Dragon Master. Concubine Xia, you're really big. An old voice, but it exploded like fire, seeming to explode the entire heaven and earth. Surprisingly, it's the Yen Sage who has come. In the Starfire lineage, the seniority of the Yen Sage is definitely the highest. In terms of battle power, Yen Shang may not be much weaker than Concubine Xia. A gigantic giant existence couldn't help but be amazed and marveled. A ruddy bearded old man, resembling a flaming meteor, hovered above the sky, incomparably blazing against Princess Xia, and surprisingly did not lose out at all in terms of aura. Yen Shang, are you going to steal a disciple from me? Concubine Xia's demeanor was cool. Seemingly indifferent, Yen Shang felt a coldness. Xia Fei, you. Yen Shang frowned and turned into a sigh, saying, worthy of being in the lineage of the Imperial Dragon Master, a demon that doesn't come out in 10,000 years. How long has it been, and you've even become stronger again? Yen Shang, who had been cultivating for thousands of years now. In regards to becoming an emperor, Yen Shang had long since let go of his obsession. The summer concubine was different. It had only been more than 20 years since he had practiced, and he had become the first Imperial Dragon Master. With such a fast advancement, Yen Shang didn't even dare to think about it. And he didn't know it. Even if Concubine Xia's talent and encounters were superior, she would not be able to advance any further after reaching the limit of the Holy Spirit level. Li Luo cutting the origin of talent and crafting the Dragon Crystal of Talent was what brought about the turnaround. Every time Xiafei absorbed a talent Dragon Crystal, she was one step closer to metamorphosing into an SSS-Rank talent, and her strength would increase by a fraction. Yan Shang, do you want to fight me? Concubine Xia was cold and indifferent, saying, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. Yan Shang was momentarily speechless. Ha! Yan Shang let out a bitter smile and said, with your strength nowadays, I'm afraid that there are only a few of the Blue Star Saints who can fight with you, right? This statement was made. All of the gigantic existences present exuded a shocked expression. Yan Shang, to have such a high opinion of Concubine Xia? How long has it been since Concubine Xia cultivated? She is clearly of the same generation as us, and is even a descendant of many giants, but she is far beyond. To this day, even the saints, there are very few who can compete with her. The Starfire Vein, this is a compromise. In exchange for the Royal Dragon Master lineage of 10 years ago, surely Li Luo will be handed over. Naiha, today's Royal Dragon Master lineage, but there is Concubine Xia, the #1 Royal Dragon Master sitting in the town. In the midst of many murmurs. Senior Yan Shang. Xiafei let out a light laugh. The title of senior was considered to salvage respect for Yan Shang, and said, since we want to talk, let's change the place. As it should be. Yan Shang's crimson eyes lit up. If Xiafei was unwilling to talk, he really had no choice but to mobilize the entire Royal Beastmaster lineage to come and put pressure on Xiafei, but this was by no means what Yan Shang wanted. After all, Concubine Xiao's strength and status had reached the extreme of the saints, and even had a chance to become an emperor, so who would want to offend Concubine Xia to death? Wow! At a gesture from the summer concubine. Deep space, open up. Xiafei and Yan Shang disappeared in an instant. Princess Xia is actually willing to make peace? This is to make Li Luo titled in the Royal Beast Master lineage? Li Luo's status in the Royal Dragon Master's lineage was already equal to that of an emperor's son. Now, in the Royal Beast Master's lineage, it is also equivalent to an emperor's son. What a terrifying background this is. The many giant jacks that existed looked at each other in disbelief, all of them feeling incomparably shocked. Legacy secrets. Flame. Flames as far as the eye can see. Seems to converge all the colors of the world, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black and white. Is a lot of different forms, as a firebird, unicorn, turtle. Boy! The amazing emperor laughed aloud and said, do you know the list of foreign flames? Knowing. Li Luo nodded his head and said, the exotic fire list records all the exotic fires that have been born on the Blue Star, and there are a total of 323 kinds of exotic fires. Even on the list of foreign flames, the 323rd ranked foreign flame Earth Heart Flame can easily burn a monarch class to death. If it's the list of foreign flames, the top 3 foreign flames are even called Emperor Flames, and even the great emperors will feel jealous. The words fell. Li Luo duly showed a puzzled look and said, I don't know what senior amazing emperor, what is the meaning of this statement? Ha 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 ha. The amazing emperor laughed cheerfully and gestured to the many flames around him, saying, you might as well count how many kinds of foreign flames there are in total in this place. Li Luo vaguely realized what was going on, and according to the amazing emperor's command, he carefully perceived it, and then revealed a shocked expression, saying, there are a total of 323 types. That's right. The amazing emperor proudly said, here in the foreign fire space, a total of 323 types of foreign flames are sealed. That is to say, all the foreign flames on the list of foreign flames, including the top 3 emperor flames, are all located here. From now on, these 323 kinds of foreign flames will all belong to you. Chapter 63 Emperor's Reverse Extreme Refinement. Amazing Qilin. The words fell. Even though Li Luo had expected it, he was still caught in extreme shock. 323 kinds of foreign fire. Need to know. Even the Earth's Heart Fire, which is at the bottom of the list of foreign fires, is a super ranking resource worth tens of millions of dasha coins. The list of foreign flames, 323 types of foreign flames, of which there were 218 types of super rank foreign flames. There are 102 types of saint ranked fey flames in total. There are 3 types of emperor level exotic flames, also known as emperor amazing flames. Not to mention the others, just the 218 types of super-ranked foreign flames were worth more than $10 billion. A holy foreign fire? Any kind of holy rank foreign fire was worth at least 1 billion upwards, up to tens of billions. As for the emperor-level foreign flames, there was even less need to say that they couldn't be measured in terms of money at all. Even the emperors would thirst for it. Li Luo simply couldn't imagine that the 323 types of foreign flames recorded on the list of foreign flames all belonged to him. What a huge fortune is that! I'm, like, rich? Li Luo's eyes gradually brightened. However, he quickly regained his composure. Li Luo keenly perceived that these 323 kinds of foreign flames, all of which seemed to have only one, were obviously the cultivation resources that Emperor Amazing had prepared for the inheritors, for their cultivation. If Leroy wants to sell it, it must be an extravagance. Boy! The Amazing Emperor was extremely satisfied with Li Luo's shocked expression and said, "Do you know why I deliberately prepared these 323 types of foreign flames for the inheritors?" These words are quite a test. Rumor has it that the Amazing Emperor Senior cultivated an emperor-level secret method that can refine all foreign flames for his own use. Li Luo's eyes sank, and slowly said, "I'm afraid, the Amazing Emperor Senior prepared many foreign flames, just so that the inheritor could cultivate this emperor-level secret method." That's right. The Amazing Emperor laughed cheerfully and said, "That emperor-level secret method was not created by me, but I obtained it in an ancient secret realm called Emperor Reverse Extreme Refinement. As long as you cultivate it, you can refine it for your own use even if it's an emperor-level foreign fire. Back then, when I was still an amazing saint, it was by virtue of the Emperor's Reverse Extreme Refinement that I completely refined an emperor flame and directly ascended to the realm of a great emperor." There was quite a bit of smugness in one comment. There is some secrecy involved in this matter. When the Amazing Emperor broke through to the Great Emperor, he was opposed by all the emperors, but he refined the emperor flame and became an emperor out of thin air, displaying incomparably terrifying battle power, fighting a battle that caused the skies to burn red, so that all the emperors could only compromise. Emperor Reverse Extreme Refinement. Leroy murmured out. He had just searched the system mall and discovered that the Emperor Reverse Extreme Refinement, an emperor-level secret method, was surprisingly great, being the basic part of a god-level secret method. Divine Grade Secret Method, Divine Amazing Refinement. Even the divine flame of the heavens could be easily refined. It was even more capable of fusing the refined foreign flames, with each other, into a stronger foreign flame. I'm now sitting on 323 types of foreign flames, so I'm perfectly capable of leasing Divine Amazing Refinement. Li Luo's eyes lit up slightly and he secretly said, "Compared to the Emperor's Reverse Extreme Refinement, it's obviously the effect of the Divine Amazing Refinement that's even more heaven-defying. Kid, I'll impart this Emperor-level secret technique, Emperor Reverse Extreme Refinement, to you." The Amazing Emperor spoke out cheerfully. Spin. He pointed a finger. An extremely arcane emperor-level secret method then surged into Li Luo's mind. "Thank you, Elder." Leroy bowed in a hurry. Even though Li Luo didn't intend to cultivate that Emperor Reverse Extreme Refinement, he had acquired this emperor-level secret method so that he could logically lease the god-level secret method, Divine Amazing Refinement. I hope you can practice diligently and quickly cultivate this emperor-level secret method to the introductory level. The Amazing Emperor let out a light laugh and said, "Back then, it took me a year to cultivate it to the point of initiation. With your SSS grade source amazing talent, it might take a few months to cultivate it to the introductory level. Senior will certainly live up to Senior's expectations." Leroy bowed respectfully. Despite his outward assent, he was secretly in denial. Months? If he turned on his heavenly enlightenment, it would only take him a day to cultivate and get started. Unfortunately, he didn't intend to cultivate the Emperor's Reverse Extreme Refinement at all, but rather, he wanted to use it as a front to lease a higher level of Divine Grade Secret Technique, Divine Amazing Refinement. Okay. The Amazing Emperors will reveal the sighing expression as he said, "The inheritance that I have prepared has a total of 3 types, with the 323 types of foreign flames on the list of foreign flames being one of them. The Emperor-level secret method, Emperor Reverse Extreme Refinement, is the second. As for the third inheritance, it's a favored beast egg that I bred, and I had planned to break through to the Empyrean realm before contracting it. Unfortunately, the breakthrough failed. This favored beast egg, too, has been sealed for this reason. Since you've obtained the inheritance of this emperor, this favored beast egg will be bestowed upon you." As the words fell, a reddish pet beast egg appeared in midair out of nowhere, a meter high, and the surface of the eggshell was filled with orange-red mysterious patterns, emanating hints of flame Dao rhythms. Click. Click. The sound of eggshells breaking quietly rang out. Along with the eggshell, cracks were thick. "Mia? A small beast with a red-colored flame burning all over its body slowly drilled out from the eggshell, with its hair crystal clear, as if it was a work of art, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. This is the unicorn. Leroy was alarmed for a moment. That's right. The amazing emperor laughed out loud. This one little beast is the Qilin clan, one of the Emperor Qilin, the amazing Qilin. As long as you raise it to adulthood, it will be a Qilin emperor. Tisk, TSK, how does the amazing Qilin compare to the Tsuntian desolate dragon? The amazing emperor revealed a look of interest. With the amazing emperor's positional pattern, he naturally spied out, at a glance, the true bloodline of the little Song Xing. But when it came to bloodline, this one freshly hatched amazing Qilin was not even close to the Song Tian desolate dragon. Since the slightest bit. Li Luo's eyes gradually brightened. Under the amazing emperor's expectant gaze, Li Luo by no means had the slightest hesitation and concluded a royal beast contract with the amazing Qilin on the spot. Mia. The amazing Qilin sensed the connection of the contract and grew extremely close to Li Luo, immediately leaping onto Li Luo's shoulder, rubbing against Li Luo's neck extremely affectionately, its dark eyes fluttering, enjoying the source amazing breath radiating from Li Luo. Amazing Emperor Senior. Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and respectfully said, I also ask Senior Amazing Emperor to bestow a name on the little Qilin. You're finicky. The amazing emperors will burst into laughter and said, it's just that there's no need for this residual will of mine to exist in the world, so why don't I turn into the amazing Kirin's true name and do my last bit for you? The amazing Griffin clan, females are Yang and males are amazing. Then bestow the name Yang Kuai. The words fell. The amazing emperors will become dim in an instant. Above the vault of heaven. The word Yang Kuai was a sudden condensation. It instantly disappeared into the little Qilin's brow. Mia? The little unicorn cocked his head, wondering what was happening. Little Aoi. Li Luo gently stroked the little Qilin's head and bowed respectfully to Amazing Emperor, saying sincerely, thank you Senior for giving me a name. He knew that the Amazing Emperor had given him a name, which was such a great chance, even more exaggerated than Song Yu giving him the name Song Xing. In the event of danger, as long as they didn't encounter a great emperor, they could easily save their lives. Also, the little Qilin's perception of the flame laws could also reach the extreme, as if it was the spirit of the flame laws, harnessing the flames even more easily. Okay. On the face of the amazing emperor, a touch of fatigue flashed as he said, the inheritance of this emperor has been given to you as much as you can leave. Chapter 64 Divine Amazing Refinement. The beginning of the refining of the foreign fire. True Dragon Academy, Assembly Hall. Wow. A spatial fluctuation flashed by. Li Luo's figure appeared in the middle of the venue. Elder Amazing Emperor, it's really dry. Leroy couldn't help but sigh. His intention sank in. In the midst of the Imperial Beast space. Next to the dragon's nest, a large crimson-colored hall stood, with a plaque inscribed with Hall of Foreign Flame. When Li Luo's mind sank into the Hall of Foreign Fires, he immediately perceived many foreign fires. With a single thought from Li Luo, he could take out many foreign flames from the foreign fire hall. Unfortunately, the amazing Emperor Senior set up a prohibition in the Hall of Fey Flames. I must refine all 218 kinds of super-ranked Fey Flames before I can take out the holy-ranked Fey Flames. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head, secretly saying, if I want to take out the Emperor-level foreign flames, it would be necessary to refine all of the holy-ranked foreign flames, all of them. He was not discouraged by this. Getting to the bottom of it. Li Luo's realm was still too low. At the 7th stage of the transcendent mortal rank, even if one leased the divine secret method Divine Amazing Refinement, one would never be able to refine any kind of sacred foreign fire before breaking through to the monarch rank. This is definitely not because the Divine Amazing Refinement is unable to refine the saint-ranked Fey Flame, but rather, with Li Luo's and little Yang Kuai's physique, they are simply unable to withstand the backlash that comes from refining the saint-ranked Fey Flame. With my current realm, there is only one way to reign in a saint-ranked Fey Flame, and that is to refine the many super-ranked Fey Flames and fuse them into a saint-ranked Fey Flame that has never existed before. Li Luo's eyes sank, secretly saying, I don't know if it's possible to fuse a sacred-ranked Fey Flame by thoroughly refining 218 super-ranked Fey Flames? He couldn't help but look forward to it. If a transcendental-level Imperial Beast Master, but is in charge of a holy-level foreign fire. When the sacred fire comes down. Even if it was an Imperial Beast Giant, one would have to avoid it. In addition, it's the Emperor-level secret technique Emperor's Reverse Extreme Refinement, as well as the contracted second Imperial Beast Amazing Qilin. Li Luo kept taking inventory and secretly said, Emperor Reverse Extreme Refinement, I don't intend to cultivate it, directly leasing the Divine Grade Secret Technique Divine Amazing Refinement is undoubtedly a better choice. As for the Amazing Unicorn Yang Kuai, his mind moved slightly. Amazing Kirin Yang Kuai. Attribute, Fire. Realm, Awakening First Level. Bloodline, Imperial Amazing Kirin 100%. Skills. 1. Amazing Eyes High Level Skill, a pair of unicorn eyes, brewing fiery amazement. 2. Amazing Body High Level Skill, can transform into a body of flame. 3. Flame Mimicry High Level Skill, can mimic flames. 4. Amazing Sun Domain Super Rank Skill, releases the power of endless flames to construct a domain that can scorch all enemies. Located in the Amazing Yang domain, the Amazing Kirin's control over flames will skyrocket. The attributes of the little sunflower surfaced in Li Luo's mind. Emperor-level bloodline, Amazing Qilin. Li Luo was overjoyed, secretly saying, sure enough, it's not inferior to little Songxing in the slightest. 3 high-level skills, Amazing Eyes, which can shoot flames, is definitely an extremely strong killing skill. Amazing Body, is even more heavenly, can be transformed into a body of flame, to avoid most of the damage. As for Flame Mimicry, it can transform flames into various forms, swords, guns, swords and halberds, even birds, beasts, and flying dragons. The only super rank skill, Yin Yang Domain, is even more of a super rank domain skill, easily able to construct a fiery domain and enhance little Yang Aoi's control over flames. For the Unicorn Yang Kuai, Leroy could be extremely satisfied. Worthy of being an amazing Emperor Senior, the favored beast cubs that he originally chose for himself are truly extremely heaven-defying. Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and secretly said, as for the method for little Yang Kuai to break through the extreme realm, it's actually quite simple, as long as by virtue of the divine amazing refinement, letting little Yang Kuai refine the foreign flames, he can easily arrive at the extreme realm. Compared to Songxing, breaking through the extreme realm, and having to go through endless conquests, Xiao Yang Kuai's method of breaking through the extreme realm is undoubtedly much simpler. One thought to this. Li Luo could hardly wait, wanting to immediately return to the villa and refine the foreign fire for little Yang Kuai. Wow! A spatial fluctuation surged up. Thousands of new students, out of thin air, appeared in the venue. Hee. I've awakened an A-rank talent, why can't I even obtain a monarch-level inheritance? TSK, brother, your luck is too bad. With the same A-rank talent, I've obtained a giant bird-grade inheritance. People are more angry than people. However, don't be fooled. What gigantic level inheritance is nothing compared to Li Luo's great emperor inheritance? It seems like Li Luo teleported out a long time ago? That's the amazing emperor inheritance. I've awakened the S-class talent Red Flame. If I can obtain the amazing emperor's inheritance, I'll definitely have no problem becoming a saint in the future. Many new students were teleported out, discussing with each other, a different line of sight, but could not help but converge. Master! Zhang Yao immediately greeted him, holding Li Luo's arm extremely intimately, and softly said, Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the amazing emperor's inheritance. Leroy, congratulations. Su Qingshue's eyes could be described as extremely complicated. The more outstanding Leroy became, the more she remembered her refusal, the more she realized how ridiculous her decision really was. I didn't realize that you had even awakened the SSS grade source amazing talent. Xia Hanlin sighed out, saying, compared to you, any heavenly pride or demon would be eclipsed. Need I say more? Zhang Yao hummed, with Master's natural talent, what kind of heavenly pride or demon is qualified to be compared to Master? Her pair of seductive eyes looked at Li Luo with extreme emotion, rippling with different colors. In the future, when we take the Master down completely, will we draw on the ancestral dragon or the source amazing? Zhang Yao couldn't help but get tangled up, secretly saying, it's so hard to choose. Why don't I just quietly suck a little bit of both talent origins? I'm going to get tired of being with my master every day, and strive to suck him dry. Li Luo sensed Zhang Yao's gaze and somehow shuddered a little. He quickly moved away from Zhang Yao's hand that he was holding and said, Everyone, I'm going to go back first. The words fell. Li Luo gave a slight salute to the three principals, as well as the many giant jacks present in the sky, and quickly left the assembly hall. Leroy. Yen Duan's eyes trembled slightly, and he quickly turned to leave. Although he knew that the gap between the two was destined to be widened more and more, But Yen Duan's arrogance did not allow him to completely bow down. Even if he fought his way to the bottom, Yen Duan would continue to fight with Li Luo. The moment Leroy had returned to the villa. System, lease me the God-ranked secret technique, Divine Amazing Refinement. Rental success. The price is 10 million per day. Divine Amazing Refinement, a divine-grade secret method that can refine all foreign flames, including divine-grade foreign flames for one's own use. All foreign flames that have been refined can be fused with each other and transformed into a brand new foreign flame. The system beep came. Start refining. Li Luo's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 65 Earth Heart Flame, Green Bird Flame, Angry Heart Amazing. Mia. Little Yang Kwai quietly appeared by Li Luo's side, a pair of dark eyes, dripping around, revealing an incomparably dull and cute demeanor, seemingly full of curiosity about everything in the world. Especially for Li Luo, it was extremely dependent. The source amazing aura that Li Luo emitted had an irresistible attraction to little Yang Kwai, who was an amazing Qilin. Roar! Little Song Xing also appeared with him, his dragon eyes overflowing with curiosity. Yang Kwai and Song Xing, these two young dragons and young Qilin of different attributes and different races, had already experienced a short time together in the Imperial Beast space, and had begun to familiarize themselves with each other. It was just that little Yang Kwai didn't seem to be too fond of Song Xing, but on the contrary, Song Xing was, so to speak, extremely curious and vaguely pleasing to little Yang Kwai. Mia? Little Aoi cocked her head. In Song Xing's body, there was no source amazing aura. Naturally, Xiao Yang Aoi would not be easy to get close to. Despite being high-strung and arrogant, however, little Yang Kwai's such a delicate appearance was something that almost completely adorable little Song Xing. Pale Star, move over. Li Luo was filled with helplessness. He was naturally happy to see Song Xing and Yang Aoi's friendly relationship, and as his realm improved, the number of imperial beasts that Li Luo had contracted would definitely increase. For an imperial beast master, just managing the relationship of many imperial beasts was a profound learning. Just. Pale Star, that's a little too licky, isn't it? As a Song Tian Desolate Dragon, you should at least show some backbone. Roar. Little Song Xing was a little aggravated, but he couldn't disobey Li Luo's words and hurriedly made way. Wow. The air was twisted for it. A crimson-colored foreign fire quietly condensed. The list of foreign fires, ranked 323rd. Earth's heart is on fire. Earth Heart Flame, born in the depths of the Earth's veins, condenses the power of the Earth's veins and possesses incomparable stability. Li Luo pondered over the information about the Earth Heart Flame, looked at little Yang Kwai beside him, and softly said, Little Yang Kwai, are you ready? Mia. Little Aoi nodded her head repeatedly. A pair of black eyes, are staring at the heart of the earth fire in front of them, cannot help but flash a flash of desire color, but also some hard-to-hide fear. Earth's heart is on fire. As a super-ranked foreign fire, even many super-ranked materials could be easily melted. How high was the temperature? In terms of might, it was more than capable of threatening a monarch-level existence. Little Yang Kwai's bloodline, despite being the amazing Qilin that controlled all fire, its realm, after all, was still too low. Having just hatched from the pet beast egg, its realm was only awakening level 1, and despite being extremely eager for the Earth's heart flame, it was unable to get close to it at all, not to mention refining it. Mia. Little Yang Aoi's face was full of pity. Roar. Roar. Song Xing continuously roared lowly, urging Li Luo to quickly refine the Earth heart flame and bestow it on little Yang Kwai. Stop screaming. With a headache, Li Luo pushed Song Xing's dragon head away and slowly said, It's starting. Wow. Li Luo's eyes steeply became sunken. Divine grade secret method, divine amazing refinement. Suddenly running. The moment. In the eyes of Li Luo, there was not a single secret about the super stage foreign fire Earth Heart Fire. Countless fire elements, in a crafty way, finally constructed into the heart of the Earth's fire, although the structure is incomparably stable, but it is difficult to hide belongs to the burst of foreign fire. Refine. Leroy slowly extended his hand. At first, the Earth Heart Flame wanted to resist, but after encountering the oppression of the divine amazing refinement, it instantly turned into a meek little sheep and was refined in an instant. Eat. Leroy let out a light laugh. Mia. The little sunflower was extremely surprised, and with an ah-oh sound, it swallowed the Earth Heart Flame into its stomach, and without the slightest resistance, the Earth Heart Flame was transformed into the little sunflower's origin power. There's one fire plant left. Li Luo's mind moved slightly. An extremely faint flame flared up in his palm. This flame, which was the origin fire of the earth heart flame, could be restored to its full strength by providing enough power. If I were to cultivate the Emperor's reverse extreme refinement, I would have completely lost this foreign fire after granting the earth art flame to the little sunflower. Li Luo thought about it briefly and couldn't help but reveal a look of emotion, secretly saying, divine amazing refinement, but it's different. Even though I gave it to the little sunflower, I still retain a wisp of fire. As long as I keep nurturing it with the source amazing, or put in some fire resources, sooner or later, it will return to its full strength, and will even become stronger. Compared to the Emperor's reverse extreme refinement, the effect of the divine grade secret technique divine amazing refinement was undoubtedly even more heaven-defying. Need to know. A different fire is hard to find. Amazing Emperor Senior, cultivating Emperor reverse extreme refinement, contracting many fire imperial beasts, it is simply impossible to take care of both, can only allow themselves to refine the foreign fire, the power of the many foreign fires, attributed to their own body. The many imperial beasts contracted by Amazing Emperor, even though they were at the same realm as Amazing Emperor, were far inferior to Amazing Emperor when it came to battle power. Leroy was different. The many foreign flames in the Hall of Foreign Flames were only one, but he was able to refine the same foreign flames together with little Yang Kuai. If he was in the middle of a battle, Li Luo could even form a resonance with little Yang Kuai with each other, and completely fuse the two foreign flames, thus skyrocketing his battle power. Mia. Little Yang Aoi couldn't help but show a look of enjoyment. Fire in the earth's core. This is also so delicious. Oh. After refining only one earth heart flame, the realm has reached the 10th stage of the awakening class? Li Luo couldn't help but be surprised and laugh softly. It seems that you are close to breaking through to the extreme realm of the awakening level. Mia? Little Aoi cocked her head. Extreme realm? It was a little bewildered. Li Luo didn't explain too much and just summoned two foreign flames again. The first type of foreign fire had a pale green color throughout, in which a bird seemed to be nurtured. The list of foreign flames, ranked 322nd, Green Bird Flame. The Green Bird Flame is the fire of transformation. Li Luo had a feeling that after little Yang quite completely refined the Green Bird Flame, his control over the flame would ascend to a whole new stage. The second type of foreign fire, which was orange-red in color, was incomparably explosive, and even under the suppression of the Amazing Emperor's prohibition, it still scorched the air to the point of zipping and clanging, as if it was about to break through the prohibition at any time. The list of foreign flames, ranked 321st, Raging Heart Flame. The Raging Heart Flame was the angry intent of countless living beings that eventually condensed. Once it completely erupted, it could easily destroy a city. Sure. Like the Raging Heart Amazing, a foreign fire known for its extreme destruction, the price after a complete outburst was also a complete demise. The only way to reasonably continue the duration of existence was to be refined and used appropriately, only to burst out with a power that was certainly not as powerful as a complete burst. Earthcore Flame is the fire of stabilization. Green Bird Flame is the fire of transformation. Raging Heart Flame is the fire of anger, with the most explosive power. Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and secretly said, these three kinds of foreign flames, after fusing with each other, I wonder what kind of form they will transform into? Divine Amazing Refinement, Running. Green Bird Flame, Raging Heart Inferno. In an instant, refining. Fusion. Li Luo's eyes, steeply sullen. Boom. Earth Heart Flame, Green Bird Flame, and Angry Heart Inferno, these three super-ranked foreign flames, under the suppression of the Divine Amazing Refinement, were completely fused together, and under the flow and agitation of each other, they actually transformed into a completely new kind of foreign fire. Chapter 66 Extreme Realm. Heart Execution Amazing. Wow. A crimson blaze quietly coalesced. Within the crimson flames, there seemed to be a young beast imprisoned, ready to break through the cage and spill its fury into the world. Raging Beast Flame. Li Luo's eyes moved slightly as he perceived the nature of this foreign fire, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise as he said, regardless of the power, stability, or the completeness of the transformations, they are all far superior to the Earth Heart Flame, the Green Bird Flame, and the Angry Heart Flame. He compared them carefully. Raging Beast Flame, if placed on the list of foreign flames, it would rank at least 300th, much more powerful than Landed Heart Flame, Green Bird Flame, and Raging Heart Flame, any of them. Mia? Little Yang Aoi's ebony eyes kept lighting up. This Raging Beast Flame, for little Yang Kuai, had an incomparable attraction. Eat. Leroy let out a light laugh. Under his expectant gaze, Little young Kwai once again swallowed the angry beast inflammation into his stomach, and under the connection of the Imperial Beast contract, without a trace of lag, he completely refined the angry beast inflammation. Boom! Little young Kwai's aura skyrocketed in an instant. As far as the realm was concerned, it was still the 10th stage of the awakening level, reaching some sort of extreme, touching an incomparably solid bottleneck, and one step further, it was the extreme realm of the awakening level. Boom! It was as if there was an angry inflammatory beast, releasing a monstrous furious amazement, blasting the bottleneck of the extreme realm, fiercely shattering it. Breakthrough, Pole Realm. Sure enough, Leroy was extremely pleased. Your contracted royal beast, Amazing Kirin, arrives at the extreme realm for the first time. Its bloodline fusion is increased to 30%, and it comprehends the super rank skill Kirin Fire. Kirin Fire, super rank skill. The Amazing Kirin can nurture a wisp of origin fire, with which it can harness all fires. The fire that the Amazing Kirin has refined can display a stronger power. Li Luo's mind moved slightly. Kirin Fire? He couldn't help but be surprised. This super rank skill seemed to be an extremely precious passive skill. Using the Qilin Fire as the origin fire, one can easily harness all fires, and moreover, it allows the refined foreign fire to possess even more terrifying power. Li Luo couldn't help but reveal a smile, secretly saying, Little young Aoi awakening this super order skill is undoubtedly more suitable for melting foreign flames. Your contracted royal beast, Amazing Kirin, stimulates the Amazing Kirin bloodline in your body, and the 3 high-ranking skills, Amazing Eyes, Amazing Body, and Flame Mimicry, have gained advancement and metamorphosed into super rank skills. The system tone, once again, came. Leroy took a brief look. Amazing Eyes, Amazing Body, and Flame Mimicry advanced to super rank skills, but without changing their names. However, the effects are stronger. He couldn't help but look at Cyangui. A pair of dark eyes that seemed to converge with boundless flames, as if imprisoning a flaming cub beast that was about to descend in fury at any moment. Little young Kwai's body, which had vaguely become illusory, constantly had angry Amazons rising up. Amazing eyes, amazing bodies, fiery mimicry. Li Luo thought briefly, secretly said, these 3 super order skills, it seems that they can be linked with each other. Especially the amazing body, flame mimicry, under the combination of each other, can even let the little Yan Kwai, transformed into other forms, even if it is transformed into a flaming beast, it seems to be a breeze? He vaguely realized that as a juvenile amazing Qilin, little Yan Kwai's many racial skills also seemed to have a profound connection, and as long as he developed them in depth, the same level of battle power might not necessarily be worse than that of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. Roar! Roar! There was a low growl from Pale Star. It was completely dumbfounded. In just 1 day's time, little young Kwai had risen from awakening level first stage to awakening level extreme realm. On the contrary, little Tsong Xing had practiced cultivation for several days, and had also experienced countless battles before finally reaching the extreme realm. Roar! Little Pale Star was beyond bitter. Little Yang Kwai so easily arrived at the extreme realm. What is its effort, then? At least, you gained combat experience, didn't you? Li Luo lost his smile and said, you'll soon be able to reach the extreme realm of the transcendent level, so why bother comparing yourself to little young Kwai? Roar! Pale Star let out a sigh. It naturally knew that Li Luo was being comforting. However, little Pale Star's feelings did not last long. As a Cthulhu Desolate Dragon, little Cthulhu Star's battle intent was condensed in his bloodline. If it is made to give up its conquest? Instead, it's a form of torture. There. Li Luo did not comfort too much. Little Tsong Xing will naturally go to mediate. The growth rate of each pet beast is not the same as each other, there is not much comparability. And then he looked towards the amazing Qilin whose strength had skyrocketed, and laughed, little young Kwai, you can break through the transcendent level now. Mia. Little young Kwai's aura, once again, skyrocketed. Realm, breakthrough. Transcendent class first order. Transcendent class second order. Finalizing. Transcendent level 5th order. Mia. Little Yang Aoi's eyes glowed slightly. With the realm of the 5th stage of the transcendent mortal grade, little Yang Aoi's strength had skyrocketed by an unknown number of times. This powerful feeling made Xiao Yang Aoi couldn't help but be a little mesmerized. Transcendent level 5th stage? Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, it's not enough. Wow. 3 foreign flames that quietly appeared. Divine amazing refinement, running. Keep refining. 3 days later. In Villa 101. Boom. A boom exploded. In the middle of the garden. Mia. Xiao Yang Aoi's eyes lit up. The moment. Little Yang Kuai's realm had already reached the 10th stage of the transcendent rank. Refine. Leroy's eyes sank. In front of him, there were a total of 3 foreign flames that slowly rotated. The first foreign fire, named Sea Heart Inflammation, foreign fire list ranking 316th, is an extremely special foreign fire, only in the deep sea, can be born. The second foreign fire, named Thundercloud Fire, ranked 315th on the foreign fire list, only in the depths of the thunderclouds, intertwined with endless lightning, was born by chance, containing an incomparable tyrannical meaning. The third foreign fire, named Jealousy Heart Inflammation, ranked 316th on the list of foreign fires, gathered the jealousy of a person's heart, and did not have the slightest bit of heat, but was able to sear the heart and soul, and was an extremely rare fire of the soul. The 3 strains of foreign fire, all of which were unparalleled in terms of power, even the royal beast giant would be afraid, but under Li Luo's refining, it instantly became incomparably docile, and completely merged into the body of the little sunflower, and the foreign fire in the body of the little sunflower, and after fusing with each other, it transformed into a foreign fire that had never appeared in the world before. Punishing amazing. Li Luo could not help but reveal a look of surprise, secretly said, worthy of being a fusion of 10 kinds of foreign fire, before the final birth of a powerful foreign fire. Punishment amazing, both a powerful killing, war can be a direct hit to the soul, and can easily be transformed into many imaginary forms. This foreign fire, on the list of foreign fires, it can be ranked at least 220th. Leroy was beyond satisfied. The list of foreign fires, 220th place. What's the concept? Among the superstage foreign flames, the power was already at the forefront. Superstage foreign fire can be subdivided into 9 levels, 1 level, and 1 heaven. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, heart execution amazing, it can be called a grade 6 foreign fire. In terms of power, it's at least 100 times as powerful as Earth Heart Flame. With 10 different flames, the fusion of 100 times the power of the heart execution amazing, more than 10 times the gain, this is the heaven-defying nature of the divine grade secret technique, divine amazing refinement. Mia. The light of Xiao Yang Aoi's eyes gradually brightened. With the coalescence of the punishing amazing. Little Yang Aoi's realm, at the 10th step of the transcendent mortal grade, unexpectedly broke through again. Chapter 67, Little Yang Aoi's strength soars. Talented amazing crystal. Roar. In the imperial beast space, little Tsong Xing, who was diving into cultivation, was directly startled. In these 3 days, little Tsong Xing is always located in the overlord level dragon nest, constantly absorbing the superorder resources Dragon Blood Source Stone, with Dragon Blood Source Stone, the extremely pure Dragon Blood Source Force, mixed with the Dragon Pool, escaping out of the Dragon Origin, can be said to be it was a perfect match. Such superior cultivation conditions also allowed little Tsong Xing's realm to rise from the Transcendent Mortal Grade 7th stage to the Transcendent Mortal Grade 10th stage in just 3 days. When little Tsong Xing heard the commotion, teleported out from the Imperial Beast space, and found that little Yang Kuai's realm likewise arrived at the 10th step of the Transcendental class, along with completely melting out the punishing amazing. Little Yang Kuai's realm had actually arrived at the extreme realm of the Transcendent level. Roar! Little Pale Star was completely dumbfounded. A pair of pale-colored dragon eyes were filled with confusion. The sky is falling. Little Tsong Xing is Li Luo's initial imperial beast, more than the small Yang Kuai cultivation 7 days' time, the birth of the time, more close to a year, but still did not reach the extreme realm of the transcendental level. On the contrary, little Yang Aoi, little Tsong Xing had watched with his own eyes, little Yang Aoi had hatched from an egg, and it had only been more than 3 days since then, and he had actually overtaken it? Roar! Pale Star wanted to cry. It looked at the Dragon Blood Source Stone clutched in the dragon's claws and instantly felt unscented. Leroy was also speechless. The Dragon Blood Source Stone could be considered incomparably precious, enough to be comparable to the top 200 foreign flames on the foreign fire list. But little Tsong Xing had only absorbed a very small portion of the Dragon Blood Source Stone. On the contrary, little Yang Kuai had refined a full 10 types of foreign flames. The resources invested alone are by no means of the same magnitude. In Li Luo's opinion, it was simply a matter of course for little Yang Kuai's realm to overtake little Tsong Xing. If he wasn't restricted by the Imperial Beast space, it wouldn't have been the slightest bit strange for Li Luo if little Yang Kuai had directly broken through to the commander level. Your contracted royal beast, Amazing Kirin, has reached the extreme realm for the second time, its bloodline fusion has increased to 60%, and it has comprehended the super rank skills Fire Escape and Inferno Spirit. Heavenly Fire Ruling. Fire escape, a super ranking skill that allows you to travel through the flames with extreme speed. Spirit of Flame, super rank skill, can gather a spirit of flame and inherit all abilities. Heavenly Fire Verdict, super rank skill, releasing the power of endless flames, destroying everything. The system alert came. After little Yang Aoi broke through to the extreme realm of the transcendent rank, he actually comprehended 3 major super rank skills directly? Li Luo's eyes, steeply shocked, secretly said, Fire escape is a speed technique, displacement technique. As long as it is located in the flames, the speed will be extreme? Even can realize the effect of near instantaneous displacement. Inflammation spirit, condensing the spirit of flame. How powerful would it be if one were to use the punishing amazing to condense a spirit of flame? Heavenly Flame Verdict, even more heavyweight. Releasing endless flames and destroying everything, it is the finale, the destructive technique that sets the stage. Li Luo's heart was beyond shocked. Little Yang Kuai's battle power was definitely far beyond little Song Xing. Amazing Kirin Yang Kuai. Attribute, Fire. Realm, Transcendent 10. Bloodline, Imperial Amazing Kirin 60% 100%. Skills. Super ranks, 1, Amazing Eyes 2, Amazing Body 3, Flame Mimicry 4, Yin Yang Domain 5, Kirin Fire 6, Fire Escape 7, Inferno Spirit 8, Heavenly Flame Verdict. Otherworldly Fire, Amazing Heartbreaker Grade 6. Realm of Transcendent 10th Stage, Twice Extreme Realm, Emperor Kirin Bloodline, 60% Bloodline Fusion. Li Luo couldn't help but exclaim, a total of 8 super rank skills have been awakened, and there are linkages between each other, and he has even refined the grade 6 foreign fire heart execution amazing. I wonder how many places little Yang Kuai can be ranked on the True Dragon ranking. Leroy exuded a small smile. True Dragon List. It is a ranking list of the strength of the tens of thousands of imperial beasts contracted by thousands of students in the True Dragon Academy to each other, recording only the imperial beasts that ranked in the top 1000 in terms of strength. Even if it was ranked 1000th, the realm had reached the 3rd stage of the commander class. The top 3, the Sky Green Vine Dragon, the Psychedelic Fox Dragon, and the Aqua Eagle Dragon, are even of the 10th rank of the Lord grade, and have been transformed by the SS grade talent Dragon Vein, with a strength that can rival that of the Monarch grade. The gold content of the True Dragon list is evident. Mia. Cyangui grunted softly. With the realm to reach the extreme realm of the awakening level, the small sunflower also from the juvenile stage, arrived at the growth stage, the body type from the original palm size, skyrocketed to half a meter high, belonging to the unicorn as symbol of the unicorn family, antlers, bull nose, wolf hooves, ox tail. Also gradually revealed, the more and more looks auspicious, powerful. Although the strength of the little sunflower gradually becomes stronger, for Li Luo's dependence is not the slightest change, gently to the tender Qilin horns, rubbing Li Luo's palm, as intimate as possible. Punishing amazing. Li Luo's mind moved slightly. The palm of his hand flicked open. A strand of the punishing amazement surfaced. Yin Yang Domain, Kirin Fire. In the punishing amazing, there were clearly 2 super rank skills branded in it. Unlike Little Song Xing, the super rank skill, branded in the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Jinlong Mountain. Little Yang Aoi's skill feedback, but it is branded in the Heart Annihilation Amazement. With the Qilin Fire, it can increase the power of the Heart Execution Amazing with the Yin Yang Domain, it can even unleash a foreign fire domain. Li Luo nodded his head in satisfaction and secretly said, the Heart Execution Amazing originally only had 1 strand of fire, but I directly fed it with the SSS grade source Amazing Talent Origin, which is equivalent to only spending 1 talent Amazing Crystal, and allowed the Heart Execution Amazing to return to its full strength. During these 3 days, I cut the Ancestral Dragon and Source Amazing Origin every day, making a total of 15 gifted Dragon Crystals, as well as 14 gifted Amazing Crystals. The 15 talented Dragon Crystals have been handed over to Master. As for the 14 talented Amazing Crystals, they have other uses. Whether it was the Talent Dragon Crystal or the Talent Amazing Crystal, all of them were cut by Li Luo's SSS grade Talent Origin before they were finally coalesced, and that extreme pain was only known to Li Luo. Even though he makes 5 of them every day, he never wastes them freely. Principal Lu once gifted me a high-rank Imperial weapon, the Dragon King's Horn, worth $300 million. High-ranked Imperial artifacts, in the True Dragon Academy, don't have much use, after all, they are external objects. Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, but if it is located in the outside world, such as venturing into the wilderness area or entering some secret realm to explore, the use of the Dragon King's Horn will shine through. The royal beast talent that Principal Lu has awakened seems to be the S-ranked Fire Dragon. I would be able to gift Principal Lu a talent amazing crystal. In addition, Jiang Yao, this little niece, is also considered to be loyal. Is that I do not know, is she able to refine the talent amazing crystal? Many thoughts flashed by. For those around him, Li Luo can never be stingy. Principal Lu, needless to say, for Li Luo, is also considered to have lifted the grace, many care is also from the heart. As for Jiang Yao, Li Luo after some examination, found that this little girl is also loyal, can be trusted. Jiang Yao comes from the Jiang family of the three major business families, so she shouldn't be bad in terms of her ability to do business. As long as Jiang Yao's qualifications and strength are raised, she can completely take charge of the Jiang family and lay down the map of the business empire for me. Li Luo's eyes were extremely profound. Chapter 68 Jiang Yao's shyness. Eroding and sucking the marrow. Villa living room. Master. Jiang Yao was wearing a maid outfit, the hair ornament on her head was replaced with antlers, smooth shiny black silk, wrapped around a pair of slim and slender thighs, which could be described as extremely seductive, enough to make any youth, blood spurting for it. She leaned over on Li Luo's side, extremely gently kneaded Li Luo's thighs, but also extremely thoughtful, while Li Luo's palm, placed in the black silk-covered thighs. Something? Li Luo glanced at her, feeling the plumpness of her hand, but he did not move and casually said, to offer something for nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief. What the hell? Jiang Yao was quite dissatisfied and said, as a maid, isn't it a natural thing to whack the legs and rub the shoulders of one's master? Master, you're just too distrustful of me. If you don't believe me, you might as well sense my heartbeat, it's definitely not a lie. So saying, Jiang Yao cupped Li Luo's palm and gently moved it upwards. Wait. Li Luo was filled with a helpless look as he said, what do you want to express, just say it straight. He. Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes flashed a touch of cunning color, said, Master, I intend to cultivate a kind of super-order secret method, each time will only fetch the master a little bit of talent origin, will also bring the master a certain amount of feedback, absolutely will not let the master suffer. This super-order mystic technique must be practiced by two people together. When do we start? Jiang Yao blinked slightly, trying to muddle through. What a Thai secret method, evil way. Li Luo rebuked in pain, saying, Jiang Yao, don't go astray. I'm an amikaja. Jiang Yao had a look of rightfulness on her face as she said, if you don't follow the evil path, are you still considered a demon master? TSK, it's hard to argue with reason. Li Luo couldn't help but lose his smile and said, alright, no nonsense. Don't you just want to morph your SS grade talent? I can give you a chance. Master, you agree? Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was about to hug Li Luo and give him a deep kiss, but Li Luo put his hand against his pretty face, and immediately revealed a dissatisfied look, saying, you've agreed, so you can't back out. Humph, the first time will be fine in the living room. Master, please don't worry, although Jiang Yao is the first time, but I awakened the S-class talent phantom heart, in this aspect of the talent, but the top. Wait. Li Luo was extremely helpless and said, have you misunderstood? What? Jiang Yao was a bit confused, and said in aggravation, but if I want to metamorphose my SS grade talent, there's no other way other than that. Who said that? Li Luo no longer dared to molest Jiang Yao, this demon girl is really fierce, at every turn to eat him dry erase, if not in the heart of the beauty of the master, he really want to surrender. A crystal with a reddish body was taken out in a whirlwind. This is talent crystals? Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes steeply widened in shock. Master, how did you come to possess a talent crystal? Strictly speaking. Li Luo's eyes sank into a deep gaze as he said, this is a talent amazing crystal, from the SSS-Rank talent source amazing. What? Jiang Yao was instantly shocked, many thoughts collided in his mind, and he trembled. Master, could it be that you cut your own talent origin? What are you talking about? Naturally, Li Luo wouldn't tell the truth. The matter of being able to easily recover after a talent origin cut was too shocking, and he immediately said, I once acquired an inheritance. In the inheritance, there were a total of 3 talent amazing crystals, and after I absorbed 2 of them, I successfully awakened the SSS grade talent source amazing. The last talent amazing crystal, I thought about it and decided to give it to you. Leave it to me? Jiang Yao was a bit dumbfounded. She was extremely clear about how exaggerated the value of this talented amazing crystal was. The talent amazing crystal, originating from the SSS-Rank talent source amazing, which was ranked second on the talent list, was enough to make any kind of S-ranked fire talent metamorphose into SS rank. With this alone, the value of this single talented amazing crystal was definitely more than 5 billion, almost comparable to some SSS-Rank resources. Don't want it? Li Luo's demeanor was casual as he laughed lightly. If you don't want it, I'll put it away. I want it. Jiang Yao was instantly anxious, and hurriedly took this gifted amazing crystal over, a pair of beautiful eyes, already overflowing with touched colors, itching to immediately warm the bed and take Li Luo for himself. Li Luo directly ignored Jiang Yao's eyes and said doubtfully, by the way, how are you going to use it? With the S-Rank talent Phantom Heart, is it really compatible with the source amazing talent Origin? Master, you don't seem to know much about the Phantom's Heart. Jiang Yao's pretty face slightly red, squirming, Phantom Devil, can embrace everything. No matter what kind of talent crystal stone, I can absorb it, just the way of absorption, may be more special. Special how? Leroy was instantly curious. That's it, put it there. Jiang Yao's face, instantly red to dripping blood, attached to Li Luo's ear and whispered something. Holy! Li Luo was shocked and hurriedly said, alright, you go. Aha! Jiang Yao was also embarrassed. She held the gifted amazing crystal and ran back to her room as fast as she could. The heavens and the earth are as big as they come. Li Luo couldn't help but shake his head, secretly saying, Phantom Demon, etching bones and sucking marrow, the name is true. Not much longer. Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell rang. Li Luo immediately got up and greeted him. He opened the door of the villa, but saw Lu Tianqi, Du Zhe, and Wan Qing, the three principals of the True Dragon Academy, waiting outside the door, and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Taiko. Du Zhe and Wan Chang immediately bowed and saluted. Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Principal Du, Principal Wan, why do the two principals need to salute? He naturally knew that Du Zhe and Wan Qing, the two vice principals, were thinking. Ever since acquiring the amazing emperor's inheritance, Li Luo could be called the imperial son of the imperial beastmaster lineage. In the lineage of imperial beastmasters, the status was even higher than that of the giant dagger, second only to the saints. Du Zhe and Wan Qing, both belonging to the lineage of imperial beastmasters, were not as good as Li Luo, so they naturally had to salute. On the contrary, the royal dragon master's lineage, there is no great emperor, and there is no great emperoress inheritance. Therefore, Li Luo in the royal dragon master's lineage, there is no emperoress son. Lu Tianqi's status, on the contrary, is quite a bit higher than Li Luo. Emperor's son, you're discounting us. Du Zhe let out a bitter smile and said, although we are the vice principals of the True Dragon School, we are just the spokespersons introduced by the saints to manage the day-to-day affairs of the True Dragon School. When it comes to Imperial Beast talent, whether it's me, Principal Lu, or Principal Wan, they're all just S-rank talent, not as good as Ji Ning, Lu Tianfeng, or Su Yudi, the three SS-rank demons. If we talk about realms? The three of us, all of us are at the 10th rank of the monarch level, barely reaching the threshold of sealing a king, and we're nowhere near sealing an emperor. Regardless of talent or status, it's a far cry from the emperor's son. A statement that was extremely earnest. Li Luo's eyes moved slightly, revealing a dawning realization. He has always been very puzzled. Lu Tianqi's talent for the imperial beasts is only S grade, and his realm is only at the monarch level. Among the many giant jacks that exist in the True Dragon Academy, Lu Tianqi's strength, talent, and realm can only be regarded as average, so how can he sit firmly in the position of the dean? It turned out that the three principals of the True Dragon School were all just spokespersons for a Holy Spirit level existence, responsible for managing the many affairs of the True Dragon School. Chapter 69 The Body of a Monarch Fierce Beast. Li Luo's feed. Three principals, please take a seat. In the villa's living room, Li Luo and Lu Tianqi, Du Zhe, and Wan Qing sat opposite to each other, and even though he was facing the three principals of the True Dragon School, Li Luo didn't show the slightest bit of timidity, and his expression was incomparably natural. As expected of an emperor's son who has gained the amazing emperor's approval, he really does have an extraordinary temperament. Dozer sighed out. Principal Du is flattered. Li Luo shook his head slightly and said, the three principals have joined forces, surely they have something important to do? There is nothing important. Wan Qing was filled with helplessness and said, previously, on the points list of the inheritance mystic realm, the emperor's son had ascended to the first place, and should have obtained a piece of super-ranked treasure worth 1 billion. The emperor's son came out from the inheritance mystic realm, but left directly, and did not receive this piece of treasure. Yes too. After a brief discussion, we decided to join forces and hand over the super-ranked treasure to the emperor's son in person. The words fell. Leroy couldn't help but be baffled. Super-ranked treasures? He steeply remembered that there was indeed a reward for being first in the points list. At that time, Li Luo had just acquired the amazing Emperor's inheritance, and just a random holy ranked alien fire from the alien fire hall would be worth over $10 billion. $1 billion worth of super ranked treasures? Where was he to care? Moreover, as the first Imperial Dragon Master's personal heir, as well as the inheritor of the amazing Emperor, the status is comparable to the Emperor's son of the Absolute Demon. Li Luo does not think that he wants to receive the award in person in the assembly hall for a super ranked treasure. With the True Dragon School's process, it would naturally send the treasures to the villa. Only, Li Luo also didn't expect that it was the three principals who personally sent them over. Such a role, only an emperor's son could have it. Handing over a supreme treasure, I'm afraid, is a pretext. Li Luo looked at Du Zhe and Wan Cheng and secretly said, the real goal of these two vice principals should be to come to get acquainted with themselves. To this, he can be so insightful. Leroy. Lu Tianqi's eyes sank into a deep gaze as he took out a treasure box, spinning it open, and said in a deep voice, I sought the advice of concubine Xia, and ultimately decided to reward the complete carcass of a monarch grade 10th ranked ferocious beast, the fiery flame subdragon. You've contracted a draconic dragon cub. I'm afraid that the unusual food will not be able to satisfy the draconic dragon's daily feeding. This fiery sub-dragon's carcass is enough for little Cthulhu Star to consume for a long time. A statement that was extremely sincere. Dean Lu has a heart. Li Luo smiled faintly and quickly received the treasure box. Looking into it, he saw an incomparably large crimson sub-dragon, tens of meters long and weighing an unknown number of tons. As a matter of fact, there was a special responsibility for the daily feeding of the little pale star, and the blood and flesh of the many commander and lord-level ferocious beasts were supplied in almost unlimited quantities. However, little Song Xing's bloodline, but the Song Tian desolate dragon of the Emperor dragon species, the blood and flesh of the fierce beasts of the commander and lord levels could only sustain basic consumption, and there was hardly much benefit to be gained. A monarch class 10th ranked ferocious beast would undoubtedly completely satisfy little Cthulhu Star's needs, and while feeding and digesting, it would also speed up little Cthulhu Star's growth progress. Also, little Yang Kuai, as a juvenile amazing Qilin, is also known as a gold swallowing beast. The body of this fiery subdragon can supply little Song Xing and little Yang Kuai with food at the same time, which is enough to let Li Luo save a lot of heartache. Principal Lu has a heart. Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, just in time, I also have a gift that I want to give to Principal Lu. The words fell. Du Zhe and Wan Cheng, all of them looked shocked. Li Luo has just acquired the amazing Emperor's inheritance, and with the amazing Emperor's power, I'm afraid he has collected quite a few foreign flames. Du Zhe's heart and mind shook dramatically as he secretly said, could it be that he's going to give a super-ranked foreign fire to Lu Tianqi? A foreign fire, extremely rare. In terms of value, it was even far more than treasures of the same rank. Lu Tianqi, as a fire Imperial Dragon Master, if he could acquire a foreign fire, even if he couldn't completely refine it, even if he just absorbed the flame essence from it for his own use, he would be able to greatly enhance his own battle power. Hey, no luck after all. Wan Qing secretly sighed. If Li Luo had decided to enter the royal beast master lineage initially, I'm afraid that his relationship with us could have been even closer. Gifts? Lu Tianqi couldn't help but be stunned. When he looked into Li Luo's palm, the crystal that was glistening with a ruddy luster, he only felt an attraction originating from his soul, coming from within the crystal, almost making him tremble and unable to restrain himself. This is... Lu Tianqi stared tightly at the red-colored crystal stone, almost unable to believe his eyes. Even his body was trembling, only to feel his mouth dry beyond belief. His voice became hoarse, and he said in a low voice, Li Luo, are you really going to hand it over to me? Naturally. Li Luo couldn't help but laugh lightly and said, Principal Lu's concern, love and care, I've always remembered in the bottom of my heart. If I have the opportunity to repay, naturally I won't be stingy. Lu Tianqi's eyes became incomparably complicated. As he looked at the red-colored crystal, how could he not know that this was the talent-amazing crystal that Li Luo had cut the talent origin to make? If it was an SSS-grade gifted dragon crystal, Lu Tianqi would definitely not dare to hope for it. All of the talent dragon crystals that Li Luo had condensed should be supplied to Princess Xia on a priority basis, in a bid to make Princess Xia's SS-Rank talent metamorphose into an SSS-Rank as soon as possible. But if it's a gifted amazing crystal? The summer concubine could not absorb it. Lu Tianqi was different. His awakening of the S-rank fire dragon talent, favoring the genus of fire and dragon, representing the ultimate source amazement of flames, coalesced into the talent amazing crystal, which was undoubtedly the most coveted supreme treasure of Lu Tianqi. The moment. The emotion in Lu Tianqi's heart was unspeakable. How many years? Lu Tianqi's mouth, full of bitter meaning, softly said, "When I was young, I once traveled to the alien battlefield, but suffered a life and death crisis, and could only spell out the talent origin fracture, which escaped from life. But also completely lost the possibility of metamorphosis SS grade talent. Leroy, thank you. I will use this gifted amazing crystal properly." Such words can be considered extremely sincere. Lu Tianqi's gratitude was also extremely sincere. In that case, Principal Lu will take it. Li Luo casually said, since the SS grade talent is Principal Lu's obsession. Why don't we use it up now and metamorphose the SS grade talent? How? Then I'll listen to you. Lu Tianqi's eyes gradually brightened up, and his words were filled with a sense of smoothness and anticipation. Du Zhe and Wanqing, hearing the conversation between Li Luo and Lu Tianqi, only felt incomparably confused. Just what kind of treasure is it that can make Lu Tianqi, the already fractured S-grade talent origin, metamorphose into SS grade? When Du Zhe, Wanqing, cast their eyes over, carefully perceived, but the heart and mind are shaken, simply cannot believe their own perception. This is... Du Zhe trembled, a talent crystal? I wonder what kind of grade? Wanqing couldn't help but issue a question. Spin. Du Zhe and Wanqing looked at each other. Can make S-rank talent directly metamorphosed into SS rank? There seemed to be only one possibility. Chapter 70 SS grade talent, Amazing Dragon. Heart's Desire Flame. Could it be that this is an SSS grade talent crystal? Du Zhe shocked out, saying, but how is this possible? An SSS grade talent crystal must be an SSS grade talent origin, cut and formed. An SSS grade talent, a peerless demon, an existence destined to become an emperor, would not cut his own talent origin? Even a great emperor towards the end of his life would never cut the talent origin and make it into a talent crystal. How is Dozer not shocked? An SSS grade talent crystal was worth as much as a holy rank resource. A peerless demon who had exhausted all his talent origin could only produce 10 SSS grade talent crystals, equivalent to 10 pieces of saint rank resources. Any overwhelming demon who grows up will never lack holy rank resources. Even if he is a great emperor and comes to the end of his life, it is undoubtedly an insult to make 10 pieces of holy rank resources with the most prideful SSS grade talent origin. As a matter of fact, before a great emperor falls, it is entirely possible for him to divest himself of his own talent origin and construct an inheritance hall, looking for the next incomparably compatible inheritor to pass on his SSS grade talent, eternally. The many transcendent emperor clans are also able to stand to this day by virtue of their inheritance halls. Many thoughts flashed by. A possibility quickly occurred to Dozer. Could it be? Du Zhe's heart and mind shook dramatically as he secretly said, this talent amazing crystal was made by Li Luo cutting his own talent origin before it was finally crafted? Wanqing couldn't help but cast a glance as well. Obviously, he had the same speculation as Dozer. Despite the incomparable suspicion in their hearts, Du Zhe and Wanqing did not have the chance to seek confirmation. Refine. Lu Tianqi rose up in the air. A fire dragon's shadow coalesced above the sky dome, vaguely visible. This fire dragon's shadow, body slightly broken, incomparable, illusory, apparently once suffered irreparable damage. But as Lu Tianqi, for the refining of the talent amazing crystal, the crimson dragon shadow that represented the S-class fire dragon talent, was constantly becoming solid, and the many damages were constantly being repaired at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Roar! The fire dragon's silhouette opened its dragon mouth and swallowed this talented amazing crystal. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from the fire dragon shadow, as well as Lu Tianqi's body. The form of the fire dragon's silhouette changed abruptly, surrounded by endless fiery flames, as if it had become the embodiment of fiery flames, exuding an extremely majestic might. SS grade talent, Amazing Dragon. Wanqing's face was filled with disbelief as he said in a trembling voice, he actually did metamorphose into an SS grade talent, or among SS grade talents, an SS talent that is enough to rank in the top 100, Amazing Dragon. On the talent list, the SSS level talent, the only hundreds of contrasting SS level talent, but there are thousands of them. Ranked in the top 100 out of thousands of SS ranked talents, it was evident that the Amazing Dragon was strong. Need to know. Even if it was an SS class dragon vein, it was only on par with the Amazing Dragon, no less. Lu Tianqi, it's really a change of fate. Duze, bitter, but also incomparably envious, whispered, "True Dragon Academy, 3 principals, seemingly glorious, but only unable to pursue a higher realm, only began to manage mundane affairs." However, Lu Tianqi is so fortunate, directly against the heavens. The 3 principals, Lu Tianqi, Duze, and Wan Qing, all studied under a Holy Spirit level, but under many changes, their realm stopped at the 10th step of the Monarch level, and they were even unable to metamorphose into SS level talent. Now, Lu Tianqi had broken the spell and successfully transformed. SS rank talent, amazing dragon? Lu Tianqi's eyes glowed as he laughed out loud, stuck at the Monarch level for dozens of years. Today, I shall make a breakthrough. Boom! There was a roar and an explosion. Lu Tianqi's aura climbed higher and higher. The 10th rank of the Monarch class, breaking through in an instant. Overlord level. He really did break through. Wan Qing seemed to have expected this inside, with SS level talent, amazing dragon. Together with the hegemonic realm. Today's Lu Tianqi is enough to seal the emperor. Once he was crowned king, he would be amongst the ranks of the giant dwarfs. There are gaps. Seal the king, seal the emperor, and quasi-saints. Among them, some monarch classes with extremely outstanding battle prowess could be awarded the title of king. Above the king, for the overlord level. Once one breaks through the overlord level and displays extremely powerful battle prowess, one can even be crowned an emperor. Seal the king and the emperor. One word. In terms of status, it is a world of difference. As for the quasi-saints, they were second only to the Holy Spirit level, only a hair's breadth away from being among the ranks of the saints. Principal Lu, congratulations. Above the sky dome, a clear and cold voice slowly came out. Xia Shang. Duze and Wan Qing hurriedly saluted. Master. Leroy's eyes lit up. Princess Xia. Lu Tianqi burst into bitter laughter. When concubine Xia first entered the True Dragon School, he was already at the 10th rank of the Monarch level and held the position of vice principal. As concubine Xia continued to reveal herself, Lu Tianqi was able to hold the position of the head principal. But until concubine Xia became a saint and ascended to the top of the royal dragon master lineage, Lu Tianqi's talent and realm still hadn't changed in the slightest. Until today. Lu Tianqi had only truly broken through. Leroy, thanks. Lu Tianqi slowly dropped down and performed a salute with extreme sincerity. Headmaster, no. Li Luo hastily avoided it and shook his head. The gift of a master teacher is not to be accepted. Lu Tianqi couldn't help but appreciate Li Luo even more and laughed. It's really lucky that concubine Xia took you as her disciple. Even though Li Luo didn't accept this salute, Lu Tianqi didn't present himself as a master teacher anymore. Lu Tianqi was extremely clear that the high-grade imperial weapon Dragon King's Horn that he had once given was nothing compared to the talented amazing crystal that Li Luo had gifted. Duze and Wan Qing, who were located on the side, but they couldn't help but think of many things. Leroy, is this closing the ranks? A mere transcendent level and you're starting to lay out? What exactly is he planning? Many thoughts flashed by. Duze and Wan Qing, they all feel more and more that Li Luo, this son, is by no means a pool of things. Suddenly. Boom! An extremely soft, seductive flame rose vaguely from the room of the villa. This wisp of flame, which did not have the slightest temperature, represented the most essential fire of desire in the mind. SS-Rank talent, Fire of Heart's Desire? Dozer made a shocked outburst. Master. Jiang Yao's eyes shone brightly as she quickly stepped out of the room, exulting, my S-Rank talent, Charming Devil's Heart, has successfully metamorphosed into the SS-Rank talent, Heart's Desire Fire. Compared to the heart of the Charmed Demon, which is limited to only the Charmed Demon clan, and the power of seduction. SS-Grade talent, Heart Desire Fire, surprisingly, using the desires of living beings as fuel, it can ignite the fire of desire. This is too strong. Jiang Yao felt the metamorphosis of her talent and only felt that the future was infinitely bright. Need to know. Even Lu Tianfeng and Su Yuyi had only metamorphosed their SS-grade talents at the age of 20. On the contrary, Jiang Yao, who is only 18 years old this year, has metamorphosed into a SS-grade talent. Such a qualification, even when compared to Yen Duan. Chapter 71 Concubine Xiao's Talent. Killing Dragon. Jiang Yao, congratulations. Leroy was heartily congratulated. The Fire of the Heart's Desire. Ranked 63rd among the many SS-ranked talents. Such a position is already extremely high. Need to know. Jining's Dragon Vein talent, among the many SS grade talents, ranked just 52nd, just 11 places higher than Zhang Yao's Heart's Desire Fire. Lu Tianqi's SS grade talent Amazing Dragon was ranked 72nd. Whether it was the Fire of Heart's Desire, or the Dragon Vein, or the Amazing Dragon, they were all Imperial Beast talents at the same level, and among the many SS grade talents, they belonged to the absolute first echelon. As for Yen Dust Awaken SS grade talent Heavenly Serpent, Lu Tianfeng Awaken SS grade Growth Catalyst, as well as Su Yudi Awaken SS grade Chi Soul. Ranked 321st, 285th, and 189th amongst the many SS grade talents. In terms of power, it was far inferior to the first tier of Dragon Veins, Amazing Dragons, and the Heart's Desire Fire. But Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, whether it's the Dragon Vein, the Amazing Dragon, or the Heart's Desire Flame, if it's compared to the Imperial Beast talent awakened by Master Teacher, it's even far worse. SS level talent. Slay the Dragon. This talent was an extremely special growth type talent that could breed a killing dragon within the soul. The initial state of the slaying dragon could be considered extremely weak, only slightly stronger than an unusual S-rank talent. But as the living beings that Xia Fei has killed become more and more numerous, the killing dragon, too, is growing. The full form of the slaying dragon was enough to be ranked in the top 3 out of the thousands of SS-rank talents. As a matter of fact, the SSS grade talents that Li Luo had awakened, whether it was Ancestral Dragon or Source Amazing, could all be categorized as growth talents. It's just that the growth route of the Ancestral Dragon and Source Amazing was not through killing, but rather Li Luo's realm advancement. Each great realm breakthrough would allow the Ancestral Dragon, the Source Amazing, to unlock an entirely new and powerful ability. For example, after Li Luo broke through the Transcendent level, both the Ancestral Dragon and the Source Amazing, in the enhanced state, could allow the contracted Imperial Beast to perform a skill upgrade. Deep in the void. Li Luo has indeed cut the origin of the SSS grade Source Amazing talent. Song Yu's eyes shook as she couldn't help but say, such a precious talent Amazing Crystal, he even directly gave one to Lu Tianqi, as well as Zhang Yao, each. SSS grade talent crystals, how precious are they? Rare in the world. Even among the many emperor clans, one cannot find a few. Li Luo was so generous as to directly gift it to someone else. Song Yu was extremely emotional, saying, Lu Tianqi is also considered to have made it to the end of his days, with his nearly tattered talent origin, directly obtaining a repair, and also awakening the SS grade Amazing Dragon talent. Originally, with Lu Tianqi's natural talent, even if there is no damage to the origin, at most, he awakened the SS grade talent that ranked around 500th. However, the SS grade Amazing Dragon talent, which is ranked in the top 100, is simply heaven and earth. As for Zhang Yao, her natural talent is only slightly better than Lu Tianqi, and if she hadn't met Li Luo and decided to pledge her allegiance in the early stages, she would never have been able to obtain such heaven-defying chances. Song Yu's eyes were filled with awe. With Li Luo's character, I'm not the least bit surprised that he would do so. A hint of softness flowed out of Concubine Xia's cool eyes. Compared to Lu Tianqi and Zhang Yao, the number of talented dragon crystals acquired by Concubine Xia was up to more than 20, which was extremely exaggerated. With every talented dragon crystal absorbed, the killing dragon constructed by Princess Xia's SS grade killing dragon talent would continue to grow stronger. Princess Xia had a feeling that as long as she absorbed 80 more talent dragon crystals, the killing dragon would reach its true extreme and evolve, metamorphosing into a SSS grade Imperial Beast talent. It's still a dozen days away. Princess Xia couldn't help but sigh. SS level talent, metamorphosis SSS level. Must have an endless accumulation of underpinnings. The path of transformation is even more different from person to person. For example, Concubine Xia had to go through endless killings in order for the killing dragon to continue to grow stronger. At a rough estimate, it would take at least several realms to be overthrown, hundreds of millions of living beings to be subdued, and hundreds of saint levels among them to have a chance of completing the metamorphosis. Nowadays, it all gets easier. As long as you keep absorbing the gifted dragon crystal, you can keep getting stronger until you complete your metamorphosis. But Concubine Xia knew that the path to becoming an emperor that was so easy for her all stemmed from one person that was carrying the weight for her. Lore. Concubine Xia's eyes were far away. The color of heartache in it was even deeper and deeper. Villa. He. Zhang Yao was extremely delighted and was about to hold Li Luo in her arms, but she steeply saw that Lu Tianqi, Du Zhe, and Wan Qing, the 3 school principals, were a bit rushed in front of the 3 elders. Chancellor Lu, Chancellor Du, Chancellor Wan. Zhang Yao blinked and said, "Why are you guys here?" Let's give Leroy the reward for being number 1 on the scoreboard. Du Zhe's eyes were extremely complex as he sighed. I didn't expect it to coincide with the metamorphosis of your talent. Congratulations, Jiangyao student. Wan Cheng's voice, which was rather arduous, softly said, Congratulations, metamorphosis SS grade talent, heart's desire fire. Regardless of Du Zhe and Wan Qing, their moods at this moment could be described as extremely complicated. Lu Tianqi is just, after all, cultivation for decades, if not early head origin discount, I'm afraid that already metamorphosed SS level talent. As for Jian Yao, just a new student, become a royal demon master, also just more than a year. Is a direct talent metamorphosis, completed Du Zhe, Wan Qing, even if it took decades, also failed to complete the feat. Du Zhe and Wan Qing, how did they not know that Jiang Yao had also obtained Li Luo's gift, an SSS grade talented amazing crystal, just like Lu Tianqi? SSS grade talent amazing crystal, how precious. It's comparable to a Saint rank resource. Du Zhe's eyes sank, secretly saying, Li Luo is however casually giving away 2 of them? In Li Luo's hands, how many SSS grade talent amazing crystals are there? The moment. Dozer was incredibly glad that he had come to visit in person. With such a show of goodwill, if he could gain Li Luo's favor, the chance to metamorphose his SS grade talent might be bestowed. What kind of chance did Li Luo obtain? Could it be that within the amazing emperor's inheritance, there are still gifted amazing crystals? Wan Cheng was quite a bit shocked and uncertain, secretly saying, there is another possibility that Li Luo cut his own talent origin. This possibility, on the contrary, is the one with the lowest probability. With Li Luo's natural talent, he is destined to suppress an era, so would he waste his own talent origin? Despite their suspicions, Du Zhe and Wan Qing both directly ruled out that the possibility of Li Luo cutting the origin of his talent could only be attributed to the amazing emperor's inheritance. For Lu Tianqi, as well as Jiang Yao, they could only envy. The moment. Whether it was Du Zhe or Wan Cheng, all of them clarified one idea. Li Luo such a generous character, or an SSS grade absolute demon, but also obtained the amazing emperor inheritance, the status is comparable to the emperor's son. If you can follow Li Luo, you will definitely have a great future. Especially for Du Zhe and Wan Qing, the only way to follow Li Luo is also to follow Li Luo, and if they can obtain a gifted amazing crystal, I'm afraid that they can really change their destiny against all odds from now on, just like Lu Tianqi. Chapter 72 Holy Rank Resource, Shilin Blood Feather. Hooked. Li Luo's heart moved slightly. He gifted Lu Tianqi with a gifted amazing crystal without circumventing Du Zhe and Wan Qing, just to give Du Zhe and Wan Qing the idea of serving him. As an SSS grade absolute demon, or an emperor's son. Can't he not have his own squad, many supporters and followers? Li Luo smiled in his heart and secretly said, among the True Dragon Academy, the 3 principals. Principal Lu, needless to say, will definitely support me in the future. As for Du Zhe and Wan Qing, considering my status as an emperor's son, as well as the hidden benefits, the possibility of metamorphosing into an SS grade talent will also surely be skewed in my favor. Of course, Du Zhe and Wan Qing, as Imperial Beast Giants and Seal King powerhouses, naturally wouldn't easily show their allegiance, yet they would create a bias and show him favor from time to time. In this way, it is enough. I don't know how many secret realms and supreme treasures are in the True Dragon Academy. Li Luo secretly said, as long as I get the support of the 3 principals, with the saints not present, I'll be able to walk completely sideways among the True Dragon Academy. Absolute demon, emperor's son. In any capacity. Li Luo's future is all destined to reign supreme power. With his character, of course he had to save for a rainy day. Du Zhe and Wan Qing quickly offered their farewells. These 2 vice principals, all of them had received a voice transmission from Princess Xia, warning not to spread the gifted amazing crystals out. Du Zhe and Wan Qing, naturally, hastily agreed. Just kidding. The people who know about the gifted amazing crystal are just a few. Who dare to spread the word? Du Zhe and Wan Qing also knew that the SSS grade talent amazing crystal was involved. How many Seal King levels, stuck with S-rank talent in the 10th step of the King level, were unable to break through? SSS grade talent amazing crystal, but it could completely change the fate of the heavens. As for the attributes not fitting? For a sealed king, it was no problem at all. If one wanted to absorb a gifted amazing crystal, there were so many ways to do so, it was just a matter of what kind of price to pay. As for Lu Tianqi, after chatting for a few moments, he left with him. It's all in the words. Hey! Lu Tianqi was filled with helplessness, but the bottom of his eyes could not hide his smugness as he said aloud, how is it that my lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters has produced Li Luo, this juvenile Imperial Dragon? On the contrary, it's also so generous and knows how to return the favor. I, Lu Tianqi, had thought that I would have to stagnate at the monarch level for the rest of my life. Hey, guess what? Breakthrough! SS grade talent, Amazing Dragon. Realm Overlord level. Some words, Drew Duze and Wan Sheng, both clenched their fists, itching to give Lu Tianqi's old face a direct punch, considering Lu Tianqi's strength, coincidentally loosened both fists. With the Overlord level realm, plus SS level Amazing Dragons, as long as after some precipitation, so that the realm of the many contracted fire dragons, also elevated to the Overlord level. At that time, the Imperial family of the Summer Kingdom, will certainly let Lu Tianqi be crowned the Emperor. The difference in strength is too great. Even if Duze and Wan Sheng joined hands, they were definitely not Lu Tianqi's opponents, and could only watch, as Lu Tianqi was in such a dejected posture, but there was no way at all. Old uncultivated. Shameless. Duze and Wan Sheng, each of them cursed out angrily. To this, Lu Tianqi, however, revealed a look of enjoyment. Ha, it's so smooth. Lu Tianqi said in a loud voice, Duze, Wan Sheng, you can only be impotent and furious. After all, Li Luo comes from my lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters, and is even more the personal heirloom of concubine Xia. And I, Lu Tianqi, have already begun investing in Li Luo as early as when he was at his most tender. Even if you want to invest now, it's a bit late. Lu Tianqi glanced at Duze and Wan Sheng, and did his best to appear to be gesturing. No later. Duze's eyes sank, saying, Li Luo's realm, still at the transcendent level, is still weak. Moreover, he gifted you with the SSS grade talent Amazing Crystal without avoiding us, so he may not have no idea of making us loyal. Lu Tianqi, you have to know that the true Dragon Academy is not the one-word house of the Royal Dragon Master lineage after all. But if our three principals join forces and work together to facilitate Li Luo, then, Li Luo will definitely have unhindered access in the true Dragon School. Moreover, Li Luo can not only be in the Imperial Dragon Master's lineage. Note that Li Luo is likewise the Imperial son of the Imperial Beast Master's lineage. In addition, Yan Shang and Xia Shang, I'm afraid that a consensus has long been reached. A few words fell. Lu Tianqi also collected his laughter. My investment in Li Luo is also just a high-grade Imperial weapon, the Dragon King's Horn, which he has never used yet. Lu Tianqi slowly said, but what he gave back to me was an SSS grade talent Amazing Crystal, and it even made me completely change my fate against all odds. Such a favor can only be repaid by allegiance. Fortunately, to serve and stand up to a future great emperor is never a disgrace to any of the giants, it can even be considered an honor. Lu Tianqi was able to sit firmly on the position of the true Dragon Academy's principal, so how could he not have enough knowledge? He is naturally cavernous. When he absorbed that one SSS grade talent Amazing Crystal, he had already prepared himself mentally. Lu Tianqi simply had no reason to refuse. More than 10 years ago, I invested in Princess Xia, from the vice principal of the True Dragon Academy, directly sat on the position of the head principal, but also the True Dragon Academy, elevated to the top of the 3 top academies. Lu Tianqi's eyes sank, secretly saying, after a decade or so, Li Luo's qualifications are even more exaggerated than Princess Xia. Just a piece of the Dragon King's horn, some gift, let me change my fate against all odds. If I keep standing and following, in the future, when Li Luo becomes a great emperor, I might be able to mix a position of all saints. For a great emperor to want to cultivate a Holy Spirit level, it could be considered easy. Of course, standing up to an emperor's son was by no means without risk. The road to becoming an emperor is destined to be filled with bloody storms and endless battles. Lu Tianqi secretly said, but when I counted the young great emperors in history, who had such a heavenly talent as Li Luo, it was only by luck that I was able to start giving investment to Li Luo when he was in his infancy and gained unimaginable returns. Dozer. Wan Sheng suddenly said, if you want to make a decision, take advantage of it now. A moment of silence followed. Duze and Wan Xin looked at each other. All saw each other's determination. In Villa 101. Lore. Concubine Xia sat on the sofa, her eyes were slightly cold, but when she looked at Li Luo, she flashed a touch of softness, and softly said, you should know that before the amazing emperor fell, he had once established a faction called the Starflame lineage. In the Starfire lineage, the one in power today is Yan Shang. I have reached an agreement with Yan Shang that you will become the emperor's son of the Starfire lineage, second only to Yan Shang in status. Furthermore, Yan Shang has given a supreme treasure for me to pass on to you. One word down. Leroy digested the many messages in it. What starfire, Inferno say? It was directly ignored by him. A supreme treasure. Li Luo instantly became excited and said, Master, what treasures did Yenshang give me? Quickly show it to me. You. Concubine Xia guffawed and immediately took out a treasure box. Transient, open. This is. Li Luo was instantly stunned and shocked. Sacred rank resource, Qilin blood feather? Chapter 73 Yenshang's promise. A supreme chance? Within the treasure box, there was a blood-red scale feather that emanated an incomparable divine aura. A Kirin, his whole life, can only condense a Kirin blood feather. Usually when the end of life, will condense their own bloodline sense into a Kirin blood feather, will be their own sense, inheritance. You do recognize it? Princess Xia smiled slightly. Of course. Leroy nodded with certainty. After contracting little young Kwai, he had inquired about many information about the amazing Qilin clan through his own authority, and he even knew about many treasures that were suitable for little young Kwai to use, only that they were all extremely expensive, and they were often saint-ranked resources worth more than tens of billions of dollars. To Xiao Yanka, there was no lack of cultivation resources, and the many super-ranked foreign fires, as long as they were refined, they could raise their strength, realm, and moreover, easily arrive at the extreme realm. It's 2. The many treasures that were suitable for little Yang Kwai were none other than supreme treasures. The unicorn blood feather, 4-1. Lore. Xiafei said softly, with your natural talent, cultivating the Emperor-level secret method Emperor Reverse Extreme Refinement, I think you can get started very quickly. At that time, the many super-ranked exotic fires can be easily refined, thus allowing the amazing Qilin to raise its realm. Some fire-type cultivation-type resources are not on my mind. In the end, I begged the unicorn blood feather for you. This Qilin blood feather comes from a 10th level monarch Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin clan is far inferior to the amazing Qilin when it comes to bloodline, but this Qilin blood feather brings together the purest bloodline inheritance of an aged Fire Qilin as well as a lifetime's understanding of flame and battle. Bloodline inheritance, as well as a lifetime's understanding of flames and battle. The amazing Qilin that you contracted, as long as you refine the Qilin's blood feathers, you can directly inherit that Fire Qilin's senses, and even more so, you can comprehend a powerful super-rank skill. In a single sentence, the role of the Qilin blood feather was explained in an incomparably clear manner. Leroy's eyes lighted up more and more. The lifelong sense of a fire unicorn? This happens to be the one thing that is most lacking in little Aoi. Little young Kwai's realm, elevated too fast, in the twinkling of an eye, elevated to the extreme realm of the transcendental level. Such a realm of progress, compared to little Tsongxing, I don't know how much it is exaggerated. However, little Yang Kwai's disadvantage, which was also very obvious, was the lack of sense. Especially lacking in practical combat experience, his control of power was far less than that of little Tsongxing, who was in control. Once the unicorn blood feather is refined, this disadvantage will then be completely made up. Beyond that, little Yang Aoi could still comprehend another super rank skill. A single Qilin blood feather. I wonder how much of little Yang Kwai's bitter cultivation can be spared. Li Luo couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement as he secretly said, worthy of being a sacred rank treasure, it's really heaven-defying. He immediately took the unicorn blood feather. The imperial beast phalanx, open. Mia. Little Yang Kwai walked out slowly. Wait. Xiafei's eyes, which fell on little Yang Kwai's body, gradually became strange from the original cool and soft, and eventually turned into incomparable shock, saying, when did the amazing Qilin that you contracted break through to the extreme realm of the transcendent grade? Extreme realm. Song Yu's figure emerged and transformed into a lively and delicate young girl, staring closely at little Yang Kwai, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, saying, holy, it's really a transcendent grade extreme realm. Li Luo, how long has it been since you contracted little Yang Kwai? Just 3 days, right? In such a short period of time, you actually raised little Sunflower's realm to a transcendent mortal grade extreme realm? More than that. Concubine Xia's eyes, filled with awe, said, if my expectation is correct, this amazing Qilin, I think it must have broken through to the extreme realm at the awakening level as well? Teacher's honor is clear. Li Luo smiled faintly and said, little Yang Kwai did arrive at the extreme realm at both the awakening and transcendent levels. No? Song Yu was instantly dumbfounded. She simply couldn't understand it. It's only been 3 days. For a freshly hatched amazing Kirin, 3 days is as short as a white foal passing through a gap, incomparably short. You even cultivated the amazing Kirin to the 10th stage of the Transcendent class, and also arrived at the Extreme Realm twice. Roar! Pale Star kept echoing. It, and Songyu, could be said to share the same feelings. Child. Songyu was full of sighs and held little Songxing in her arms, saying, "It really has been bitter for you. I think that this feeling of being surpassed must be very unpleasant, right?" Roar! Roar! Pale Star nodded repeatedly. Mom, you are so right. This feeling, it's so bitter. No matter how hard little Songxing tried, it was ultimately no match for little Yang Kuai, who was blessed with such a unique condition. Seeing that little Yang Kuai was going to refine another Qilin blood feather, and his strength was going to increase by a large margin, little Songxing's heart became even more bitter. As a juvenile Song Tian desolate dragon, little Songxing was undoubtedly extremely sensitive to comparisons of strength, and having been surpassed by little Yang Kuai in terms of strength, the aggression in little Songxing's heart was something that no one could understand. Just when little Pale Star was about to confide in him, it would be best to let Songyu explode some gold coins and supreme treasures. No harm done. Our Song Tian desolate dragon clan is by no means weaker than the amazing Qilin. Songyu patted little Songxing's dragon head and firmly said, "Mom believes in you. As long as you keep on conquering, you'll soon be able to break through to the extreme realm of the Transcendent class as well." Pale Star. It was completely silent. Lore. Concubine Xia leered, "You've already initiated the Emperor's reverse extreme refinement?" Yes. Leroy nodded. Emperor's reverse extreme refinement, introductory? He didn't practice at all. Directly leasing the upper divine level secret method of Emperor reverse extreme refinement, divine amazing refinement. There is no need to practice at all. What entry level? The opening is a great circle. Of course, Leroy wouldn't take the initiative to say so, it would be too shocking. Worthy of being the amazing Emperor's most central legacy. Concubine Xia was extremely emotional, saying, "Emperor reverse extreme refinement, it's so heaven-defying." She didn't press the issue too much. Emperor reverse extreme refinement was the most central secret method in the amazing Emperor's inheritance. Looking at the Summer Kingdom, Li Luo was the only one who could practice it and could not spread it out. Even though Concubine Xia was the first Imperial Dragon Master, she couldn't give any advice. What's more, Concubine Xia didn't think that with Li Luo's supreme talent, he still needed any guidance. I'm afraid that Luo's cultivation progress for the Emperor's reverse extreme refinement is by no means as simple as getting started. Perhaps. Has already reached the minor accomplishment realm. Concubine Xia thought briefly and secretly said, with Luo's heaven-defying enlightenment, it's not surprising. But she knew that Li Luo had only used half a day to cultivate a super-rank secret method, to the Great Circle. Such a horrible enlightenment, undoubtedly Xia Fei's life is only seen. Li Luo consumed 3 days of time. If it is not possible to put an emperor-level secret method, cultivate to a small success, that would be strange. I was originally concerned, this one Qilin blood feather, a juvenile amazing Qilin, want to absorb it. I'm afraid the difficulty is not small. Concubine Xia laughed out softly and said, "Now it seems that I was overly concerned. You can let the amazing Qilin refine the Qilin amazing feather without any worries. After all, Yan Sheng has made a promise that when you break through the commander rank and lord rank, you will be gifted an extremely precious saint rank resource. If one breaks through the monarch level, one will even be able to enter the Holy Land of the Starfire lineage and obtain a supreme chance." Chapter 74 Red Flame Boundary. The heaven-defying destiny amazing. Concubine Xiao's words continued to stir in Li Luo's heart. He was utterly astonished. As long as you break through the commander level, you'll be able to obtain a holy rank resource again. Breaking through to lord level and one more thing? That's 3 pieces of holy rank resources. Total value, over $30 billion. Starfire Sanctuary? Li Luo, however, knew that the Holy Land of the Starfire lineage was ultimately created with the amazing Emperor's royal beast space after his fall, which contained the amazing Emperor's true spirit, as well as all the remnants of the amazing Emperor's death. As long as I break through the monarch level, I'll be able to enter the Holy Land and obtain the legacy of the amazing Emperor Senior. Li Luo was incomparably shocked, secretly saying, the legacy of a great emperor that all saints would go crazy over, it is indeed considered a supreme opportunity. He couldn't help but sigh. Not bad for an emperor's son. Such a treat. Li Luo was in the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters, and didn't even dare to think about it. The Royal Dragon Master's lineage, it's not too stingy. In addition to the Master, there is no one, there is a little indication. Li Luo was indignant, secretly said, as an SSS grade absolute demon, I am even worshipping the first Imperial Dragon Master. You don't arrange the identity of the Emperor's son, that's all, but you didn't give me many resources to tilt, it's simply treasonous. When my realm rises, I will have to beat all of you, the veteran Imperial Dragon Masters, down. A comparison was made. It took Leroy a steep realization. What a hard life he had in the Royal Dragon Master lineage. I'm afraid this also has something to do with Master. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, unlike the power holders of other factions, Master Teacher had thoroughly cleansed the Royal Dragon Master lineage and killed a number of Holy Spirit level Royal Dragon Masters before he was able to secure the position of the first Royal Dragon Master. I'm afraid that those old antiquities, who hate and fear their master, naturally hate me as well. With Master's nature, he naturally didn't bother to open his mouth to those old things, and instead chose to pay out of his own pocket and bestow many treasures upon me. Even if it's the Master, when it comes to the treasure's heritage, it's still not as good as the Starfire lineage after all. Many thoughts flashed by. Leroy secretly made up his mind. Waiting for him to grow up. There must be a second cleansing of the Imperial Dragon Master's lineage, a second cleansing. Mia? Little Aoi cocked her head. It looked at the Qilin blood feather and couldn't hide its longing. This Qilin blood feather had gathered a Fire Qilin's lifelong bloodline sensation. Undoubtedly, it was the resource that the current Xiao Yang Aoi needed the most. The Fire Qilin, a subordinate race of the Sacred Flame Qilin clan, is the 10th rank of the Monarch level as an adult. Sacred Flame Qilin, and as an adult, it is of the Holy Spirit level. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, above the Sacred Flame Griffin is the Amazing Griffin, and adulthood is the Great Emperor. A Fire Qilin's lifelong enlightenment must be extremely compatible with little Yang Kuai. I wonder what kind of super rank skill little Aoi will realize from the Qilin's blood feathers. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Mia. Little Yang Kuai received Li Luo's permission to hold his eyebrows against this Qilin blood feather. Boom. Endless flames, rising up. An aged Fire Qilin silhouette emerged in an instant. This Fire Qilin, looking at little Yang Kuai, revealed a baffled expression. This is the last inheritance intention of the Fire Qilin, only want to get a glimpse of the inheritor, but simply did not expect that the one who absorbed the Qilin's blood plume was not the Fire Qilin at all, much less the Sacred Flame Qilin, but rather the legend, the supreme bloodline of the Fire Qilin, the Amazing Qilin. Roar! The Fire Qilin's intent constantly roared low. Transient. Ideas disintegrate. This long-fallen Fire Qilin, the final legacy, no longer have a trace of reservation, and even the extreme sublimation of itself, to be all the senses, are integrated into the heart and soul of the little sunflower. For a Fire Qilin, it was undoubtedly a supreme honor to be able to have an Amazing Qilin that absorbed its lifelong sense of enlightenment. Mia. Little Aoi is hungry. Many sensations flooded into the heart and soul. Monstrous flames and endless conquests. The color of enlightenment gradually flashed in little Yang Kuai's eyes. Your contracted royal beast, Amazing Kirin, absorbed the holy rank resource Kirin blood feather and successfully comprehended the super rank skill Red Flame Boundary. Red Flame Boundary, super ranking skill, using endless flames to build a boundary, which can seal off the area and defend oneself. The system beep came. Red Flame Boundary, it's actually a defense technique? Li Luo couldn't help but be surprised, secretly saying, the fire system represents absolute fierceness, as well as the strongest output, destruction. This Fire Qilin, its lifelong cultivation, however, is not destruction, but rather sealing and guarding? Red Flame Boundary can seal off enemies and moreover isolate attacks, possessing a dual effect. Among the many super rank skills, the strength is also extremely high. For the Red Flame Boundary comprehended by little Yang Kuai, Li Luo could be said to be extremely satisfied. After all, fire-type sealing and defense techniques were extremely rare. Mia. A flash of sadness flashed across little Yang Kuai's eyes. It had completely refined the Qilin's blood feather, and it had even triggered the extreme sublimation of the inheritance intention, which was equivalent to browsing through the Fire Qilin's entire life, still immersed in the Fire Qilin's fall, and it was difficult to extricate itself. For the tender little sunflower. Life and death, not too far away. Little sunflower. Leroy was about to say a few words of reassurance. Suddenly. Your contracted royal beast, Amazing Kirin, senses the Fire Kirin's life and successfully comprehends the super rank skill Amazing Life. Life Amazing, a super rank skill that can change the nature of the flame from destructive to beneficial, gaining effects such as healing and purification. The system alert, once again. The moment. Leroy was truly and completely shocked. Super rank skill, amazing life? Li Luo's eyes dramatically shook as he secretly said, even among the many super rank skills, it can definitely be ranked in the top 10. A super rank skill, but it can directly make Xiao Yang Aoi, from the original output position, turn into a supporting position. Completely change the nature of the flame? Little Yang Aoi, you really do always surprise me. Super order skills, I don't know how many. Li Luo is to make a judgment, life amazement. In the countless super rank skills, can be ranked in the top 10, see the skill, exactly how heavenly. The amazing Kirin you contracted has actually awakened 2 super rank skills? Sangyu could not help but be baffled, saying, the creator of this Qilin blood feather has also only comprehended a super rank skill, red flame boundary, or the Yen Sage has specially selected it for you just to make up for the amazing Qilin's flaw of having more than enough output, but not enough defense. I'm afraid that the amazing Qilin has other epiphanies from the Qilin's blood feathers. Concubine Xia sighed, it seems that this amazing Qilin has an extremely high level of enlightenment. Li Luo, what exactly is the second super rank skill it awakened? Sangyu couldn't help but be curious. Amazing life. Leroy was succinct. He was about to explain the effect of the amazing life. What? Sangyu's eyes shook dramatically as she said in a trembling voice, little young Kwai has actually comprehended the fate amazing? I can't believe it's this skill. Concubine Xia's eyes, too, could not help but tremble lightly. Master, eldered Sangyu, is there any deep meaning to the super rank skill? Li Luo's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle deeply. He was extremely clear that with the realm and strength of Xia Fei and Sangyu, even if they were saint rank skills, they must have mastered a lot of them, and would they be so shocked for a super rank skill? The fires of the world can be divided into 2 poles of life and death. Concubine Xia said in a deep voice, many great emperors, who majored in the fire system, only practiced the fire of destruction. However, there was a great emperor in history that practiced the fire of life. That great emperor is named Life and Death Inferno Emperor. The Emperor of Life and Death Inferno, before he fell, left a message. But anyone who comprehends the fate amazing, if they can pass the test left behind by the Life and Death Inferno Emperor, they will obtain the inheritance of the Life and Death Inferno Emperor. That inheritance is located in the Qilin Academy. As soon as the words fell, the look on Princess Xia's face was extremely grave. That is to say. Sangyu marveled, with the fate amazing that little Yang Kwai has comprehended, you will be able to head to the Qilin Academy at any time and undergo the test of the Life and Death Yen Emperor. Once you pass the test, you will obtain the second great emperor inheritance. Chapter 75 The 2 Poles of the Flame. Dragon Realm Infiltration. Life and Death Inferno Emperor? Leroy was stunned. Any of the great emperors had left a colorful mark in the history of the human race. The Emperor of Life and Death Inferno is an extremely special emperor who has awakened the legendary SSS grade talent Life and Death Inferno, which can easily reverse the characteristics of flames. Quiet time. Blessed beings. Time of wrath. Heavenly fire burns the world. A great emperor with both extreme destruction, as well as invincible assistance. It's a all-rounder. Mia? Cyangui was a little confused. Life and Death of Yendi? Legacy? It turns out that the amazing fate is actually the key to obtaining the inheritance of the Life and Death Yen Emperor. In Li Luo's eyes, a flash of realization flashed through his eyes as he secretly said, with the characteristics of the fate amazing, perhaps it was originally the foundation of the path cultivated by the Life and Death Yen Emperor. Super rank skill, amazing life. Reversible flame properties. After little Yang Aoi comprehended the destiny amazing, it was also equivalent to walking on the path of the Life and Death Yen Emperor, and in the future, he was destined to be like the Life and Death Yen Emperor, blessing all beings with a single thought, and burning down mountains and rivers with a single thought. The super rank skill Life Amazing is equivalent to a simplified version of the SSS-Rank talent Life and Death Amazing. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, however, the bitterness of the amazing life, after all, is only a super rank. As little Yang Kwai's realm rises and continues to refine her bloodline, the bitterness of the amazing life, too, will be elevated and transformed into a holy rank skill, or even an emperor rank skill. Roar! Roar! Little Pale Star's eyes widen steeply. What? Little Yang Kwai still has to obtain the second great emperor inheritance? After Li Luo obtained the amazing emperor's inheritance, the biggest harvest was undoubtedly the Hall of Exotic Flames, 323 different grades of exotic flames, all of which belonged to little Yang Kuai's resources. Just the amazing Emperor inheritance, letting little Yang Kuai, in a very short period of time, realm, strength, backsliding little Tsong Xing. If you then obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of Life and Death Yen, little Yang Aoi is still going to be in heaven, isn't it? Little Tsong Xing cannot help but think, in the future, the strength of the small Yang Kuai, lingering between heaven and earth, in contrast to its Tsong Xing, but still small Karami, can only be in the small Yang Kuai's divine might, shivering. Just thinking about it made Pale Star choke a little. Didn't you say, get me a sister? How did I become a brother? I want to become an emperor, not a brother. Ahem. Sensing little Tsong Xing's intention, Li Luo was filled with helplessness and hurriedly said, don't be in a hurry, when I acquire the Dragonfather's inheritance in the future, you'll take off. The Dragonfather's inheritance is many times more powerful than the Great Emperor's inheritance. Just because little Yang Kuai is stronger than you now doesn't mean he'll always be stronger than you. Besides, hasn't little Yang Kuai not yet acquired the inheritance of the Life and Death Inferno Emperor? As long as you cultivate hard and arrive at the extreme realm of the transcendent level as soon as possible, even little Yang Kuai may not be your match. Roar! Tsong Xing's dragon eyes gradually lit up. Yeah. The sky is the limit. You and I are the dark horses. Who says I, Tsong Xing, am destined to be inferior to Yang Kuai? Seeing this, Leroy smiled helplessly. He did not think that the future of little Tsong Xing would be weaker than little Yang Kuai. After all, Xiao Yang Kuai's power originated from the divine grade secret method Divine Amazing Refinement, refining many foreign flames. On the contrary, little Tsong Xing, who possessed the divine grade skill Desolate Dragon Divine Body, was destined to grow stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Li Luo did not least divine level skills for little Yang Kuai. The many fire-based divine level skills represented the most extreme destruction, and little Yang Kuai's realm, in the end, was still too low to be able to use it at all. Even if you lease it down, it's pure waste. Like the Desolate Dragon Divine Body, passive growth type god level skills, through the system's skill mall, is also a rare corner. A mythic level fire skill, at least until little Yang Kuai breaks through to the monarch level before he can use one or two of them. Leroy couldn't help but ponder. He was in no hurry. With the divine grade secret method Divine Amazing Refinement, little Yang Kuai's strength was definitely far beyond that of his peers, and he was easily able to cross over to challenge them. Master! Li Luo leapt out and said, I wonder if the inheritance of the Life and Death Inferno Emperor has any other requirements besides comprehending the Fate Amazing? Monarch level. Concubine Xia's eyes sank as she said, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the Life and Death Inferno Emperor, you must at least reach the monarch realm. Furthermore, the inheritance of the Life and Death Yen Emperor is, after all, one of the great emperor inheritances of the Qilin school, and if you come from the true dragon school and wish to obtain the inheritance, you're bound to encounter obstruction. Yen Shang and I, we will both mediate from this and fight for a chance for you to obtain the inheritance. Before that, you should try not to reveal the might of the Destiny Amazing, lest the group of old antiquities from the Qilin Academy, knowing that you have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance, will instead not allow you to accept the inheritance. Words. In Li Luo's heart, he was immediately moved. Master Teacher had really thought about it incomparably well for his sake. Yes. Leroy nodded seriously. Leroy. Sonya suddenly said, with the strength of Tsong Xing and Yang Aoi, they should be able to start impacting the true dragon ranking, right? Now. Leroy couldn't help but be amazed. Songyu, as a holy dragon, shouldn't have cared about the true dragon ranking, yet he directly spoke out, allowing him to impact the true dragon ranking? Songyu. Concubine Xia frowned slightly and spoke out to stop it. Sister Xia, I'm about to say it. Songyu grunted, Li Luo, you don't know, how shameless are the many old antiquities of the royal dragon master's lineage. Knowing that you have acquired the amazing emperor inheritance, they have even pressured Sister Xia to give up a portion of the amazing emperor inheritance's harvest to strengthen the royal dragon master lineage. Even though Sister Xia has taken on a lot of pressure, there are still some voices that believe that you will sooner or later fall to the Starfire lineage, and have fought for some resources for you, but all of them are stuck for this reason. If you can make the little Tsong Star show enough strength, and even force Jining, those old antiques will no longer have a reason to come back to make things difficult for you. The many resources that Sister Xia has secured for you will also be distributed directly. So saying, Song Yu's anger could barely be held down. She went through a tug of war and hated those old undead, and just killed them. But she couldn't do so. Once the suppression of these veteran Imperial Dragon Masters was done, it would be a complete offense to the Dragon Realm, breaking the balance between the realms and the Xia Kingdom, and all the emperors would come to pursue the blame at that time.
Master, Elder Songyu.
Li Luo's brows furrowed in confusion. I don't quite understand why I, as an SSS-Rank Supreme Demon, the Royal Dragon Master lineage, would still make things difficult for me. He was extremely puzzled. A peerless demon, destined to become an emperor as long as he doesn't fall in the middle. How could the lineage of Dragon Masters, many veteran Dragon Masters, with realms at the Holy Spirit level, dare to offend a future great emperor?
You have no idea.
Songyu sneered and said, the Royal Dragon Master lineage has been silent for an unknown amount of time. Before the rise of Sister Xia, the Royal Dragon Master lineage was almost infiltrated by the Dragon Realm. Therefore, those old Imperial Dragon Masters naturally don't want you to rise completely. After all, you are with the Dragon Realm, nothing to do with it.
Words.
So, the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters has already been infiltrated by the Dragon Realm?
Leroy came to a realization.
He reinforced the idea in his mind. It seemed that the Royal Dragon Master lineage, the second purge, was imminent.
Luor, you don't have to worry much.
Concubine Xia smiled gently and said, when I become an emperor and break free from all restraints, I will definitely completely cleanse the Royal Dragon Master lineage.
Even if the Dragon Realm is enraged, I will not be afraid.
Chapter 76, Battle of the True Dragon Ranking, Open.
Concubine Xia and Songyu spiraled away.
In the living room, a dish that was served. The raw materials for each dish were by no means simple, coming from a monarch class 10th ranked beast, the Flaming Aaron.
The many dishes were naturally prepared for Li Luo.
As for the Tsong Xing and Yang Kuai, there is no need to cook, just eat them raw.
It is undoubtedly better to eat it raw than to cook it, to absorb the nutrients in it.
Zhang Yao was constantly busy in the kitchen with a happy smile on her face. The S-Class talent Seductive Heart had transformed into the SS-Class talent Heart's Desire Flame. Zhang Yao had gotten what she wanted.
Humph.
Zhang Yao secretly thought, Master is so nice to me, he must not be able to resist my charm.
I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut.
At the table, Zhang Yao quietly took off her small leather shoes, and with the tip of her foot wrapped in black silk, she gently skimmed over Li Luo's calf, constantly observing Li Luo's expression, only to realize that Li Luo was completely lost in contemplation.
No?
Zhang Yao couldn't help but be dumbfounded, secretly saying, I've metamorphosed into a SS grade talent, the seduction of the heart's desire flame is unknown how much more powerful than the charming demon's heart, and you're still unperturbed?
Stop it.
Li Luo frowned slightly and clutched Zhang Yao's jade foot, directly.
Ah! Zhang Yao's pretty face immediately reddened.
A pair of beautiful, delicate eyes.
It's over.
Zhang Yao was dumbfounded. The fire of heart desire, unlike the heart of the phantom demon,
can not only mobilize the desire of living beings, but its own bathing fire will also be more intense.
Just having her little feet clutched was a little too much for her. It was absolutely unimaginable before the transformation of the SS grade talent Fire of Heart's Desire.
Lord and Master.
Zhang Yao's pretty face, delicate as if dripping blood, a pair of slender black silk long legs, are quietly together, voice more than a trace of anxiety, said, You quickly let go ah.
Oh? Leroy couldn't help but show a look of interest and said, This won't work?
Between the words, he quietly increased his force.
Ah!
Zhang Yao's delicate body trembled slightly and whispered, Master, please, please. Such a thousand charming gesture, even if it is Li Luo, also straight callsome can't eat, immediately loosen the hand, see Zhang Yao unbearable shame, fleeing also like to go back to the room. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of a bathroom door opening. Li Luo gradually withdrew his eyes, recalling the soft and smooth feel, and then he shook his head and resumed his state of contemplation.
True dragon list?
After some deep thinking, he secretly said, It seems that Ji Ning is what the Dragon Realm is supporting.
Leroy made a reasonable judgment.
He naturally investigated Ji Ning, knowing that Ji Ning had once wanted to worship the summer concubine as a teacher, but had eaten a closed door. The summer concubine did not show up at all. After that, Ji Ning was received by several Holy Spirit level Dragon Masters, and became the Dragon Master's lineage, the de facto Holy Maiden, not knowing how many resources she had acquired in order to grow up so quickly. Master, Songyu fought for many resources for me, yet you dare to interfere. Li Luo's eyes were slightly cold as he said, Do you really think I don't have a temper?
Wow! He stood up instantly. Roar!
Little Song Xing's eyes were also filled with endless battle intent. True Dragon List. Li Luo sneered and said, when there is the name of Song Tian Desolate Dragon. In a single house. True Dragon Battle Book. Nangong Dai's eyes were filled with exhaustion. Ever since ascending to the 1000th position on the True Dragon ranking, he had gone through an unknown number of challenges and hardships before he was able to hold on to the 1000th position. It is not easy to stay up to the vacation, rest for 2 months' time, did not experience challenges, can be said to be Nangong Dai, the most enjoyable time. However, it was only just the beginning of the school year, and he had received several more True Dragon War letters. After being located in the 100th position of the True Dragon ranking, if someone places a True Dragon War letter, one must answer one of the letters, or else they will be excluded from the True Dragon ranking. As long as in the True Dragon list, you can get many resources, more can have True Dragon Academy, higher authority, many facilities can be free to use, Nangong Dai do not want to be True Dragon list removed. Nangong Dai's eyes were stunned. He took one of the war letters and landed on the signature column. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and said in surprise, Challenger, Li Luo? He's the number 1 freshman, the absolute demon who awakened the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent? A freshman, how dare you challenge me? Doesn't he know that the battle of the True Dragon ranking will never allow Imperial Beast Masters to add their talents, and can only allow the Imperial Beasts contracted by both sides to face each other? Nangong Dai naturally knew that Li Luo had shown in the Inheritance Mystic Realm, displaying incomparably terrifying battle prowess and overpowering a small beast tide. The True Dragon ranking only considers the battle strength of the favored beasts, and never allows the Beast Master to intervene, so that the true strength of the beasts can be tested. Li Luo, even though you're strong, you can't enchant the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent. The desolate dragon you've contracted is only at the transcendent mortal grade 7th stage, right? You don't think that a summer vacation is past, a full 2 months, and my contracted Wild Thunder Lion hasn't improved at all, do you? Commander 3rd Order? I wasn't a long time ago. The current Berserk Thunder Lion is a commander of the 5th rank. One thought to this. Nangong Dai no longer hesitated. The challenge was answered. Li Luo, actually challenging me? Koboan laughed out loud and said, the Alpine Giant Ape that I have contracted, but it has broken through to the 7th rank of the Commander class. If I am willing, I can even make the Alpine Giant Ape, from its current rank of 825th, rise to the top 700. For the Battle of the True Dragon ranking, only the Imperial Beast battle power will be considered. In that case, I will thwart you. It's just as well, defeating a Supreme Demon is enough to make me famous. The True Dragon Battle Book, reduced to ashes. A wisp of invisible fluctuation surged into the sky above the True Dragon School. A list of names that quietly surfaced. Exactly. True Dragon List. The world knows that the True Dragon List is a Holy Spirit level Imperial weapon type of life, has its own consciousness, can be updated in real time. The rankings of the True Dragon List can be coordinated by the battle of the True Dragons, but also has an unrivaled battle power. There were even saints who speculated that the more powerful the heavenly pride and demons recorded on top of the True Dragon List, the more powerful the True Dragon List would be. In the meantime, various parts of the True Dragon School. Pages and pages of True Dragon battle books were silently ignited. On the True Dragon List, a battle of True Dragons that was about to start was included. One of the signatures on the Challenger's side is, after all, generic. Challenger, Cthulhu Dragons. Affiliation, Li Luo. True Dragon Academy, completely shaken. Crazy. Li Luo actually challenged both Nangong Yan, who was ranked 1000th on the True Dragon ranking, all the way up to Wenfenghua, who was ranked 100th. The Imperial Beast he fought with was actually the juvenile Desolate Dragon. In one day, those who responded to the battle, more than 100. Heavens! Surprisingly, even Wenfenghua, who is ranked 100th, has agreed. 2 months ago, the Black Thunder Snake that Wenfenghua contracted was already at the 3rd stage of the Lord rank. 2 months later, the strength of the Black Thunder Snake will surely skyrocket again. The Battle of the True Dragon ranking, unable to add the Royal Beast talent. The juvenile Desolate Dragon contracted by Li Luo, whose realm isn't even a commander level, may not even be able to beat Nangong Dai's Berserker Thunder Lion. TSK, Li Luo is really bloated. In the Battle of the True Dragon ranking, he is destined to experience the most tragic defeat in his life. Chapter 77, Dare Not Fight? Li Luo appeared. A single student, no matter freshmen or veterans, was extremely unimpressed with Li Luo's True Dragon battle. The rankings of the True Dragon list, in which the Imperial Beast realms were recorded, all had a lag. But the Imperial Beasts that were ranked on the True Dragon list were at least pure-blooded monarch species, or even hegemonic level bloodlines. Even if it was a Holy Spirit level bloodline, it was by no means unheard of on top of the True Dragon ranking. With such a bloodline, breaking through realms, there was almost no bottleneck. As long as there were enough resources, one could keep raising the realm. Every time a new semester opens, the True Dragon rankings are shuffled with it. That is, the new semester has only begun, and that's why it stays roughly the same. TSK, Li Luo wouldn't be trying to make the True Dragon ranking shuffle, right? If you ask me, he can't even beat the 1000th ranked Nangongyan, and the Mad Thunder Lion that Nangongyan contracted. He even challenged the 100th ranked Manhwa. Isn't this looking for death? With the Transcendent level, challenging the Commander level, there is still hope. However, Manhwa, who is ranked 100th, is an actual Lord-level Royal Beast Master. No matter how heavily talented Li Luo is, he is still relying on the SSS grade Ancestral Dragon talent. The battle of the True Dragon ranking, unable to add the Imperial Beast talent, how much more powerful can the juvenile Desolate Dragon he contracted be? Many murmurs. Jin. A long dragon's roar resounded in the sky. A golden True Dragon silhouette came snaking in. In an instant, it transformed into a golden list that hung high above the firmament. Holy! The True Dragon ranking, it actually showed up? Worthy of being Li Luo, SSS grade absolute demon. Li Luo's authority in the True Dragon Academy, I'm afraid it's extremely high, even the spirit of the True Dragon list, to descend into the shadow. Tisk, so what? Such a big scene will only further emphasize how ridiculous Li Luo's fiasco really is. To dare to challenge the True Dragon ranking at a mere transcendent level realm is destined to be a laughingstock. The appearance of the True Dragon ranking completely set the True Dragon school ablaze. Quite a few geniuses and celestial prides, all of them came here on hearing the news. Leroy. Su Qingxue looked at the sky and couldn't help but purse up the edge of her lips as she whispered, "It's only been 3 days, can't you stop?" This time, Li Luo's challenge to the True Dragon ranking is just too irrational. Qi Yong shook his head and said, even though Li Luo has obtained the amazing Emperor's inheritance, the young draconic dragon he contracted is not even a fire type. Amazing Emperor's inheritance, so how can it work on the draconic dragon's body? I'm afraid, the strength of that young desolate dragon hasn't increased much at all. But all those who have made it to the True Dragon list are not junior or senior veterans, and have cultivated for 2 or 3 more years than us, the freshmen. Dong Cheng's face was filled with sighs as he said, even if Li Luo's natural talent is high, even if the contracted draconic dragon, which possesses the bloodline of the Zong Tian draconic dragon, faces the Imperial Beasts contracted by the junior and senior veterans, he is doomed to meet a crushing defeat. Leroy is indeed too arrogant. Suji was also extremely unfavorable inside. If he cultivates for another year or 2, even if he ascends to the top 100 of the True Dragon ranking, I would never be surprised. Just, how long has it been since Li Luo contracted that desolate dragon? 3 days ago, the realm of that juvenile desolate dragon was only at the transcendent mortal grade 7th stage. Although Li Luo, Song Xing's realm, has long been far beyond Qi Yong, Dong Cheng, Suji, the 3S class heavenly pride, but Li Luo this time to challenge, after all, the True Dragon list, many powerful Imperial Beasts. Losing the SSS grade Ancestral Dragon talent's support, the Song Xing that Li Luo had contracted would be completely in its original form and show its true strength. The greatest likelihood was to be directly smashed by a powerful Imperial Beast on the True Dragon list. Master. Zhang Yao's eyes flashed with worry. She had guessed that Li Luo would go to challenge the True Dragon ranking. But Zhang Yao's speculation, that is, Li Luo initiated the True Dragon battle to the Royal Beasts on the True Dragon ranking list, ranked after the 900th position, at most one battle. Li Luo's move, however, was completely beyond Zhang Yao's understanding. He went so far as to widely distribute the True Dragon battle letters. Even if only a small portion of them responded to the battle, he would still have to go through more than 100 True Dragon battles. Just from the records of the True Dragon ranking, Little Song Xing's opponent's realm is at the lowest of the Commander rank 3, and the highest even reaches the Lord rank 3. Su Qingxue whispered, this is still the apparent realm. Over the past 2 months, how much the realm of the Imperial Beasts on the True Dragon ranking has been elevated is anyone's guess. TSK, this Li Luo is really crazy. A playful word slowly came out. Many freshmen and old students, their eyes shook. Su Yuyue? She's actually here too. It's not just her, even Lu Tianfeng, and even Ji Ning has come? It seems that these three seniors and sisters with the strongest strength in the True Dragon Academy are also extremely interested in Li Luo's true battle power. As long as we know the strength of the juvenile draconic dragon, we can reasonably deduce just how strong the SSS-ranked ancestral dragon talent, in terms of the increase of the imperial beasts, is. This is extremely valuable information. Many murmurs. Ji Ning, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yui, however, didn't care in the slightest. I'm now looking forward to the fact that Li Luo's contracted juvenile desolate dragon can be ranked on the True Dragon ranking, at the number 1 spot. Lu Tianfeng revealed a hint of a smile and casually said, "Isn't Li Luo always so bad that he can't even beat the 1000th ranked Nangong Dai?" Ji Ning, what do you think? Su Yu leered. I don't know. Ji Ning shook her head slightly. Inside of her, however, there was always something different. Since the Inheritance Mystery Realm, Ji Ning has carefully investigated Li Luo, from worshipping Xia Fei, until the ring battle, and even the Inheritance Mystery Realm. Li Luo's style of action has always been to plan and decide before moving, and has enough certainty before he will be sharp. Could it be that he's really sure of himself? Ji Ning, heart hesitant, secretly said, the person who meets the battle of the true dragon can be some real heavenly pride. To transcendent level realm, overstep the level of the battle? Wow. A golden light slowly spilled down. Challenger, Cthulhu Dragons. Realm, unknown. Affiliation, Li Luo. Respondent, Wild Thunder Lion. Realm, Commander 5th Order. Belongs to Nangong Dai. Countless golden flashes of light, transformed into 2 lines of text, emerged. The battle of the true dragons can only be fought from the lowest to the highest. Once Li Luo loses the battle to Nangong Dai, yet he cannot take a break and will have to fight against the other applicants. The Berserk Thunder Lion contracted by Nangong Dai, its realm has indeed improved, breaking through from the 3rd rank of commander to the 5th rank of commander. If we're talking about strength, it's at least increased by several times. Nangong Dai looks as if he's very confident. TSK, that's also true. The Mad Thunder Lion contracted by Nangong Dai has used an unknown number of treasures, and its bloodline has long been purified many times, and it has long since metamorphosed into a top-tier monarch species, and it is in charge of several high-level skills, so its battle power is definitely not to be underestimated. With the Mad Thunder Lion, against the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. Unless Li Luo's Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon breaks through to the commander level, or else the victory or defeat is still unknown. Many new students and old students, all of them marveled out. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Nangong Dai stood aloft, followed by the extremely powerful Mad Thunder Lion, and said aloud, "Li Luo, you still haven't appeared. Could it be that you don't dare to fight?" Ow! The Berserk Thunder Lion let out a roar, an extremely majestic aura that filled the entire confrontation field. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as if in response. In the midst of the dragon's roar, it seemed that even the roar of the Mad Thunder Lion was suppressed. "Leroy, he's here!" Chi Young exclaimed out in shock, saying, "The text of the True Dragon ranking, it seems to be changing. Transcendent Mortal 10th Order. The juvenile desolate dragon that Li Luo contracted is at the Transcendent Mortal 10th Order." Chapter 78, Song Xing vs. Mad Thunder Lion. 3 days ago, the juvenile desolate dragon that Li Luo contracted was clearly still at the Transcendent Mortal rank 7. In just the past 3 days, it has broken through 3 ranks and elevated to the Transcendent Mortal grade 10th rank? Breaking 1 rank in 1 day. What kind of terrifying speed of breaking the realm is this? The higher the realm goes, the harder it can get. You guys, that desolate dragon that Li Luo contracted, it won't break through to the commander level during the battle, right? Many new students and old students, all of them were shocked. Transcendental 10th Order. Su Qingxue pursed the edge of her lips tightly, and her eyes were trembling slightly. 3 days, how short is that? After she had broken through to the 2nd stage of the Transcendent Mortal grade, 3 days were far from enough just to consolidate her realm, let alone raise it. On the contrary, Li Luo, but the realm of the small pale star, directly raised 3 equal steps, the foundation is still extremely solid, seems to be able to break through to the commander level at any time? Not only Su Qingxue, even Ji Ning, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yui could not help but show complex colors. Such a speed of breaking through the realm, even SS-class demons could only marvel at it. Transcendental 10th Order? Nangong Dai's brows furrowed as he coldly said, "Li Luo, if your contracted desolate dragon had broken through to the commander level, I would still be afraid of it. But your desolate dragon is still at the transcendent level. How are you going to surpass the large realm difference? Did you misunderstand something?" Li Luo's eyes were bland as he laughed, for the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, isn't it the most basic to cross over a large realm to challenge it? Arrogant. In Nangong Dai's eyes, he couldn't help but flash with anger as he said, Li Luo, you are truly arrogant to the extreme. Also, I'll let you know properly how big the gap is between the Commander and Transcendent levels. Unfortunately, the rules of the Battle of the True Dragons can't add all the Imperial Beast talents, as well as secret techniques and skills. Otherwise, I really don't have the confidence to defeat you. In terms of strength and talent, I am inferior to you in every way. But the Berserk Thunder Lion I contracted and cultivated will never be inferior to your Desolate Dragon. With a few words, Nangong Dai did not evade the issue that his battle power was inferior to Li Luo's. In the large True Dragon Academy, who didn't know that Li Luo had calmed down small beast tides with his full strength, and he didn't know how many fierce beasts of the 10th rank of the Commander class had been subdued, and his battle power could be described as formidable and unparalleled. Even Nangong Dai was ashamed of himself. But the rules of the Battle of the True Dragon list simply does not allow the Royal Beastmaster to intervene, can only watch the battle from the sidelines. Command undoubtedly will be Li Luo's advantage, completely extinguished. Nangong Dai couldn't help but look forward to it. As long as he completely defeated Li Luo, he would surely become famous, and the many giants in the True Dragon Academy's existence would definitely not be able to turn a blind eye to it, and would surely have to increase the tilt of their resources. Mad Thunder Lion? Li Luo's gaze slowly cast towards the Mad Thunder Lion, only to feel the thunder furiously surging, incomparably terrifying thunder and lightning, seemingly drowning the entire confrontation field. The Battle of the True Dragons opens in an instant. It's a little weak. Li Luo frowned slightly and casually said, Little Song Xing, settle it. The words fell. Roar. An excited dragon roar resounded. In these 3 days, Little Song Xing has always been in the subconscious cultivation. There is no time to fight against the war, embedded within the body of the battle intent, has long been hungry and thirsty, at any time to boil. Arrogant. Simply arrogant. Nangong Dai nearly broke his defense. The Berserk Thunder Lion was the most powerful of the 3 Imperial Beasts contracted by Nangong Yan, and it had even ascended to the True Dragon ranking, representing Nangong Yan's strongest battle power. In Leroy's mouth, it was reduced to weakness? How can this make Nangong Dai? How can he accept it? He was about to say something. Boom! Endless thunder, blasting down. High-ranking skill, booming thunder. The thunder system, when it comes to destructiveness, is inherently no less than the fire system. If we talk about speed, it is even far beyond the fire system. It was almost impossible to dodge such a blast of falling thunder. Actually, Pale Star didn't even try to dodge it either. Located on the opposite side of the battlefield, there is no need to think about the consumption or the wounds, and all will be healed after the battle is over. It's too. Little Song Xing bathed in thunder, unfolding extreme speed, wrapped in the power of the Desolate Ancient, which was also mixed with brilliant thunder, instantly appeared in front of the Mad Thunder Lion, the dragon claw raised high, mobilizing endless power of the Desolate Ancient, and fiercely slapped down. Ow! The pupils of the Berserk Thunder Lion abruptly shrunk. At this time of danger, it instantly gathered a large amount of thunder and transformed into a shield of thunder. High-level skill, Thunder Guard. Ka-ching! Thunder Shield, shattered in an instant. Roar! A flash of disappointment flashed through Little Pale Star's dragon eyes. This Mad Thunder Lion, it's indeed a bit weak. If Xiao Yanka was allowed to fight, I'm afraid that if a random flame fell, it would be able to kill the Berserk Thunder Lion in seconds. On the contrary, Little Song Xing had to go through so much trouble, bathing in endless falling thunder and having to bully his way up. One thought to this. The light of Little Song Xing's eyes suddenly became sullen. Bang! The dragon's claws smashed down. The body of the Berserk Thunder Lion was nearly deformed. If it wasn't for the Immortality formation, this one Berserk Thunder Lion, I'm afraid it would be on the verge of falling. Wild Thunder Lion, defeated. A line of golden text slowly emerged. High above. The 1000th position on the True Dragon ranking, the name belonging to the Mad Thunder Lion, quietly dissipated. The Cthulhu Dragons, take their place. 1000th place, Pale Sky Dragons. Realm, Transcendent 10 steps. Affiliation, Li Luo. The 1000th? Li Luo exuded a hint of a smile and secretly said, this is just the beginning. Being ranked on the True Dragon list will also earn you many rewards. The top 1000 rankings will receive 10 million Dasha coins per month. The top 900 rankings will receive 20 million dasha coins per month. And so on. If you can be ranked in the top 200, you will get 80 million dasha coins per month. If it's 100th? That's 100 million. What if it's in the top 10? The reward of dasha coins alone is 1 billion per month, up to 2 billion. The key thing was that the True Dragon ranking could have multiple imperial beasts on the list at the same time, receiving multiple rewards. For example, Jining, who had a total of 4 contracted imperial beasts, was ranked in the top 10 of the True Dragon ranking and received 6.7 billion dasha coins per month. The reward for 2 months on the True Dragon ranking was comparable to a Sacred Rank resource. Sacred Order resources, how precious are they? It is available for a price. Even though Jining was carrying tens of billions of dollars, she could only exchange it for many super rank resources. However, Leroy didn't care. He didn't lack the resources of the Holy Order. However, Li Luo's least SSS grade talent, mythic grade secret techniques, skills, and meditation ideas were bound to increase as the realm rose, as well as the increase in contracted imperial beasts. At that time, the 1 billion dasha coins in his hand would surely be far from enough. The True Dragon list, which can provide a steady stream of dasha coins, will undoubtedly supply my rental needs perfectly. Li Luo briefly pondered, secretly said, if you can be ranked in the top of the True Dragon list, and even Jining contracted imperial beasts, squeezing down the top 10 ranks. I do not know the old things of the Imperial Dragon Division lineage, can still have an excuse? Admittedly, the many imperial beasts that Jining had contracted, even the weakest of them, the cunning demon dragon, had reached the 7th stage of the Lord rank, and was by no means a match for little Songxing, but since Li Luo dared to think about it, he naturally had some plans. The first step is for little Songxing to arrive at the extreme realm of the transcendent level. Li Luo's eyes gradually sank. The other side. Nangong Dai looked at the Berserk Thunder Lion, easily defeated in battle at the hands of little Songxing, only to feel that his face is full of parched, more shocked. Berserk Thunder Lion's battle power, how powerful! It was actually killed in an instant? Chapter 79 Louis Fei's jealousy. Nangong Dai's anger. Berserk Thunder Lion, defeated. A Commander Grade 5th Order Berserk Thunder Lion was actually killed by a Transcendent Grade 10th Order Desolate Dragon in a direct overstep second? Berserk Thunder Lion, but a pureblood top-tier monarch species, an adult is a monarch level 10th rank. Even if it encounters some fierce beasts of the 7th rank of the Commander class, it can still manage to crush them, but it was countered by Li Luo's contracted Cthulhu Desolate Dragon, and was easily killed in seconds? True Dragon ranking, 1000th place. It's only been a short period of time since the school year started, and the juvenile Desolate Dragon that Li Luo contracted possesses such terrifying strength? A young Desolate Dragon with Lord-level potential, how on earth did Li Luo breed it? A freshman and an old student, all of them were shocked. Whether it was little Songxing's terrifying battle power or Li Luo's amazing cultivation ability, all of them were beyond common sense, making one freshman and veteran student feel extremely shocked. Especially the older students of the junior and senior years, most of the favored beasts they bred were stuck at the transcendent level, and no matter the realm or battle power, they were surprisingly inferior to little Songxing. Many veteran students, cultivated for 2 or 3 years. Not as good as Leroy, just 10 days of cultivation? Is this an SSS grade absolute demon? SSS-Rank, Ancestral Dragon. The battle power is amazing, even the ability to cultivate it is so heaven-defying. Us unusual geniuses, in front of a supreme demon, unexpectedly, we are not even worthy of being green leaves at all. A veteran student, all of them laughed bitterly. The students of the True Dragon Academy, regardless of their own beast talent, is what kind of level, all are high-minded and proud, will never think that they will be weaker than others in the future. Generally speaking. Located in the True Dragon Academy for 4 years, almost all students who awakened a B-rank talent were able to acquire the opportunity to metamorphose into an A-rank talent. The opening awakens an A-ranked talent, and there's not a lot of hope that it will morph into an S-ranked talent. If the opening awakening of the S-class talent, the difficulty of wanting to metamorphose into a SS-class talent increases geometrically, and one must strive towards the heavens, not knowing how much effort to put in, and how many great chances to obtain, in order to have any hope. In the True Dragon Academy, there were at least hundreds of heavenly prides who had awakened their S-class talents, and in the end, only Lu Tianfeng and Su Yui had metamorphosed into SS-class talents. As for Jining, she was originally an SS-class demon. Even Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yui were hard to convince in the True Dragon Academy. SS-level talent. Is it strong? Qianquan has not yet been determined, and even with a B grade talent, there is a glimmer of hope that it will metamorphose into an SS grade. However, when a new student, old students, time and time again witness Li Luo, can be said to be heaven-defying performance, but simply cannot give birth to the heart of climbing, can only give birth to a deep sense of powerlessness. In just 10 days, it exceeded our efforts for years. As a student of the same True Dragon Academy, is Li Luo going to be challenged over a level even if he didn't display SSS grade talent? Is it not a rumor that an SSS class absolute demon is destined to suppress an era? A freshman and an old student, all of them had complicated eyes. Li Luo's contracted Desolate Dragon, even if its battle power is heaven-defying, how far can it go on the True Dragon ranking? In the crowd, Louis Fei's jealousy, almost overflowing, shouted, "This time, Li Luo has conveyed hundreds of True Dragon battle letters at the same time, with hundreds of applicants." Li Luo just defeated the lowest-ranked Nangong Dai out of the hundreds of applicants, as well as the weakest on the True Dragon ranking, the Mad Thunder Lion. In this battle for the True Dragon ranking, Li Luo is destined for the most disastrous defeat. Perhaps, he will be devastated after this defeat. What SSS grade absolute demon, I'm afraid I'll have to fall silent. Louis Fei's words drew many freshmen and veteran students, all of whom looked sideways. Many of the new and old students could not help but show a deep thought. "So it's you." Su Qingxue snorted coldly and said, "A few days ago, you wanted to hold up a kill and were directly humiliated by Li Luo. But you simply don't have the strength to retaliate, so you can only harbor a grudge and snarl your dog under the field? Louis Fei, if you really have the strength, you might as well follow Li Luo's example and order the True Dragon tactics to challenge the True Dragon ranking. Today, the 1000th position on the True Dragon ranking is none other than Li Luo." The words fell. Louis Fei's expression completely changed. Su Qingxue's words undoubtedly made Louis Xie completely unable to get off the stage. Challenging the True Dragon ranking? Just with Louis Fei, transcendent First Order realm? Not to mention 1000th on the True Dragon list, or Li Luo, and little Song Xing. How could Louis Fei not see that the battle power of that juvenile Desolate Dragon was definitely more than just the 1000th position on the True Dragon ranking, and was bound to climb forward? The Wild Thunder Lion of the 5th Order of the Commander level, all directly killed. If you let Louis Fei on the field, I am afraid that even the aura of the small pale star, are simply unable to withstand, is bound to fall into a laughingstock. Who did I think it was, but it turned out to be a jumper. Jiang Yao was full of mockery, saying, "Only snarling dogs and barking dogs," causing people to laugh. "You." Louis Fei's face, completely red. When he raised his head and looked at the opposing battlefield, he realized that Li Luo's expression never changed, and a pair of indifferent eyes, even more so, never dropped his eyes. "Louis Fly, right?" Nangong Dai's eyes, filled with coldness, said sorrowfully, "Li Luo's talent and strength, even I, Nangong Dai, have to recognize it." "And what are you considered?" He took one step at a time. Under the effect of the healing spell formation, the Berserk Thunder Lion had long since completely recovered. Following behind Nangong Yan, the aura of the 5th rank of the commander class could be described as incomparably majestic, almost turning into substance. Louis Fei, facing Nangong Dai and the Mad Thunder Lion, only felt a moment of disorientation, and his mind was in an extreme trance. When he came back to his senses, he found that his body couldn't stop trembling, so completely taken over by fear that his legs bent with it. "Oh, crap." Nangong Dai said coldly, "To think that you can't even withstand the lion's might of the Mad Thunder Lion." Sure enough, Su Qingxue and Jiang Yao were right, you are a lowly wild dog that only snarls and barks behind your back. Roar! The Berserk Thunder Lion suddenly rushed out. Louis Fei didn't have time to react at all, before he was pressed down hard on the ground by the hoof and claw of the Mad Thunder Lion. When he met the lion eyes of the Berserk Thunder Lion, the fear went even deeper into his heart and soul. A freshman and an old student couldn't help but cast a look of pity. This Louis Fei is really crazy. How dare he offend Nangong Yan? Doesn't Louis Fei know that Nangong Dai comes from the Nangong family, and is originally a playboy who was extremely domineering? Even though Louis Fei lost to Li Luo, it's not something that Louis Fei, a heavenly pride amongst the freshmen, can mess with. In the True Dragon School, there were already rules. Students of different grades, among themselves, may not fight against each other at will. A bit of genius, pride, and even demon, cultivate more than 1 year, the gap in strength, must be great, will only be crushed game, and will even lead to the lower grades of the students, a direct collapse of the mentality, and from now on fall into the waste. Nangong Dai would definitely encounter chastisement for striking out at Louis Xie. But he didn't care at all. Bang! In Luo's Fei's fearful eyes, the berserk thunder lion ruthlessly pressed down on him, but it raised its other hoof and claw, slapping Luo's Fei out instantly. How great is the power of the mad thunder lion! Luo's Fei's body, all deformed with it, fell into a state of near death, dying. Notify the medical department. Nangong Dai said coldly, S-class heavenly pride? How long have you only been practicing, and you dare to be so reckless? The moment. It was only then that Leroy slowly cast his eyes. Elder brother Nangong, thanks a lot. Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, it's too much of a shame to aggravate old brother, to take a shot at this jumping clown is too much of a drop in the bucket. Chapter 80 Absolute Demon, Nangong Jin. No harm done. Nangong Dai laughed aloud and said, Brother Li Luo, you don't care to take action against this clown, but I am different. You don't know, I hate these lowly wild dogs the most in my life. Luo's Fei fell to the ground, and when he heard the conversation between Li Luo and Nangong Dai, he couldn't help but move some more, hating to die. A freshman and an old student were all casting pitying, mocking gazes. An S-ranked heavenly pride dares to provoke Nangong Dai when it's really looking for death. TSK, Li Luo doesn't even bother and just treats it as a jumping clown. It's also true that regardless of talent, realm, or strength, this Luo's Fei is like an ant in front of Li Luo. A true dragon, would he drop his eyes for an ant? Nangong Dai won't spoil him, even if he undergoes the chastisement of the academy, what can he do? Behind Nangong Dai is the Nangong family. Among the military, that one SSS-ranked general, the existence destined to become an emperor, can be surnamed Nangong. The Nangong family will definitely be among the imperial clan. Nangong Dai will still be able to fear nothing in the Nangong family, even though he's not considered outstanding. As Luo's Fei listened to the many discussions, the remorse in his heart was even more difficult to describe. He had thought that he could do whatever he wanted in the academy, within the rules. I don't know. In the world of imperial beasts, strength reigns supreme. With Luo's Fei's talent and strength, whether it was Li Luo or Nangong Yen, he simply couldn't afford to offend. Leroy. Nangong Dai laughed aloud and said, after this battle, I am completely convinced. With your natural talent, even compared to my second uncle, you're not even close. The name of SSS Grade Absolute Demon is well deserved. If you are interested, I can introduce you in the future, and you can meet my second uncle. A remark that even made many freshmen and old students tremble with fear. Nangong Dai's second uncle, Nangong Jin. That was the contemporary head of the Nangong family, a true SSS Grade Absolute Demon, who had been crowned as an emperor at the monarch stage. Nowadays, Nangong Jin's realm had long since broken through the hegemony level, and he was on par with the saints, talking and laughing. I don't know how many great families and clans, factions that had been passed down for 10,000 years, stood behind Nangong Jin, looking forward to the time when Nangong Jin would ascend to the throne of the great emperor. Two supreme demons, even to meet? Many new students and old students were shocked. Nangong Jin and Li Luo. Representing two eras. Before Nangong Jin, there was only concubine Xia, who could represent an era. But even concubine Xia was slightly inferior to Nangong Jin. Thanks for the introduction, old brother. Leroy couldn't help but smile. Regarding Nangong Yen's life, he naturally knew about it. That one SSS Grade Absolute Demon, Nangong Jin, who had long possessed the strength of all saints, Li Luo was naturally extremely interested. It was just that Li Luo also did not think that Nangong Dai's character was so marvelous. A battle of true dragons had unexpectedly caused a marvelous bond to be constructed between Li Luo and Nangong Yen. Wow! The medical department arrived soon after. A monarch-level auxiliary imperial beast master summoned many auxiliary imperial beasts and performed healing skills, and Luo's Fei's injuries were quickly healed. Even if Nangong Dai's family lineage was heaven-defying, he categorically wouldn't dare to kill Luo's Fei on the spot in the True Dragon Academy. Looking at the True Dragon School, Li Luo was the only one who had such a backbone. Nangong Dai, you deserve to die. Luo's Fei clenched his teeth tightly and said coldly, when my realm is elevated, I will definitely make you pay the price. I'll wait for you. Nangong Dai laughed aloud and said, I hope that when you see the Mad Thunder Lion again, you won't be eroded by fear. Next. It's all about punishment and reparations. To this. Nangong Dai didn't care at all. That's funny. Leroy smiled slightly. He stood on the opposite side of the battlefield, bathed in golden light. Above the vault of heaven. Two lines of text that quietly emerged. Challenger, San Tian Dragons. Realm, Transcendental 10th Order. Affiliation, Li Luo. Respondent, Blood Demon Fly. Realm, Commander 7th Order. Belongs to, Lai K. Buzz. Buzz. A large, blood-colored fly fell from the sky. Pureblood top monarch breed. Commander Class 7th Order, Blood Demon Fly. Unlike the Mad Thunder Lion, the atmosphere is majestic. This blood demon fly exuded an extremely cold aura, appearing extremely vicious and spiteful. In the second match, it's against the blood demon fly? The Mad Thunder Lion, on the True Dragon ranking, is ranked 1000th. The blood demon fly, however, ranks 723rd. It is said that the blood demon fly that Lai Kuei contracted has an extremely sinister style and can manipulate blood. As long as the desolate dragon contracted by Li Luo seeps out a trace of blood, I'm afraid that he will lose the battle. There's no doubt that the blood demon fly that Lai Kuei has contracted has the same strength to kill the berserk thunder lion in seconds. Blood demon fly versus desolate dragon, the winner is yet to be known. There were many old students talking about it. They had stayed in the True Dragon school for too long. Every change in the True Dragon ranking would cause a sensation. Blood demon fly, too weird. Many of the older students, who were feeling extremely scandalized, would naturally pay more attention. Li Luo, you don't think that by killing the Mad Thunder Lion in seconds, you can defeat me, do you? Lai Kuei looked extremely dry and thin, as if shrouded in a layer of blood color, and coldly said, Mad Thunder Lion? Again, it is the defeated opponent of the Blood Demon Fly. But even the Blood Demon Fly is only the second Imperial Beast I contracted. Looks like you're disgruntled. Li Luo lightly laughed and said, the Blood Demon Fly, ranked 723rd. As for the strongest Imperial Beast you contracted, the Bloodthirsty Mosquito, it is even ranked 611th. Whether it's the Blood Demon Flies or the Bloodthirsty Mosquitoes, I placed a True Dragon War letter on all of them. And you, Lai K, have accepted them all. I'm afraid, you want to defeat me twice, don't you? What a good idea. On the True Dragon list, there were a total of 1,000 Imperial Beasts. The number of students on the list, however, is just over 300. Many of the Imperial Beasts on the list belong to the same Imperial Beast Master. Li Luo simultaneously issued 2 True Dragon battle letters to Lai Kuei, and Lai Kuei answered them all. What? Li Luo challenged both the Blood Demon Fly of Lai Kuei's contract, as well as the Bloodthirsty Mosquito? In other words, Li Luo's contracted Desolate Dragon must fight Lai Kuei twice? The Blood Demon Fly, it's incomparably terrifying, let alone the even more powerful Bloodthirsty Mosquito. No wonder, Lai Kuei's hostility is so obvious. For Li Luo to lay down a war cry like this is undoubtedly a provocation. A senior student, all of them were surprised. They couldn't help but think that if Li Luo's strength wasn't good, wouldn't he have to lose 2 battles? Reikyu will surely make a name for himself if he can win 2 in a row. Historically, the many SSS-ranked absolute demons were not all undefeated. But if you beat a Jedi demon twice in a row? Enough to go down in history. After all, with the terrifying natural talent of a SSS-grade absolute demon, as long as there was no problem with his brain, after losing a battle, he would dive into cultivation for a period of time, and would definitely see his strength rise greatly, turning his defeat around completely. Corresponding to, if a peerless demon were to lose to one person multiple times, he would also be completely reduced to a laughingstock. Chapter 81 Holy Dragon Seed? Reverse Scale. Li Luo, you're really arrogant. Lai Kuei revealed a hint of a mocking smile and sneered, how dare you challenge me twice? You are destined to pay the price for your arrogance. If you lose to me twice, you will surely be reduced to a laughingstock. As an S-Class Heaven's Pride, who had bred 2 True Dragon-ranked favored beasts in just his 3rd year of college, Lai Kuei was undoubtedly extremely proud deep down. Li Luo initiated 2 True Dragon battle letters at the same time, and Lai Kuei could have accepted only one of them, but he didn't hesitate for a second and ignited both True Dragon battle letters at the same time, just to trample Li Luo under his feet. You talk a lot of crap. Li Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and casually said, you don't think that since I dare to challenge, I'm not sure, do you? Oh, sure? Lai Kuei was unimpressed and said, with your contracted Desolate Dragon? Transcendent Mortal 10th Stage Realm? As a heavenly pride, Lai Kuei's heart was so high and proud that he wouldn't think that Li Luo's contracted juvenile Desolate Dragon could cross 7 ranks and defeat the Blood Demon Fly of the Commander's 7th rank? The difference between great realms is not that easy to overcome. Lai Kuei categorically said, even though you defeated the Berserker Thunder Lion. But in terms of strength, How can the Berserker Thunder Lion be compared to the Blood Demon Fly? Reikyu. Nangong Dai frowned tightly and said coldly, you keep emphasizing the difference between great realms. You shouldn't be unaware that Li Luo's contracted Desolate Dragon arrived at the extreme realm at the awakening level, right? One time in the pole realm can be worth the difference of a great realm. That is to say, this juvenile Desolate Dragon can be completely counted as a commander rank 1. Lai Kuei's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. Polaris. How could he not know? So what? Lai Kuei snorted coldly and said, even if you ascend to the extreme realm, there is still a gap of 6 equal steps. How can you make up for that? Why don't you look up and see the name of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon above the True Dragon list? Nangong Dai laughed coldly, that Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, but the first Imperial Dragon Masters Xia Shang, the most powerful True Dragon, is a true Emperor Dragon seed. The Desolate Dragon that Li Luo contracted is named Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, which means that the concentration of the bloodline in his body must not be low. I can venture some speculations. This juvenile Desolate Dragon, I'm afraid it's a sacred dragon seed, and it can become a saint when it reaches adulthood. At this time, Nangong Dai's eyes were already filled with sneers as he said, the blood demon flies and bloodthirsty mosquitoes that you contracted with, they should all just be top-tier monarch species, right? Compared to the sacred dragon species, in terms of bloodline, it's a difference of 2 great realms. And how are you going to make up for it? Boom! A statement that is deafening. Yeah. How could the detection of the true dragon ranking be wrong? In the name of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, the bloodline concentration will not be less than 50% or even higher. A 50% bloodline of an Emperor Dragon species is equivalent to a full-fledged scion of an Emperor Dragon, definitely comparable to a pure-blooded Holy Dragon species. Lai Kuei said with his mouth that the difference of the Great Realm cannot be overstepped. But the difference of the bloodline, how is he going to overstep it? No wonder, this juvenile Desolate Dragon can easily crush the Mad Thunder Lion. If it's a sacred dragon seed bloodline and has arrived at the extreme realm once, everything makes sense. A holy dragon cub that has also arrived at the extreme realm oversteps the challenge. Wouldn't it be as simple as eating and drinking water? A freshman and an old student, all of them couldn't help but marvel out. Holy dragon seed. Once they reached adulthood, they were at the Holy Spirit level and could be among the saints. Looking at the entire True Dragon Academy, there were only 3 SS-class demons that resided at the top that had contracted a pure-blood Holy Spirit-class bloodline Imperial Beast. But if we're talking about the Extreme Realm? It seemed that the only one who had arrived at the Extreme Realm was Li Luo Contract's Desolate Dragon. Shut up! Lai Kuei's thin face was filled with a grimace as he said, even so, this juvenile Desolate Dragon is by no means a match for the Blood Demon Fly. He had panicked. Once Riichue loses this battle, the one who was reduced to a laughingstock was categorically not Li Luo, but him, Lai Kuei. Leroy. Seeing that Lai Kuei had already been interfered with, Nangong Dai couldn't help but laugh aloud and said, it might be a good idea to let Lai Kuei know what the might of the Holy Dragon Seed is. As the first son of the Nangong family, Nangong Dai's insight was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary heavenly pride. Holy Spirit level bloodline? He had seen an unknown number of them. After a battle, Nangong Dai is incomparably certain. The juvenile Desolate Dragon that Li Luo had contracted was at least a sacred dragon species. Holy Dragon Seed? Leroy couldn't help but laugh. Freesand Star. But it was by no means some holy dragon species. Instead, it is the purest Imperial Dragon species. The Celestial Desolate Dragon. Roar! Little Song Xing's battle intent condensed crazily. In an instant, it turned into substance. The desolate ancient realm, spreading wildly. Endless desolate ancient power, and the Tsungtian battle intent constantly entangled, invisible. Seems to form some kind of resonance. Hiss. Hiss. The blood demon fly continuously hissed, and between its pair of blood-colored compound eyes, which continuously flowed, it seemed to be forcibly disrupting the dragon's blood within little Song Xing's body. Higher order skills. Blood disturbance. Wow. The blood demon fly steeply vibrated its winged wings as if it were a bloody stream of light, shooting towards little Song Xing. Invisible. Scarlet streams of light, frantically condensing. It was actually transformed into a blood-sharp blade, as if it was going to completely cut off little Song Xing's dragon body. The blood demon fly, reigning over 3 high-ranking skills, namely blood disturbance, blood light sharp blade, and bloodlust. Lai Kuei's eyes sank, and he said coldly, blood disturbance can interfere with actions. Bloodlight sharp blade can cut through everything. The ultimate bloodlust can even mobilize blood, causing it to fall into serious injuries and bleeding until the blood runs dry. I don't seek to cut off the arachnid dragon with a single move. Just leave a wound, no matter how subtle, that will trigger bloodlust. At that time, the desolate dragon will be defeated. Lai Kuei's expression gradually turned into certainty. Even if it's the holy dragon seed, what can it do? The blood demon fly had never lost with such an insidious skill set. Nice skills. Li Luo laughed lightly. Unfortunately, the blood demon fly you contracted is too weak. Jab. A bloody light suddenly swept by. Roar. A dragon's roar rose up. What? Lai Kuei looked shocked. In the midst of the desolate ancient realm, a pale white young dragon rising up into the air. Little Song Xing looked down at the blood demon fly, his dragon body haunted with wisps of desolate power, as if he was a holy dragon descending from the sky, easily able to call the wind and rain. Pieces of dragon scales, glistening with gorgeous light. Lai Kuei's eyes were constantly flowing. No, no. Lai Kei was in a frenzy, saying, not a single scratch. Reverse, scales. Leroy was word for word. Super rank skill, reverse scale. Overloaded status. Not only does the defense skyrocket, but it also accumulates damage and returns it instantly. Roar. Little Pale Star raised his dragon's claws high. Endless desolate ancient battle intent, crazily condensing. Transient, falling. Hiss. Hiss. The blood demon fly's compound eyes were filled with endless fear. In the dragon's claws condensed by the desolate ancient battle intent. It was surprised to see a familiar color of blood. Blood demon fly, unavoidable. Boom. A roar that shook the room. Blood demon fly, defeated. A line of golden text that quietly surfaced. Chapter 82 Extreme Penetration? The split of Song Xing. Blood demon fly, defeated? I can't believe it's seconds again. A blood demon fly of the 7th rank of the commander class, casting the high rank skills blood disturbance and bloodlight sharp blade, but it couldn't even leave a single wound, not even a scratch? What kind of terrifying defense is this? Without a trace of blood seeping out, the high level skill bloodlust simply cannot be triggered. On the contrary, Li Luo's contracted desolate dragon's destructive power was so terrifying that the blood demon fly couldn't withstand it at all, and directly lost its ability to fight. The whole room was shocked. A freshman and veteran, who could hardly believe their eyes. It's not just the defense that's terrifying. Nangong Dai's eyes sank, saying, that ray of bloodlight is clearly from the blood demon fly. Did you notice that too? Fan Xin walked slowly. The spectral elephant he contracted, ranked 500th on the True Dragon list, similarly lit Li Luo's True Dragon battle book, waiting to fight with Li Luo, but at this time, he couldn't help but gasp out in amazement, lamenting, if my expectation is correct, the Cthulhu Desolate Dragon Li Luo contracted, I'm afraid that he has mastered an extremely powerful anti-injury technique. Anti-injury techniques? Nangong Dai's eyes trembled slightly as he said in shock, no wonder, that draconic dragon was able to take the blood demon fly's attack and turn it into its own. Anti-injury, I'm afraid it's just that one skill, one of the effects. Fan Xin shook his head and said, that skill, the strongest power, I'm afraid, is to boost the defense of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. It must be known that the draconic dragon race, which was originally honored by melee combat, possesses the most terrifying dragon body amongst the countless dragon races. On top of that, the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, which is an emperor dragon species, is able to awaken many skills that enhance strength, defense, and speed. Not only can it substantially increase defense, but it also possesses the ability to counter injuries. On the level, it must be a super rank. Fan Xian's analysis is full of certainty. The domain skills and battle intent skills executed by the Desolate Dragon are undoubtedly all superlative ranked. As a transcendent level Saint Dragon species, such a luxurious skill configuration is already the limit, and must have been comprehended after breaking through the extreme realm. Nangong Dai's mind shook dramatically, and he couldn't help but say, I didn't expect the Desolate Dragon to even be in charge of a super-ranked defensive anti-injury technique. The moment. Even Nangong Dai couldn't help but feel complicated. The Berserk Thunder Lion that he had contracted was also only mastering several high-level skills, and was already looking out of the corner of the eye amongst his class. Nangong Dai really couldn't imagine what terrifying battle power Li Luo's contracted Sungtian Desolate Dragon would possess if it broke through to the commander level with its many super rank skills. How could I lose? Lai Kuei's face was filled with disbelief as he said in a trembling voice, the battle power of this Desolate Dragon, how could it be so strong? Surprisingly, it's a super ranked anti-injury technique? No wonder, the Blood Demon Fly was unable to break through the defense at all, and even the power of the Bloodlight Sharp Blade was drawn by the Draconic Dragon, instead causing the Blood Demon Fly to suffer a miserable defeat. Lai Kuei clenched his teeth, suddenly raised his eyes to Li Luo, and said in a deep voice, the defeat of the Blood Demon Fly was only the power of the Bloodlight Sharp Blade, which happened to be utilized by you. But my strongest Imperial Beast, the Bloodthirsty Mosquito, is different. No matter how strong the Arachnid Dragon's defense is, it's impossible to withstand the Bloodthirsty Mosquito's penetration. The Imperial Beast formation suddenly opened. A half-meter-tall blood-colored mosquito appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. Pureblood Top Monarch Breed. Commander Class 10th Order. Bloodthirsty Mosquitoes. The light of the True Dragon ranking flickered slightly. In the original arrangement of the True Dragon list, it was also intended that after this battle, it would directly allow the Bloodthirsty Mosquito and the Pale Sky Desolate Dragon to battle each other. Buzz. Buzz. This blood-colored mosquito had thin, cicada-like winged wings, as well as hideously sharp mouthparts, and a single insect foot that was filled with sharp barbs. Leroy only took one look and roughly estimated it. I am afraid that the strongest point of the Bloodthirsty Mosquito is penetration. By penetration, I mean ignoring defenses. Li Luo's eyes, slightly sullen. Even with the defense of little Song Xing, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to completely resist the penetration of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Looks like it's going to be a slight injury after all. Li Luo lightly laughed and said, this bloodthirsty mosquito of yours can be quite a bit stronger than that blood demon fly. Arrogant. Lai Kuei was even more furious. Slightly wounded? What arrogance? The bloodthirsty mosquito is indeed much more powerful than the blood demon fly, by a long shot. As the same top-tier monarch species, the realm of the bloodthirsty mosquito is at the 10th rank of the commander class. On the contrary, the blood demon fly is only at the 7th rank of the commander rank, so the gap is huge. Most importantly, the bloodthirsty mosquito's penetration ability can be extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that Li Luo Contract's Desolate Dragon, the defense that he is most proud of, is going to be useless. With the Transcendental Level 10th Order, Battle Commander Level 10th Order. This is a full realm, a total of 10 equal order difference. A freshman and an old student, all of them marveled out in awe. Leroy, can you still win? Su Qingshue's eyes flashed a color of worry. What are you talking about? Zhang Yao lightly hummed, with the master's heavenly talent, how could he lose? But he's crossing 10 equal steps after all. Su Qingxue pursed her lips along the edge and said softly, bloodthirsty mosquito, but it's a top-tier monarch species. In terms of battle power, even if they face an unusual lord-level ferocious beast, they can still fight. Moreover, that bloodthirsty mosquito, with its extremely terrifying penetration, is undoubtedly extremely restraining little Song Xing. You don't understand. Zhang Yao slowly said, the strongest thing about the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon that Master has contracted is not its defense. What? Su Qingxue was slightly stunned. On the opposite side of the battlefield. Buzz off. The bloodthirsty mosquito swept out instantly. The incomparably hideous mouthparts, as well as a barbed insect foot, wanted to completely pierce the little pale star and drink the blood of the Desolate Dragon. Just thinking about the deliciousness of dragon blood, the eyes of the bloodthirsty mosquito couldn't help but flash with a flash of blood. Tisk, TSK, the bloodline of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. Lai Kuei's eyes flickered as he excitedly said, Emperor Dragon Seed, the blood of the Cthulhu Desolate Dragon. If the bloodthirsty mosquito can drink it freely, it might be able to use it to obtain a dragon bloodline, transform into a dragon mosquito, and even elevate its own bloodline to the hegemony level. Good idea. Li Luo let out a light laugh and leered, unfortunately, it's too slow. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded continuously. Transient. The sound of the dragon's roar, but it was constantly dividing. Roar. 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 A dragon's roar resonates with each other. Split, split? Lai Kuei's pupils shrank. In his line of sight, he clearly saw the figure of little Song Xing, split into 3 in the twinkling of an eye, and it was hard to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Next moment. The three juvenile desolate dragons were actually unfolding extremely terrifying speeds, transforming into countless residual shadows that filled the entire confrontation field. Buzz! Buzz? The bloodthirsty mosquito was completely confused. Even though it penetrated extremely strongly, it could not seek out the true body of the little pale star, but there was simply no way to do so. Wow! Endless desolate ancient power, suddenly condensed. Where the hell is the real body of that desolate dragon? Lai Kuei's mind was getting more and more anxious. You, defeated. Li Luo's extremely indifferent voice quietly sounded. Chapter 83, 611th position on the True Dragon ranking. The limit of the little song star? On the opposing battlefield. The little song Xing was transformed into three, and any one of the bodies was so lifelike that it was hard to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Especially after transforming into a trail of residual shadows, it was even more false and difficult to distinguish. I lost? Lai Kuei's expression was abruptly stunned. Buzz off! The bloodthirsty mosquito was completely disturbed, and could only pierce fiercely at a residual shadow. The air was penetrated and turned into a vacuum. Bloodlight swept underneath, but the bloodthirsty mosquito did not have the slightest sense of reality at all. This residual shadow dissipated in an instant. Buzz! Hum! Alarm bells went off in the heart of the bloodthirsty mosquito. Wow! Endless desolate ancient power coalesced into a pale-colored dragon's tail that snaked for nearly 10 meters and slammed down. Boom! The body of the bloodthirsty mosquito became incomparably tattered in the blink of an eye. Bloodthirsty mosquito, defeated. A golden text that quietly condensed. True Dragon List. The name of the celestial desolate dragon was rebranded. Number 611, Cthulhu Dragons. Realm, Transcendent 10 Steps. Affiliation, Li Luo. The whole room was shocked. Bloodthirsty mosquito, also defeated. What a terrifying split technique. It's simply hard to tell the difference. The Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, ranked 611th. On the contrary, the bloodthirsty mosquito can only be deferred to 612th place. True Dragon List, absolute justice. Bloodthirsty mosquito's defeat, absolutely no fluke. With a realm of the transcendent mortal 10th order, but above many commander-level imperial beasts. Is worthy of the name of Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. Among the crowd. Win. Su Qingshue's eyes flashed slightly, sighing, divided into three, it is difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Plus the extreme speed, the residual shadow is divided. At the commander stage, unless one has awakened a high-level pupil art, one simply cannot see through the authenticity of Little Tsong Xing's doppelganger. Even if you see through it, it's hard to keep up with Little Tsong Xing's extreme speed. Even Su Qingxue had to admit that the Cthulhu Desolate Dragon that Li Luo had contracted was indeed incomparably terrifying in terms of battle power, and that an ordinary commander class, even a commander class 10th rank, would not be an opponent at all. Got it? Zhang Yao lightly hummed, the power of Little Tsong Xing is by no means a certain part of. It is all around powerful. Whether it's strength, defense, or speed, it's all top-notch. Together with the field control of the desolate ancient domain and the output increase of the Tsong Tian battle intent. Commander grade 10th order? Even if it's a lord level, it may not be impossible to fight. With the transcendent level, battle the lord level? Su Qingxue couldn't help but tremble. If Li Luo were to add the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, Little Tsong Xing's victory over the lord level, she would not feel the slightest bit strange. But if Little Tsong Xing, by virtue of his own battle power, crosses two great realms and defeats a lord level? Such a terrifying battle power completely exceeded the limits of Su Qingshue's imagination. Reikyu. Nangong Dai's face, filled with sarcasm, said, "Aren't you arrogant? Why don't you talk anymore? You." Lai Kuei's face, a burst of red, a burst of white, simply ashamed, how confident before the war, after the war shame, how strong. Many different gazes converged on Lai Kuei's face. Contrasting Li Luo's bashfulness, it even made Lai Kuei's defeat look extremely ridiculous. As an S-class heavenly pride, he was defeated twice by crossing an entire great realm, overstepping his level. Such a defeat is enough to be a disgrace to Reikyu. On the contrary, Lai Kuei didn't have a chance to wash away this shame. In terms of the battle power of the contracted imperial beasts, Lai Kuei's contracted blood demon flies and bloodthirsty mosquitoes were all inferior to Li Luo's contracted Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. In terms of talent, How could Lai Kuei's S-rank talent compare to Li Luo's SSS-rank ancestral dragon talent? Once the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent was empowered, even a small beast tide would be destroyed with it. If you are in a different position. Lai Kuei could only flee in panic in the face of the small wave of beasts. So, there's more than one clown. Nangong Dai laughed aloud and said, Lai Kuei, you might as well tie the knot with Louis Fei, it's a match. Nangong Dai, you seek death. Lai Kuei was furious and said in a cold voice, you have repeatedly humiliated me, are you really not afraid? What am I afraid of? Nangong Dai was filled with disinterest as he said, I'm not even on the true dragon ranking anymore, do you still want to make a date to fight me? TSK, as a senior year veteran who has practiced for one more year than me, are you trying to bully the young with the big? At those words, Lai Kuei fell completely silent. True Dragon Academy, there is indeed a rule that you cannot bully the small with the big, it is easy to attract the master behind the other party, and even the power behind the next. If it's better than the master? The same S-class Heaven's Pride, each other's masters, were all at the Seal King level. If we're talking about power and background? Nangong Dai, but the first son of the Nangong family, and even more so, that Nangong Jin's own nephew. Eventually. Lai Kuei could only let out a cold snort, put the bloodthirsty mosquito away, and turned around in a sorry state to leave. Brother Leroy. Nangong Dai's eyes flashed, couldn't help but say, originally defeated to you, I'm still a little upset. Now seeing even Lai Kuei are defeated one after another, I'm finally balanced. Older brother, you are wonderful. Leroy couldn't help but laugh. Dude, just tell me about it? Nangong Dai laughed, the desolate dragon you contracted, just how strong is it? To this. He can be extremely curious. Whether it was Nangong Dai or the many veterans present, they could actually see that little Song Xing had defeated the blood demon fly and the bloodthirsty mosquito one after the other without using his full strength at all. Older brother continued to watch the battle, you'll know soon enough. Leroy laughed out softly. How strong was the battle power of little Song Xing? Even he could not come to a conclusion. Wow. A golden light, then scattered. Respondent, the Underworld Elephant. Realm, Commander 10th rank. Belongs to Fan Xin. Oh. Li Luo's complexion moved slightly. He looked down the field. Just this glance. Leroy was then extremely certain. Fan Xin's realm had definitely broken through to the Lord level. The Underworld Elephant is Fan Xin's initial Imperial Beast, but also Fan Xin's strongest Imperial Beast, arriving at the 10th rank of the Commander level, I don't know how long. As Fan Xin breaks through to the Lord level, then the realm of the Underworld Elephant will surely break through as well. Arranging for Fan Xin to be my opponent so soon? Li Luo looked in the direction of the True Dragon ranking with a hint of playfulness. He didn't think that it was a coincidence that one opponent, realm and strength, kept rising. It must be the spirit of the True Dragon list that is behind the maneuver. Above the vault of heaven. A tiny golden dragon shadow quietly coalesced in the True Dragon rankings text. How clever, to be found out so quickly. The golden dragon shadow quietly snaked around, indignantly saying, do you think I want to manipulate? If it wasn't for that old hag. Ahem, concubine Xia pressurizing me, would I have to? Families, who understands? Concubine Xia, that killing star, who dares to defy her? The spirit of the True Dragon list sighed continuously, aggrieved beyond measure. Spin. It looked downwards, its golden dragon eyes, but they slowly revealed shock. Even a pure-blooded Song Tian desolate dragon, with a realm of the transcendent mortal 10th stage, wouldn't be able to possess such terrifying battle power, right? The spirit of the True Dragon ranking lightly grunted, I'd like to see just where your limits are. Chapter 84 Hegemonic Level Bloodline, Ancient Elephant of the Underworld. The True Dragon ranking was ultimately created after the establishment of the True Dragon Academy, by the contemporary emperor of the Xia Kingdom, with the power of the Supreme True Dragon. Over the last 1,000 years, the spirit of the True Dragon ranking, I don't know how many heavenly prides and demons I've seen, not to mention Holy Spirit level bloodlines, even the pups of Emperor level bloodlines, I've included quite a few of them. Xia Fei's contracted Songtian desolate dragon Song Yu is exactly one of them. With the insight of the spirit of the True Dragon ranking, it could naturally tell that little Song Xing had definitely not tried his best. Humph, concubine Xia, you're just going to bully me, Dragon Fan. The spirit of the True Dragon ranking, Dragon Fan, hummed softly, didn't you want me to arrange opponents for Li Luo and progress gradually? I did so. It's just a little bit too boring to add pressure upwards. I wonder if this cub of the pale sky draconic dragon still has the power to fight against a underworld elephant whose realm is at the lord level and whose bloodline is at the overlord level. Long Fan's golden dragon eyes were filled with anticipation. Is it finally my turn? Fan Xin slowly walked onto the battlefield. The Imperial Beast formation was even turned on instantly. An extremely large-sized pitch-black ancient elephant slowly walked out. Gauntlet! The pitch-black ancient elephant let out a high-pitched hiss. The pressure belonging to the Lord level was suddenly released. Pure blood hegemonic bloodline. First Order of Lords. The ancient elephant of the underworld. Look! Someone exclaimed out in shock, saying, the text of the True Dragon list has changed. 500th place, Ancient Elephant of the Underworld. Realm, Lord Class First Order. Affiliation, Fan Xin. The spectral elephant that Fan Xin contracted has actually evolved into a spectral ancient elephant. The spectral elephant, evolving the spectral ancient elephant, already has an extremely perfect evolutionary chain, so as long as the bloodline returns to its ancestor, it will be able to evolve successfully. I didn't expect that Fan Xin would return the spectral elephant bloodline to its ancestor, evolve into a spectral ancient elephant, and raise the realm of the spectral ancient elephant to the first stage of the Lord class in just 2 months. Spectral ancient elephant, that's a true hegemonic level bloodline. As long as it's nurtured to adulthood, it'll be able to break through to the hegemonic level. Monarch class and overlord class bloodlines, that's a world of difference. With the strength of that Cthulhu desolate dragon, it might not be unable to fight even if it encounters a Lord Grade 1 rank of the top monarch species. But what it's facing, after all, is a Lord Rank 1 spectral ancient elephant. At this moment, the whole room shook. The appearance of the spectral ancient elephant had undoubtedly ignited the entire scene. Surprisingly, it's an overlord level bloodline, the spectral ancient elephant. Su Qingshua's eyes flickered as she said softly, a Lord Rank 1 spectral ancient elephant can win a battle even against a Lord Rank 5 adult ferocious beast. Li Luo's winning streak seems to be ending here. Master. In Jiang Yao's eyes, a hint of worry also flashed. Even though she had more confidence in Li Luo, yet the gap in realms was too great. Most importantly, bloodline. What is hegemony? Put in the wilderness area, it was an existence that ruled over 10,000 miles of territory. An overlord-level ferocious beast could easily destroy a city. It's safe to say. As long as one could contract a pure-blood hegemonic-level bloodline imperial beast cub, one was destined to be crown king. A Lord Rank 1 spectral ancient elephant can battle a Lord Rank 5. Jiang Yao was worried, secretly saying, taking the 10th step of the transcendent level to battle the 5th step of the Lord level? Even if little Tsong Xing's realm, compared to the time of the inheritance mystic realm, has also been raised by a lot. The gap between here, it's still too big, almost impossible to overcome. Leroy. Fan Xin's demeanor was gentle as he said, facing the ancient elephant of the underworld, I wonder how you're going to deal with it? What fear of a battle? Li Luo lightly laughed and shook his head, saying, this underworld ancient elephant is excellent as an opponent for little Tsong Xing. Perhaps, it can help little Tsong Xing break through to the extreme realm. Extreme realm? Fan Xin's expression instantly changed, and he couldn't help but say, could it be that you intend to let the Tsong Tian desolate dragon break through the extreme realm during the battle, as a way to defeat the underworld ancient elephant? Even Fan Xin was completely shocked by Li Luo's words. If little Tsong Xing broke through to the extreme realm, the spectral ancient elephant that he had contracted might not be able to win steadily. The extreme realm, comparable to a major realm breakthrough. The battle power of the celestial desolate dragon was already superior to the bloodthirsty mosquito of the 10th rank of the commander class. If he were to arrive at the extreme realm again, his battle power would be increased tenfold. You misunderstand. Li Luo lightly laughed and said, why is it necessary to break through the extreme realm to defeat the spectral ancient elephant? The words fell. Roar. The dragon roars and resounds. Ancient realm of desolation, diffused. Celestial battle intent, condense. Gao. The underworld ancient elephant sensed little Tsong Xing's battle intent and returned an extremely sharp look. Its tens of meters tall body released an incomparably terrifying sense of oppression, and was about to trample down with iron hooves. Roar. Little Tsong Xing did not show any weakness, his body steeply skyrocketed by 10 times, skyrocketing to over a dozen meters, almost no less than the phantom ancient elephant. Megalization? Fan Xin was steeply shocked and said, the Tsong Tian desolate dragon you contracted has even mastered the super rank skill megadization? Even Fan Xin couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy. Mega. It is a super rank skill.
Once the giganticization was performed, the imperial beast size would, at the very least, skyrocket tenfold.
What Fan Xin craved for the most was the power of giantization.
The size of the underworld ancient elephant was already extremely large, and if it was able to perform giganticization, it would skyrocket to hundreds of meters tall, comparable to a building. Regardless of the monarch level or overlord level bloodline, if they have not arrived at the extreme realm, they will only be able to comprehend their first super rank skill after breaking through the monarch level. Fan Xion's eyes, looking more and more envious, secretly said, if the spectral ancient elephant could comprehend the mega transformation skill when it was at the monarch level, the battle power would not only skyrocket tenfold.
Megalization?
Leroy was slightly stunned. The so-called giganticization is just an incidental effect of the overloading of the desolate body. Whether it was the desolate body, the reverse scales, or the extreme shadow, all of them came from the Emperor Dragon Seed bloodline of the Little Tsung Star, and they could be considered the most extreme super rank skills, equivalent to the combination of multiple super rank skills, which could be said to be incomparably strong. Roar! 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 The sound of a dragon's roar, steeply dividing. The 10 times gigantic Little Tsung Xing instantly transformed into 3, as if 3 ancient dragons, presenting an encircling situation to the underworld ancient elephant. In the state of giganticization, it can even be divided? Fan Xion's face was filled with shock. Many of the super rank skills are repulsive to each other. Under the state of giganticization, he could still transform into a split body, and it didn't affect the execution of the desolate ancient domain and pale heavenly battle intent in the slightest, which was enough to show that all of the many super ranking skills of the little pale star originated from the same system, and instead of rejecting each other, they were even able to promote and increase each other.
The moment. Even Fan Xin felt a sense of crisis. Gao.
On the body of the ancient elephant of the underworld, endless pitch-black underworld power converged and ruthlessly charged forward.
Boom. So much luck? Fan Xin was surprised, straight into the real body? You're overthinking it.
Li Luo lightly laughed. Who told you that Little Tsung Xing's doppelganger is not an entity anymore?
Chapter 85, Rising Pale Battle Intent. The Deed of the Extreme Realm. Gao.
The underworld ancient elephant roared lowly, and lifted the little pale star up fiercely, and the white tusks, moreover, stabbed straight into the little pale star's dragon body, and the pale-colored scales were simply unable to counteract the nearly matchless power of the underworld ancient elephant. With such a battle situation, Fan Xin was not happy at all. After all, on Li Luo's face, there wasn't the slightest bit of color.
There is only one explanation.
What the ancient elephant of the underworld was suppressing was by no means the true body of the Tsung Tian desolate dragon.
Surprisingly, it's a doppelganger that can turn into a solid body? Fan Xion's heart sank. Split technique, divided into many levels.
Enduring such a heavy charge from the spectral ancient elephant, it hadn't dissipated yet, and was vaguely still resisting the spectral ancient elephant, which proved that the level of this doppelganger could be considered extremely high.
I'm afraid it's unique even among the super rank skills.
The most crucial thing was that the Tsung Tian desolate dragon's doppelganger seemed to have inherited a portion of its battle power.
That's the most anticlimactic. No.
Fan Xion's eyes sank, and he secretly said, it must be impossible for the Tsung Tian desolate dragon's ability to detach itself to be so exaggerated. I'm afraid that this is an effect that was formed after the combination of the split technique and the domain technique with each other.
Split technique, extremely harsh.
The cohesion of any doppelganger involves a very high level of source power shaping. The two doppelgangers of the pale sky draconic dragon, even their demeanor is so lifelike, and their dragon scales are so fine that it's impossible to tell if they are real or fake, and they can be coalesced temporarily, so that's already enough to go against the heavens.
What's more, the congealed doppelganger still possessed a portion of the battle power.
With super rank skills, it was impossible to have such an effect.
Need to know.
Even if it was a super-ranked bilocation technique, if one wanted to condense a bilocation that possessed sufficient battle power, one would have to condense it in advance and constantly nourish it with one's own source power before it could be thrown into battle.
This Tsung Tian desolate dragon, its comprehension of its own skills is so terrifying. Fan Xion's thoughts were almost filled with shock. Super ranking skills, what is the mystery?
The spectral ancient elephant that he had contracted had yet to comprehend its first super rank skill. On the contrary, Little Cthulhu Star could already combine many super-ranked skills, combining them with each other to form a resonance and increase their effects.
Need to know. Even some monarch-level imperial beasts couldn't do skill resonance. Crap. Fan Xin reacted abruptly. When he looked at the opposing battlefield again, he found that the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon, whose body size had skyrocketed by 10 times, had its speed skyrocketed to the extreme, instantly catching up with the spectral ancient elephant from behind, and straight away breaking through the protection of the spectral force, with its incomparably sharp dragon claws, ruthlessly slapping on top of the spectral ancient elephant's spine. Bang! Gao! Spectral ancient elephant issued a low roar of severe pain. How is still not clear. Behind you is the true body of the Tsungtian deserted dragon, the pitch-black trunk crazy extension, straight around behind, an elephant tail is more in the trunk to cooperate, swung fiercely at the Tsungtian deserted dragon. Roar! The celestial desolate dragon was unafraid and swung its claws once again to meet the elephant's trunk. The pale-colored dragon tail, moreover, snaked up to meet the elephant tail. Bang! Bang! Two booms exploded suddenly. The ancient elephant of the underworld and the pale sky desolate dragon all flew away backwards. After some resistance, it was actually the underworld ancient elephant that fell into the wind. Just the dragon's claw striking the backbone made the spectral ancient elephant lightly injured. Roar! The dragon roars and resounds. Always press the second split, in the ancient domain of support, has not weak combat power, seized the fleeting opportunity, snaked out, as if coiled dragon around the column, will be the ancient elephant's hooves of the underworld, fiercely entangled, the majestic head of the dragon, but also nibbled at the ancient elephant's neck of the underworld. Wow! Dark blood, steeply spattered. Gao! The spectral ancient elephant once again let out a low roar of pain. But it didn't even bother to take into account the two doppelgangers of the Tsongtian desolate dragon, even though one of them, the extreme shadow doppelganger, was biting into the neck of the spectral ancient elephant, and its blood was flowing like a stream. Zira! Zira! The sound of erosion, constantly ringing out. The polar shadow detachment, which was like a coiled dragon, actually continued to dissolve. Oh! Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and said, "The power of the underworld, has it been incorporated into the blood?" The bite force of the Tsongtian desolate dragon is undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Fan Xin said in deep concentration, "I'm afraid that the biting force of this doppelganger can be comparable to the dragon's claws of the main body with a full strike. Unfortunately, the blood of the underworld ancient elephant is not something you can easily drink freely. The power of the underworld, the best at erosion. The two detachments of the Tsongtian desolate dragon are ruined." Fan Xin slowly said, "If you lose the cover of your detachment, you can only confront it head-on." On the opposite side of the battlefield, the polar shadow split that resembled a coiled dragon had completely dissipated. On the contrary, the other doppelganger was directly pierced through the body by the tusks of the spectral ancient elephant, and gradually dissipated without a trace under the erosion of the power of the underworld. To this point, the two detachments of the celestial desolate dragon were all dissolved. On the huge battlefield, the only ones facing each other were the Tsongtian desolate dragon and the underworld ancient elephant, two extremely large beasts and true dragons. Worthy of being a spectral ancient elephant, it really isn't simple. Li Luo couldn't help but show a sigh of relief. The ancient elephant of the underworld, at the cost of his own injuries, completely obliterated the two extreme shadow diversions of little Tsongxing. Even little Tsongxing would not be able to condense another detachment in a short period of time. Overclass skill extreme shadow, overloaded to be able to transform into a doppelganger. Since it's overloaded. And how can it be cast at will? However, the price paid by the underworld ancient elephant is not small at all. Leroy's eyes flickered. He was watching the battle carefully. Steep. Roar. The celestial desolate dragon let out an excited dragon roar. It stared tightly at the spectral ancient elephant, a pair of pale-colored dragon eyes filled with exuberance. Such an evenly matched opponent had completely galvanized little Tsongxing's battle intent. The celestial battle intent continued to climb. Even the bloodline was triggered. As long as one defeats the spectral ancient elephant, the extreme realm of the transcendent level is within reach. In Li Luo's eyes, a flash of realization flashed steeply. He couldn't help but smile a little. Why are you challenging the true dragon ranking? More than making a name for yourself and rewarding. Most importantly, it was undoubtedly the extreme realm. As long as little Celandine Star could ascend to the extreme realm for the second time, the benefits that would be brought about would be unimaginable. The Cthulhu Dragons. Fan Xin's eyes gazed slightly, looking incredibly complicated. He finally realized that if he lost this battle, he was afraid that he would become a stepping stone for the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon to ascend to the extreme realm. Polaris. Fan Xin contracted the Spectral Ancient Elephant, but never dared to hope that the Spectral Ancient Elephant could be at the Lord level and arrive at the extreme realm. As a matter of fact, many imperial beasts of the monarch and overlord species almost always had to be at the monarch level before they could hope to ascend to the extreme realm. A monarch-level royal beast master, as long as he took one of the contracted royal beasts and cultivated it to the extreme realm, he would surely be able to obtain a reward from the Xia kingdom and be directly crowned as a king. The Cthulhu Desolate Dragon you contracted has long since arrived at the extreme realm once, and once it breaks through the monarch level, it will be crowned king. Fan Xin's eyes flickered as he said softly, "But you're actually going to be at the transcendent level and arrive at the second extreme realm?" A monarch-level imperial beastmaster, who had ascended to the extreme realm once, could be crowned king. If you ascend to the pole twice? It can be sealed as an emperor. If it's 3 times? Second only to the saints. Fan Xin thought to himself that he was already a veritable heaven's pride, yet he only dared to hope to be crowned king. As for sealing the emperor, the only way to dare to think about it was after breaking through to the overlord level. How could he have thought that Li Luo was going to let the contracted Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, at the transcendent level, ascend to the extreme realm twice? Leroy. Fan Xin's eyes, gradually firm, slowly said, "I respect your natural talent, also have the beauty of adults. But I will never allow, reduced to a stepping stone for your ascent to the extreme realm. This battle, I will never stay my hand." Chapter 86 Difference in Realm? Song Xing's Extreme Battle Power. Regardless of heaven's pride or demons, they were all extremely proud of themselves. Even if Li Luo was an SSS grade absolute demon, Fan Xin would never be willing to be reduced to a stepping stone for Li Luo. Furthermore, Li Luo's realm was only at the transcendent mortal 10th order. On the contrary, Fan Xin had broken through to the Lord level. A difference of 2 great realms. With such a realm gap, it was even more impermissible for Fan Xin to lose the battle. So, very good. Li Luo laughed cheerfully and said, "If you stay your hand, even if you win, it's meaningless." In the inheritance mystic realm, little Song Xing had experienced many battles, enchanting the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, and after upgrading his skills, he had also overthrown a small wave of beasts. Such an exaggerated accumulation of battle intent could never be possessed by even the Tsong Yu sacred dragon when it was at the transcendent level. Little Song Xing was also just lacking a good fight from the extreme realm of the transcendent level, as a way to completely stimulate the battle intent in his bloodline. The ancient elephant of the underworld was undoubtedly the most suitable opponent. If the underworld ancient elephant had stayed back, this battle would never have been enjoyable. How can a fake match invoke the will to fight? Only a duel that exhausts everything and is extremely sublimated can be the opportunity for little Song Xing to ascend to the extreme realm once again. If it was some sinister generation, I'm afraid that even if they deliberately lost the battle, they would never give little Song Xing such an opportunity. After all, a good duel, even if the final defeat, may not be unable to let little Song Xing ascend to the extreme realm. Li Luo thought briefly and secretly said, however, among the true Dragon Academy, the many heavenly prides and demons, the vast majority of them are incomparably proud of themselves, and will not allow themselves to be defeated in battle. He wasn't worried in the slightest. Then it's a fight. Van Nu leered and laughed. The moment. He no longer viewed Li Luo as a schoolmate, but as an equal-level opponent. Actually, the strength displayed by little Song Xing was definitely not much inferior to the underworld ancient elephant, and could even be said to be evenly matched. Deep down, Fan Xin was actually beyond shocked. With the 10th rank of the Transcendent class, comparing to the 1st rank of the Lord class. The spectral ancient elephant, in particular, was still the kind of weakest Lord level 1st rank, but rather an overlord cub that could easily cross over to challenge, and as long as it was nurtured to adulthood, it would be overlord level. In terms of bloodline, even many of the dragons were simply unable to compare to the underworld ancient elephant. The gap between realms doesn't exist anymore? Fan Xin secretly sighed and said, "Such terrifying battle power, it simply surpasses common sense. After ascending to the extreme realm, can one really possess such heaven-defying battle power? Or is only the awakening level breaking through the extreme realm that can be so special?" Little Song Xing's battle power was beyond Fan Xin's understanding. He could only attribute it to the awakening level extreme realm to have such an increase in battle power. Fan Xin, however, did not know that at what level, breaking through to the extreme realm actually made little difference. Little Song Xing's such terrifying battle power came from the Emperor-level bloodline Song Tian Desolate Dragon and the God-level skill Desolate Dragon Divine Body. The bloodline of the Song Tian Draconic Dragon empowered Little Song Xing with a number of super ranking skills that matched each other, and any one of these super ranking skills singled out was the most top-notch. After combining them with each other, they even possessed almost overwhelming power. The Desolate Dragon Divine Body was even a divine-grade passive technique that doubled Little Song Xing's strength, defense, and speed every other day. Leasing for 10 days meant that Little Song Xing's basic strength, defense, and speed were a full 10 times more powerful when compared to the Songyu Sacred Dragon of the same rank. Emperor Dragon Bloodline, Desolate Dragon Divine Body. A combination of both. This was what gave Little Song Xing a terrifying battle power that ignored realms. Roar. The dragon's roar, resounding. Pale Star has long been impatient. What polar shadow split? It doesn't care at all. Only a head-to-head duel would allow Little Song Xing's battle intent to be completely released. Gao. The spectral ancient elephant was stimulated, and a pair of pitch-black pupils were similarly filled with battle intent. For this battle, the ancient elephant of the underworld is also extremely eager. After all, the size of the small pale star soared to the level of the ancient elephant of the underworld, so the same size, the battle strength is also similar, the style of the battle is also a melee type, but also let the ancient elephant of the underworld feel the long-lost hot blood. Do you also wish for this battle? Fan Xian's eyes flickered slightly, then he revealed a smirk and said aloud, then it's a battle. Win or lose, just do your best. Gao. The spectral ancient elephant let out a low roar and suddenly rushed out. The entire battlefield of confrontation seemed to be constantly trembling. Roar. Little Song Xing, however, soared up low in the air and unfurled his extreme speed, charging across the room at the underworld ancient elephant. Boom. Dragon claws, elephant trunks, sudden blasts. Elephant hooves and dragon tails, colliding with each other. Boom. 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 The entire confrontation field seemed to collapse with it. Off-site. A freshman and veteran student, completely shocked. Is this the strength of the true dragon ranking in the top 500? Such a terrifying might, I'm afraid it can easily topple a building. Li Luo's contracted Song Tian Desolate Dragon is the most terrifying. With a realm of transcendent rank 10th stage, he actually possesses such heaven-defying battle power. Crazy? You call this the 10th stage of the transcendent mortal grade? Not to mention the transcendent mortal level, I just broke through the commander level, but I feel like I can't even withstand the aftermath of the battle. The whole room rocked. On the opposite side of the battlefield. Under extreme melee combat, both the Song Tian Desolate Dragon and the Underworld Ancient Elephant were only attacking and not defending. In the twinkling of an eye. Many more injuries appeared on the bodies of the Pale Sky Desolate Dragon and the Underworld Ancient Elephant. The Ancient Elephant of the Underworld. Li Luo's eyes flashed slightly, secretly sighing, Little Song Xing's realm, after all, is still too low. The passive development of the Desolate Dragon God Body only lasts for 10 days. In terms of strength and defense, it's surprisingly inferior to the Spectral Ancient Elephant. The only thing that beats a lot is speed. After a sigh, Li Luo but also no, the Underworld Ancient Elephant is after all, the Overlord-level bloodline, the same as good at melee combat, to strength, defense, the body type is even extremely large, the only thing that is weak is speed. With the strongest ability of a transcendent rank 10th realm, trying to outsmart a Lord-ranked Spectral Ancient Elephant? It's almost a fool's errand. Actually. If it wasn't for the Desolate Ancient Realm, which brought about a hold and suppression, as well as the celestial battle intent, wrapped in the intimidation of war. Even if the little pale star has the advantage of speed and rolls around, it must not be the opponent of the ancient elephant of the underworld. Evenly matched? Fan Xin carefully observed the battle and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he lightly laughed. It seems that the victory has already been decided. What makes you say that? Leroy smiled slightly. If I'm right, I'm afraid that the Cthulhu Desolate Dragon that you contracted has been overloaded against battles, right? Fan Xin said with certainty, domain, battle intent, strength, speed, and defense. All correspond to one super rank skill. Performing the 5 major super rank skills at the same time, the consumption of physical strength and source power must be extraordinary. On the contrary, the Spectral Ancient Elephant is just casting many high-level skills to build a powerful melee combat system. With the realm of the first stage of the Lord rank, such an exertion is negligible. If you don't get injured, you can completely fight for 3 days and 3 nights. But the realm of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon is only at the 10th stage of the Transcendent class. How long can it last with its reserves of physical strength and source power? Even though winning with the advantage of realm is rather a bit of a victory. However, in the vast world of imperial beasts, it is the realm and strength that reigns supreme. Fan Xin's mind gradually relaxed. He had long been certain that the underworld ancient elephant would not lose the battle. With such an advantage, he was naturally relaxed and no longer tight, but instead talked and laughed. Your analysis, it's great. Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, but why can you be certain that this is the full strength of little Tsongxing? Li Luo, why are you bluffing? Fan Xin said in a deep voice. Li Luo did not respond, but only looked towards the opposing battlefield, slowly revealing a hint of a smile. Pale star. Li Luo leapt out and said, it can end now. Chapter 87 Li Luo, to be defeated? Roar. The dragon roars and shakes the sky. Under the gaze of one freshman and veteran student, little Tsongxing's aura steeply soared more than tenfold. The moment. Little Pale Star's body had long been bruised and battered. On the contrary, the spectral ancient elephant was no better. Pitch-black blood flowed over the body of the spectral ancient elephant. In terms of injuries, the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon and the underworld ancient elephant were comparable. As long as one was discerning, yet they could easily see that the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon was at an absolute disadvantage. The gap between realms was ultimately difficult to erase. Even though little Tsongxing, with his many super rank skills, could explode into a battle power comparable to that of the underworld ancient elephant, he was bound to be limited by his realm. Once they reached a stalemate and were unable to win quickly, the lack of physical strength and source power would definitely cause the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon to show its decline. Is this going to be a desperate attempt? Lu Tianfeng raised his eyebrows, rather startled, and said, did Li Luo prepare for this, or was he bluffing? Needless to say? Must be a bluff. Su Yuyu laughed softly. When this battle reaches a stalemate, the gap between realms will truly reveal itself. I admit that the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon contracted by Li Luo does possess extremely heaven-defying battle power, but that's where it ends. The so-called extreme sublimation is nothing more than the end of the line. From the beginning to the end, Su Yuyu was watching the battle, and was extremely amazed at the battle power of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. After a few battles, both Su Yuyu and Lu Tianfeng had probed the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon's details, as well as its skill set, to the core. 5 super rank skills, corresponding to strength, defense, speed, domain, and battle intent. Once overloaded and cast, it is more capable of giantizing, countering injuries, and splitting. There is also a high-level skill, Desolate Dragon Warfare. At the time of dueling the ancient elephant of the underworld, the Desolate Dragon battle method cannot play a decisive role, and can only be considered to be the icing on the cake. After all, the ancient elephant of the underworld's style of sparring is originally a wide-open, frontal confrontation. The so-called techniques, in the face of absolute strength and defense, were ultimately very difficult to be useful. Su Yuyu and Lu Tianfeng, who were originally the most outstanding students in the True Dragon Academy, had seen how broad it was, and their judgment of the battle situation was incomparably accurate. The Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon has run out of ideas. Su Yuyi shook her head. Even if the chi surges, it's just to return to the light. Perhaps it can be exchanged for a magnificent defeat, but never a hint of a possibility of winning. It seems that Li Luo's Pale Sky Desolate Dragon from the Li Luo contract is still too much of a stretch to ascend to the 500th place on the True Dragon ranking after all. Lu Tianfeng lamented, but no matter what, after this battle, it's enough to prove the terrifying battle power of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. It must be known that the realm of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon is only at the 10th stage of the Transcendent Mortal grade. Once it breaks through the 10th stage of the Lord level in the future, perhaps even my contracted Tsong Jiant Queen may not be a match for the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. The Tsong Jiant Queen, a stormtrooper stream, was dominant with endless troop types. Even Lu Tianfeng had to admit that if they were in the same realm, the Tsong Jiant Queen would definitely not be a match for the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. Even if you have more soldiers and can't break through the defenses, it's all in vain. TSK, I'm not afraid. Su Yuyu smiled smugly and said, as a ghost master, I am extremely restrained against ghost beasts like the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon and the underworld ancient elephant, which only practiced melee combat. Even at the same realm, as long as Li Luo doesn't utilize his SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, my contracted female ghost in red will never lose. What if he adds the ancestral dragon talent? Lu Tianfeng suddenly said. When the words fell, he met Su Yuyi's annoyed eyes and could only give an awkward smile. With the SSS level ancestral dragon talent, other than that, as long as the skills are upgraded and transformed into holy rank skills. Under the same level, who is still an opponent? That won't help. Suyugi glared and said, by the time that Song Tian Desolate Dragon breaks through to the 10th step of the Lord rank, I would have long since broken through to the Monarch rank, or even ascended to the extreme realm, and been sealed as a king. I don't believe it. If the Song Tian Desolate Dragon breaks through to the 10th stage of the Lord rank, it will still be able to resist the Seal King. Go. Jining's eyes were indifferent as she slowly said, there's no need to look anymore. This statement was made. Lu Tianfeng and Su Yuyu glanced at each other and nodded their heads. This matchup was long overdue. These three demons who were at the very top of the true dragon school, who had come and gone in conjunction with each other at this moment, attracted the attention of many freshmen and old students. Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu, this is leaving? Is this a complete determination that the Song Tian Desolate Dragon will not win? Can't you see that? The ancient elephant of the underworld still has some strength left, and the power of the underworld is incomparably abundant, it's just that it's severely injured. On the contrary, the Cthulhu Desolate Dragon is also extremely injured, but no matter its physical strength or source power, it has consumed most of it, so it's just at the end of its strength. The victory and defeat have been decided. However, Li Luo is only at the transcendent level, and he was able to fight the underworld ancient elephant evenly. He already deserves the name of a supreme demon. He. No wonder Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyi, these three demons are going to leave. The difference in realms is ultimately too great. The Song Tian Desolate Dragon is going to lose. Many murmurs came. Li Luo's expression, however, remained unchanged. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded between them. Endless power of the underworld, from the small Song Xing's body, continued to emerge and converge. The Song Tian Desolate Dragon can even mobilize the power of the underworld? Definitely a super rank anti-injury technique. The damage inflicted by the ancient elephant of the underworld was actually accumulated by the Song Tian Desolate Dragon and turned into its own. The power of counter-injury has been exerted a long time ago. With the defensive power of the spectral ancient elephant, as long as most of the spectral power is mobilized, there is absolutely no problem in resisting the power of counter-injury. Li Luo is finally at his wit's end. A freshman and an old student, all sighed out. Master. Jiang Yao's eyes flickered, and she said softly, with the 10th rank of the transcendent mortal grade, crossing over to battle the Lord's first rank of the underworld ancient elephant. In such a battle, it is already an outstanding style. Counting the many SSS grade absolute demons, Li Luo's battle power at the transcendent level is enough to rank in the top 3. So, that's enough. How could Jiang Yao not hope that Li Luo could win all the way and never lose? The battle has been clear for a long time now as this duel has gone on. Even if Jiang Yao believes in Li Luo again, she has to admit that with the strength shown by little Sanxing, she can't reverse the battle anymore. As for hidden strength, even though there are still super order skills that have yet to be performed, it's useless after all. Unless little Cthulhu Star can comprehend Saint rank skills. Jiang Yao thought briefly and secretly said, how is this possible? Even if it's a Holy Spirit level bloodline, one would have to at least break through the Overlord level to be able to comprehend a Saint rank skill. Even if it's an Emperor rank bloodline, the only way to comprehend Saint rank skills is to break through the Monarch rank. The only way to break the game is the Holy rank skill. Likely, too low. Holy rank skill, how powerful is it? In the Inheritance Mystic Realm, Little Song Xing's desolate ancient domain, which was briefly upgraded to the Saint rank, had overwhelmed the small beast tide. Even the spectral ancient elephant was unbeatable in front of a Saint rank skill. It ends here. Su Qingshue's expression also flashed a trace of intolerance. Leroy's true dragon battle letters were a lot of pitches. After this battle, he would have to accept hundreds of sparring matches. If even the 500th ranked spectral ancient elephant cannot be defeated, then what will greet Li Luo will be an endless losing streak. Once things develop like this, I'm afraid that Li Luo would be ranked in the top 3 in terms of the number of battle defeats among the many SSS-Rank absolute demons in history. As for why it is not the first, or SSS grade talent, one of its losing streak, is an extremely special talent. As long as the continuous losing streak, you can continue to accumulate reserves. Historically, that one SSS grade absolute demon had lost tens of thousands of matches one after another before breaking through to the Great Emperor, yet the more he lost, the stronger his battle power became. Wait. Su Qingxue looked towards the opposing battlefield, but her eyes couldn't help but tremble. Roar! Endless desolate ancient power, vast celestial battle intent, suddenly converged. It is amazing that there is no separation between them. The power of the desolate ancient, the Cthulhu battle intent, surprisingly combined with the power of the underworld, combined with each other, and transformed into a pitch-black lance, emitting an almost destructive aura that seemed to completely pierce through the sky. This pitch-black lance gave off an aura that was nearly astonishing. Even Jining, Lu Tianfeng, and Su Yuyu, the three SS-class demons, couldn't help but stop. Chapter 88, Upanishad Crow Dragon Lance. What's that? Su Yuyu looked toward the pitch-black lance, a pair of deep eyes filled with horror, trembling, such a terrifying might. How is this possible? With a realm of the transcendent mortal 10th order, would one be able to harness such a terrifying power? Lu Tianfeng was also completely shocked, with disbelief in his eyes, saying, I'm afraid that the power of this pitch-black lance has already reached the limit of super-rank skills. Even when comparing it to Saint-rank skills, I'm afraid that it's not much worse. Using the accumulation of counter-injury, the power of the endless underworld as the core power, coupled with infinite battle intent, continuously increasing the power, and ultimately suppressing it with the domain, condensing it into a pitch-black lance? Jining's eyes, full of complex colors, softly said, I had thought that the SS-class dragon vein talent, in terms of pet beast nurturing, is already unique. But if it is compared to the SSS-class ancestor dragon, it is still the difference between a glowing fire and a white moon after all. Jining, do you see it? Su Yuyu anxiously said, that pitch-black lance, what exactly is that skill? Not just any one skill, but a combination of many super-rank skills. Lu Tianfeng took a deep breath and said, at least 3 super-rank skills, combined with each other to form a combination skill. This is the kind of axiom that only hegemonic royal beast masters, and many Seal Emperor-ranked powerhouses, would study. Exactly. Jining said softly, I never thought that the Tsung Tian Desolate Dragon of Li Luo's contract could comprehend Aeon. Aeon. Su Yuyu seemed to have thought of something and trembled in shock. How is this possible? Endless shock completely filled Su Yuyu's mind. Upanishad. Overriding skills. The many super-ranked skills, when combined with each other, could form the most basic of arcana. In terms of power, it was enough to surpass any kind of super-rank skill, and even comparable to a holy rank skill. If it was a saint rank skill that combined with each other to form an axiom, the power would be even more incomparably terrifying, almost comparable to an emperor rank skill. Even though Su Yuyu knew it in her heart, she didn't even dare to think about Upanishad. Before breaking through the hegemonic level, Upanishad was close to a legend. That pitch-black lance, could it be the lance that was condensed after the ancestral dragons will descended during little Song Xing's duel against the Dark Knight Winged Serpent? Su Qingxue's eyes trembled and she couldn't help but say, little Song Xing has actually grasped the ability of the ancestral dragon's will? She couldn't help but recall the scene where little Song Xing, in the possessed state of the ancestral dragon's will, mercilessly pierced through the Dark Knight Winged Serpent with a hilt of dragon breath lances. The power of a lance was by no means comparable to a super rank skill. For the use of source power to the extreme. At this moment of goodbye, Su Qingxue's eyes couldn't help but flash through a trace of mesmerization. So it is. Jiang Yao pursed her lips. She lived in Villa 101, and by chance, she could see that little Song Xing was in the middle of the villa, in an extremely special state. Nowadays. It was only then that Jiang Yao came to a complete realization. So, the master has been enchanting little Song Xing with the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, descending and possessing his body with the will of the ancestral dragon to diffuse the extreme use of the dragon system's source power for little Song Xing. Jiang Yao's eyes trembled, secretly saying, Ancestral Dragon is a legendary existence, comparable to a deity. With the Ancestral Dragon as a teacher, the intent attachment teaching can be easily analyzed and reconstructed even if it is a super rank skill, right? She had come to her senses. That lance, it was a kind of super-ordered Upanishad. In the place of an ordinary imperial beast, even if it broke through to the overlord level, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend the Upanishads. The small pale star, however, is different. It stood on top of the ancestral dragon's dragon head. It was only a matter of time before the many super-ranked skills, even if they were thoroughly enlightened. You. Fan Xian's pupils shrank, and his gaze towards Li Luo was filled with horror and shock, which eventually turned into a sigh, saying, so, the Tsung Tian Desolate Dragon has comprehended the Upanishad? No wonder, you are so confident. The moment. Fan Xian's mood could be described as extremely complicated. He was completely enlightened.
No wonder, Pale Star has to keep trading injuries for injuries. All the damage caused by the ancient elephant of the underworld would be turned into the power of the pitch black lance.
With the super-ranked Upanishad, the power of the underworld was insanely increased. The might of this pitch black spear had long since skyrocketed to a limit that the spectral ancient elephant simply could not withstand. Roar! Dragon song, play! Buzz! The pitch black lance suddenly shot out. Not even a stump. It was as if it disappeared in an instant. Jab! The body of the spectral ancient elephant was directly pierced through. The incomparably terrifying power of the underworld crazily eroded, eating away most of the vitality of the underworld ancient elephant in an instant. Gauntlet! The ancient elephant of the underworld let out a weak low roar, a pair of dark eyes, staring tightly at the distant Song Xing, as if it was still unable to accept the fact that it had lost the battle to a transcendent 10th ranked dragon race. Wow! Golden light spills down. Ancient elephant of the underworld defeated. 500th place, Cthulhu Dragons. Realm, transcendent 10 steps. Belongs to Li Luo. I lost. Fan Xin let out a bitter smile and said, at the 10th step of the transcendent rank, one comprehends the Upanishads. Not to mention the spectral ancient elephant, which is only a bloodline of the first step of the hegemonic rank. Even if it's a hegemonic rank 10th stage bloodline, I'm afraid that it's no match for the Cthulhu Desolate Dragon. The strength of the underworld ancient elephant is already very strong. Li Luo shook his head slightly and said, if it weren't for the use of Aoi, little Song Xing would indeed be unable to win. To be able to make the Song Tian Desolate Dragon utilize its mysteries, the underworld ancient elephant is proud enough to do so. Fan Xin's eyes were complex, and that long, pitch-black lance, which kept surfacing in his mind, sighed, extreme speed, as well as penetration. Unable to dodge, unable to defend. Oh, is this the Upanishad? No wonder, many Seal Emperor-level powerhouses can be granted the title of quasi-saint by virtue of their Upanishad. Leroy smiled without saying anything. While cultivating little Yang Kuai, he naturally couldn't leave little Song Xing out in the cold, often enchanting it with the ancestral dragon's will, allowing little Song Xing to perceive the legendary ancestral dragon, for the many super-ranked skills. With the perspective of the ancestral dragon, he disassembled and reorganized many super-rank skills, and finally comprehended the two major mysteries. The blackened lance was exactly one of them. Superlative Upanishad. The Tsong Long Gun. With reverse scales as the core, and the desolate ancient domain and Song heavenly battle intent as supplements, it could ultimately form an extreme killing lance, possessing the most terrifying speed, as well as penetration. Facing an opponent of equal combat power was almost equivalent to being unable to dodge or defend, it was heaven-defying. Of course, the conditions for the execution of the super-ranked Upanishad Song Long Gun were also extremely harsh, and it had to be executed only after enough damage had been accumulated under the overloaded state of the reverse scale. The ultimate power also depended on the injury of the small pale star. The worse the injury, the more terrifying the power. It's two. It was only then that Li Luo would let little Song Xing, who had always fought fiercely with the underworld ancient elephant, until after he was on the verge of his limit, he would kill him with a single blow. If he had used it at the beginning, the power of the Song Long Gun would have been sparse, and would not have been enough to establish a victory. Finally a win. Leroy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was also extremely pressured when facing off against the underworld ancient elephant. One false move, and perhaps Pale Star lost the battle. However, the results of the battle were also extremely fruitful. Roar! Dragon Song, play! Little Song Xing returned to his normal state, bathing in the golden light of the true dragon ranking, constantly repairing the injuries on his body, but his battle intent was getting more and more subdued, gradually turning into substance, and even forming an illusory lance. Finally a breakthrough. Leroy revealed a hint of a smile. Bang! An inaudible crunch sounded quietly. The pale-colored dragon's eyes suddenly opened. Transcendental Extreme. Breakthrough. Chapter 89, once again ascending to the extreme realm. 9 super rank skills. Roar! Little Song Xing's dragon eyes were filled with a hearty color. Against the ancient elephant of the underworld, if not for the use of the Upanishad Song Long Lance, it could be said to be an even match, or even a disadvantage. Such a battle had completely invoked the battle intent in little Song Xing's bloodline. The Song Long Gun's extinction, even more so, caused little Song Xing's mind to be completely enlightened. Your contracted Imperial Beast, the Tsang Tian Desolate Dragon, has reached the Extreme Realm for the second time, its bloodline fusion has increased to 60%, and its high-level skill, Desolate Dragon Battle Technique, has been upgraded to a super-level skill, Desolate Dragon Battle Soldier. Comprehend the super rank skill Desolate Dragon Battle Technique. Comprehending the super rank skill Desolate Sky Dragon Might, Dragon Soul Battle Body, Dragon Source. Draconian Dragon Warrior, super rank skill, the Cthulhu Draconian Dragon's control over the body exceeds the limit, any part of the dragon's body can be used as a weapon, and it can easily evolve sharp, heavy, dexterous, and sturdy. Many characteristics of the weapon. Draconic Dragon Might, super rank skill, the majesty of the Draconic Dragon is completely internalized, and the dragon's body is strengthened to the extreme. Strength, defense, and speed all increase by 10 times. Every attack will have the deterrent effect of the dragon's might. Dragon Soul Battle Body, super rank skill, passive type. Dragon Soul, Dragon Body, combined into one. Basic strength, defense, and speed, doubled. Dragon Source, super rank skill, passive type. In the midst of the body, a dragon origin power core is constructed, gathering endless source power. Reserves of source power, as well as recovery speed, skyrocket by 10 times. A hint from the system quietly surfaced. Li Luo's eyes trembled, filled with endless shock. Simply. Against all odds. Li Luo incomparably trembled, secretly said, Desolate Dragon Battle Soldier, needless to say. Is the Desolate Dragon Battle method ascending? In terms of might, it is many times more powerful. Just completely controlling the dragon body is powerful enough. Surprisingly, it can also derive many weapon characteristics. Sharp, for penetration. Heavy, for suppression. Dexterity, for speed. Sturdy, for defense. The upgrading of the super rank skill Desolate Dragon Battle Soldier has undoubtedly made Little Song Xing's fighting style even more versatile and defensible. Desolate Heaven Dragon Might. With the Dragon Might internalization, enhance the power of the dragon body, strength, defense, speed, all increased by 10 times, an additional deterrent effect, but it's similar to the effect of the Tsang Tian Battle Intent, incomparably similar. In the midst of battle, the battle intent, the dragon's might, are superimposed on each other. The effect of deterrence is more than doubled. I'm afraid that before a battle is over, the opponent will be completely terrified and won't dare to fight again. Li Luo's eyes were filled with awe. Draconic Dragon Warrior and Draconic Sky Dragon Might, among the many super ranked skills, they definitely belong to the very best as well. Compared to the Dragon Soul Battle Body and Dragon Source, it is much inferior. Passive Technique. Li Luo was incomparably shaken, secretly saying, any kind of passive technique, all of them surpass the very best, and can be called absolute best. For example, Qilin Fire, such as Desolate Dragon Battle Body. A passive technique that purely improves the base of the Imperial Beasts, without consuming the slightest amount of physical strength or source power, yet it can bring about an extremely terrifying increase. Dragon Soul Battle Body, completely fusing Little Pale Star's Dragon Soul and body. Little Pale Star's greatest weakness is directly erased. Any spiritual attack will be defended by Little Song Xing's dragon body. Not to mention, the awakening of the Dragon Soul Battle Body has also doubled Little Song Xing's base strength, speed, and defense, on top of the original. In other words, with the Dragon Soul Battle Body and Desolate Dragon God Body, combined with each other, Little Song Xing's dragon body strength reached 22 times its original strength. Thereafter, every day of leasing the Desolate Dragon Battle Body will yield twice as much as the original. The surprise in Li Luo's heart was unspeakable. Finally, Dragon Source. The source power reserves of the Little Cthulhu Star, as well as the recovery speed, have all been increased by 10 times. Unlike Little Yang Aoi, ruling the Foreign Fire. Foreign Fire itself, it is comparable to a Dragon Source. When Little Song Xing performs super rank skills, especially overloaded states, and even performs Upanishads, the consumption of source power is extremely terrifying. From now on, there is no longer any fear of overconsumption when performing the many super rank skills. If one encounters a protracted battle, one will never shy away from it, and can even wear out one's opponent, alive. Li Luo couldn't help but marvel, secretly saying, worthy of being an Emperor-grade Pale Sky Desolate Dragon bloodline, the matching of many racial skills is heaven-defying. In particular, the Dragon Soul Battle Body, as well as the Dragon Source, undoubtedly turned the shortcomings of the Pale Sky Draconic Dragon clan into true strengths. Rumor has it that an emperor possesses the greatness of editing the bloodline. The Tsang Tian Desolate Dragon clan must have produced an emperor. Only then, the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon Clan, with its many skills, would be so perfect. Emperor. Above the great emperor. Ruling the law and controlling the bloodline. Leroy had a vague guess. Wow. His mind moved slightly. Cthulhu Dragon's Cthulhu Star. Attributes, Arakanese, Dragon. Realm, Transcendent 10. Bloodline, Imperial Cthulhu Dragon 60% 100%. Skills. Superorder, 1, Desolate Body 2, Reverse Scale 3, Extreme Shadow 4, Desolate Ancient Domain 5, Heavenly Dragon Battle Intent 6, Desolate Dragon Battle Soldier 7, Pale Dragon Might 8, Dragon Soul Battle Body 9, Dragon Source. Divine, 1, Desolate Dragon Divine Body 10x. Realm of Transcendent 10th Order, ascended to the Extreme Realm twice, Imperial Dragon Seed Bloodline, fusion of 60%, comprehending the 9 superlative skills. Li Luo revealed a hint of a smile and secretly said, such a terrifying configuration can be called invincible at the same level. Even if it's little Yam Kwai, refining the super-ranked foreign fire heart execution amazing, he might not be able to beat it. Roar. Pale Star was amused. The amazing Punisher? If it was before it ascended to the Extreme Realm, it would never be able to put up a single fight. Now, little Tsong Xing's dragon soul and dragon body were completely merged into one. Spirit, soul? No longer a weakness. The moment. The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop. A freshman and an old student, in silence, watched little Tsong Xing ascend to the Extreme Realm. Holy cow, awesome. Nangong Dai reacted and said excitedly, really ascended to the Extreme Realm? The words fell. The crowd just reacted. Crazy. Awakening level, breaking through the Extreme Realm. Transcendent level, arriving at the Extreme Realm once again? A monarch-level bloodline, in their entire life, only has one chance to ascend to the Extreme Realm. A top hegemonic species has 2 chances to ascend to the Extreme Realm. A top Holy Spirit-level bloodline can ascend to the Extreme Realm 3 times. Theoretically, the topmost Emperor-level bloodline can even ascend to the Extreme Realm 4 times. 4 times the Extreme Realm? That is a true legend. It is said that even the Tsongyu Sacred Dragon, who only ascended to the 3rd Extreme Realm, is already invincible. Li Luo contracts Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, ascended to the Extreme Realm twice. If he ascends to the Extreme Realm once more, he will be able to compare to the Tsongyu Sacred Dragon. What kind of terrifying qualification is it to ascend to the Extreme Realm? Twice at just the Transcendent level? The hearts and souls of one freshman and veteran had long been filled with shock. Twice the pole. Lu Tianfeng sighed, the Tsong Giant Queen that I contracted is an extravagant hope to break through the Extreme Realm even once before the monarch level. It was no secret that it was extremely simple for the Tsong Giant Queen, or for that matter, any kind of imperial beast of the stormtrooper bleeding vein, to break through the Extreme Realm. As long as 10,000 soldiers of the same realm were birthed, they would arrive at the Extreme Realm. Lu Tianfeng had done his best to cultivate the Tsong Jian Queen, yet he had only been able to spawn 2,000 soldiers, which was extremely far from 10,000 soldiers. If it's the secondary Extreme Realm? A full 100,000 soldiers. 100,000 heads of monarch-class soldiers, united with each other and constructed into a troop formation, even a hegemonic feudal emperor would have to be terrified by it. I can't perceive the dragon soul of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon anymore. Su Yuyu was shocked. Rumor has it that the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon clan, as long as they grow up, will never fear the spirit lineage. This is surprisingly true. She did not know what had happened after the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon had once again ascended to the Extreme Realm, but she could clearly sense that the dragon soul of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon had completely detached itself from perception. Before even ascending to the Transcendent Extremity Realm, the battle power of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon was comparable to a Lord-level First Order Underworld Ancient Elephant. Ji Ning pursed her lips tightly and said softly, after ascending to the Transcendent Extremity Realm, unless the Underworld Ancient Elephant breaks through to the 4th stage of the Lord class, it will have the power to fight. What's more, the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon that Li Luo has contracted has also comprehended the Upanishad. Ji Ning. Su Yuyu leered, are we still going? Ji Ning's expression froze. Chapter 90, You're very noisy. The 3 True Dragon Academy, the demons located at the forefront, were still in the posture of about to leave, tens of meters away from the confrontation, but they suddenly stopped, and the gazes of many freshmen and veteran students couldn't help but cast over. Just by meeting the many gazes, it made Su Yuyu and Lu Tianfeng quite a bit of scalp numb. The move of the three demons leaving was undoubtedly a conclusion that the Song Tian Desolate Dragon would definitely be defeated. Little Song Xing, however, used the super-ordered Upanishad Song Dragon Gun to mercilessly defeat the ancient elephant of the underworld, and even ascended to the transcendent extremity realm, causing Su Yuyi and Lu Tianfeng to feel incomparably embarrassed. "Cut the crap!" Lu Tianfeng hurriedly said. "Who would have thought that Li Luo could win? Let's go." Jining quickly regained her composure and said, "With Li Luo's current strength, unless it's the 100th ranked Wenfenghua, the Black Thunder Serpent contracted by the other imperial beasts on the True Dragon list, none of them are a match for the Song Tian Desolate Dragon." "Indeed." Lu Tianfeng nodded his head and said, "Even if we continue to look at it, there's not much point in doing so. How about an extra look?" Su Yuyu blinked and said, "Li Luo's next opponents are none other than Wenfenghua and the Black Thunder Snake. Above the vault of heaven." Surprisingly, it really broke through the extreme realm? The spirit of the True Dragon list, Dragon Fan, was completely dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, not only has he comprehended the Ultra Order Upanishad, but he has also inspired the Song Tian Draconic Dragon bloodline, and he has made his second ascent to the extreme realm at only the 10th step of the Transcendent Mortal Grade? Wasn't Song Xing's initial bloodline, the Lord Grade Desolate Dragon bloodline? It wasn't until he entered into a royal beast contract with Li Luo, and under the stimulation of the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, that he awakened that Song Xing Desolate Dragon bloodline. SSS grade talent, ancestral dragon. It seems that the vast majority of Song Xing's heaven-defying qualifications originated from Li Luo. This little fellow, being able to enter into a contract with Li Luo, is truly great luck. Long Fan was overwhelmed with emotion. SSS grade talent, ancestral dragon. Ranking in the top 3 of the talent list could be considered extremely heaven-defying. But Long Fan didn't expect it to be so counterintuitive. Xia Fei let me experience Song Xing, which have broken through the extreme realm, the strength of at least 10 times sword, but also in charge of the AoE. True Dragon list ranked 100 after the Imperial Beasts. I am afraid that there is no pressure at all for Song Xing. Long Fan's golden dragon head, constantly shaking, said, "Forget it, directly let the Black Thunder Snake on the field. This kid, Li Luo, is really planning before he moves." He anticipated from the very beginning that Song Xing could ascend to the extreme realm. That's why he dared to convey a true dragon battle message to Wenfenghua. If it was before the ascension to the extreme realm, even if he had comprehended the superclass Upanishad, facing the Black Thunder Serpent, Song Xing wouldn't have the slightest hope of winning. Now, but the victory is unknown. Long Fan's eyes flashed with interest. Wow! Over the opposing battlefield. Golden words, quietly condensed. Respondent, Black Thunder Snake. Realm, Lord Fifth Order. Belongs to Wenfenghua. Wow! A golden pillar of light suddenly dropped down. Wenfenghua and the Black Thunder Snake, bathed in golden light, appeared on the battlefield. True Dragon list reception? Wenfenghua was slightly stunned and said, "How long has it been? Hundreds of True Dragon battles, and it's completely over?" The Black Thunder Snake that he had contracted was ranked 100th on the True Dragon list, and despite having answered the True Dragon battle letter, Wenfenghua didn't come straight to the villa, but stayed there and waited for the True Dragon list to pick him up. The True Dragon reception is a benefit only possessed by the top 100 in the ranking. Every time he responded to a battle, Long Fan would release a strand of source power to pick up the respondent, which was equivalent to a teleportation, in which there were also quite a lot of benefits to comprehend a trace of the dragon's true intent. If enough dragon's true intent was accumulated, it could even be converted into a dragon's bloodline. Hiss. The Black Thunder Serpent was still immersed in the dragon's true intent and had no intention of opening its pupils at all. It was aware that its opponent this time was only at the transcendent level, and that it could be obliterated with a casual mouthful of thunder spit. Compared to comprehending the true meaning of the dragon, dueling a young dragon of the 10th rank of the Lord grade was not in the least bit on Black Thunder Snake's mind. "You're Leroy?" Wenfenghua couldn't help but feel surprised. Li Luo's demeanor appeared incomparably bland. "It's really thanks to you losing hundreds of matches in a row that you can still be so calm." Wenfenghua shook his head for a while and sighed, "If I were you, having lost so many games in a row, I would have long since abandoned the game. And wouldn't I be so brazen as to stand on the opposite side of the battlefield?" There was an unmistakable silence around them. Wenfenghua vaguely felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't figure it out. "Did you misunderstand something?" Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, "When did I lose?" "You're not defeated?" When Manhwa frowned tightly, puzzled, the desolate dragon that you contracted, the realm is clearly only the 10th step of the transcendent mortal grade. I'm afraid that even the 700th place on the true dragon list can't even go up. How can you not be defeated? You're wrong. Fan Xin took a step forward and said in a deep voice, when Manhwa, if you're still so arrogant, I'm afraid you'll be completely defeated. Van Nu, what do you mean? When Manhwa said in a cold voice, could it be that you think that the Black Thunder Snake is not a match for this desolate dragon? Oh, it's simply laughable. The realm of the Black Thunder Snake has already broken through to the 5th stage of the Overlord class. As for the bloodline, it has even reached the 3rd stage of the Overlord class. On the contrary, this desolate dragon is only at the 10th rank of the transcendent mortal grade. Even though the desolate dragon that he, Li Luo, contracted has ascended to the extreme realm of the awakening level, how can such a large realm gap be made up for? When Manhwa's eyes were filled with mockery. When he initially answered the True Dragon Battle Book, when Manhwa just wanted to come and go through the motions, killing an SSS grade absolute demon's imperial beast in passing, and then leaving in style, leaving behind a good story. Instead, Fan Xin said, he's going to lose? To Manhwa, it was undoubtedly ridiculous. Yes? Fan Xin laughed coldly. What if I say that the Tsung Tian desolate dragon of Li Luo's contract has already ascended to the extreme realm of the transcendent level? Transcendent extreme realm? When Manhwa's heart shook, but the mockery in his eyes grew thicker as he snorted, I didn't expect that you, Fan Xin, wouldn't even have the slightest bit of the pride of a heavenly pride. Are you so desperate to climb over Li Luo? This desolate dragon ascended to the extreme realm of the awakening level just a week ago. In just a few days, the realm was elevated to the 10th stage of the transcendent mortal grade, already an incomparably terrifying speed of breaking through the realm. I don't know how many treasures it consumed. But you said that this desolate dragon arrived at the extreme realm once again when it was at the transcendent level? The extreme realm is simply not a realm that can be reached by using any treasures. With regards to the extreme realm, when Manhwa knew quite a bit about it. In the 3 major realms of awakening level, transcendent level, and commander level, when Manhwa has attempted to let the Black Thunder Snake impact over the extreme realm. The end result, without exception. Fail. 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 With regards to the extreme realm, when Manhwa had almost developed an obsession. When he initially heard that Li Luo's contracted desolate dragon had broken through to the extreme realm of the awakening level, when Manhwa couldn't help but feel jealous, but he could only endure it due to the rules of the True Dragon Academy. After the True Dragon battle letter was delivered, when Manhwa did not hesitate for a second and immediately responded. Once the extreme realm, when Manhwa could still understand, after all, SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, ranked in the top 3 of the talent list, there must be something heaven-defying. But the transcendent level is once again at the extreme realm. When Manhwa didn't believe it at all. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Van Nu doesn't want to say more. He was already extremely upset with when Manhwa and hated to make the other party suffer. Seeing that the other party didn't believe in it at all, he immediately stepped aside and watched the battle with interest. Aoi, pitch black lance. Fan Xin secretly said, if one knows the core of this Upanishad, there are many ways to reduce the power of this Upanishad, or even make the Tsung Tian desolate dragon unable to use this Upanishad. Unfortunately, you have no idea. In that case, you'll just wait to pay the price for your arrogance. Fan Xin's eyes were slightly cold. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the pupils of the Black Thunder Snake suddenly opened. An incomparably gloomy and cold aura filled the entire battlefield. See for yourself? When Manhwa revealed an interested look and laughed, not to mention that this desolate dragon, it is impossible to arrive at the transcendent extreme realm. Even if it really ascends to the extreme realm twice, what can it do? A young dragon of the 10th rank of the transcendent mortal grade, not to say it's like a mole cricket, it's at least similar to an earthworm. Just strike at will and crush it to death. When Manhwa caressed the pitch-black scales of the Black Thunder Serpent and laughed softly, Black Thunder Serpent, drink in the dragon's blood to your heart's content. You're noisy. Li Luo's eyes flashed slightly as he indifferently said, Realm of Lord level 5th rank? Bloodline of Overlord grade 3rd stage? Do you really think that is very strong? Chapter 91, Darking Thunder. Defeat of the Black Thunder Snake. Roar. The dragon roars and vibrates. The body of the pale-colored young dragon steeply skyrocketed. 10x macro. Megalosaurus stance. The height of the celestial desolate dragon directly exceeded 10 meters. As for the length, it is incomparably sinuous, reaching dozens of meters, emitting an incomparable majestic momentum, but no longer show the slightest dragon power, convergence to the extreme, all turned into a war power. Whether it was strength, defense, or speed. Instantly skyrocketed 60 times. Megalization? When Fenghua snorted and said, unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how big you are, you will only be reduced to a living target. Hiss. The black thunder snake hissed. A pair of pitch-black snake pupils, vaguely coalescing with black thunder. Zilla, zilla. A streak of black thunder, like a long snake, scurried across the confrontation, wild to the extreme. The black thunder snake was bathed in pitch-black thunder, as if it was an evil god in charge of thunder, constantly approaching the Tsong Tian desolate dragon, with a gloomy and cold aura that seemed to eat away at the bones and invade the soul. In thunder? Leroy was a little surprised. You do have an eye for it. When Fenghua was incomparably proud of himself and said, the Black Thunder Snake is of the Dark and Thunder systems, combining the two attributes to form the Black Thunder. Even though it can't make it to the Thunder ranking, it's not far off. Black Thunder, a type of Yin Thunder, specializes in attacking the soul. If the information is correct, the Desolate Dragon you contracted only specializes in melee combat. The dragon's soul is its greatest weakness, right? This information is not a secret. Li Luo had once fought with Jiang Yao, and little Song Xing was unable to fight against the attacks of the spirit system, or Li Luo used his own soul power to add to it, and only then did he reverse the battle. The battle of the true dragons, Leroy could not intervene. There was no way to hide the weakness of the small pale star. Just right. The Black Thunder Serpentine thunder power most restrained the soul. Crap. Jiang Yao's complexion changed slightly and said softly, little Song Xing's dragon soul, compared to the dragon body, is indeed too weak. How is it going to resist such a terrifying pitch-black shadowy thunder? Leroy. Su Qingshue's heart couldn't help but clench. Yes? Li Luo smiled blandly and said, if it was before, it was indeed a weakness. Unfortunately, times have changed. When Fenghua is going to miscalculate. Su Yuyu softly said, the Tsangtian Desolate Dragon Clan, with its long bloodline inheritance and respect for melee combat, would not leave such an obvious weakness? At least, concubine Xia, as the #1 dragon master, the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon she contracted never feared the spirit lineage. If my expectation is correct, Li Luo's contracted Pale Sky Desolate Dragon, Pale Star, has completely patched up this weakness after arriving at the transcendent extreme realm. That's why I can't sense where Song Xing's dragon soul is. In thunder? Yang lightning? I'm afraid there's no difference to Song Xing. Ji Ning and Lu Tianfeng were shocked when they heard the words. Doesn't matter. Lu Tianfeng shook his head and said, no matter what, it's impossible for the Black Thunder Snake to win. Superior Order Upanishad, it's enough to cross the level. The characteristics of that pitch-black spear, which cannot be dodged or defended against, is simply not something that the Black Thunder Snake can fight against. It may not be necessary to utilize the Upanishads. Ji Ning's eyes looked incredibly complicated. What do you mean? Lu Tianfeng frowned and said, if we don't utilize the Upanishads, how is the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon going to win? To this, Ji Ning did not respond. She just stared tightly at the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, but she couldn't help but feel suffocated. It was only because Ji Ning had actually felt a hint of threat in Song Xing's body. Need to know. Ji Ning was a Lord level 10th rank. Pale Star, however, manages to bring a hint of a sense of menace. On the contrary, the Black Thunder Snake had never been placed in Ji Ning's eyes. High and low, immediately. Roar! The pale-colored dragon snaked around, bathed in pitch-black thunder, a pair of pale dragon eyes, but did not show the slightest color of pain, but instead, the many forces of black thunder, constantly absorbed by the pale-colored dragon. Wow! In a flash. The pale-colored dragon then arrived in front of the Black Thunder Snake. The incomparably large size brought the Black Thunder Snake an incomparably powerful sense of oppression. When the pale dragon's claw was raised, the endless desolate ancient battle intent condensed and ruthlessly slapped down. The Black Thunder Snake's pair of snake pupils, crazily shrunk up, was actually completely lost in thought. Black Thunder Snake? When Fenghua was horrified in his heart, he couldn't even perceive the Black Thunder Snake's intention. Boom! As the dragon's claws smashed down, the Black Thunder Snake's body, unexpectedly, broke in an instant. A blackened serpent's tail, shedding to the ground. Snake blood, spray. Roar! The Zhongxing dragon's eyes lit up. It grabbed the pitch-black snake's tail and directly tore into it as if it was eating a spicy bar. The pitch-black snake's blood contrasted sharply with Zhongxing's pale dragon scales. Hiss! Hiss! The black thunder snake continuously cried out miserably, a pair of snake pupils filled with endless fear. After the snake tail fell off, the black thunder snake only felt that all the snake bones in his body, all collapsed with it, completely falling into a state of serious injury. How could the Black Thunder Serpent have imagined that a young dragon of the transcendent mortal 10th order would possess such terrifying strength that it would be severely injured with a single claw? It doesn't resist a beating. Li Luo looked casual and said, "It seems to be over." Roar! The pale star meandered again. Speed, to the extreme. The Black Thunder Serpent, which was only halfway down, was directly clutched by the dragon's claws, unable to breathe at all. Boom! 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 The pitch-black thunder bombarded crazily, but only managed to break through some of the dragon's scales. For pale star. It doesn't matter at all. Click! The body of the black thunder snake was directly snapped. Wow! Golden light, constantly spilling out. Black thunder snake, defeated. A golden text that instantly coalesced. Silence. Deadly silence. Black Thunder Snake, defeated? The eyes of one freshman and veteran student were all filled with incomparable shock. Even though they all had speculations, with the Een Thunder unable to form a restraint, it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult for the Black Thunder Snake to win. After all, they had seen with their own eyes just how heaven-defying the power of that pitch-black spear was. But no matter what, they simply could not have imagined that after the Tsung Tian Desolate Dragon broke through the Transcendent Extremity Realm, he didn't even need to utilize his super rank Upanishad to directly suppress the Black Thunder Snake, which was of the 5th rank of the Lords and possessed a hegemonic level bloodline, in a strong manner. Me, defeated? When Manhwa was also dumbfounded. He looked at the opposing battlefield, incomparably miserable, with only a third of the Black Thunder Snake remaining, and only felt incomparably suffocated. Directly losing 2/3 of his body, even if it was repaired by the power of the true dragon, it would still greatly lose the Black Thunder Serpent's bloodline origin. With the Black Thunder Serpent's hegemonic rank 3 bloodline, if he wanted to repair the power of his bloodline, he would need at least one super rank resource to completely repair it. Super order resources, easily worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Just mending the injuries and replenishing the bloodline origin cost hundreds of millions? Even when Fenghua would feel flesh. After all, he was in the top 100 of the True Dragon ranking, and he could only get 100 million per month. When Fenghua was incomparably pained, but he looked up and saw that on the True Dragon list, the 100th position had been replaced with the Tsung Tian Desolate Dragon. On the flip side, the Black Thunderbolt dropped right down to 101st place. This meant that when Fenghua's 100 million rewards each month would be reduced to nothing. In addition, he would have to spend hundreds of millions of Dasha coins to make up for the Black Thunder Serpent's bloodline origin. Black Thunder Snake. When Fenghua's eyes trembled, he perceived the Black Thunder Snake's intent, that fear, helplessness, incomparably deep, rooted in the Black Thunder Snake's heart and soul, constantly eating away at the Black Thunder Snake's will. Not just the bloodline origin, but even the soul's will. Is it completely damaged? In when Fenghua's heart, a flash of anger flashed through. If he could not make up for the Black Thunder Snake, the damage to his soul's will, even if he made up for the bloodline origin, it would greatly affect the growth of the Black Thunder Snake. To make up for the soul's will, I'm afraid that it will take another piece of super order resources, which can easily be in the hundreds of millions. When Fenghua took a deep breath and said coldly, "Li Luo, you deserve to die." He can be hated. Both hated Li Luo for seizing the rankings of the True Dragon ranking, and also hated Li Luo for striking so viciously. Ridiculous. Li Luo's eyes turned cold and said, "Didn't you try your best to cast the Yin Thunder to destroy Zhongxing's soul will as well?" If Zhongxing hadn't broken through the Transcendent Extremity Realm and completely made up for the weakness of his soul, Zhongxing's end, how much better could it have been? Black Thunder Snake is so miserable, all because of you. A few words caused Wen Fenghua's face to turn incomparably pale. Chapter 92, Breaking Through the Commander Level. The Meteor Dragon River. Click, click, click. Pale Star is still gnawing on the chorizo. Blackened blood, all over his mouth. The two segments of the snake's body contained quite a few overlord-level bloodline origins, which could be considered extremely nourishing for little Zhongxing. When the little pale star was completely finished eating, continuously refining the origin power in it, the aura emanating from it climbed even more, eventually arriving at a certain critical point before it finally came to a standstill. Unfortunately, Li Luo's realm is still at the transcendent level. The contracted favored beasts can't exceed the royal beast master by one large realm, is the iron law, otherwise little Songxing will break through in an instant, arriving at the commander level. When Manhwa was horrified when he saw this. He was completely enlightened. What Fan Xin said, surprisingly, was all true. With such terrifying battle power, not to mention ascending to the second extreme realm, even if it's the third extreme realm, it doesn't seem to be a surprise. In Wen Fenghua's heart, only bitterness remained. This battle. He has a lot to lose. Angry as hell, but nowhere to vent it. Wen Fenghua couldn't afford to take revenge at all. The realm of the celestial desolate dragon, only at the 10th stage of the transcendent mortal grade, had arrived at the twice extreme realm, and its battle power was enough to crush the strongest imperial beast contracted by Wen Fenghua, the Black Thunder Serpent. If we're talking about the strength of a beast master? Wen Fenghua didn't think that the S-rank talent he had awakened could match Li Luo's SSS-ranked ancestral dragon talent in terms of increase for imperial beasts. Not to mention, Wen Fenghua could tell at a glance that Li Luo's own realm, too, had reached the transcendental 10th order. As for the Tsong Tian desolate dragon, it is the accumulation of the bottom to the extreme. As long as Li Luo was willing, he could break through to the commander level at any time. Transcendent level, just hang on to the Black Thunder Snake. If you break through to the commander level. He didn't even dare to think about it. Roar. Pale Star let out a dragon's roar. It can't wait. The transcendent extreme realm arrived long ago. Staying at the transcendental level completely defeats the purpose. Then break through. Leroy let out a light laugh. Intentions sink in. Boom. The space of the imperial beast expanding. Li Luo's realm had undergone a heavenly change. Commander level, transient breakthrough. The breakthrough of the great realm directly caused Li Luo's imperial beast space, its area to skyrocket tenfold. As for the volume? It even skyrocketed 100-fold. The space of a commander level imperial beast alone was quite vast. Rumble. A river of gold, from heaven. In the midst of the imperial beast space, a river suddenly formed, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. This is the Meteorite Dragon River? Li Luo's heart and mind trembled madly. Among the many wonders of the dragon realm. The dragon pool, which can purify the dragon bloodline. The dragon suppression mountain, which can suppress the imperial dragon. As for the Meteor Dragon River, it was the most terrifying. Rumor. A single drop of Meteor Dragon River water could kill a great emperor. In the dragon realm, the Meteor Dragon River could be called a true forbidden land. What a terrifying power of erosion! Li Luo's eyes shook dramatically, and he secretly said, after the formation of the Meteor Dragon River, I naturally ruled over the erosive power of the Meteor Dragon River. With my realm at the commander level, it seems that I can make the ferocious beasts at the lord level, all of them, be eroded. In addition, within the Meteor Dragon River, the Desolate Dragon Battle Soldier was branded. Desolate Dragon Battle Soldier can control the body extremely, gain the passive of weapon proficiency, and moreover possess the characteristics of many weapons. Branding this super rank skill, despite not being able to form a resonance with the little Songstar, will allow me to increase my own battle power, at least 10 times. Leroy was in an excellent mood. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. Little Songxing's realm broke through to the commander level in an instant. Commander's 3rd order. Commander's class 5th order. The final frame. The 6th rank of the commander class. Worthy of the 2nd extreme realm, with 60% bloodline fusion, the depths that little Songxing has accumulated are unknown how much stronger than when he was at the awakening level. Li Luo marveled in his heart and secretly said, one breakthrough, and he has directly reached the 6th rank of the overlord rank. By analogy, if it's the 3rd extreme realm breakthrough, wouldn't it be the 7th rank of the lord rank in one breakthrough? If it's the 4th extreme realm. He already knew that the limit of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon Clan was to arrive at the 4th extreme realm. However, the difficulty of reaching the 4th extreme realm and completely fusing the bloodlines could be considered as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Even the Tsongyu Sacred Dragon had only arrived at the 3rd extreme realm. Li Luo, however, was not the least bit worried. Little Songxing may not have to completely integrate the bloodline of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. If it is really difficult, Li Luo will be for little Songxing, directly leasing the divine dragon species bloodline. The bloodline of the Emperor Dragon Seed can reach 4 times the extreme realm. The divine dragon seed bloodline, compared to the Emperor Dragon Seed, I don't know how much more magnificent it is. 7 or 8 times in the polar realm shouldn't be too hard, right? Roar! Pale Star was excited. Realm Breakthrough, Commander Class 6th Order. In terms of battle power, it was more than 100 times more powerful than the 10th rank of the Transcendent Mortal Grade. The moment. A freshman and an old student, all of them were completely dumbfounded. Li Luo's realm, it just broke through in a watery manner? A direct breakthrough into the commander level? Who breaks through the realm, is not burning incense and bathing, adjusting the state to the extreme, and taking the risk of failure. Li Luo is so easy, as if the water is flowing? What kind of depth is this? It's not just Li Luo, the realm of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon has unexpectedly broken through instantly as well. This Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon's base is also terrifying to the extreme. Right after it broke through, it reached the 6th rank of the commander class. Your realm is only at the transcendent level. How do you know the realm of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon? The royal beast talent you awakened isn't that eye of scrying either. You're a cutie. If you can't perceive it, wouldn't you look at the True Dragon list? The True Dragon list is a Holy Spirit level Imperial weapon life, would it be wrong? In the midst of countless shocked gazes. Respondent, Coral Siren. Realm, Commander Class 5th Order. Affiliation, Xiling. A line of gold-colored text that quietly emerged. Xiling was full of confusion. She had been watching the battle, and had long regretted the move to respond to the battle. As the text surfaced, she was even more irresistible and appeared on the battlefield. Coral Siren, Xiling? She answered the battle as well? True Dragon ranking, ranked 999th, only 1 place higher than Nangong Dai, 1 place higher. Of course, it's now the 1000th place. After all, the Tsong Tian True Dragon's ranking has reached the 100th place. The Coral Siren that Xiling contracted has indeed broken through the realm as well, reaching the 5th rank of the commander class. No, the ranking of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon, already 100th. Thing to this day, the Coral Sea Demon only answered the battle? One freshman and veteran student, all of them revealed a stunned expression. If it was the battle of the True Dragon ranking, when it was initially opened, they might have thought that there would be a fierce battle between the Coral Sea Demon and the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon. Now. But what's the suspense? Just being ranked 100th on the True Dragon list was enough to press the Coral Sea Demon out of breath. Not to mention, the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon's ranking was still taken by absolute strength at the transcendent level. The current Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon's realm was an incredible breakthrough, reaching the 6th rank of the commander class. In terms of realm, it was 1 step higher than the Coral Sea Demon. Holy! Xiling's looks were quite clean, but she couldn't help but burst out, saying, "What kind of matchmaking mechanism is this? The Tsong Tian Dragons are all at the 6th rank of commander, but the Coral Sirens are only at the 5th rank of commander. Even if their realm is higher, they can't beat them at all. Not to mention, the realm is not even close." She was completely dumbfounded. In favor of the battle of the True Dragon, it was still impossible to admit defeat. There. Li Luo smiled faintly and said, "Then let's have a good sparring match." Soundly? Xiling's face was full of bitterness as she said, "Li Luo, please spare me." "What soundness, you can just fight casually, but don't cripple the Coral Sea Demon." Roar. Pale Star grunted. What random fight? As a member of the Tsong Tian Desolate Dragon clan, how can one be so childish? It is sure to go all out. Boom. Endless battle intent, madly bursting forth. I chow. Xiling was on her knees, crying, saying, "Lord Songxing, spare my life." Roar. Pale Star, however, doesn't care. Endless battle intent, madly rushing. It was about to swing its dragon claws. Only to see the Coral Sea Demon gather a large amount of water currents, but it was simply unable to withstand the impact of the desolate ancient force and the pale heavenly battle intent, and it spat out blood and flew backwards on the spot. Coral Siren, defeated. A line of golden text that emerged. Huh? Pale Star cocked her head. It doesn't understand. The strength of the Coral Siren should not be inferior to the Mad Thunder Lion. How come you're so weak? Surprisingly, even the aftereffects of the desolate ancient realm and the Tsong heavenly battle intent could not withstand them at all. It hasn't really done it yet. That's the end of it? Choral sirens. Xiling panicked and shouted, wanting to cry, and angrily said, Li Luo, I have long begged for forgiveness, nearly admitting defeat. Why do you still want to lay down this cruel hand? Ahem. Li Luo was extremely embarrassed and said, I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe me? Chapter 93 Long Fan's Regret. A great chance is granted to you. The defeat of the Coral Sea Demon was just a small episode. Xiling quickly left the field with the Coral Sirens. A freshman and veteran student, however, all felt marveled that the realm of the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon, after breaking through the 6th rank of the Commander class, possessed such heaven-defying battle power. The realm of the Coral Sea Demon was only one rank lower than the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon, and as a royal beast on the True Dragon list, the Coral Sea Demon's bloodline was also a top-tier monarch species, and was by no means weak. The vast majority of the freshmen and veterans who were present to watch the battle were no match for the Coral Siren. At least. The Mad Thunder Lion, which was originally ranked 100th on the True Dragon list, as well as Nangong Dai, who was a royal beast master, would not have absolute certainty that they could win over the Coral Siren, even if they had an advantage in attributes, and the Thunder system could restrain the Water system, it would still be the same. Such a powerful Coral Sea Demon couldn't even withstand the aura of the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon. People are more angry than people. Nangong Dai was extremely helpless, secretly saying, originally, the realm of the Mad Thunder Lion was much higher than that of the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon. It was only half a day that passed, but it was even led? This is still a gap in realm. If we talk about battle power, it's even a world of difference. Nangong Dai couldn't help but recall, in the family's library of canonical books, the records he saw. Nangong, a true SSS grade absolute demon, contracted an initial imperial beast that was also a Holy Spirit grade bloodline cub. But the canonical record showed that Nangong performance at the awakening level, transcendent level, and even the commander level seemed to be far inferior to Li Luo. The family tome, there must be exaggeration. Nangong Dai couldn't help but be shocked, secretly saying, surprisingly, he still can't compare to Li Luo? This is also too exaggerated. Next. One by one, the responders, according to the ranking from the lowest to the highest, kept on appearing on the stage. Hundreds of applicants, constantly battling against little Song Xing, but without exception, all of them were crushed. In the end, even the 128th ranked Thirsty Blood Flying Dragon, whose realm was at the 4th level of the Lord grade, was not a single match for little Song Xing and was defeated on the spot. To this point, the battle for the True Dragon ranking seemed to be coming to an end. The battle power of this Tsongtian Desolate Dragon is too terrifying. Ranked below the 500th, with a realm that hasn't reached the Lord level, it's surprising that even the aura of the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon can't even withstand it at all. Even if they have broken through to the Lord level, as long as their strength is not higher than the Black Thunder Serpent, they are still not a match. Moreover, the Tsongtian Draconic Dragon obviously didn't use its full strength. Giantization, splitting, and counter-injury, all three of these abilities, were not used at all. Ranked 100th on the True Dragon ranking? With the strength of the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon, I'm afraid that even if it's ranked in the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking, I'm still hopeful. What kind of broken matching mechanism, the spirit of the True Dragon ranking, isn't it old and confused? The battle power of the top 20 of the True Dragon list has been fighting against the Imperial Beasts after the 100th place, isn't this pure crushing? A freshman and an old student, all of them were in awe and couldn't help but spit. Such a matching mechanism, it's unbelievable. In particular, the responders to the True Dragon battle wanted to curse out in anger. If they were to arrange for them to answer the battle in advance, they would still be able to battle with excitement and passion. Even if you lose the battle, you can still leave a good story behind. Preferring to arrange for them to respond to the battle only after the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon, arriving at the Transcendent Grade Extreme Realm, or even breaking through the Commander Grade, isn't this purely looking for abuse? Who can stand it? One respondent, in the depths of his heart, had long since cursed the spirit of the True Dragon ranking. Oh, the spirit of the True Dragon list? What an old fool! Above the vault of heaven. Are cursing? Long Fan was furious and laughed. How could it not guess what the many responders were thinking? Long Fan was helpless too. Forced by Xia Fei's pressure, Long Fan could only keep increasing the pressure on Li Luo, and compared to a meaningless battle, it was obvious that the pressure was increasing in segments, and it was more able to stimulate the Tsongtian Desolate Dragon's bloodline. And the facts prove it. Song Xing had successfully broken through the Transcendent Extremity Realm. Initially, Long Fan didn't hold out hope, just completing the task. Polaris. How could it be so easy? SSS Great Ancestral Dragon Talent, worthy of being in the top 3 of the talent list. Longfan marveled in his heart and said, however, the most surprising thing is still Song Xing's underlying strength. After breaking through the commander level, he even reached the 6th rank of the commander level. I made a rough calculation. Song Xing's dragon body strength is at least 1,000 times stronger than that of the Tsangyu Sacred Dragon, when it was at the 6th rank of the commander class. The Tsangyu Sacred Dragon did not arrive at the extreme realm when it was at the commander level. Once at the extreme realm, it can be regarded as 10 times, and twice as 100 times. As for 1,000 times? Where does the difference of 10 times come from? Longfan was puzzled. With the True Dragon rankings positional grid, Longfan didn't think that, being of the same Song Tian Desolate Dragon clan, Song Xing's upper limit was much higher than Song Yu's. After all, even if you are at the commander level, you arrive at the 3 times pole realm. When you break through to the Holy Spirit level, you still won't be able to reach the 4th extreme realm either, and you'll still be on par with the Tsangyu Holy Dragon. The only thing outside of the extreme realm that might be able to close the gap was that 10-fold difference in physique. Also, the fact that Song Xing had actually comprehended the Upanishads also exceeded Longfan's prediction, making it impossible for him to estimate little Song Xing's true battle power. It doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with me. Longfan shook his head for a while and said helplessly, the battle of the true dragons is over, so I'll just continue to go back and lie down. As the spirit of the true dragon list, the years of Dragonfan's existence could be described as extremely long, and while abiding by its duties, it was simply unable to break through its realm or ascend to become an imperial soldier, and it slowly began to swing for the fences. The battle of the true dragons ended, Song Xing arrived at the extreme realm and broke through to the 6th rank of the commander class, and Longfan completed the task of concubine Xia, so naturally, he began to be lazy, yawned, and was ready to bolt. Suddenly, Li Luo. He's crazy, right? Longfan's heart and mind shook dramatically, and he couldn't help but say, Li Luo has actually submitted the True Dragon battle letter once again. This time, he is going to challenge the 10th ranked True Dragon list, the Cunning Demon Dragon? Cunning Demon Dragon, that's the Imperial Beast Ji Ning contracted. He's going to challenge Ji Ning? The moment. Longfan's heart was filled with shock, as well as regret. It was completely enlightened. Why did the Summer Princess seek it out? Why did Li Luo challenge Ji Ning? All of this. It all stems from the lineage of the Imperial Dragon Master, the battle between the old and the new. In other words, this was a battle between the Dragon Realm lineage, as well as the Summer Kingdom lineage, to seize power from each other. Ji Ning, representing the Dragon Realm lineage. As for Li Luo, he was representing the Xia lineage. Xia Fei, you victimized me. Longfan's dragon eyes were filled with bitterness. I just want to be a lying dragon. What does the dispute between your royal dragon master lineage have to do with me? This is great, those damn old guys, they must have thought that I had taken sides. Wow. A cold and absolutely beautiful figure slowly fell down. Longfan had long been surprised by this. Above the sky dome, this list space was extremely hidden. An ordinary Holy Spirit level Imperial Beast Master would not be able to perceive it at all. For the Summer Princess, there was nothing to hide. On the contrary, it was Longfan, who would not have been able to discover it if not for concubine Xia's appearance. Princess Xia. Longfan was about to speak. Old dragon. Song Yu transformed into a delicate young girl and surfaced, humming, are you trying to say that we have harmed you? That's not what I meant. Longfan smiled sarcastically and said, Song Yu, I remember that you used to, all of you shouted me Longfan Sr. How to shout old dragon now? TSK, we kindly bestowed you with a great opportunity, and you're even going to backtrack and say that we've harmed you. Song Yu laughed coldly, just like you still want me to honor senior? Dream on you. Chance? Longfan frowned and said, in the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters, the old and the new are competing with each other, and it even involves the Dragon Realm. Even the saints will fall. In the end, perhaps even the Imperial Dragons of the Dragon Realm will go down. How can you call it a great opportunity when you guys involved me in such a calamity? What if I say that the future Li Luo will definitely ascend to the throne of Emperor? Song Yu hummed, an emperor, if he is willing to make a move, refining you into an emperor's soldier would only be a smooth move. Such a chance, it's not big enough. Chapter 94 Destined to be an emperor? Protector of the Tao, Longfan. Emperor? Long Fan was slightly stunned and said, even if Li Luo awakens the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, his future achievement will be to become an emperor at most, right? Since the establishment of the True Dragon School, the Vine Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the Amazing Emperor, these three great emperors, I've invested in all of them. So what? Aren't I still at the Holy Spirit level? Imperial beasts contracted by great emperors can easily become emperors. That's based on top of the Imperial beast contract. It's not like I can make a contract with Li Luo, even if he achieves greatness, it has nothing to do with me. Long Fan's eyes were calm. It came from a great source, and it was even related to the Xia royal family. When it was initially created, it was one of the candidates for the Xia state's Xingui imperial weapon. The Xingui imperial weapon, even amongst the many imperial armaments, was considered to be amongst the strongest. Pity. The True Dragon list fell short. The imperial weapon chosen by the Xia kingdom to suppress the state was the Nine States Ding. This tripod. It can suppress the chi of the Nine States. Later, as the Xia state's national strength continued to become strong, the Xingui imperial weapon also from the initial tripod of the Nine States, increased by 2, respectively, for the mountain and river map, as well as the sea needle, but always did not read the True Dragon list. None other. The True Dragon list, involving the lineage of imperial dragon masters. The lineage of dragon masters had long been infiltrated by the dragon realm. Long Fan was no longer trusted by the Xia royal family. The imperial family of the Summer Kingdom always let the True Dragon list to stay in the True Dragon School, a Holy Spirit level imperial weapon, and has a life, then the same level of imperial weapons power, do not know how much stronger, but can only revise a list of heavenly pride. This is not a kind of dispatched it? Become an emperor? San Yu laughed coldly, Li Luo, and how could he only have the posture of becoming an emperor? What do you mean? Long Fan's mind moved slightly. He couldn't help but be a little shaken. The natural talent displayed by Li Luo, especially Tsang Xing's battle power, really made Long Fan extremely puzzled. Perhaps, in this world, only Xia Fei, this Li Luo's teacher, and Sang Yu, Tsang Xing's old mother, know the true meaning of it. Old dragon, you've been in a deep sleep, I'm afraid you don't know it yet? Sang Yu grunted, the imperial beast talent that Li Luo has awakened isn't just the ancestral dragon. What? Long Fan's heart trembled and he couldn't help but say, could it be that Li Luo has also awakened other imperial beast talents? The moment. Long Fan thought of many things. It has been anticipated. Since Sang Yu was certain that Li Luo possessed the talent of an emperor, then Li Luo's second imperial beast talent must also be SSS grade. Only by awakening 2 SSS-Rank talents could one achieve Empyrean. A second SSS-Rank talent? Long Fan took a deep breath and said, I wonder what kind of talent. On the talent list, where does it rank? When Li Luo first enrolled in school, Long Fan was slightly concerned, and then fell asleep. To Long Fan, an SSS-grade absolute demon couldn't change it at all, so he didn't bother to pay attention to it. The matter of the inheritance mystery realm, Long Fan really didn't know about it. Would you like to guess? San Yu gave a rakish smile. Of all the Imperials in history, the only one whose second Imperial beast talent is still unknown is Dragon Father. Long Fan murmured, but without exception, the second Imperial beast talent awakened by those several emperors were all inferior to the first Imperial beast talent. However, since Li Luo has awakened the second SSS grade Imperial beast talent, even though the ranking is far inferior to that of the ancestral dragon, it is enough to prove that Li Luo possesses the qualifications of an emperor. Long Fan did not guess wildly, but only made certain inferences. Subsequently, it looked at Sang Yu and said, Sang Yu, just say it straight. SSS grade talent, source amazing. Sang Yu smiled broadly. How can it be? Long Fan was shocked to the core and couldn't help but say, Yuan Yen, ranked second on the talent list, is vaguely higher than the ancestral dragon's rank. Wouldn't the second Imperial Beast talent awakened by Li Luo be stronger than the first Imperial Beast talent? No. Ancestral Dragon, Source Amazing, are originally at the same level, it's hard to distinguish between them. Two kinds of Imperial Beast talent, surprisingly both ranked in the top 3. Such natural talent, looking at the entire history of the Central Plains, is also enough to rank first. Empyrean talent. This is an absolute emperor's qualification. Long Fan was incomparably appalled. The history of the human race is incomparably long. The Central Plains, where the Xia Kingdom is located. The Xia Kingdom was founded only 1,000 years ago, and compared to the history of the entire Central Plains, it is but a drop in the ocean. For endless years, the 3 emperors recorded in the annals of history, plus the rumored human and dragon hybrids, there are a lot of controversy. Dragon Zune, a total of 4 emperors. These 4 emperors, 3 of them, come from the Central Plains. Apart from the most mysterious dragon father, when it comes to talent, there is surprisingly none that can be compared to Li Luo. Even though Dragon Zune was only winning in mystery, after all, no one knew that the second SSS grade Sentinel Beast talent that Dragon Zune had awakened ranked geometrically on the talent list. Tisk, T-escape, 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 you know it. Song Yu was extremely pleased. The moment. She even wanted to show off that Li Luo's true talent origin wasn't any SSS grade at all, but the legendary and almost unverifiable mythical grade. In the end, Song Yu was able to restrain herself. Mythic talent, too much involved. Once completely exposed, concubine Xia couldn't protect Li Luo, and could only transfer to the Xia imperial family, at least until she had a battle power comparable to that of a great emperor and her mythic grade talent was completely awakened, before she could show herself in the world. In order to avoid potential enemies, thus choosing to hide. For Li Luo, it may be nothing, but for the Zong Xing, as well as the Zong Tian Desolate Dragon Clan, the impact can be great. The Cthulhu dragons are born for war. How can you hide? It's 2. Regardless of whether it was concubine Xia, Song Yu, or Li Luo himself, he would not even consider it, and stayed meticulous until he was on the path to becoming an emperor. Old dragon, is this considered a great chance? Song Yu faintly said. She loaded right up. How come it doesn't count? Long Fan's eyes instantly changed, and hurriedly said, Song Yu, am I not confused? I've just checked it all out. Surprisingly, many giant birds are aware of it, and I don't even know about it. I kind of understand, this lying flat lifestyle is really not suitable for me, I must think of change. I've got it figured out. From this moment on, I am Li Luo's Tao Protector Imperial Weapon. I only hope that, in the future, when Li Luo ascends to the Emperor realm, he will still be able to remember some of his old feelings and make me into an Emperor soldier. Long Fan burst into a heck of a laugh, as if the golden true dragon's body, snaking around Song Yu, the demeanor vaguely also a little flattering. Ho ho ho! Song Yu lightly hummed, once Li Luo achieves the position of emperor, he will surely be in charge of all the powers of the Xia kingdom. At that time, even if you were to be established as the Xia kingdom's Zhengguo imperial weapon, how difficult would it be? Zhengguo imperial weapon? Long Fan's eyes, completely brightened with surprise, can it really make me a Zhengguo imperial weapon? If I can be classified as a Zhengguo imperial weapon, alongside the tripod of the 9 states, the mountain and river diagram, and the divine needle for fixing the sea, that would truly be the pinnacle of dragon life. I feel hung over. Song Yu teased, after all, you have a relationship with the dragon realm, your ass is very crooked. With this, you also want to become the Xia kingdom's imperial weapon? Are you trying to make the dragon realm take over the Xia kingdom? Don't talk nonsense. Long Fan was righteous, saying, would this seat have anything to do with that dragon realm? Ha! This seat has a true dragon list, never a true dragon clan. Even, refining this seat's material, or a pair of dragon realm in the middle of the dragon realm, an emperor dragon's dragon horns, as well as an emperor dragon's dragon skin. This seat has always been at loggerheads with the dragon realm, and firmly stands on the side of the Xia kingdom. Yes? Song Yu laughed softly, I did hear that you and the dragon realm supported by the royal dragon master line, each other peacefully for many years. Were the incompatible standpoints? Ahem. Long Fan was filled with helplessness and said, Song Yu, I'm wrong, isn't it okay? All right. But remember, from now on, you are Li Luo's protector. Song Yu's eyes became extremely solemn. Yes. Long Fan firmly said, I will definitely protect Li Luo's safety. The words fell. Long Fan seemed to have thought of something, and tried. Li Luo has sent the True Dragon battle book to let Song Xing challenge Ji Ning Contract's cunning demon dragon. In this battle, should I secretly help? No need. Xiafei, always cool, absolutely beautiful face, as if the Tianshan Snow Lotus pure, slowly said, this war, you do not have to intervene. But where the battle of peers, you do not have to make a move. No? Long Fan was shocked and couldn't help but say, Concubine Xia, you don't think that the Zong Xing that Li Luo contracted would be a match for the cunning demon dragon, do you? The cunning demon dragon contracted by Ji Ning has broken through to the 9th rank of the Overlord class. As for the bloodline, it's even reached the 10th rank of the Overlord class. Taking on a commander rank 6 against a lord rank 9? Especially the bloodline of the cunning demon dragon is still so powerful that once it reaches adulthood, it can be sealed as an emperor. No matter which way you look at it, Sang Xing doesn't have any chance of winning. Chapter 95: A date to fight the cunning demon dragon? Little Yang Aoi made a breakthrough. You old dragon, what do you mean? Sonya's beautiful eyes rounded and she huffed, Sang Xing is my son, who allowed you to say that? You also watched the battle from start to finish, you should have seen. Sang Xing comprehend the super rank Upanishad. As long as the pitch black lance is out, what threat is a cunning demonic dragon? Song Yu was instantly unconvinced. Song Xing, but Song Yu's kinsman, was even more suspected to be a descendant of Song Yu's bloodline. Long Fan actually thought that a Cthulhu desolate dragon couldn't defeat a cunning demon dragon? In Song Yu's mind, she was actually extremely shocked, but more than that, she was proud. Axiom? Even Song Yu had only comprehended the first super-ranked Upanishad after breaking through the monarch level. On the contrary, little Song Xing was at the transcendent level and had comprehended the Upanishads. Even with the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, it was enough to shock the heart and soul. Canyon Moon. Concubine Xia leapt out and said, the lacquer black lance that Song Xing has comprehended is ultimately constructed based on the power of anti-injury. If Jining didn't know the principle of the lacquer black lance, it would be just that. But she has already personally observed the battle. Song Xing's attempt to defeat the cunning demon dragon with his pitch black lance is indeed difficult to work. Having lost the decisive blow of the superclass Upanishad, with the battle power displayed by Song Xing, it would indeed be difficult to defeat the cunning demon dragon. At those words, Long Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He really didn't dare to argue with Song Yu. With Song Yu's nature, I'm afraid that if he argues 2 more times, he'll be red hot. Sessions. The True Dragon list is sure to be a miserable toss-up. Summer Sage. Long Fan cast a grateful look and suddenly said, should I withdraw the True Dragon battle letter? Li Luo's True Dragon battle script has yet to be conveyed over. Actually. Just after Xiafei and Song Yu arrived, Long Fan suspended the True Dragon battle book. Li Luo and Ji Ning, representing 2 diametrically opposed factions in the lineage of Imperial Dragon Masters. Both sides of Long Fan dare not mess with it and can only make peace with it. Today, it is different. Long Fan knew of Li Luo's natural talent and thought that Li Luo had the qualifications of an emperor, and even promised to act as Li Luo's protector of the Dao. Of course, he was biased in favor of Li Luo, and didn't want him to lose in the middle of this battle, but instead, let the Xiafei be put at a disadvantage in the factional fight. No need. Concubine Xia's eyes were clear and cold as she said, with Luo's character, since she decided to challenge Jining, she must have some certainty. You mean? Long Fan's mind shook dramatically, as if he had thought of something, and couldn't help but say, Song Xing's strength is far more than that? Could it be that there are other cards? Concubine Xia and Song Yu, all of them did not respond. Actually. Concubine Xia and Song Yu, too, were not aware of it. Since Li Luo had made a decision, Xiafei, Song Yu, would only support it unconditionally. Good. Long Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, I will send the True Dragon battle book to. But I said at first, if something really happens, I am not responsible for it. All right. Song Yu said impatiently, just watch how Song Xing hangs the cunning demon dragon. TSK, a mongrel-blooded demon that doesn't even have a real name, how dare you call it a demonic dragon? Long Fan didn't say anything. The True Dragon War Book, delivered in an instant. On the opposite side of the battlefield. A new student, old students, originally thought that Li Luo ended the battle of the True Dragon. After defeating all of the more than 100 Imperial beasts that were on the True Dragon list, they would stop the battle. The next moment, they saw with their eyes, Li Luo directly took out a copy of the True Dragon battle book that had been prepared long ago, suspended in midair, and instantly sucked away by the golden light of the True Dragon list. Another True Dragon battle script? Surprisingly, it was prepared long ago? Who exactly is Li Luo going to challenge? He anticipated this moment before the True Dragon battle opened? Including Song Xing's breakthrough to the Transcendent Extremity realm and his ascension to the 100th position on the True Dragon ranking, was it also expected by Li Luo? Song Xing's ranking in the True Dragon ranking is already 100th, with a reward of 100 million dasha coins every month. Could it be that Li Luo wants to challenge the 50th position in the True Dragon ranking? Heavens! It's only been 10 days since Li Luo joined the True Dragon Academy and became a Dragon Master, and that Song Tian Desolate Dragon he contracted has reached the 100th position on the True Dragon ranking. Such a growth rate even exceeds many S-class celestial prides, 3 or 4 years of hard training. If one were to take a step further and reach the top 50, they would be a handful of people standing at the very top in the True Dragon Academy. A new student and an old student, all of them felt shocked and couldn't help but look forward to it. With the battle power that Song Xing had displayed, even if he was the 50th in the True Dragon ranking, he might not be unable to look ahead a bit. Leroy. Nangong Dai couldn't help but say, "Who did you challenge in that True Dragon battle letter of yours?" This statement was made. The people present, all of them, looked sideways. Li Luo looked around and couldn't help but laugh out softly, saying, "You guys seem to be very curious." Definitely curious. In the vast True Dragon Academy, there are never more than 50 people stronger than Wen Fenghua. Regardless of which one, who ultimately responded to the battle, only to be defeated by you, it is enough to make the entire True Dragon Academy shake. What are you putting aside here to say? Li Luo has only been cultivating for 10 days, and the Song Tian Desolate Dragon he cultivated defeated the Black Thunder Serpent and ranked 100th on the True Dragon ranking. Isn't that enough to shake the entire True Dragon Academy? The crowd murmured. There's nothing to hide. Li Luo met the many gazes and casually said, "The one I'm challenging is ranked 10th on the True Dragon list, the Cunning Demon Dragon." The words fell. The whole room rocked. My chow. Did I hear it wrong? Li Luo challenged the Cunning Demon Dragon. Ranked 10th on the True Dragon list, the Cunning Demon Dragon. That's Jining's contracted pet beast. The Cunning Demon Dragon, initially a juvenile cunning demon, gradually possessed a dragon bloodline under the cultivation of the SS-class Dragon Vein talent, evolving into the form of the Cunning Demon Dragon. Even though the Cunning Demon Dragon is only Jining's 4th imperial beast. But, that's Jining. Li Luo was actually going to challenge Jining? Being in the same lineage of Dragon Masters, this is going to start a competition. Many murmurs came. Li Luo, however, didn't bother to listen, closed his eyes, and began to operate the Dragon God meditation thoughts, cherishing any ounce of time that he could use to consolidate the realm of the commander level. Unlike Song Xing, who has accumulated endless reserves, the fresh breakthrough is the 6th order of the commander level. The expansion of the Imperial Beast Space must be gradual. Li Luo's Imperial Beast Space had just broken through to the commander level, which was the most initial commander level one. If he hadn't cultivated the Dragon God meditation method and possessed a royal dragon crystal that could continuously provide what was needed for the expansion of the Imperial Beast Space, Li Luo's speed of raising his realm would never have been so exaggerated. Imperial Dragon Crystal. Li Luo's mind moved slightly. A transparent crystal that settled in the Meteor Dragon River. Under the power of endless erosion, it dissolved at an extremely slow pace. Even though it was imperceptible, it was much faster than if Li Luo had gone to absorb it on his own. The Meteor Dragon River, it can actually speed up the dissolution of resources? Li Luo couldn't help but rejoice, secretly saying, "I thought that after breaking through the commander level, the expansion speed of the Imperial Beast Space would gradually slow down. The dissolving and eroding power of the Meteorite Dragon River, on the contrary, can accelerate the expansion speed of the Imperial Beast Space? Unfortunately, this one Imperial Dragon Crystal worth billions of dollars can only support me to break through to the 10th rank of the Commander class, and it won't even support me at the Lord class." Li Luo revealed a look of regret. The Dragon Crystal, which was an extreme super rank resource, was worth billions, and could be considered incomparably precious. Normally, a single Imperial Dragon Crystal was enough to allow an Imperial Dragon Master to directly cultivate to the 10th step of the Monarch rank. Li Luo, however, is different. He awakened the SSS Great Ancestral Dragon talent, and the size of the Imperial Beast Space is originally 10,000 times more than the same level. He even practiced the Dragon God meditation method, and the construction and expansion of the Dragon Transformation Pool, Dragon Jin Mountain, and Meteor Dragon River also required the absorption of the power of the Imperial Dragon Crystal. Pure gold swallowing. Li Luo secretly sighed and said, "This Imperial Dragon Crystal can even create a Seal King. Yet it can only help me break through to the 10th rank of the Commander class. However, it's not really a waste. After all, even if it is a Monarch level, in the Imperial Beast Space, it is by no means possible to have the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Dragon Jin Mountain, and the Meteorite Dragon River, such wonders that can be called heaven-defying." Mia? Little Yan Kuai was located next to the Dragon Transformation Pool, but it didn't have the slightest interest in the Dragon Transformation liquid in the pool, and cocked its head, signaling to Li Luo that it seemed to be able to break through at any time as well. "Then break through," Leroy said with his mind. For the realm of contracted imperial beasts, he had never had the thought of suppressing it. Little Yang Kuai, being of the amazing Qilin clan, had refined the hard execution amazing, and had reached the extreme realm at the awakening and transcendent levels, as far as they could go. With such depth, a breakthrough is long overdue. Mia. Young Oi blinked. Transient. Realm breakthrough. First order of commander. Commander's third order. The final frame. The sixth rank of the commander class. Chapter 96, Holy Dragon Palace. Completely killing Songxing? In terms of heritage, little Yang Kuai was nothing compared to little Songxing. There were 10 super-ranked foreign flames, as well as a holy ranked resource, the Qilin Blood Feather, giving little Yang Kuai the ultimate in substance. Mia. Little Yang Aoi was extremely energized. Breaking through to the 6th rank of the commander class, little Yang Kuai's battle power had not only skyrocketed by 100 times. Also, with the breakthrough in the realm, little Sunflower also gave Li Luo feedback on the 3rd super rank skill. Inferno Spirit. With the super rank skill Inferno Spirit, a flame phantom can be constructed. It can be considered extremely powerful. Leroy was extremely satisfied. Without realizing it, his own battle power, too, had become extremely powerful. Although it's still not as good as Songxing and Yang Aoi, ravaging the Black Thunder Snake shouldn't be a problem. Li Luo pondered briefly and secretly said, if I utilize Ancestral Dragon and Source Amazing, these two SSS grade talents, my battle power will definitely be even more heaven-defying. Of course, these two SSS grade talents, when added to Songxing and Yang Aoi, will definitely yield more than when added to myself. Mia. Young Aoi blinked. It was always watching the battle from within the Imperial Beast space. Pale Star's battle stance in full view. It couldn't help but also give birth to a trace of longing, wanting to conquer a battle for Li Luo and crush the enemy completely. There's no rush, you'll definitely get your chance to fight. Li Luo let out a light laugh and said, however, it is by no means now. Nowadays. Li Luo was considered to be the imperial son of the Starfire lineage, and he didn't know how many resources he occupied in the Starfire lineage. He didn't believe that there was no one in the Starfire lineage to try. Now, the battle for the true dragon ranking involved the Royal Dragon Master lineage. Xiao Yangaoi does not have a dragon system, its own race, or the Qilin. Is involved in the Qilin Academy, but rather more sensitive, naturally impossible to go to war. The most critical is, Li Luo contracts small Yang Kuai's time, after all, is still too short, only 3 days' time. So that small Yang Kuai simply cannot wait to comprehend the axiom. In terms of strength, it was undoubtedly quite a bit different than the little Song Star. It wouldn't hurt. Li Luo secretly said, SSS grade Source Amazement is comparable to an ancestral dragon. It's only a matter of time before little Yang Kuai comprehends the Upanishads. The Imperial Dragon Lineage. The Temple of the Holy Dragon. Jining stood respectfully in the Grand Hall, and 3 old men with a deep aura like an abyss sat on top of a dragon throne. These 3 old men were precisely the Royal Dragon lineage, the actual 3 people in power. Black Dragon Saint, White Dragon Saint, and Golden Dragon Saint. The moment. The incomparably cloudy eyes of these 3 Holy Spirit-level Dragon Masters were filled with shock. Jining, can what you said be true? The White Dragon Saint's heart was shocked and he couldn't help but say, that Li Luo contracts Desolate Dragon Pale Star, is it really so heaven-defying? At just the Transcendent level, it arrived at the Extreme Realm twice, and it even crossed over to defeat when Feng was Black Thunder Serpent. Transcendent level, just arrived twice at the Extreme Realm. How is this possible? The Black Dragon Saint shocked. The point is, that Desolate Dragon Cub, which I have also seen, was initially only a Lord-level bloodline. 10 days ago, it was only at the Awakening level. How long has it been? Not only has it arrived at the Extreme Realm of Awakening level and Transcendent level, it has also demonstrated unrivaled battle power. Once it made a breakthrough, it has even reached the 6th level of the Overlord level? Among the 3 Holy Spirit level Imperial Dragon Masters, the only one who was still calm was the Golden Dragon Saint. Even so, the slightly trembling fingers also completely exposed that the Golden Dragon Saint's heart was by no means calm. Exactly. Jining respectfully said, all of what is stated here is what I saw with my own eyes. After Songxing broke through the commander level, I quickly left. If I expected well, the battle of the true dragons should be over. Li Luo will not lose any of them. The extreme realm of the transcendent level can battle the Black Thunder Serpent of the 5th order of the Lord level. Now, Song Xing has also broken through to the 6th order of the commander level, so his battle power has not only skyrocketed 100-fold. The White Dragon Sage sneered and said, just based on the True Dragon ranking, how can that group of juvenile so-called heavenly prides fight against Li Luo? After all, it's a supreme demon, by no means comparable to an ordinary heavenly pride. The Black Dragon Saint shook his head and said, historically, a supreme demon, as long as he didn't fall, he would eventually become a great emperor. The only way to compete with a supreme demon is to be the top genius among the SS-class demons. So saying, the Black Dragon Saint's eyes landed on Ji Ning's body. SS-class talent, Dragon Pulse. Ranked 52nd out of many SS-ranked talents. Such a ranking is not low enough. The key was that the SS-ranked Dragon Pulse was a passive-type talent. When the realm is low, there isn't much special about it. But as the realm gets higher, the power of the SS-grade Dragon Vein will also get stronger. Once Ji Ning became at the Holy Spirit level, the role of the SS-ranked Dragon Vein could definitely be comparable to a top 10 ranked SS-ranked talent, easily able to elevate the bloodline of many Imperial Beasts to the Holy Spirit level 10th rank, or even the Quasi-Emperor level. Although it can't be compared to Xia Fei's Slaying Dragon, it's still incomparably heavenly, and even has the chance to transform into an SSS-grade talent, possessing the posture of becoming an emperor. 3 seniors. Ji Ning's eyes sank in and did not take on the Black Dragon Saint's glare as she slowly said, in addition, Song Xing has also comprehended a type of super-ordered Upanishad. This statement was made. Even the Golden Dragon Saint couldn't sit still anymore. What? The Golden Dragon Saint's pupils shook dramatically as he trembled. At just the commander level, he has comprehended the super-order Upanishad. Not commander-in-chief. Ji Ning shook her head and said, at the transcendent level, Song Xing displayed a super-ranked axiom. That axiom seems to possess the characteristics of being undodgeable and undefendable, extremely domineering. This son has become a great power. Black Dragon Saint's eyes flashed a touch of coldness, said, ascending to the extreme realm twice, and even comprehending the super-ordered Upanishad. As long as he grows up according to steps, I'm afraid that it will be even more terrifying than the Xia Fei of that year. The most terrifying thing is that the Imperial Beast talent that Li Luo has awakened is even more than just an ancestral dragon. In the entire True Dragon Academy, I'm afraid that only Long Fan, that worldly and uncontested artifact spirit, doesn't know that Li Luo has awakened the SSS grade origin amazing talent. White Dragon Sage coldly said, such a terrifying natural talent, as well as the speed of growth. If it's just for a little while longer, who knows to what extent he's going to grow? I'm afraid that there will no longer be anyone in the entire True Dragon Academy who can check him. Oh, what more do you want? The Golden Dragon Saint's eyes were indifferent as he said, we have united to not provide Li Luo with cultivation resources. But he still has concubine Xia behind him, as well as the Starfire lineage. At least, before the Monarch level, there will be no lack of resources at all. With the natural talent that Li Luo has displayed, as well as his growth rate, how long can we get stuck? You guys are so murderous, do you still want to make a move against Li Luo? A few words, as if together with cold water, made the Black Dragon Saint and White Dragon Saint all wake up. Yeah. Do they dare to do it? Li Luo was Princess Xia's only disciple. Also, he was also the imperial son of the Starfire lineage. Once Li Luo fell, I'm afraid that concubine Xia would go completely insane and cleanse the royal dragon lineage despite everything. Black Dragon Saint and White Dragon Saint, they are all old saints. As for Golden Dragon Saint, they have even reached the limit of the Holy Spirit level. But they asked themselves, if they were to face Princess Xia, even if the 3 saints joined forces, I'm afraid they wouldn't be opponents. The saints? Before the 3 dragon saints. The imperial dragon lineage has long since been cleansed. If it were not for the dragon world, a dragon emperor personally stepped in to die to protect. The Black Dragon Saint, the White Dragon Saint, and the Golden Dragon Saint, I am afraid that they will also be liquidated. Wow. A golden light fell. The Black Dragon Sage frowned slightly, directly reaching out, he ingested the golden light into his hands and said in a deep voice, True Dragon Battle Book? He opened it casually. The tightly furrowed brows were stretched with it. Ha ha ha, what a godsend. The Black Dragon Sage laughed out loud. Li Luo has actually conveyed the True Dragon battle letter to Ji Ning to have Song Xing challenge the cunning demon dragon. Arrogant. The White Dragon Saint snorted. Li Luo wouldn't think that Song Xing arriving at the extreme realm twice and breaking through to the 6th rank of the commander class would allow him to battle the cunning demon dragon, would he? To battle a Lord grade 9 with a commander grade 6? Not to mention, the bloodline of the cunning demon dragon is still Overlord rank 10. Wait. The Black Dragon Saint seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, I have a plan. Say. Golden Dragon Sage was succinct. Ji Ning. The Black Dragon Saint looked over and said coldly, this battle, you must accept. Furthermore, I want you to kill the Pale Sky Draconic Dragon, Pale Star, completely in the Battle of the True Dragons. Chapter 97, One of the Seven Great Sins. Jealousy Demon Dragon. Sniffing. Ji Ning's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. Song Tian Desolate Dragon Song Xing, that is Li Luo's initial imperial beast. Once it is killed, won't it completely offend Li Luo to death? Ji Ning shook her head and said, in addition, there are laws in the Xia Kingdom and rules in the academy. Killing another person's imperial beast openly is a major offense. What's more, it's still the initial imperial beast of a supreme demon. With Ji Ning's character, she was already a killjoy. Kill Pale Star? She didn't have many scruples. The only thing she couldn't fight against was the Xia law. As the royal dragon lineage, the chosen successor of the three dragon saints, Ji Ning naturally possessed privileges, and killing one or two royal beasts was nothing at all. However, Li Luo's identity, however, was not simple. Whether it was an absolute demon, or a disciple of the summer concubine, or an emperor of the Starfire lineage, they would never allow Ji Ning to escape from the restoration of the law. No matter what kind of benefits the three dragon saints offered, Ji Ning would refuse. She wouldn't allow it, she was an outcast. Ji Ning, I know your concerns. The Black Dragon Saint grinned and said, but you might as well listen to my plan before you reply, how about that? Good. Ji Ning had to nod. Black Dragon, come on. Golden Dragon Saint frowned. My plan is, in fact, quite simple. Isn't Li Luo a member of the Xia Fei lineage? But how much favor did Princess Xia give Li Luo? In total, it adds up to $10 billion at most, right? The Black Dragon Saint laughed lightly. What if we, the Dragon Realm lineage, offer even greater benefits so that Li Luo simply cannot refuse? What a bunch of crap you are. The White Dragon Saint sneered. What benefits can we give? Concubine Xia is the first Imperial Dragon Master. As long as Li Luo stands firmly behind Concubine Xia, in the future, the entire Royal Dragon Vein will belong to Li Luo. What benefits can we, the Royal Dragon Vein, give to make Li Luo give up this backer of Consort Xia? With just the three of us Dragon Saints, we are naturally no match for Concubine Xia. The Black Dragon Sage grunted coldly, but what if it's the entire Dragon Realm? The Dragon Realm, naturally, is vast and magnificent, with countless supreme treasures, many times richer than the Blue Star. The Golden Dragon Saint said in a deep voice, but what does the Dragon Realm have to do with killing Song Xing? He still doesn't quite understand. Even with all the treasures, I'm afraid it's hard to impress the other side, isn't it? After all. Regardless of what kind of treasure, it was far too different than Princess Xia's disciple status. If my expectation is correct, that Song Tian Desolate Dragon that Li Luo has contracted should possess the Songyu Sacred Dragon, more than 50% of its bloodline. The Black Dragon Sage did not sell out and slowly said, as long as Song Xing is killed and the contracted position is left vacant, does Li Luo want a contracted dragon pet to take Song Xing's place? You mean? The White Dragon Sage's eyes lit up as he said, have the Dragon Realm send a top-tier Saint Dragon breed, or even an Emperor Dragon breed's hatchling, for Li Luo to contract? It's best if it's a juvenile Emperor Dragon species to make Li Luo simply unable to refuse, preferring to give up Concubine Xia to contract with it. At that time, Li Luo will, naturally, be on the side of the Dragon Realm, that is, our side. Even though one's anger towards Ji Ning is as great as it is, one can only choose to understand and thus obtain some compensation. A few words. It made the White Dragon Saint extremely surprised. He had carefully extrapolated and quickly determined. This plan that works. More than that. The Black Dragon Saint grinned and said, an Emperor Dragon seed cub must be related to an Emperor Dragon. If Li Luo dares to refuse, he will also have completely offended an Emperor Dragon. If there is an Emperor Dragon that stands against Consort Xia, why worry about Consort Xia holding the power of speech? Two birds with one stone. White Dragon Sage clapped his hands. Spin. The two saints, all of them, looked at the Golden Dragon Saint. 3 Holy Spirit-level Dragon Royal Masters, and the only one who could communicate with one of the Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Realm was the Golden Dragon Saint who was in charge of the Holy Dragon Temple. Just right. That one supreme dragon emperor had an heir that perfectly inherited the bloodline of the emperor dragon seed. SSS-Rank talent, ancestral dragon. The only way to achieve the most extreme effect was to contract a young dragon of the emperor dragon species. On the contrary, the young dragon of the emperor dragon species bloodline, if it can an SSS great ancestor dragon talent imperial dragon master, to conclude the imperial beast contract, not only can accelerate the speed of adulthood, but also have a chance to break through the limitations of the bloodline, to reach the limit of the great emperor. I'll immediately go to the dragon realm. That one lord, I think I won't refuse. The golden dragon saint's eyes sank, looking toward Jining as he slowly said, of course, everything is predicated on you being able to kill Songxing. Songxing, possessing the bloodline of the Tsang Tian desolate dragon, this is the biggest connection between Li Luo and Xia Fei. If this connection cannot be severed, how noble is the direct descendant of that one supreme dragon emperor? Even with the SSS great ancestral dragon talent, it is absolutely impossible for him to be contracted. Got it? My good disciple. The golden dragon saint looked down icily. Good. Jining was silent for a long time and slowly said, Master, I will get everything done. When Xia Fei refused to take her as a disciple, it was the Black Dragon Saint, the White Dragon Saint, and the Golden Dragon Saint. These three Dragon Saints personally descended, and eventually, the Golden Dragon Saint took Jining under his tutelage and taught her with great care. Many resources, moreover, are constantly tilted. Actually, the resources Jining had acquired had long exceeded the limits of what she could acquire. She had long ago been bound to the Dragon Realm lineage, completely. Imperial Dragon Seed. In Jining's heart, she couldn't help but flash a trace of bitterness. Why wouldn't she want to contract a young dragon of the emperor dragon species? Just the thought that, after Li Luo died in the Battle of Songxing, he was still able to contract a juvenile dragon of the imperial dragon species with a stronger bloodline. Jining couldn't help but float an inexplicable emotion in his chest. Subsequently, many images that surfaced. Summer concubine faces worship, a scene that has never been seen before. Knowing that Xia Fei took the initiative to accept the apprentice Li Luo, an incomparably complicated look. In the secret realm of inheritance, Li Luo acquires the inheritance of a great emperor, but she only acquires the inheritance of a holy order. In the end, it was finalized that Li Luo had contracted a young dragon of the emperor dragon seed, and with a supreme dragon emperor as his backer, he was destined to ascend to the top, replacing Jining's position in the imperial dragon lineage. Is this jealousy? Jining pursed her thin lips. Since she was a child, she had never been jealous, and even more so, she had always been calm and bland, with few mood swings. Only at this moment, the jealousy deep inside seemed to endlessly gush out, to completely drown Jining's heart and soul. Jealousy? The Black Dragon Saint laughed out loud and said, Jining, you've finally come this far. One of the 7 great sins, jealousy. The fact that you contracted the cunning demon dragon but were never a good fit with it stems from the fact that you have too few evil thoughts. Jealousy can be jealousy. I'll help you out by incorporating the fire of jealousy into the bloodline of the cunning demon dragon. The evolved form can be jealousy demon dragon. With the personal assistance of a Holy Spirit ranked dragon master and the SS ranked dragon vein, the form of the cunning demon dragon, surprisingly, changed, using jealousy as its origin, evolving into the jealousy demon dragon. Bloodline level, Holy Spirit level. Super rank scale, jealousy fire. Jining gently caressed the head of the jealousy demon dragon and whispered, so my mind, is it so ugly? Ow. The jealous demon dragon kept shaking its head. Jining, who exuded jealousy, was the greatest beauty in the world in the eyes of the jealousy demon dragon. Jining. The Black Dragon Saint grunted coldly, if you can gather all the 7 great sins, jealousy, arrogance, greed, and overeating, all converge in the body of the jealousy demon dragon. The jealousy demon dragon you contracted will evolve into the legendary 7 sins demon dragon. Note: 7 sins demon dragon, that's a true emperor dragon seed. Words. Jining's heart was also incredibly shaken. The 7 deadly sins magic dragon? Even if you know the cultivation route, how easy is it? I'm afraid there isn't even the slightest hope before ascending to the great emperor. Go! Jining looked towards the jealous demon dragon and slowly said, in this battle, we must kill Songxing. She did not ask, under the protection of the True Dragon list, how is she going to kill Songxing? Dragon Fan, in the True Dragon Academy, is already famous for swinging, and will not directly confront the 3 Holy Spirit level Imperial Dragon Masters for the sake of an unrelated peerless demon? Need to know. A Saint Spirit level Dragon Royalty Master, who might have contracted 7 Saint Spirit level dragons, a full 21 Saint Spirit level dragons. Even though Long Fan was an extremely powerful Saint Spirit level royalty being, he would definitely not dare to mess with it. As for Jining's position after killing Song Xing, she would be replaced by Li Luo? She had no time for that anymore. Actually, Jining had no qualifications to refuse at all. Besides, Jining also didn't think that with the natural talent that Li Luo had displayed, as well as that heaven-defying to the extreme growth speed, Jining's position could be preserved for much longer. Wow! Golden light descends. Ow! The jealous demon dragon let out a low roar. Transient. Jining and the jealous demon dragon were then directly guided away by the golden light of the true dragon ranking. Chapter 98, Jining's Killing Intent. The Battle of the Two Dragons. On the opposing battlefield. Wow! Golden light spills down. Respondent, Jealousy Magic Dragon. Realm, Lord 9th rank. Belongs to, Jining. A line of text that quietly coalesces. An incomparably hideous pitch-black demonic dragon with black fleshy wings on its back, as if it was a huge lizard's dragon body, was filled with an unbearable aura that would give birth to endless jealousy just by looking at it, almost completely losing its mind. My chow! What a terrifying mental impact! Just by looking at it, one must be completely overwhelmed by jealousy. Jining's cunning demon dragon, it actually evolved? The original bloodline of the cunning demon dragon was the Overlord grade 10th rank. So evolved once, wouldn't it be a Holy Spirit grade bloodline? Lu Tianfeng, Su Yudi, also only have the strongest imperial beasts, the Tsang Jia Ant Queen, and the red-clothed female ghost, are Holy Spirit level bloodlines. Jining, however, has a full 4 pet beasts with Holy Spirit level bloodlines. One can only say that it's worthy of being an SS grade talent dragon vein. In terms of cultivating pet beasts, it's simply uniquely gifted. Jealousy demon dragon? Shouldn't the evolutionary form of the cunning demon dragon be the void demon dragon? Why did Jining choose this evolutionary route? After all, above the jealousy demon dragon is the 7 sins demon dragon, an almost impossible form to exist. It's over. I'm afraid Li Luo's challenge to the cunning demon dragon is going to flop. With the Tsang Tian desolate dragon against the cunning demon dragon, he still has a fighting chance. If it's the jealous demon dragon? A Holy Spirit level bloodline, compared to a pure blood of the 10th stage of the Overlord level, that's a world of difference. It must be known that Holy Spirit level bloodlines, at the Lord level stage, are capable of comprehending super rank skills. Isn't the reason why Li Luo contracts Tsang Tian desolate dragon can always challenge over the levels, is that skill-wise, it occupies an absolute advantage? What the other imperial beasts have comprehended are all some high-rank skills, or even middle-rank skills. With super-rank skills, going up against high-rank skills is purely a descending blow. However, the jealous demonic dragon is different. Jealousy demon dragon must have comprehended super-rank skills, enough to erase some of the disadvantages in skills. On the contrary, how can the Tsang Tian draconic dragon erase the huge disadvantage in realm? A freshman and an old student, all of them couldn't help but be shocked and questioned. Jealous of the magic dragon? Jiang Yao's mind was shocked, and she couldn't help but say, this form is one of the most terrifying of the spirit system demon dragons, which can induce the jealousy thoughts of living beings. Jealousy, but one of the 7 deadly sins. But all living beings must not escape envy. She was utterly distraught. If it was the original, Jiang Yao would still be able to comfort herself that since Li Luo had chosen to challenge Jining, he must be sure of himself. Also, the one Li Luo was challenging was also only Jining's weakest 4th imperial beast, the cunning demon dragon. Compared to the other 3 dragons, the strength of the cunning demon dragon was undoubtedly the weakest, and even its bloodline had yet to be completely formed. It was still an overlord level bloodline and had not reached the Holy Spirit level. In Jiang Yao's mind, she always thought that Li Luo's style of action was always to plan and move, and even called it strategizing. The moment. Jiang Yao, however, had to admit it. Leroy, miscalculation. No one could know that in just 2 months' time, the realm of the cunning demon dragon had not only broken through from the 7th rank of the Lord grade to the 9th rank of the Lord grade, but had also evolved once, transforming into a pure-blood Holy Spirit grade bloodline, the jealousy demon dragon. Such a demonic dragon, even if it faces a ferocious beast of the 1st rank of the monarch class, it can still fight with it, right? Su Qingxue couldn't help but feel her heart tremble as she said, monarch-level battle power, even though it's only comparable to the first stage of monarchs, it's still enough to defy the heavens. A king and a lord are two concepts, the difference between a king and a minister. Any monarch-level ferocious beast could easily destroy a city. That is to say, the jealous demon dragon that Ji Ning had contracted already possessed the power to destroy the city. Su Qingxue also wants to believe that Li Luo can reverse the battle. But she really can't convince herself. It's over. Nangong Dai's heart trembled. Surprisingly, it has evolved into a jealous demon dragon. Li Luo, old brother, you have to carry it. Forget it, even if you lose, there is no shame. Who made your realm so much worse? Even Nangong Dai didn't hold the slightest hope for Li Luo anymore. It is really too big a gap to be able to do anything about it. One freshman, senior, had similar thoughts. It was as if they could see the scene where that Song Tian desolate dragon was directly crushed and defeated under the terrifying strength of the jealous demon dragon. It ends here. Leroy shouldn't be so arrogant. Challenging Ji Ning? Oh, Ji Ning is a mountain that is categorically insurmountable in the True Dragon Academy. Li Luo was also unlucky that Ji Ning happened to evolve the jealousy demon dragon. If it was in the form of a cunning demon dragon, it might not be without a fighting chance. It's a pity after all. What was supposed to be a battle of the two dragons will now be nothing more than a one-sided crushing. The crowd was overwhelmed. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Li Luo, however, had no time to pay too much attention. Killing intent? He frowned. Li Luo cultivated the Dragon God meditation method and had broken through the commander level, and had even received spiritual feedback from Song Xing and Yang Aoi. How powerful was his soul perception? Even though Ji Ning, as well as the jealous demon dragon, were all well restrained, Li Luo still sensed a strand of killing intent that was locked onto Song Xing's body. As for Li Luo himself, instead, there wasn't a trace of killing intent lingering around. Ji Ning wants to kill Song Xing? Leroy was extremely puzzled. Even though he had strategized, he was unable to surmise why Ji Ning had murderous intentions towards Song Xing. After all, even though he killed little Song Xing, Li Luo also contracted the amazing Qilin Yang Kuai, an SSS-grade Imperial Beast talent. There is no possibility of the contract bit being broken. He can still contract the Imperial Beasts again to replace Song Xing's position. What kind of reason was it that made Ji Ning want to kill Song Xing even at the risk of immortality? Could it be the Dragon Realm? Leroy pondered for a moment. He could only speculate that it must have something to do with the several veteran dragon saints of the royal dragon lineage, as well as the Dragon Realm. Jealousy of the magic dragon. Leroy's thoughts sank in. The evolution of the cunning demon dragon had indeed exceeded predictions. In Li Luo's original plan, with little Song Xing's battle power, he would definitely be able to win against the Lord Grade 9th ranked cunning demon dragon. However, the change was steep. The cunning demon dragon that Ji Ning had contracted had actually evolved into a jealous demon dragon. The awakened super rank skills alone made the battle power of the jealous demon dragon form a qualitative change, enough to be comparable to a monarch level. If it was before evolution, the cunning demon dragon would have been easily defeated if it had encountered the weakest monarch level. Roar! Song Xing's battle intent was directly aroused. It stared tightly at the jealousy demon dragon, its endless battle intent flourishing crazily, and just under the pressure of the jealousy demon dragon's aura, it vaguely felt like it was about to break the boundary at any moment. Tisk! Li Luo laughed to himself and secretly said, I didn't think that I was starting to be obsessed with winning or losing, so what? Even if I lose, what can I do? What really matters is actually how much enlightenment Song Xing can acquire and how much stronger he can become in this battle. Who dares to say undefeated? The more you cling to being undefeated, the less you will win. Many thoughts flashed by. Pale star. Li Luo looked at the field and revealed a hint of a smile as he said aloud, fight with all your might and I'll protect you. The words fell. Ji Ning's heart thumped. He found out? I'm well hidden, how could I be discovered? No matter what, this battle. Song Xing must die. Ji Ning had no time for him. She stood on the opposite side of the battlefield as the jealousy demon dragon fell steeply. Unlike the other dragon races, the jealous demon dragon wasn't big in size, only 3 or 4 meters tall. When Song Xing revealed his 10 times giganticization, under the huge body of more than 10 meters tall, it appeared that the jealousy demon dragon, in turn, was quite a bit petite. Such a huge size difference, yet none of the people present thought that Song Xing would have any chance of winning. Pitch black dragon lance. Ji Ning's eyes flashed slightly, an aeon constructed with a counter-injury at its core? If one were to bear the injuries of the jealousy demon dragon and construct a dragon lance with the power of jealousy, I'm afraid it would be the jealousy dragon lance? I'm not going to give you a single chance to construct the anti-injury aeon. In just one moment, the pale star is going to fall completely. The moment. The killing intent was overwhelming. Ow! The jealousy demon dragon roared out in a low voice. The incomparably illusory flames rose steeply. There wasn't the slightest bit of temperature, but it made one's mind burn, as if they were going to be completely scorched to death by the fire of their heart. Superlative skills. The fire of jealousy. Roar. Song Xing was unafraid, and steeply rushed up, his huge dragon body, a meandering. Zip, zip, zip. Song Xing's dragon body, all of them were being eroded, constantly dissolving and disintegrating. The many disintegrated flesh, blood, and scales, however, converged towards the sky dome and transformed into the prototype of a transparent lance. Superlative Upanishad. Pale Dragon Gun. Chapter 99 Song Tian Desolate Dragon vs Jealous Demon Dragon. The Song Dragon Gun, hanging high in the sky. Transient. A complete Song Long Gun coalesced in an instant. However, this Song Long Gun, was drawn but not fired, still hanging high. Next moment. The second Song Long Lance began to converge. Roar. Song Xing's dragon eyes were filled with unyielding color. The moment. Song Xing's dragon body had long since become tattered, a piece of dragon scale, as if dissolved by sulfuric acid, like a patient with severe burns, a large amount of pus flowing out, and then being burned and dissolved. Super rank skill, the fire of jealousy. Invoke the thoughts of jealousy in living beings and sear the soul. Song Xing's dragon soul, compared to the dragon body, can be said to be extremely fragile, but it awakened the super-ranking skilled dragon soul battle body. The dragon soul is completely integrated into the body, is no longer Song Xing's weak point. Any soul damage will be fed back to the dragon's body. Roar. The dragon's roar, resounding. Pale Star cast a disdainful look. It's a little weak. Ow. Seeing this, the jealous demon dragon was completely enraged. It stared at Song Xing with incomparable cynicism, feeling the terrifying power contained in the other party's body, and the fire of jealousy in its heart could not be suppressed at all. The initial form of the jealousy demon dragon was a cunning demon with the potential to be a top-tier monarch until Ji Ning contracted with it, and only then did it gradually fuse with the demon dragon bloodline, and from a mongrel-blooded dragon race, step by step, it purified its bloodline, and ultimately evolved into the holy dragon species, the jealousy demon dragon. For any pure-blooded dragons, jealousy of the devil dragon is extremely cynical, especially Song Xing, surprisingly, has the emperor dragon species Song Tian draconic dragon's bloodline, in the awakening level, transcendental level, have ascended to the extreme realm. Merely at the 6th rank of the commander class, in terms of battle power, it seemed to be not much worse than even the cunning demon dragon before its evolution. Jealousy demon dragon, only after evolution, only comprehended the first super rank skill, jealousy fire. On the contrary, Song Xing cast the super rank skill, almost countless. Domain, battle intent, dragon's might. Giant eyes, split, and counter wound. Surprisingly, even the dragon's soul could be integrated into the dragon body, so that the fire of jealousy could not directly scorch Song Xing's dragon soul. The many super rank skills, combined with each other, even constituted the Upanishad's Song Long Gun. If you want to form an aeon, you must take 3 super order skills and reconstruct them with each other. Even if the Envy Demon Dragon's enlightenment was high, it was still categorically unable to comprehend the Upanishads. After all, the only super rank skill it had awakened was the Envy Flame. The one that made the jealous demon dragon, whose heart burned with envy the most, was undoubtedly that Song Xing contract's imperial dragon Master Li Luo. SSS grade talent, Ancestral Dragon. Ranked in the top 3 on the talent list, and number 1 in dragon talents. It is called the origin of all dragons. If the royal beast talent that Ji Ning had awakened was an SSS grade ancestral dragon, I'm afraid that the jealous demon dragon would have long since broken through to the monarch level, and even at the hegemony level, he would be able to look ahead, and in the future, evolve into a 7 sins demon dragon, which would also be a breeze. Roar. The jealous demon dragon roared madly. Why does all favor converge on the body of the Pale Star? Pale Star also has the dragon's true name. On the contrary, the jealous demon dragon only possessed the name of demon, and after fusing the dragon's blood, even its own name could only be discarded, or else it would defile the dragon's blood. Endless jealousy turned into fuel. Boom! The fire of jealousy was burning. Song Xing hard against the fire of jealousy, the dragon body continued to melt away, but there was not much color of pain. The only thing that remained was a firm unyielding, which was deeply imprinted in the dragon's eyes. Cynical and unyielding. The dragon eyes of the pale star desolate dragon and the jealous demon dragon formed an incomparably obvious contrast. This pale sky desolate dragon doesn't even have much jealousy in its dragon soul? Jining's eyebrows could not help but frown, but could not help but laugh at himself, secretly said, thinking about it. On the subject of bloodline, this Song Tian draconic dragon, at least, is also a top-level saint dragon species, and may even be an emperor dragon species. If we talk about natural talent? Twice at the extreme realm, comprehending the mysteries, and challenging across levels is like eating and drinking water. The contracted dragon master is even awakening the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent. Song Xing, everything it possesses is the most supreme existence in the world, why should it be jealous? The jealousy in the dragon's soul is pitifully small. So much so, the power of the jealousy fire that the jealousy demon dragon induced in Song Xing was cut down by quite a bit. She couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. How is this not a form of restraint? Actually, if not for the jealousy of the devil dragon, for the existence of the pale star, there is an extremely strong cynicism, hate to bite its flesh and blood, swallow its dragon soul. The power of the jealousy fire, but also folded in half. And that's enough. Ji Ning observed the battle and gradually became relieved. Even if it couldn't induce much jealousy, the power of the jealousy fire was terrifying enough. At the very least, Song Xing, who was at the 6th rank of the commander class, was absolutely unable to fight against it. As time passed, Song Xing's dragon soul battle body would, sooner or later, completely disintegrate. Jealousy dragon gun. Ji Ning slightly raised her head and looked towards the transparent lance hanging high in the sky, and within her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but flash a trace of scorn. Upanishad Sung Long Lance. There is no defense, no way to avoid it. Even if one ranked 30th on the true dragon ranking, they would still be instantly killed in seconds. The might of a single Song Long Lance was enough to make Ji Ning feel fearful. Song Xing was actually going to use the fire of jealousy to create a second Song Long Lance? Perhaps. 2 Song Long Lances were not the limit of Song Xing. Roar! Song Xing was incomparably unyielding, even though the pain was extreme, but the battle intent was overwhelming. Against the jealousy of the demonic dragon meandering rushed, the dragon claw convergence of endless battle intent, dragon power, desert power, ruthlessly suppressed and down. Ow! The dragon eyes of the jealousy demon dragon were filled with cynicism. Facing a commander grade 6th order draconic dragon, he simply did not allow himself to retreat, and immediately chose to fight head-on. The pitch-black dragon claws that contained endless cynicism flames, fiercely bombarded. Boom! 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 Jealousy demon dragon was instantly suppressed. Under Song Xing's extreme melee combat, it could only retreat. A pair of dragon eyes, full of horrified colors, had been shocked by the battle intent, dragon might, but then instantly recovered, filled with endless anger. Jealousy of the fire is even more incandescent, searing Song Xing's dragon torso, madly nuisance law sound. Above the vault of heaven. The second Song Long gun coalesced in an instant. Wow! The third Song Long lance formed a virtual shadow. Roar! Song Xing constantly roared, perceiving the jealousy demon dragon, the slightest killing intent, more inspired Song Xing's battle intent, the dragon claws, the dragon horns, the dragon's tail. As if they were all transformed into weapons. Every time the dragon claw swung, every dragon chi, it was sharp to the extreme, causing the body of the jealous demon dragon to bear an additional deep wound. A pair of dragon claws pierced out, and even more so, on the dragon body of the jealous demon dragon, a deep bloody hole was stabbed out, and the pitch-black blood of the demon dragon continued to flow with blood. As for the dragon's tail, it was even heavier and incomparably heavier, and every time, the jealousy demon dragon was slapped fiercely away. Even though Song Xing's injuries is constantly aggravating. Under melee combat, the jealousy demon dragon is completely down. Losing again and again made the jealous demon dragon's mind more and more unbalanced. Ow! The jealous demon dragon hissed, and the more it tried to resist, the more it would be suppressed by Song Xing. Useless. Ji Ning slowly said, even if it loses again, the injuries suffered by the jealous demon dragon are nothing compared to the dragon body of the demon dragon clan. On the contrary, the Song Tian desolate dragon, when it condensed the third Upanishad lance, it was in a state of serious injury. How long can the Cthulhu desolate dragon support itself under the scorching fire of jealousy? Even though the jealous demon dragon was suppressed, Ji Ning did not falter in the slightest. The melee combat power of the celestial desolate dragon was originally the most terrifying existence amongst the countless dragon races. Even though the realm of the jealous demon dragon was much higher than the pale heavenly desolate dragon, it had to be completely suppressed. No matter how much it's suppressed, it's just a symptom. The many blood marks, blood holes, and even internal injuries could only be considered minor injuries when compared to the incomparably terrifying recovery speed of the body of the demonic dragon clan. On the contrary, Sang Xing was already in a state of serious injury under the scorching fire of jealousy. If it wasn't for Sang Xing's dragon body, which was also extremely powerful, I'm afraid that he would have already lost. Zira. Sang Xing's aura was declining. Finally reached the limit? Ji Ning's eyes sank slightly. She couldn't help but look high into the sky. The third San Long lance suddenly condensed. It's coming. She whimpered out. At first, Ji Ning simply didn't think that Sang Xing would have a chance to use his Await San Long gun. It was only after the real battle that Ji Ning realized just how terrifying Sang Xing's battle power was. If the cunning demon dragon hadn't evolved into the jealous demon dragon, I'm afraid that it would really have lost the battle. Unfortunately, your luck is not good. Ji Ning indifferently said, the so-called being unable to defend or dodge is only relative. With the strength of the jealousy demon dragon, as long as you defend against the jealousy dragon lance, part of its power, and avoid the vitals of this battle, you will lose without a doubt. Your judgment, indeed, is correct. Li Luo blandly voiced out, saying, but when did I say that Sang Xing has only comprehended one type of Upanishad? Chapter 100 Li Luo's Adversary Scale. Killing Intent. What? At those words, Ji Ning was instantly shocked. She was about to question it. Super Order Upanishad, how profound. Sang Xing can comprehend one type of Upanishad, even with the help of the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent. It is already an extremely terrifying talent. How is it possible to comprehend a second type of Upanishad? As she looked across the field, all doubt dissipated in an instant. Roar! 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 3 dragon roars that resounded through the heavens and earth. Ow! The jealousy demon dragon's expression became incomparably flustered. 3 pale-colored dragon shadows, snaking around, swept in from under the field. The invisible power of suppression completely bound the jealous demon dragon, completely cutting off the jealous demon dragon's chance to perform any skills. Aoi Cthulhu Binding. No wonder Sang Xing's bilocation never appeared. I had thought that you were trying to conserve source power. I didn't realize that you were hiding all 3 San Long bilocations in the field. In Ji Ning's eyes, the color of enlightenment flashed and she murmured, with the split as the core, together with the domain, as well as the giganticization, will the incomparably huge Sanglong split be transformed into a pillar of coiled dragons, completely binding and suppressing the enemy? Even Ji Ning couldn't help but feel amazed. Such an axiom is simply wonderful. No one could have imagined that Sang Xing would be able to transform his detachment into a coiled dragon in order to achieve the ability to bind and suppress. The most terrifying thing was that the 2 types of Upanishads that Sang Xing had comprehended were still able to form cooperation with each other. With the San Long binding and suppressing the enemy, and even making the enemy unable to even perform their skills, it could be called the ultimate control. Spin. With the San Long gun, completely suppress it. Terrible. Ji Ning smiled bitterly and said, if I were at the same rank, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for you. She looked high into the sky. Phew. Shoo. Shoo. The 3 San Long guns that had completely coalesced, gathered the endless flames of jealousy, and instantly shot forth. Jab. Jab. Jabla. The dragon body of the jealous demon dragon was penetrated one after another. The whole room rocked. Jealous demon dragon, is it defeated? The Tsang Tian desolate dragon of Li Luo's contract has actually comprehended 2 super-ranked Upanishads, corresponding to suppression and stabbing. A super-ranked Upanishad, if you get one of them, you can easily seal the emperor. What's more, 2 types of Upanishads. In conjunction with each other, it's enough to seal an emperor-level invincibility. Ji Ning shouldn't give Sang Xing a chance to breathe. 3 jealousy lances, even the jealousy demon dragon would have trouble withstanding them, and would have to be completely killed in seconds. A freshman and an old student, all of them were shocked out of their minds. The aura of the jealous demon dragon gradually fell silent. On the contrary, Song Xing, despite being seriously injured and on the verge of death, still stood tall. Endless battle intent that seemed to tear the heavens apart. Leroy, winning? Su Qingshua's eyes were slightly stunned as she said in a trembling voice, Song Xing actually defeated the jealous demon dragon? Master, you're too strong. Jian Yao said excitedly, so what if you're jealous of the demonic dragon? Facing 2 super-ranked Upanishads, it will also have to drink a complete hate. I chow. Nangong Dai's heart and mind shook dramatically as he said, Li Luo, you're awesome. A gaze of various gazes converged on Li Luo's body. Ji Ning, but in the True Dragon Academy, the true number 1. Lu Tianfeng and Su Yuyu, who appeared to be on the same level as Ji Ning, were much worse. No one could have imagined that Ji Ning would lose to Li Luo. Facing many gazes, Li Luo's expression, however, appeared extremely calm. Not far. Lu Tianfeng and Su Yuyu walked step by step. The jealous demon dragon, still undefeated. Lu Tianfeng slowly said, the dragon race has the strongest body. The jealousy demon dragon, but a holy dragon species of the 9th rank of the Lord class, how powerful is a dragon's body? Even if he is forced to give up his defense under the suppression, his extremely strong dragon body is still strong enough to withstand the might of the jealous dragon lance. Most importantly, the Dragon Lance Upanishad that Song Xing has comprehended originally draws on the power of the jealousy flame. However, the jealousy demon dragon, which is originally the embodiment of jealousy, is extremely resistant to the jealousy flame. Trying to defeat the jealousy demon dragon with the jealousy dragon lance? Undoubtedly a fool's errand. Lu Tianfeng's analysis was justified. A freshman and an old student, all of them calmed down. Li Luo contracts Song Tian Desolate Dragon's battle power is already incomparably terrifying. Su Yuyi sighed, if the Song Tian Desolate Dragon breaks through to the 10th rank of the commander rank, even I am not absolutely certain that I can win. Unfortunately, Song Xing's realm is only at the 6th rank of the commander rank. The jealous demonic dragon that he is facing is at the 9th rank of the lord rank. With such a gap, it's impossible to erase it. The words just fell. The blood of the pitch-black demonic dragon formed in a pool of blood. With the Upanishad Cthulhu binding, it could no longer be maintained. Ow! A dragon roar filled with cynicism slowly resounded. The jealousy demon dragon slowly stood up, and despite the 3 bloody holes in the dragon's body, all of which were flowing with blood, causing the jealousy demon dragon's aura to become extremely weakened, it was still supported by the fire of jealousy, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. On the contrary, the Song Tian Desolate Dragon was decrepit to the extreme, as if it was a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any time. Was it close after all? Leroy couldn't help but sigh out. Lu Tianfeng and Su Yuyu's words were also extremely recognized by Li Luo. The increase in strength brought about by the cunning demon dragon, evolving into the jealous demon dragon, and advancing from a top-tier hegemonic dragon species to a holy dragon species, was simply too exaggerated. If Song Xing's realm reached the 10th stage of the commander class, his physique would once again skyrocket several times, the damage he could withstand would be higher, and the might of the Song Dragon Gun would naturally skyrocket many times over. Even if it was a jealous demon dragon, it would definitely not be able to withstand it. Pity. Song Xing's realm was only the 6th rank of the commander class. Even though he had comprehended the Upanishad Crow Dragon binding, which prevented the jealousy demon dragon from actively defending itself, and all 3 crow dragon lances had pierced through the jealousy demon dragon's vitals, the damage that could be inflicted still couldn't cause the jealousy demon dragon to lose its battle power. The dragon body of the jealousy demon dragon was too powerful. Dragons. Ben was known for his powerful dragon body. If it were any other race, it would have been defeated long ago. On the contrary, the jealous demon dragon was a dragon race. Ow! The jealous demon dragon hissed out at once. In a pair of dragon eyes. The net result is cynicism. It's over. Ji Ning's eyes were filled with compassion. The killing intent contained therein, even though it was no longer concealed, it was still hard to escape Li Luo's perception. Are you finally going to do it? Li Luo coldly said, although I don't know, why do you want to kill Song Xing? But you should not forget, now is the battle of the true dragon. The spirit of the true dragon list, always watching the battle, will not allow the imperial beasts participating in the battle to fall in the battle of the true dragon? Yes? Ji Ning also stopped pretending and coldly said, Li Luo, don't forget. No matter how strong the true dragon ranking is, it's still just a top-tier saint soldier. As long as a veteran saint spirit-ranked imperial beastmaster makes a move, he can hold it in check. The true dragon ranking, a top-level Holy Spirit-level Imperial weapon, transformed into an Imperial life that was comparable to a top-level Holy Beast. However, a Holy Spirit-grade Imperial Beastmaster was able to contract 7 Holy Spirit-grade Imperial Beasts, a veteran Holy Spirit-grade Imperial Beastmaster, and many veteran Holy Spirit-grade Imperial Beasts joining forces. Their battle power would never be weaker than the true dragon ranking. It seems that this is the royal dragon lineage, preparing to strike at me. Li Luo lost his smile and said, "It's just that you guys don't make a move against me, but instead, you make a move against my contracted Songxing. It really puzzles me." "You don't have to understand." Ji Ning coldly said, "This is not a great opportunity for you. You want to kill my contracted Imperial Beasts, and you threaten to grant me a great chance?" Li Luo's eyes gradually became cold, and said in a deep voice, "As the personal heirloom of the Summer Concubine, and the Emperor's son of the Starfire lineage, why do I need your Dragon Realm Imperial Dragon Breath to bestow a chance?" He looked to the opposite side of the battlefield. Under the golden light, all off-site factors were isolated. Whether it was Li Luo or Ji Ning, neither of them were able to break through the true dragon field and add the Imperial Beast talent. By the way, in the Battle of the True Dragon, the Imperial Beasts of both sides will be in a state of locking blood and will never die in battle, which is equivalent to a super-ranking immortality spell. The moment. Leroy, however, couldn't be trusted at all. Since it was the Dragon Realm lineage that plotted to kill Songxing, they must have absolute certainty. Ji Ning. Li Luo took a step out, his eyes looked incomparably cold as he said, "You want to kill Songxing, but do you bear the consequences? If all the Imperial Beasts you have contracted with, all of them fall, are you going to regret it?" The words fell. Endless fiery amazement rises to the sky. Chapter 101, Touched by Heavenly Wrath. Suppressing Ji Ning. Amidst the fiery flames, a rather petite beast of a Qilin slowly stepped out. Exactly. Pureblood Emperor Kirin. The 6th rank of the Commander class. Amazing Kirin Yang Kuai. Mia. Little Yang Kuai shrouded in monstrous flames, as if a flame of the gods and goddesses, a pair of incomparably pure dark eyes, but dense with endless icy cold violent intent. From birth, little Yang Aoi just kept spending time with Songxing. Even though Songxing's body did not have the meaning of source amazing that made Yang Aoi feel close, Songxing's sincerity towards Yang Aoi was never hidden. Ji Ning wanted to kill Songxing, undoubtedly touched Yang Kuai's reverse scale. Leroy even more so. Regardless of Songxing or Yang Aoi, since he had chosen the contract, Li Luo would never choose to give it up, much less accept Songxing's fall. The battle of the true dragons, Leroy couldn't interfere. As for off the field? If Ji Ning wanted to kill Songxing, Li Luo would make all the Imperial Beasts that Ji Ning had contracted, and even Ji Ning herself, fall. Leroy, what do you mean? Lu Tianfeng said coldly, could it be that you want to fight Ji Ning, outside the arena? Leroy, calm down. Su Yuyu hurriedly said, are you guys having some kind of misunderstanding? How could Ji Ning want to kill Songxing? In the True Dragon Academy, killing a pet beast contracted by another student is a major crime. Leroy was right. Ji Ning shook her head and said, I do want to kill Songxing. This is a faction dispute, it has nothing to do with you. Ji Ning, are you crazy? Su Yuyu's beautiful eyes widened as she angrily said, this is a great crime. Faction wars? Lu Tianfeng's expression, which appeared extremely complicated, whispered, has it finally come to this? He had actually expected it. Of the many factions, the fight in the Royal Dragon lineage was undoubtedly the most intense. The original Royal Dragon lineage was completely controlled by the Dragon Realm, and all the Dragon Saints were honored by the Dragon Realm. It wasn't until concubine Xia rose to power, representing the Xia lineage, and cleansed the Dragon Realm lineage, which ultimately led to the Dragon Realm Emperor's intervention, and ultimately reached an agreement with Xia, that the Dragon Realm lineage was preserved. The Xia Kingdom and the Dragon Realm, the battle between the two factions, but it was intensifying. Due to the back of the Dragon Realm lineage, more than one Dragon Realm Emperor, on the contrary, the Xia State lineage, but only the Xia Fei. Imperial Dragon lineage, Xia Fei has almost no discourse, the only thing is the false name of the first Imperial Dragon Master, many factions' resources, simply cannot be stained. On the contrary, concubine Xiao's private resources would also have to be tilted towards the Imperial Dragon lineage. The two factions are like fire and water. Lu Tianfeng, Su Yuyu. Li Luo coldly said, are you going to intervene? We stay out of it. Su Yu hurriedly pulled Lu Tianfeng back away. The two major factions of the royal dragon lineage were fighting each other. She, as a demon of the royal ghostmaster lineage, wouldn't dare to intervene in the slightest way, or else she would surely be regarded as the royal ghostmaster lineage's standing in line. Leroy, think about it. Lu Tianfeng frowned. As a demon of the stormtrooper school, he naturally didn't dare to easily intervene in a faction fight and slowly said, in terms of realm, you just broke through the commander level, while Jining is a lord level 10th stage. If you fight Jining outside the arena, even if you are killed, you only have yourself to blame. Then I won't bother you. Li Luo's expression, which appeared extremely indifferent, said, Jining, the first demon of the true dragon school. If all the imperial beasts you contracted with are all killed in battle, will you still be able to keep the name of the number one demon? You can try. Jining pursed her lips and smiled, but her beautiful eyes were filled with icy coldness. As an SS-class demon, would she not have pride? Li Luo had threatened several times to suppress all the imperial beasts she had contracted, undoubtedly completely enraging her. Also, the jealousy in Jining's heart was also completely aroused. She has to prove herself. Why was it that as a SS-class demon of the Dragon Realm's lineage, the Dragon Realm had never bestowed her with a dragon cub, but instead had her constantly contracting cubs of other races to imbue them with the dragon bloodline? Why couldn't the Dragon Emperor's first bloodline, a pure-blood dragon cub of the Emperor's dragon species, be handed over to her in contract? Is she so bad compared to a true SSS-class Jedi demon? Click, click, click. On Jining's pretty face, a piece of dragon scales of various colors, showing green, white, blue, and black, for hues, constantly surfaced. A vine that constantly intertwined in Jining's body. A pair of blue feathered wings emerged on Jining's back. At the back waist, a white fox tail even grew. Jining's pair of eyes, moreover, turned into pure pitch black, without even a trace of eye white, which was dense with the incomparable blazing fire of jealousy. SS grade talent, Dragon Pulse. You can take the dragon bloodline of your contracted favored beast and add it to yourself. Jining didn't even intend to let the contracted imperial beasts go to battle, but instead condensed the 4 dragon bloodlines and gathered them in her body. If we talk about the battle power of the imperial beasts, the talent awakened by Jining is, after all, a passive type that can't be actively enriched. But Jining's strongest battle power has never been the contracted imperial beasts, but Jining himself. Fusion flow? Li Luo's eyes were slightly cold. The so-called fusion flow was the fusion of the power of all imperial beasts, allowing the imperial beast master's own battle power to completely reach the extreme. The amazing emperor, for example, is of this path. All the imperial beasts that are contracted are the source of amazing emperor's power. In this school, the battle power of the imperial beast master himself was at its extreme. It was easy to challenge them even if they crossed the level. You want to suppress my contracted imperial beast? Jining spread a smile and said, you might as well give it a try? I was only going to kill your imperial beast, but you had to seek death, so why should I stop you? Li Luo coldly voiced out. Spin. Boom. Endless fiery flames, rising up to the sky. SSS-Rank talent, Source Amazing. Add the power. In the depths of Yang Aoi's soul, a strand of Source Amazing will coalesce in an instant. Mia. Yang Kuai bathed in the Source Amazement, as if he had transformed into the origin of flames, and all flames no longer existed in mysteries, emitting an extremely deep and ancient aura, seemingly possessing the supreme divinity. Exactly. The source of the amazement descended. The Yang Kuai at this moment was the incarnation of Source Amazing, the first flame in heaven and earth. Wow. Endless griffin flames spread out. Super rank skill, Kirin Fire. Transient, elevated. The Holy Order. The top 3 SSS rank talents on the talent list all have growth. Li Luo's eyes were ice cold as he slowly said, do you know what kind of ability I possessed after breaking through the commander level? The words fell. Jining only felt that the dragon scales, all over her body, were chilling. The great terror between life and death sweeps the heart and soul. Jining. Li Luo indifferently said, you shouldn't have messed with me. He pointed a finger. Boom. A wisp of crimson flame, flat. In Jining's heart, it slowly ignited. Sizzling hot. Endless searing heat. Not enough. Leroy spoke out slowly. Roar. The dragon roars and shakes the sky. On top of Jining's body. Only a few meters long, the dragon-shaped shadow slowly wrapped around it. Exactly. Ancestral Dragon. After breaking through the commander level, the SSS grade talents that Li Luo had awakened, Ancestral Dragon and Source Amazing, could already be inflicted on others. SSS grade Source Amazement that can cauterize the body and soul. SSS grade Ancestral Dragon can be sealed and suppressed. No.
Ji Ning's incomparable heart trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with the color of fear, disbelieving what was happening to her body. A Source Amazing had burned Ji Ning's heart and soul, for the most part. The Ancestral Dragon's shadow, like a coiled dragon, suppressed Ji Ning's dragon bloodline in its entirety. The SS-ranked dragon vein she was so proud of was completely useless under the suppression of the SSS-ranked Ancestral Dragon. Li Luo walked step by step, his rooted, slender, bony palms pinched Ji Ning's neck, and the endless punishing amazement completely enveloped Ji Ning in it. With just one thought, Ji Ning would fall completely. In such a crisis. Ji Ning, however, revealed a hint of a smile. "Leroy, are you afraid?" Ji Ning sneered, "You're worried about the jealous demon dragon actually killing Song Xing. If Song Xing dies in battle, you will be buried with him." Leroy said faintly. He was ready for anything. Not only did he notify Princess Xia, but he also hijacked Ji Ning. If Song Xing remained dead in battle, Li Luo could only follow up and look for an opportunity to bring Song Xing back to life. Resurrection? It can be a pie in the sky. Only the Emperor has the power to resurrect. For Leroy, however, it was not a delusion. Emperor? How is it better than the gods? Within the system, there was more than one divine secret method involving resurrection. It was just that the cost was so great that pouring out all the wealth of a Holy Spirit level might not be enough. Ha! Ji Ning flashed a cold and stern look as she said, "You think you can make me submit just by hijacking me? Even if I die, I, Ji Ning, will never give in." Yes? Li Luo looked toward the field, but revealed a hint of a smile, said, "It seems that you also do not need to yield. You want Jealousy Demon Dragon to kill Song Xing? You might as well see, the one who ends up dying will be Song Xing or the Jealousy Demon Dragon?" Chapter 102 Imperial Dragon Seed. The Third Upanishad? Above the Sky Dome. A holy dragon, stretching across the heavens. The Black Dragon Saint, White Dragon Saint, and Golden Dragon Saint, all surrounded by holy dragons, confronted Xiafei, Sangyu, and Long Fan with each other. "Long Fan, are you serious about not retreating?" The Black Dragon Sage's brow furrowed as he said, "With your style of acting, why do you need to get involved? The faction wars of the royal dragon lineage were never your concern in the first place." "Nothing to do with me?" Long Fan's dragon eyes appeared extremely firm as he said, "I am now Li Luo's protector. If you guys want to make a move against Li Luo, you are touching my scales." "When did you become Leroy's protector?" The White Dragon Sage was incomparably astonished and seemed to have thought of something as he mocked, "Dragon Fan, do you think that Li Luo has a chance to become an emperor?" "So what?" Long Fan was not the least bit impressed, saying, "I'm too lazy to invest in an unusual SSS class absolute demon. But Li Luo is different. As long as he becomes an emperor, I'll be able to at least upgrade to an imperial soldier from the dragon's merit. Even though he has the stature of an emperor, he is, after all, the true legacy of concubine Xia." The Black Dragon Saint coldly said, "Concubine Xia, but she has offended several dragon emperors and is destined to fall. As for Li Luo, if he wants to save his life and grow up completely, the only way he can hope is to join my dragon realm lineage." "You are going to incorporate Li Luo into the dragon realm lineage?" Concubine Xia frowned slightly and said in a cool voice, "Do you guys think that Li Luo will fall to the dragon realm lineage?" In Xiafei's mind, she couldn't help but float out Li Luo's incomparably sincere look, the sincerity of repaying the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water, all of them were touching Xiafei's heart and soul. How could such a character betray? What if Li Luo possesses the opportunity to contract a young dragon of the Emperor Dragon Seed as long as he falls to the dragon realm lineage? The Black Dragon Saint snorted coldly and said, "However, Imperial Dragon Seed young dragons, how honorable are they? Song Xing, who merely possesses some of the Song Tian Desolate Dragon's bloodline, how could he share the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent with the Emperor Dragon Seed young dragon? So, you guys just want to kill Song Xing?" Sangyu gradually reacted, a pair of delicate beautiful eyes, but they were filled with icy killing intent as she coldly said, "Are you guys really not afraid that I will completely suppress you? Don't you dare." The Black Dragon Saint taunted, "Even if one of our 3 Dragon Saints dies in battle, you and Concubine Xia will both fall completely. The wrath of a Dragon Emperor, I wonder if you can withstand it."
If Song Xing dies in battle, even if I fight to the death, I will kill you three and fight my way up to the dragon realm again. Song Yu was extremely angry, and her killing intent was even more heavenly. It took a lifetime of loneliness for her to have her only kinsman. Only Song Yu knew how much expectation she had bet on Song Xing, and as she watched Song Xing become stronger step by step, the relief and pride in her heart was even more to overflow. Would Song Yu allow, in the midst of factional fighting, for Song Xing to fall victim to a complete fall? Doesn't matter. The Golden Dragon Sage spoke out abruptly, saying, "The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor will protect us all." Dark Demon Dragon Emperor? Long Fan's eyes trembled steeply. This Dragon Emperor, with a hefty reputation, was the most bloodthirsty and warlike. Even if Ji Ning dies with it, do you not care? Concubine Xia looked downwards and suddenly spoke out. The moment. Located at the edge of the confrontation field, Li Luo's strong move to suppress Ji Ning was also clearly perceived by the three Dragon Saints. The eyes of the Black Dragon Saint, the White Dragon Saint, and the Golden Dragon Saint were all incomparably shocked. It is rumored that the top 3 SSS-Rank talents on the talent list all possess growth. As long as they advance one realm, they will possess a brand new ability. Black Dragon Saint Trembled, Ancestral Dragon, Source Amazing, all located in the first 3. Awakening level, can summon the will of Ancestral Dragon, Source Amazing Transcendent level, can let the super rank skills upgraded, transformed into the Holy Rank Commander level, even can be imposed on the enemy, forming the effect of suppression? Even the Black Dragon Sage only felt anticlimactic to the extreme. Ji Ning, fusing the bloodlines of the 4 great sacred dragon species of dragons, with a battle power comparable to that of a monarch, yet he was instantly suppressed. The White Dragon Saint side, in front of the SSS grade Ancestral Dragon talent, the SS grade Dragon Vein is completely restrained, and cannot make waves at all. However, even if Ji Ning is not a Dragon Vein, she may not be able to resist the coiled dragon suppression from the Ancestral Dragon's shadow. Ji Ning. The Golden Dragon Saint's eyes, looking incredibly complicated, shook his head and said, "Even if you fall with it, as long as you can get Li Luo to join the Dragon Realm lineage, everything will be worth it." The Golden Dragon Saint was Ji Ning's master. At this moment, but Ji Ning was viewed as an outcast. How ruthless! Concubine Xia shook her head, to think that she could even abandon her own disciple. Ha! The Golden Dragon Saint was silent. For the 3 Dragon Saints, as long as Li Luo still belonged to the Xia lineage, they would definitely be liquidated in the future, and the only way out was to flee to the Dragon Realm. If he couldn't make Li Luo fall to the Dragon Realm, he could only plot to wipe him out completely. Pale Star. Song Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the battle was beyond obvious. Song Xing was near the brink of death, burning out everything but unable to defeat the jealous demon dragon, and forced to choose to admit defeat by the rules of the true dragon battle. If it wasn't for Li Luo being outside the arena, hijacking Ji Ning and causing the jealous demon dragon to throw in the towel, it was only then that Song Xing was able to gain some breathing room. Nah. Ji Ning wasn't afraid of the threat at all, and directly conveyed instructions to the jealous demon dragon, so that the jealous demon dragon didn't need to have any regard and directly killed Song Xing. Senior Long Fan. Song Yu eagerly said, "Can you lift the true dragon field domain? Forgive me for not being able to help." Long Fan let out a bitter smile. He was also extremely helpless. The combined efforts of a holy dragon seized most of the control of the true dragon field, changing the rules of the true dragon field, sealing off the immortality, healing, and dual spell formations, and retaining only the isolation spell formation. Once one died in the true dragon field, it was a complete fall. Even if Song Yu mouthed Senior, Long Fan was unable to respond to the expectation. After all, Long Fan was only a Saint Spirit level Imperial weapon being, not a true Imperial weapon, and just one Black Dragon Saint was enough to hold him back. Not to mention, the Black Dragon Sage, White Dragon Sage, and even the Golden Dragon Sage, all came down personally. Even Concubine Xia and Song Yu were similarly held back. Besides, it's all changing so fast. Princess Xia. The Black Dragon Saint laughed coldly, "If Song Xing falls, I wonder if the Xia lineage can still give a dragon cub that is comparable to Song Xing? Even if it's comparable to the Pale Star, so what?" The White Dragon Saint said disdainfully, "Song Xing's bloodline level is at most a top-level holy dragon breed. Compared to a true emperor dragon breed young dragon. I think that Li Luo will make the right choice. Are you guys sick?" Song Yu laughed in anger and said, 1,000 calculations just to get Li Luo to contract an emperor dragon seed young dragon? She was straight up pissed off and laughing. So what? White Dragon Saint coldly said, if Li Luo had only awakened the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, it wouldn't have been enough for us to do so. But he happened to have awakened a second SSS grade talent, or the source amazing, that is no less than an ancestral dragon. Such a heaven-defying qualification is undoubtedly a waste to stay in the imperial dragon lineage of the Summer Kingdom, which is bound to topple. Only by joining the dragon realm lineage can Li Luo's natural talent be truly revealed. At the very least, our dragon realm lineage will still be able to give out emperor dragon seed hatchlings. On the contrary, you, concubine Xia, can only allow Li Luo to contract a sacred dragon seed. The disparity is like mud. The White Dragon Saint stood in the air and said coldly, how can such a lowly bloodline be worthy of a future emperor? What arrogance! Concubine Xia's eyes were cold and stern as she slowly said, have you considered Li Luo's opinion? Besides, who told you that Song Xing's bloodline is only at the Holy Spirit level? The words fell. The three dragon saints, all of them had their eyes dramatically shaken. It's not the holy dragon species. The golden dragon saint trembled, could it be, or is it the emperor dragon seed? No way. The black dragon sage didn't know what came to his mind, his heart and soul shook as he angrily said, Emperor dragon seed, how precious is it? Once it reaches adulthood, it is destined to become an emperor. It can be described as having endless potential, its destiny is incomparably honorable, and it is born with great fortune. Especially between life and death, it can inspire endless potential. How could the juvenile desolate dragon that Li Luo contracted be an emperor dragon seed? If it's really an emperor dragon seed, the jealousy demon dragon will not be able to kill Song Xing even if it pushes him to the brink of extinction, it will only stimulate Song Xing's potential even more. The black dragon saint's eyes turned to the opposing battlefield. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, and his pale eyes were filled with disbelief. This is... The black dragon saint lost his mind and shocked, the third Upanishad? Chapter 103 Upanishad Crow Dragon Blood. The jealous demonic dragon fell. Outside the confrontation battlefield, Ji Ning was actually suppressed? Dual SSS grade talents, ancestral dragon and source amazing, to be so heaven-defying. It's worthy of being on the talent list, ranking in the top 3 imperial beast talents. In front of the ancestral dragon and the source amazing, any kind of SS grade talent cannot play any role at all. I'm afraid Ji Ning didn't expect that the SS grade dragon vein talent, in front of the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, would be directly suppressed. It's as if there's a difference between a ruler and a subject, there's no resistance at all. Li Luo's awakening of the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent is destined to be the leader of the lineage of imperial dragon masters, and will surely be above all imperial dragon masters. A freshman and veteran student, all of them were in extreme shock. It's horrible. Lu Tianfeng murmured out, saying, the battle of the true dragons, which stipulates that imperial beast masters cannot intervene, has unexpectedly become Li Luo's greatest limitation. If we let Li Luo and Song Xing join forces, I'm afraid that the jealous demon dragon would lose the battle in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, no ifs. Su Yuyi was also extremely shocked and sighed, Ji Ning, Li Luo, are destined to stand on opposite sides. I just didn't expect that it would be so fast that they would have to share a life and death. On the contrary, Ji Ning's nature is also rigid and incomparable, even if death cannot threaten her. Su Yuyi couldn't help but look at the opposing battlefield. The jealousy demon dragon no longer had any regard for Ji Ning after receiving Ji Ning's command. In fact, as a cunning demon fused with a dragon bloodline and evolved into a demon dragon, the jealousy demon dragon did not care about the life and death of Ji Ning at all, and would just follow the orders of the higher power. Since Ji Ning had ordered it, then Song Xing, then he must die. Ow! The jealousy demon dragon let out a hoarse dragon roar, dragging its tattered body as it slowly walked. Even though the jealous demon dragon's injuries were extremely heavy, the sense of oppression it brought to Song Xing was even more terrifying than even in its heyday. At this time, Song Xing, as if heavily burned, even a complete piece of dragon scales do not exist, drowned in the pale red dragon blood, looks incomparably weak, a pair of pale-colored dragon eyes, but dense with the intention of war. Ka Qing! The pitch-black dragon claw of the jealousy demon dragon suddenly pierced through Song Xing's chest. At this time, Song Xing has long since returned from 10 times giganticization, returned to the normal height of more than a meter, compared to the jealousy of the demon dragon, as if a young dragon, directly reduced to the jealousy of the demon dragon's toys, and constantly smashed on the battlefield. Bang! 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 Every time it smashed down, a large amount of dragon blood floated away. No one noticed that Song Xing's extremely clear eyes, despite the immense pain, were always converging on the field, above the ancestral dragon shadow that was suppressing Jining. Invisible. It seemed to form some kind of resonance. Even the true dragon field could not completely isolate it. Ow! The jealousy demon dragon was about to drink the dragon's blood freely, but it just drank a mouthful of it, and in its pitch-black dragon's eyes, it flashed an extremely rich color of dislike, and hastily vomited the dragon's blood out, and its anger grew more and more incandescent. The blood of the Cthulhu desolate dragon should be a great tonic for the jealous demon dragon. Jiang Yao's pretty face was filled with intolerance, yet she couldn't help but feel puzzled, saying, "But why is the jealous demonic dragon so disgusted after drinking freely of the Song Xing's blood? It's not right." Su Qingxue frowned slightly and said, "Song Xing's aura, it seems to be growing." At this point, quite a few people had noticed that Song Xing had changed. Song Xing's injuries are recovering. Lu Tianfeng was shocked. Song Xing's blood, sprinkled throughout the entire battlefield, but that Song Tian draconic dragon's bloodline contained within the permeating dragon's blood has all become the source of Song Xing's power? Aeon. Su Yudi was shocked. This Song Tian desolate dragon has actually comprehended the third super-ranked Aeon. Ow! The dragon claw of the jealousy demon dragon, which had pierced through Song Xing's entire chest, should have been victorious, but it abruptly revealed an extremely frightened expression. Song Xing's injuries were recovering. Zira. The pupils of the jealousy demon dragon abruptly shrunk. The pitch-black dragon's claw snapped in response. The bloody hole in Song Xing's chest also gradually healed. On the contrary, the jealous demon dragon was a large amount of pitch-black dragon blood, which continued to gush out from the broken mouth of the dragon's claw. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded steeply. The light of Song Xing's eyes steeply sank. Roar! 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 3 keening sounds followed. Aoi Cthulhu binding. The jealous demon dragon was incomparably frantic, but no matter how much it struggled, it simply couldn't break free from the control of the superclass Upanishad Pale Dragon Binding, not to mention using its skills, not a single ounce of source power could be mobilized. Roar! Song Xing's size steeply skyrocketed. 10x macrofication. As if a desolate ancient dragon, Song Xing looked down at the jealousy demon dragon with an extremely profound aura that seemed to crush the jealousy demon dragon into pieces. Jabla! Pale Star's dragon claw steeply pierced through the chest of the jealousy demon dragon, piercing out from behind the jealousy demon dragon, and the pale-colored dragon scales were stained with pitch-black demon dragon's blood. Bang! The pale-colored dragon's tail suddenly flung. The head of the demonic dragon was actually floating and flying. Song Xing clutched the head of the demonic dragon in his dragon claws and let the last remaining consciousness of the jealous demonic dragon watch as his own dragon body, gradually dismantled into several pieces, was constantly swallowed into his belly by Song Xing. Click, click, click. The blood, flesh, and bones of the jealous demon dragon were all turned into nutrients for Song Xing. Ow! The dragon head of the jealousy demon dragon, a pair of dragon eyes full of despair, it looked at the golden light shrouded in the surrounding area, hoping that the true dragon field can keep it from dying and heal its injuries. Until the eyes of the jealousy demon dragon completely darkened down, the golden light of the true dragon field also never flashed. Jealous magic dragon, defeat. 10th place, Pale Sky Dragons. Realm, Commander 6th Order. Belongs to Li Luo. 2 lines of golden text that slowly emerged. On the true dragon list, the line belonging to the jealousy demon dragon is gradually dimming down, meaning that the jealousy demon dragon has completely fallen. Turning the corner, the peaks and valleys. The whole room was silent. In an instant, clamor. My Chow. Jealous demon dragon, defeated? Wait, the jealousy demon dragon didn't lose, but fell? Surprisingly, it was really involved in a faction fight, and even the spirit of the true dragon ranking was affected. What exactly happened? The celestial desolate dragon even instantly returned to its full strength, and killed the severely injured jealous demon dragon, directly suppressing it and completely devouring it? Cruel to the extreme, yet exciting to the extreme. Such a bloody scene is not often seen, even on the battlefield. Suddenly. Put. Jining sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Her stunningly beautiful face was incomparably pale and appeared incomparably weak. The battle death of the jealousy demon dragon and the breaking of the Imperial Beast contract brought about a great backlash to Jining, and the SS grade dragon Vane's origin, all of them were damaged along with it, and even the Imperial Beast space, all of them appeared to be cracked by inches. With the SS grade Imperial Beast talent Dragon Vein, even though through the cultivation of secret methods, can make up for the damage, but Jining originally at any time have the opportunity to break through to the Monarch level. Now, she cannot contract the 4th Imperial Beast, want to break through the Monarch level, undoubtedly a kind of extravagant hope. Using domains, battle intent, and pulling the power of the bloodline? Jining was full of marvelous colors, but did not see any decay or remorse at all, slowly said, with the power of the bloodline, recovering one's own injuries. The cost of this axiom, it is too great. Instantly back to full strength? I'm afraid that all of Song Xing's bloodline levels are going to fall? Jining looked at the opposing battlefield. Roar! The aura of the pale star quickly declined. Even though the exterior was still extremely intact, the Song Tian desolate dragon bloodline in Song Xing's body had dropped from the original 100%, directly to 90%. Upanishad Cthulhu blood. Invoke the power of the bloodline to heal all injuries. The cost, however, is extremely exaggerated. Completely burn 10% of your bloodline power. If he wanted to make up for it, he would need at least one piece of Emperor-level resources. The most crucial thing was that Song Xing's bloodline power, after burning 10% of it, it was no longer a complete Song Tian desolate dragon. Any Emperor Dragon Seed had to be 100% complete bloodline, so the Golden Dragon Saint, Black Dragon Saint, and White Dragon Saint, the 3 Holy Spirit level Imperial Dragon Masters, did not consider Song Xing to be a true Emperor Dragon Seed at all, and only considered Song Xing to be a top-tier Holy Dragon Seed only. After all, with the abilities of Concubine Xia and Song Yu, it was simply impossible to endow Song Xing with a complete Song Tian desolate dragon's bloodline. The moment. With the bloodline burning, Pale Star's bloodline level fell in an instant. It was no longer an Emperor Dragon species, but had fallen to a top-tier Saint Dragon species. Even if it is nurtured to adulthood, it will only be at the 10th stage of the Holy Spirit level. As for the Emperor level, unless Song Xing completely replenishes the bloodline of the Song Tian desolate dragon, he will be able to break through to a great emperor. Chapter 104, Young Plot. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor descended. Above the sky dome. Defeated indeed? The Black Dragon Sage sighed and said, the Emperor Dragon Seed Cub, since its birth, has been clocked by heaven and earth, and possesses great fortune. How easy is it to kill it? Regarding the fall of the jealous demon dragon, the Black Dragon Saint didn't feel surprised in the slightest. If it had been known initially that Song Xing was a young dragon of the Emperor Dragon species, the Black Dragon Saint would never have formulated such a plan. Imperial Dragon Seed. The White Dragon Saint's eyes, too, looked extremely complicated, and he couldn't help but look at Song Yu, shaking his head. Song Yu, I didn't expect you to have conceived a pure-blood heir without even realizing it. TSK, to conceive a pure-blooded heir before completely reaching adulthood and breaking through to the Great Emperor, aren't you afraid that your bloodline will be damaged and that you won't be able to reach the Emperor realm from now on? Song Yu was furious. When did she conceive an heir? But Song Yu couldn't refute it at all. Ever since Li Luo contracted Song Xing, Song Yu had gone through many ancient books, and with the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, even though it could also empower and purify the dragon bloodline, it was absolutely impossible to empower and purify the Emperor Dragon Seed bloodline right at the awakening level. There is just one answer. The 100% Song Tian desolate dragon bloodline possessed by Song Xing did not come from the SSS grade ancestral dragon talent, but from the legendary mythical grade talent origin deep within Li Luo's soul. Mythic level talent origin, once exposed. Even if the great emperor himself came, he might not be able to protect Li Luo. So what? Song Yu said in a cold voice, Li Luo is Sister Xia's only personal heir. What's so strange about me breeding a pure-blooded heir and letting Li Luo conclude a contract? Not to mention, Li Luo's own imperial beast talent is also absolutely worthy of a pure-blooded imperial dragon breed. Pity. The Black Dragon Saint snorted. Song Xing actually burned his bloodline in order to protect himself. Today's Song Xing is no longer an Emperor Dragon Seed, but at most a top-tier Saint Dragon Seed. The words fell. Even Song Yu couldn't help but be heartbroken, barely able to breathe. How could she not see that? Song Xing's breath fell steeply. Undoubtedly, the bloodline burned, falling from the Emperor Dragon Seed to the Holy Dragon Seed. Admittedly, the bloodline of the Holy Dragon was already something that countless living beings dreamed of but could not. If you compare it to the Emperor Dragon Seed, it's nothing. Not really a failure. Golden Dragon Saint's eyes, always incomparably stoic, suddenly said, "I've already notified the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. I think that, between the pure-blooded Emperor Dragon Seed, as well as the top Holy Dragon Seed with a fractured bloodline, Li Luo will make a wise choice. If the bloodline of Song Xing is not broken, the Golden Dragon Sage would only declare the plan a failure, and would categorically not dare to inform the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. Today, it is different. Bloodline fractured top Holy Dragon breed, versus a true Emperor Dragon breed hatchling. Leroy didn't have any reason to refuse. Also, if Leroy dares to refuse to break the face of a Dragon Emperor, or the most bloodthirsty and brutal Dark Demon Dragon Emperor, even if Li Luo was killed on the spot, the Golden Dragon Saint would not be surprised in the slightest. Yang Mao. Longfan's heart and mind shook dramatically, and he hurriedly said, "Xiafei, Song Yu, this is purely a young conspiracy on his part. If Li Luo agrees, he will have to completely break away from the Xia lineage. If he refuses, it will completely offend a Dragon Emperor." Concubine Xia and Song Yu were all silent. How could they not know? Such a phallic scheme, but there is simply no way to break it. After all, the Dragon Emperor, a rank equivalent to a great emperor. When placed in the Dragon Realm, it was also an existence that stood at the very top. Second only to an emperor-level demigod's dragon. If it's in Blue Star, the emperors who wielded the supreme power of the Blue Star must also be treated with courtesy. Roar! Song Xing slowly walked out of the true dragon field and came to Li Luo's side, a pair of pale dragon eyes dense with exhaustion. This battle. It's nearly burned out. Not only was he seriously injured and on the verge of death, he had also lost his bloodline origin. Despite falling from an Emperor Dragon Seed to a top-tier Saint Dragon Seed, Song Xing did not have the slightest bit of remorse. Upanishad Cthulhu blood. Ben was comprehending half of the mysteries. It was only in the midst of life and death that it was completely realized. This super-ordered axiom would not be easily utilized by any other Emperor Dragon species, and 10% of the bloodline origin as a price was too much, and it had to be made up for with a piece of Emperor-level resources. To Song Xing, however, it was nothing. As long as today's lease was over and Li Luo leased the Song Tian Desolate Dragon bloodline once more, it would naturally be completely replenished. The reasoning behind it was the same as Li Luo cutting the origin of his talent, in general. It's all about the wool of the system, not gripping. Li Luo and Song Xing, neither of them had the slightest regret. However, in the eyes of others, Sang Xing's loss of his talent origin was too great. The Song Xing that Li Luo has contracted is actually a pure-blooded Song Tian Desolate Dragon, a true Emperor Dragon species. No wonder, possessing such terrifying battle power, and also being able to repeatedly arrive at the extreme realm. If it is an Emperor Dragon Seed, then it makes sense. Rumor has it that any pure-blooded Emperor-level bloodline can all be favored by the heavens and possess great fortune. Unfortunately, after this battle, Sang Xing's bloodline origin was fractured, and he is no longer an Emperor Dragon Seed, but only a top-tier Saint Dragon Seed. The Song Tian Desolate Dragon, who is destined to become an Emperor, can now only achieve at most the 10th step of the Holy Spirit level. If he wants to make up for his bloodline, he will have to invest countless resources. From now on, Song Xing's battle power will definitely not be so heaven-defying either. The fall of an Emperor Dragon Seed is truly sad and pathetic. A new student, old students, are incomparably shocked. Initially, they also just guessed that Song Xing's bloodline was the Holy Dragon Seed. After all, the Emperor Dragon Seed's bitterness is really too high. At this moment, it is one after another side. The cost of the Emperor Dragon Seed's bloodline folding is also extremely serious. Not only did he fall into the top-tier Sacred Dragon Seed, but his originally great fortune was going to be far away with him. If it turns out, if you want to kill a young dragon of the Emperor Dragon species, you must be suppressed by the will of the realm, and suffer a lot of disobedience. For example, that Songyu Sacred Dragon, no one dares to threaten to kill that Songyu Sacred Dragon, and you can only deal with the Xiafei. The original Pale Star, too. Now, a young dragon of a top-tier Sacred Dragon species could not have any great fortune, and as long as it was planned properly, even if it completely fell, it would not be surprising at all. Is the Emperor Dragon bloodline fractured? Zhang Yao's eyes trembled as she whispered, compared to the loss of Song Xing, Jining's battle death of a jealous demon dragon is nothing at all. A Saint Dragon Seed young dragon? No matter how many there are, there's no comparison at all compared to the Emperor Dragon Seed. Su Qingshu's side, Emperor-level bloodline origin, it also requires Emperor-level resources to make up for. The value of an Emperor-level resource, which can easily be calculated in trillions. Holy Dragon bloodline? If we talk about value, it's only tens of billions. Jian Yao and Su Qingxue all felt sorry. It was as if they could see that the Zhongxing of the future would definitely not be as bright as it once was. Jining is going to fall. A trace of intolerance flashed in Lu Tianfeng's eyes as he whispered, a faction fight is surprisingly cruel to this extent. The jealousy demon dragon, who was a holy dragon seed, directly died in battle. Zhongxing's emperor dragon seed bloodline was also fractured with it. Especially Li Luo, the loss of the emperor dragon seed bloodline is too great to be measured in terms of money. With such a great loss, the only way to relieve the hatred is to completely kill Jining. Even if Li Luo doesn't make a move, with that first Dragon Master's character, would he allow Jining to continue living in the world? Not to mention, Zhongxing is most likely that Songyu's sacred dragon's own first son, with such a deep hatred. Even if Jining were to be thwarted, it wouldn't be the least bit too much to ask. Even though Lu Tianfeng had some sort of feelings for Jining, he categorically didn't dare to speak out, much less to stop it. After all, Jining's downfall had long been predetermined. Hey! Su Yuyue let out a long sigh. Faction fights are always like that. Su Yuyu could completely predict what would happen to Jining. Only death. Jining was completely suppressed, as if she had already seen her fate, but she pulled out a smile. She could make an emperor dragon species cub fall down the bloodline level. She also counted the death as a good thing, but when she looked at Li Luo, she found that the other party's expression, always calm as usual, it seems that the folding of the bloodline essence, it is nothing at all. She was completely baffled. Why are you not angry? Jining's eyebrows frowned slightly, coldly said, obviously Zhongxing's bloodline level has fallen from the emperor dragon species to the top holy dragon species. Such a big loss, why can you still remain calm? Jining simply couldn't understand how Li Luo could react so calmly at this moment. If it was Jining, encountering such a situation, no matter how high the culmination was and how indifferent his usual nature was, he would have to be hysterical and hate the other party. What made Jining feel the most bizarre was that it wasn't just Li Luo who was so calm. Surprisingly, even Zhongxing was so calm, as if the loss of the bloodline origin was nothing at all and could be made up for at any time. Why should I be angry? Li Luo seemed puzzled and casually said, perhaps, to you mediocre people, the bloodline of the Emperor Dragon Seed has fallen, and you will never be able to touch it again in this life. But to me, in the future, when I ascend to the Emperor Realm, Zhongxing's bloodline will definitely be replenished and follow me to the Emperor Realm. Why should I be angry? Li Luo calmly looked at Jining, but the killing chance in his eyes flickered as he coldly said, but I don't care, it doesn't mean that others can count on me at will. Since you want to kill Zhongxing, I will definitely not be able to keep you either. Boom! The endless punishing amazement suddenly rose. Wow! Just when Li Luo was about to suppress Jining, a black spot suddenly appeared in the blue sky. A pitch-black dragon of greatness to the extreme slowly descended. It was as if all the darkness in the world had been brought together to plunge the entire world into eternal night, and with just one look it felt as if the soul was going to be completely polluted, never to glimpse the light again. I am the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor slowly spat out the dragon language, but let all the beings present could easily understand it, and slowly said, Thou are Li Luo? Chapter 105, Contracting the Abyssal Demon Dragon? Are you worthy? Boom! An incomparably terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire True Dragon School. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor has actually descended? He's one of the great emperors of the Dragon Realm. His body is an abyssal demon dragon, born from the abyss of the Dragon Realm. Even amongst the emperors of the Dragon Realm, he can be ranked in the top 10. I've heard my elders mention that the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor is one of the 3 dragon emperors supporting the royal dragon lineage. The Dark Fiend Dragon Emperor descended on the True Dragon Academy, and it seems that he came to find Li Luo? Could it be that the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor wants to wipe out Li Luo on the spot? Are you crazy? Li Luo is an SSS grade absolute demon, an existence that will surely achieve the Emperor realm. An Emperor-level Imperial Beast Master can raise at least 8 Imperial Beasts. Any human emperor can easily settle a country. As long as it's located within the Xia Kingdom, who would dare to threaten to kill an SSS Great Supreme Demon? TSK, the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor can obliterate Li Luo, but my Xia Kingdom isn't a vegetarian either. Once the tripod of the 9 states and the map of mountains and rivers come out, and the sea-defining needle blasts down with a rod, we will definitely make him have no return. Facing the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor, the crowd was extremely shocked, but there wasn't much fear. The True Dragon Academy, located in the imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom, was involved in the national destiny of the Xia kingdom. If a holy dragon from the dragon realm had descended, it might have caused panic. However, an emperor dragon in person, but instead, there is no sense of fear. After all the emperors of all walks of life have reached an agreement, and they are not allowed to strike at will. Once the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor made his move and subdued Li Luo, the great emperor of the Xia kingdom, naturally, had enough reason to use the Xia kingdom's subduing imperial weapons, and with the might of the 9 states tripod, the mountain and river diagram, and the sea-fixing needle, even the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor would have to be directly subdued. Dark Devil. An old man, dying, but with a cane, walks slowly. All the people present recognized this old man, the very same old man from the library. Martyr Saint. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor said indifferently, "This seat has come here only to solicit, and has no other intentions. You can go back. I only watch from afar." Lai Shang, eyes cloudy, slowly said, "Dark Devil, what you intend to do, I will not interfere. Only hope that you do not forget that this place is the imperial capital of the Xia kingdom, the true Dragon Academy. Even if you only descend to an incarnation, with the power of the tripod of the 9 states and the map of mountains and rivers, you can still lock the location of your main body. As for the sea-fixing needle, it can even cross the border to blast your main body to death." These words seemed calm, but it was hard to hide the threatening intent. "It's not your turn to comment on what this seat is going to do," the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor coldly said. How could he not hear Lai Shang's threat? Even the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor had to admit that the Xia Kingdom's 3 great Jingui imperial armaments, if they were in the hands of an imperial realm, could really be invincible at the imperial realm, and the threat to the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor would be extremely terrifying. However, if it is said that with only 3 great Emperor soldiers, it is possible to cross the border to kill the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's main body, Dark Demon Dragon Emperor can never be recognized. After all, the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's original body was an abyssal demon dragon. The body of the dragon race was originally the most powerful. Not to mention a true imperial dragon. If we want to talk, let's talk. Lai Shang looked up. Concubine Xia and Songyu, all of them were held back, unable to descend and come. Therefore, Lai Shang could only come on his behalf. But although his seniority is old, his strength is far inferior to the Lai Shang when he was young, almost no less than the Xia Fei, but after his old age, he is not even as good as the newly promoted Holy Spirit level. The many holy dragons that Lai Shang had contracted had all fallen in the conquest, and even Lai Shang's own talent for royalty beasts had ended up shattering in the successive backlash. If it wasn't for the only remaining reserves, Lai Shang wouldn't even be able to keep his Holy Spirit level battle power. TSK, the Xia Imperial Dragon lineage, when there's really no one left. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor sighed. Quite a snicker. Wasn't the Dragon Realm's royal dragon lineage also killed to the point that there were only 3 or 2 big cats left? Lai Shang was not the least bit amused and sneered back. Words. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor couldn't help but be silent. The 3 Dragon Emperors, jointly supporting the royal dragon lineage, of which the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's input was arguably the greatest. With the Xia Fei slaughtering the Imperial Dragon Saints, Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's loss, naturally, is also the highest. Lai Shang's words is undoubtedly a hard stabbing pain in the Dark Devil Dragon Emperor. For a great emperor has long been invincible in the world, but also suppressed an era, reached such an incredible realm, but instead faces the most important. Located in the True Dragon Academy, the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor was unable to refute it and chose not to pay attention to Lai Shang, a pair of pitch-black dragon eyes, as if they were 2 deep black holes that seemed to be able to devour the pupils of all things, slowly coalesced on Li Luo's body. Senpai. Leroy arched his hand slightly. Even though he was no longer arrogant, he clearly knew that a dragon emperor was not something that the current him could provoke. Master. Li Luo heart for a while screamed bitter, secretly said, "You are quick to break through the great emperor, inviting enemies, more and more strong, I really can't carry it." But he also knows that if he wants Xia Fei to break through to a great emperor, he needs at least 100 gifted dragon crystals. Nowadays, the number of gifted dragon crystals was only barely enough to make up a small half. You are not arrogant. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor smiled blandly and said, "I wish to grant you a great opportunity, are you willing to accept it?" I wonder what kind of chance. Leroy raised an eyebrow. I have a son who has perfectly inherited the bloodline of my abyssal demon dragon, a pure emperor dragon seed young dragon. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's mind moved slightly, and a childish dragon roar resounded throughout the True Dragon School. A shrunken version of the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor slowly wrapped around the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's dragon horn. This young abyssal demon dragon, whose realm had reached the 10th rank of the commander class, was only considered a young dragon compared to the incomparably long lifespan of the abyssal demon dragon. Looking at Li Luo with extreme curiosity, sensing the extreme attraction coming from Li Luo's body, this abyssal demon dragon could not help but be elated, and continuously conveyed its thoughts to the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. "Father, I want him to be my human favorite." The abyssal demon dragon was extremely excited. "There is no harm, he will offer himself to you," the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor said soothingly. A young dragon of the Emperor Dragon species, he has no reason to refuse at all. As for the so-called human pets and imperial beasts, these two designations were both indistinguishable in the eyes of the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. "Elder Dark Demon, I agree." Li Luo grinned and said, "I just happened to break through to the commander level and added the third contract position. If it's a young dragon of the Emperor Dragon species, it's worthy of my SSS class absolute demon status." Pure blood Emperor level bloodlines were extremely hard to find. A pure-blooded abyssal demon dragon, personally delivered to his door for him to conclude a contract. How can I refuse? As for the character of the abyssal demon dragon, he cared even less. Sooner or later, as long as the contract lasts, it will be tempered into submission. As for the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor, supporting the Dragon Realm lineage? In Li Luo's opinion, it may not be necessary to completely erase the Dragon Realm lineage. The two major factions can be completely fused off. As for the Dragon Realm lineage, it can also be used to extort the Dragon Realm and transmit many Dragon Realm resources. The best of both worlds. You're quick. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's eyes flickered as he suddenly said, "If you want to contract my son, there is still one condition." "Elder, please." Leroy nodded. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor looked at Song Xing and coldly said, "I want you to kill this Song Tian desolate dragon with a fractured bloodline and completely sever your ties with the Xiao lineage." The words fell. The whole room was in an uproar. Crazy. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor is actually going to let Li Luo, with his own hands, kill his contracted young dragon. Completely severing relations with the Xiao lineage? It turns out that Song Xing's bloodline will be fractured, and everything is a plot by the Dragon Realm lineage, or the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. Will Li Luo kill Song Xing? After all, Song Xing's bloodline, which has been fractured, is no longer of the Emperor Dragon seed. On the contrary, the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor has given him the opportunity to contract the Abyssal Demon Dragon. That's the Abyssal Demon Dragon, born from the laws of darkness. How honorable is its bloodline? If we talk about battle power, it is not inferior to the Cthulhu Desolate Dragon. The people present, all of them could not help but look forward to what kind of response Li Luo would make. "Senpai." Li Luo's eyes, steeply turned ice cold, slowly said, "I refuse." The tone of this is decisive. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor was stunned. Since becoming the Dragon Emperor, no one had dared to disobey so much. "Leroy." The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor coldly said, "Do you know what you have refused? With all due respect, I can't do anything to kill a contracted imperial beast." Li Luo indifferently said, "I don't think Senior is at ease with the idea of letting a generation that subdues and kills imperial beasts to contract their own direct bloodline? You have a point." The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor thought deeply and said, "I can take a step back, as long as you lift the contract of the Song Tian Desolate Dragon and completely sever the relationship with the Summer Kingdom's royal dragon lineage, you can still contract my son." "How?" "Sorry." Leroy grinned and said, "I refuse." "What do you mean?" The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor also reacted. "Leroy, this is playing him? What do I mean, what do you think?" Li Luo snorted and said, "Emperor Dragon Seed Abyssal Demon Dragon? Do you think is strong? Several layouts, wanting to put Song Xing to death. Do you really think that I will still indenture your firstborn? The Imperial Beast talent that I have awakened is an SSS grade ancestral dragon. Emperor Dragon species? If I let the word out, I don't know how many Emperor Dragon seeds would want to make a contract with me." Li Luo's eyes gradually became cold. How could he not know that Song Xing was being counted by the Dragon Realm lineage? If the Dark Devil Dragon Emperor is willing to directly send the young dragon to let him contract with it, Li Luo also does not mind accepting it. However, the Dark Devil Dragon Emperor even dared to raise conditions? Make an offer? Li Luo snorted and said, "Are you worthy?" Chapter 106 Amazing Qilin. How does it compare to the abyssal demon dragon? When these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Even Lai Shan was shocked and couldn't close his mouth. One must know that even it would not dare to talk to a dragon emperor like this in its heyday. Li Luo was too arrogant even if he was an SSS level demon. Master is simply crazy, even if this chance is not a good thing for him, he should not speak out to provoke it. Zhang Yao could not hide the worry in her eyes. Invoking a dragon emperor was not a trivial matter. He's really arrogant, he doesn't think that just because he's a SSS-Rank demon able to attract the dragon emperor, he's qualified to negotiate, right? The dragon emperor himself was present and sent God's dragon seed hatchling. This is a great opportunity, but he's so good that he not only doesn't know how to appreciate it, but he even spoke sarcastically. The dark demon dragon emperor is most bloodthirsty and good at killing. I'm afraid his days won't be easy in the future if he provokes the dark demon dragon emperor now. It's a pity, even though it's said to be a SSS class demon, the brain isn't very good. The crowd murmured. In their opinion, Li Luo's approach was shocking, and they didn't know whether to say that he didn't know what he was doing, or that he was bold in his art. Didn't you hear the demands made by the dark demon dragon emperor? Breaking the contract is small, breaking away from the Xia kingdom is a big deal, you guys are short-sighted after all. Nangong Dai opened his mouth with a cold hum. These people are so stupid. What kind of character was the dark demon dragon emperor? How could he allow his first-line bloodline contractors to be driven for the Xia kingdom? At this moment, when the dark demon dragon emperor heard Li Luo's words, his dragon eyes were filled with frost. It didn't expect Li Luo to not only reject such a temptation, but also to export provocations. Li Luo, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? A pressure suddenly descended on Li Luo. Leroy carried it hard with his commander-level physique. Meanwhile, boom! Endless fiery flames rose to the sky. SSS-Rank talent, source amazing. Adding support. The flames wrapped around Li Luo's entire body while fluctuating as if they were tangible. My pressure, it's been removed? The dark demon dragon emperor was puzzled in his heart. It was the first time it had encountered such a situation. At the same time, Yang Kuai stepped out from the blazing sun. With our current strength, we may not have the means to fight the dark demon dragon emperor, but the Ganglai Saint has also already said that it won't really kill me, and if it does, it simply doesn't put the Xia kingdom in its eyes. Thinking of this, the smile on Leroy's face became more confident. This was something that made the dark demon dragon emperor unable to figure out. Are you prepared to fight me? I don't know what I'm talking about. When the dark demon dragon emperor was angry, he was ambushed for thousands of miles. The pressure contained therein was not something that Li Luo, a small commander level, could withstand. At this moment, in the sky, Xia Fei and Song Yu were also very anxious. However, the three dragon saints in front of them were like a dog's skin, they simply couldn't be shaken off. No need to try to struggle, this time, the dragon emperor is determined to win, there won't be anyone who can refuse the emperor dragon seed young dragon, even if he has such vigor, the dragon emperor won't let him go, after all, the Xia kingdom, having a Xia concubine is already enough of a headache, the dragon realm won't produce another Xia concubine. The golden dragon saint said in a cold voice. He had just lost a true disciple, he couldn't return without accomplishing something. This time, they would never fail. Song Yu directly repelled the golden dragon saint with a dragon breath and then tried to dive down, but was blocked by the black dragon saint. Although concubine Xia was strong enough, facing three dragon saints at the same time, it would still take time to subdue them. Luor, you must hold on. Xia Fei said in her heart. And at this moment, facing the pressure given by the dark demon dragon emperor, Li Luo was not the least bit afraid. He unleashed his SSS-Rank talent just to make himself feel better. He had never thought of using his body to fight hard against the dark demon dragon emperor. Crazy to fight with it, although Lai Sheng said that it can't kill me in the Summer Kingdom, but it didn't say that I can't be missing an arm or a leg, I'll just be a commander level right now, even if I'm a SSS level demon, if I'm crippled, it won't be worth it for the Summer Kingdom to go and turn the tables with the dragon realm. What I'm going to do is convince. Making up his mind, Li Luo's eyes were still cold, his eyes were still disdainful, and he looked at the abyssal demon dragon hatchling, still looking at trash. For you to be able to become the existence of a dragon emperor is nothing more than living a bit longer to be able to flaunt your power in front of me. You don't think that the abyssal demon dragon is some kind of unimaginable bloodline, do you? The corner of Lai Shang's mouth twitched at his words. It was the first time it had seen someone question the bloodline of the abyssal demon dragon. As a dragon emperor, you're not really capable of bullying me as a commander level, otherwise, how about we make a bet? As soon as he said this, the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor came to his senses. It likes to bet. It likes to make its opponents, in this way, convinced. And at that moment, everyone else was shocked. Some people knew the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's nature and understood that Li Luo had seized the opportunity. A bet? He's smart. Smart what? I'm afraid I'm stupid. When have you ever watched the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor lose a bet? Although it's not a good idea, it's the only chance now. If Leroy can win, then this crisis can be passed. Su Qingshu said with a frown. Right now, nothing is more important than staying alive. What's the bet? The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor opened his mouth to inquire. And at that moment, Yang Kuai was surrounded by fiery flames. Pureblood Emperor Kirin. The 6th rank of the commander class. Mia. Yang Kuai bared his teeth, his battle spirit surging around him. She's been putting up with this for a long time. From just now when the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor appeared until now, she had been trying to make a move, but all of them were controlled by Li Luo. Now it's finally time to do it. You said that the Abyssal Demon Dragon has a pure bloodline and is a true Emperor seed. I wonder how it compares to my amazing Qilin? The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. A mere amazing Qilin, it was not yet in its eyes. Amazing Qilin, Commander Rank 6, compete with your child. If you lose, I will naturally agree to your demands. If you win, I will take this Abyssal Demon Dragon. The moment his words came out, he immediately received mockery from the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. Do you think that your amazing Qilin of the 6th rank of the Commander rank can match the Abyssal Demon Dragon of the 10th rank of the Commander rank? It's a pipe dream. And at that moment, the Abyssal Demon Dragon on its dragon horn slowly flew down and landed on the ground. Father, promise him that I will convince him. The Abyssal Demon Dragon was excited. The aura on Li Luo's body really fit with it, and it didn't want to let it go. Since the other party had already made an offer, how could it refuse? In that case, go ahead. The Abyssal Demon Dragon's breath flowed around him. Pureblood Abyssal Demon Dragon. Commander level 10th order. The Imperial Dragon Seed's pressure was unleashed, and all the dragon beasts present bowed their heads, not daring to look at them. And Yang Kuai was not the least bit afraid. Not only that, the battle spirit was still climbing. SSS-Rank talent source amazing. Add the power. The aura of Yang Aoi that was enhanced by the source amazing was even stronger, and was no less powerful than the Commander grade 10th ranked Abyssal Demon Dragon. It was her first fight. The fate of Little Pale Star was at stake, she must not lose. Chapter 107, Victory and Loss are divided. Invincible Yang Kuai. The Abyssal Demon Dragon's gaze was contemptuous. It didn't put Yang Kuai in its eyes. The aura around his body spread out, wrapping Yang Kuai in it. With no gap in bloodlines, the gap in equilibrium is fatal. Therefore, the Abyssal Demon Dragon didn't need to see that this little Qilin would surely die. Its demonic aura is corrosive. It's stained and you can't shake it off. This was why the Abyssal Demon Dragon was able to become an emperor. Hey, that little Qilin is quite cute. If I remember correctly, this amazing Qilin was a gift from the amazing emperor's inheritance that Li Luo inherited earlier, right? What a pity. Really, it's a waste to have such a powerful emperor seed and still play with it like this. Give it to me and I'll definitely treat it well. This little Qilin will surely die. But it can't mean that Li Luo is still inexperienced in fighting. At this time, he has to pull away. We must know that this Abyssal Demon Dragon's demonic chi is extremely corrosive. Even if this little Qilin doesn't die, he still has to take off a layer of skin. Even though Yojimbo only appeared once, her adorable image was still burned into everyone's heart. There was no way they could accept the fact that such a lovely beast pet was about to fall. However, the next instant, a red light lit up in the center of the dark demonic aura. Mia. Yojimbo detached himself from it and waved his little tail in disgust. Disgusting. Hearing Yang Aoi's words, Li Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. And the Abyssal Demon Dragon came to life. Under the suppression of equal rank, Yang Aoi was actually able to detach. Interesting. Super rank skill, amazing body. Release. The flames around Yang Kuai's body flourished, and his aura gradually climbed. Super rank skill, Inferno Spirit. A flame spirit that looked exactly like Yang Aoi appeared behind Yang Aoi. Not only that, the flames surrounding her were equally strong. Mia. Just smoke me with the disgusting black gas, let's show you how powerful Auntie is. Super rank skill, Fire Escape. Launch. Yan Ling and Yang Aoi disappeared in place at the same time. The lower ranks of shinobu see it like this. However, those with high ranks were able to clearly see that they weren't disappearing, but were so fast that they couldn't even catch the remnants. The Abyssal Demon Dragon was on alert. Super rank skill, Abyssal Dragon Breath. A dragon's breath was spat out from the mouth of the Abyssal Demon Dragon. Target, Yang Kuai. And Yang Kuai had the fire escape enhancement and easily dodged it. The Abyssal Demon Dragon was unexpected. But soon the next dragon's breath struck. But due to the presence of the fire escape, it still fell short. Superclass skill, Lockdown. With the lock-on skill present, no matter how fast your opponent is, there is nothing to hide. It is the nemesis of the fire escape. Locked with the Abyssal Dragon Breath, directly locking onto Yang Aoi's position, a dragon breath pushed straight to the front of his eyes, unavoidable. It's over, the little unicorn is going to die. That Abyssal Demon Dragon skill is exactly the right way to restrain any speed-based skill. Once it's locked on, no matter how fast it is, there's nothing to hide from it. The two skills work together with complementary results. Looks like your good luck is ending. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor opened his mouth with a cold smile. The results haven't come out yet, Senior doesn't need to be in such a hurry. Even though the situation had gone sideways, Li Luo remained calm and collected. In the eyes of the crowd, there was no telling who gave him the courage. At this time, the dragon's breath has already reached the front of the female match. The fire escape is of no use. In a moment the female match will be enveloped by the dragon's breath. It's over. There's no way the gap of 4 ranks, with the same bloodline, is simply fatal. There's no way to make up for it. I really can't figure out what you're all lamenting about. Isn't everyone waiting to see Li Luo's jokes, waiting for him to fall off the pedestal, and shouldn't you be happy that someone has done it for you what you have no way of doing? I don't know who suddenly opened his mouth and said such a sentence, yet at this moment, the crowd that had all wanted to watch the fun shut up. They all knew exactly what Li Luo was going to face if he lost. There was quite a bit of friction between the Summer Kingdom and the Dragon Realm itself. If Li Luo loses and completely disassociates himself from Xia, then it means they will have one more powerful enemy. At the thought, the crowd looked miserable. The people who were all originally watching Li Luo's jokes were now expecting Li Luo to win. Their eyes fell on the field. In the midst of that dark mass of dragon's breath, they all wished they could see a flame. Heh, useless. The Abyssal Demon Dragon snorted coldly. Was on its way to receive its Victoria. Just then, however, the flames glowed brightly. Yang Aoi, who was originally thought to have been extinguished in the midst of the dragon's breath, suddenly rushed out, a thin layer of flame surrounding her. Super rank skill, Red Flame Boundary. The ultimate defense skill, the Red Flame Boundary unfolded wrapping the entire body. As long as it wasn't a monarch level attack, it wouldn't cause substantial damage. Compared to a monarch level attack, the dragon breath of the commander's 10th rank was really a bit inadequate. How can it be? My rank is obviously so much lower than me. How can it be unharmed under my dragon's breath? The Abyssal Demon Dragon had an unbelievable face. However, just in the moment it froze, Yang Aoi had already rushed in front of it. Not just itself. As soon as the Abyssal Demon Dragon turned around, it saw another Yang Aoi appearing behind it. Superclass skill, Inferno Spirit. Divided from Yang Kuai, it can use all of Yang Kuai's skills at the same time. At this moment, the Abyssal Demon Dragon was equivalent to facing 2 Yang Kuai at the same time. 2 yokai approached at the same time. In the meantime, super rank skill, Yin Yang Domain. Open. The Yin Yang Domain, which could sear all enemies within the domain. Perhaps there was some gap in strength between the two, but what the Abyssal Demon Dragon was facing at this moment was 2 Yang Kuai. 2 Yin Yang fields. The power is the same. The Yin Yang Domain enveloped the Abyssal Demon Dragon's massive body, and in an instant, the smell of charred flesh came from the field. Oh my god, it's reversed. Good thing I didn't give up. I thought the little Qilin was going to die, but I didn't realize that there was actually a reversal. That being said, just how many super rank skills did this little Qilin release? Just now, 4. This isn't right. Normally even an Emperor seed at the commander level is only able to possess 3 super rank skills. It's releasing 4 in a row here, terrifying as hell. 1 battle to fame. Yang Kuai immediately returned to Li Luo's side after setting the fire. Elder, the victory has been decided. Yes, the winners and losers have been decided. Yang Aoi used her strength to prove that the Emperor Dragon Breed's Abyssal Demon Dragon was nothing more than that. In the case of equal rank suppression, it was still no match. Li Luo was arrogant, but he did have arrogant capital. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's dragon tail lightly slashed across the Abyssal Demon Dragon's body, and the flames on the Abyssal Demon Dragon's body extinguished. Yes, the winner has been decided, and I'm willing to bet on it. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's gaze stared at Li Luo as if he had extracted poison. This time, it's a lost cause. Chapter 108 SSS Grade Talent, Exorcism. Father, I didn't lose, she played a trick. The Abyssal Demon Dragon had a defiant face. Although its body was pitch black and no burn marks could be seen, the bruises all over its body as well as the smell of burnt flesh emanating from it also highlighted that it had lost this battle completely. Shut up, disgraceful thing, in the case of absolute suppression of equal rank, actually still lost, I don't have a son who is a waste like you. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor was furious at this moment, it didn't expect this outcome. And Li Luo's gaze fell on the Abyssal Demon Dragon. According to the previous bet, now that the Abyssal Demon Dragon had lost, then it was going to become Li Luo's dragon pet. Granted, it wasn't much different from what they were trying to achieve, but having Li Luo passively withdraw from Xia to join the dragon realm was not the same as giving away an Emperor Dragon seed with his eyes wide open. Looking at the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's exasperated appearance, Li Luo lightly laughed. Yan Aoi then took a step out. Super rank skill, Red Flame Boundary. The boundary unfolded, and Leroy set this boundary so that he was no longer a defensive boundary, but could shield the words of the duo so that they would not spread out. Well, Dragon Emperor, no one will hear the conversation between the two of us now. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor looked at Li Luo with a puzzled expression, wondering what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. What do you mean? It's like this, senior, for you, it's a great chance for your child to be able to sign a contract with me. You should have seen the Emperor Kirin just now. As far as the bloodline is concerned, she may not be much higher than your child, but the strength that she has shown is absolutely strong. You should know why. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor fell into silence. Indeed, he was aware of exactly what it was because of. The talent displayed by Li Luo was already absolutely strong, which was why when the Dragon Saint went over to persuade it, it barely hesitated and directly chose to send a full bloodline over. The 4 Dragon Emperors are of the same breath. But it's external. If a fight broke out in the Dragon Realm one day, then the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor's lineage, which held SSS-class demons, would have absolute power of speech. However, the situation is completely different now. What it wants is to take the initiative position itself. But due to the failure of the Abyssal Demon Dragon battle, they had now completely lost the initiative. Not only that, their own direct bloodline had to sign a contract with Li Luo, which was simply a strange shame. If this matter were to spread back to the Dragon Realm, how would it still be able to hold its head up in front of the other several Dragon Emperors? Elder, do you see the trend between the Summer Kingdom and the Dragon Realm today? Li Luo's question was very abrupt, causing the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor to be a bit puzzled. What do you mean? All along the Dragon Realm's infiltration of the royal dragon lineage is very bold, and it has almost completely succeeded, but this is before, from my master Xiafei blood-washing the royal dragon lineage after the current Dragon Realm's control over the royal dragon lineage can be described as minimal. On the surface it looks like the royal dragon lineage's discourse initiative is all in the hands of a few holy dragons, but if my master wants to also can clean up again, this is what you are afraid of. The Dark Demon Dragon Emperor did not interrupt him. They did in fact fear Princess Xia. The former summer concubine had just been born and had done something as big as that. Now that Xiafei's strength had reached its peak, if Xiafei once again went crazy and did those things before, they were afraid that they would not have the strength to rectify the situation once again. This was the reason why it came here and chose to make a bet with Li Luo instead of killing him outright. Princess Xia is crazy. It wasn't afraid, but easily didn't want to be messed with either. Has an elder thought of another trend? Say what you have to say, and don't get into some twist here. At this point, the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor was already somewhat impatient. Li Luo smiled broadly, his gaze filled with calculations amongst them. After the matter of the bet just now, he had already found out that this Dark Demon Dragon Emperor was bloodthirsty and good at killing, and did not like all sorts of curves. He likes to be straight. So this time he'll hit a straight ball. I hope that senior can help me and push me to reach the Dragon Father level. Hearing this, the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor, who had just been curious, was now filled with shock and anger. It originally thought that Li Luo would be able to say something useful, but it didn't expect it to be such a pie in the sky. Pushing you to reach the Dragon Zoon level, are you kidding me? If I can really reach it, why don't I go charging towards the Dragon Zoon level instead of pushing you? It looked Li Luo up and down and immediately understood why Li Luo had such confidence. You won't think that you can reach the peak just because you're an SSS-Rank demon. Even if you have 2 SSS-Rank talents, the Dragon Zoom level is not something you can go and impact. I advise you to die of this. It was full of contempt among its tone. There were quite a few Emperor-level powerhouses who went to impact the Dragon Father level only to end up falling. Every one of them is a demon. But so what? Fate does not favor anyone, even if they are gifted. Its own direct lineage was always going to sign a contract with Li Luo, and it didn't want its children to fall with Li Luo. That's why it's the best decision to persuade Leroy at this point in time. Elder, how do you know that I only have 2 SSS grade talents? SSS grade talent. Exorcism unfolds. The dense demonic aura spread out from Li Luo's side until it enveloped the entire boundary. The dark demon dragon emperor's pupils suddenly shrunk. As an abyssal demon dragon, it was very sensitive to demonic chi. It didn't expect that Li Luo, who was a dragon master, actually possessed the ability of a demon master. Exorcism. It also ranked in the top 5 among SSS rank talents. Li Luo possessed 3 SSS grade talents at the same time. What kind of demon was this? So senpai, do you still think I have no hope at all? At this moment, the dark demon dragon emperor didn't know what to say. If even a talent like Li Luo didn't have the ability to impact a Dragon Zoom level existence, then it really couldn't imagine anyone else being able to succeed. That's why senior investing in me was a very correct choice. Why should the Xia Kingdom and the Dragon Realm keep fighting? If a Dragon Father came out of one's own lineage, then the entire lineage of the clan would be elevated. With almost no hesitation, the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor had already made his decision. Then, I will invest in you. Thanks a lot, senior. The boundary disappears. No one knew what the duo had discussed in secret in the middle of the boundary. It seemed to them that the two were facing each other. Since you won this time, willing to gamble, my son is your dragon pet. With that, it gave the Abyssal Demon Dragon a hard push. The Abyssal Demon Dragon still wanted to argue, but the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor didn't give it a chance at all. However, right at this moment, the Abyssal Demon Dragon realized that the aura on Li Luo's body had completely changed. It was true that there was an attraction to it before as well, but it came from the ancestral dragon. And this time it was pure demonic energy. Chapter 109, Making a Contract. Derived skills? This. Not only did the Abyssal Demon Dragon notice this, even the Lai Sheng on the side likewise noticed it. The demonic aura was pure and not far from the SSS grade talent source. Amazing that Li Luo had awakened before. Another SSS ranked talent. The aura on Master's body is so strange. Why is there such a strong demonic aura? Jiang Yao looked at Li Luo suspiciously. As an Imperial Demon Master, she was more familiar with demonic chi. That's why the few other celestial pride around her didn't notice this, but at this moment, she had already noticed it. And just then, the summer concubine landed beside him. Xia FaceTime followed 3 dragon saints. The faces of the 3 dragon saints were not particularly good. Even though they had done their best, they were still no match for concubine Xia. But it looks like things have pretty much progressed on this side as well. As soon as concubine Xia landed on the ground, she immediately grabbed Li Luo's hand and looked Li Luo up and down. Luo, are you hurt? Concubine Xia anxiously looked at Li Luo. Just now, when Li Luo and the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor were confronting each other, she had gone crazy with anxiety. Even with the deterrent of the 3 divine weapons, if the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor wanted to make Li Luo lose an arm or a leg, he could still do it. Luckily, Leroy responded properly and didn't get hurt. However, there was one thing she was very puzzled about. Just now she seemed to feel the presence of the boundary, and she didn't know who unfurled it. Looking at the anxious Xia Fei, Li Luo shook his head. Don't worry, Master, I'm fine. His gaze then shifted to the Dark Demon Dragon Emperor. Elder is here to give me a chance. When the words fell, he directly released his talent. SSS level talent, Exorcism. Concubine Xia looked at Li Luo in surprise. She had already noticed the abnormality of Li Luo's breath just now. It was only that she hadn't expected Li Luo to actually awaken a new SSS rank talent once again under these circumstances. This is another SSS rank talent? Concubine Xia opened her mouth in disbelief. How many other surprises did this apprentice of hers have that she didn't know about? Yes, SSS rank talent, Exorcism. And at that moment, the Abyssal Demon Dragon's eyes were already fixed on Li Luo's body. Compared to the SSS rank talent Ancestral Dragon, the exorcism that Leroy had shown now was more suitable for it. If this talent of exorcism is bestowed upon it, it will instantly increase its power to the extreme. The abyssal demon dragon itself was a demonic creature. The demonic chi they cultivated was much purer, which made them break away from the shackles of demonic cultivators and be among the dragon race. It was only that if they completely discarded the demonic energy, then their cultivation would stagnate. That was why there were some abyssal demon dragons that would choose to work with the imperial magician. Only as an imperial bloodline, it didn't care to do so. Only now it's different, and exorcism is a perfect fit for it, almost a customized talent for it. It turned its head to look at its father. The dark demon dragon emperor nodded at it. The abyssal demon dragon then came in front of Li Luo and lowered its own lofty head. The contract concluded. My name, Tei's. The abyssal demon dragon spoke softly. The word Dze was perched on top of its dragon's horn, eventually leaving a deep imprint. The contract was concluded, and Dze stood beside Li Luo, who was still a bit uncomfortable at this point. After all, just now both sides were still in a saber-rattling situation. The dark demon dragon emperor glanced at them blandly, then directly left. It has lost enough people this time as well. I can only hope that what Leroy said will come true so that it can be redeemed. After the dark demon dragon emperor left, concubine Xia immediately went to check on the situation of little Songstar. Songyu, who was on the side, shook her head helplessly. She had gone to check on little Pale Star when she had just come this way. Bloodline downgrade. Such things are irreversible. Falling from the Emperor Dragon Seed to the top-tier Saint Dragon Seed might seem like just a small step down, but there was a huge impact in relation to the bloodline. Getting back to the top is almost impossible. The current little Song Xing was a drag for Li Luo, and there was no excuse if he chose to give it up. However, just then, Leroy walked up to them. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Li Luo's words were said in a cloudy manner, causing the two to be puzzled in their minds. It's not that different from me cutting the power of the origin. Leroy smiled and uttered the words. The others might not understand what was going on, but concubine Xia and Songyu did. Murphy. Li Luo's myth and the power of the gifted origin were likewise able to act on Xiao Xing. If that was the case, then falling off the bloodline wasn't without a way to undo it. Leroy nodded. At this point, the duo's hearts were completely put back in their stomachs. Their gazes fell to the abyssal demon dragon on the side. Although it was said that they had been counted by the dragon realm this time, this abyssal demon dragon was a pure emperor seed level bloodline, which would have a great impact on Li Luo's future development. The dragon realm's thoughts are clear to me. They want to kill little Song Xing, so that your ancestral dragon talent will vacate its position, and in making a contract with the abyssal demon dragon, in this case, you will be completely subjected to the dragon realm, and if you refuse, then it will offend the dark demon dragon emperor. This one is a vengeful master, and those three old things are really good at calculating. Concubine Xia said with a cold snort. After dealing with those three old things for such a long time, as long as they had an idea, Princess Xia could guess it. It had been counting on her before, and she could put up with it. But this time the reckoning had gone to her disciple's head, and she definitely couldn't let it go easily. It seems that these old things are living too comfortably, and it's always a good idea to give them some trouble. Concubine Xia's gaze fell on the three saints on the side. The three saints were looking around at the moment, just not meeting the summer concubine's eyes. Their mission has also been accomplished and they leave directly. To the side, Lai Sheng was relieved to see them all leave. It was a good thing that this one didn't cause too much of an impact. If something really happened to Li Luo, it would be a huge loss for their entire True Dragon Academy. And that's when Leroy's gaze landed on Deezer. Attribute, Dark Magic. Realm, Commander 10th Order. Bloodline, Imperial. Abyssal Demon Dragon 100%. Skills, 1. Abyssal Dragon's Breath Super Rank Skill, spitting dragon's breath from its mouth, with extremely high killing power and corrosiveness. 2. Lock Super Rank Skill, can lock the opponent, all the speed class skill nemesis. 3. Abyssal Dragon Claw Super Rank Skill, works on self, when applied, power increases by 50% across the board. 4. Dark Devil Field Super Rank Skill, within the field, all attacks and actions are slowed down by 30%. At this point, Dze was in complete shock. Feeling the skill of that extra field he had. It had never imagined that contracting with a human pet could actually bring it so much profit. Chapter 110 Divine Grade Meditation Method, Sanhai Decision. The Abyssal Demon Dragon immediately tried to come to Li Luo's side, but was directly squeezed away by Yang Kuai. Yang Aoi blankly glanced at it, then looked at little Song Xing with concern. Mia? Are you sure you're okay? Roar. Don't worry, it'll be fine. After confirming that little Song Xing was fine, Yang Aoi immediately circled around it a few times. A few people didn't take Tze, who was on the sidelines, into account at all. What is the meaning of this? You human favorites, why don't you hurry up and serve all the resources to the master? The two beast pets ignored it and it immediately turned its head and roared at Li Luo. Leroy glanced at him, then spoke softly. Tze, you really should make up for it. What kind of life have you been living all this time? Why is the dragon realm so poor? Raising you like this? There was some regret in his tone. It wasn't that he was deliberately denigrating it, as the abyssal demon dragon was a top-tier emperor species, not to mention being the direct lineage of the dark demon dragon emperor. It should have grown and developed a bit more rapidly. How is it that you're only at the 10th rank of commander now? It should be known that both Little Song Xing and Yang Aoi, both of them have already broken through the commander level. Not only that, they have also reached the extreme realm and awakening as well as transcendence respectively. The time consumed by the imperial beasts to reach the extreme realm was extremely long. And Tze hadn't reached the extreme realm. As far as the emperor dragon species was concerned, the emperor Zephyr genus was really nothing out of the ordinary. And Tze was a bit shocked after hearing this from him. Its strength was considered one of the best in the entire dragon realm, which was why it was sent here. Although Li Luo was arrogant and a human, his strength was there. If they could really get along with Li Luo, then it would be a good thing for all of them. As a result, I didn't expect this guy to taunt himself. Do you know what you're talking about, you human favorite? Tze let out a cold snort, then raised his claws. Super rank skill, Abyssal Dragon Claw. The large dragon claw wrapped in a blistering wind came at Li Luo's face. With the 50% power bonus from the contract with Li Luo, this slapdown was however able to directly slap Li Luo into mush. But Leroy wasn't the least bit flustered. Since the two had signed a contract, they were like grasshoppers on the same rope. Even if Tze was angry, he wouldn't kill him. At this moment, Little Song Xing and Yang Aoi quickly blocked in front of Li Luo. Yang Aoi bared her teeth at Tai's. Mia. If Tze dared to take another step forward, Yang Aoi would immediately charge up. Just now the two of them had already fought once. Tze was not a match for her at all, and now even though she had already contracted with Li Luo, there was no way to change this fact. Looking at the two of them in this hostile manner, Tze was a bit angry. What are you two protecting this human favorite so much for? Roar. After Tze finished that sentence, he saw Little Song Xing do as he rolled his eyes. At the same time, it heard the two words that came out of the little pale star. Dumbass. It was so angry that it wanted to just do it. But Leroy stopped in front of them. Now you can all be my people, there's no need for such a pointless fight. He then turned his head to look at Tze. I know you're not convinced in your heart, in a few days, I'll give you a chance to convince you. Tze didn't understand, but at that moment, Xia Fei understood exactly what he meant. True Dragon List. Now that Ji Ning had fallen, the top 3 of the True Dragon ranking were vacant. Everyone jumped at the chance. It wasn't true that Li Luo had defeated Ji Ning, but this was the True Dragon ranking. The thing to look for is the ability of the Imperial Beast. Therefore, all 3 Imperial Beasts under Li Luo had the opportunity to impact. Want to fight, you can. Go fight in the arena. Win a first and second back. Hearing him say that, Tze immediately became interested. Just wait and see, I'll let you know exactly who is the true Emperor Dragon Seed. Looking at its combative look, Li Luo was very satisfied. Not just it. Pale Star and Summer Princess were equally full of fighting spirit. They're going to beat Tse in the ring. And as Xia Fei as well as Song Yu looked at them like this, they couldn't help but shake their heads helplessly. It's still just a young dragon after all. Even Tai's was still at a belligerent age at this point in his life. That's a good thing. But Leroy wasn't the only one staring at first and second. Ji Ning's fall gave many people a chance. The person who needed to worry now was Lu Tianfeng. Li Luo's gaze fell on Lu Tianfeng, who was present at that moment. Considering whether or not to directly challenge Lu Tianfeng to see what kind of strength this young dragon he had just contracted had. After wrestling with the idea for a while, I finally gave up on it. His ability to control demons wasn't quite secure yet, and he needed to continue practicing again. The thing that needed to be done now was to find a suitable cultivation method. After returning to the dormitory and settling Little Song Xing, he searched among the system panel. In the end, his gaze landed on the divine-grade meditation idea, the Tsanhai Decree. The Tsanhai Decree, a divine-grade meditation technique that can increase the speed of cultivation up to 365 times while enhancing the cultivator's fit with the demonic aura. This one is like no other meditation. It was raising the degree of fit with the demonic chi, then it was simply like adding wings to him. It was then that he decided to lease the meditation system. I'm going to rent the divine meditation method Tsanhai decision. Rental success. Kanghai decision, divine grade meditation method, leasing condition is SSS grade magic talent, can increase meditation speed by 365 times, price is 10 million day. Divine meditation is really good, but it's also really expensive. He was only one person, so naturally, he couldn't go and rent all 3 meditation ideas at the same time, which would be a waste of money. Right now, Dze's progress had pulled up quite a bit, so his primary goal right now was to pull up Dze's cultivation. Time is precious and not a minute should be wasted. He immediately began to meditate, feeling the demonic chi running through his body. It wasn't just him who felt this, the Dze in front of him felt it as well. Obviously, the demonic chi amongst Li Luo's body just now wasn't this dense. It was amazing how much it had improved after only a week's worth of running. Do you know why you're obviously so much higher than Yang Kuai in terms of rank, but you're still no match for it? After meditating for a while, Leroy opened his eyes and his gaze landed on Dze. Dze was cultivating at the moment, looking up at him with disdain at his words. Why, you're not supposed to be trying to instruct me, are you? It's not that I can talk about guidance, only if you continue to cultivate like this, you'll never be able to catch up with the two of them, and there's absolutely no way that the first and second place on the True Dragon ranking will belong to you. Radicals. Looking at Dze's red warmth, Li Luo couldn't help but feel emotional. How did your father feel comfortable sending you out when you fell for it so easily? Chapter 111 Magic Dragon Armor. Magic Dragon Robbery? And Li Luo was searching the system store at this moment. Soon he found something that was more suitable for the current TAIs. System Rental Magic Dragon Armor. Rental success. Magic Dragon Armor, divine grade equipment. When the armor exists, it can be said that the wearer can provide an increase in strength and speed as well as magical energy, an overall increase of 1,000 times in all aspects, price of 10 million per day. The system interface had just finished displaying, when a set of pitch black armor was seen appearing on Dze's body. Dze was astonished. It doesn't understand what the hell is going on? Who put this thing on it? It tried to take it off in disgust, but found that the armor seemed to grow on it. What's this? It opened its mouth to inquire in disbelief. Yet the next instant it sensed something unusual. This is... It swung its claws, by now it had felt the increase in power. What is it? Feel it, my gift to you for meeting me. At this moment, Dze was so surprised that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. It hadn't thought that a piece of armor would actually be able to bring such a great gain to itself. Can we talk now? Rites of passage. Give a sweet date first to let it know that it's not doing it any harm. As for the rest of it, we'll discuss it. Sure enough, after getting the gift of the armor, Dze was willing to talk to Li Luo a bit more, even though he said he was still a bit wary. Tell me something, why are they stronger than me when they are clearly not as good as me? This was something that it couldn't understand for the 100th time after losing to Yang Kuai. The problem is the pole realm. Extreme realm? It cocked its head in disbelief. What is that thing? The Dragon Realm's cultivation methods were different from normal people, and what they sought was not in the extreme realm. Every dragon is a bottleneck. Some people like to build up, while others just break through. In their view, the ability to break through is a sign of strength. So they never accumulate. There isn't really a bottleneck either. This was why he hadn't reached the extreme realm. You can understand the 11th order. 11th order? What's that? It's never been heard of. It's like this, in your opinion the 10th rank is the peak, however, in our opinion it's not like that. In our eyes, the Imperial Beasts possess the 11th rank of existence in every stage. When you reach the 11th rank in a certain stage, then you can surpass the existence of the same rank. At this moment, Dze immediately thought of Yang Aoi. So you understand why Yang Aoi is stronger than you. It has reached the extreme realm in awakening as well as transcendence, and what it has accumulated is deeper than you. Even if you do it again, you're still no match for it. It's the crushing of strength. It didn't have anything to do with whether or not Yojimbo counted it. It was a little discouraged at this point. Now that it was all at the 10th rank of commander, it had missed the awakening as well as the extreme realm of transcendence, which could not be reversed. I have a way for you to make up for it, except that it will be very painful when you try to break through the commander to reach the lord level. Hearing him say that, Tizay's eyes lit up. If that was the case, then would it be possible to bridge the gap between himself and Yan Aoi? It looked at Leroy and didn't ask out loud. Of course. Come on. It didn't hesitate and made its decision immediately. Leroy won't pit it. After all, it was Li Luo's imperial beast, the two had signed a contract, and it was good for Li Luo. Li Luo flipped through the system store, system by magic dragon robbery. The host is sure. Okay. Purchase successful. Demon dragon robbery reduces the cultivation speed of contracted beasts, strengthens bottlenecks, and consolidates the foundation for contracted beasts. A one-time purchase of $300. This demonic dragon heist was completely different from an ordinary bottleneck. He had forcibly compressed the cultivation speed of the contracted beasts, and once he had inflicted it on Dizay's body, even if Dizay's talent was as high as it was, if he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would need at least 10 days and half a month. Only once a breakthrough was made, the rewards would be great for Dizay. Why do I feel as if something strange has landed on me? After Li Luo's successful purchase, Dizay immediately sensed that something was wrong. It tried to run the demonic energy in its body without any problems. But what about that shackle? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for you to break through to the lord level. Li Luo told it what he just was a family on Dizay's body, and at this time, Dizay was already shocked beyond words. Why was Leroy able to do this? How could you add this to me? Wasn't it you who said you wanted to catch up with their progress? There's no other way but this, cultivation is irreversible, you're well aware of that. Tizay lapsed into silence. Take your time to break through, you'll gradually realize that even if your bloodline is pure, so what, there are some things that you can't get easily. Leroy said in his mind. The abyssal demon dragons were proud by nature, and they had always acted recklessly based on their pure bloodline. It's always a good idea to give it some blow now. Right now, Dizay didn't have any more time to waste, it could only quickly go through cultivation to raise its cultivation level and break through as soon as possible. However, right at this moment, Li Luo received a true Dragon War letter. The other side is about to fight Pale Star. This person has really made a good calculation, making a date to fight Little Song Xing, knowing that Little Song Xing's bloodline has fallen and that he is going to be ranked 10th on the True Dragon ranking, and wanting to take advantage of such an opportunity to speculate, is simply crazy. If these people see Little Song Xing's bloodline return to the Emperor Dragon Seed tomorrow, how will they feel? Li Luo couldn't help but laugh when he thought of those people's expressions. Roar! Little Pale Star tilted her head in confusion, not knowing what exactly Li Luo meant by this. Leroy reached out and stroked the Little Pale Star's head. The day was up, and it was time to cut the gift essence. And by the way, the bloodline of the Little Pale Star was leased once again. This time he needed to cut through 3 talent origins, the pain was tripled, but the gain was likewise tripled. These things are vital to him. End of cut. Li Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead and wrapped the 15 talent crystals in front of him. 5 of those pieces were to be given to Princess Xia. As for the rest, more on that later. And just then, Jiang Yao pushed the door and walked in. Master, are you alright? Jiang Yao couldn't hide her worry in her tone. Maybe it was profitable for her to be nice to Leroy before, but now it was different. Her feelings towards Li Luo became more and more complicated after Li Luo gave her a talent crystal that helped her enhance her talent, making her among the ranks of SS-Rank demons. Perhaps becoming Leroy's maid was something she did willingly.